crossing into a different world. I thought I could make decisions that would echo through the ages with a single sword, but to my surprise, I didn't even have the basic spiritual roots for cultivating immortality. Helpless, I had to marry and have a child with an injured woman I found by the roadside, only to discover that she was the princess of the most powerful human clan. Just after giving birth to our daughter, she was forcibly taken away by the elders of the clan. I thought I would live a lonely life with my daughter, but on the day she tested her spiritual roots, I unexpectedly awakened the ultimate dad system. As long as my children's cultivation improved, I would receive a 1,000-fold cultivation reward. So, in order to provide enough motivation for my daughter's cultivation, I had to disguise myself as an ordinary farmer with no cultivation. Now, 6 years have passed, and Su Mingyue, who has reached the golden core cultivation level, looks at me with big round eyes and says pleadingly, "Daddy, just tell me where Mom was taken. I am now a golden core cultivator. I am strong enough to bring Mom back." I smiled bitterly after hearing this, not because I didn't want to tell her, but because her mother was too terrifying. My thoughts drifted back to 8 years ago. 8 years ago, I accidentally crossed into this world of cultivation and became an orphan abandoned by my parents. What's worse, I had no spiritual roots, so I couldn't cultivate. After participating in the spiritual test ceremony, I returned to the village to farm. Unexpectedly, I encountered a severely injured beauty on the way, saved her, and successfully won her heart with the experience of a sea king from my previous life. Then we got married and had a child. Little did I know that my wife had a remarkable background. She was actually the most beloved daughter of the master of the Divine Palace. After Su Mingyue was born, people from the Divine Palace came and took my wife away. I silently raised Su Mingyue. "Mingyue, when your mother was taken away, she told me that if you have talent for cultivation, you should at least reach the Divine Transformation Realm to find her," I said to my daughter. "Divine Transformation Realm?" I repeated. Mingyue couldn't help but be shocked. She had heard her master say that the Divine Transformation Realm was the 5th major realm of cultivation, making one of the strongest cultivators in the entire western region. Then Mingyue stared at me with a pout. "Daddy, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Seeing her sulking expression, I couldn't help but smile and feel helpless. "I'm not lying to you. Your mother really said that." Actually, I did lie to Su Mingyue because the Divine Transformation Realm was not enough at all. I said that because of my system. When Su Mingyue's spiritual roots were detected and her cultivation broke through to the foundation building stage, my system awakened. However, this system was a bit outrageous. It was called the Ultimate Dad System, with the ability to gain a 1,000-fold cultivation from my children. For example, under the 1,000-fold amplification, with Su Mingyue at the Golden Core Realm, my cultivation had long reached the Divine King Realm. This cultivation was strong, but compared to my wife's power, I was at best a centurion, unable to even reach the rank of general. To make the master of the Divine Palace acknowledge me as his son-in-law, I probably needed to reach the Divine Emperor Realm. Once I reached the Divine Emperor Realm, even if her father-in-law didn't want to acknowledge it, I could make him acknowledge it. The reason I told Su Mingyue about the Divine Transformation Realm was that under the 1,000-fold amplification, I felt that my cultivation could break through to the Divine Emperor Realm, and then I could naturally take Su Mingyue to the Divine Palace. "Really?" Mingyue asked, tilting her head in disbelief. "Really?" I nodded with a smile, looking at her mischievous expression. Then, "Daddy, how did you win Mom's heart? Daddy can't cultivate, and Mom is so powerful." Mingyue muttered softly after listening. I didn't tell Mingyue about my cultivation because the system had rules, and I couldn't provide any help to Mingyue. In other words, Mingyue had to rely on herself to improve her cultivation. In order to give my daughter enough motivation, I simply disguised myself as someone who couldn't cultivate. So in Mingyue's eyes, I was just an ordinary farmer. "Little devil, what are you saying? I won over your mother with my charm. You know, yes, Daddy is the best." Seeing me angry, Xiao Mingyue giggled, holding my arm. Then she changed the subject. "Daddy, don't worry, I will definitely break through to the nascent soul realm. Master said my talent is the best in the world. Once I reach the nascent soul realm, I will take you to meet Mother. Anyone who dares to stop me will get a beating." As she spoke, she raised her little fist. Just then, an old voice sounded. "Master, the demon beast meat stew is ready. Miss brought back this demon beast meat, and it smells delicious when stewed." Immediately, an old man carried a bowl of demon beast meat into the room and placed it on the table. "Yes, there's meat too. Father, this is demon beast meat from the Foundation Establishment Realm, which I specially prepared. Master said that since you have no cultivation, eating it won't cause any trouble. Instead, it will strengthen your body. You must eat it well." Xiao Mingyue chattered as she served the demon beast meat. All right, I'll eat it. A warm feeling filled my heart as I took the demon beast meat and ate it slowly with a smile. Although it was just demon beast meat from the Foundation establishment realm, not as good as the divine beast meat I usually eat, the one brought back by my daughter was indeed delicious. Uncle Fu, this is for you too. You need to nourish your body as well. Seeing me eating with oil all over my mouth, Xiao Mingyue served another bowl to the old servant. Uncle Fu looked at me in horror after hearing this. He knew very well how much I cherished Su Mingyue. A year ago, when Xiao Mingyue was still in the Foundation establishment realm, his grandson sneaked out to play and ended up insulting Su Mingyue over some matter. That night, I went to their house and gave everyone, young and old, a beating. Despite being a formidable expert in the nascent soul realm, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the true martial continent, he was captured by me and made into a servant. Now, when Su Mingyue asked him to eat, he truly dared not refuse. Uncle Fu, if Mingyue asks you to eat, then eat. Don't disappoint her kindness. I glanced at Uncle Fu and said indifferently, Uncle Fu is like a grandfather. You should be polite to him. No scolding allowed. Xiao Mingyue stared at me with a pout. As soon as she spoke, cold sweat broke out on Uncle Fu's forehead, and his legs trembled. Miss, don't be like this. I'm scared, old man. He quickly spoke up and said, Miss, it's fine, the master usually treats me quite well. After eating, little Mingyue dragged Su Yun to talk about what he had seen and heard about the immortal cultivation world before it got dark. AC, it's getting dark, Daddy, I'm going back to the clan. If anything happens to you, be sure to give Dabai the word. It's a demonic beast, it can understand you, and it can get the message to me quickly. Know what? Little Mingyue glanced at the sky and chattered at Su Yun. Good. Su Yun nodded like a good baby. It just feels good to be cared for by her daughter. And, father, don't go out of the village. Master said that several evil-doing clans as well as several powerful demonic beast races were inexplicably exterminated. It's not safe out there right now. There's a formation I left behind inside the village that can protect you. Little Akatsuki continued to exhort uneasily. Good. Su Yun still smiled and nodded her head obediently. As for Fubo, he was slightly stunned. Weren't those clans and races what Su Yun told him to exterminate? Chapter 2 Daughter fancies nine-tailed fairy fox? Arrangement. Alright Dad, I'm going back to the clan to cultivate. I'm going to cultivate to the transformation god realm early and go fetch my mother back. Little Akatsuki said combatively after taking another look at the sky. Okay, go for it. Su Yun nodded, satisfied in his heart. It's really a very good choice to load your own grocery store chickens. Look at the fight. How nice. After hearing this, little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, and she said no more as her body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the middle of the night. My lord, the old slave knows his sins, please punish him. Seeing her leave, Uncle Fu hurriedly knelt tremblingly in front of Su Yun. He had just eaten the demonic beast meat that Su Mingyue had specially brought back for Su Yun. Never again. Su Yun swept a glance at Fu Bo and said nonchalantly. It wasn't that he was stingy, but those demonic beasts' meat were specially brought to him by his precious daughter. He can't even eat enough for himself. Yes. Uncle Fu hurriedly opened his mouth as if he had been pardoned, and in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, if this one really got angry, no one in his family would survive. Tell me, can we target Akatsuki this month? Or are there any yellow boys approaching Akatsuki? Su Yun waved his hand and inquired. He naturally wasn't idle when he got Fubuki as a servant. Instead, it was used to help him look at the bright moon. As to why he didn't see it for himself, mainly because there was a father-daughter duo with bloodline sensing, he was worried about being sensed by his own daughter. Rather, there is no targeting of the young lady, nor are there any yellow boys approaching her. It's just that the young lady has her eye on a nine-tailed fairy fox. The ancestor bloodline within that nine-tailed immortal fox has awakened, and she wants to contract it as a beast pet. But, it was taken away by the nine-tailed fox clan's clan chief at the critical moment. Uncle Fu hurriedly spoke. Nine-tailed immortal fox? It's sloppy to be my daughter's beast pet. Su Yun took over the words. This nine-tailed immortal fox he naturally knew. It can grow up to be a fairy beast and is very good in both face and combat. Have that manure picker walk over to the nine-tailed fox clan and talk some sense into people. He spoke again. Fubuki immediately nodded. He knew exactly what Su Yun meant by reasoning. No killing, only suppression. But if you reason well, it's a family ascension package. There's one more thing, Mrs. Master's cultivation is stuck at the peak Yuaning realm and cannot progress. She's very nice to Miss, so Miss has been inquiring about the Enlightenment tea lately. The young lady should be trying to help her master break through the transformation god realm. Uncle Fu spoke again. Regarding his daughter's master teacher, Su Yun naturally knew. A woman named Lin Yu, who was not very talented, was very loving towards her daughter. Then send some to him, and also, the Ling Tian sect's patriarch. That old fellow should be about to break through the harmonization realm, help him out. Su Yunwu thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Although the system has a rule that it won't help its daughters directly, it doesn't care if it does so indirectly. to be precise. In addition to all the resources that could directly raise cultivation as well as cultivation installations, the rest is all you can give. For example, feats, spirit weapons and whatnot can be given. Things like elixirs, pills, and even demonic beast meat that could directly enhance cultivation were not. Otherwise, with his ability, how could little Manhwa be only at a mere Jindan realm cultivation? Understood. Uncle Fu nodded. He hadn't done this kind of thing often, so he naturally knew how to go about it. There's one more thing, the Green Cloud Mystic Realm is about to open. This Green Cloud Mystic Realm is a trap left behind by the loose cultivator Qingyunzi. Back then, when he was still at the Transformation God cultivation level, he had gone to the Death Valley when he was searching for an opportunity to break through the Harmonization Realm. But, after coming out of the Valley of Death, where he was severely injured, he has been doing good deeds. The idea is to create a good name for yourself. The reputation is far and wide outside, and when the Green Cloud Mystic Realm opens, it will attract many people to go there. He may as well take this opportunity to take over his body and rebuild it. Miss definitely knows about Qingyunzi as well, and with the fact that Qingyunzi is a spirit transformation realm cultivator, Miss will definitely go. With the talent of Miss, Uncle Fu spoke again. As Suyun's daughter, plus there was also Yin Tianyu, a mother with a terrifying background. Su Mingyue's cultivation talent was naturally not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to cultivate to the Jindan realm at the age of 6. And, Suyun had also gone in search of a divine object to enhance his cultivation qualifications, secretly allowing Su Mingyue to obtain it by chance. It's safe to say, in terms of talent, in the entire true martial continent, there was no one who could compare to Su Mingyue. If Qingyunzi wanted to take over his body and recuperate, then the preferred target would inevitably be someone with extremely high talent. With Su Mingyue's cultivation talent, it would definitely be the person of choice. You arrange for this matter, just in time to deliver the heavenly smoke fruit to Mingyu. Also, arrange for that 9-tailed immortal fox to enter the Green Cloud mysterious realm as well. Suyun lightly laughed and picked up the conversation. Due to the system's regulations, he was unable to directly help Su Mingyue raise her cultivation level. However, indirect help is fine. This includes things that can enhance cultivation talent. The heavenly smoke fruit was what he had gotten for Su Mingyue to enhance her cultivation talent. The fruit was something he had gotten from a higher world. It was exactly in line with Su Mingyue's Jindan cultivation to take it. Understood. Fubuki nodded heavily and walked out of the room after that. Come on girl, cheer up, that's all Pops can do for you. Suyun, on the other hand, sat silently in his room, staring into the deep night, muttering to himself. Late at night, the entire true martial continent was shrouded in darkness. Many people or demonic beasts had fallen into slumber and cultivation. However, as the 9-tailed fox clan, which was one of the 10 major royal clans in the 10,000 Spirit Mountain range, all of the senior officers were all standing trembling in front of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in linen clothes, with his pants legs rolled up more than halfway, and looked like a living peasant dress. If you put it in a crowd, it's the kind of thing that doesn't stand out in the slightest. However, the 9-tailed fox patriarch, comparable to the transformation god realm demon emperor cultivation it, in front of this middle-aged man is the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit. Duh! My lord, I wonder what is the purpose of this late-night visit? The patriarch shivered and spoke, and his face was also full of fear. For this man it knew as Wuldewolf. 10,000 years ago, a ruthless man walked out of the western region. Relying on a big sword, he killed his way from the western region to the central state, and finally became famous and became one of the top 10 strongest men in the true martial continent. Rumor has it that up to 1 million people have died at the hands of this man. It's just the kind of name that makes children cry. The 9-tailed fox clan chief did not expect that such a ruthless person would come to its small place. Master asked me to come and talk to you about the little one in your clan who has awakened the bloodline of the 9-tailed immortal fox. The young lady has her eye on it, and when the Green Cloud Mystic Realm opens, you guys let that little guy enter the Green Cloud Mystic Realm and become the young lady's spirit pet. Wu Daolang swept a glance at the 9-tailed fox patriarch and opened his mouth in a salty manner. What? The 9-tailed fox clan heard this, their eyes snapped, and their faces were filled with unbelief. This ruthless man has been taken in. Chapter 3, Arranging the Heavenly Smoke Fruit for the Young Lady. It should be known that among the top 10 transitional robbery powerhouses in the true martial realm, Wudolf was called the most ruthless because of his nature. That is to say, among the top 10 transitional robbery powerhouses in the true martial realm, Wudolf was the most ferocious one. Such a ruthless man has now recognized his master. Unbelievable. The 9-tailed fox patriarch only felt very unbelievable, and even said that it was a bit absurd. It was important to know that in the true martial realm, the transition realm strong was already the highest realm. Further up, it's a different world. Could it be that someone from the upper realm had gone to the true martial realm and subdued this number of ruthless people? The 9-tailed fox patriarch thought in her heart. But this is also not right. If there are people from the upper realm descending to the true martial realm, how would they look at the descendant of the awakened 9-tailed immortal fox in their clan? And, have to deliver it yourself. What? I didn't make it obvious enough? Seeing that it didn't squeak, Wolf spoke softly. Only, along with the words appeared a very harsh killing aura. Rest in peace, my lord, I will do as I am told. Feeling that terrifying killing intent, the nine-tailed fox patriarch's face suddenly changed as she hurriedly opened her mouth. Such a ruthless person it really didn't dare to provoke. After all, no matter if it was in the western region back then or in the central state where strong people were prevalent, there were quite a few forces that had been overthrown by this fellow, and there's no one left alive in the family. In the face of such an existence, it could only agree even if its heart was not willing to do so. Otherwise, every single one of its clan would have survived. Just understand. When Dolph saw it agree, he nodded his head with great satisfaction. After saying that, his figure completely disappeared from the nine-tailed fox clan chief's line of sight with a flash, looking in the direction of the other's departure. The nine-tailed fox patriarch was shocked and confused in her heart. What kind of existence was it that made this number one ruthless man submit? Regarding its thoughts, naturally, Dolph did not know, and of course he was not interested in knowing. At this moment, he had already arrived at the entrance of the mountain range. How? Fubuki looked at him who came out and inquired. All have been honest. Wolf glanced at him and opened his mouth a bit inquisitively. He really couldn't figure out why this guy got to be a steward and he got to be a manure picker and a planter. Hey, don't hold a grudge, I'm just the grandson scolding the lady. But the broken knife you left behind hurt the lady. Seeming to read his mind, Fubo laughed softly. Can you blame me then? Speaking of this, Dolph felt doubly depressed in his heart. This was because that magic weapon was used when he was still in the transformation god realm. After that, due to the rise in realm, the magic weapon could no longer fulfill the need, so he just found a random place to throw it away. Whoever thought that it would hurt little Mingyue after more than a year? Until now, Dolph Wu still remembered the scene when Su Yun came looking for him. First, he beat him half to death before finally throwing out that magic weapon and questioning him. At the time, he was confused and stifled. Well, at least the master didn't take your life. Fubo laughed. As one of the top 10 strongest people in the true martial world, there was still some small pleasure in his heart when he saw Dolph get defeated. Since the nine-tailed fox clan side is settled, then you should go to the Green Cloud Mystic Realm for a bit. Keep that guy honest. He continued to speak. Isn't that your business? Big Wolf Wu opened his mouth in great displeasure. He had heard exactly what Su Yun had said to Uncle Fu. I still have to arrange the enlightenment tea for Miss Master. This is the sky smoke fruit. Arrange it properly. Fubuki smiled and said, Humph, little man. Martial Great Wolf received the heavenly smoke fruit with a cold snort, and after dropping a sentence, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Looking at the direction he left, Fubo smiled gently, and then his figure also disappeared into the night. By the time he showed up again he had already arrived inside a splendid palace. At the bottom, there was a trembling middle-aged fat man. I don't know what the elder has come for? The middle-aged fat man looked at Uncle Fu and opened his mouth shivering. At this point he was scared, depressed, and shocked. Because just now when Fubo came, he was doing business with his beautiful concubine. Unexpectedly, Fubo suddenly appeared at the bedside, and smiled and said, Yo, busy ah. At the time he was given a soft spot. The reaction is followed by a violent rage. The result, in return, is now a bruise and a purple injury on the face. He really couldn't figure out what this kind of strong person was looking for him to do. It's not a big deal, you know this stuff, right? Uncle Fu smiled kindly and held out a colorful leaf. Enlightenment tea. This is the very best enlightenment tea. Seeing that half-palm-sized leaf, Fatty opened his mouth with a face full of shock. This stuff isn't common. Take his Jumbo Pavilion for example, in the western region has been rooted for thousands of years, had seen all the enlightenment tea can be counted on one hand. Not to mention this superb enlightenment tea. Even he had only heard of it, not seen it. After all, this thing had a 70% probability of being able to allow a Yuaning cultivator to break through to the transformation god realm. It can be said that the extremely high-quality enlightenment tea, as long as it is a little bit of talent Yuaning cultivators take, can sense the opportunity to break through the realm of the god of transformation. If it wasn't for the fact that a Yuaning breaking through to the transformation of god needed to cross the lightning tribulation, this thing can even make 100% then break through to the transformation god realm. It's a bit of a vision. I'll put this item in your auction. As for the fees, I'll set them myself. All you need to do is use all the connections you can to get the word out, understand? After thinking about it, Uncle Fu spoke. Ha! Fatty couldn't help but stare after hearing this. So, you came here in the middle of the night to ask me to deliver a message for you? He muttered in his heart, but thinking of Fubo's terrifying strength, he hurriedly nodded in response. Okay, go ahead, the auction starts tomorrow. No problem? Fubo nodded his head in satisfaction and said. In response, Fatty's natural head shook like a rattle. Not to mention tomorrow, even if this is going to be an auction, he wouldn't dare say a word. Ling Tian sect, one of the 4 strongest sects in the western region. Little Mingyue was worshipping within this clan. Master, I'm back. Flying with her sword, she landed on a mountain peak and shouted very happily. Just come back safely. As the words fell, a noble woman-like woman appeared right in front of her. The woman was none other than little Mingyue's master, Lin Yu. Is your father okay? Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue and smiled amiably. Aha! Father is in good health, thank you master for your concern. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and said with a smile. Silly girl. Lin Yu smiled and continued, then you have to cultivate well next. The Qingyun secret realm will open after a while. There is an age restriction on the Green Cloud Mystic realm, only those within 10 years of age can enter. This secret realm was left behind by the god transformation cultivator Qin Yunzi back then, and was also an alchemist. There must be a lot of cultivation resources inside. In the entire Ling Tian sect, you and the sect leader's son are the only ones who meet the requirements. So, you'll be needed then. Aha! Little Mingyue didn't hesitate and directly nodded her head. Don't take it lightly, the people going from the other 3 great sects are surely all 1 in a million geniuses as well. So, you have to cultivate well now and raise your cultivation if you can. If you can't raise your cultivation level, just hone the sword techniques I've imparted to you a bit more. Lin Yu continued to exhort. Aha, master, I know. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Elder Lin, great joy, great joy. The treasure pavilion has just sent out news that there will be an auction for the extreme enlightenment tea tomorrow. Just then, an old man's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 4, Master, why do I feel this old grandpa looks so familiar? What? Hearing this news, Lin Yu's body shook as she looked towards the person who spoke. It was an old man with crane hair, 5'5" and plump. Elder Wang, are you telling the truth? Lin Yu inquired with a somewhat nervous expression. Meet Elder Wang. Little Mingyue, on the other hand, spoke very politely to the old man, only that there was a tinge of boredom in his tone. It seems, she doesn't like this guy. Little Akatsuki is here too, good boy. Elder Wang first glanced at little Mingyue with a smile before he said to Lin Yu, 1,000 times true, the news just came out. Auction tomorrow afternoon. Good, great, I must take this extreme enlightenment tea. Lin Yu was very excited and picked up the conversation. With this extreme enlightenment tea, she was fully confident that she would be able to break through to the transformation god realm. But soon she calmed down again, and her whole body seemed a little silent. Master, what's wrong with you? This sudden change in her made little Akatsuki very puzzled. Mingyue, your master is worried that he won't be able to shoot the extreme enlightenment tea. Elder Wang said with a glint in his eyes. Extreme enlightenment tea increases the probability of breaking through the realm of transformation by 70%. There were bound to be many people who would be moved by such a divine object. The bidding will be horrendous then too. How hard is it to get a shot? Ugh, I'll try as much as I can. Lin Yu let out a long sigh and said very helplessly. Elder Lin, why don't you consider my conditions? I'm worth my weight in gold, and you know it. When her words fell, Elder Wang opened his mouth smilingly. I'll think about it. Greeting Elder Wang's expectant gaze, Lin Yu said with a helpless sigh. Good, but Elder Lin also as soon as possible. The opportunity is not to be lost and the time is running out. Hearing this, Elder Wang laughed and turned around to leave after that. Master, don't marry him, he's not pretty at all. And bad, it's not even as good as Fubuki. Seeing him leave, little Mingyue opened her mouth with great dissatisfaction. After hearing this, Lin Yu smiled helplessly and bitterly. How could she not know about Elder Wang's character? But the saying that you can't miss a chance and you can't wait does ring true. Extreme enlightenment tea is too rare if you miss it this time. Good boy, this is master's business, you should cultivate well. She rubbed little Akatsuki's head and smiled gently. Master, that old man is bad, you can't marry him. Why don't you wait, when I become more powerful, I'll definitely get you enlightenment tea. Little Akatsuki said again. Words. Lin Yu smiled gently, while a warm current lay through his heart. Let's talk about this matter, tomorrow you will also go with me. Just in time to see if there are any suitable cultivation resources, or spirit weapons for you to use. She opened her mouth. Yes, thank you master, master is so nice. Little Mingyue returned very happily. Silly boy. Lin Yu touched her head, a smile on his face like a blooming hibiscus flower. On the second day, inside the Jumbo Pavilion and the Earth Character private room. Master, there are so many people. Little Linger obediently sat beside Lin Yu and looked down and opened her mouth. Follow her gaze. Only to see that the huge auction house was already packed with people. Not only that, but there was a steady stream of people coming in. Suffice it to say, it's getting to the point of shoulder to shoulder below. Mingyue, this extreme enlightenment tea is too rare, so it's only natural that more people come. Wang Pang, who had come with them, opened his mouth smilingly. Mingyue, tell me what you see later and I'll buy it for you. He continued to speak, his tone filled with bravado. Thank you Elder Wang. Even though she didn't like this guy, little Akatsuki still returned very politely. Good boy. Elder Wang smiled gently, only his gaze was more on Lin Yu. He knew Lin Yu extremely well. The reason why he wanted to break through the transformation god realm was because he had a deep-sea blood feud to avenge. Now the extreme enlightenment tea has appeared. He couldn't believe that Lin Yu would miss this opportunity. After all, enlightenment tea is rare, and the very best enlightenment tea is even harder to find in 1,000 years. If I miss it, I don't know when I'll have to wait. Therefore, he was 100% sure of taking down Linyu. Welcome to all of you who have come from afar, and please be quiet. Just then, a strong voice rang out. As the voice fell, the middle-aged fat man appeared on the high platform in the center of the auction house. Master, who is this fat uncle? Seeing the fat man who suddenly appeared, little Mingyue inquired with great curiosity. This person's name is Chen Feng, and he is the owner of the treasure pavilion. Mid-transformation god realm cultivation, very uncomplicated. Linyu looked at her with a smile and explained with a smile. Transformation god realm? So powerful. Little Mingyue opened her mouth in some surprise after hearing this. Linyu nodded approvingly. As for Elder Wang, he leisurely sipped his tea. Welcome to all the Dao friends who have come from afar. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Senior, please. At this moment, Chen Feng, who was standing on the high platform, spoke, and after that he respectfully retreated to the side. And, the body was still bent, the look was like an underling. Seeing Chen Feng in such a state, everyone was startled. One had to know that Chen Feng was at the middle stage of god transformation cultivation. Looking at the western region, his strength could be ranked in the top 5. What kind of existence could make him grovel so much? Even Elder Wang, who was slowly sipping his tea, was gazing at the high platform at this moment. I, Zhao Chuan, have met you all fellow Taoists. Under everyone's curious gazes, Fu Bo slowly walked out. Only, his face had changed. After all, Su Yan had explained that he could not be exposed. And, there was still a need to deliver the enlightenment tea to Linyu without arousing suspicion. That's why he approached Jumbo Court. Zhao Chuan. Someone from the Zhao family in Central State. No wonder Chen Feng is so groveling. It's actually the Zhao family of the Central State. Greetings, Elder Zhao. Hearing Fu Bo's introduction, everyone opened their mouths in utter horror. The Zhao family of Central State was a huge giant to the western region. Zhao Chuan. Could this person be? Inside the heavenly character private room, Elder Wang's flab trembled a few times after listening to Uncle Fu's self-introduction. Linyu, who was next to him, was also filled with shock. They have an understanding of the situation in the Central States. These naturally included the top 10 transition realm powerhouses of the Central State. Master, is this old grandpa very powerful? Little Mingyue inquired curiously from the side. More than awesome. Linyu smiled bitterly, and after taking a deep breath, she continued, Mingyu, this person is most likely one of the top 10 strongest people in the true martial continent. Never to be messed with. That's right, Mingyue, such existences are the heavens of the true martial continent, they must not be offended. Elder Wang followed suit and said, so awesome. Little Mingyue also opened her mouth with a shocked face, following which she turned her words around and scratched her head, but master, I feel that this old grandpa is so familiar AC. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Chapter 5 Zhao Chuan has been honest and begged to be spared. What? After hearing little Mingyue's words, Linyu and Elder Wang both froze for a very obvious moment. Little Akatsuki, you may have misremembered. This senior is not only one of the top 10 strongest robber realm practitioners in the true martial continent, but he also has the name of the gun immortal. He has a gun technique aptitude that has been cultivated to the extreme. Rumor has it that with this senior's cultivation coupled with that terrifying spear aptitude can battle an immortal of the upper realm. Elder Wang, who had slowed down after a few moments, smiled and opened his mouth. A figure like the gun immortal was not even qualified to come into contact with him. Therefore, regarding little Mingyue's words, he just took it as childish talk. Mingyue, it is indeed as Elder Wang said, this senior is a heaven of the true martial continent. How could you possibly have seen it? Linyu rubbed little Mingyue's head and smiled gently. As one of the 10 great robber realm powers of the true martial realm, Zhao Chuan naturally lived in an area that had the richest cultivation resources in the Central State. Moreover, such an existence was occupying the best cavernous land even in the Central State. It's safe to say, even some of the forces in the Central State that had Mahayana stage as well as Saint realm powerhouses sitting in their midst would have a hard time accessing this kind of character. Not to mention little Mingyue, who only had Jindan cultivation and had never even been all the way to the western realm of the true martial continent. Linyu reckoned that perhaps Xiao Mingyue had seen too many old masters when she was small and that was why she had the illusion that she had seen Zhao Chuan. Ha! Well, then maybe I was wrong. Little Mingyue nodded obediently after hearing this. Despite her words, her round eyes kept sizing up Zhao Chuan, as if recalling exactly where he had seen it before. Silly child, you still don't know what kind of existence the robbery realm is, do you? Linyu smiled gently and continued to speak. I don't know acrostic, can you tell me, master? Little Mingyue nodded and looked at Linyu with great anticipation, meeting her gaze. Linyu nodded as she smiled gently and explained, there are 9 realms in the true martial continent. The first is Qi refining, the second is foundation building, and the third is Jindan. After that comes the Yuaning realm, the transformation god realm, the harmonization realm, the Mahayana realm, the saint realm, and finally, the hijacking realm. The robbery realm is also known as the scattered immortal realm, and this realm has 9 levels just like the Qi refining realm, except that each level requires crossing a lightning tribulation. Rumor has it that as long as one passes through 9 thunder tribulations, one will be able to condense an immortal body and become the transcendent immortal. Hearing this, little Akatsuki couldn't help but vocalize. Wow, master, can a person really become an immortal? She opened her mouth in a shiny manner and inquired, but she didn't have the slightest idea that all these words were heard word for word by Zhao Chuan. He tracelessly swept a glance at the private room where little Mingyue was, and his heart was full of bitter smiles. One can become more than an immortal, one can become a god. Just like your dad. Zhao Chuan muttered in his mind. Rumor has it. Inside the private room, welcoming little Mingyue's clear, bright and still with a few moments of yearning gaze, Lin Yu gently smiled. Little Akatsuki, this is still far away for you. Saying all of this is just to let you understand what kind of existence the heavens realm really is. And this senior Zhao Chuan, he's a 9th tribulation realm powerhouse. Elder Wang on the side followed suit, only there was some sarcasm in his speech. A 9th tribulation realm powerhouse was only one step away from the immortal realm. How could little Mingyue have ever seen such a person? Oh, I misremembered then. Little Mingyue wasn't stupid and naturally understood Elder Wang's words. After she finished speaking, she let out a long, old-fashioned sigh and said, alas, it would be good if I knew this old grandpa, so that I could ask him to help save my mother. However, her words did not escape Zhao Chuan's ears. Hearing this, Zhao Chuan's heart couldn't help but tremble. At this time he had only one sentence in mind, had been honest and begged to be spared. Even a great power like Su Yun didn't dare to save little Mingyue's mother, thus showing how terrifying the other party was. Let people like him who can't walk more than one move in Su Yun's hands to save. It's not purely looking for death. Ahem. Zhao Chuan coughed, interrupting everyone's whispers. The old man came to the western region this time originally after visiting his old friend. Unfortunately, it was not traced. However, the western region is ultimately the homeland of my late friend. I've heard that the western region's enlightenment items are scarce, and many people are stuck at the Yuaning realm unable to break through. That's why the old man took out a piece of extreme enlightenment tea to help you all out. It's kind of a little bit of feedback for my late friend's hometown. Words. It dawned on those present. Because the extreme enlightenment tea was rare, it had the ability to increase enlightenment in addition to helping one break through the transformation god realm. Therefore, the extreme enlightenment tea had a certain effect even on saint realm powerhouses. They had been very curious as to why a strong person like Zhao Chuan would place the enlightenment tea in the western region for auction. After all, the value of western region cultivators certainly couldn't be compared to that of central state cultivators. It turned out to be because of this elder's great righteousness. Yes, senior, please accept my obeisance. Thank you, senior, for your generous help. The crowd opened their mouths with one word from you and one from me. There was a look of gratitude on his face. Master, this old grandpa is well aced. Little Mingyue followed suit after hearing this. Indeed. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, except that there was sadness in his eyes. This was because the extreme enlightenment tea could increase the probability of breaking through the transformation realm by 70%. The competitiveness of such a divine object can be imagined. At her price, it is hard to get it into her hands. Don't worry, Elder Lin, as long as you agree to old man's conditions. How about the old man will definitely shoot this for you? Elder Wang swept a glance at Lin Yu's stature and said in an insightful manner. Words. Little Myung Moon hurriedly grabbed Lin Yu's hand, not wanting her to agree. Good boy. Lin Yu smiled gently and rubbed little Mingyue's head. After she finished speaking, she looked at Elder Wang and gritted her teeth after a moment's hesitation. Fine, as long as Elder Wang can help me auction off this extreme enlightenment tea, I will agree. Yes. Elder Wang opened his mouth with great joy. As far as he was concerned, the matter was basically a done deal. After all, as the only 5th grade alchemist in the western region, the ones who traded with him were all transformation spirit realm powerhouses. To be precise, it was many transformation spirit realm powerhouses that begged for his help in refining pills. In terms of stature, he had enough backbone to crush everyone. Alright, the old man will say the rules of the extreme enlightenment tea auction. All of you take out a treasure and come out, if the old man is in favor of its treasure. This extreme enlightenment tea will be surrendered. At this time, Zhao Chuan swept a glance at everyone and opened his mouth. Hearing this auction format, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Because a lot of people are in the same situation as Lin Yu, their value is not working. But if we follow Zhao Chuan's words, everyone would have a chance to obtain the extreme enlightenment tea. Master, it's so good. Little Mingyue's face was also all excited when she heard this rule. A smile similarly surfaced on Lin Yu's face. Hee, little Akatsuki, you're still too naive. Elder Wang, however, smiled disdainfully and picked up the conversation. Chapter 6, if I get picked, I'll write my name backwards. Did you really get it? Not waiting for little Mingyue to speak, he continued, for an existence like Elder Zhao, if it's something ordinary how can it fall into his eyes? One sentence was like a pot of cold water poured over Lin Yu's head. Yeah, how could an existence like Zhao Chuan look at ordinary treasures? Then master has a chance too. Little Akatsuki retorted defiantly. Oh, naive. Elder Wang just opened his mouth with a cold smile. Okay, Akatsuki. Lin Yu rubbed little Mingyue's head as she looked at Elder Wang and continued, no matter what form the auction takes, as long as you can help me obtain the enlightenment tea, I will agree to your conditions. It wasn't hard to see that she had already made up her mind to go out of her way for the sake of this extreme enlightenment tea. Good. Elder Wang opened his mouth with a great expression of joy. As the only 5th grade alchemist in the western region, he was not only worth a terrifying amount of money, but the treasures he possessed were all extremely top-notch as well. Therefore, he was still confident in taking the extreme enlightenment tea. Alright gentlemen, all bring out your treasures. Zhao Chuan's voice sounded again. Words. Lin Yu immediately started rummaging through his storage ring for treasures. Not only her, but little Akatsuki as well. Ah, Akatsuki, you want to participate too? Seeing this, Elder Wang snorted. What good things could a Jindan realm come up with? Just in case old Grandpa Senior takes a liking to the treasure I'm taking out. Little Mingyue opened her mouth in a very unconvincing manner. After hearing this, Elder Wan was instantly happy. Only he did not say anything mocking, but only sneered disdainfully in his heart. A moment. Lin Yu then took out a treasure, a purple-colored ore. The Heavenly Starstone? Elder Lin is good at it. Seeing that purple ore, Elder Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. It was because this purple starstone was a 7th grade ore, something for refining Dao weapons. Even the Mahayana realm would be moved by the sight of it. He didn't expect that Lin Yu still had such a treasure on him. Acquired by chance. Lin Yu glanced at him and opened his mouth in a salty manner. Elder Wang laughed and didn't say anything more, but instead probed his hand and took out a fist-sized peach. 5th grade enhancing peach. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but shrink at the sight. Spiritual objects in the world, whether they are elixirs or ores, are all divided according to their grade. The 1st to the 9th grade corresponded to the refined Shi realm to the robbery realm. But, everything is not constant. Take the 5th grade Yuan enhancement peach in Elder Wang's hand. Although it was only a 5th grade spiritual object, due to the fact that this object was able to increase life expectancy by 1,000 years, its value was not in the least below that of her Heavenly Starstone. If they encountered that kind of existence whose lifespan was about to end, the 5th grade enhancing peach was enough to bring out the value of a 9th grade spirit item. Oh, by chance. Elder Wang laughed. His tone was not salty, but his demeanor was very complacent. No one can resist the lure of longevity. He didn't believe that Zhao Chuan couldn't see this enhanced peach. After Lin Yu heard this, his entire body fell into silence. For a long-famous existence like Zhao Chuan, life-enhancing spirits must be the first choice. What's little Akatsuki getting ready to take? Elder Wang laughed and changed the topic, saying, this. Little Akatsuki spoke as she held a fruit. It was also a fist-sized fruit, kind of like an apple and kind of like a pear. It looks very tasty and delicious. A 4th grade green spirit fruit is considered a treasure. Elder Wang swept a glance and opened his mouth smilingly, only a flash of disdain in his eyes. The green spirit fruit is a 4th grade treasure, but it is only because of the good taste and sweet juice, loved by some female cultivators, so it is designated as a 4th grade spirit. If something like this could get into Zhao Chuan's eyes, he would write his name backwards. Master, this is my best treasure. Little Mingyue took the green spirit fruit and opened her mouth to Lin Yu with some embarrassment. Obviously, she also knew that this thing shouldn't be able to get into Zhao Chuan's eyes either. Good. You have a heart. Lin Yu's heart, on the other hand, was warm and fuzzy, so what if there was no hope? At least, little Akatsuki's heart was pure and flawless. Alright gentlemen, all take the treasures into your hands. At that moment, Zhao Chuan's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, all did as they were told. With that, only Zhao Chuan's probing hand was seen waving, and everyone's treasures flew to their sides. The treasures can be varied. There were pills, ores, magic weapons, spirit medicines, spirit fruits, and even demon beast meat and techniques. Faced with so many treasures, none of the crowd had any intention of appreciating the marveling. All of them were staring nervously at Zhao Chuan, their eyes full of intense desire. Zhao Chuan, on the other hand, idly surveyed the treasures. A moment later, he spoke, they are all good treasures, and I do have my eye on one. Words. The tension on everyone's faces increased, and they all desperately wanted to know if what Zhao Chuan was looking at was theirs. Go back. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth smilingly, and as he spoke, he probed his hand again. Immediately afterward, all the treasures offered by the people were returned to their original owners. Only one fruit was still hanging in front of Zhao Chuan. This is. Looking at the fruit that was left alone, everyone was stunned, and their faces were all incredulous. Especially Elder Wang and Lin Yu. The two men looked stupefied, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. Master, did this old grandfather senior choose my fruit? On the side, little Akatsuki weakly inquired. As if responding to her words, Zhao Chuan's voice followed, the Taoist who took out the green spirit fruit come to old man. Oh yeah. Master, it's me. Little Mingyue was happy to hear this and bounced in place. Good, great, Mingyue quickly go to senior's place. Remember, never offend senior. Lin Yu reacted and also opened his mouth in great surprise. Even her body was trembling from the exhilaration, and her face was flushed beyond measure, because she didn't expect it in any way. Zhao Chuan had surprisingly chosen little Mingyue's green spirit fruit. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, then her body turned into a stream of light and came to Zhao Chuan. Greetings, old Grandpa Senior. She arched her hand and bent her head in salute. Seeing the situation, Zhao Chuan's eyelids fluttered furiously. So it's a cute little doll, there's no need to be polite for a little doll. After saying that, he hurriedly helped little Mingyue up. If Suyin knew about this, he wouldn't have to go picking dung and planting for a few days? Surprisingly, I would choose the green spirit fruit. How did this happen? How did this happen? Damn it, I have the green spirit fruit in my storage ring. How could Senior choose a spirit item like the green spirit fruit that doesn't serve much of a purpose? Only then did the people who had come to the auction react and talk. Old Grandpa Senior, are you choosing my fruit? Little Akatsuki also asked weakly. That's right, girl, it is precisely your green spirit fruit that I have chosen. This piece of extreme enlightenment tea is yours. Zhao Chuan nodded smilingly, and as he spoke, he handed the extreme enlightenment tea to little Mingyue. Chapter 7 The district's 5th grade alchemist, dare to target miss? Thank you, old Grandpa Senior. Little Mingyue excitedly reached out and accepted the extreme enlightenment tea. She held the enlightenment tea as if she were holding a precious pearl, afraid of accidentally breaking it. Master, I've got the enlightenment tea. She ran towards the private room where Lin Yu was escorting the enlightenment tea, her little face full of excitement. Because in her opinion, in that case, her own master wouldn't have to marry Elder Wang. Master, enlightenment tea. Coming inside the private room, little Mingyue passed the enlightenment tea to Lin Yu, a smiling demeanor all over her little face. Good. Lin Yu's expression was also particularly excited. Only a moment later, she said in a deep voice, Mingyue, do you really want to give me this thing? What if you break through the transformation god realm in the future? Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and said without a care in the world, it's alright ACA, when Master becomes powerful, he will help me find ACA. It's still a long time before I break through to the transformation god realm. Master, take it. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yu to answer, she directly and boldly forced the enlightenment tea into her hands. Good, don't worry Mingyu, in the future, when you want to break through the god transformation realm, I will get you a god transformation spirit item even if I have to fight for my life. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. Aha, Master Sticky. Little Mingyue nodded heavily, and after finishing, her small body was like a kitten, drilling straight into Lin Yu's arms. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu smiled gently and reached out to wrap his arms around her. As for Elder Wang, at this point, he was already so angry that his back teeth were clenched. He didn't think that 10 out of 10 was a good thing. Surprisingly, it was taken by little Mingyue. Similarly, he couldn't figure out why Zhao Chuan would look at the mediocre green spirit fruit. A life-enhancing object is the preferred choice for an existence like this one, huh? Senior Zhao, why did you choose the green spirit fruit? Yes, Elder Zhao, this green spirit fruit is plain, how could you? I'm not happy about it. Just then, the others reacted and opened their mouths inquiringly in a very depressed manner. The green spirit fruit had no other effects other than a better flavor. It could be said that a 4th grade green spirit fruit was inferior to a 3rd grade elixir. Oh, that's just it. I'll be honest with you, old man. Actually, my late friend was my Taoist partner back then. It was only later that the two of us were forced to part due to some irresistible elements. By the time I was famous, she was dead. Back then, her favorite food was this green spirit fruit. Zhao Chuan smiled gently and explained. Not to mention the green spirit fruit, even if little Mingyue took out a weed, he would be able to make up a perfect story out of it. Words. The cultivators who came forward were dazed. Damn it, I have the green spirit fruit as well, if I had known I would have taken it out. Alas, that little girl is really lucky. Yes, exchanging a mere green spirit fruit for an extreme enlightenment tea, alas. The crowd opened their mouths in envy and jealousy. Well, I'll take my leave, old man. Zhao Chuan spoke again, after he took a deep look at the private room where little Mingyue was. He was naturally aware of what was going on in the private room. A mere 5th grade alchemist dares to target Miss H.M. He muttered in his mind, and his body disappeared above the high platform. Lingyun City was on its way to the Ling Tian sect. Master, with that enlightenment tea, you'll be able to break through the realm of transformation blah? Little Mingyue stood on the flying sword, hugging Lin Yu's thigh as she inquired. Aha, with this extreme enlightenment tea, I have full assurance of breaking through the transformation god realm. Akatsuki, thank you. Lin Yu opened his mouth with some hot tears. A divine item like the extreme enlightenment tea would move the hearts of even a harmonization realm or even a Mahayana realm cultivator. She didn't expect that little Bright Moon would give it to herself. It's okay ACA, Master, we should thank old Grandpa Senior, he gave it to us. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. That's right, if we see Senior Zhao again in the future, we must give our thanks. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Congratulations Elder Lin. Elder Wang, who was following them and using a bushel fan as a magic weapon, opened his mouth with a bad taste in his heart. At this point he was angry and depressed. Before the extreme enlightenment tea was finalized, he had already figured out which way he would enjoy Lingyu tonight. I didn't expect to be destroyed by little Mingyue's green spirit fruit. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became in his heart, and even his gaze at little Mingyue was tinged with intense hatred. Even, the mind was already thinking about what could be done to make this eyeless yellow girl remember. Many thanks to Elder Wang for accompanying me. Lin Yu opened his mouth in a salty and polite manner. Elder Lin, the best way to make this extreme enlightenment tea is actually to refine it into a divine transformation pill. The God transformation pill refined with this item is enough to increase the chances of breakthrough by 90%. Elder Wang's eyes gurgled a bit and opened his mouth. Master doesn't need the God transformation pill to break through. Little Mingyue gave him a very disgusted look and said. When she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yu again. Master, you say yes. Seeing her so protective of herself, a motherly smile immediately appeared on Lin Yu's face. She rubbed little Mingyue's head and nodded her head. Mingyue is right, I don't need the God transformation pill. Hear that? Elder Wang's face abruptly sank, and his fists that were tucked away in his sleeves tightened fiercely. Damn yellow hair girl, old man will make you look good, he muttered through gritted teeth in his mind, oblivious to the fact that in the woods below them, two people were silently watching at that moment. Just this old thing targeting the lady? Martial Great Wolf looked at Elder Wang in the air and opened his mouth with a displeased expression. A mere late-stage Yuan guy dares to target his own young lady? That's right, you'll be the one to step in this time. I have just appeared, and I am afraid that the lady will remember the scent on me. Zhao Chuan, who was standing on the sidelines, nodded his head gently. Say, what's it going to take? Exterminate it, skin it, and soul it? A flash of fierceness flashed in the eyes of Wu Dolph as he picked up the conversation. Vulgar, how can you be so cruel in front of a lady? What about leaving a psychological shadow on the young lady by using such a cruel way in front of her? You don't want your life, I want it. Zhao Chuan shook him off with a blank stare, his gaze the same as looking at a cutie. Like that, he opened his mouth and said, Amount. Wu Wolf sniffed and froze slightly, abruptly sending another shiver down his spine. It was also true that if Su Yun knew that he had left a shadow of fear in little Mingyue's heart, then he will surely also be the one who will be flayed and have his soul extracted. Cut the crap. You've got a good head on your shoulders, tell me, what's it going to take? Wu Wolf inquired once again. Meeting his gaze, Zhao Chuan stroked the goatee on his chin, and a moment later he attached himself to the ear of Wu Wolf and said, you do this first. And then this. The more he listened, the more light there was in the eyes of Wu Wolf. When Zhao Chuan finished speaking, he couldn't help but slap his thighs. Old stick, it's still you, I'll do it now. After saying that, his body turned into a stream of light and chased after the three of them towards little Mingyue. In just the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the three little bright moon people. That old thing in front of me, stop right there. Martial Great Wolf chided in a ferocious tone. Chapter 8, what is your cultivation level? Dare to wear the same color robe as me? Upon hearing the voice of Martial Great Wolf, the three of little Mingyue immediately stopped and turned around. Seeing the vocalized Martial Wolf, doubt flooded the eyes of all three, but only moments later. A look of horror then appeared on the faces of Elder Wang and Lin Yu, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the true martial world, the blade god Martial Great Wolf. The next moment, the two exclaimed in unison. Having said that, the two couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing the shock as well as disbelief in each other's eyes. What's going on today? Not only did he meet the legendary gun immortal Zhao Chuan, but now he even met the god of knives, Wu Dolph. How could such top-notch powerhouses all show up in the western region? Can't it be that something big is happening in the western region? The two of them were muttering in their hearts, but they didn't see in the slightest that little Mingyue, who was scratching her head and staring at Wu Wolf. Why does this older man look familiar too? She thought to herself. Master, who is this older man? Little Mingyue tightly hugged Lin Yu's thigh and asked in an extremely low voice. Hush, Akatsuki, no rudeness. Hearing little Mingyue's title for Wu Wolf, Lin Yu's heart trembled in fear. She hurriedly explained, Mingyue, this senior is in existence with the same name as Senior Zhao. It's also one of the top 10 strongest men in the true martial realm, and is honored by the world as the Blade God. Ha! After hearing this, a touch of shock surfaced on little Mingyue's face. So powerful AC. Yes, Mingyue rumors that this person has an unstable temperament, sometimes good and sometimes bad. Do not be offended, or he will most likely turn on us. Lin Yu said seriously. Ooh. Little Mingyue nodded heavily, but the doubt in her eyes did not dissipate. Master, I feel as if I have seen this senior before. What? Lin Yu's brain couldn't help but be confused after hearing this. You've seen the God of Swords? How is that possible? Akatsuki, it should be your illusion. Do you look at the face of the predecessor that you have seen? She opened her mouth quizzically and inquired. After hearing this, little Mingyue looked towards Wu Dolph's face, and for a moment she shook her head. Master, I haven't seen this senior before. Like this. Hearing her out, Lin Yu quickly responded. The reason why little Akatsuki thought she had seen it before must have been because she had seen more people with the same body shape, and that was why it looked familiar. Just like when I met Xiao Chuan at the auction house before. After all, when Xiao Chuan had shown up before, little Mingyue had also said something like this. Akatsuki, you should have seen someone with the same body shape, that's why it looks familiar. She explained. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded with a sudden sense of reason. Unbeknownst to her, the other side of the room, Woolawolf, who hadn't said another word, had actually been paying attention to her movements. His heart was in his throat when he heard Xiao Mingyue whisper that she had seen him. This was because he was afraid that he would reveal himself and cause Su Yun's disguise plan to be exposed. In that case, he will surely die. It wasn't until he heard Lin Yu's words and little Mingyue's dazed look that he let out a long sigh of relief. It's a good thing I didn't show my true colors when I was in the village. Woodawolf muttered in his mind. The current him is the original appearance, otherwise Elder Wang and Lin Yu would not have been able to recognize him. But, when he was in the village, he was a different look. The same goes for Xiao Chuan. As for why, he knew exactly. Su Yun was worried that Xiao Mingyue would take someone to the village and recognize them. This was also the reason why both he and Xiao Chuan dared to reveal their true faces when acting outside. Elder Wu, are you calling little old me? Just then, Elder Wang, who hadn't seen Martial Great Wolf speak again, inquired apprehensively and cautiously. That's right, it's you. Get thee over here. Woodawolf nodded his head with the look of a landlubber. This. Elder Wang couldn't help but shiver as he listened. The sect was afraid that they would go out and invoke a terrifying existence out of ignorance, so they had purposely explained to each and every one of them about the powerful people of the central state. Among them, the 10 great plunder realm powerhouses were the most detailed. Therefore, he knew very well about the nature of Woodawolf, temperamental. Not only are they temperamental, they never have any restraint in what they do. At that time, when the clan explained this character again, it was emphasized extraordinarily. Elder Wang didn't expect that he would meet Big Wolf Wu today, and the other party had asked for himself by name. What a thing to call it. He muttered in his mind, but he was forced to follow the orders of Woodawolf in the face of it. He could only go forward shivering under the curious gazes of Lin Yu and little Mingyue. Senior Wu, what is the matter? He looked at Woodawolf with eyes full of fear like a tortoise. Snap! The words had only just finished being spoken when Wudolf directly slapped him in the face with a big mouth. The crisp ringing sound made Lin Yu and little Mingyue, who were far apart, feel as if their faces were slightly sore. As for the person in question, Elder Wang, several teeth were sprayed out of his mouth on the spot. X. He covered his face and looked at Woodawolf in anger and confusion. He really couldn't figure it out. Why did the Wookiee wolf turn on himself? What is your cultivation level? How dare you wear the same color vestments as me? Are you worthy? Martial Great Wolf stared ferociously at Elder Wang and chided. Ha! When these words came out, Elder Wang was dumbfounded on the spot. The special code. Because of that you made a move on me. As for Lin Yu and Mingyu, when they heard this, they could barely hold back their laughter. They were just as puzzled as Elder Wang as to why Woodawolf had made his move. I didn't realize. Was because of this. Speak, are you worthy? Seeing that it didn't scare little Mingyue, Big Wolf Wu let go of his ego on the spot and gave Elder Wang another big mouthful. Moment. Both of Elder Wang's cheeks were immediately red and swollen. Unworthy, senior, I was wrong. He opened his mouth in tears. Perhaps how he never thought that one day he would be beaten up because of the color of his clothes. At this moment, he could truly appreciate the character of Martial Wolf. Snap! Just as Elder Wang's words fell, Big Wolf Wu went up with another big mouth. X. Elder Wang was directly slapped dumbfounded. Hadn't he recognized his mistake? What is your cultivation level? How dare you use a magic weapon that is the same as the fan I used to fan myself? Who gave you the nerve? Woodawolf opened his mouth unforgivingly. Elder Wang was even more confused after hearing this. That's a ing slap in the face too. He thought with anger and depression in his mind. As for Lin Yu and little Mingyue, they had already covered their mouths and snickered by now. Snap! Just then, Big Wolf Wu hit Elder Wang in the face with another big mouth. What is this about, Elder? Elder Wang was dumbfounded. What? Do you want to keep wearing the same color vestments as me? Still want to keep using the same style of spells with me? Martial Great Wolf opened his mouth with a cold snort. Don't dare, don't dare. Elder Wang was so well behaved that he opened his mouth like a grandson, and as he spoke, he endured the heartache of destroying the magic robe and the magic weapon on the spot. Old thing, pay attention next time. Seeing this, Martial Great Wolf then nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Looking in the direction he had left, Elder Wang's mind is a mess. What the hell is this? Chapter 9 Master, have you ever seen a chicken with 3 feet? Ha 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 ha. When Woodawolf left, little Mingyue couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Lin Yu also had the corners of her mouth twitching continuously. It seemed like she wanted to laugh, merely they were all held back. After all, you don't look at the face of a monk to see the face of the Buddha. Elder Wang and her were both one of the Ling Tian sect elders after all. It's not nice to mock to its face like that. Looking at the smiling little Mingyue, Elder Wang's entire face turned into black charcoal. Of course, there was more depression in his mind. It was because of the color of the vestments he wore as well as the style of the vestments that he received a few big smacks. Who the hell to talk to about this? With that in mind, he no longer paid attention to little Mingyue and Lingyu, and directly disappeared towards the sect alone with a black face. Ah, bad old man, deserved it. Looking at Elder Wang's departing back, little Mingyue smiled and spoke. It wasn't for no reason that she hated Elder Wang. Because of Elder Wang's deeds, everyone in the Ling Tian sect knew about it. Seeing a beautiful woman makes you want to move. Once even used his identity to force a female disciple of the clan to commit herself to him. However, due to his status as the only 5th grade alchemist in the western region, the clan could not do anything about him. After all, those harmonized God Realm Taishang elders were counting on Elder Wang's alchemy to speed up their cultivation. So, for Elder Wang, little Mingyue was extremely disgusted. Not to mention, now Elder Wang was hitting Lin Yu over the head. Akatsuki, stop laughing. Lin Yu rubbed her little head and spoke with a smile. Master, isn't it funny? Ha ha ha. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth and couldn't help but laugh again when she finished. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh along. A small and large two people are not the slightest bit aware that Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph are looking at the two of them in the forest below. Well, not only did you teach that old man a lesson, but you made the lady happy. Martial Great Wolf looked at little Mingyue, who was doubled over in laughter, and opened his mouth very proudly. That's a beautiful thing to do. I didn't realize that, but you've got a pretty good head on your shoulders. That old man won't be able to make pills again, will he? Zhao Chuan nodded smilingly and praised. Naturally, a strand of Yin flame was injected by me within his Dan fire. As long as he dares to open the furnace to make pills, that wisp of Yin flame will riot within his Dan flame. That taste, if it doesn't hurt so much that he cries out, I'll take your name. Martial Wolf hemmed and hawed and returned with a very proud smile. Not bad, but this guy is ultimately the source of the Ling Tian sect's pills. Scrapping him is not a good thing for the Ling Tian sect. Miss is estimated to stay in the Ling Tian sect for a long time. She can't lack pills for her cultivation. In this case, you go and get a copy of the 9th grade alchemy inheritance to arrange for it to enter the Green Cloud Mystic Realm for the young lady to obtain. Zhao Chuan read his goatee and opened his mouth as if he were a military advisor. No problem. Martial Great Wolf nodded. The 9th grade alchemy inheritance was the topmost inheritance in the true martial realm. What is hard to get for others is just a matter of words for him. Not a moment too soon. Lin Yu then took little Mingyue back inside the Ling Tian sect. Mingyue, haven't you always wanted to eat the clan-raised Phoenix Spirit Chicken? I'll go buy 2 of them. How about we eat Phoenix Spirit Chicken today? Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue, who was still laughing because of what happened to Elder Wang, and spoke. Wow, yeah. Upon hearing the Phoenix Spirit Chicken, little Mingyue's eyes instantly let out a bright light. This kind of chicken was designated as a 4th grade spirit bird because it had a trace of Phoenix bloodline in its body. It is very suitable for Jindan realm and Yuanying realm cultivators. Its effect was in no way inferior to a cultivation elixir of the same grade. And the Phoenix Spirit Chicken is a spirit bird unique to the Ling Tian sect. The price is naturally not cheap. Lin Yu knew that little Mingyue had always wanted to eat Phoenix Spirit Chicken. It was just the price of the Phoenix Spirit Chicken that stretched her. After all, she had always wanted to purchase a God Transformation Spirit item to break through to the God Transformation realm. Today, little Mingyue is giving away the very best enlightenment tea with no strings attached. Even if he emptied all his family's money, Lin Yu would still buy 2 for little Mingyue to eat. Okay, wait here, I'll get it now. Lin Yu rubbed her head and after saying that, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. It only took a moment for her to return with 2 Phoenix Spirit Chickens. Master is so good, Master Sticky. Looking at the 2 Phoenix Spirit Chickens, little Mingyue salivated. Be a good boy and wait, Master will make it for you. Seeing her look of a little glutton, Lin Yu laughed and immediately stewed the 2 Phoenix Spirit Chickens. Master, have you ever seen a chicken with 3 feet? Little Akatsuki said as she squatted in the cauldron teasing the fire under the pot with a burning stick. A 3-legged chicken? Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this, then she guffawed. Mingyu, where in the world is there a chicken with 3 feet? Yes. Little Mingyue listened and immediately spoke up as she continued. My father was able to raise chickens with 3 feet. Daddy said that he bred it himself. That kind of chicken is delicious. As she said it, she looked like a little glutton. Really? Lin Yu was very surprised and asked after him. After practicing for hundreds of years, this was really the first time she had heard of a 3-legged chicken. Right, Master, when you have time you can go to my house. I'll have Daddy make you a 3-legged chicken, it's delicious. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily back. I don't know. The complicated look on the face of Zhao Chuan, who had been secretly in charge of protecting her. Su Yun does raise chickens with 3 feet there. But, that is not a chicken, but a 3-legged golden crow. It was specially captured by Su Yun at the God Realm. Okay, how about we go to your house when you come out of the Green Cloud Mystic Realm? Lin Yu smiled gently and returned. When the time comes, I'll not only have Daddy make you a 3-legged chicken for dinner, and let Daddy give fish stew. Daddy's fish are delicious too. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily and continued. After hearing that, Zhao Chuan, whose face was hidden in the darkness, became even more inexplicable in its demeanor. Sun does raise fish. But that dam is not a fish at all, but the legendary Kunpeng divine beast. He didn't expect it. Little Mingyue not only wants to take Lin Yu to eat the three-legged golden crow, but also the Kunpeng. Miss, that's not good enough to eat, he muttered in his mind. Good. Lin Yu, who was not the least bit aware of the situation, smiled and nodded. Soon, night then enveloped the entire true martial realm. Zhao Chuan saw that little Mingyue had fallen into a deep sleep, and his figure disappeared into the night. Su Yun gave him the task of secretly protecting little Mingyue during the day. In the evening, they go to debrief. It's just the blink of an eye. Zhao Chuan then returned to Chang'an village and Su's family. His face also turned into Fubuki. My lord. Coming to Su Yun, he said respectfully, how's it going? Things are all set, right? Su Yun held a small white dog and asked with a flat expression. Words. Zhao Chuan first took a heartfelt glance at the little white dog. The little white dog was the big white that little Mingyue spoke of. It was brought back by little Mingyue, and was originally just a second-stage demonic beast white wolf equivalent to a human Foundation establishment realm cultivator. However, under Su Yun's feeding, at this time, the white wolf had already metamorphosed into a divine beast, white zephyr. Things are all set. However, the young lady said that when the green cloud mystic realm is over, she will bring her master to visit you. Not only that, but also wants you to slaughter the three-legged golden crow and Kunpeng for her master. Zhao Chuan spoke respectfully. After hearing this, Su Yun's hand that was stroking Great White instantly stopped. Chapter 10 Elder Wang wasted? Daughter, that's the one that Pops had a hard time capturing from the god realm. Su Yun laughed bitterly in his heart. It's just a matter of slaughtering two and eating them. The big deal is to go back to the god world and grab some more. He muttered in his mind, then calmly nodded, no harm done. This. Zhao Chuan was envious in his heart after hearing this. Surprisingly, he used a mere 2 phoenix spirit chickens in exchange for a big meal of three-legged golden crow and Kunpeng. This was simply a better deal than going out and picking up an immortal weapon. At the moment, he was envious and jealous of Lin Yu. After all, whether it was the three-legged golden crow or the Kunpeng, both were legendary divine beasts. Its flesh and blood carried divinity, and no matter what cultivation level ate it, it would be extremely beneficial. Even a 9th tribulation realm powerhouse like him could gain very great benefits. There is one more thing, my lord, and it is this. Zhao Chuan retrieved his thoughts and opened his mouth again, narrating the matter of Elder Wang. Good. You guys did a beautiful job on this one. There are 2 more three-legged golden crow eggs, one for you and the manure picker. Sort of a reward for you guys. As to whether you eat it and refine it to increase your cultivation or hatch it into a Jinclan divine beast, you decide for yourselves. After listening, Su Yun nodded with great satisfaction and said, Much thanks, my lord. Zhao Chuan listened and spoke with great emotion. Although the three-legged golden crow eggs were not as good as the adult golden crow, their value was also terrifying. If you refine it as a cultivation resource, his cultivation will definitely be able to go further. If you hatch it out as a township beast, enough to protect his family for 1,000,000 years. After all, the three-legged golden crow possessed a divine beast bloodline, and as long as it didn't die prematurely, it would be a terrifying existence that could become a divine realm in the future. This is what you deserve. I'm a man who rewards and punishes. Go on, the golden crow eggs are in the henhouse, get them yourselves. Su Yun waved his hand indifferently. 2 golden crow eggs were just that, a dispensable thing to him. Yes. Zhao Chuan respectfully answered before exiting the room. Well, your honor isn't angry, is he? When Wu Dolph, who was waiting anxiously outside, saw him, he hurriedly went forward and asked. No, you did a good job with this. Your excellency rewarded us each with a golden crow egg. Zhao Chuan grinned and said. After hearing this, Martial Great Wolf's body trembled directly from exhilaration. The breeze passes through, the sun and the moon change. Time passed quietly as the world of true martial world cultivated. A month passed without incident. Ling Tian sect, on the Green Spirit Peak. Master, you made a breakthrough? Looking at Lin Yu who came back from outside, little Mingyue couldn't wait to ask after him. Exactly. Lin Yu nodded heavily, and as she spoke, a very terrifying aura erupted from her. At this time, she had already managed to break through the transformation god realm with the help of the extreme enlightenment tea. Wow, it's so good, master is great. Little Mingyue praised very happily, as if Lin Yu's breakthrough was more worthy of joy than her own cultivation breakthrough. And many thanks for your extreme enlightenment tea. Lin Yu smiled gently as she continued, tomorrow is the day the Green Cloud Mystic Realm opens. I'll look for the Patriarch first and apply to become a Supreme Elder, and tomorrow I'll personally take you to the Green Cloud Mysterious Realm. Didn't you have your eye on a spirit fox beast pet before? It only let it get away. When we come out of the Green Cloud Mystic Realm, I'll personally take you to catch it, okay? Listen to the end. Little Mingyue became even more excited as she nodded her head in a hurry. Okay, thank you master. Master paste. After saying that, her small body went straight into Lin Yu's arms. Silly girl. Lin Yu smiled gently and reached out to hold her gently. After talking to her for a while longer, Lin Yu went straight to the Patriarch's hall. Soon, she then came to the Patriarch's hall. Only, what surprised her was that Elder Wang was also there. What did you say? You can't make pills anymore. Just after arriving at the Patriarch's hall, Lin Yu heard Patriarch Ling Yin Taoist's very surprised and shocked voice. Can't make pills anymore? Lin Yu was slightly stunned, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Elder Wang. Yeah, Patriarch, I wonder what's going on. As soon as I open the furnace to make pills now, my body aches strangely. Elder Wang drooped his head, absent-mindedly standing in the center of the hall, with depression and doubt in his eyes. Since returning from the auction, he then thought of working hard on refining pills and using them to convince all the Supreme Elders so that he could take down Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, once the alchemy body pain, and is all over the body pain. It was as if worms were burrowing in the marrow. That kind of feeling, just thinking about it made Elder Wang feel chills all over his body. He had also gone to someone to look at it, but neither one could see what was wrong. You how? Taoist Ling Yin looked at Elder Wang, and for a moment, he unexpectedly did not know what to say. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yu again, and his eyes glared, incredulously saying, Lin Yu, you broke through to the transformation god realm. Hearing his voice, Elder Wang also looked towards Lin Yu. Back to Patriarch, the last time I obtained the extreme enlightenment tea, I went into seclusion to cultivate, and today I managed to break through the god transformation realm. Meeting Taoist Ling Yin's gaze, Lin Yu returned. Yes. Taoist Ling Yin spoke in an excited tone. In that case, my Ling Tian sect has another transformation god powerhouse. Did you come to apply to become a Tai Shang elder? Lin Yu nodded. Good, Lin Yu listened to the order. From now on you are promoted to the 5th Supreme Elder of the Ling Tian sect. Grant the number, Immortal Forest Taoist Monarch. Taoist Ling Yin nodded heavily and said, a Tao Lord is the honorific title given to a cultivator at the realm of the transfigured god. Yes, thank you, Sovereign. Lin Yu nodded her head. She didn't care about these honorifics. Patriarch, tomorrow is the day that the Green Cloud Mystic Realm opens, and I want to be the leader. She continued. Leader? Taoist Immortal Forest, you are at the Spirit Transformation Realm cultivation level, and also a new Tai Shang Elder. Let's get you going on this. Taoist Ling Yin's brows furrowed slightly. Things like this were usually led by Yuaning cultivators. But soon he responded by inquiring, but your disciple is also going? Lin Yu nodded. Good, then you will lead tomorrow. Seeing this, Taoist Ling Yin immediately nodded his head in response. Thank you, Patriarch, for making it happen. Lin Yu arched his hand back. No harm done. Taoist Ling Yin waved his hand. This was just a small matter. The real big matter now was Elder Wang. You really can't make pills anymore? He looked towards Elder Wang with a frown on his face. Patriarch, me. Elder Wang spoke with a bitter face. His greatest role was alchemy. If he could no longer refine pills in the future, then in the Ling Tian sect, he could only be an ordinary elder. What the hell is wrong with you? Ling Yin Dao hostage asked. If Elder Wang was unable to refine pills, then what about the future cultivation of the Ling Tian sect's spirit transformation realm cultivators? To buy a potion? The 5th grade pills are treated as treasures by all the major powers, so who would sell them? Lin Yu also stared at Elder Wang with great curiosity. Patriarch, I suspect that Blade God Wudolph is behind this. Elder Wang hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Chapter 11 Elder Wang, you only have yourself to blame. What? When these words came out, both Taoist Ling Yun and Lin Yu's faces changed slightly. Elder Wang, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Taoist Ling Yun immediately sank and opened his mouth. The kind of ruthless person like Woodawolf, even he had to be a grandson when he met him. How could a powerhouse like that target Elder Wang, who only had a cultivation level of the Yuaning realm? Patriarch, I had previously gone to the Extreme Enlightenment Tea auction with Elder Lin. On the way back, I met Woolawolf, who had made a move on me. After that, every time I make pills, my whole body will be in strange pain. I really can't figure out who else it could be if not him. Elder Wang answered with a bitter face, angry and helpless. It had never happened to him before. It appeared after he met Woodawolf. Who else could it be if it wasn't Woolawolf who did it? This. Taoist Ling Yin pondered after hearing this, and for a moment he asked curiously, why did Senior Wu make a move against you? Is it hard to believe that you have something to say? Meeting his gaze, Elder Wang's expression immediately became complicated. There was anger, helplessness, depression, and more than anything else, difficulty in speaking. Being lectured because of the color of the Dharma treasure one wears, this kind of thing is a joke when told. Sovereign, I know. Seeing that Elder Wang didn't have the face to say it, Lin Yu took over. Not waiting for Taoist Ling Yin to follow up, she continued, on that day, Elder Wang wore the same colored Dharma robe as Senior Wu. Elder Wu felt that with Elder Wang's cultivation level he didn't deserve to wear the same color vestments as him, so he taught Elder Wang a lesson. There's also the magic weapon. The style of the magic weapon Elder Wang used is the same as the shaking wind that Elder Wu went to cool. Ha? Taoist Ling Yun was confused on the spot after hearing this. There were thousands of reasons to hit someone, but this was the first time he had ever heard of such a reason. However, this was also in line with the temperamental nature of Wudawolf. Patriarch, you have to do it for me. Elder Wang spoke with a bitter face. Be the lord of your lordship. After hearing this, Taoist Lingyan rolled his eyes on the spot in his mind. Although he was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, his cultivation was only at the harmonized god perfection realm. Going to trouble a robbery realm powerhouse like Wudolf? Where's the hullabaloo? Wang Yucheng, you can only blame yourself for this matter. Who made you wear the same color vestments as Senior Wu? Taoist Ling Yun accused. Me. Elder Wan was so depressed after hearing this. Can I be blamed for this? How the hell was I supposed to know that I would one day get in trouble for the color of my vestments? He muttered in his heart and said bitterly on the spot, Patriarch, I can't refine pills, so where will you as well as the several supreme elders get pills in the future? Taoist Lingyun let out a cold snort after hearing this and spoke with a sullen face, you're threatening me? Don't dare. Wang Yucheng hurriedly shook his head, but anyone could hear his threatening intent. Just stand down, I'll think of something. Taoist Lingyun sighed long and helplessly. Wang Yucheng was indeed indispensable to the entire Ling Tian sect. Without pills, the gap between the Ling Tian sect and the other forces would slowly widen. It is highly likely that this will lead to a crisis of extermination. Yes. Wang Yucheng let out a long sigh of relief when he heard Taoist Lingyun's words. After saying that, he swept a glance at Lin Yu before exiting inside the Patriarch's hall. Elder Lin Yu should also step back. Taoist Lingyun spoke to Lin Yu again. Lin Yu answered in turn to leave, and in a moment she returned to Qingling Peak. Mingyue, the Patriarch has promised that I will lead the team tomorrow. She spoke to little Akatsuki, a gentle smile on her face. Good AC. Little Mingyue nodded happily. Just for a moment she noticed the sadness between Lin Yu's brows. Master, you don't seem to be happy AC? Did something happen? She inquired curiously. I just met Elder Wang in the Sovereign Hall. He can't make pills anymore in the future, it's equivalent to being wasted. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu didn't hide it and spoke bluntly. Deservedly so, isn't that a good thing, Master? That way, that bad old man can no longer force Senior Sister and the girls. After little Mingyue heard this, she immediately opened her mouth with a laugh, her face filled with a gloating expression. Akatsuki, this is indeed something to be happy about. But Elder Wang has a special status, if he doesn't have the means to refine pills again in the future. The pills within the clan would be paralyzed, especially those used by the elders of the Yuaning realm and the transformation god realm. If it's not resolved, something big will happen to the clan when the time comes. Lin Yu sighed and spoke somewhat helplessly. Why did the sect turn a blind eye to what Wang Yucheng did? It was because Wang Yucheng's identity as a 5th grade alchemist was too important. Oh. Little Mingyue nodded indistinctly after hearing this, and after pondering for a moment she continued, can't we let that bad old man teach others to refine pills? Wouldn't it be fine if the others learned to make pills? Words. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Mingyu, the alchemy inheritance is the lifeblood of every alchemist. If Wang Yucheng would have handed over the alchemy inheritance, I would have set off fireworks to celebrate. That's right. Bad old man, you can't refine pills yourself and you don't teach others. Little Mingyue opened her mouth with some exasperation, and after she finished she added, Master, can't we go and look for other alchemy inheritances? Difficult, unless one finds a seated alchemist's cave, which are too few. And it also has to be an alchemist inheritance of the 5th grade or higher. Lin Yu took over as she continued, but you don't have to worry. No matter what, I will also fulfill your daily elixir consumption. He. After hearing this, little Mingyue immediately smiled. Thank you Master, Master is so nice and sweet. After saying that, he went into Lin Yu's arms. Silly girl. Lin Yu looked at her with a motherly smile on his face. Time passed and it was the next day. Mingyue go, take you to the Green Cloud secret realm. Once little Mingyue had finished washing up, Lin Yu spoke. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Lin Yu then led her to the Patriarch's hall. At this moment, there were a total of 2 people in the Patriarch's hall. One person was the sect leader, Taoist Lingyun, and another was a boy who was 2 years older than little Mingyue. Greetings to Sovereign Uncle. Seeing Taoist Lingyun, little Mingyue said very politely. Akatsuki what a good boy. Taoist Lingyun smiled and nodded. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yu again. Elder Lin, this rebellious son of mine is counting on you. As he spoke, he pushed the little boy beside him forward. The young boy's name was Yiling Tian, and he was the only child of Taoist Lingyun. Greetings to Elder Lin, greetings to junior sister. Yiling Tian opened his mouth very politely to Lin Yu and little Mingyue. Ling Tian doesn't need to be polite, let's go. Lin Yu gently smiled. After that, she summoned her own imperial sword and brought along little Mingyue to go straight to the Qingyan secret realm with Yiling Tian. Master, he's so good looking ACA, like a ceramic doll. Little Mingyue hugged Lin Yu's thigh and looked at Yiling Tian who was standing in front of her and whispered, good looking? Lin Yu was instantly happy after hearing this. Master, can I marry him later? In the next moment, little Bright Moon's words came again. What? After hearing this, Lin Yu was confused on the spot. Equally clueless was Zhao Chuan, who had been following in the shadows. Chapter 12, Miss Stop Talking, your sword is too fast to hold down. Zhao Chuan looked at little Mingyue and then at Yiling Tian. The heart was full of bitter laughter. Miss, that's not a good thing to say. If you let your lord know about it, then he is afraid that his big knife will not be able to be pressed. Zhao Chuan muttered in his mind. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yu amused and helplessly rubbed Xiao Mingyue's head. Master, isn't it? He's good looking, I could marry him ac. And Master is also good looking, I want to marry Master too. Little Bright Moon smiled cheekily and spoke again. Moment. Lin Yu then didn't hold back his laughter. Good boy, you're still young, you'll know when you're older. Lin Yu touched her little head and laughed lightly. Master, I'm not young, I'm already 6. Little Akatsuki retorted with some defiance. Yes, you're not little. Lin Yu laughed straight after hearing this, and couldn't help but pinch her round little face when he finished. That's all. In the midst of a large and small group laughing and joking, they soon arrived at the place where the Green Cloud Mystic Realm was located. It is a forest of ancient trees. I've met Dao Lord Lin. Greetings to Dao Lord Lin. When Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the Green Cloud Mystic Realm with little Mingyue and Yiling Tian, the other forces opened their mouths. The western region of the true martial realm is just that big. If there was a breeze in any house, all the other forces would be able to know about it. Therefore, regarding Lin Yu's breakthrough to the Transformation God realm, all the dignified forces in the western region knew about it. You are all welcome, fellow Taoists. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. After saying that, he brought little Mingyue and Yiling Tian to land on an open space and silently waited for the Qingyan's secret realm to open. Hey, why don't you say something? Little Mingyue sat beside Lin Yu and looked at Yiling Tian, who had been silent, and inquired. Ling Tian, you don't have to be so formal. Lin Yu followed suit and spoke. Elder Lin, is not that I'm restrained, it's just that I don't know what to say. Yiling Tian scratched his head and opened his mouth very coyly. So it is. Lin Yu's heart drifted after hearing this. Think about it, Yiling Tian is Lingyan Taoist only child, if not unexpected is the future Ling Tian sect's patriarch. So, naturally, he's under a lot of pressure. Lin Yu estimated that Yiling Tian should be cultivating all the time and had no contact with outsiders at all. Ling Tian, this won't work, cultivation is important, but contact with people is also necessary. Lin Yu taught. Yes. Yiling Tian respectfully replied. You've grown up to look good, how about I marry you later? Little Mingyue suddenly interjected. One sentence directly caused Yiling Tian to make a big red face. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was filled with amusement. Compared to Yiling Tian, little Mingyue was simply a living treasure. Why don't you say anything? Don't you see me? Seeing that Yiling Tian was dumbfounded and didn't answer, little Mingyue relentlessly pursued. No. Yiling Tian's small face was as red as an apple as he shook his head. Wow, so you're just looking at me and I'll marry you later, AC. Little Akatsuki laughed cheekily after hearing this. Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows, smiled bitterly on his face as he heard this. Oh, my little granddaddy, don't say it. Don't say it. Adults are really close to being able to hold down their knives, he muttered in his mind. With that in mind, he looked at the still unopened Green Cloud mysterious realm and abruptly flicked out a finger. Only a streak of light that no one could see disappeared into the Green Cloud mystic realm. Next moment. Buzz. As if waves of air were emanating in the air, followed by a vortex floating in the void. Seeing this, all the people from the forces were stunned. The Green Cloud mystic realm has opened? It shouldn't be, counting the time, there's still at least half an hour before it opens. Whatever, 100 Flower Sect disciples listen to the order and enter quickly. Clear Wind Pavilion disciples listen to the order and enter quickly. Yaoyang Sect disciples on command, enter. The people from the major powers reacted and ordered. In just an instant, the scene that was still relatively peaceful was instantly in disarray. One by one, the children erupted with terrifying speed towards the vortex. Each cultivation level was very not low. The vast majority were in the Jindan realm, with only a very small portion in the Qi refining realm as well as the foundation establishment realm. Ling Tian, Mingyu, you guys go too. Remember, treasures are important, but not as important as your own life. Also, when you enter the Green Cloud mysterious realm, the two of you will help each other, understand? Seeing this, Lin Yu turned his head to little Mingyue and Yiling Tian and urged them. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. After she finished speaking, she pulled Yiling Tian's hand and flew towards the whirlpool, directly not giving Yiling Tian a chance to speak. This girl. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and silently waited in place. She didn't know the slightest thing about it. Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows, silently took out a summoning talisman when he saw little Mingyue enter the Green Cloud mysterious realm. Pay attention, the lady is entering the secret realm. He summoned. Understood. A few moments later, Martial Great Wolf's voice came out from the summoning talisman. In the secret realm of the Green Clouds. Ha! Where's the nerd? Little Akatsuki mumbled to herself as she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings. At this moment, she was in the middle of a forest. Oh, Master said that secret realms often have accompanying teleportation formations. Then I'll find the baby myself, she muttered to herself. With that said, he set off on a treasure hunt. Ouch! Without going for long, a beastly roar suddenly came out of little Minghue's ears. She looked over at the sound of her shield, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Only in the distance, there was a small, snow-white, fluffy fox. Foxy! Little Akatsuki was instantly delighted that this was the one she hadn't caught in the first place. After saying that, the spiritual energy running in her body erupted with a very terrifying speed towards that little fox. Ouch! Seeing the rushing little bright moon, the little fox's body was filled with demonic power and directly twisted its head to run. Its cultivation level was not as good as Little Bright Moon's, it was only a mid-second stage demonic beast. It was equivalent to the middle stage of the human foundation establishment realm. Don't run, little fox. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth and shouted while desperately chasing after her. Ouch! The little fox howled as if in response to her. Oomph, I'll get you this time. Xiao Mingyue snorted coldly and spoke with great certainty. When she finished, her speed picked up a few more notches. Ouch! Looking at the little bright moon that was getting closer and closer, a flash of urgency flashed in the little white fox's eyes. The demonic power in its body worked crazily, increasing its speed by another large margin. And then the next moment, bang! A dull sound rang out. The little white fox didn't pay attention to even directly hit an ancient tree and instantly fainted. When little Mingyue saw this, she was first stunned, then overjoyed. Hurriedly vanished over and grabbed it. Huh, silly fox, from now on you'll be my spirit pet. She opened her mouth very happily, and when she finished, she immediately forced out her essence blood to contract the nine-tailed fox as her spirit pet. Hey, I didn't think that it would be so easy to catch. Ha, you're so stupid. After the contract was successful, little Mingyue kept rubbing the nine-tailed fox's fur, her little face full of joy. But, she hadn't thought about it. As a mid-second stage demonic beast and an existence equivalent to the mid-period of the human foundation establishment realm, how could he make such a low-level mistake and not pay attention to the path ahead? And, also fainted straight away from hitting an ancient tree. Chapter 13, The Qing Dynasty's Secret World is all your backyard. What are you afraid of? Not a moment too soon. The nine-tailed fairy fox then woke up in little Akatsuki's arms. To be precise. Seeing that it was about time, it stopped pretending to be dizzy. Hee hee, little fox, you're awake. From now on, you'll be my spirit pet. Don't worry, I'll be good to you. Little Mingyue grilled the spirit fish while stroking the soft fluffy fur of the nine-tailed immortal fox and opened her mouth with a smile. Ouch! The nine-tailed fairy fox gave a milky purr and nodded. Regarding the matter of Wu Dolph finding the clan, the nine-tailed fox patriarch naturally spoke with it. It didn't expect that. It was surprising that there were still upper realm powers in the true martial realm. And the daughter of the mighty has a fancy for herself. After weighing its options, it obeyed the arrangement and took the initiative to send its door to little Mingyue as a spirit pet. After all, it's better to have a big tree to lean on than to be caught in the middle. You're furry and white. I'll call you. From now on. Xiao Mingyue rubbed the ears of the nine-tailed immortal fox and opened her mouth thoughtfully. Just when the nine-tailed fairy fox thought she was going to give herself a nice name. Thinking for a long time, little Mingyue spoke up. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai La. What the hell? The nine-tailed immortal fox was confused on the spot after hearing this. I have a nine-tailed immortal fox bloodline, and if I don't die young, I will definitely be able to grow into an immortal beast. That was a terrifying existence that surpassed the human race's robbery realm powerhouses. You gave me such a cheesy name? The nine-tailed immortal fox thought in her mind, then rolled twice in protest. Nice? I think it's a good name too. I'll call you Bai from now on. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and opened her mouth. Nine-tailed fox. It's just a matter of being white. It admitted on the spot. Little white, eat the grilled spirit fish, I grilled this especially for you. Seeing this, little spirit child smiled with satisfaction and handed the roasted spirit fish to little white as she spoke. Looking at the spirit fish that was grilled black, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Can this be eaten? However, facing the little bright moon with a horrible background it had to follow, and could only endure the paste flavor to eat the whole spirit fish. White, do you have special abilities? Little Mingyue saw it finish eating the spirit fish and then asked. Ow. Little White immediately barked in response. It used the nine-tailed immortal fox bloodline, so it naturally had a special ability, spirit medicine affinity. What does that mean? It's that it can sense which direction there is an elixir from a long distance away. This was also the reason why it could become a mid-second stage demonic beast when it was only a few months old. Wow, you can find elixirs? Too good to be true. Shall I quickly see where there are spirit medicines? Let's go find them. Little Mingyue's big round eyes lit up as she listened. Ouch! Little White nodded its head, only to see that after closing its eyes and sensing carefully, it immediately ran towards the left. White, wait for me. Xiao Mingyue saw this and hurriedly followed. A man and a fox ran through the forest of ancient trees. Roar! Hiss! Suddenly, two deafening voices entered little Mingyue's ears. Not only that, but there were also two very powerful auras coming from the front. Little White, don't move, it's a third-order demonic beast. Master said that third-ranked demonic beasts are equivalent to Jindan realm cultivators. Xiao Mingyue's face changed slightly, and she immediately took Little White in her arms. Not only that, but she had also tightened her aura. Ow! White gave her a puzzled look, his wise eyes full of disbelief. Others don't know, but it knows very well. Martial Great Wolf had already entered the Green Cloud mysterious realm in advance to greet all the demonic beasts. No one is allowed to touch a single hair on little Mingyue. Therefore, right now, the entire Green Cloud mystic realm was equivalent to little Mingyue's backyard. If she had her eye on a certain demonic beast guarding an elixir, she could just go and pick it. There was absolutely no need to worry about demonic beasts attacking. This was because the demonic beasts in the entire Green Cloud mysterious realm had now been ruled into submission by Martial Great Wolf. As for those who disobeyed, they had long since become the dead souls under the sword of Wuda Wolf. It didn't understand what little Akatsuki was afraid of. Little one, the lady doesn't know her own identity. Master wants to train her, do you understand? Just as Xiaobai was in doubt, the voice of Wudolf suddenly sounded in its head. Words. Xiaobai's eyes narrowed at first, then he nodded heavily. So it is. White, what's wrong with you? Noticing the difference in its appearance, Little Bright Moon, who was carefully staring ahead, inquired in puzzlement. Ouch. White responded on the spot. Although it couldn't spit out human words, little Mingyue, who had established a contract with her, was able to know what it meant. Scared? Little White, don't be afraid, as long as we hide well, the demonic beasts won't find us. Come on, let's go up and take a look. Little Mingyue tenderly stroked its head, and after saying that, she catapulted her body and cautiously went ahead. Another few moments later, she then saw two demonic beasts with very large systems. It was a python with a lizard. The python was a beautiful blue color. As for the lizards, they are grayish-brown. At this moment, two terrifying beasts were fighting. Each clash caused the ground to crack and ancient trees to inch apart. Little White, it's the ice spirit python and the thick rock lizard. Master told me that these two types of demonic beasts are both fourth-ranked bloodlines. It can grow into a fourth-ranked demonic beast that is comparable to a human Yuaning cultivator. Little Mingyue hugged Little White cat-like and hid behind a huge ancient tree, looking from afar. Ouch! Little White purred softly and nodded its head, then it stretched out its paw to point at the lake below the two demonic beasts. Follow its furry paws. Only to see that there was actually a blooming lotus flower on the surface of the lake. The lotus flower floats in the center of the lake like an arc. Even if the two demonic beasts' battle caused the ground to crack and the ancient trees to break, they were not affected in the slightest and were not affected at all. Little White, it's the fourth-grade spiritual medicine Yukon Demon Lotus. Master told me that the demon-breeding lotus is a special spirit medicine for demonic beasts. If it is refined into a demon spirit pill, it can drastically increase a demonic beast's Tao. Little Mingyue's breathing tightened a bit as she looked at the hazy lotus flower. She continued, Little White, if I can get my hands on that demon-breeding lotus, I can ask an alchemist to refine it into a demon spirit pill. When the time comes, it will definitely be possible for you to be promoted to a third-ranked demonic beast. White, curled up in her arms, nodded. Little Akatsuki wasn't wrong about that at all. Even it wanted to explain to little Mingyue that it didn't need to care about the demonic beasts and just go and get it. But wanting the Great Wolf of Wu to be right there in the shadows, it didn't have that courage to speak up. Just then, the bodies of the two demonic beasts that were originally fighting suddenly paused. Subsequently, the two fellows continued to battle, only for the battlefield to grow farther and farther away from where the Yukon Demon Lotus was located. It's just a matter of moments. The two demonic beasts had then fought to a place 5 miles away from the Yuk Demon Lotus. White, here's our chance. Let's go, let's sneak around and pick the demon-breeding lotus. Seeing this, little Mingyue opened her mouth with great joy. After saying that, the spiritual energy in her body erupted at a very terrifying speed towards the breeding demon lotus. Not only that, she was still mumbling can't see me under her breath. Little White, who was curled up in her arms, sniffed and laughed in her heart. Chapter 14, Whose warrior is so brave? It knew that the two demonic beasts were fighting further and further away from each other, and that it must be Big Wolf Wu operating in the dark. As for not being able to see, how terrifying is the perception of a demonic beast? Little Mingyue's cultivation was at the Jindan realm. How strong and terrifying was her spiritual power? How could the ice spirit python and the thick rock lizard, which were third-ranked demonic beasts, not be able to sense it when she was running at full power? White thought in his mind. As expected, the two demonic beasts in the big battle out at 5 miles away both glanced towards little Mingyue the moment she rushed out. Only, the two demonic beasts didn't make the slightest movement and continued the battle. There is no way. This little ant, it too can't provoke anyone. Even if you see it, you have to pretend you don't see it. After all, Woola Wolf's knife could be dangling over both of their heads. 3 breaths later, Little Mingyue had then carried Little White to the center of the lake. She emotionally gripped away the Yuck Demon Lotus and then hoofed it towards the distance. Ha, White, we got it. Little Akatsuki laughed out loud as she ran. Seeing the situation, the ice spirit python and the thick rock lizard that were in a great battle all stopped one after another, looking at the little Akatsuki who ran faster than a rabbit and left a dusty trail behind her. The corners of both demonic beasts' mouths twitched viciously. Little auntie, you really don't have to do this. Even if you come running to us, we have to pretend that our eyes are open. The two demonic beasts thought, then looked at each other and helplessly turned away. On the other side, it was only after running wildly for a quarter of an hour that little Mingyue dared to stop. Too good, White, they're not coming after us. She hugged Bai and said very happily. White nodded in agreement. The heart, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. How could those two demonic beasts dare to come after them? They will be killed on the spot if they have the slightest intention of pursuing. Little White, when we get out, I'll spend spirit stones to refine this into a demon spirit pill. When the time comes, it will definitely be able to promote you to a third-ranked demonic beast. Little Mingyue held the demon-breeding lotus and opened her mouth with great joy. Ouch! After hearing this, Little White nodded heavily, and not only that, he also stuck out his tongue and licked Little Mingyue's cheeks a few times. Any more? Little Mingyue took this breeding demon lotus for the sake of it as well. After all, the breeding demon lotus couldn't do much for the human race. Hee, okay. Quickly sense again where there are still elixirs. We all collect some elixir. Little Akatsuki giggled as it licked her. Words. White nodded heavily and began to close his eyes again to sense. A few moments later, it found another direction to run in. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Mingyue hurriedly followed. Not for a moment. One person and one fox then came to a valley. Only a small, man-high tree was growing on the cliff face at the far end of the valley. The small tree, on the other hand, had a few reddish fruits hanging from it. The fruit is the size of a fist and shaped like a ginseng doll. Little White, it's actually the blood infant fruit. Master told me that the blood infant fruit is a material for refining the infant transformation pill. She also specifically instructed me that if I come across a blood infant fruit that I can take it down, I must take it down. Because the infant transformation pill can increase the chances of breaking through the Yuan-ing realm. Looking at the fruit shaped like a ginseng doll, Little Mingyue opened her mouth in a somewhat revitalized manner. Ouch! In her arms, White nodded softly. It then stretched out its furry paws and pointed to several places in the valley. It's amazing how many people there are. Little Akatsuki muttered softly as she followed its paw. A moment. She spoke again in confusion. Little White, how come I don't see any guardian demonic beasts? Speaking. Her gaze kept scanning around the blood infant fruit. Ouch. After hearing this, Little White purred softly and gave a direction, only to see that there was a very huge rock where it was pointing. The stone was covered with moss, as if it had existed for countless ages. It's the green rock turtle. After Xiao Mingyue surveyed that huge rock for a moment, she opened her mouth in some surprise. I heard from my master that the green rock turtle has a trace of the Jintian turtle bloodline in its body. So, the green rock turtle is a 6th order bloodline, and this one has infinitely advanced to the 4th order. She continued with a somewhat hard look on her face. A 4th stage demonic beast would be equivalent to the 4th realm of the human race, the Yuan-ing realm. Infinitely close to the 4th order is the perfection of the 3rd order. That is to say, the guardian demonic beast of the blood infant fruit was equivalent to a human Jindan perfection cultivator. But, in the case of the same realm, demonic beasts had a physical advantage and were a bit stronger than human cultivators. Therefore, while this green rock turtle was certainly a 3rd stage consummate, its combat power could definitely top an average human Yuan-ing cultivator. The chances of trying to take away the blood infant fruit under this kind of guardian demonic beast were too slim. Ouch! White purred and nodded. Little White, what do we have to do to get the blood infant fruit? Little Akatsuki scratched his head and thought. Her cultivation was now at the middle Jindan stage, and she wasn't far from the Yuan-ing realm. For this blood infant fruit, she wanted it very much. Ouch! White barked out an idea twice. Ha! Will this work? Little Akatsuki visibly froze after hearing that. She knew what White meant. Now that the green rock turtle was sleeping, he could sneak around and pick off the blood infant fruit. This method doesn't look reliable in any way. Ouch! White barked twice again. Master did say that turtle-type demonic beasts like to sleep, and all sleep more deeply. Try it then? Little Akatsuki nodded and picked up the conversation. To this, White was naturally supportive. If it wasn't for the fact that Big Wolf Wu had cautioned it, it would have wanted to strut around to pick the blood infant fruit. Say it and do it. Little Mingyue collected her breath and took out another talisman and stuck it on her body, then she quietly groped towards the blood infant fruit. Her action instantly dazzled those in hiding. Who the hell is this warrior that's so fierce? What's the difference between picking the blood infant fruit just like that and seeking death? After all, that green rock turtle was a 4th order consummate demonic beast. Its perception was terrifying. Thinking about it, those who were hidden didn't say anything, but just silently put on a demeanor of watching a good show. Soon, little Bright Moon had then arrived in front of the green rock turtle. Her little heart was pounding too. Swish! However, right at this moment, the green rock turtle suddenly opened its eyes as if it had sensed something. Its huge eyeballs contrasted very sharply with the small Bright Moon. The little Bright Moon wasn't even as big as that eyeball in front of it. Looking at the green rock turtle opening its eyes, little Manhwa was scared pale on the spot. When those guys hidden in the shadows saw this, a look of amusement appeared on their faces. There are brave little cuties, they thought to themselves. As for little Manhwa, at this moment, she only felt like she was about to be finished. Daddy, I can't take you to mother, she thought to herself. But just when she thought she was going to die for sure, she only saw the green rock turtle sweeping around after. Then, with killing intent in his eyes, he directly swept past little Manhwa and killed towards a certain place. That place is exactly where a group of people are hiding. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Chapter 15 Clueless crowd, green rock turtle with eyes wide open? Especially the few guys who were targeted by the green rock turtle. The man in front of you doesn't attack, and you come here looking for trouble? Blind? Without being able to let a few people think too much, the green rock turtle had already killed in front of them. Without the slightest hesitation, a few people directly cast the transportation technique to escape. After all, the green rock turtle was a solid third-stage consummate demonic beast. Under single combat, it was even comparable to the early Unifying cultivators of the human race. One more thing. The green rock turtle was a turtle-type demonic beast, and this type of demonic beast was known for its defense. Even if several people were at the Jindan realm cultivation, they didn't dare to lay their hands on the green rock turtle. It's just the blink of an eye. A couple of guys just disappeared into the middle of the valley. Driving away these few guys, the green rock turtle didn't stop, but instead killed towards a few other groups of people. Seeing this, everyone was confused. Mud, you blind bastard, that man is right in front of you, can't you see? That is, you don't move the man in front of you, and you come to our business? Blind bastard with a hole in his head. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Facing the green rock turtle, no matter which team dared not go hard. One after another, they cast the transported manner to escape, cursing and swearing as he fled. They really couldn't figure out what kind of madness this green rock turtle was smoking. Leaving the people under his nose and closest to the blood infant fruit untouched, he came to move them instead. Where is God's justice? Not to mention them, little Akatsuki froze. White, what about it? She spoke quizzically to White. Meeting her gaze, Kahaku inwardly rolled his eyes on the spot. If it were anyone else, the green rock turtle would have been smothered in one bite long ago when it was discovered by the green rock turtle. But Xiao Mingyue, even if it is to install 180 leopard-esque guts on the green rock turtle, it does not dare to move. After all, the hidden Wuda wolf wasn't a vegetarian. Ouch! It called out softly, urging little Mingyue to pick the blood infant fruit. Yes, pick the blood infant fruit first. Little Mingyue reacted and quickly rushed towards the blood infant fruit. It's just the blink of an eye. She then came to the blood infant fruit tree, and without the slightest hesitation, she directly gleaned all the fruits. Old turtle, you're blind, the blood infant fruit was picked by that guy, and you're still chasing us? That's right, you blind bastard. Old turtle, the blood infant fruit you were guarding was picked. Those who were still being chased by the green rock turtle screamed and cursed when they sensed the disappearance of the blood infant fruit. I don't know. The resentment in the green rock turtle's heart was heavier than all of them. Blind. You're the one who's blind. Your whole family's blind. It cursed and muttered in its mind. It was naturally aware of the fact that the blood infant fruit had been plucked. But facing that little ancestor, it really didn't dare to make a move. This was because it had seen with its own eyes that a fourth-ranked demonic beast in the secret realm that was comparable to a human Yuaning cultivator did not agree with the words of Wuda Wolf and was made into a kebab on the spot. Make a move on little Myung Moon? He wouldn't dare. Therefore, the green rock turtle, who had no place to take out his anger, directly used the others as a vent for his anger. As the green rock turtle furiously struck out, several were instantly wounded. Sick old turtle, damned old bastard. Damn blind man, you deserve to be stuck at the fourth rank forever. Bastard, I curse you to be unable to break through the fifth rank for the rest of your life. Thanks to the fact that you still have a seventh order bloodline in your body. Shucks. The curses of the hunted crowd became more aggressive. At the same time, they were depressed in their hearts. The blood baby fruit didn't even touch it, so how did it become the object of the green rock turtle's pursuit? The more they cursed, the more anger grew in the green rock turtle's heart. Terrifying demonic power emerged from its body, frantically killing towards those guys. A few moments of work. The green rock turtle had already chased those guys and disappeared into the dense forest in the distance. White, what is going on here? Could that big turtle really be blind? Little Mingyue, who had picked the blood infant fruit, looked at the direction where the green rock turtle had disappeared and asked blankly. Ouch. White nodded in agreement. Your dad is awesome. Whatever you say. It thought in its mind, then urged little Bright Moon to hurry up and leave. Although the demonic beasts within the secret territory didn't dare to make a move against her, there were still people besides the demonic beasts. Compared to demonic beasts, sometimes people were the most terrifying. Yeah, gotta run, or the big turtle will be in trouble if he comes back. Little Mingyue nodded heavily as she returned to her senses, and after she finished speaking, she too disappeared towards the outside of the valley. Ha, where are you going? That's right, little sister, where do you want to go? Ha. However, just as little Mingyue ran out of the valley, 2 8 or 9-year-old boys suddenly ran out from within a large tree to intercept her. The Greenwood sect. Little Mingyue looked at the 2 boys that suddenly appeared and her face sank slightly. The Greenwood sect was a power just like the Ling Tian sect. It was likewise one of the 4 strongest forces in the western region. Governs the entire northern part of the western region. Little sister, you'd better obediently hand over the blood infant fruit. The one who opened his mouth was the boy on the left. His cultivation was not low, he was in the middle Jindan stage like little Mingyue. Brother Yang, why bother talking nonsense with her, this girl is Lin Yu's disciple. Now that Lin Yu has become a spirit transformation realm cultivator, it makes the Ling Tian sect's strength rise another layer. As Lin Yu's disciple, she must be very uncomplicated as well. Let's kill her. The boy on the right spoke with a vicious look. Hear that? Little Akatsuki couldn't help but take a step back. Xiao Chang, don't be so heavy with the killing spirit, the Greenwood sect and the Ling Tian sect are at least family friends. Duan Muyang opened his mouth with a light laugh, and after he finished speaking, he looked at little Mingyue again. Little girl, we have 1 early Jindan stage and 1 mid Jindan stage. You don't have any chance of winning. How about if you hand over the blood infant fruit? I'll let you go. He chuckled softly and spoke. Meeting the other party's gaze, little Mingyue's eyes were all struggling. The blood infant fruit was one of the important materials for refining the infant transformation pill. Naturally, she didn't want to hand it over. But facing 2 Jindan realm cultivators, she indeed had no chance of winning. Just as little Akatsuki hesitated, suddenly, a massive shadow enveloped the trio. Moment. All 3 of their bodies trembled as they looked up with fear on their faces. It was a huge turtle's head. Green rock turtle. Duan Muyang was so scared that his legs went weak and his face turned pale. Brother Yang, don't be afraid, this old bastard is blind, he shouldn't be able to see what's in front of him. Think about this little girl just now. Duan Muchang, who was standing next to him, spoke in an extremely calm manner. Words. Duan Muyang nodded, that was true. With that in mind, he stood silent and motionless. The same is true of the little bright moon. Only the little white in her arms couldn't help but sneer in her heart after hearing the words of Duan Muyang and Duan Muchang. 2 douchebags. Do you really think there are blinders among the demonic beasts? The green rock turtle didn't make a move against little Mingyue, that was because it didn't dare. White scoffed disdainfully in his mind. It was also clear in its mind about the green rock turtle going and returning. It must have been instructed by Big Wolf Wu to come and relieve little Mingyue. Sure enough, the next moment, the green rock turtle opened its mouth and bit directly towards the 2 Duanmu brothers. Instantly, the 2 brothers were confused. Chapter 16, the talisman given by Master must be powerful. The 2 guys were nothing but confused at this point. Senior brother Yang, run! Duan Muchang reacted quickly and opened his mouth. As he spoke, he immediately cast a recluse art to shoot towards the distance and, seeing the situation, it was only then that Duan Muyang reacted and hurriedly ran his spiritual energy to try to escape. Unfortunately, he was a little too slow to react. The transportation technique was directly swallowed by the green rock turtle before it could be performed, and he couldn't even send out a scream. Seeing the situation, little Akatsuki's body shivered in fear. Just as she was also preparing to cast a recluse technique to escape, the green rock turtle directly ignored her and killed towards Duan Muchang. Old bastard, are your eyes that big for show? There's someone else there. Duan Muchang roared in anger and speechlessness as he saw the Qingyang turtle killing towards him. He was still counting on the green rock turtle to make a move on little Mingyue, thus buying himself some more time to escape. I didn't expect to kill directly towards myself. He couldn't really figure out why that was. It's okay if you didn't see that little girl before. How come it's still like this? He was confused in his mind, but the speed of his feet didn't fall at all, and he frantically disappeared towards the distance. After hearing Duan Muchang's words, the anger in the green rock turtle's heart was immediately ignited. Terrifying demonic power surged out, and his eyes pursued after him with thick killing intent. It was as if he had to get Duan Muchang killed before he would be satisfied. In a flash, with a chase and an escape, a large and small figure disappeared from little Mingyue's sight. Little White, it seems really can't see me? Little Akatsuki spoke with a palpitating heart. Words. Xiaobai's heart was full of bitter smiles. Auntie, it's not that it can't see you, but it doesn't dare to move you. It knows what's going on, but it doesn't dare to pick a fight. Just wailed twice in response. The reason for the talisman? Little Mingyue immediately heard its meaning as she said indistinctly, yes, it must be the talisman that Master gave me. Hey! White nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he heard Little Bright Moon say, Little White, the big turtle has sort of helped us. We can't do that to it. Why don't we leave a blood baby fruit for the big turtle? The big tortoise has already perfected the third rank. It definitely wants the blood infant fruit to break through into a fourth rank demonic beast. White froze quite visibly at that. It didn't expect that little Bright Moon would even give birth to such an idea. After all, as far as it was concerned, the human race was a bunch of selfish two-legged sheep, especially the monks. Sometimes they even kill their relatives and loved ones for the sake of cultivation resources. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have given a second thought to the green rock turtle's breakthrough. This master of his own is a bit different. Perhaps following her was indeed a clear choice. White thought in his mind, then nodded in agreement. Hey, let's save 2 for it. There are so many blood baby fruits anyway. Little Manhwa smiled cheekily. After she finished speaking, she took out 2 blood infant fruits and put them on top of that small tree. Even, in case someone else comes along and takes it. She also hugged White and found a place to hide. It was only after she saw the green rock turtle come back that she left with little White in her arms. Your young lady is a nice one. After little Manhwa left, the green rock turtle glanced at the 2 blood infant fruits that were left behind, and suddenly spat out human words in a certain direction. Ha! Its voice fell, and the Wuda wolf hidden in the shadows suddenly stepped out. It's really good, and you're doing a great job. This is for you. He looked in the direction that little Bright Moon had left and opened his mouth. After saying that, he threw a bottle of essence blood to the green rock turtle. It is! Looking at the bottle of essence blood, the green rock turtle's eyes shrunk violently. Jindy turtle essence blood, the extent to which your bloodline can be elevated depends on your destiny. Wuda wolf laughed softly and opened his mouth, his voice still floating in the air, but his person had already disappeared without a trace. Who the hell is behind this little girl? It's actually able to make even the strongest of the hijack realm submit. The green rock turtle looked at the 2 blood infant fruits and essence blood on the ground and muttered to himself. Little Manhwa naturally didn't know about the exchange between Wu Dolph and the green rock turtle. At this moment, she had already come to a messy rocky forest with little White in her arms. White, are you telling the truth? The talisman demon given by Master can really make demonic beasts invisible to me? I can pick elixirs with impunity? She looked at the emerald green bamboo in the messy forest and kept talking to Xiao Bai. That bamboo she naturally recognized. It is the 4th grade spirit medicine, pure heart bamboo, which has the effect of calming the chi and concentrating the mind. Refining this item during realm breakthroughs can avoid going overboard. This pure heart bamboo was also one of the materials used to refine the infant transformation pill. Ouch! White, curled up in her arms, purred twice and nodded with great certainty. But those are monkey demonic beasts. Master said that monkey demonic beasts are very smart. Little Manhwa looked at the group of golden-furred monkeys guarding the area around the pure heart bamboo and said with some concern. Ouch! White glanced at the group of monkeys and urged. I'll try? Little Manhwa said, and when she finished, she catapulted herself towards that pure heart bamboo a little bit. The other group staring at the pure heart bamboo froze on the spot. The group totaled 5. There were 3 men and 2 women, wearing green-colored robes with a moon design embroidered on them. Senior Sister Qingling, this seems to be Su Manhwa from the Ling Tian sect, right? Looking at the little bright moon that suddenly appeared, one of the women opened her mouth. It is indeed her, Taoist Lin Yu's only disciple. The other woman named Qingling nodded calmly. Is this guy crazy? Yes, to be so bold as to approach towards the pure heart bamboo. Those monkeys are mad demon apes, even though the most powerful are only at the early 3rd stage of cultivation, they are a group. The other 3 boys spoke incredulously. Something's not right, can't you guys notice that the berserk apes didn't react in the slightest? Qingling opened her mouth with a slightly furrowed brow. At those words, the remaining 4 looked towards the monkeys. As expected, in the face of little bright moon's appearance, the monkeys surprisingly didn't move a bit. The most confusing thing for the 5 Qingling people was, when little Manhwa, who was sneaking towards the pure heart bamboo, accidentally stepped on a monkey's tail. The monkey just looked around and then fought the other monkey. Apparently, that monkey thought it was another monkey messing with its tail. The 5 looked at me and Miachu, their minds filled with question marks. Come on, let's move too. After pondering for a moment, Qingling spoke. The other 4 nodded, then followed little Manhwa's example and gathered their breath towards the monkeys. Looking at the 5 people of the Qingling who had suddenly appeared, little White, who was curled up in little Manhwa's arms, froze on the spot. Are they all so brave? If you come out so openly, do you really think the monkeys are blind? It thought oddly in its mind. Chapter 17, 5 Idiots. Sure enough, the next moment. Squeak! Looking at the 5 little ones of the green spirit that suddenly appeared, the monkeys rioted on the spot. In groups, they were killing towards the 5 guys. Moment. The 5 green spirit guys were confused. What the hell? Aren't these monkeys blind? Run, run. Qingling reacted quickly and hurriedly spoke. After saying that, the spiritual energy in her body revolved and she disappeared towards the distance. The others saw this and followed suit, casting their recluse techniques to escape. Only, everyone was a little confused in their minds. Why didn't the monkeys attack little Manhwa? 5 little idiots. Looking at the 5 guys who were fleeing in a sorry state, Little White, who was curled up in little Minghua's arms, scoffed in his heart. Hee, Little White, the talisman given by Master is awesome. Little Akatsuki saw this and laughed cheekily. Ah, yes. Xiaobai nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he smiled disdainfully. Your master's talisman is of no use. It's your father who's great. It muttered in its mind, urging little Mingyue to hurry up and go pick the elixir. Good. Little Mingyue nodded her head and walked forward to put the pure heart bamboo into her storage ring. Subsequently, little Mingyue then started the path of elixir harvesting. Hee, Little White, it's too good to pick so many spirit medicines. Get rich. Little Mingyue looked at the various spirit medicines placed within her storage ring. Her face was filled with excitement. White nodded in agreement. Roar. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the distance. There are demonic beasts? There must be spirit medicine. White, let's go. Upon hearing the demonic beast's voice, little Mingyue was no longer afraid, but instead looked happy. After all, she could just go and take the elixir. Holding Little White in her arms, she soon saw a demonic beast. It was a tiger-type demonic beast. There were no patterns on the body, but it was snow white all over. White, it's the Wind and Moon Tiger. Master said that the Wind Moon Tiger possesses the Rift Sky Tiger bloodline within its body. So, it's a demonic beast of the 8th rank bloodline. Looking at the white tiger, little Mingyue opened her mouth with some shock. 8th order bloodline, which meant that if this tiger demon didn't die young and had enough cultivation resources, in the future, he could grow into a demon emperor. A demon emperor was also equivalent to a human saint realm powerhouse. After the sacred realm was the highest realm in the true martial realm, the hijacking realm. The powerfulness of this tiger demon's bloodline was evident. Ha! White, it's nerd. At this time, little Mingyue looked at the person who had made a move with the tiger demon again. It was Yi Ling Tian. Nerd? Little White looked towards Yi Ling Tian after hearing this. Little White, this is the son of the sovereign master's uncle. I can't believe he's this good. Cultivation has reached Jindan realm perfection. Little Akatsuki explained with some surprise. After hearing this, White nodded indistinctly. Ouch. It called out. Aha. Until what it expressed, little Mingyue nodded. The Wind Moon Tiger has also reached the 3rd stage of perfection. Nerds are really hard to beat. Sure enough, the next moment. Roar. As the Wind and Snow Tiger roared, its huge body instantly disappeared in place. When he showed up again, he had already arrived behind Yi Ling Tian. The large tiger claw wrapped with strong demonic power, slapping towards Yi Ling Tian's head with the momentum of certain death. Yi Ling Tian's expression was shocked and even appeared a little flustered. However, he also reacted quickly. Immediately, he ran his spiritual energy to form a strong aura around himself. Bang! A dull sound came out, dust flew and earth splattered. The tiger demon's terrifying power directly slapped Yi Ling Tian backwards. A large tree was broken by Yi Ling Tian's small body, to be stabilized. Pust! A mouthful of blood then spurted out of Yi Ling Tian's mouth. Even so, Yi Ling Tian didn't have any intention of escaping either. He just held his magic sword and stared firmly at the Wind Moon Tiger. Nerd, are you okay? Xiao Mingyue quietly groped her way to his side and opened her mouth. You! Seeing her arrive, Yi Ling Tian was obviously startled. Only just after opening his mouth, a strand of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. You go. He continued to speak in a grave tone. Little Mingyue's cultivation he knew, only a mid-Jindan cultivation. With such a cultivation level facing the Wind and Moon Tiger, the only way to go is to die. Nerd, that tiger can't see me. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily without a bit of fear. Can't see? Yi Ling Tian frowned slightly after hearing this. The talisman my master gave me is very powerful. It keeps the demonic beasts from seeing me. Seeing this, little Mingyue pointed to the talisman affixed to her body and explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling Tian's gaze fell on top of the talisman she had affixed. Isn't this the clan's concealment talisman? When it is attached, it can block its own breath, thus achieving the effect of concealment. But, in this broad daylight, how could it be possible to do it so that the demonic beasts couldn't see it? Especially 3rd order demonic beasts. When one's cultivation reached the 3rd stage, their perception would be drastically increased, and would not be weaker than the human race's divine sense in the slightest. The concealment talisman was fine to fool 2nd order demonic beasts. It wouldn't be able to do much in front of a 3rd order demonic beast. You stick it on. Little Mingyue didn't think that much and took out a concealment talisman and pasted it on Yi Ling Tian. Not only that, but it also operated spiritual energy to activate it. Next moment, something that made Yi Ling Tian confused happened. Only to see a puzzled look appear in the eyes of the Wind Moon Tiger, who was still eyeing him, staring at the direction he was in. A few moments later, the Wind Moon Tiger unexpectedly turned his head directly away. Yi Ling Tian was frozen in place on the spot. I can't believe it's really possible, he said with a face full of incredulity. Hey, this is from my master, awesome, right? Little Akatsuki opened her mouth a little smugly. Looking at her, Yi Ling Tian had nothing but doubts in his eyes. He was sure that this talisman was the sect's concealment talisman. When had the sect's concealment talisman been able to achieve this kind of effect? Is it hard to believe that it was specially made by Elder Lin? Yi Ling Tian brainstormed. Awesome. He spat out 2 words. Why did you fight with the wind and moon tiger? It's a third-order perfection, which can be a bit more powerful than a Jindan perfection cultivator. Little Akatsuki curiously followed up. Because of this, Yi Ling Tian took out a fist-sized fruit as he struck up a conversation. The fruit is green and looks a bit like a green apple. Wow, it's actually a minor enlightenment fruit. Looking at that fruit, little Mingyue marveled. The little enlightenment fruit's effects were similar to the enlightenment tea, and it could increase the chances of breaking through the spirit transformation realm. It's just that the odds aren't as high as enlightenment tea. Father is going to break through the harmonization realm and is in great need of this kind of spirit that helps one to realize the way. Yi Ling Tian explained another sentence. Ooh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly. How was your harvest? Seeing that she didn't speak again, Yi Ling Tian took the initiative to ask. At the mention of this, little Mingyue was instantly as if she had been given chicken blood. I picked so many elixirs, look. As she spoke, she directly displayed the contents of her storage ring. Hiss. Looking at her storage ring full of spirit medicines, even the cold-natured Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I can't believe I've picked so many elixirs. Chapter 18 picked up the nine-tailed fox? Is this even possible? You. Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth somewhat dumbfounded. Compared to the spirit medicines that little Mingyue had harvested, he suddenly felt that he had all entered the Green Cloud mysterious realm for nothing. Why did all the major powers send their seed disciples into the Green Cloud mysterious realm? After all, the seed disciples were all the future pillars of the sect. The loss of even one of them would break the clan's bones. The reason why seed disciples had to be dispatched into the Green Cloud mysterious realm regardless of the cost was because the Green Cloud mysterious realm was opened for the first time. A secret realm that has existed for nearly 1,000 years opens for the first time. The cultivation resources during the period can be imagined how abundant they are. This was also the reason why Taoist Ling Yin dispatched him into the Green Cloud mysterious realm. The purpose was to want him to get some more cultivation resources back. But now, compared with Xiao Mingyue, he feels that he is a redundant. It was because his harvest didn't even reach 1/10 of little Mingyue's. It's all about the powerful talisman given by Master. The demonic beasts won't be able to see me after the talisman is affixed, so that I can pick elixir well. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. Listen to the end. Envy could not help but rise in Yi Ling Tian's eyes. After all, the sect had a rule that only 50% of the harvest in the Green Cloud Mystic Realm needed to be taken out and turned over to the sect. Take the elixir picked by little Mingyue. Even if he could only leave 50% for himself in the end, it would still be very terrifying. Not to mention, the Green Cloud Mystic Realm was opened for the first time, and the spirit medicines within it were all still of high quality. Let's go. How about we go pick elixirs together? With the talisman in place, the demonic beasts won't be able to see us. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Ouch. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaobai purred with great displeasure. It was not willing to let Yi Ling Tian join in as well. This is the nine-tailed fox. Yi Ling Tian's eyes immediately shrunk as his gaze landed on Little White. The nine-tailed fox bloodline was no joke. It was because this race had once given birth to pseudo-immortal beasts, that is, terrifying existences equivalent to the human race's hijacking realm cultivators. Therefore, the nine-tailed fox bloodline was a ninth-order bloodline. If it was cultivated properly, it would be able to grow into a pseudo-immortal beast in the future. Xiaobai rolled his eyes in disdain in his heart after hearing this. Its bloodline is a nine-tailed immortal fox, an existence capable of becoming an immortal beast in the future. Yak! I picked this up after entering the secret realm. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily and happily returned. Found it? Yi Ling Tian froze on the spot, not understanding what picking up meant. That's right. Seeing this, Little Bright Moon immediately narrated how he caught Little White. Yi Ling Tian immediately exploded in his heart after hearing this. What the hell? This kind of thing still exists in the world. You're lucky. Yi Ling Tian spoke in a sour tone. Yak, I would have met White before. I just didn't catch it. I didn't expect it to run into the secret realm as well. And caught by me. Little Akatsuki nodded, also feeling very lucky. Having said that, she then continued, Go, nerd, come with us to pick spirit herbs. Little White can spot the elixir from far away. I can pick so many. It's a credit to it. Oh. Ouch. White purred in great protest. Little White, Master said that everyone in the clan should help each other. Little Akatsuki, who understood what it meant, immediately taught. This. Well. Yi Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in answering. It does seem a little more favorable to have two people moving together. Immediately, the two men and one fox then began to embark on the path of spirit medicine scavenging. Yi Ling Tian was also completely shocked by the effects of the talisman. Surprisingly, he could really make the demonic beasts unable to see him. Nerd, how was it? The talisman given by Master is awesome, right? With another spirit medicine in her pocket, little Manhwa asked happily. Powerful indeed. After returning to the clan, I will report this matter to father. If this kind of talisman can be mass-produced, in the future, when the disciples of the Ling Tian sect enter the secret realm, the harvest will all be terrifying. Yi Ling Tian nodded approvingly. In response, little Akatsuki did not say nothing. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire green cloud mysterious realm suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pillar of light suddenly rose up from the depths. That dazzling light made heaven and earth lose color on the spot. Nerd, what's that? Looking at the huge pillar of light that rose up into the sky, little Manhwa curiously inquired. Buzz. Just as Yi Ling Tian was about to reply, a buzzing sound came from him. Immediately afterward, an ancient bronze temple was seen slowly rising up in the pillar of light. When the ancient and simple bronze hall rose straight up into the air, the huge light pillars all instantly poured into the bronze hall. When the pillar of light disappeared, the bronze hall was suspended in the air like this. I am Qing Yunzi. Those who wish to obtain my inheritance, come quickly to participate in the examination. In the next moment, an old voice issued from within the bronze hall. The majestic voice traveled directly into every corner of the green cloud mystic realm, allowing everyone to hear it. Go, it's Qing Yunzi's inheritance. Yi Ling Tian immediately opened his mouth. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. The two of them took out their magic weapons and harnessed them towards the bronze hall. Arriving at the bronze hall, he only saw that there were already quite a few people standing in front of the thick gate. Some had Jindan realm cultivation, some had foundation establishment realm cultivation, and others had Qi refining realm cultivation. However, no matter what the cultivation level was, its age did not exceed 10 years old. It's her. Surprisingly, it's her. I didn't expect her to be from the Ling Tian sect. Stay away from her, this one's weird. How weird is that? All demonic beasts become blind when facing her. Ha! Seeing the little bright moon that descended on the square, the crowd immediately whispered. After all, there were many of them who had seen with their own eyes that little Manhwa had gone to pick spiritual herbs openly and had yet to be attacked by demonic beasts. Soon, little Manhwa and Yi Ling Tian were directly isolated. Many people thought that little Manhwa was practicing some kind of evil technique in order to make the demonic beasts turn a blind eye to it. It's the talisman given by Master that's powerful. Little Akatsuki glanced at those guys and spoke defiantly. Whoever dares to speak any more nonsense is an enemy of my Ling Tian sect. Yi Ling Tian followed suit and spoke. As he spoke, he directly released the aura of a Jindan perfection cultivator. Seeing the situation, the guys who were still gossiping shut up. After all, the Ling Tian sect was one of the strongest forces in the western region. Now Lin Yu had broken through to the transformation god realm again. Even clans whose strength was equal to the Ling Tian sect didn't dare to offend them. Senior Sister Su, don't pay attention to their words. Yi Ling Tian looked at the angry little Mingyu and comforted. He was only 10 years old, but his whole person seemed very mature. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded. Welcome all of you to the Green Cloud Palace. Just then, Chang Yunzi's voice thought once again. The voice was still echoing in the air when a divine soul villain appeared in front of the thick gate. When the crowd saw this, they all landed their gazes on Qing Yunzi's residual soul. Similarly, Qing Yunzi's residual soul was also sizing up the crowd. Looking for little Akatsuki, to be precise. Because Wolf had sought him out for a good talk, he had to get little Manhwa out to open the back door for him. Incidentally, he gave the things given by Wolf to little Akatsuki. Chapter 19. It's Senior Sister Su. You wouldn't know Qing Yunzi, would you? In just a few moments, the remnant soul of Qing Yunzi found little Manhwa in a group of children. Moment. He then doubled over. What kind of spiritual root is this? Qing Yunzi looked at the little bright moon, his heart extremely shocked. Because little Manhwa's spiritual root was different from all the others. Not only was it long and wide, there was also a multicolored haze lingering on it. As we all know, if a person wants to embark on the path of cultivation and ask for immortality, he or she must have a spiritual root to be able to do so. Because the spiritual root is the bridge between heaven and earth for a person. Only when a spiritual root is born in the body, a person can sense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and thus use the spiritual root to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth with the help of the cultivation method. For millions of years, the human race had already been very thorough in their drilling of spirit roots. The longer and wider the spiritual root, the faster the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the faster the speed of refining spiritual energy. Therefore, spiritual roots were then divided into several grades by the human race based on their length and width. Spiritual roots under 3 inches long and 3 inches wide are yellow-level spiritual roots. If the length and width are higher than 3 inches and lower than 6 inches, then it is a Shen-level spirit root. Higher than 6 and lower than 9 are earth-level spiritual roots. Higher than 9, lower than 12 is a heavenly spiritual root. Beyond that is the root of the Holy Spirit. Like Qing Yunzi was an earth-level spirit root in his lifetime. However, a spirit root like little Manhwa's was the first time even the knowledgeable Qing Yunzi had seen it. Could this be the legendary immortal spirit root? Xin Yunzi thought in his mind that this should be the case. Although he wasn't sure exactly what little Mingyue's origin was, but even a powerful person of the robbery realm like Wu Dolph had to be called a young lady. The horror of its origin is evident. Having the legendary immortal spirit root was normal. Okay, I'll get inside. Those who pass in heart, talent, and enlightenment will receive my legacy. The remnant soul of Qin Yunzi returned to his senses and spoke. After saying that, he reached out and pointed out a white light that didn't enter on the thick door. Immediately after, the gate slowly opened, and the remnant soul of Qin Yunzi disappeared from sight. Go! Quickly go in. Qin Yunzi is a powerful person of the god transformation realm. His inheritance is definitely not ordinary. Get out of my way, all of you, don't stop me. In an instant, all the children rushed towards the bronze hall like carp in a river. Nerd, let's go in too, or else they'll grab all the good stuff. Little Mingyue looked towards Yiling Tian and opened her mouth. Senior Sister Su, there's no rush, let them explore the path first. Qin Yunzi's inheritance isn't that easy to get. Yiling Tian looked at the crowd that was madly rushing towards the bronze hall and spoke with a calm expression. Obviously just 10 years old, matured like an adult. Okay. Little Akatsuki nodded as her master had instructed her. After entering the secret realm, it was best to listen to Yiling Tian in everything. This scene fell right into the eyes of Qin Yunzi's remnant soul. It's a nice little guy with a lot of talent. Pity. He muttered to himself. Out of all the children, other than little Mingyue, the person he favored most to take over his body was Yiling Tian. Because Yiling Tian was the only holy spirit root. This kind of cultivation talent was an extremely rare existence even in the central state. Ran. Looking at it now, Yiling Tian he couldn't move either. After all, little Mingyue was with Yiling Tian. He didn't know if seizing Yiling Tian would cause resentment from Martial Great Wolf. It was fine if he didn't cause it. If he did, even if he succeeded in taking over the body, he would still be dead. Senior Sister Su, it's almost time, let's go. After seeing almost everyone enter the bronze hall, Yiling Tian opened his mouth. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, completely treating Yiling Tian as a big brother. Soon, the two then entered the bronze temple. Only just after stepping into the bronze hall, both of them had their vision shaken. When he looked again, he was already in an unfamiliar space. As far as the eye could see, it was all gold. Those children who entered first were fighting with some jinns in this space. 5 elements formation? Yiling Tian scanned the circle before opening his mouth with a somewhat heavy face. Nerd, what is the 5 elements formation? Little Akatsuki curiously followed up. Father said that the 5 elemental formation is a powerful killing formation that is set up with the 5 spiritual elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Those caught in the 5 elements formation will pass through 5 attribute worlds. Only by breaking through the 5 attribute worlds can the formation be broken. Yiling Tian immediately explained. Ooh. Little Mingyue nodded her head seemingly understanding. Senior Sister Su, this should be the golden formation of the 5 elements formation. This 5 elements grand formation is different from all the other formations, even though it is a grand formation. But in reality, it's 5 small formations, each of which opens up independently. That is to say, each formation has an eye of the formation, and the corresponding 5 elemental spirits will be placed at the eye of the formation. Let's look and see if we can find the eye of the golden formation and take that metallic spirit. Yiling Tian spoke in a very calm and collected manner. Little Mingyue, on the other hand, completely transformed into a little follower and nodded her head obediently. Let's look for it then. She opened her mouth and took a step forward when she finished. Ouch! At that moment, pain-eating sounds suddenly came out of her mouth. Senior Sister Su, what's wrong? Yiling Tian hurriedly inquired and even reached out to help her. Something's pinching my foot. Kota Maniki replied, and when she finished she moved her foot out of the way, only to see a rounded bump where she had just stepped, as if it were like half a jewel. Nerd, what's this ACA? Xiao Mingyue bent down and looked at the half-bead and spoke. This seems to be a gold spirit bead? Yiling Tian said with some uncertainty as he surveyed the half-bead. Xiao Mingyue didn't care about him and crouched down to grab the half-bead in her hand. Nerd, this seems to be set in it. She opened her mouth. As he spoke, his spiritual energy worked, grabbing the beads and pulling them out viciously. Click! A sound similar to shattering rang out, and little Mingyue managed to pull out a palm-sized bead. It was also the moment the beads were pulled out. The entire golden world dissipated with it. Everyone was plunged into a world of yellow sand. There was also a puzzled look all over his face. What's going on? The crowd looked at me and me at you, all of them were filled with confusion. But, the one who was the most confused was still Yiling Tian. He stared dumbfounded at the beads in little Mingyue's hands, his entire being as if he was struck by lightning and mortared in place. This was because he had already recognized what the beads in little Mingyue's hands were. It was none other than the golden spirit bead, one of the 5 elements spiritual objects. Likewise, it was the eye of the golden formation. He had been all ready to cast a secret art to find the eye of the formation. I did not expect little Mingyue to step out directly? Yiling Tian's mind had fallen into a brief blank. Nerd, could this be the Eye of the Golden Formation? Little Akatsuki responded, inquiring. Gollum. Yiling Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded after coming back to his senses. Senior Sister Sue, you wouldn't know Senior Chin Yunzi, would you? He spoke with a ghostly gaze. Chapter 20, Don't take me with you when you commit suicide. Ha! Little Akatsuki froze for a very obvious moment after hearing this. Following that, she shook her head and said, I don't know ACA, nerd, why do you say that? Yiling Tian didn't return to her, but only pursued again, really don't know? At this point, he just felt like it was so damn outrageous. A second ago, he had said that he was going to look for the Eye of the Golden Formation. The next second, Xiao Mingyue stepped on the Golden Formation Eye. Is this a coincidence? He didn't always feel like it. Don't recognize it. Little Akatsuki returned with a bewildered look on her face. Is it really a coincidence? Yiling Tian frowned as he thought, but he always felt strange in his heart. Hiss. Just then, the hissing sound suddenly rang out. Only a lizard demonic beast suddenly rushed out from the yellow soil to kill the crowd. The people who were originally still in a daze reacted and hastily exerted means to deal with it. Even both of Yiling Tian encountered a lizard demonic beast attack. Senior Sister Sue, I'll stop this demonic beast, you find the Eye of the Earth Formation. Yiling Tian immediately took his magic weapon to meet the lizard demonic beast. Good. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. In the meantime, somewhere in the space within the bronze hall. What? Not convinced? Martial Great Wolf wiped the sword in his hand and looked down at the somewhat shivering remnants of Qin Yunzi's soul. Little Mingyue getting the golden spirit bead was naturally a secret operation by him. No. Wouldn't dare. Qin Yunzi spoke with a face full of compliments, but his heart was full of helplessness. Before his death, he had already been plotting to take over his body. Original. He was thinking of utilizing the 5 elements formation to make a big wave and leave behind good seedlings, thus screening for seedlings with qualified talent, enlightenment, combat strength, and even identity to take over. Ran. What he hadn't counted on in all of his calculations was that there would be a little Mingyue present among the group of people coming in. Alas. It seems that you can only choose a random person to take over, he thought in his mind. Because with little Mingyue around, all his means of testing would be for show. Trying to find a seedling who was qualified in all aspects to take over the body was simply impossible. Inside the Earth Formation, little Mingyue did not know about the matter between Wu Dolph and Chang Yunzi. At this moment, she was looking for the Eye of the Earth Formation. But it wasn't long before someone noticed her presence. Asterisk 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 asterisk, look at her, you guys, these demonic beasts are not even attacking her? Holy, what's going on? What's going on? Can't the demonic beast see her? This, Senior Qin Yunzi, I want to report it. Yes, Senior Qin Yunzi, I want to prosecute this person. The people who were fighting bitterly with the lizard demonic beast opened their mouths in dissatisfaction. Because the little bright moon is just too weird. No matter where she went, the lizard demonic beast did not attack her. Even walking up to the lizard demonic beast's eyes, the lizard demonic beast directly chose to ignore it. It's outrageous. Not talking about them. Even Yiling Tian's brain was buzzing from watching. Could it also be the effect of Elder Lin's talisman? But these demonic beasts are not real demonic beasts at all. After all, they were now inside the formation. Therefore, these demonic beasts were all attacks conjured up by the formation. Putting on Lin Yu's talisman, real demonic beasts couldn't see him and he could still understand. But how was it that the demonic beast conjured up by the formation was still like that? Something's wrong, the Sister Sue is very wrong. Yiling Tian thought in his heart and couldn't help but think of the golden spirit bead that he had just picked up. Could it be that Sister Sue is really related to Qin Yunzi? Only, she doesn't know it herself? Yiling Tian brainstormed. All shut up, this is good for us. It's just the right time to let Senior Sister Sue feel at ease to find out the formation Eye to break this formation. Do you all want to be consumed here? Reacting, he snapped. This. At those words, the crowd responded. Yeah. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Fellow Taoist, just search for the formation Eye at ease. Yeah. The crowd spoke up. Although it was very puzzling about the demonic beasts not attacking little Mingyue, but the most important thing right now was to break the formation. Otherwise, they would all be exhausted here. After all, these demonic beasts were illusioned by formations, and it was simply impossible to kill them all. If the formation isn't broken before the mana runs out, they all have to die. Oof. Little Mingyue grunted in dissatisfaction, still continuing to search for the formation Eye. She could not care about other people's deaths, but she had to care about Yiling Tian's death. Little White, quickly help me find where the formation Eye is. After searching for a few moments and not having the slightest clue, Xiao Mingyue released Xiao Bai. Ouch. Little White nodded, and soon the Eye of the Earth Formation was found by little Mingyue. However, the Eye of the Earth Formation was not a bead, but a flat stone. To be precise, it's a dry patch of soil. Nerd, what's this ACA? After breaking the formation, little Mingyue quickly came to Yiling Tian's side. She's not stupid. The 5 elements formation was set up by Qin Yunzi, and the spirit placed under the eye of the formation was certainly not something simple. It's enough to make other people's eyes glaze over, too. Senior Sister Sue, this should be resting earth. It can be placed in the spiritual field to increase the spiritual aura of the spiritual soil. Yi Ling Tian explained after a moment of careful scrutiny. Ooh. Little Mingyue nodded indistinctly and immediately put the restorative earth into her storage ring. Gentlemen, I know what you're thinking. Don't forget, we're still in the 5 elements formation. If we can't break the formation, no one will want to live. Next, how about we deal with the demonic beasts and my senior sister will be in charge of finding the formation eye. Yi Ling Tian turned his head to look at the guys gawking at him and opened his mouth. To this, the crowd naturally had no opinion. The treasure was good, but what was it compared to a life? And so, the next 3 formations were all easily broken by little Mingyue. As the last of the 5 elemental spirits fell into her hands, the crowd had felt a change in vision. When they looked again, they were all sitting in the great hall. Each one has a regimental bunk under their ass. Congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the examination. The remnant soul of Qin Yunzi surveyed everyone and spoke. Senior Qin Yunzi, I'm prosecuting her. That's right, Senior Cheng Yunzi, she is not attacked by demonic beasts, this is cheating. Senior Qin Yunzi, she is not qualified to receive your inheritance. Seeing the remnant soul of Qin Yunzi, a group of little ones opened their mouths. Nima. Words. Qin Yunzi's face skin twitched fiercely. You guys don't want to die, don't bring me along. If it weren't for Senior Sister Sue, would you have been able to come out peacefully? Bunch of ungrateful dogs. Yi Ling Tian angrily cursed on the spot with a red face. As for little Mingyue, she sat there in silence as if she was greatly aggrieved. Shut up all of you. Qin Yunzi swept a glance at Wudolf, who was already filled with murderous intent in the dark, and let out a stern cry. This little Taoist friend is not attacked by demonic beasts, that's also her skill. Now, you release your minds to sense the regimental bunks under your seats. There are things within it. It's your luck what you can get, and the old man's legacy is also inside. He continued. Chapter 21 Mingyu, this is the 9-tailed immortal fox cub. After hearing Qin Yunzi's words, the crowd all visibly froze for a moment. That's it? In their impression, the secret realm inheritance was all about layers and layers of hurdles. After all, before entering the bronze hall, Qin Yunzi had said that only those with outstanding spiritual roots, enlightenment, and heart would be able to obtain his inheritance. Now, it was only a matter of breaking a 5 elements formation. How could it be a direct access to the inheritance? Senior Qin Yunzi, aren't you going to test our spiritual roots, enlightenment, and heart? Right, Senior Qin Yunzi, shouldn't there be 3 levels? Several people spoke up in great confusion. Words. Qin Yunzi's eyes were filled with depression. Originally he did envision it that way. The 5 elements formation, for example, was what he used to observe the hearts and minds of these guys. Because the person who is calm and collected enough will be in that kind of environment, as the dominant person to lead the crowd to resist the demonic beasts to find the eye of the formation. Just like Yi Ling Tian did. However, nowadays, because of the existence of little Akatsuki, all of his designs were just for show. There was simply no point in letting this group of guys continue to go through the spiritual roots and enlightenment levels in the back. The old man's legacy is within the regiment store under your seat. If you want it, let go of your mind to sense it. If you don't want it, leave yourself. Qin Yunzi didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. Once these words came out, the group of little ones didn't dare to speak again. One after another, they began to release their divine sense to sense the regimental bunks under their seats. Little Mingyue did the same with Yi Ling Tian. Just find a random guy with decent talent to take over. Qin Yunzi's remnant soul muttered in his heart as he looked at the group of little ones. After he scanned the circle, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the regimental bunk under the seat of a young boy. Plus little Akatsuki. After releasing his mind to sense the donut store, she immediately appeared in a grayish space. Could it be that the donut store is made of space stone? Little Akatsuki muttered to herself. She knew very well that she should be a divine soul entering a special space right now. It's like a storage ring. With a sweep of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of 2 things within the special space. A fist-sized purple fruit, and a jade slip. Both were hovering not far ahead. Wow, this can't be the heavenly smoke fruit. Master said that the heavenly smoke fruit can enhance the spiritual root qualification. Little Mingyue's gaze first landed on the purple fruit, her eyes filled with surprise. The heavenly smoke fruit was a genuine 9th grade spirit. She didn't expect that there would be one in the Qin Yunzi secret realm. Without the slightest hesitation, she hurriedly took out a jade box to put the heavenly smoke fruit away. Only then did she look at the jade slip. Could it be Senior Qin Yunzi's technique? Little Mingyue muttered in her mind and grabbed the jade slip into her hands. She knew that this jade slip was an inheritance jade, which was often used to record spells, feats, and secret methods. Spread out the jade slip. Little Akatsuki's eyes rounded with what was shown. 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Surprisingly, it's a 9th grade alchemist's inheritance. It's too good. In that case, that bad old man isn't the only alchemist in the clan. After reading it, she spoke with great delight, excitement on her little face. This trip to the Green Cloud Mystic Realm was really worth it. Getting the nine-tailed fox spirit beast, getting so many spirit medicines, and now also getting the heavenly smoke fruit and the 9th grade alchemist inheritance. Master will be thrilled when he finds out. Little Akatsuki thought with a smile in her heart. After searching some more within the special space to make sure there was nothing else, her divine soul exited the space. Open your eyes. Only a number of others were seen sitting on the donut bunks with their eyes closed. Yiling Tian, who was sitting beside her, was on the contrary like her, having retreated from the special space. Nerd, did you get something good? Little Mingyue looked at Yiling Tian and asked, because she could see the exhilaration hidden on Yiling Tian's dead face. Shoo! Yiling Tian hurriedly made a silencing motion. We'll talk about it outside. He swept a glance at the others and whispered in Little Mingyue's ear. Little Akatsuki nodded. Lin Yu had taught her the truth of the piece de resistance. Those who have obtained something may leave on their own. The exit of the secret realm has been opened. Right at this moment, Qin Yunzi's voice resounded within the great hall. Only the remnants of his soul were not seen. Of course, this had nothing to do with Little Mingyue and Yiling Tian. The two of them immediately got up and walked out towards the outside of the bronze hall. Just a glance. They then saw the vortex floating in the square outside the bronze hall. Senior Sister Su, go out and talk. Yiling Tian opened his mouth very decisively. After saying that, without waiting for Little Mingyue to reply, he pulled her straight to the whirlpool. The eagerness was as if someone was chasing them from behind. With a wobble of vision, the two of them were already at the place where they entered the Green Cloud Mystic Realm when they reappeared. Mingyue, Ling Tian, this. Seeing the two little ones come out, Lin Yu hurriedly opened his mouth. As she spoke, she probed her hand and a terrifying mana surged out, directly rolling Little Mingyue and Yiling Tian to her side. How is your harvest? Lin Yu asked hurriedly. After all, the Green Cloud Mystic Realm was open for the first time, and there must be quite a lot of good things inside. Elder Lin. Just as Little Mingyue wanted to report what she had obtained, Yiling Tian hurriedly opened his mouth. As he spoke, he swept a glance at the other forces. After all, the two of them were the first to come out, and now the other forces were staring at them. You're a fine little fellow. Lin Yu nodded very appreciatively, and with a wave of her big hand, she directly struck a boundary to encompass the three. Go ahead, they can't hear or see. She continued to speak. Yes, Elder Lin, I didn't obtain many spirit medicines. However, I obtained a divine Dao fruit. Yiling Tian immediately opened his mouth. What? When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately stared. Really? She trailed off uncertainly. The divine Dao fruit, that was an 8th grade spirit item. Of course, the most crucial thing was that this item could increase the chances of breaking through the harmonization realm by a full 70%. Really, with this item, Father will definitely be able to break through to the harmonization realm. Yiling Tian nodded heavily, his tone revealing excitement. Well. Lin Yu also nodded very happily. Taoist Ling Yun's talent isn't bad, and with this divine Dao fruit it can indeed break through to the harmonization realm. At that time, which other power in the entire western region would dare to compete with the Ling Yun sect? Akatsuki, what about you? After Lin Yu calmed down, he looked at Xiao Mingyue. Hey, look, master. Xiao Mingyue smiled mysteriously and first took Xiao Bai out of her arms. This is the 9-tailed immortal fox cub. With just a glance, Lin Yu could tell the bottom line of Xiao Bai. What? 9-tailed fairy fox? Yiling Tian, who was on the side, was dumbfounded on the spot after hearing this. As the son of the sovereign, he was naturally aware of the 9-tailed immortal fox. That's an existence that can grow into an immortal beast. This senior sister of his, what he picked up in the secret realm was actually a 9-tailed immortal fox. Chapter 22, I'm good, my ass. Your dad is good. Ha? Master, this is the 9-tailed fairy fox? Little Akatsuki froze as well. Yes, absolutely right, this is indeed a 9-tailed immortal fox cub. Akatsuki, where did you come from? Lin Yu spoke with a very serious expression. 9-tailed immortal fox cub, a terrifying existence capable of growing into an immortal beast in the future. Picked up aces in the secret world. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. Pick up? A big question mark popped up in Lin Yu's head after hearing this. Master, it's like this. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue immediately told how she had obtained Xiao Bai. Ha? This. Lin Yu was dumbfounded on the spot after hearing this. A 9-tailed immortal fox cub had just become his disciple's spirit beast? Hee, master, I'm lucky, aren't I, to have picked up a 9-tailed immortal fox cub. Little Mingyue said very happily. She also knew what kind of existence the 9-tailed immortal fox was. Words. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments. Okay? You call that luck? It's anticlimactic. Master, there are also these spirit medicines. Xiao Mingyue didn't care about her and took out her storage ring. Looking at the elixir stuffed inside. Once again, Lin Yu was silent. Bright moon. Are you sweeping the entire Qingyun secret realm? Looking at those spirit medicines, Lin Yu froze and opened his mouth. She had thought that it would be fine for the two little ones to have some gains in the secret realm. Now what? Great guys, one more than the other against the odds. Yiling Tian obtained the divine Dao fruit. Even if little Mingyue got a 9-tailed immortal fox cub, she also obtained so many spirit medicines, and they were all 3rd dash, 4th dash, and even 5th grade elixirs. She was certain that there was no power harvest present that could compare to the Lingyun sect. It's all because the talisman given by Master is awesome AC. Little Akatsuki grinned, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. The talisman I gave you is powerful? Lin Yu's heart went straight to his head after hearing this. She did give little Mingyue the concealment talisman. That talisman was only here to keep little Mingyue safe. Taking fatal damage also teleports them elsewhere. But, what does this have to do with harvesting so many spiritual medicines? Yes, Elder Lin, can you turn in or sell your talismans to the clan? With that kind of talisman, in the future, when the Lingyun sect goes to explore the secret realm, they will definitely be able to return home with a full load every time. Yiling Tian followed suit and spoke. Lin Yu was even more confused after hearing this. What are you two little guys talking about? She inquired in great confusion. The talisman given by Master can make the demonic beasts invisible to me AC. It's because of Master's talisman that I picked so many spirit herbs. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. Yiling Tian, who was standing next to her, nodded in agreement. Instantly, a big question mark popped up in Lin Yu's head. Does one's own concealment talisman have such an effect? Why don't I know that? She thought in her mind and then reacted, silly girl, which is my talisman is powerful. It's your little white awesome. She spoke bitterly. White? Little Akatsuki looked at her in disbelief. Little White is of the 9-tailed immortal fox bloodline, and this kind of demonic beast bloodline is rarely compared to demonic beasts in the heavenly martial realm. Those demonic beasts should have sensed Little White's terrifying bloodline, that's why they didn't dare to touch you. Lin Yu thought for a moment before explaining. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly. Elder Lin, isn't this 9-tailed immortal fox cub only a 2nd stage Taoist? Demonic beasts certainly have bloodline suppression, but can Xiaobai's Dao shouldn't it become a fragrant bun in the eyes of demonic beasts? The more thoughtful Yiling Tian picked up the conversation. Bloodline suppression existed between demonic beasts, and the suppression of a powerful bloodline against a weak one was terrifying. But, that was also limited to the same realm, or even a high realm against a low realm. Taking Xiaobai, if they were of the same 2nd rank, they would naturally be able to have a very terrifying suppression effect. But those demonic beasts in the secret realm were basically all of the 3rd rank. With Little White's bloodline, it would instead become an absolute delicacy in the eyes of those demonic beasts. Because by devouring Xiaobai, they might sublimate their bloodline. Little White is certainly of the 2nd rank, but Mingyue is a Jindan realm cultivator. With her holding Little White and my concealment talisman, those demonic beasts will only sense a 3rd rank demonic beast with a very terrifying bloodline approaching. With the same Dao line, how could they dare to make a move against the bright moon? Lin Yu smiled and explained. After hearing this, Yiling Tian then nodded in realization. So it's bye, you're amazing. Little Mingyue rubbed Little White's furry ears and said. Xiaobai rolled his eyes straight in his mind. It's awesome my ass. All because of your father. It muttered in its mind. Master, I still have something to gain, oh hey. Little Mingyue didn't care about it and smiled mysteriously as she continued to open her mouth to Lin Yu. There's a catch? Lin Yu was a bit dumbfounded. 9-tailed immortal fox cubs and so many medicinal herbs alone are a horrible harvest, but there's more? What else? She followed up curiously. And these two? Little Mingyue immediately took out the heavenly smoke fruit along with the 9th grade alchemist inheritance. Lin Yu received it curiously. She first opened the jade box containing the heavenly smoke fruit. Hiss! Heavenly smoke fruit! At that moment, the sound of pouring cold air came out from her mouth. Sky smoke fruit! Yiling Tian was also shocked, and his face was climbed with thick unbelief. He had thought that he had already gone against the heavens enough by obtaining an 8th grade divine Dao fruit. I didn't expect that little Mingyue would obtain a 9th grade spirit, the heavenly smoke fruit. Moment. He then felt that the divine Dao fruit he had obtained didn't smell good anymore. Good, Mingyue, when you return to the clan you will immediately refine it. In this way, your spiritual roots will definitely go to the next level. Lin Yu opened his mouth very happily, without the slightest intention of taking the heavenly smoke fruit for himself. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. Master, look at this again. This is a good one. She smiled mysteriously and handed the jade slip up. Upon hearing this, both Yiling Tian and Lin Yu's eyes had condensed. You know, even Sky Smoke Fruit Little Bright Moon didn't say anything good. And this jade slip, she said 3 words about good things. Could it be that what was within this jade slip was even more terrifying than the heavenly smoke fruit? The two thought and couldn't help but look at each other. After Lin Yu took a deep breath, he began to check out the jade slip. My god! After looking at it for a moment, a horrified voice came out of Lin Yu's mouth. She had thought that what was recorded within this jade slip was some very terrifying technique. I didn't expect. it to be a 9th grade alchemy inheritance. That's a 9th grade. Calling it the most powerful alchemy inheritance in the Tianwu realm was not even an exaggeration. Elder Lin, what is this? Yiling Tian saw that Lin Yu's expression was greatly lost, and inquired in a very puzzled manner. You know, the 9-tailed immortal fox and the heavenly smoke fruit didn't make Lin Yu so. What exactly was within this jade brief that could make Lin Yu lose his temper like this? 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Lin Yu took a deep breath and spoke word by word. What? Chapter 23, do you think it's possible? Yiling Tian was also staring with both eyes after hearing this. His appearance was like seeing a ghost in the daytime. 9th grade alchemist inheritance? This stuff is pretty scary. This is because pills are essential for those who cultivate. No matter which realm you are in, you can't get away from elixirs. It's safe to say, a cultivator, wanting to grow up, even if the spiritual root qualification is good, cannot be separated from pills. The 9th grade alchemist inheritance, as the name suggests, is the insights, alchemy experience, etc. of a 9th grade alchemist. It was not too much to call this kind of inheritance the number 1 inheritance in the heavenly martial realm. Even immortal ranked feats could not possibly be compared to this. He didn't expect it. Little Mingyue not only harvested the 9-tailed immortal fox cubs and the heavenly smoke fruit in the secret realm, but also obtained such a terrifying alchemy inheritance. Moment. The joy of obtaining the divine Dao fruit in his heart was washed away. Because this harvest was a hair's breadth compared to little Mingyue's. Pressing is not comparable. Well. Good disciple, this time you've really made a great achievement. No, it's bringing a heavenly creation to the Ling Tian sect. Lin Yu spoke with an agitated expression. Earlier, she was still thinking that Elder Wang had already been invalidated, and who should Xiao Mingyue go to refine these elixirs harvested by her into pills to get the best value for money? Didn't realize. Now little Mingyue had actually taken out a 9th grade alchemist inheritance. Find the talented ones to learn it, and the Ling Tian sect will still be short of pills? Hee, master, I'm awesome, right? Receiving Lin Yu's praise, little Mingyue laughed very happily. Awesome, you are simply a blessing for our Ling Tian sect. Lin Yu nodded his head heavily, not mincing words of praise. Senior Sister Su, is this really what you got in the Green Cloud Mystic Realm? Yiling Tian stuttered a little as he opened his mouth. Qing Yunzi was merely a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Although he had once been only one step away from the harmonization realm, it was still the transformation realm. How could a 9th grade alchemist inheritance appear within his secret territory? Yeah, obtained right inside the group store. Little Akatsuki nodded back. But, as far as I know, Senior Qing Yunzi doesn't seem to know how to refine pills. This 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Yiling Tian spoke with a frown on his face, only feeling that this was not right. Ling Tian, what's the point of thinking so much? You just need to know that this 9th grade alchemist inheritance is now the Ling Tian sect's. Lin Yu opened his mouth. Obviously, as an elder of the Ling Tian sect, she was naturally not a cutie. It was indeed unlikely that this 9th grade alchemist inheritance was something that Qing Yunzi could possess. But so what? As long as this thing is now the Ling Tian sect's, it will be fine. Yes, Elder Lin. Yiling Tian nodded and said nothing more. Come on, let's go back to the clan. Lin Yu saw this and smiled slightly. Master, when we return to the clan, how about going to my house? I'm going to eat the 3-legged chicken that Daddy raised. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gulp. Senior Sister Su, what 3-legged chicken? Yiling Tian pursued with some confusion. As the young sect master of the Ling Tian sect, his insights could not be described as broad. This was the first time he had heard of this 3-legged chicken. That's what Daddy raises. Those chickens are delicious. Nerd, you'll come with us then. That flavor is guaranteed to last a lifetime. Little Akatsuki immediately extended an invitation to it. Good, many thanks to Senior Sister Su. Yiling Tian thought for a moment before answering. He'd like to see what a 3-legged chicken looks like. Chatting idly, the three of them didn't care about the other forces and went straight to the Ling Tian sect. In the meantime, Ling Tian sect, inside the deliberation hall. Several supreme elders, now that Elder Wang has been abolished, what should be done about the pills? Patriarch Yiling Yu looked at the 4 supreme elders seated below and spoke with some helplessness on his face. Pills were essential to the development of the clan, especially for cultivators like them at the God Transformation realm. Relying on meditation and cultivation alone, cultivation enhancement was a turtle's pace. Without the aid of elixirs, if one wanted to cultivate further, one would have to cultivate hard for hundreds or even thousands of years at least. Alas, how did this Wang Yucheng get into trouble with a character like Big Wolf Wu? I can only blame him for being unlucky. Whoever he met was bad, but he ran into Big Wolf Wu. Wang Yucheng's problem definitely can't be solved, unless we invite a strong robber realm master. We don't have that ability. How about letting that old kid hand over his alchemy inheritance and find a new talented little guy to cultivate? The 4 supreme elders opened their mouths with a word from you and a word from me. Getting him to hand over his alchemy inheritance, I'm afraid this matter is impossible. Yiling Yu let out a long sigh, his face filled with helplessness. Why had he not thought of this? But, pressing on doesn't work. Because Wang Yucheng definitely knew clearly in his heart that the alchemy inheritance was his talisman. Once it's handed over, he'll be useless. If it's not possible, we'll conduct a soul search on him. Among the 4 great supreme elders, an old man with a shadowy face opened his mouth with a cold snort. At these words, the other 3 nodded in agreement. How can Wang Yucheng be said to be at the Yuaning realm cultivation? He's not a little cutie either. In this situation today, it will surely be guarded against us. If he planted a prohibition in his own soul in advance, the hasty collection of souls is feared. Yi Lingyun spoke very helplessly. Although the cultivation realm, one sky. If we were to talk about battle power, a strong person at the god transformation realm would be able to obliterate even 10 Yuaning realm cultivators when faced with them. But, soul searching is different. Because just being half-assed would give someone a chance to blow themselves up. At that time, the person who was searched would die, and the person who performed the soul search would also have to suffer damage to his soul. It's still the patriarch who understands me. Just as Yi Lingyun's words had just fallen, Wang Yucheng's voice suddenly resounded within the hall. Hear his voice. Everyone was shocked. There's no need for the several supreme elders to be angry. I had to come in order to protect myself. Before the 4 old guys could open their mouths, Wang Yucheng said with a smile. Say your terms. Yi Lingyun swept a glance at him and spoke with a bland expression. He knew clearly that since Elder Wang dared to come here openly and honestly, he was definitely ready to make the decision of fish death. This guy could die, but the Ling Tian sect couldn't be without an alchemist. It's still the patriarch who is sensible. Wang Yucheng smiled gently as he continued to speak. My conditions are simple. 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, plus Lin Yu. Just give me 10 million medium-grade spirit stones as well as let Lin Yu room with me. How about I just give up my inheritance? Click. The moment these words came out, Yi Ling Tian's fists immediately tightened. What a big mouth. Lin Yu aside, just 10 million medium-grade spirit stones is a horrible number. This was basically all that the Ling Tian sect had. Do you think it's possible? Yi Ling Tian spoke in an icy tone. I think it's possible. A 5th grade alchemist inheritance, the Clear Moon Pavilion, Taiyin sect, or the Greenwood sect would be happy to pay that price. Wang Yucheng ignored the killing intent in Yi Lingyun's eyes and spoke blandly. Chapter 24, The Shock of the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder. Buzz. His words had only just fallen when a very terrifying aura enveloped the entire hall. You're threatening me. Yi Lingyun stared at Wang Yucheng with a face full of killing intent, like a furious lion. I wouldn't dare, of course, if the patriarch thinks it is, then it is. Oh, I forgot, the 4 Taishang elders must not think of making a move, because a ban has been laid in my soul. All it takes is a thought from me to invoke it. Wang Chengcheng opened his mouth with a bashful expression. Since he dared to come here, he was naturally fully prepared. Without waiting for Yi Lingyun to speak, he added, I think so, my condition is not excessive. The patriarch might as well think about it. Without me, the patriarch as well as the several supreme elders wouldn't have such a cultivation level. At least, the cultivation level won't be as high as it is today, isn't it? Furthermore, by losing this alchemy inheritance, the Ling Tian sect will only be able to go for 5th grade pills. The value of a 5th grade elixir should be clear to the patriarch, not to mention the other 3 major powers. As he spoke, his face was full of confidence. After listening to him, Yi Lingyun's fists were tightened and tightened. If it was anyone else who dared to talk to him like that, he would have slapped him into a pulp long ago. On the contrary, the one who was talking to him now was the only 5th grade alchemist in the western region. It was also the only one who possessed a 5th grade alchemist's inheritance. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones is fine, the matter of Elder Lin is exempt. Yi Lingyun thought for a moment and had to give in. Although Wang Shoucheng made him hate him, his words were right. Without a 5th grade elixir, the Ling Tian sect could only go by 1. However, would the other 3 forces do what he wanted? My conditions are these 2, so think about it, patriarch. Wang Chengchun laughed, not giving the slightest room for bargaining. You really do. For the Ling Tian sect to be what it is today, you have indeed contributed a lot. But don't forget, we turned a blind eye to the things you did. Yi Lingyun stared coldly at Wang Yucheng. If eyes can kill, it is estimated that this time Wang Yucheng would have died 800 times. Patriarch, isn't it true that a man is not for himself? Wang Chengcheng smiled gently and opened his mouth without a care in the world. I'll take the 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, and I'll take Lin Yu too. It's up to the sovereign to decide which is stronger or weaker. He continued to speak, and when he finished, he headed directly out of the great hall. Wang Yucheng, how about a different type of transaction? How about you obediently hand over the alchemy inheritance and I'll give you a decent death? Just then, Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, she then brought little Mingyue and Yi Lingyun inside the grand hall. However, at this moment, her face could be described as ugly. She didn't expect that Wang Chengcheng would still be a thief to herself, daring to threaten the patriarch with a 5th grade alchemy inheritance. If little Mingyue hadn't obtained the 9th grade alchemist inheritance in the secret realm, it would have been really difficult for her. But now, LOL. Oh, Seeing this, Wang Yucheng stopped. He looked at Lin Yu with a playful face and said disdainfully, Lin Yu, going out for a trip, are you out of your mind? Come on, I'm standing right here, try moving me? As long as you dare to touch me, I will immediately blow myself up. Bang! However, before his words even fell, his body turned into a stream of light and smashed into the pillars within the great hall. Pust! In an instant, a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth. So what if I move you? You blow yourself up for me? Lin Yu looked down on him with disdain. You! Looking at her, Wang Qingqing's heart grew a little frightened. Elder Lin, this. Yi Lingyun frowned slightly. If Wang Yucheng really blew himself up, it would be troublesome for the Lingyun sect. Father, there's no need to worry, this old dog wants to die, so let's fulfill him. Without waiting for Lin Yu to open his mouth, Yi Ling Tian took over. That's it, bad old men deserve to die. Little Akatsuki chimed in and spoke. This. Hearing the words of the two little ones, Yi Lingyun and the four supreme elders couldn't help but glance at each other. Wang Yucheng, aren't you going to blow yourself up? Blow yourself up one to show me? Lin Yu stared at Wang Yucheng with an ice-cold face and continued to speak. Lin Yu, you're crazy, without me, what will happen to the Ling Tian sect in the future, you should know very well. Meeting her gaze, Wang Yucheng coldly grunted. Oh. After hearing this, Lin Yu's face was filled with a cold smile. Patriarch, please take a look. She didn't pay any more attention to Wang Yucheng, but handed over the 9th grade alchemy inheritance to Yi Lingyun. Suspiciously accepting the jade slip, Yi Lingyun opened it up to check it out. Gradual. His body, which was sitting upright, couldn't help but tremble. Where did you? This, Elder Lin, where did this come from? Could it be? He spoke in a trembling tone, and even a layer of goosebumps actually surfaced on his exposed skin. The 9th grade alchemist inheritance is surprisingly the 9th grade alchemist inheritance. Compared to this, Wang Yucheng's 5th grade counts for nothing. Back to Patriarch, this is what my disciple, Mingyu, obtained in the Green Cloud Mystic Realm. Lin Yu immediately responded. Well. The heavens have blessed my Ling Tian sect, little Mingyu, a good job, you are good. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingyun immediately could not suppress the exhilaration in his heart and began to laugh out loud. Hee, sovereign uncle, I'm awesome, right? Little Akatsuki's cheeks slightly reddened as she laughed. Awesome, just awesome. This matter should be rewarded, it is not appropriate to inform the whole clan of the great reward. Yi Lingyun opened his mouth with a big smile, and the way he looked at little Mingyue became extremely affectionate. The look was as if he was looking at his baby girl. Sovereign, what on earth is this? Yes, Patriarch, you're. The four bewildered Taishang elders opened their mouths in great confusion. See for yourselves. Yi Lingyun smiled mysteriously and handed the jade slip to the four. Seeing this, the four of them hurriedly picked it up and then came together to watch it. After reading it, their bodies were also like Yi Lingyun's as they constantly trembled. My God, 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Good, good, There's another village in the dark, Little Akatsuki, good, very good, very good. The four old guys were a bit incoherent with excitement. What? After Wang Yucheng, who was lying on the ground, heard their words, his entire body was like a lightning strike. 9th grade alchemist inheritance. Little girl, spoil my good deed, I want you dead. In the next moment, his face was filled with killing intent as he directly killed towards little Mingyue. Looking for death. Without waiting for Lin Yu to make a move, Yi Lingyun arrived in front of Elder Wang with a flash of his body. With a palm strike, Wang Yucheng's cultivation was nullified on the spot. Not only that, he also moved quickly to seal Wang Yucheng, preventing him from blowing himself up. Slightly, bad old man, deservedly. Little Mingyue made a face at Wang Chengyu. Oh, Mingyue, what do you think should be done to punish this bad old man? Yi Lingyun looked at little Mingyue and opened his mouth like an old father. Chapter 25, Perception, Lin's Ancient Clan. Sovereign uncle, I don't know AC. Meeting Taoist Ling Yun's gaze, he scratched his head and said, then I'll punish the bad old man. Ling Yunzi opened his mouth with a bright and loud laugh. His whole body appeared red-faced. Father, I have something to give you. Just then, Yi Lingyun spoke. Oh, Lingyun, what do you have for me? Yi Ling Tian looked at him with a smile. Father, please look. Yi Lingyun smiled mysteriously and immediately took out the divine Dao fruit. This is. Seeing the divine Dao fruit, Yi Ling Tian's body shook slightly. Shen Dao fruit. Surprisingly, it's a divine Dao fruit. Ling Tian, where did you get this? It's hard to believe that it's the secret realm of the green clouds. The four great elders' eyes glazed over as they looked at the divine Dao fruit, and their breaths couldn't help but catch. Cut. Little White, who was curled up in little Mingyue's arms, sneered disdainfully in his heart when he heard the words of these four old guys. Such a divine object, Xing Yunzi would take it out? If he had this kind of divine item, he would have broken through to the harmonization realm long ago. It muttered in its mind. Father, this item is exactly what I obtained from the green cloud mysterious realm. With this item, Father should be able to break through the harmonization realm, right? Yi Ling Tian said with a gentle smile. Ah, well. Ling Tian, father won't be polite to you. Yiling Yun laughed out loud and said 3 good things in a row. Today is really a big day. Little Mingyue brought back the 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Yiling Yun brought back the divine Dao fruit. Double happiness, double happiness. Congratulations, patriarch. The 4 great elders hurriedly congratulated, not even bothering to think about why Qin Yunzi would still be trapped in the transformation god realm when he had such a divine artifact. Patriarch, these are Mingyue's harvests from the green cloud mystic realm. Lin Yu picked up the conversation. As she spoke, she presented a storage ring. Elder Lin, Mingyue bringing back the 9th grade alchemy inheritance is already a great gain for the sect. Give all these cultivation resources to Mingyu. Yiling Yun swept a glance at the storage ring and waved his hand. In his mind, those gains must not have been much. Might as well just give it to little Akatsuki as a reward. After all, the 9th grade alchemy inheritance was so valuable that he didn't even know how to reward it. Ha! Sovereign, are you serious about this? Lin Yu was obviously stunned after hearing this. So how many cultivation resources were just given away? Father. Yiling Yun followed suit and spoke. He was aware of Little Bright Moon's harvest. At least half of the spirit medicines in the entire Green Cloud mystic realm had fallen into her hands. I'm the patriarch, so naturally I speak with one word. Little Mingyue, these will be your reward, okay? Yiling Yun reached out to stop what Yiling Tian wanted to say and looked at little Mingyue with a smile. Good act, thank you sovereign master uncle. Little Akatsuki nodded happily. Patriarch, why don't you take a look at Mingyue's harvest in the Green Cloud mysterious realm? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Oh, is there much to harvest? Yiling Yun inquired in surprise. See for yourself. Lin Yu didn't have any nonsense and directly laid out the spirit medicines within his storage ring. Hiss. Seeing the storage ring full of spirit medicines, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This. Yiling Yun was dumbfounded on the spot. Sovereign uncle, you said you'd reward me for all of it, he. Little Akatsuki said with a cheeky smile. Don't worry, I'm as good as my word. Yiling Yun let out a bitter smile and nodded. You guys take this guy down and take care of him. After saying that, he looked at Wang Yucheng with an icy gaze. Yes. The 4 supreme elders responded respectfully, and they all left with murderous intent in their eyes as they led Wang Yucheng away. Patriarch, Mingyue and I will leave first. Lin Yu followed suit when he saw this. Okay, go ahead. Little Akatsuki, if you have anything in the future you can talk to me. Don't worry, I'll help you as long as I can. Yiling Yu nodded and looked at little Mingyue with a kind smile. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Afterwards, Lin Yu led her out of the main hall. Father, I think. Only after the two left did Ling Tian open his mouth. Ling Tian, you're very smart. But it's not good for people to be too smart instead. Do you understand? Without waiting for him to speak, Yiling Yun interrupted him with a condensed voice. Father, could you? Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he returned. Don't think too much, you just need to know that this is good for the Ling Yun sect. Yiling Yun smiled gently, he wasn't a cutie. Wang Yucheng was invalidated by Wu Dolph on the front foot, and little Mingyue brought back the 9th grade alchemy inheritance on the back foot. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Father, is it Elder Lin or Senior Sister Su? Ling Tian nodded his head and still couldn't help but inquire. Words. Yiling Yun's gaze was deep and thought for a moment before he shook his head. I don't know. But, it's definitely one of the two of them, master and disciple. It should be Elder Lin, she is from. After all. He spoke slowly, his words stopping abruptly. As if in fear of something, he dared not go further. Father, Senior Sister Su said she wanted to go home to visit her family. She invited me. Yiling Yun didn't press the issue any further and pulled away from the topic. He knew his own father's character. If I could have said anything, I would have told him. Nowadays, since they won't talk about it, it must be too involved to talk about. Then go. Yiling Yun nodded and did not stop him. Yes. Yiling Tian respectfully answered and went straight to Qingling Peak. Lin Clan Ancient Clan, I, Taoist Ling Yun, accept this favor. Looking in the direction of the Green Spirit Peak, Yiling Yun muttered and opened his mouth. But he doesn't know. Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly when he heard the words Lin Clan Ancient Clan. Chang'an Village, Su family. Things done? Su Yun looked at Zhao Chuan who rushed back and inquired. Back to my lord, it's all been done, but... Zhao Chuan nodded and said with hesitant eyes. What? Su Yun faintly swept a glance at him and inquired. Yiling Yun is aware of something, only it's the Lin Clan Ancient Clan he's thinking of. I think it should be that Miss Master is from the Lin Clan's Ancient Clan. Zhao Chuan hesitated for a moment before saying truthfully. The Ancient Clan of Lin? Su Yun frowned slightly as he did not know about this family. After all, ever since his own daughter broke through to the Jindan realm and returned her cultivation 1,000,000 times, he reached the Divine Exaltation realm. This cultivation level was only one step away from the highest cultivation level in the realm of the gods and the heavens, the Divine Emperor realm. The place where he was usually active was naturally not a low-level world like the Heavenly Martial realm, but the spirit realm or even the divine realm. That's right, this Lin clan's ancient clan has quite a history and is related to the upper realm. Even my Zhao clan wouldn't dare to disrespect the Lin ancient clan. Zhao Chuan nodded in response. No harm done, it's for the best. Easier for me to hide. Su Yun smiled disdainfully and spoke with a bland expression. Yes, my lord, Miss has now brought Ling Yu and Yi Ling Yun's son, Yi Ling Tian, towards the village. She said she was going to treat the two of them to a three-legged golden crow. Zhao Chuan respectfully responded and continued to speak. Chapter 26 Little Mingyue returns to the village, White Zephyr with superb acting skills. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth, his tone filled with envy. The three-legged golden crow, the legendary beast. Moreover, the one Su Yun raised was not even a cub, but an adult three-legged golden crow. This kind of divine beast, to be able to take a bite of it was definitely a chance against the heavens. Not to mention that little Myung Moon had told Lin Yu that she wanted to eat fish. That is a Koan-pine divine beast. One of the top divine beasts in the world. Even true dragons and phoenixes had to step aside before them. Okay, I got it. You and the manure picker watch yourself, don't let anything slip. Su Yun nodded indifferently. The three-legged golden crow is just a matter, as long as he wants, he can always go to the three-legged golden crow clan to catch a few. Don't worry, my lord, it won't. Zhao Chuan respectfully responded. Coming. Sumu nodded and his gaze suddenly looked toward the distance. Daddy, I'm back to see you. Sure enough, the next moment little Mingyue's voice rang out. Words. An old fatherly smile immediately appeared on Su Yun's face. Walk out in a hurry. A trot, to be precise, looking no different than immortal. This acting, absolutely. Zhao Chuan muttered in his heart and followed suit. Come to the door. Su Yun saw his daughter at a glance. Woof woof woof. Before he could say anything, Great White had already pounced towards little Mingyue. Hee, big white good boy. Little Mingyue immediately unfolded her arms and hugged Big White's dog head. Humbug. Great White kept calling out. Its acting skills see Zhao Chuan's heart straight to the good guy. It's already morphed into a white zephyr, and it still manages to act so much like it. Absolute. Big White, this is Little White, you'll be brothers from now on. Little Akatsuki grinned cheekily and placed Kahaku on the ground as she spoke. Big White's gaze instantly fell on Little White. Meet its gaze. White's heart thumped for a moment, because it could clearly feel the fear that originated from its bloodline. This big white dog, its bloodline was definitely several notches above his own. Ouch. After looking at Little White for a few moments, Big White quickly reacted as if he had seen a ghost and turned around to run to Su Yun's side. This guy. Su Yun smiled in his heart. Mud, the acting is even better than him. Mingyue, Little White is a nine-tailed immortal fox bloodline. It's not many levels higher than this white wolf bloodline. It wouldn't dare spend much time with White. At this time, after surveying a circle of the yard, Lin Yu slowly opened his mouth and said. After hearing this, Xiao Bai rolled his eyes in his mind. What do you know? I'm a brother to this big white dog. It thought to itself. Yeah. Little Mingyue nodded in realization, then looked at Big White with a smile. Big White, don't be afraid, Little White won't hurt you. Ouch. Great White barked, still shivering and cowering in front of Su Yun, not daring to go up. What an actor. When Zhao Chuan saw the scene, he almost kneeled down for this guy. No wonder this is so dear to the heart of the Lord. He thought in his mind. Akatsuki is back, and these two are? Su Yun opened his mouth smilingly. He, Daddy, this is Master and this is Nerd. Little Mingyue hurriedly introduced herself. Greetings, Brother Su. Lin Yu did not have any stance, directly treating Su Yun as a person of the same generation on the spot, bowed his hand and said, Greetings, Uncle. Yi Ling Tian also opened his mouth very politely. Mud, little yellow hair. Seeing Yi Ling Yun, Su Yun instantly had a feeling that he wanted to obliterate. Because little Akatsuki's hand was still pulling this guy. So it's the immortal who has come to visit, please. Su Yun immediately put on a terrified demeanor and opened his mouth. Ha! Immortals, the old slave has met the two immortals. Zhao Chuan also reacted, his body shivering as he opened his mouth. This scene naturally did not escape the divine sense of Wu Dolph who was planting outside the courtyard. Mud, is this old dog a panty waist? So loaded? And that white zephyr, one of them is really good at acting. He thought in his mind and then continued to plant in silence. Brother Su doesn't have to be like this, and neither does the old man. Lin Yu smiled gently, giving off a very intimate feeling. That's right, Uncle heard from senior sister Su that you've raised chickens with 3 feet here. I wonder if Uncle could show me and get a better look. Yi Ling Tian followed suit and spoke. Daddy, I'm bringing Dorky and Master for 3-legged chicken. Little Akatsuki immediately said. Good, please follow me, young fairy. Later on, the old immortal will slaughter 2 of them for the 2 immortals to eat. Su Yun said respectfully. With that said, he led the way. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Yi Ling Tian hurriedly followed. They all wanted to see what the 3-legged chicken looked like. Soon, Su Yun then led them to the backyard. 2 immortals, that is the 3-legged chicken I raised. He opened his mouth and looked to the 6 chickens that were fenced in the backyard. Xiaobai, who was at little Mingyue's feet, almost didn't fall to the ground with his limbs soft and spread out when he saw those 6 chickens. Divine Beast Golden Crow. Surprisingly, it's the Divine Beast Golden Crow, the same as the demon race, and has a high-level bloodline like the 9-tailed immortal fox. Its perception is naturally not comparable to that of a human. In the eyes of little Mingyue and the others, those 6 chickens were no different from ordinary chickens. But, it sees through the 6 chickens for what they are. What kind of existence was this great master, to be able to raise the Divine Beast Golden Crow as a chicken? It had turned over in shock at the thought in its mind. Master, nerd, I'm not lying, am I? They have 3 feet. Little Mingyue saw it and opened her mouth to Lin Yu and Yi Ling Tian. I didn't realize that there really are 3-legged chickens in the world. Lin Yu nodded and spoke with some surprise. The world is really big. Yi Ling Tian followed suit and opened his mouth. Today he was considered to have grown in knowledge. Brother Su, where did you get this 3-legged chicken? Lin Yu inquired with some curiosity. The 3-legged chicken was hatched from an old hen that had been raised before. That old hen was meant to be raised to lay eggs for Mingyue to eat. However, Akatsuki doesn't like eggs, so I let the old hen hatch them. Thinking that when the chickens grow up in the future, it would be good to give Mingyue some chicken soup to stew. I didn't realize that 2 3-legged chicken hatchlings had hatched in it. I thought it was new, so I raised it. The 2 chickens happened to be a male and a female, and that's how they got those 3 feet. And, they also taste much better than other chickens, so I specialize in breeding. Su Yun responded respectfully. Yes, master, these 3-legged chickens are delicious. Little Akatsuki followed and spoke. Words. Zhao Chuan and Bai Zhe both laughed bitterly in their hearts. Could the Divine Beast Golden Crow not be delicious? Father, give master and the others a taste too? Little Mingyue looked at Su Yun again after she finished speaking. Good, we'll slaughter 2 for dinner later. Fubo, you go boil water so we can pluck the hairs later. Su Yun nodded. For his own daughter's request, he naturally would not refuse. Good. Zhao Chuan respectfully responded and immediately headed for the kitchen. Mingyue, you take the 2 immortals to sit at home first. I'll slaughter 2 now. Su Yun looked at little Mingyue again and said, Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and then led Yi Lingyun and Lin Yu on a tour around the home. Only, Xiaobai did not follow to stay in front of Su Yun. Seeing that Xiao Mingyue didn't take Xiaobai away, Great White immediately walked up and held him down with one paw. White. Chapter 27, Father is so nice. Little White looked at Big White with a confused look on his face. Just a moment ago he was that way, how come now he's suddenly doing it to himself? Boing boing. It screamed, Big brother have mercy. From now on, I'll be the big one and you'll be the little one, got it? Great White stared at Little White, his gaze ghostly as he opened his mouth. Words. Xiaobai immediately nodded his head as if he were a grandson. Come on, don't get it dirty or I'll make soup out of you. Su Yun, who walked out carrying the 2 3-legged golden crows, spoke. Instantly, Bai Zhe shivered and hurriedly released Xiaobai. It had been 3 months since it was brought back by little Mingyue. In 3 months' time, it had seen Su Yun's terror. Demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of divine beasts, that was to be killed on a whim. Sure. And because of that, it went from a white wolf to a white zephyr. Little one, since my daughter has taken a liking to you, you will follow my daughter well. Understand? Su Yun's gaze fell on Little White and he spoke. Aha. Xiaobai nodded his head like pounding garlic. Being able to raise the 3-legged golden crow as a chicken and Bai Zhe as a dog, this is definitely a superpower. To be around someone like that is a pie in the sky. And will it ever leave? I won't treat you poorly either. I'll give you all the essence blood of these 2 3-legged golden crows later. Seeing that it understood, Su Yun continued to speak. Boing boing. Xiaobai's eyes lit up and he quickly called out. The 3-legged golden crow essence blood was a treasure to it. After refining it, the bloodline could definitely be taken to the next level. White, why are you still here? Come on, come with me to see the fish Daddy has raised. Just then, little Mingyue's voice suddenly came. Immediately afterward, she made her way to the backyard. See little Akatsuki. Big White immediately put on a look of fear of Little White. It wanted to get closer to Little Bright Moon, but it was as if it dared not because of Bai's presence. Mud. This white zephyr must have been a pants wrapper in his previous life. Seeing Bai Zhe like this, Wudolf, who was silently paying attention to the courtyard, cursed in his heart. When the heat, all this Little Bright Moon is not known. She looked at Great White and took the initiative to walk over to its head. Great White, don't be afraid, Little White won't hit you. After hearing this, Xiaobai's heart was filled with bitter smiles. Fight? The light is not now. Bai Zhe is a 4th-order demon cultivation, on the bloodline. To give a 10 gall it does not dare to do something to Bai Zhe. Ouch. Great White purred softly and rubbed his head against little Akatsuki. A look of resignation. Alright. Little Mingyue stroked its soft fur soothingly, her gaze looking towards Su Yun. Daddy, will you make a fish later? The fish is good too. Meeting her gaze, Su Yun nodded with a smile. Okay, listen to you. He. Little Mingyue immediately smiled. Thank you Daddy. Daddy is so nice, Mua. Saying that, she jumped onto Su Yun and gave a hard bite to his cheek. You girl. Instantly, the corners of Suyun's mouth lifted high, more pressurized than AK. A moment. Little Mingyue then hugged Little White and left the backyard. You guys, you're pretty good at pretending. Suyun's gaze turned to Bai Zhe and said, Hey, hey, hey. Great White grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. The Koan Pang essence blood will be given to you later. Suyun threw it a blank stare and said indifferently, Thank you, master. Great White excitedly opened his mouth, even though now its bloodline was no worse than the Koan Pang's in the slightest. However, refining the Koan Pang essence blood could still gain a lot of benefits. Master, aren't you not allowed to give your little master divine beast meat? Great White inquired with another turn of phrase, puzzled. It had asked Suyun before. Why send little Mingyue outside to cultivate? Wouldn't it be better to just let him cultivate at home? Eating divine beast meat as a whole, your cultivation will surely skyrocket. At that time, Suyun's answer was that it could not be given to little Mingyue, but the reason is not stated. Can eat now. Suyun glanced at it and said. The system had a rule that he couldn't directly give little Mingyue the resources to raise her cultivation. This naturally included spirit beast meat that could fuel cultivation. In other words, as long as it was done in a way that didn't fuel cultivation, little Mingyue was able to eat divine beast meat. This is naturally not a difficult task for him. Just turn divine beast meat into regular meat. In this way, the divine beast meat would lose its value. However, a divine beast was a divine beast after all, and its flesh contained divinity within it. Even if he pulled out all the spiritual energy contained in the meat, the divinity contained within the meat would still be able to do quite a bit for little Mingyue. The most straightforward point is to improve the quality of the spiritual root. The reason why little Mingyue's spiritual root was able to reach its current level of immortal spiritual root, it's because of his feeding. Only, after little Mingyue's spiritual root quality was raised to immortal grade, the help of divine beast meat became minimal. So, he didn't choose to continue with the divine beast meat. Instead, he went to look for something like the heavenly smoke fruit and then rationalized it into little Mingyue's hands. Shiraz nodded in disbelief as he listened. Suyun no longer cared about it, and took it upon himself to handle the 2 3-legged golden crows. The other side. Little Mingyue was standing by a small pond with Linyu and Yiling Tian. Inside the pond were 5 fish covered in gold. Not only that, but there were a couple of kingpins. Senior Sister Su, what kind of fish is this? Yiling Tian asked with a slight frown after looking for a moment. He did not discern the species of the fish. Daddy says it's a goldfish. This fish is delicious, and I've already told Dad I'll make one later. Little Mingyue glanced at the 5 kunpangs and said, Goldfish? Yiling Tian was slightly stunned. The name was very close to the character of the fish. Just how is it that one has never heard of this fish? As the young sect leader of the Lingyun sect, he was well read in poetry since he was young. Not only do they understand the world's spiritual medicine but they also know a lot about the world's demonic beasts. But now, he realized that his knowledge was somewhat inadequate in Suyun's house. Ling Tian, all you know is demonic beasts. But at Mingyue's house, all the ones she keeps are mortal beasts. There are many demonic beasts in the world, and the same goes for mortal beasts. It's normal that you don't know. Seemingly seeing Yiling Tian's thoughts, Lin Yu laughed. Yeah. When these words came out, Yiling Tian instantly reacted. He'd forgotten that. Ran. What none of the 3 had noticed was Xiao Bai's little body that was shivering a little. It looked at the fish in the pool with the kingfish. Waves of terror had been raised in his heart. It's a farting goldfish, a farting mortal beast. It's a ing god beast Koan Pang. It muttered in its mind that there were also those 3 kingpins that were not simple. It is the divine beast Xuanwu. What kind of existence is this great master? Not only can you raise the 3-legged golden crow as a chicken and the white zephyr as a dog, but you can also raise the Kuanping as a fish and the Xuanwu as a wangbao. Master, nerd, let's go sit in the house. We'll eat when daddy's done. The food that daddy cooks up is delicious. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily, not having the slightest idea that her own yard was filled with terrifying existences. Chapter 28, Wounded Dog? Only after working until dusk did Suyun serve the 3-legged golden crow and Koan Pang on the table. I've kept the 2 immortals waiting. He spoke to the Lin Yu duo with an apologetic face. Brother Su doesn't have to be like this, it's us who have come to trouble you. This elixir can strengthen the body, Brother Su keep it. Lin Yu didn't have the slightest bit of the stance of a harmonized god Taoist monarch and spoke with a smile. As he spoke, he also took out an elixir and handed it to Suyun. Seeing this, a flash of disdain flashed deep in the eyes of the Fubo on the side. It was because what Lin Yu had taken out was just a body-forging pill, the most common and most trashy elixir in the cultivation world. Thanks, immortal. Suyun received it with an excited look, as if he had obtained some great treasure. Uncle, this elixir is for you. The elixir will revitalize the blood. Seeing this, Yiling Tian also took out an elixir. He also did not have the arrogance of a young patriarch and treated Suyun with great respect. This little yellow hair's character is fine. Suyun muttered in his heart, then hastily took it over. Many thanks, little fairy. Daddy, this is what I brought you. Little Mingyue also took out the same thing, not a potion, but a bag of rice. Of course, this rice is not ordinary rice, but spiritual rice. Contains weak spiritual energy. Not only does it taste good, but when mortals consume it, they won't be claimed to explode by the spirit power, but instead, they can strengthen their bodies. Akatsuki has a heart. Suyun smiled faintly, his heart was so warm. It's true what they say about daughters being cozy. Master, try it, what daddy made is delicious. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and looked at Linyu. Good. Linyu nodded her head. In fact, as a spirit transformation realm cultivator, she could already do without eating. If you eat, you only eat things that contain spiritual energy. Because mortal food carries turbid chi, eating too much of it will affect cultivation. However, little Mingyue had asked, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. And, just eating a mortal meal wouldn't do anything to her. A mouthful of golden crow meat enters the mouth. Lin Yu's eyes clearly floated with a bright light. This flavor. I didn't realize that Brother Su had such a craft. Lin Yu didn't mince words as he opened his mouth to praise. Immortal lift, it's the three-legged chicken that's good meat. Su Yun smiled. After saying that, his gaze fell on Yiling Tian again. Little Immortal also taste it? Good. Yiling Tian nodded his head. He wanted to see what something that could make Lin Yu feel delicious tasted like. Having said that, he also picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. For a moment, the eyes lit up in the same way. Uncle, this is delicious. He opened his mouth a little awestruck. This flavor was in no way inferior to those spiritual meals within the sect. It's even a few more delicious. Zhao Chuan, who was standing respectfully to the side, snickered all over the depths of his eyes. This is ing three-legged golden crow meat. It's a wonder it's not delicious. Ha, it's an honor for me to be praised by a little fairy. Su Yun laughed and looked very happy. It was as if it was truly like a mortal being praised by a heavenly immortal. Brother Su Yu, sit down and eat as well. Lin Yu laughed lightly and spoke. Yes, father, sit down and eat too, or Uncle Fu and Uncle Big Dog. Little Akatsuki chimed in and spoke. Then, respectfully, Uncle Fu, go and call the big dog in. Su Yun nodded with a smile and sat down next to little Mingyue. Yes, thank you, miss. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth excitedly. This was three-legged golden crow meat. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't have a craving. I thought that there would be no part for him this time, but I didn't expect little Mingyue to open her mouth. Soon, dressed in hemp clothes with his left pant leg pulled up high, Woodawolf was called into the house. It is? Seeing Woodawolf, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Because for a moment just now, she actually felt a fury if anything. Immortal, this is the one I hired to farm. The name is Wu De Dog. Big Dog, why don't you pay your respects to the two immortals? Su Yun explained smilingly. Wu De Dog? Lin Yu and Yiling Tian couldn't help but look at each other the same after hearing this. This name. Big Dog pays his respects to the two immortals. Woodawolf spoke in a jarred voice. You're welcome. Lin Yu waved his hand indifferently. Uncle Big Dog, Uncle Fu, you guys sit down and eat. Little Akatsuki interjected. Sit down and eat. Su Yun glanced at the duo and said, thank you, Master and Miss. The Zhao Chuan duo opened their mouths, and their tone was one of suppressed excitement. After all, what was on the table was the golden crow meat and Unveiling meat. Subsequently, the crowd then began to eat with great joy. Only, as if they hadn't eaten meat for a long time, Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan frantically stuffed their mouths with it. Father, you have to be nice to Uncle Fu and Uncle Big Dog. Look at how hungry they are. Little Akatsuki said as she thoughtfully gave the two of them food. Words. Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph instantly winced. Miss, Master is good to us, it's just that Master's cooking is so delicious, that's why we're like this. Zhao Chuan hurriedly opened his mouth. Yes, I've never had anything so delicious. Woodawolf also hastily nodded in agreement. Right, Daddy's cooking is just delicious. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily as if the two were complimenting her. The meal is over 3 rounds. A Pang with 2 three-legged golden crows all ate it. Even the soup was cleaned up by Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan. After all, the two of them know what they are eating today. Thank you for Brother Su's hospitality, it's getting late, we're going back. Lin Yu looked at the sky and said, naturally, Immortal please. Su Yun nodded and did not refuse. Before leaving, little Mingyue was naturally barking at Su Yun. Something about taking care of her health, something about making sure to tell Dabai if something is wrong so that Dabai can go to her, etc. Hearing Su Yun's heart was so warm. Soon, Lin Yu then took little Mingyue and Yiling Tian and disappeared into the night. You've all done well today. I haven't dealt with the entrails of the golden crow and Pang. You two split it between yourself. Su Yun retracted his gaze from the sky and said as he looked at the two of them, Wu Dolph. Thank you, my lord. The two men opened their mouths emotionally. Even though the divine beast entrails were not as good as divine beast meat, it was a good thing for them. Especially, divine beast viscera. Su Yun definitely hadn't been treated specially. After they refined it, their cultivation could definitely be taken to the next level. By the way, check up on Lin Yu for me. Su Yun opened his mouth as if he remembered something again. In fact, when he saw Lin Yu for the first time, he felt that Lin Yu's bloodline was a bit familiar. only he didn't show it. Checking up on Lin Yu? Zhao Chuan muttered in his mind before nodding respectfully. In terms of checking a message, it wasn't a difficult task for him. It's only a quarter of an hour's work. Lin Yu's information was right in front of Su Yun's eyes. Gee, a forced marriage, missy? This doggone plot. Looking at Lin Yu's message, Su Yun muttered. There were once old ancestors who ascended to the upper realms. No wonder there's a sense of familiarity, so it's that little old man's offspring. He continued to speak, remembering someone in his head. Chapter 29 Lin Chen, ancient ancestor of the Lin clan. That guy was the one he met in the spirit world. To be precise, he encountered it when he went to get the heavenly smoke fruit for his daughter. At the time, when he arrived at the Forbidden Land where the heavenly smoke fruit was located, there was an old man fighting the guardian demonic beast. Unfortunately, the little old man was no match for the demonic beast. At the critical moment, if he hadn't stepped in, the little old man would have died. He made a move to resolve the demonic beast, and the little old man was naturally grateful to him. If he hadn't stopped him, the little old man would have gotten down on his knees and kowtowed twice. As little Myung Moon takes Lin Yu home, Su Yun then felt a familiar aura from Lin Yu. Only, he hadn't thought about it before. Now reading the news gathered by Zhao Chuan, it dawned on him that Lin Yu was extremely familiar with the bloodline of the little old man he had saved in passing. Combine that with the Lin clan's ancient clan. Lin Yu must be the descendant of that little old man. Karma is really wonderful. Su Yun lamented in his heart. My lord, is it necessary to make a trip to the Lin clan's ancient clan? Only after he finished reading the message did Zhao Chuan tentatively open his mouth. The information was there for him to gather. Therefore, he naturally knew about Lin Yu's situation. Lin Yu's true identity was the daughter of the Lin clan's ancient clan's contemporary patriarch. Only that the cultivation talent wasn't good, it was only an Earth-grade spiritual root. Earth-level spirit roots, in a place like the Western region, were geniuses. But, among the ancient clan of the Lin clan, it was garbage. Like the young ladies in the big clans, there is only one attribution for bad cultivation talent to be sent to make peace with their relatives. To put it bluntly, as the daughter of the Lin clan's ancient clan's patriarch, Lin Yu had no talent for cultivation, so she could only fall victim to the family's efforts to pave the way. Marrying off to a befriended family becomes a sacrifice to stabilize the relationship. Unfortunately, Lin Yu was not willing to fall victim. So he escaped the Lin clan ancient clan and came to the western region to join the Ling Tian sect and became one of the elders of the Ling Tian sect. No need to go to the Lin clan's ancient clan, I'm going to a place. Su Yun pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Going to the Lin clan's ancient clan would easily expose his identity. After all, as long as Lin Yu had a little bit of brains he would know that there was someone behind the scenes. But looking at the entire Ling Tian sect, who could help her? Most likely the only apprentice, little Akatsuki. In that case, Lin Yu would definitely think on him. Therefore, going directly to the Lin clan's ancient clan wouldn't work. Gotta get to the little old man to do that. You guys watch the house and keep an eye on Akatsuki. I'm going out. Su Yun spoke again, his voice still floating in the air, and his person had already disappeared from Zhao Chuan's sight. What level of cultivation has His Excellency reached? Looking at the empty chair, Zhao Chuan's brows furrowed slightly, and there was a slight shock in his eyes. Because Su Yun had just left, he did not feel a single spatial fluctuation. It's as if it just disappeared into thin air. To be able to do this, his cultivation must have reached the level of the heavenly Jedi. Spirit world, Lin family. Throughout the entire spirit world, the Lin family's power could be ranked in the top 10. It was because the Lin family's old ancestor, Lin Chenai, had a very terrifying cultivation level and had already reached the Spirit Emperor realm. If one went further, it would be the legendary God realm. Therefore, the Lin family's oldest ancestor, Lin Duan, was then honored by the world as Emperor Duan. Of all the Spirit Emperor realms in the Spirit realm, Lin Chen was again the youngest in age and very much hoped to touch the God realm. Thus, there were only a handful of people in the entire spirit world who dared to mess with the Lin family. However, at the moment, Lin Chen, who was honored as the Dust Emperor by the entire spirit world, was standing respectfully in front of a youth. Even, the gods were agitated. My lord, what brings you here? Lin Chen looked at Su Yun, and his tone even became a little stuttered due to his excitement. He could never forget that scene back then. Back then, when he went to fetch the heavenly smoke fruit, he encountered a black dragon. That black dragon's cultivation was extremely terrifying, having reached the half-step god realm. If not for Su Yun stepping in at the critical moment, he would have died for sure. What shocked him the most was this. The black dragon with half-step god realm cultivation was as thin as a sheet of paper in front of Su Yun, and with just a gentle poke of a finger, the black dragon was dead. He was certain that Su Yun must be a god realm powerhouse. After returning to the clan to recuperate from his injuries, he had gone to inquire about Su Yun. After all, the other party was a god realm powerhouse. If he could instruct himself, there was still hope for the god realm. Unfortunately, not a single bit of information was looked up. He did not expect that after many days, this great power would take the initiative to come to his door. How could Lin Chen not be excited? I traveled through the 10,000 worlds, sensing heaven and earth. However, while traveling to the heavenly martial realm, he encountered an incident. Suyun opened his mouth unevenly. A tour of the worlds. Lin Chen's heart shook violently as he listened. As a spirit emperor realm powerhouse, he knew many secrets. This included the Divine Tao Palace, the power that ruled over all the heavens and all the worlds. The Divine Path Palace had a rule that people from the higher worlds were not allowed to go to the lower worlds, because the people of the advanced world have horrible cultivation. If you do it, it is very easy to destroy a world. So, the Divine Principal Palace came out with such a constraint. Not only that, in order to prevent people from disobeying, the Shinto Palace also created a special organization, the Orderers. The Orderers are spread out among the major worlds to prevent people from the higher worlds from traveling to the lower worlds. But even so, this person in front of me is even able to travel all over the world and realize the heavens and the earth. Who the hell is this guy? You can even ignore the rules of the Divine Way Palace? Pondering in his mind, he hurriedly pursued the question. I wonder what has happened to your excellency. If I can be of any use to me, I will certainly go through fire and water. Suyun smiled faintly and directly threw Lin Yu's message to him. I had a family when I was a wee one. There was once a sister who loved me very much who died because of a forced marriage. So, I hate this kind of thing very much. Little old man, if I hadn't sensed your aura from this girl child, I would have slapped that what's his name Lin's ancient clan a long time ago. Not even the orderly can stop me. He looked at Lin Duan, who was checking out Lin Yu's information, and made up a story. I didn't think that my Lin family would have such a thing. Sacrificing your children for the sake of your family's interests, huh? After hearing this, Lin Chen spoke with righteous indignation. My lord, don't worry, I had left a spirit body in the Lin clan's ancient clan. Now I'll talk to my ungrateful grandchildren. He continued to speak. Just watch yourself. I see you old boy and I have a connection. This object is yours. Suyun gently nodded and threw a fist-sized bead to Lin Chen. This is the dragon pearl of that black dragon. Lin Chen's eyes glazed over as he spoke in shock. The dragon pearl of a half-step god realm black dragon was a treasure to him. By refining it, not to mention breaking through to the divine realm, at least his cultivation would be able to be raised upwards. Thank you for the reward, my lord. He spoke with an agitated expression. No harm done, it's of no use to me. Alright, you see to it that it's resolved, I have to keep traveling. Suyun waved his hand, and as he spoke, his body disappeared from Lin Chen's sight. Chapter 30. When did the Lin family need to sell their daughter for honor? I didn't expect that I, Lin Chen, would be able to know such a character in my life. Looking in the direction Suyun left, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, he spoke again with a turn in his voice, speaking to himself in an icy tone. Those unfilial children and grandchildren, when did my Lin family need to sacrifice my offspring to safeguard the family's interests? After saying that, he immediately struck out a magic finger and began to activate the spirit body that he had left behind in the Lin clan's ancient clan back then. In the meantime, Sky Martial Realm, Lin clan ancient clan, within the council hall. Family master, the Lu family's side can't wait any longer. Should we invite the lady back? The great elder dressed in immortal style looked at the patriarch who was sitting upright above and opened his mouth. Matriarch, it's better to invite the young lady back. Yes, the Wang family is powerful nowadays, we can only make good, not bad friends. Family. With the grand elder taking the lead, the other three elders also said, Ugh. A sigh came out of Lin Hui's mouth. As a father, he definitely didn't want his daughter to fall victim to the family bias. He's still the patriarch. As the patriarch, he also had to think about the family. It's just that Yul has been allowed to live freely outside for several years. It's time to call her back to the clan. A moment later, Lin Hui said helplessly, House master is wise. Great justice for the family head. Head of house. The four elders immediately praised. They knew that Lin Hui was making a decision. Oh, wise and righteous. How wise and righteous. Just then, an old voice suddenly sounded in the great hall. Who? The four elders opened their mouths in unison, warily releasing their divine sense to cover them in all directions. Me. Lin Chen's voice sounded once again. Moment. All eyes looked in one direction. That's Lin Hui's back. Following their gazes, they only saw a hanging painting behind Lin Hui. On the painting was a handsome young man in green clothes. The voice just came from the painting. Buzz. Just as the five were staring at the portrait, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from within the painting. Immediately after, it was as if the painting had been injected with a soul, and the youth on the painting actually slowly walked out of the painting. Seeing this scene, Lin Hui's five people's eyes glared violently, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. Lin Hui, the 10th generation head of the Lin family, meet elder ancestor Lin Duan. Soon, Lin Hui reacted and respectfully fell to his knees. Ancestor Linden. The four great elders were startled. To the people of the Lin family, the words Elder Lin Chen could be said to be like a thunderclap. It was because Old Man Lin Chen was the pride of the Lin family and a legend of the Lin family. He was the one who created the Lin family and made it one of the great clans in the heavenly martial realm. Not only that. And in the end, he ascended to the upper realms. It could be said that Lin Chen was the god in the hearts of all those who possessed the Lin family bloodline. Greetings to Elder Lin Chen. The 4 great elders reacted and also fell to their knees in a hurry. Humph, what a 10th generation Lin family patriarch. Wise? Righteous? Waste. Lin Chen stared at Lin Hui and directly cursed. Old ancestor, I. Lin Hui's body was constantly shaking, while his mind was a bit confused. I don't seem to be doing anything myself. How is it that now not only did he draw out the spirit body of old man Lin Duan, but he was also scolded off. As for the 4 great elders, they were trembling and kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe. Let me ask you this, are you prepared to sacrifice your own daughter to protect the interests of the family? Lin Chen gazed at Lin Hui and questioned. This. Lin Hui's eyes glazed over with incredulity after hearing this. He couldn't figure out how the old ancestor knew about this. And wise? Righteous? I think you're a loser. The head of the hallowed Lin family, to think that he would sacrifice his own daughter to defend the family's interests. Simply disgracing my Lin family. Lin Chen continued to curse. One must know that he was now the youngest spirit emperor in the spirit realm. The dust emperor as the world calls him. However, it is surprising that children and grandchildren will sacrifice their daughters to defend the family's interests in future generations. If this were to spread to the spirit world, where would his Lin family's face be? Old ancestor, I am also forced to do so. The Wang family has produced a Qilin son with immortal spirit roots, and the Wang family's strength is not the slightest bit below my Lin family. If not, in the future, when that Qilin Z grows up, my Lin family. Lin Hui spoke with a bitter face. He didn't want to make his daughter a victim either. But if you don't make sacrifices to befriend the Wang family, in the future, when the Wang family's unicorn son grew up, this matter would become a reason for the Wang family to go after the Lin family. Humph, a small Wan family can make you so? I really don't know which idiot made you the head of the family. Lin Dust opened his mouth in a huff. This matter is over. If the Wang family dares to make a move against the Lin family, I will make them disappear from here on out. He continued to speak. Yes. Lin Hui hurriedly responded. With a cold snort, Lin Chen stopped talking and walked back into the painting. Seeing the situation, Lin Hui, as well as the 4 elders, let out a long sigh of relief. That terrifying pressure just now really made them not dare to breathe. Grand Elder. Lin Hui resumed his seat as the head of the family and spoke to the Grand Elder. You go and tell Yuer that the old ancestor has sent word, so that she doesn't have to worry about marrying down anymore. He said, and as the words came to him, they seemed to feel out of place. Sighing, he continued, that's just it, I'll go on my own in this matter. After all, I am ashamed of her. Having said that, Lin Hui then walked out of the great hall and disappeared from the sight of the 4 elders. Looking in the direction he had left, the 4 elders looked at me and me at you, and in the end, none of them said anything. Ling Tian sect. Lin Yu had already brought little Mingyue back to Qin Yun Peak. Master, I didn't lie to you, the 3-legged chicken is delicious. Little Mingyue hugged Little White and smiled as she opened her mouth to Lin Yu. It does taste good. Mingyue, when the new alchemist is trained, those spirit medicines of yours can be refined into pills. When the time comes, you'll have to practice. Looking at her who was alive and well, Lin Yu smiled gently. Aha! I still have to go look for my mother, master, I will definitely cultivate well. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily and said with great vigor. Looking for mother? Lin Yu listened and pondered in his heart. She naturally knew about her own disciples' affairs. Well, if you really can't, why don't I help you then? She thought about opening her mouth. Yeah. Thank you master, master is so nice and sweet. Little Mingyue was instantly delighted, and after saying that, she directly jumped into Lin Yu's arms, constantly rubbing her head against her. Silly girl. Lin Yu stroked her head and smiled joyfully. Suddenly, she gazed off into the distance again. The body couldn't help but tremble. Is this day finally here? She thought bitterly in her mind. Chapter 31 Weakness is a Sin. Akatsuki, I may have to leave you. Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue with a bitter and reluctant face. Ha! Little Akatsuki, who was hanging onto her like an octopus, was confused on the spot. Ugh! Lin Yu let out a long sigh, and his face changed in color. First helplessness, then anger finally turned to sadness. Akatsuki, I actually have another identity that you don't know about. After a long moment, she spoke slowly. What identity AC? Little Akatsuki curiously followed up. Actually, I was originally the daughter of the contemporary patriarch of the Lin clan's ancient clan. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu smiled a far-fetched smile. What is the ancient clan of the Lin clan ACA? Little Akatsuki picked up the conversation curiously. The Lin clan ancient clan is a very powerful hidden family. Even the clan of that senior who gave you the extreme enlightenment tea earlier can't be compared to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Lin Yu returned with an unnatural smile on his face. Wow, the master's family is so powerful. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she was even a little envious. She couldn't help but think in her mind, if my own family was that good, wouldn't my mother have been taken away? When Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows and responsible for protecting her, heard this, his face was all disdain. Awesome? Her family is just a molehill compared to yours. He thought bitterly in his mind. Master, are you going home? Little Bright Moon spoke up again next. Yes and no. Lin Yu bitterly shook his head and returned. Ha? Master, yes it is, no it isn't. Yes and no, what is it? Little Akatsuki cocked her head at her. Alas, though I am the daughter of the head of the Lin clan's ancient clan, but the cultivation qualifications are not good, being in a big clan and being a daughter. If one's cultivation qualifications are not good, then one will only fall victim to the family's efforts to maintain their interests. Back then, my father wanted me to marry down to the son of another family. I wasn't willing, so I snuck out and hid my identity to join the Ling Tian sect. Now, I can feel it, he's coming for me. Bright Moon. This time, I can't resist, and I can't resist. After I leave, you must cultivate your immortality well, understand? Lin Yu opened his mouth and told all about his past. Master, did your father force you to marry? The sheer magnitude of the news seemed to be a little overwhelming by the shock of little Akatsuki. It took a few moments for her to stifle the words. Exactly. Lin Yu said back bitterly. YAC. Is Master Daddy a bad person? Shouldn't he be nice to you when he's a daddy? Little Akatsuki picked up the conversation with some confusion and some anger. Girl, not all people are like your father. This is perhaps the fate of those of us who are born children of great powers. Lin Yu smiled helplessly. For little Akatsuki, she was envious, especially after having been to its home. The father-daughter bond between little Mingyue and Suyun caused a strong envy to rise in her. Words. Little Akatsuki was silent. Master, what am I going to do when you're gone? It was a few moments before she spoke, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Good boy, your cultivation talent is even higher than Lingyun's. Now, you've brought back the 9th grade alchemy for the clan. After I leave, you will worship under the sect leader. If possible I will come to see you. Lin Yu rubbed her head and softly comforted her. Master. Hearing the last sentence, little Mingyue couldn't tense up on the spot and burst into tears. Mingyue, good boy, actually Master can't let you go. But, we are not strong enough, and we can only recognize and resist many things. It's like your mother was taken away. Mingyue, you must cultivate diligently in the future. It's only when you're strong enough and awesome enough that you can go and change things. Lin Yu calmed her down while motivating her again. Aha! Little Akatsuki buried her head within her neck and nodded. But, Lin Yu could clearly feel the teardrops that fell on his neck. She opened her mouth, but ultimately nothing came out. Because she knows it well. The moment she was born into the Lin clan's ancient clan, the moment the results of her spiritual root test came out, her fate was then decided. The only thing that made her feel grateful was meeting little Akatsuki. This little guy is spunky and adorable. Every day just like a happy baby, cheek to cheek. It was also because of meeting this little guy. Her melancholy mood was only much relieved. For Lin Yu, little Mingyue was as if the heavens had sent her compensation for her unjust fate in this life. If she could, how could she give up this happy baby? However, in the cultivation world, weakness was an innate sin. Even though there are 10,000 reluctance and unwillingness in my heart, at this moment, Lin Yu knows that the time for parting is here. Y'all. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Immediately after, Lin Hui then appeared on Green Spirit Peak. His descent instantly startled the 4 great elders of the Ling Tian sect as well as the patriarch. Alas, what's coming is coming. Don't act rashly, that's Elder Lin's family matter. Yi Ling Tian looked in the direction of Qingling Peak and spoke helplessly. Family matters? The 4 elders who were discussing with him about who to train to become new alchemists frowned slightly. Elder Lin actually comes from the Lin clan's ancient clan. She was forced into a marriage and that's why she came to our little place. Seeing the doubts in the hearts of the 4, Yi Ling Tian explained. Lin's ancient clan. The 4 great elders were instantly shocked. That was a true behemoth of the heavenly martial realm. They didn't expect Lin Yu to come from such a great place. Patriarch, is it possible to just stand by and watch Elder Lin? One of the supreme elders spoke in a hesitant tone. If I could, would I have watched Elder Lin be taken away? Weakness is the sin we are born with. Wah. Yi Ling Tian spoke with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the 4 great elders all fell into silence. Green Spirit Peak. Lin Hui first looked at Lin Yu, then suddenly, he frowned slightly again and looked in a certain direction. If you don't want the Lin clan ancient clan to be destroyed, just don't talk nonsense. Zhao Chuan knew that he was looking at himself, so he immediately transmitted his voice. After all, the two had similar cultivation levels. Lin Yu and little Myung Moon couldn't detect his presence, but Lin Hui could. Listen to the end. Lin Hui frowned slightly and eventually nodded without a trace. Greetings, matriarch. Lin Yu reacted and spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing her words, Lin Hui's heart seemed to have been suddenly stung by something, vaguely painful. Yul, are you blaming father? He let out a long sigh and said very helplessly. A wise decision by the family head. Lin Yu does not dare to be presumptuous. Lin Yu spoke in an icy tone. As for little Mingyue, she was snuggled in Lin Yu's arms, staring curiously at Lin Hui. Chapter 32 Sword God, Gun Immortal as Taoist Protector. What is this little girl's origin? Looking at his estranged daughter, Lin Hui's face was all helpless. It's my father who was wrong. Apologize for your father. After saying that, he bent down to Lin Yu. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu's body trembled slightly. Sure, she hated Lin Hui, but this was her father after all. Actually, she also understood that Lin Hui had no choice. Otherwise, how could she have escaped from the Lin clan's ancient clan back then? And, for so many years, the Lin clan's ancient clan hadn't come looking for her. Lin Yu is sure. This must be Lin Hui's secret protection. I'll go back with you. She spoke helplessly, seemingly resigned to her fate. Master. Little Akatsuki looked at her with teary eyes. Good boy, this is Master's life. Lin Yu gave a far-fetched smile and rubbed her head. You don't deserve to be Master's daddy. Suddenly, little Mingyue turned her head and said furiously to Lin Hui. Akatsuki. Lin Yu was instantly shocked and hurriedly held her in his arms to protect her in death. It was because she was afraid that Lin Hui would strike out with anger. Oh, girl, you're right. I really don't deserve to be a father. To Lin Yu's surprise, Lin Hui didn't get angry and just spoke with a face full of self-deprecation. Having said that, his gaze fell on Lin Yu and continued, in the future, if you want to stay in this Ling Tian sect, you can stay in Ling Tian sect. Whenever you want to go home. After hearing this, Lin Yu's entire body froze in place. Father, you. She froze and spoke. The matter of your betrothal is henceforth at an end. From this moment on, you are free. Stay wherever you want. Hearing the word father, a warm smile appeared on Lin Hui's face. But the Wang family. Lin Yu spoke hesitantly. In fact, it was something she'd always wanted to hear. But at the moment, she realized. The words you've been wanting to hear, you can't be happy when you hear them. Because of this, Lin Hui would have to carry all the consequences. There's no harm, the Wang clan the Lin clan ancient clan, am not afraid of. Lin Hui waved his hand and opened his mouth in a very domineering manner. But those elders in the clan. Lin Yu spoke again. At the moment she was conflicted. Freedom on one side and a father on the other. She wanted to be free, but didn't really want her father to have a hard time either. After all, blood is ultimately thicker than water. There is no need for you to worry, and for father to be honest with you. Your matter was sent by ancestor Lin Chen himself. Lin clan ancient clan, who dares to defy the words of old man Lin Chen? Lin Hui said with a faint smile. At the moment, he was in a good mood. Because he could feel that. His own daughter, after all, cared about herself. Ancestor Lin Chen. After hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes glazed over and he couldn't even help but suck in a breath of cool air. Being a member of the Lin family, who doesn't know about old man Linden? The legend of the Tianwu continent was likewise a myth in the eyes of the Lin family for generations. Lin Yu didn't expect that old ancestor Lin Chen would still be alive today, and also descended upon the Lin clan's ancient clan because of himself. That's right, so you don't need to worry about your engagement anymore. Since you like it here, you can stay here. Lin Hui nodded with a light smile, and as he spoke, he swept a glance at where Zhao Chuan was, and then at little Mingyue. As the contemporary patriarch of the Lin clan's ancient clan, he was no cutie pie. Since Zhao Chuan was hiding in the shadows, it was obvious who he was trying to protect. This place. In addition to Lin, you will only be left with Xiao Mingyue. Zhao Chuan didn't have any friendship with the Lin clan's ancient clan, so he's definitely not here to protect his daughters. Apart from my own daughter, then it's just her. Lin Hui thought in his heart and couldn't help but measure up little Mingyue. He was curious. Who the hell is this little girl? Surprisingly, he was able to keep Zhao Chuan under close protection. After all, ranked according to strength, Zhao Chuan's strength was above him. Especially that pistol-road avatar. Even if he was at the same cultivation level of the hijacking realm, he had to be afraid for 3 times. The name of the gun immortal was not something the world made up blindly. However, now this gun immortal was actually guarding a little girl close to him. It's not right. It's very wrong. Father, she's the apprentice I took. Mingyue, this is my father. Seeing Lin Hui sizing up little Mingyue, Lin Yu was afraid that he would misunderstand something and hurriedly explained. Poof. Little Mingyue grunted, expressing her dislike for Lin Hui. Oh, what a cute girl. Lin Hui smiled carelessly. You like it here, so stay here. My father has business and needs to return to his clan. If you have time, you should go back too. Your mother misses you. He continued to speak. Mother. Lin Yu's heart fluttered lightly, then nodded. Okay, I'll go back when I have time. Seeing the situation, Lin Hui said no more, nodded with a smile, and then turned to leave. Master, is it true that you don't have to leave? After seeing his body completely disappear, little Mingyue said very happily. Yeah, no need to leave, ever again. Lin Yu spoke with a smile on his face. Now she only felt that a big stone had suddenly been lifted from her heart. The whole thing felt very relaxed. Yeah. Little Akatsuki jumped for joy. Looking at her happy appearance, a smile could not help but appear on Lin Yu's face as well. The other side. After leaving Green Spirit Peak, Lin Hui arrived in a dense forest. Gun Fairy? He looked to his left and stared. The words fell. Zhao Chuan figure then stepped out of the shadows. You're acting as a protector for that little girl? Lin Hui opened his mouth to ask about the doubts in his heart. The protector? Zhao Chuan muttered in his heart, then nodded with an inexplicable expression, sort of. Although he had long had a guess in his mind, Lin Hui couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he received an affirmative answer. After all, this is the titular gun immortal, one of the 10 strongest men in the heavenly martial world. Now he's even come to this barren land to serve as a Taoist protector for someone. Yo, isn't this Lin Hui? You called me over for this guy? Right at this moment, the voice of Martial Great Wolf suddenly rang out. Just now he would have been farming at Su Yun's house. Suddenly, he received a transmission from Zhao Chuan, saying that he had encountered a tricky character. So, he rushed here. Blade God. When he saw Wolf, Lin Hui's eyes stared again. Next moment. As if he thought of something, he spoke with a face full of horror and a numb scalp. It's hard to believe that the two of you. Martial Wolf just said that it was Zhao Chuan who called him over. It wasn't hard to guess from those words that both of them were that little girl's protectors. What's that little girl's story? Not only did he let Zhao Chuan, the gun immortal, be the Taoist protector, but he also let the blade god, Wudolf, be the Taoist protector as well. Suddenly, he remembered what Zhao Chuan had just said. If it was revealed, the Lin clan ancient clan would be destroyed. In hindsight, that was definitely not a joke. Oh, there are some things that you knowing too much won't do you any good. Just understand that you must not reveal our existence to outsiders. Including that daughter of yours, understand? Zhao Chuan gently smiled and said with a warning in his eyes. Oh, what if I must reveal it? Lin Hui listened and spoke with great interest. Zhao Chuan and Wudolf were certainly strong, but his Lin clan's ancient clan wasn't a vegetarian. Oh, that's not a wise idea. I think you should think about one thing very carefully. Zhao Chuan smiled gently and picked up the conversation. Think about one thing? Lin Hui looked at him in disbelief. You should think carefully about why the daughter of yours is something that Lin Chen would know about, and has even descended upon your Lin clan's ancient clan specifically for the sake of this. Meeting his gaze, Zhao Chuan spoke with a bland expression. As soon as these words came out, Lin Hui's body immediately trembled. Chapter 33, Who can make both of these two recognize their masters? Lin Hui hadn't bothered to think carefully about the matter of the old ancestors' descent. After all, that was a myth in the heart of his Lin clan's ancient clan. The coming of the old ancestor was a great joy for the Lin clan ancient clan. Now that I heard Zhao Chuan mention it like that, there was indeed something wrong with the descent of old man Lin Duan. It wasn't hard to realize that when one thought about it carefully, it seemed that the descent of old man Lin Duan had come specifically for the matter of your. Lin Hui muttered in his mind. But the problem was that Lin Chen had long ago ascended to the upper realm tens of thousands of years ago. How would he know about his own daughter? It's hard not to. What do you mean? Lin Hui looked at Zhao Chuan with a gloomy gaze. Oh, you already have the answer in your mind, don't you? Zhao Chuan let out a light laugh and looked at Lin Hui with a teasing gaze. While at the Su house, Su Yun had said to his face that he would not go to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Now, based on what Lin Hui had just said to Lin Yu, it wasn't hard to guess that Su Yun must have gone to find Lin Chen. Meeting Zhao Chuan's teasing gaze, Lin Hui's mind was shaken. Instead, he had an answer in mind. Someone had gone to elder ancestor Lin Duan and specifically said something about Lin Yu, the man behind you. He looked at Zhao Chuan and Wudolf with fear on his face. It is not for you to pry into the master's affairs. If you want to know something, you might as well ask Lin Chen. Zhao Chuan smiled gently. Without waiting for Lin Hui to chime in, he continued to speak. Remember, don't reveal our existence. And don't reveal the existence of your master, or no one will be able to protect your Lin clan ancient clan. When he finished speaking, he gave Wolf a look. The body disappeared from Lin Hui's sight. Be well. Big Wolf Wu swept a glance at Lin Hui and also followed Zhao Chuan as he left. Master, what kind of person could actually make the two of them recognize their masters? It can still go to ancestor Lin Duan. Looking in the direction the two had left, Lin Hui frowned. Green Spirit Peak. After noticing that Lin Hui's aura had disappeared, Patriarch Yilingyun then arrived from the Patriarch's Peak. After all, in his opinion, Lin Yu would be taken away, and Xiao Mingyue had to be comforted properly, even to the point of arranging for little Akatsuki to go. Just at this moment, looking at Lin Yu and little Mingyue on the Green Spirit Peak, Yilingyun was a bit confused. What's going on? I can't believe Lin Yu wasn't taken away? Sovereign Master Uncle. When little Mingyue, who was frolicking with Lin Yu, glanced at Yilingyun, she immediately opened her mouth. Words. Lin Yu also stopped and looked at Yilingyun. Greetings, Patriarch. Amount. At those words, the Patriarch responded, then nodded his head gently. There is no need to be courteous. Elder Lin, just now. He frowned and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. That terrifying aura was definitely a visitor from the Lin clan's ancient clan. How come Lin Yu is still at Qingling Peak? Patriarch, you should know my true identity, right? Lin Yu smiled gently and looked at Yilingyun. Meeting her gaze, Yun gently nodded his head. Although Lin Yu hides it well. But, there is a sign for everything, and just careful probing reveals a lot. As far as I understand it, Elder Lin came to the western region to avoid a forced marriage and joined the Lingyun sect. It was the Lin clan's ancient clan that came just now, wasn't it? How could Elder Lin? Yun voiced the doubts in his heart. Just now my father came, but he didn't come to take me away. Instead, I've come to tell me that the marriage between the ancient clan of Lin and the Wang clan is dissolved. I'll stay wherever I want from now on. In the future, please take care of the patriarch. The moody Lin Yu immediately explained. Looking at this, it was obvious that he was going to stay in the Lingyun sect all the time. Ha! Yun was a bit confused after hearing this. Dismissed? But the Wang family in the central state that produced the immortal spiritual root Qilin Z? He frowned and thought for a moment before picking up. Lin Yu immediately nodded. Seeing this, Yun's frown deepened. He knew of the Wang family, although its heritage was not as good as the Lin clan's ancient clan that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Because of the many talented people, there were already 6 hijack realm cultivators in the clan. In the central state, the Wang family was a well-deserved giant. Now that a Qilin child with immortal spirit root has been born, when it grows up, the strength of the Wang family will definitely rise to a higher level in the future. To put it bluntly, as long as the Wang family's unicorn son did not die prematurely, the Wang family would definitely surpass the Lin clan's ancient clan in the future. Repentance is definitely not the clear-cut thing to do in a situation like this. Unless the king's unicorn son Ga. But, there's no news of the Wang family's unicorn son's death on the central stateside. Patriarch, its old ancestor Lin Duan who has descended to give his word. Seeming to see through the doubts in Yun's heart, Lin Yu explained. What? Yun's body was shaken fiercely even after hearing this. Who in the Tianwu continent didn't know about Lin Chen? It was because this person was the first being to ascend to the upper realm. It could be said that in the Tianwu continent, Lin Chen's name was a household name. This great powerhouse hadn't even died and had even descended upon the Lin clan's ancient clan. No wonder the Lin family dared to carry out a remorseful marriage without fear of the Wang family. So that's a good thing, a good thing. Yun reacted and spoke with a smile. After thinking for a moment, he added, Elder Lin, after my discussion and thinking with the 4 elders, how about you serve as the Lingyun sect's alchemist in the future? Words. Lin Yu did not chime in, only looking at Yun in puzzlement. You are the one who is now at the spirit transformation realm and can refine a 5th grade elixir faster. Even a 6th grade elixir can be tried. If we were to cultivate others, it would be difficult to refine a 5th grade elixir. Yun spoke with a bitter smile. The grade of the elixir corresponded to the realm of the cultivator. In other words, what kind of cultivation an alchemist would only be able to concoct a few grades of pills. It was rare for someone like Wang Yuqing to be able to concoct a 5th grade elixir at the Yuaning realm cultivation level. That's what emboldened that guy. Good. Lin Yu thought for a moment before nodding his head in response. That's so good, master. In the future, you'll be alchemizing pills, so don't charge me for it. After hearing this, little Mingyue immediately interjected with a smile. Good, when you take control of alchemy, I'll refine whatever pills you want. Lin Yu rubbed her head and laughed. Master is so nice. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. In that case, the matter is settled. Elder Lin, you take the 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Take control of it as soon as you can, if you can. If you need spirit medicines to practice, just ask, and the Lingyun sect will support you with the strength of the entire clan. Seeing her promise, a smile appeared on Yun's face as well. Yes. Lin Yu responded. After handing over the 9th grade alchemy inheritance to Lin Yun turned around and left. With the divine Dao fruit in his hand, he also had to close down to break through the harmonization realm. Mingyue, I'm going to enroll in this alchemy. You have to remember to practice. Lin Yu looked at little Myung Moon and admonished. Master, what's going on with White? Still sleeping. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, and as she spoke, she took Little White out of her spirit beast pouch. Only to see that at this moment, Little White was curled up in a ball and was falling into a deep sleep. White has been sleeping since we got out of the house. Master, is Little White sick? Little Mingyue stroked Little White's soft fur and spoke to herself. I'll take a look for you. Lin Yu picked up the conversation and finished as her divine sense surged to probe into Xiao Bai's body. At once, her heart just fluttered. Chapter 34, The Dumbfounded Lin Hui Couple. Under the shroud of divine sense, Lin Yu could clearly see what was going on inside Xiao Bai, only to see that flames were actually slowly being born in its bloodline, and the temperature of that flame actually made her feel a burning sensation. After observing for a few moments, Lin Yu's divine sense then withdrew from the Little White physical force. Master, what's wrong with Little White? Is he sick? Little Akatsuki eagerly pursued the question. Good boy, it's fine, which is a good thing, to be precise. The bloodline in Little White's body is metamorphosing. After the successful metamorphosis, it will most likely become a mutated 9-tailed immortal fox. Lin Yu rubbed her head and smiled with a gentle smile on his face. A mutated nine-tailed fairy fox? Little Akatsuki cocked her head and looked at her in disbelief. That's right, an incomparably terrifying beastfire is being born within it. Manhwa, you must treat Xiaobai well. The nine-tailed immortal fox bloodline is equivalent to the human race's immortal spirit root. Now that its bloodline has metamorphosed once again, its qualifications will definitely become an existence above the immortal spirit root. Cultivated properly, it will definitely be a very terrifying spirit pet in the future. Lin Yu nodded. At the moment she was a little envious of her own disciple's luck. The fox caught was a nine-tailed fairy fox not to mention. Now the bloodline is even metamorphosing. As long as it didn't die prematurely, the future achievements of this nine-tailed immortal fox would be absolutely terrifying. Aha, master, I'll be good to Xiaobai. Little Mingyuan nodded her head obediently. Good, while Little White's bloodline is metamorphosing, you go refine the heavenly smoke fruit as well. After refining it, your cultivation qualifications will also increase. I'm also going to enroll in this alchemy. Let's compete to see who comes out first, shall we? Lin Yu smiled gently. Good act, good act. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. After saying that, she put Little White into her spirit beast pouch and immediately ran into the cultivation room with vigor. This girl. Seeing this, Lin Yu was a bit amused, then she also entered the cultivation room and began to enroll in alchemy. It wasn't in vain for the master to help you out. Indeed, it is material for a young lady to be a master. Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows, looked at Lin Yu's back and nodded with great relief. The other side. Lin Hui, who had left the Lingyun sect, quickly returned to the Lin clan's ancient clan. How's Yul? How are you doing? He had only just returned to the Lin clan's ancient clan when a woman who revealed a dignified and skillful aura appeared before him. A closer look. This woman is 7 times similar to Lin Yu. She's Lin Yu's mother, Bai Wenjing. You don't need to worry, Yul is doing well. Facing his wife, Lin Hui smiled with a soft face. You really won't force Yuer to marry into the Wang family in the future? Bai Wenjing let out a long sigh of relief and asked after him somewhat nervously. If the old ancestor gives the word, who in the Lin family would dare to disobey? I know you resent me, but I have my reasons. Lin Hui nodded and spoke somewhat helplessly. Ever since Lin Yu ran away from home, Bai Wenjing had never even said a word to him again. Where is Yul now? I'm going to see her. Bai Wenjing didn't answer, but digressed. After thinking for a few moments, Lin Hui nodded. This is where Yuer is. You must remember that no matter who you meet or see, you must not speak to Yul, especially Yul's disciples, understand? He droned on with a serious look. What do you mean? Bai Wenjing looked at him in disbelief. Yuer's disciple has a terrifying origin. Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph are now serving as her protectors. Even Yuer's engagement could have been a favor from the person behind that little girl. I think the person behind that little girl should be trying to hone her. So, when you go to see Yul, don't spill the beans, understand? Meeting her gaze, Lin Hui explained in a grave tone. What? After Bai Wenjing heard this, a shocked look instantly appeared on her face. The duo, Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph, she naturally knew. Of course, the most crucial thing was the matter of his own daughter's marriage contract. You're saying that the person behind Yuer's disciple went to the old ancestor. That's why the old ancestor purposely descended to say this matter. She inquired with a shocked, stunned demeanor. Highly likely, come with me and ask the old ancestor. Lin Hui nodded. After saying that, he brought Bai Wenjing with him to the Lin clan's ancient clan council hall. The 10th generation of the Lin family's family head seeks an audience with old ancestor. When he arrived at the council hall, Lin Hui first waved his hand and struck out an isolating astral aura, then he paid his respects to Lin Chen's portrait. The voice fell, and only after a good few moments did Lin Duan's voice ring out. What is it? The voice came out of the painting. I dare to ask old ancestor, has anyone informed old ancestor about my daughter Lin Yu? Lin Hui hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. He wanted to verify if what Zhao Chuan said was true. Oh, you know the Lord? Lin Chen's somewhat surprised voice came out from the painting. This. Hearing this, Lin Hui and Bai Wenjing exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock. No, terrified, to be precise. Lin Chen was a myth in the hearts of the people of the Lin clan's ancient clan. And now, this myth goes so far as to call someone a lord. The man behind that little girl. Lin Hui thought in his mind, no longer daring to think further. Old ancestor, it's like this. He rushed to tell the story. So that's how it is. It seems that your lordship is practicing his daughter in the heavenly martial realm. That what's his name Zhao Chuan you're talking about really doesn't say much. Your excellency has the ability to overthrow my Lin clan's ancient clan. Even if it's me, I wouldn't be able to block a single move in the face of your excellency. Lin Chen's voice rang out, and immediately afterward, his spirit body walked out directly from the painting. After listening to him, Lin Hui and Bai Wenjing's hearts were once again shaken. Surprisingly, even ancestor Lin Chen couldn't block a single move from someone else. You may not know that the world I am in today is called the spirit world. In the spirit world, my cultivation has reached the top. You guys can understand that my cultivation in the spirit realm is equivalent to the heavenly martial realm's hijacking realm cultivators. When I went to find an object, I encountered a very terrifying black dragon. One move, Your Honor only used one move to finish off the black dragon that almost killed me. You should be able to imagine the terror of the Lord. Lin Chen looked at the Lin Hui duo and slowly spoke. Hiss. At once, sounds of cold air being sucked backward came out from the mouths of Lin Hui's couple. Almost taking the life of his own old ancestor existed, and the other party was able to solve it with a single move. The husband and wife looked at each other with shock and fear in their eyes. Since His Excellency is practicing his daughter, you must keep your mouths shut on this matter. It's impossible for Che to disturb His Excellency's business, or else all of the Lin family, including me, will have to die. Lin Chen looked very serious as he warned. Yes. The Lin Hui couple nodded respectfully. But this matter is a good thing for us. How dare that daughter of yours be the master of the Lord's daughter, Fuyuan? This is the greatest blessing for my Lin clan lineage. However, you need to pretend you don't know anything about it so as not to disrupt His Excellency's plans. Lin Duan once again admonished. Understood. Lin Hui nodded heavily. Well, in the future, just call me directly if you need anything. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, and after he finished, he returned to the painting. Only Lin Hui and his wife were left in the entire council hall. Only at this time, both of them are still silent in this horrible information. Chapter 35 Yiling Yun Stout. Where did this mysterious power come from? It took a good few moments for Lin Hui to slow down. He knew that little Mingyue came from a horrible place. But I didn't expect it. So scary. Even the old ancestors standing at the very top of the upper realm couldn't afford to mess with them. I won't stop you if you want to see Yell. However, you have to keep in mind that there are some things you can say and some things you can't. Understand? He looked serious as he barked at Bai Wenjing. If this matter were to slip out, it would really be as Zhao Chuan said. His Lin's ancient clan could simply disappear from the world. Don't worry, I'm still aware of the lesser of the two. Bai Wenjing nodded heavily. Because of Lin Yu's matter, she was but angry with Lin Hui in her heart. However, this was a matter of life and death for the Lin clan's ancient clan, so she naturally wouldn't act out of her will. And again, Lin Yu's marriage annulment is still because of the other party yet. Inside the Ling Tian sect. At this time, not only little Mingyue and Lin Yu were in closed-door cultivation. Yiling Yun was likewise cultivating in seclusion. Only, instead of the calmness on his face as he cultivated, he was a bit puzzled. This was because he felt an extremely special power within his body that was integrated within his flesh as the Gong method ran. After this power is incorporated, he could clearly feel that his spirit body was actually metamorphosing. The four supreme elders of the sect only knew that his spiritual root was a Holy Spirit root that surpassed the heavenly grade. In truth, in addition to the Holy Spirit root, he also possessed a spirit body. The so-called spiritual body was a talent that a portion of the human race was born with. To be precise, it was a back door opened by heaven and earth to the human race. If anything, spiritual roots are 1 in a million. That spiritual body is 1 in a million. Those who possessed a spiritual body were bound to have spiritual roots. And, with a spiritual body paired with a spiritual root, under the same level of spiritual root, its cultivation speed was 10 times that of others. After all, spiritual bodies have a high affinity for Reiki. When running the Gong method, the aura around the spirit body possessor would actively integrate into the cultivator's body. Cultivators only needed to run their Gong methods to refine these auras that came to them of their own accord into their own exclusive spiritual energy. If you just have a spiritual root cultivation at this point, then you need to use the spirit root as a bridge to guide the aura into the body, and then use the Gong method to refine the aura to enhance the cultivation. This was also the reason why at only 10 years old, he possessed a late-stage Jindan cultivation. Likewise, the spiritual body is also his biggest secret. What exactly is this power? Surprisingly, it can cause my spiritual body to metamorphose. Yiling Yun was puzzled in his mind. Spiritual bodies are given by heaven and earth. Generally speaking, after awakening, a spirit body is basically already set in stone. To put it bluntly, after a spiritual body is awakened, it is only a spiritual body in the future no matter what. It was impossible to metamorphose into a more mysterious and powerful Tao body, saint body, or even immortal body. In Yiling Yun's reflection, it seemed that there hadn't been any instances in the entire history of the Tianwu continent of a spirit body metamorphosing into a Tao body or a saint body. Now this situation was beyond his knowledge, because he could clearly feel it. If this continued, one spirit body would metamorphose into a Tao body. Tao bodies were above spirit bodies, and their abilities were naturally terrifying. In Yiling Yun's impression, the most terrifying aspect of the Tao body is circumventing bottlenecks. What does that mean? It was the Tao body possessor that would not create any bottlenecks, whether it was a breakthrough between minor realms or a breakthrough between major realms. Take his current late Jindan cultivation level. The next realm of this cultivation level was Yuaning. As long as the spiritual energy within the Jindan was cultivated to its fullest, he would be able to proceed to break through the Yuaning realm. However, for cultivators, the cultivation realm was not something that could be broken just because they wanted to, especially between the great realms. A breakthrough between great realms not only required the cultivation of all previous realms to perfection, it also required a breakthrough opportunity. This opportunity is the bottleneck. Only, no one in the Tianwu continent knew how to touch this opportunity, because the sources of this opportunity are so varied. Some people do it because they take a sip of water and the deed is done. Others eat, sleep, fight or even view, walk and have intercourse with women, etc. The sources of opportunity are varied and elusive. However, if the opportunity is not there, even if the person who is more amazing and brilliant, it is impossible to break the shackles to break through to the next realm. To break through to the next realm, one had to touch the opportunity before assisting the elixir to make a breakthrough. Those who are gifted can just break in place. This is the bottleneck that can jam thousands of cultivators to the point of sitting down. Why are spiritual roots divided into 3, 6, 9 classes? That is, the better the spiritual root, the easier it is to touch the opportunity to break through between great realms. However, in front of the Tao body, this so-called opportunity did not exist. As soon as the current realm is cultivated to completion, one can proceed to break through to the next realm. This was the terror of the Tao body. A Tao body possessor, even if their spiritual root was only the most trashy yellow level, could go all the way down the rainbow with enough cultivation resources. The only difference would be just how much or how little resources are consumed for cultivation. It's hard to believe that I was originally a Tao body, only that I couldn't activate it due to certain conditions. Now, the conditions have arrived, so the Tao body is beginning to awaken? Yilingyun sat in the cultivation room, thinking to himself. After thinking for a few moments, he shook his head and muttered to himself, whatever, awaken the Tao body first. Anyway, this is good for me. The words fell. Yilingyun no longer absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate, but instead, he operated his gongfu to guide that mysterious force in his body to be absorbed by his physical body. A quarter of an hour later. Buzz! Invisible waves of chi emanated from his body and swept in all directions. Immediately after, only a golden light suddenly sprang out from Yilingyun's body and shot straight into the sky. Next moment, the sky and the earth changed, and the whole sky was dimmed. Only a golden light that went straight up into the sky became the only light in the dimness. It is! Yiling Tian, who was in the middle of cultivation, awoke with a start and gazed at the beam of golden light. Not only that, everyone up and down the Lingyun sect was staring at the golden light, including Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows and was responsible for keeping little Mingyue safe. Aang! Chirp! In the next moment, a high and strong beast roar as well as a cawing sound rang out. Immediately after, the entire Ling Tian sect's aura madly surged towards the golden light. Gradually, those auras actually transformed into a dragon as well as a phoenix. Not only that, there were also small golden bells floating between heaven and earth, revolving around the golden light. The sound of the bell was even resounding throughout the Ling Tian sect, making people listen to it with a relaxed mind. The great way sounds the bell, the dragon and the phoenix send joy. Tao body, this is someone awakening a Tao body. Looking at the vision in the air, Zhao Chuan's eyes glazed over as he muttered somewhat incredulously. Not only did he see it, Yiling Tian, who was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, could also see it. Tao body, someone from the Ling Tian sect has actually awakened a Tao body. No, that's where Ling Yun is in seclusion. It's hard to believe that Ling Yun Yiling Tian muttered with a shocked mind. Before he finished speaking, his body had already transformed into a stream of light rushing towards Yiling Yun's place of seclusion. Chapter 36, Bull God's Gift. It's all because of MS. Not only him. The 4 supreme elders of the Ling Tian sect also all turned into streams of light and rushed towards the place where Yiling Yun was in seclusion. The blink of an eye. The 5 had then gathered in front of Yiling Yun's cultivation room. It was from inside that the golden light erupted. Patriarch, Ling Yun He. The Grand Elder looked at the golden light and then back to Yiling Yun with a face full of shock. Obviously, he had thought of something. The other 3 elders also looked towards Yiling Yun. It's come to this, and I'm not going to hide it from you. Meeting the gazes of the 4 elders, Yiling Tian sighed. In fact, not only does Ling Yun possess a Holy Spirit root, he also possesses a spirit body. Now it seems that his spirit body is metamorphosing towards the Tao body. What? The moment these words came out, the 4 great elders were all shaken in their hearts and minds. Taoist body. As transformation spirit realm powerhouses, they were all too aware of the terror of the Tao body. A horrible physique that can make a practitioner go all the way to the top. To be precise, the Tao body was capable of allowing one to cultivate to the Mahayana realm without the slightest bottleneck. If one wanted to break through from the Mahayana realm to the Saint realm, one still needed to break the bottleneck. This was because the potential of the Tao body had already been consumed by the time it reached the Mahayana realm. Of course, even so, it was also much simpler for a Tao body to touch the opportunity when breaking through the Saint realm than it was for others. It's safe to say, the Tao body had a 70% probability of being able to make a breakthrough to the Saint realm. They didn't expect it. Yiling Yun was actually awakening such a terrifying physique now. So it's this little guy with a spirit body. No wonder. Zhao Chuan, who was secretly hidden, also came to Yi Lingyun's cultivation room. With his cultivation, Yi Lingyun's situation naturally could not be hidden from him. Whether it was the Holy Spirit root or the spirit body, he had already known about it a long time ago. Nowadays, this Yi Lingyun's spirit body had metamorphosed into a Dao body, and he knew the reason why. Golden crow meat as well as the divinity contained within Kuanpang meat. The aura contained within the meat of the two divine beasts had already been removed by Su Yun. But, the contained divinity remains. This is something that is rarely found in the world that can metamorphose the physique. Even said, the divine nature contained within the meat of divine beasts could also allow those without a special physique to coalesce a special physique. This is the horror of divinity. Yi Lingyun already possessed a spirit body, and now that he had absorbed the divinity within the two fleshly bodies of the Golden Crow and the Kuanpang, it was only natural for the spirit body to metamorphose into a Dao body. Good, I didn't expect Lingyun to have a special physique. God bless Ling Tian sect, God bless my Ling Tian sect. The four elders reacted and all of them opened their mouths with emotional excitement. Yi Lingyun already possessed the Holy Spirit root, now paired with the Taoist body. It can be said that as long as it doesn't die prematurely, it will definitely become a giant in the future. Zhao Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind after hearing the words of the four old guys. It has nothing to do with God. All because of your own lady. He muttered breathlessly in his mind. It is indeed a good thing for the Ling Tian sect. But, good things often come with trouble. If Lingyun awakens the Dao body this time, then the Ling Tian sect will definitely become a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh of the other three major powers in the future. They're definitely going to go after us. There's even the possibility of inviting the demon race over as well. Four elders, are you mentally prepared? Yi Ling Tian picked up with a grave expression. Currently, the entire western region Ling Tian sect was originally the strongest. Now Yi Lingyun had awakened the Dao body again. Then the Ling Tian sect would definitely become a target. Therefore, in the future, the Ling Tian sect would definitely not be at peace. Especially the demons. Because the demons have special means to refine special physiques into their own. There were many special physiques in the Tianwu continent that had been poisoned by the demon race. It's safe to say, with the awakening of Yi Lingyun's Dao body, in the future, the Ling Tian sect would definitely become a flatboat in the midst of that raging wave. The slightest mistake can lead to a place of no return. Words. The exhilaration on the four grand elders' faces also instantly dissipated. Yeah. The four major forces in the western region were originally in a situation where no one could do anything about it. Now, Yi Lingyun awakened the Dao body. It was naturally impossible for the other three powers to let it grow. Otherwise, in the future, the entire western region will have to be surnamed Yi. The key thing is still the demons. The devil race was a foreign race, and no one knew how terrifying their strength was. It was only clear that if they set their sights on something, it would either be taken or destroyed. Don't worry, Patriarch, even if I put my old life on the line, I will protect Lingyun. That's right, I don't have many years left to live anyway. If I can keep Lingyun, it's a good death. The four great elders opened their mouths. None of them chose to back down. Good, I, Yi Ling Tian, have not misjudged anyone. Yi Ling Tian nodded heavily, his heart letting out a long sigh of relief. He was afraid that the four great elders would choose to retreat in the face of this four-sided situation. Buzz. Just then, a buzzing sound rang out. Yi Ling Tian and the others looked up, only to see those small bells as well as the dragons and phoenixes being sucked within the golden light. Next moment, the golden light was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye as if it had been absorbed by something. Awakened. Yi Ling Tian gazed at Yi Lingyun's cultivation room. Sure enough, his words had only just fallen when a very unique aura emanated from the cultivation room. Wait for the breath to dissipate. Yi Ling Tian immediately rushed into the cultivation room. The four great elders also followed close behind. Awakened. In the cultivation room, feeling the metamorphosed Dao body, Yi Lingyun had a smile on his face. Obviously just a 10-year-old kid, but acted like an adult, very mature. Good, Lingyun, very good. With the awakening of the Dao body, there will be no more bottlenecks in your cultivation in the future. His words had just fallen when Yi Ling Tian's voice rang out. Yi Lingyun was startled and turned his head to look, and at a glance, he saw his father with the four great elders. Greetings father, greetings to the four elders. He made hasty obeisance. Ha, Lingyun doesn't need to be so outgoing. Yeah, a few of us watched you grow up, and I even hugged you when you were little. Right. The four great elders opened their mouths smilingly. They looked at Yi Lingyun with affectionate gazes as if they were looking at their own sons. Lingyun, how did you break through to awaken the Dao body? Yi Ling Tian, on the other hand, opened his mouth to inquire with some doubt. A special physique is basically innate. Whichever body it was at the time of its birth, that's what it will always be. Unless there is a physical metamorphosis with regard to a shocking encounter. Yi Lingyun was the one he had watched grow up. It was unlikely that he would have that kind of amazing encounter. To be precise, it was impossible for the entire Western region to possess that kind of amazing encounter. After all, the Western region was one of the most barren regions in the heavenly martial realm. Father, I do. Yi Lingyun immediately spoke the thoughts in his mind. Like this. Yi Lingtian muttered a bit in his heart after hearing this. It's not impossible. Okay, you can feel the wonders of the Tao body first. I'll discuss with the four elders how to deal with the wild storms ahead. Yi Lingtian nodded and said. Chapter 37, Little Auntie, she's not as good as you. Yi Lingyun, who had been smart and clever since childhood, naturally knew what the so-called storm was. Father, He spoke with a hesitant face, very clear that the Tao body awakening would involve the Ling Tian sect in a storm. Lingyun, there's no harm in it, as long as you can grow up. Everything is worth it. Besides, my father is going to proceed to break through the harmonization realm now. When I make a breakthrough, why should I be afraid of the other three major forces? Even if it's the devil race that comes, I'll still have a certain level of confidence. Yi Lingtian waved his hand and opened his mouth in a very domineering manner. To be able to sit in the position of the Ling Tian sect's patriarch, he was naturally not some mediocre person. In terms of talent, it was not below Yi Lingyun in the slightest. Now, with the divine Tao fruit that Yi Lingyun had brought back, he had a 70% certainty of breaking through to the harmonization realm. Between cultivators, the gap between realms was like a heavenly rift. The higher the cultivation level, the more obvious this gap became. As long as he could break through the harmonization realm, he would be able to sweep away the other three major powers with his own strength. The only headaches and doubly troublesome are the demons. After all, that group of lunatics had dared to move even those among the great clans of the central state. Seeing this, the four elders also spoke out to pacify them. Alright, Lingyun, don't have anything on your mind. Now, you just need to remember to practice well. For everything else, there's us old guys. Yi Lingtian comforted once again. After saying that and giving some more instructions, he left the cultivation room with the four great elders. On the other hand, on the Green Spirit Peak, in little Mingyue's cultivation room, it was as if the vision of Yi Lingyun awakening the Tao body did not have the slightest effect on her. At this moment, she was concentrating on refining the heavenly smoke fruit. As the Gong method runs, all of the heavenly smoke fruits that were eaten were refined into a green energy that was injected into the spirit root. The moment. It was as if her spirit root had come to life, absorbing the green energy crazily. Under the nourishment of the energy transformed by the heavenly smoke fruit, little Mingyue's spiritual roots gradually changed. To be precise, her spiritual roots seemed to be growing as if it was a sapling irrigated by manna. When the day's smoked fruit is consumed, her spiritual roots also grew a great deal, upgraded by at least 2 grades, haha. Looking internally at the spirit roots within his body, little Mingyue smiled with great satisfaction. After a few more moments of settling down, she bounced out of the cultivation room. Master, I'm done refining. Arriving in front of Lin Yu's cultivation room, she shouted happily. The words fell. The formation in front of the cultivation room then opened an opening. Without the slightest hesitation, little Mingyue walked straight in. Just a glance. She then saw Lin Yu, who was attending to the alchemy inheritance. Master, I'm faster than you, hey. Little Mingyue opened her mouth somewhat arrogantly. Awesome. Lin Yu smiled gently and praised without mincing words. In fact, she had known she would lose. This was because comprehending the alchemy inheritance was even more difficult than comprehending a technique. Naturally, it was impossible to compare it to refining spiritual medicines. The reason why I said that was just to encourage little Akatsuki. Mingyue, you'll have to cultivate well next. The western region is about to change. Lin Yu's words turned again, and his expression was serious as he exhorted. Change of day? Little Akatsuki looked at her suspiciously. The patriarch has sent me a message that Lingyun has awakened the Tao body. In the future, the Ling Tian sect will become a target. So, you have to practice diligently so that nothing bad happens to you. Lin Yu nodded. Wow, the nerd awakened the Taoist body? Awesome. Little Mingyue couldn't help but let out a gasp as she listened. Tao body, Lin Yu had naturally told her about it. A very powerful special physique. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows, heard this and had a puzzled look on his face. Awesome? Little auntie, how can he compare to you? Zhao Chuan muttered in his mind. Placed in the western region, Yi Lingyun's talent could indeed be described with the word awesome. But, compared to little Mingyue, there was no comparison at all. After all, little Mingyue was an immortal spirit root. As for a special physique, how could she who often ate divine beast meat not have one? Only, she doesn't know it herself. To really talk about talent, little Mingyue was enough to throw off Yi Lingyun by 18 blocks. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to cultivate to the Jindan realm at the age of 6. Silly girl, Lingyun is not as powerful as you. He only cultivated to the late Jindan stage at the age of 10. What about you? At the age of 6, he was already at mid-Jindan cultivation, waiting for his master to take control of alchemy. Then you can open the furnace to make pills for you, and with the aid of the pills, your cultivation will naturally be able to go to the next level. That is to say, you can reach the late Jindan stage at the age of 6. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and picked up the conversation. Little Mingyue's cultivation speed was unheard of and unseen even by her. After all, at the age of 6, you can reach Jindan cultivation. Even her Lin clan's ancient clan had never appeared. Especially little Mingyue's spiritual root. That's a legendary immortal spirit root. Spiritual roots of this grade were just like demonic beasts that had the bloodline of immortal beasts. Yi Lingyun was certainly horribly talented. But to really compare, it's really not as good as little Bright Moon's. That or I'm better. Xiao Mingyue laughed after hearing her analysis. Naturally, our Akatsuki is the best. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth lifted as he complimented. Hey! Little Akatsuki scratched his head and laughed. Alright, you can cultivate here with me. I happen to be attending to the alchemy while guarding you. Lin Yu rubbed her head and said gently. Master is so nice, Master Sticky. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. After saying that, he ran onto Lin Yu and held her in his arms, constantly rubbing himself against her. Lin Yu giggled at her. After playing with her for a few moments, little Mingyue then began to cultivate. See her settle in. Lin Yu, on the other hand, continued to enroll in alchemy. As the saying goes, there are no years of cultivation, and the summer cicadas do not know autumn. In the blink of an eye, the day passed. When little Mingyue came to her senses from her initiation, immediately, I smelled a fresh scent. Looking at the source of the scent, he saw that Lin Yu was in the middle of refining pills. Knowing that she's in the thick of it, little Akatsuki didn't interrupt, just propped up her chin and watched silently. Congeal. In the next moment, Lin Yu's body was surging with spiritual energy, condensing a single legal seal into the Dan furnace. With the infusion of Dharma seals, the fresh scent also gradually became stronger. It's going to happen. Little Akatsuki's eyes lit up and she muttered in a small voice. Sure enough, the next moment, after the last FA seal was injected into the alchemy furnace, Lin Yu immediately dispersed the fire. Master, isn't it a pill that has been refined? Seeing this, little Mingyue hurriedly ran over and stared curiously at the Dan furnace. It should be a done deal. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, and when she finished, she opened the alchemy furnace. Little Akatsuki immediately poked her head out to look inside. Only 10 green pills were lying inside. Wow, Master, 10. She opened her mouth doubly surprised. Finally, Lin Yu also let out a long sigh of relief and took out the elixir and put it in a bottle. Master is awesome. Little Akatsuki quipped. Silly girl, this is only a second-grade elixir, you still need to keep working on it. Lin Yu rubbed her head, but was in a great mood. Ouch. Just then, a milky beast chirp rang out. Immediately after that, Little White suddenly ran out from within the spirit beast pouch. It is? Looking at Little White, Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 38. The most terrifying thing in the Ling Tian sect is that little girl. Only to see that at this time, Xiaobai had changed his appearance. The hairs are still white. But unlike before, a fiery red lotus flower appeared on Xiaobai's forehead. White, what are you acing? Little Mingyue squatted down and curiously touched the fire-colored lotus flower that appeared on Little White's head. Ouch! White purred softly. Little Akatsuki, who had made a contract with her, knew what it meant. Tell her to stand away. After Little Mingyue stood far away, he only saw Little White's body surging with demonic power. In the next moment, the fire-colored lotus flower on its forehead seemed to float out from its forehead as if it had come to life. Not only that, the entire lotus flower was still attached to the flame. Even from a distance, Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu could feel a burning sensation. Ouch! Only to hear Little White call out once again as it controlled the fire lotus flower to land on the wall of the cultivation room. In an instant, the sound of zip 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 was constantly resounding. Accompanied by white smoke, a large hole was directly burned out of the thick wall. It was as if, under the fire lotus flower, the thick wall directly turned into a fragile piece of tofu. What a terrifying beast fire! When Lin Yu saw this, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. As an elder of the Ling Tian sect, her cultivation room was naturally not built from ordinary things. The entire cultivation room was strong, using green essence stone. This green essence stone was a heavenly treasure that was often used to build armor. In terms of the amount used in this cultivation room of hers, it would be difficult for even a Jindan cultivator to break through with an all-out strike. Where's Sebastian? It was clearly only a second-order demonic beast, but this beast fire could actually melt the green essence stone. This is very scary. Wow, White, this fire is awesome. Little Akatsuki also marveled and opened her mouth. Ow! White purred in triumph. This was the innate beast fire that it had condensed after refining the golden crow essence blood. Although it couldn't be compared to the golden crow divine flame, it wasn't anywhere close. Possessing this beast fire, even if it faced a third-ranked demonic beast, it could still have a fighting chance. Mingyue, didn't you pick the breeding demon lotus in the green cloud mystic realm? How about you give it to me and I'll help you refine it into an earth demon pill so that Little White can break through the third stage. Now that Ling Yin has awakened the Dao body, there will definitely be a battle between the Ling Tian sect and the other three major powers. With Little White breaking through the third rank, you'll also have an additional ability to defend yourself. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze from the fire lotus and said, Aha, good act, thank you master. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. After saying that, she directly handed over all her storage rings to Linyu. Master, you can refine me into pills for the other spirit medicines as well. I still have to hurry up and cultivate to the transformation god realm. When the time comes, father will tell me who really took mother. In response, Linyu naturally nodded his head and responded, as she opened the furnace to refine the elixir again. In no time, the earth demon pill had been successfully refined. This kind of elixir is like the humanized gold pill. The only difference is, the gold transformation pill was a supplementary pill for the human race to break through the Jindan realm at the Foundation Establishment realm. The Earth Demon Pill, on the other hand, was an elixir that helped second-ranked demonic beasts break through to third-ranked demonic beasts. White, eat. Xiao Mingyue pulled the elixir, broke open Xiao Bai's mouth, and poured the refined ground demonic elixir into Xiao Bai's mouth with a brain. You girl. Lin Yu looked at it and laughed bitterly. There were 8 demon pills in this furnace. With the qualifications of Xiao Bai's 9-tailed immortal fox bloodline, only one was needed. However, she did not stop it. This was because the excess medicinal power would allow Xiao Bai to refine it into demonic power and raise his cultivation level. The more powerful Xiao Bai was, the more security Xiao Mingyue would have. After eating the Earth Demon Dan, Little White fell into a deep sleep once again. Mingyue, you cultivate as well. I'll go find the patriarch and talk about the fact that the alchemy technique has been enlightened. After I hone my skills for a few days, I can help you refine the infant transformation pill. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Bai and opened his mouth. Aha, good. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. When Lin Yu left, she smoothed Little White's fur and said to herself, Little White, let's cultivate together. Having said that, she started practicing again. In the meantime, inside a certain palace, there were 3 people sitting in the palace, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. These 3 are not other people. It was the other 3 major forces in the Western region, the Greenwood Pavilion, the Taiyin sect, and the 3 big talkers of the Clear Moon Pavilion. The old man was the Taiyin sect master who ruled the western region of the Western Domain. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was the head of the Greenwood Pavilion in the northern part of the Western region. As for women, it was the Clear Moon Pavilion master who was in charge of the eastern region of the Western region. Are you two still hesitating? The news has been confirmed. The Tao Body Awakener is Yilingyun. This little guy was originally a Holy Spirit root, and now he's awakened the Tao Body. If we let him grow up, is there still a need for our 3 families to exist? The old man swept a glance at the duo and analyzed them with a gloomy expression. The major powers of cultivators just devour each other. The only way to get more resources for cultivation was to do so. Although for thousands of years, the Western region has remained unchanged in the 4 divisions of the world. That's just because no one has emerged to break the pattern. Now, the pattern breaker has emerged. If they don't pay the action, they are the ones who will disappear in the future. Yiling Tian's cultivation is already strong, only half a step away from breaking through the harmonization realm. And now there's Linyu, a newly risen harmonized god realm. If we really fight, even if we win, it will be a miserable victory. The middle-aged man said with a helpless sigh. The 3 powers combined could indeed defeat the Ling Tian sect. But the price to be paid will be horrendous. I'm not involved. The woman suddenly interjected, her tone very firm. When these words came out, both the old man and the middle-aged man's brows furrowed. Qingxi, are you crazy? The old man said with a frown of incredulity. Crazy? Qingxi smiled disdainfully after hearing this. She's not crazy, because she knew that the terror of the Ling Tian sect was not Yi Ling Tian or Yi Lingyun. Instead, it's that little girl. The person that Qin Yunzi had taken over was her Daozi from the Clear Moon Pavilion. After Yi Lingyun awakened the Tao body, Qin Yunzi directly approached her and identified himself. The reason for this was to stop the attack on the Ling Tian sect. The reason, Qin Yunzi also said. A little girl who had a powerful person of the hijacking realm as her protector. Attacking the Ling Tian sect? Joking aside, even those forces in the central state who came didn't have that kind of backbone. Anyway, my Clear Moon Pavilion is not involved in this matter. Make yourselves at home. Qingxi didn't explain, and after putting down these words and taking a surface stance, her body directly disappeared. Looking in the direction she left, the old man and the middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at each other. They really can't figure it out. What did Qingxi think? If they didn't attack the Ling Tian sect now, could they wait for Yi Lingyun to grow up and overthrow their own sect? Shady Gray, what should this be? If the Clear Moon Pavilion doesn't join, it'll be hard to take down the Ling Tian sect with the strength of our 2 forces. The middle-aged man spoke with a doubly helpless voice. Hoof. Ian Gray snorted coldly as a flash of viciousness flashed through his eyes. Then find another person. Find someone else? The middle-aged man looked at him in disbelief. Other than the Ling Tian sect in the Western region and the Clear Moon Pavilion, which was not involved in this matter, what other forces had the courage to make a move against the Ling Tian sect? Demons. Ian Gray's gaze stared and slowly spat out 2 words. Chapter 39. The greatest chance in the West is that little girl. Demons. The middle-aged man's eyes contracted fiercely after hearing this. It's a fight against a tiger. He spoke in a somewhat gravelly tone. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away, once you introduce the demons to the West. In the future, even if the Ling Tian sect was overthrown, the demonic race would definitely not easily retreat. It's even possible. After destroying the Ling Tian sect, the devil race would still move against them. We can still live without cooperating with the demons? Unless one sheds the roots of the West and goes elsewhere. You shed? Ian Gray smiled softly and asked rhetorically. Ugh, tell me about your plan. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and spoke very helplessly. If he gave up his thousands of years of roots in the West, how did you end up here today? Two ploys to make the Ling Tian sect hand over the Dao body possessor Yilingyun, thus cutting off their chance to rise. If this plan doesn't work, then when attacking the Ling Tian sect, purposely let go one or two of the spirit transformation realm. We, on the other hand, ostensibly have the demons as our main force. The first target of hatred for the released transformation god realm will definitely be the demon race. 2 transformation god realms without any madness is enough to give the demon race a headache. Don't we get a break? Ian Gray smiled blandly and spoke with great confidence. But the strength of the demon race is not clear to you, to me. There was still some concern on the middle-aged man's face. Shady Gray's scheme works, but only if the demon race's strength was comparable to theirs. If the demons are horribly strong, what about directly suppressing all the spirit transformation realm cultivators of the Ling Tian sect? Actually, they got to me yesterday. Do you think that if they were really absolutely powerful, they would still come after me? Ian Gray grinned back. Like this. The middle-aged man muttered in his mind. If that's the case, it's a good idea to take a shot at it. Yes. After a moment's thought, he responded directly. Instead of sitting and waiting for Yilingyun to grow up, it would be better to be rich and go for a fight. Anyway, it's all death across the board. Put up a fight, and at least there's hope of surviving. In that case, let's go meet the demons. Seeing him agree, Shady Gray grinned. Clear Moon Pavilion. Leaving the Ian Gray organization meeting, Qingshi returned to his own forces. They really decided to attack the Ling Tian sect? A youth sat in a chair and opened his mouth to inquire. He was none other than Qing Yunzi after successfully seizing the body. Right. Qingshi swept him a glance and nodded gently. Oh, a bunch of douchebags. When Qing Yunzi heard this, he couldn't help but scoff as an adult. That little girl was in the Ling Tian sect. How dare she attack the Ling Tian sect? What a difference between this and the old man hanging himself. Is what you say true? Qingshi spoke with some hesitation. Because once you are on the wrong side, what awaits the Clear Moon Pavilion is doom and gloom. What do I get out of lying to you? Qing Yunzi smiled disdainfully and asked rhetorically. By the way, I remembered something. Qingshi nodded and spoke again. What is it? Qing Yunzi looked at him curiously. Before the Green Cloud mysterious realm was opened, Zhao Chuan had appeared at the auction in Lingyun City. The thing he took out was a piece of extreme enlightenment tea. The method of auctioning is bartering. In the end, that piece of extreme enlightenment tea was traded away by a little girl for a green spirit fruit. You said this matter. Qingshi frowned slightly and continued to speak. Deliberately, it seems that not only the Great Wolf of Wu is that little girl's protector, even Zhao Chuan. The light in Qing Yunzi's eyes flickered, and he picked up the conversation very decisively. In that case, wouldn't it be that the person behind the little girl is not only taking in the martial Great Wolf, and took Zhao Chuan in as well? Qingshi opened his mouth in shock and trepidation. Both Martial Great Wolf and Zhao Chuan were the strongest group of people in the heavenly martial realm. At the same time it was possible to take these two in. What kind of horrible existence is that person? It shall be so. Qing Yunzi nodded. So what shall we do now? Withdraw from the vortex that is the West? Qingshi slowed down and spoke somewhat helplessly. Withdrawal from the West is tantamount to abandoning 1,000 years of roots. Why pull out of the West? The times make the heroes and the future of a power. Nowadays, the Ling Tian sect is at a time when they are surrounded by enemies. Then the Clear Moon Pavilion will snowball into an affiliated power. Qing Yunzi spoke with a deep gaze. Are you crazy? After hearing this, Qingshi opened her mouth with a face full of incredulity. Becoming a subordinate force of the Ling Tian sect, isn't that just going to be a dog? Why can't you see it? As long as that little girl is in the Ling Tian sect for one day, then nothing will happen to the Ling Tian sect. Therefore, the Ling Tian sect definitely has a future. Becoming an affiliated force of the Ling Tian sect will do no harm to the Clear Moon Pavilion. Of course, the true chance of the Clear Moon Pavilion is that little girl. Only if the Clear Moon Pavilion becomes an affiliated force of the Ling Tian sect will you have a chance to get close to that little girl. If you do something that makes the person behind the little girl happy, the benefits that you can get. Ha! Qing Yunzi analyzed in a tone of hatred. Listen in silence. Qingshi's eyes instantly lit up. You don't know what Big Wolf Wu put in the Green Cloud Mystic Realm, do you? A 9th grade alchemy inheritance, and a divine Dao fruit. The 9th grade alchemy inheritance was amped by him to that little girl. The divine Dao fruit, on the other hand, was arranged to be given to Yilingyun. Qing Yunzi swept her a glance and continued to speak. To be able to sit in the position of pavilion master, Qingshi was naturally not a cutie. She instantly understood what Qin Yunzi was trying to say. That divine Dao fruit, a gift rewarded to Yiling Tian by the person behind the little girl? She stared. Yiling Tian's half-step harmonization realm cultivation was not a secret in the western region. On the contrary, it was this step that had stuck him for a full 400 years. The divine Dao fruit could help one break through to the harmonization realm. Throughout the entire Ling Tian sect, Yiling Tian was definitely the one who needed the divine Dao fruit the most. And Big Wolf Wu arranged for the divine Dao fruit to be in Yiling Yun's hands. As Yiling Tian's son, then he would inevitably give the divine Dao fruit to Yiling Tian. So much for that. Wasn't it the same as Wu Dolph helping Yiling Tian break through the harmonization realm in a way that seemed very reasonable? Qin Yunzi nodded. I see, thanks for pointing it out. I'll contact Yiling Tian now. She took a deep breath and spoke hurriedly. Yes, but you need to remember one thing, don't mention the little girl. The reason why Wolowolf went to such great lengths to arrange it. It must be the master behind him who wants to experience that little girl. That is to say, Yiling Tian most likely doesn't even know which is the true chance of the Ling Tian sect. Do you understand? The corner of Qin Yunzi's mouth gently lifted as he laughed. Listen to the end. Qingxi laughed along with him. Chapter 40, Surrender before the war has even begun? Inside the Ling Tian sect. Elder Lin, are you telling the truth? Alchemy, you have control. Yiling Tian looked at Lin Yu and spoke with a somewhat agitated expression. The other four elders also stared at Lin Yu. The big fight is coming. Elixirs are very important, especially healing elixirs. Without the healing pill, the Ling Tian sect would definitely be in the middle of a disadvantage. Back to the patriarch, I have indeed taken control of alchemy. It's just that, at the moment, the most that can be refined is a third-grade elixir. The fourth and fifth grades may need to be honed for a while. Lin Yu nodded in response. Good. It's really God's blessing on my Ling Tian sect. Elder Lin is bold and assured to go and refine. The clan spirit medicine storehouse will be at Elder Lin's disposal in the future. Yiling Tian opened his mouth emotionally. Face the situation at hand. A third-grade elixir is enough. Because of the third-grade healing pill, the safety of elders below the Yuaning cultivation level could be greatly guaranteed. Good, don't worry, Patriarch, in less than 10 days, I will be able to refine a fourth-grade elixir. Lin Yu was also clear about the situation in the Ling Tian sect today and responded. Many thanks to Elder Lin. Yiling Tian did not talk too much nonsense and directly stood up to pay his respects to her. Greetings to the Patriarch and the 5 elders. Right at this moment, an inner disciple suddenly walked into the main hall. Instantly, the gazes of all 6 of them condensed. It was because only elders were qualified to enter the deliberation hall. Now this inner disciple. You're the pawn that the Clear Moon Pavilion has planted in my Ling Tian sect, aren't you? Yiling Tian swept a glance at that inner disciple and said. It was no secret that between the major powers, they had placed pawns with each other. Everyone knows it by heart. Yes. The inner disciple admitted directly without sophistry. Seek death. Seeing him admit it so openly, one of the elders burst into a rage and directly made a move. Lu Yao, why bother with a little guy? Just then, Qingxi's voice rang out. Immediately after, only a stream of light suddenly flew out from the inner disciple's body, transforming into Qingxi's appearance. Facing Lu Yao's attack, Qingxi's incarnation also gently raised its hand and waved it away. Qingxi. Seeing her incarnation, Yiling Tian and the others all had their eyes glazed over. Patriarchy hasn't seen you for many years, you still have the same elegance. Qingxi's avatar swept the crowd and finally landed on Yiling Tian. As the saying goes, you can't reach out. Seeing her like this, Yiling Tian lightly laughed. Pavilion Master Qing is also still in style na. When these words came out, Lin Yu, Wang Yao, and the other 5 elders were clearly confused. Patriarch. Is that the wrong thing to say? I didn't expect that patriarchy had a funny side. Qingxi wasn't angry either and just smiled lightly. Tell me, why are you here? Yiling Tian didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door to ask. The 5 Lin Yu people also stared at Qingxi. They all wanted to know, the hallowed Clear Moon Pavilion Master, at this juncture, get a split body to come here for what? Surrender! Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Qingxi slowly spat out 2 words. Surrender! After listening to whoever face cannot help but appear surprised. The war hasn't even started yet. Qingxi just ran over to surrender. Do you realize what you're saying? Yiling Tian's brain went a little blank as he opened his mouth. Naturally, that old fellowing Gray has contacted me today, discussing the attack on the Ling Tian sect. But I'm absolutely sure that it's more appropriate to surrender than to attack the Ling Tian sect. Qingxi smiled faintly and nodded her head with great certainty. Why? Yiling Tian frowned slightly. Your son is originally a Holy Spirit root. Now that he has awakened the Tao body, his future accomplishments are unlimited. This is a genius, uniquely belonging to our western region. I prefer to let such a genius grow up than to let it be damned. To do justice to my western region, let the other few domains impress the west. Qingxi said with a great deal of righteousness. Oh, When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but sneer a few times in their hearts. As the leader of a force, they didn't believe such words from Qing Shi. Believe it or not, it's up to you. It's true that I've come to surrender, it depends on whether patriarchy has the courage. Qing Shi naturally knew what was on everyone's mind. And she didn't explain. Because that just doesn't explain it. She was certain that if she gave out the slightest bit of information, she would surely be erased on the spot. Even Pavilion Master Qing has such vigor, how can I, Yiling Tian, be a fearful person? In this matter, I, Yiling Tian, shall answer. Without the slightest hesitation, Yiling Tian directly opened his mouth in an atmospheric manner. Patriarch, no. Yes, in case this woman is trying to go for an inside-out scheme. Patriarch, think twice. The four elders other than Lin Yu hurriedly opened their mouths to advise. What's the difference between Qingxi and a weasel paying New Year's call to a chicken? Well, my mind is made up. Yiling Tian interrupted the four elders with a deep gaze. Oh, it's a man. When Qingxi saw this, she was also a bit surprised in her heart. But it was just what she wanted. She really came to surrender anyway. How about this? Pavilion Master Qing's forces will still be responsible for sitting in the east in the future. Every year's revenue, just hand over 20% to the Ling Tian sect. As for Pavilion Master Qing himself, he needs to stay in my Ling Tian sect. Ian Gray and the others have started a war against the Ling Tian sect, and Pavilion Master Qing needs to go all out as well. Yiling Tian thought for a moment before opening his mouth. Good. Qingxi answered directly without even thinking about it. Without waiting for Yiling Tian to speak, she changed her tone again and said, I have one condition. You say, I'm going to live at Green Spirit Peak. As Qingxi spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Yu. Living in Green Spirit Peak? Hearing this condition, Yiling Tian froze slightly. He had thought that Qingxi was going to propose some very harsh conditions. I didn't realize that this was it? Couldn't it be that she was trying to use Lin Yu to hitch a ride with the Lin clan's ancient clan? Yiling Tian thought in his heart, then looked at Lin Yu. Elder Lin, what do you think? No problem. Lin Yu glanced at Qingxi and answered directly. In that case, we will be family from now on. I would also like to ask a few fellow Taoists to be more accommodating in the future. Seeing Lin Yu's promise, Qingxi also let out a long sigh of relief. Because her greatest fear was that Lin Yu would not agree. After all, she had come here with the intention of getting close to little Akatsuki. If Lin Yu didn't agree, it was highly likely that everything would go down the drain. Naturally. Greetings to fellow Taoist Qingxi. Seeing that the matter was finalized, the four elders did not say anything more, and they opened their mouths smilingly. My own father is on his way here, so please don't make things difficult for me as a disciple, sovereign. Qingxi spoke again, her gaze landing on that inner disciple. This is natural. In the future, Ling Tian sect and Clear Moon Pavilion are one family. A disciple of the Clear Moon Pavilion is a disciple of my Ling Tian sect, so why should I make things difficult for him? Yi Ling Tian grinned, in a good mood. Chapter 41, by Wenjing Clueless, you're really giving this to me? Qingxi said no more after hearing this, and just nodded a greeting towards Lin Yu before its avatar disappeared from the sight of the crowd. That disciple who was a spy also bowed and retreated out of the hall. Patriarch. Grand Elder Lu Yao, who had been about to speak, still couldn't help but open his mouth. I know your concerns. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Yiling Tian waved his hand to interrupt him. Regardless of Qingxi's purpose, but with the current situation, her addition to the team is certainly a blessing in disguise. With you guys plus her, even if you face a siege from two major sects, you'll still have the power to fight. And I, on the other hand, happen to be able to break through the harmonization realm in peace. He explained with a deep gaze. Sovereign, is this a reprieve? Lin Yu instantly reacted and picked up the conversation. That's right, if Qingxi returns to the throne, whether it's true or not, at least the Ling Tian sect can reduce a lot of pressure. As for her surrendering under false pretenses and being an insider, I find that unlikely. Of course, I'll also have to ask Elder Lin to take some trouble and keep a good eye on her. Now that I have the Divine Tao fruit in my hands, I'm fully confident that I'll break through to the harmonization realm. As long as I can break through the harmonization realm, the crisis of the Ling Tian sect will be lifted this time. Yi Ling Tian gently smiled with a tentative demeanor. Good. Lin Yu nodded heavily. Even though Qingxi was at a half-step harmonization realm cultivation, which was a full 2 minor realms higher than her, just keeping an eye on this person would not be a difficult task for her. Only after discussing some more countermeasures did the crowd disperse. Leave the council hall. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Yu arrived at Green Spirit Peak. Mother? Seeing the familiar figure within the courtyard, who was playing with little Manhwa, she froze and opened her mouth. Y'all. Bai Wenjing turned her head and looked at Lin Yu with a face full of tenderness. Master, you're back. Little Manhwa, on the other hand, came bouncing to Lin Yu. Back, this is my mother. Lin Yu rubbed her head and introduced himself. Hee, I know, Master's wife already told me. Little Akatsuki responded with a cheeky smile. Mother, what brings you here? Lin Yu pulled her to sit next to Bai Wenjing. Mostly to check on you, how's it going? How are you doing here? Bai Wenjing inquired with a face full of concern. Mother, don't worry, I'm doing fine here. Look, my cultivation has broken through to the transformation god realm. Lin Yu smiled gently and released his aura. Yes, Master's milk, Master is doing well. Little Mingyue followed suit and interjected. Only a little envy could not be avoided in his eyes. Envious, Lin Yu can meet his mother. Good boy, it's okay, Master is with you. The strangeness in her eyes naturally did not escape Lin Yu's gaze. Aha, Master is the best. Little Mingyue nodded obediently and snuggled up to her. Good, I'm relieved to see you're doing well. Bai Wenjing swept a glance at little Mingyue without a trace before smilingly picking up the conversation. She knows. His own daughter's ability to have the achievements she has now is definitely related to the existence behind little Mingyue secretly helping her. Come, Mingyue, let Master Nurse hug you, okay? Bai Wenjing's gaze fell on little Mingyue as she spoke with a face full of tenderness. Good act, Master Milk's body also smells good. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and scurried directly into Bai Wenjing's arms in 3 steps. What a cute girl. Bai Wenjing stroked her little head, a look of fondness all over her face. Little you, I heard from Mingyue that you became an alchemist? After saying that, her gaze turned and landed on Lin Yu. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu gently nodded. This is also thanks to our little Mingyue. She was the one who brought out a 9th grade alchemy inheritance from the Green Cloud mysterious realm. Without this alchemy inheritance, I won't be able to become an alchemist. As she spoke, she eyed little Bright Moon with gratitude. Alchemists were an extremely honorable group of people in the Tianwu continent. And, the higher the grade the more honorable it is. The 9th grade alchemy inheritance that little Mingyue had brought back was enough to make her the top class of people in the Tianwu continent. 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Bai Wenjing was also shocked after hearing this. As the Lin clan's ancient clan's main mother, she was naturally aware of how terrifying this inheritance was. No exaggeration. Even the Lin clan's ancient clan would have to be moved in the face of such an inheritance. After all, right now, the most powerful alchemist of the Lin clan's ancient clan was only in 8th grade. Yes, it's all because of little Akatsuki. Lin Yu nodded and looked at little Mingyue with a peaceful gaze. He. Seeing Lin Yu looking at himself, Xiao Mingyue, who didn't know what to say, could only give a cheeky smile in response. Then I really have to thank Akatsuki La. Bai Wenjing's gaze then fell on little Mingyue as well. She knew that this must also be the handiwork of the person behind this girl. Master's milk, if Master is good to me, I have to be good to Master too AC. Meeting her gentle gaze, little Mingyue smiled back. What a good boy, Master and Mistress came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. Look, do you like this one? Bai Wenjing smiled gently, and as she spoke, she took out a colorful jade bracelet. The colors are a hodgepodge, but it looks extremely fine. It doesn't make the bracelet unsightly in the least because of the mixed colors. Wow, love it. Seeing the bracelet, little Mingyue's eyes instantly lit up. Here, let me put it on you. Bai Wenjing smiled softly and put the bracelet on little Mingyue's hand. Shifu was so nice, thank you Shifu, sticky. Putting on the bracelet, little Mingyue's face was all happy, constantly rubbing against Bai Wenjing. Oh, what a cute girl. Bai Wenjing was amused by her. Master said to return the favor, so I'm going to give Master's milk a gift as well. Little Mingyue opened her mouth with a smile on her face. After saying that, she thought for a moment, then took out a grass ring from her storage ring. This is. Seeing the grass ring that little Mingyue took out, Bai Wenjing's eyes contracted hard, because she felt a very terrifying aura from the grass ring. Mistress, I don't have anything nice, this is what my father knitted for me. I'll give this to the master's wife. Little Akatsuki said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. In her opinion, the difference between your own grass ring compared to the bracelet is too great. Are you really going to give this to me? Bai Wenjing, on the other hand, spoke with a face full of incredulity, because she could already tell what the grass ring was woven from. 10,000 years of clearing the heart. An extremely rare spirit. The greatest efficacy of this item is to block the heart demons for the cultivator. The more horrible the vintage, the greater the efficacy. Like this 10,000-year-old level, even she had only heard of it and had never seen it before. It was because this kind of thing had already exceeded the Tianwu continent's grade category. If you really want to define it in terms of rank, it is the immortal rank. She didn't expect that little Bright Moon would give this kind of divine object to herself. Chapter 42. How dare I dislike such a sacred object? Bai Wenjing didn't expect that little Mingyue would even give this kind of divine object to herself. One must know that the heart demon is the biggest stumbling block when a cultivator breaks through a great realm. Many geniuses have died under the demon of the heart. And, the higher the cultivation level, the more horrifying the mind demons that appeared. In her impression, there had once been a super genius in the central state who had died at the level of heart demons when breaking through the heavens realm. Instead, the 10,000 years clear heart grass that little Mingyue had taken out was just the right solution to this problem. As long as this item was worn during a breakthrough, its terrifying efficacy could directly dispel the demons of the heart. The most terrifying thing is that this clear heart grass is still at the 10,000 year level. At this level, even the heart demons that would arise when breaking through the realm of the cauldron could be dispelled. And that's just the horrific effect one can have. Like the grass ring in the hands of little Akatsuki that employs multiple braided roots. Bai Wenjing didn't even know what level of heart demons could be dispelled, because it was far beyond her knowledge. Yeah, ACA, don't you like it, Shifu? Little Akatsuki scratched his head and said, love it, how could I not? Bai Wenjing hurriedly opened her mouth. Such a divine object, if brought back to the Lin Clan ancient clan, it would be enough to become the Lin Clan ancient clan's clan-suppressing treasure. She's really afraid to answer it, because she knew that this must have been prepared by that lord behind Little Bright Moon. If she takes it away and causes that lord to get angry, the consequences are unimaginable. It's good that Shifu likes it, I'll put it on for Shifu. Little Akatsuki didn't have the slightest idea of how horrible what she had taken out was. After saying that, she directly put the grass ring on Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing's heart was instantly thrown into panic. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't find a reason to do so. We can't tell the truth about the value of this thing, can we? Wouldn't that be going against that lord's wishes? The lady gave it to you, just keep it. Just as she was in a dilemma, Zhao Chuan's sour voice rang in her head. It's a 10,000-year-old heart-clearing herb. Now, surprisingly, Bai Wenjing district a 7-product spiritual weapon to exchange away. It would be a lie to say that I'm not envious. Only, there was nothing he could do about it. Because Su Yun had instructed them. Don't stand in the way of whatever little Akatsuki comes up with and gives away. As long as little Mingyue is happy. Hearing Zhao Chuan's words, Bai Wenjing's heart then let out a sigh of relief. What an understanding child. Thank you, Akatsuki. She spoke from the heart. Master's milk, this is our exchange, as long as you don't mind that it's a grass ring. Little Akatsuki smiled a little embarrassed. Disgusted? After Bai Wenjing heard this, her heart was filled with bitter smiles. Who would dislike such a divine object? I'm afraid that only the uninformed will dislike this thing. Not too much, I like it a lot. She spoke softly. It's good that Master's milk doesn't mind. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. After saying that, her eyes gurgled, and as if remembering something, she opened her mouth and said, Master, why don't I go to Father's place and catch a 3-legged chicken? Let the Master's milkman also taste the chickens that Daddy has raised. A 3-legged chicken? Bai Wenjing couldn't help but froze after hearing this. What 3-legged chicken? Without waiting for little Myung Moon to explain, Lin Yu took over. Mother, that was cultivated by Akatsuki's father, and it tastes great. I've never had chicken that good. It's obviously a mortal species, but the flavor beats all the spirit chickens I've ever eaten. She spoke slowly. That lord bred it? After Bai Wenjing heard this, her mind instantly dawned on her. Good boy, just have this grass ring. No more 3-legged chicken. She spoke with a smile on her face, because it was clear to her that the so-called 3-legged chicken was definitely not something mortal. It must have been raised as a chicken by that lord on purpose for little Mingyue. She wouldn't dare get any ideas. After all, that was a figure that even Lin Clan ancient clan ancestor Lin Shen was afraid of. It's okay, Master's milk, Daddy's got several of them. I'm going to grab one right now. Little Akatsuki laughed. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yu to open his mouth, he had already harnessed his flying sword and flew towards the distance. Akatsuki, it's not very safe lately, you must be careful. When you come across something, send me a message, know it, right? Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't stop him and urged. Aha! Little Mingyue's voice came from the sky, and her small body had completely disappeared into the sky. In a flash, the entire Green Spirit Peak was left with only Lin Yu's mother and daughter. Yell, what was it you said about not being too safe lately? Bai Wenjing inquired curiously. She wasn't the least bit worried about little Mingyue's safety, because she could feel it. As little Mingyue left, Zhao Chuan's terrifying aura disappeared with her, obviously followed in secret. With such a strong person around, absolutely nothing would happen to little Mingyue. Mother, a Dao body has appeared in the Ling Tian sect. Right now, the other two forces are preparing to make a move against the Ling Tian sect. Lin Yu spoke with some distress. Oh, surprisingly, a Dao body has appeared, that's not bad. Tell me about those two forces, and go on a journey for my mother. I'd like to see what kind of backbone they have to dare make a move against the clan you live in. After hearing this, Bai Wenjing was first surprised for a moment, and then opened her mouth in a very protective manner. Mother, no, why don't you stay with me for now? And when they do, you're going to strike and catch them off guard? The best thing is to do it all at once. Lin Yu said with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Good, with your father on the family side, there's nothing for me to do back there. Bai Wenjing nodded. The other side. After leaving Green Spirit Peak, Little Bright Moon soon appeared above a mountain range. Suddenly, her eyes glazed over and she looked downward. As if sensing something, she immediately reversed her direction and vanished towards the mountain range below. Zhao Chuan, who was following silently in the dark, frowned slightly. How did this place get that guy's cave? He muttered to himself. Little Mingyue naturally didn't know about Zhao Chuan's existence. Harnessing her flying sword, she soon arrived in front of a cliff. White, is there really a treasure here? She released Xiao Bai from her spirit beast pouch. Just now, it was White who reminded her that there was a treasure here. Ouch. Xiaobai nodded heavily, his eyes staring straight into the depths of the cliff. Okay, let's go down and take a look. For Xiaobai, Xiao Mingyue naturally believed in him. After all, in the Green Cloud Mystic Realm, Little White's abilities had made her reap the rewards. The words fell. She rode her flying sword headlong into the cliff. Soon the small side disappeared within a layer of mist spread out in the center of the cliff. Surprisingly, it's really that guy's cave. Strange, how could that fellow have a cave here? After Xiao Mingyue's figure disappeared, Zhao Chuan appeared on the cliff. He stared down at the bottom of the cliff, muttering to himself as if he knew there was something down there. Chapter 43, Spirit Capturing Formation. Regarding Zhao Chuan who was following behind her, Little Mingyue naturally didn't know. At this moment, she had already harnessed her flying sword and landed on a cliff platform. In front of it was a dark tunnel. White, why do I feel weird here? Looking at that dark tunnel, little Akatsuki was a little nervous. Ouch. White purred, soothingly. Aha, I am now at the Jindan cultivation level, and Little White can also exert the strength of a Jindan cultivator. Should be able to face a lot of dangers. Little Akatsuki understood what it meant and nodded. After saying that, he carried Bai into the tunnel. A few minutes later, she then appeared in an empty cave. The stone walls were extremely well lit due to the many fist-sized night pearls embedded in them. Bai, why do I feel like this place is set up like an altar? Little Akatsuki looked around for a moment before opening her mouth. It's not like there's nothing in this empty cave. In the center is a stone platform made of rounded smooth stones. In the direction of the four corners of the southeast, west, north and southwest, a stone monument towers. To be precise, it should be a sword tablet, because each piece is in the shape of a sword. Only because the tip of the sword was inserted into the ground, one could only see the body of the sword as well as the hilt. Ow. The little white eyes gurgled a bit and landed on the stone platform in the center. The stone platform was not empty, but there was a green-colored vine. The vines were the size of a baby's small arm, suspended in the air as if they were imprisoned by some force. Little White, this seems to be the 5th grade spiritual medicine evergreen vine. Master said that the evergreen vine is a spirit medicine for refining the life enhancement pill evergreen pill. Little Mingyue's gaze also landed on the green-colored vine. Ouch! Little White called out, urging Little Bright Moon to go up and remove it. White, don't you think it's weird here? The evergreen vine is a 5th grade spirit medicine, extremely precious, and is now placed here. This is so unreasonable. And the setup here, it looks out of place. Little Akatsuki didn't act, but just surveyed the surroundings and analyzed. Hearing this, White, curled up in her arms, nodded. Ha, it's you little doll. Just as Little Mingyue's words had just fallen, Zhao Chuan suddenly walked in from outside. He had to. Xiao Mingyue didn't know what the arrangement here was, but he knew it very well. The arrangement here was a very evil formation, the spirit snatching formation. The most terrifying thing about this formation was that it could take in the spirituality within a person. The so-called spirituality is something unique to the spiritual root. Once a spiritual root loses its spirituality, it becomes a waste spiritual root. In a nutshell, the spirit snatching formation was an evil formation that ingested other people's cultivation talents. He wouldn't dare to let Little Mingyue trigger this formation. Otherwise, he couldn't withstand Su Yun's anger. Grandpa, it's you. Seeing Zhao Chuan, Little Mingyue looked very surprised. Yes, little doll, you want that evergreen vine? Zhao Chuan nodded warmly and asked rhetorically. Yeah, Master said that the evergreen vine can refine the life-enhancing elixir evergreen Dan. Dad can't practice, I want to get my hands on this. In the future, when I gather all the spirit medicines needed for the evergreen pill, I will be able to ask my master to help me refine the evergreen pill, and then increase my father's longevity. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Zhao Chuan immediately laughed after hearing this. He was sure that if Su Yun was here, definitely an old fatherly smile. It's a good thing you didn't move, this is a spirit taking array. Zhao Chuan slowly opened his mouth and spoke out the terror of the spirit seizing formation. Listen to the end. Little Mingyue's face couldn't help but turn white, and she couldn't even help but take a step back. Luckily I didn't move. Otherwise I'm going to become an invalid who can't cultivate. When the time comes, you won't be able to take daddy to get mother back. She patted herself on the chest and spoke with palpitations. Ha ha ha, what a filial girl. Old me is actually precisely for this matter, but I didn't expect you to find this place one step ahead of old me. Tell you what, how about you wait until the old man breaks the spirit seizing formation and then give you the evergreen vine? Zhao Chuan smiled gently and opened his mouth. Ha, Gramps is going to give me the evergreen vine? Little Mingyue was very surprised to hear the answer. You and I are kind of destined to be together, and the evergreen vine is not a rare thing to me. Consider it a gift from me to you, for good karma. Girl, you and back away. Zhao Chuan smiled warmly and went straight to the stone platform after saying that. Be careful, old grandpa. Little Akatsuki gave a concerned reminder and obediently stood farther away. To this, Zhao Chuan just laughed and took one step into the spirit seizing formation. Buzz! The moment he removed the evergreen vine, he only saw a curtain of light suddenly emerge from the stone platform to envelop Zhao Chuan. Not only that, there was also a line of blood that sprang out from within the stone platform and attacked towards Zhao Chuan. Humph! Sculpture! Zhao Chuan snorted coldly, and he didn't see any big movements, just a light tremor under his feet. Buzz! An airwave visible to the naked eye swept in all directions with him at the center. Wherever the airwaves passed, those lines of blood were directly dispersed in the air. Even the light curtain that trapped Zhao Chuan shattered on the spot. In the end, there was even a bang sound, turning into a sky full of stars and dissipating into the heavens and earth. Wow, Grandpa, you're awesome. Little Mingyue's eyes were glazed over as she looked on, exclaiming out in shock. Ha, girl, you'll have your day sooner or later. Zhao Chuan laughed out loud, only before he finished his words, his complexion suddenly changed in vain. Girl, watch out. He hurriedly voiced out a reminder, and his body even rushed towards little Mingyue at a speed that was hard to catch. However, the next moment, only to see those 4 huge stone tablets suddenly transform into 4 sword chi, killing towards Zhao Chuan as well as little Mingyue. In just half a breath's time, the sword chi killed Zhao Chuan. In the face of this terrifying sword chi, he was unconcerned and charged straight towards little Mingyue. This sword chi couldn't kill him, at most it would only cause him some injuries. However, to little Mingyue, this sword chi was enough to be fatal. No matter what, he had to intercept the sword chi that was chopping towards little Mingyue. Otherwise, if something happened to little Mingyue, he wouldn't be able to survive. Zhao Chuan's speed was fast, but the sword chi was as if it possessed an autonomous consciousness. A full 3 attacked Zhao Chuan. Damn it, sword immortal Lu Chun, you're digging your own grave. Zhao Chuan secretly cursed as the 3 sword chi directly intercepted him hard, and he could only watch as the last sword chi chopped at little Mingyue. It's over. Instantly, Zhao Chuan's mind fell into a blank. This was the sword chi left behind by the hijacking realm cultivator. With little Mingyue's cultivation at the Jindan realm, it was impossible to resist. Buzz! Just as the sword chi was about to chop into little Mingyue, the vision changed suddenly. Only to see, a golden light suddenly erupted from Xiao Mingyue's body, forming a golden astral aura to protect it to death. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the sword chi ferociously chopped at the golden astral aura surrounding little Mingyue. Just for a moment, the terrifying force directly shook little Mingyue and sent her flying backwards, hitting the stone wall. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and little Mingyue fainted on the spot. Chapter 44, Sword Fairy? The Other Side. When the golden astral aura suddenly appeared on little Mingyue's body, Su Yun, who was reading a book, had a sudden change in his expression. Not good, Akatsuki. He muttered with a grim expression, his voice still echoing in the air, but his person had disappeared into his chair. Inside the cave, looking at little Mingyue, who had fallen to the ground, Zhao Chuan's body shook momentarily. To be precise, it was trembling from fear. Miss! With a furious roar, he shattered the 3 sword chi that surrounded him and charged towards little Mingyue. When he came to little Mingyue's side, he saw that she had only suffered some minor injuries and fell into a coma, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. What's going on? Just as Zhao Chuan was about to take out a healing elixir and give it to little Mingyue, Su Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Smell! Zhao Chuan's body shook viciously. My lord! Old slave did not protect the young lady, please punish my lord. He trembled and knelt down in front of Su Yun and said. Su Yun glanced at him, his face grim as he didn't say anything, only walking over to pick up little Mingyue. Ouch! Feeling that terrifying aura that erupted from Su Yun's body, Little White directly shrank into a ball of fear. Zhao Chuan, how did you protect Miss? Wu Dolph, who rushed here, saw little Mingyue fall into a fainting spell because of her hands and questioned on the spot. Su Yun didn't say anything, only taking out a drop of water and dropping it on little Mingyue. Just for a moment, little Akatsuki's somewhat pale face became rosy. The wounds on his body also winked back. My lord, it's Jun Ryu's handiwork. Like us, he is one of the 10 great robbery realm powerhouses of the heavenly martial realm. And, this person cultivates the way of the sword, and his strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the heavenly martial realm. Zhao Chuan trembled as he explained. After saying that, he also told little Mingyue about wanting to take away the evergreen vine. Hearing that little Mingyue was trying to take the evergreen vine to refine the evergreen pill for herself, a warm current flowed through Su Yun's heart. Silly girl. He rubbed little Mingyue's head, and his face was both relieved and heartbroken. My lord, it's the old slave who was not well protected. I didn't expect that Jun Lu had even hidden a hand. Leave 4 great sword chi in the stone tablet. Zhao Chuan said with a trembling voice. A cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Poof. Su Yun snorted coldly and casually waved his hand. With a bang, Zhao Chuan then flew backwards and hit the stone wall, spraying a mouthful of old blood. And please, my lord, chastise me. He didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction, and tremblingly supported himself and fell to his knees again. Su Yun did not speak, only looking at the stone platform with cold eyes, only to see him gently raise his hand and slam it downward. At once, Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph then felt a very terrifying greatness surfacing in the cave. It felt as if they were facing the heavens. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the stone platform instantly turned into pieces. Where is Jun Ryu? Destroying the spirit-seizing array, Suyun spoke in a very cold tone. If he hadn't left a means of protection inside little Mingyue, today, the chances of little Mingyue surviving are almost zero. My lord, I know. Zhao Chuan hurriedly opened his mouth. Lead the way. Suyun responded with a cold face. Zhao Chuan nodded, not daring to say anything more, and respectfully led the way. A few moments of work. They then came to an isolated island. Who? Just as they had just descended on the isolated island, a strong voice rang out. Immediately after, a young man wearing white clothes and looking somewhat elegant slowly walked out from the lonely island. He gave off the impression of being like a walking absolute sword. Wherever they walked, whether it was the ground or the surrounding grass or trees, densely packed sword marks would appear. Wudolf? Zhao Chuan? What is your business here in my place of purification? Looking at Wudolf and Zhao Chuan, Junlu frowned slightly. If he were to fight alone, he wouldn't be afraid of any of them. But one on two, even if he cultivated the way of the sword, he would not be able to gain any advantage. My lord, this guy is Junryu. Wudolf and Zhao Chuan did not reply to him, but only opened their mouths to Su Yun in unison. The two men's attitudes caused Junlu's brows to furrow slightly. Your honor? His gaze couldn't help but fall on Su Yun. Sword fairy? Su Yun's gaze also looked towards Junlu, his tone filled with disdain. What is your honor's instruction? Meeting his gaze, Junlu's face was grave to the extreme. The one who could be addressed as an adult by both Wudolf and Zhao Chuan at the same time. Definitely not something simple. Su Yun did not speak, only flicking a finger at Junlu. Swish! White light shot out from his fingertips, gradually and surprisingly transforming into the prototype of a sword. Feel that terrifying power. Junlu's face changed violently, because he felt a threat originating from his life. Sword cannon, heaven breaking. Without the slightest hesitation, Junlu directly used his own watchman's skill. Terrifying mana was surging out from his body, actually using his hand as a sword to stab towards Su Yun. Obviously it's a person. However, as the divine ability was made out, it directly turned into a giant sword. The mana that surrounded its body also all transformed into one sharp sword after another. From afar it looked as if Junlu's entire being had turned into a divine sword followed by 10,000 swords. And wherever he passed, space was slashed with a gap, leaking out into the infinite black abyss. Bang! The blink of an eye. Two shocking and terrifying attacks collided in the air. Just an instant later, Junlu's eyes contracted fiercely, and his face climbed with an unbelievable expression. There were no earth-shattering muffled sounds, no brilliant and dazzling haze, and no terrifying fluctuations. The sharp sword shadow that Sumu popped out directly destroyed everything that Junlu had made. Even, a direct forceful and direct hit on Chunlu. With a line of blood cutting through the air. Bang! Jun Ryu's body smashed straight into the isolated island. The entire island trembled on the spot, and a wave of air swept up in all directions with the island as the center, setting off a very terrifying wave. My lord, why did you leave him alive? Wudawolf glanced at the airless Junlu and asked in confusion. In his eyes was a shock that hadn't faded. Even though this was not the first time he had seen Suyun's terror, he still could not help but feel terrified at seeing it again. After all, Junlu's strength could be ranked in the top 3 in the heavenly martial world. Surprisingly, he could not even block Suyun's casual strike. His sword chi is similar to the sword chi left over from the spirit-taking formation, but it's not him. Suyun shook his head. After saying that, he brought Wudolf and Zhao Chuan to land beside Junlu. At this moment, Junlu was lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, lifeless. He was cloaked and torn, and in his eyes was despair and self-deprecation. Junlu had never imagined that one day he, a sword immortal, would not even be able to receive a casual strike from someone else. Don't play dead, get up, the Lord has something to ask you. Seeing this, Wudawolf didn't have the heart to kick Jun Ryu in the face. He and this guy, one with a knife and the other with a sword, had never gotten along. Now that you have a chance to make a fool of yourself, how can you pass it up? Chapter 45, 500 Years of Servitude. Being kicked by Wudawolf, Chunlu wasn't angry. He just gurgled his eyes for a moment and landed on Su Yun. Oh, indeed, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. He smiled to himself, all disheveled. There was no more of that overbearing aura from before. If anything, just now he was an absolute sword. Then at this moment he was like a sword that had been forgotten in a corner and was full of rust. Do you have an heir? Su Yun looked at Junlu with a calm gaze and opened his mouth. What do you mean? Junlu asked rhetorically with a slight frown on his brow. Spirit-taking array. Sumu spat out 3 words with a calm gaze. He's not a kill-eater. Although Xiao Mingyue was injured, it was not Jun Ryu who caused this. Instead, it was a guy whose sword aura was very similar to Jun Ryu's. That's why he left Jun Ryu alive. Otherwise, a mere 9th Tribulation Realm cultivator, he could overthrow him with the move of a finger. What? Upon hearing the spirit-seizing formation, Jun Lu, who was still disheveled, stood up as if he had suddenly been injected with a soul. Someone has set up a spirit-seizing formation in the western region, injuring His Excellency's daughter. The sword aura emanating from there is extremely similar to you, Wula Wolf interjected. As for Zhao Chuan, he stood beside Su Yun silently, not saying a word. The spirit-taking formation is extremely similar to my sword chi. Jun Ryu murmured softly as he listened. In the next moment, a look of violent anger appeared on his face. Adverse son. It must be that rebellious son. He spoke in a hateful tone. Hear that. Su Yun and the three of them understood. The one who used the spirit-snatching formation was not Jun Lu, but one of his sons. Chun Lu, the spirit-seizing formation is against heaven and harmony. It is something that is forbidden by order of the Tianwu continent. Your hallowed sword immortal son is actually using such a crooked method as the spirit-capturing formation. Say it, and you're not afraid of the world's scorn. Seeing this, Martial Great Wolf mockingly opened his mouth. I don't know anything about it, and for years I've been purging here. Family matters, and never asked. You guys wait a bit, I'll have the adversary come over and ask for clarification. Jun Lu helplessly sighed a mouthful, and when he finished, he looked solicitously at Su Yun. Half a quarter of an hour, that's all I'm giving you. If he doesn't arrive, you die. Su Yun spoke with a bland expression. If it were any other day, hearing this, Jun Lu would definitely be filled with disdain. But facing Su Yun, he could only nod heavily, because Su Yun really had that strength. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Jun Lu's body instantly disappeared into the isolated island. My lord, Only when he saw Jun Ryu leave did Zhao Chuan carefully open his mouth. You can't be blamed for all of this, so let's leave it at that. Su Yun swept a glance at him and waved his hand. Yes, thank you, my lord. Zhao Chuan let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. What he was afraid of was Su Yun's surrender. Su Yun was not speaking, just holding little Mingyue silently waiting for Jun Lu to return. A few minutes later, Jun Ryu then returned, and with him came a youth. Its appearance was 7 times similar to Jun Ryu. My lord, this is my rebellious son. Jun Lu brought his son to Su Yun and opened his mouth. Su Yun's gaze fell on his son. Without any nonsense, he directly reached out and flicked a finger. The white light didn't enter the brow of Jun Ryu's son. Perished on the spot. Seeing this, Jun Lu didn't get annoyed, but only sighed a long sigh with a sad expression. Since knowing that his son was using the spirit-taking formation, he then realized that his son would surely die. Seeing Su Yun's windy and thunderous killing methods, both Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan's hearts trembled. Especially the Wookiee wolves. The reason why Su Yun had sought him out was because a weapon he had discarded when he was still in the transformation god realm had injured little Mingyue. That's how he became a planting servant now. However, all that was in the heart of Wu Wolf now was celebration. Be glad that it wasn't intentional. Otherwise, he would definitely have the same fate as Jun Ryu's son. If the son does not teach the father, I want you to be a slave and a servant for 500 years. After resolving Jun Lu's son, Su Yun's gaze fell on Jun Lu again. In the heavenly martial realm, an existence beyond the hijacking realm could not appear. This was a rule set by the divine principal palace. He was also able to live here solely because the orderer of the divine Dao palace turned a blind eye. Therefore, the highest cultivation level in the heavenly martial realm could only be a 9th havoc realm cultivator. To prevent accidents like today's from happening again, Su Yun needed to strengthen Little Bright Moon's Dao protector power. Jun Ryu is just the man for the job. This is a sort of punishment for Jun Ryu. Good. Jun Ryu sighed and answered directly. It was only 500 years, which wasn't much for him. You two talk to him about the rules. From now on, you stay in the Su family as a guardian. After Su Yun put down these words, he hugged little Mingyue and left. Not a moment too soon. He then went back to his small yard. After placing little Akatsuki on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Su Yun then continued to read the book. It didn't take long for Zhao Chuan and Big Wolf Wu to return to the small courtyard with Jun Lu. Understand the rules? Su Yun's gaze fell on him flatly. Understood. Jun Lu immediately responded. He already knew about Su Yun's terror from Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph. In the face of such a being, all he could do was obey. Seeing the situation, Su Yun didn't say anything more and continued to read. For their part, the 3 Wu Dolphs respectfully exited the room. All through the night, little Akatsuki just woke up leisurely. Daddy, are you dead too? Woo woo woo. She opened her eyes and immediately cried when she saw Su Yun sitting on the edge of the bed. Silly girl, we're all alive. Su Yun was a little heartbroken as he took her into his arms and soothed her. Alive? Little Akatsuki relied on his arms and froze as she opened her mouth. Miss, you're awake. At this time, Zhao Chuan also walked in and spoke with a caring face. Uncle Fu, you dead too? Little Akatsuki opened her mouth, still thinking she was now dead. Words. Zhao Chuan and Su Yun both revealed bitter smiles. Miss, you didn't die, a strong man named Zhao sent you back. He said you guys had some kind of accident that put you in a coma. Zhao Chuan explained without turning red in the face. Right, Mingyue, you can't go to such a dangerous place in the future. If I hadn't met that senior, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Yun also spoke in agreement. So I'm not dead. After hearing this explanation, little Mingyue let go of her heart. Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Su Yun and continued. Good girl, it's okay. Su Yun patted his back. Master, Mrs. Master is here. At that moment, the voice of Wolf came from outside. Quickly, please. Su Yun immediately spoke. As soon as the words fell, Ling Yu and Bai Wenjing walked in. Master and mistress. Seeing the two, Little Bright Moon immediately spoke. Akatsuki, are you okay? Lin Yu came to the bedside and inquired with great concern. As for Bai Wenjing, she was looking at Zhao Chuan, Wu Dolph, and the three of them, Lu Chun, with a frightened heart. Chapter 46, This is a hired guard. As the wife of the Lin clan's ancient clan's contemporary patriarch, she was naturally not a generalized person. Although his cultivation level is only at the Mahayana realm now, he cultivates a very powerful pupil art. So Zhao Chuan's trio's disguise wasn't able to hide it from Bai Wenjing. It's just that she didn't expect it. Other than Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph, the two strongest people in the hijacking realm. Surprisingly, there was also the sword immortal, Jun Ryu. This was a figure even more terrifying than Zhao Chuan or Wu Dolph. Its strength was able to rank in the top 3 in the heavenly martial realm. Bai Wenjing didn't expect that such a character would submit. She thought in her heart and secretly sized up Su Yun. Just as her gaze fell on Su Yun, it was immediately detected by Su Yun. He twisted his head to look at Bai Wenjing and smiled warmly. Ran. Bai Wenjing, who was using her pupils to survey Su Yun, however, her face instantly turned pale. The moment she realized that all she could see as far as her eyes could see was a sea of corpses and bones. It felt as if he was inside a horrible Shura. Next time. Just as Bai Wenjing was about to be unable to hold on, Su Yun's bashful voice sounded in her head. Immediately after, Bai Wenjing then felt her vision waver and regain itself. With a terrified face, she nodded respectfully towards Su Yun without any trace. Master, what brings you here? For all of this, little Mingyuan naturally didn't know. She just eyed Lin Yu with curiosity. Silly girl, I was a little worried when I saw that you were late in returning, so I came here to take a look. Lin Yu rubbed her little head and smiled gently. Master, I'm sorry for making you worry. Little Mingyue immediately lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. It's okay, as long as you're safe. Lin Yu soothed. It was obvious that she truly loved little Mingyue. Aha! Seeing that she wasn't angry, little Akatsuki immediately smiled. She nodded her head obediently, then looked at Su Yun. Father, I originally came to catch 3-footed chickens for Master's milk. Let's do it at home now that the Master's wife and the girls are here. Su Yun naturally wouldn't refuse the request of his little cotton-padded jacket. Okay, I'm going to slaughter one right now. He smiled softly and nodded, heading straight for the backyard. Ouch! Seeing this, Xiaobai hurriedly jumped down from Xiao Mingyue's arms and closely followed Su Yun's footsteps. It is very well aware of what a 3-legged chicken is. Soon, Su Yun then came to the backyard. Ouch! Looking at the 3-legged golden crow locked up in the backyard, Xiaobai's eyes erupted with a bloodthirsty light. Snap! In the next moment, its head was directly held down on the ground. The one who struck was the great white. Little thing, can't tell the difference between a big and a small king? Big White looked down on Little White from above, his body exuding a kingly aura as the moonlight shone. See it. Little White immediately bared his teeth and smiled, a fawning look on his face. Come on, don't get its fur dirty. Su Yun slapped Big White's head and laughed. Moment. Big White immediately transformed into a licking dog and grinned at Su Yun. Little fellow, this time the golden crow essence blood can't be given to you again. You've already refined a portion before. If you refine it again, you won't be able to withstand it with your current cultivation level. Su Yun rubbed Big White's doggy head and his gaze fell on Little White. Words. A helpless look immediately appeared on the Little White man. It was still thinking of obtaining another portion of golden crow essence blood to enhance its bloodline. Little thing, don't be insatiable. Your bloodline was originally only at the immortal rank. Refining a copy of the golden crow bloodline is still the master's way of helping to cull out most of the might. Otherwise, how could your weak bloodline withstand the power of the golden crow essence blood? Seeing this, Big White slapped a paw on Little White's head, teaching like a big brother. Xiaobai nodded his head in a hurry. I'll look like I'm the most obedient. Alright, the golden crow essence blood can't be given to you, but the internal organs can be given to you. I'll eliminate most of the aura and keep the divinity. For one thing, it will allow you to break through to the 3rd stage demonic beast without being propped up. Secondly, the divinity contained within the period can also improve your physique a bit. Seeing its unwilling look, Su Yun opened his mouth and said, boing boing. After Little White heard this, his tail immediately wagged like an electric fan, and his face was filled with a grateful and pleasing expression. Su Yun no longer cared about it. After walking into the backyard and catching a 3-legged golden crow, it was time to get down to business. This time, the golden crow essence blood he threw directly to Bai Zhe. The processed entrails are then thrown to White as just described. Almost a quarter of an hour of busy work. A large plate of golden crow meat was then served to him on the table. Or Daddy's cooking smells good. Smelling the scent that wafted through the house, little Akatsuki smiled and complimented. Having said that, she looked over at Bai Wenjing. Senior Milk, try it, daddy's chicken is delicious. This. Bai Wenjing hesitantly swept a glance at Su Yun. Immortals don't have to be polite, eat. Su Yun laughed lightly. With his permission, Bai Wenjing then got a piece and put it in her mouth. Moment. And she was distracted. After all, she was a sacred realm cultivator, and the moment the three-legged golden crow meat was imported, she felt the divinity contained within it. And, it could also be clearly felt that the divinity was changing one's physique. How's it going, teacher's milk? It's delicious, isn't it? Seeing Bai Wenjing's shocked look, little Manhwa laughed somewhat smugly. In her opinion, Bai Wenjing's demeanor was completely awed by the flavor. I've never had such good chicken in my life. Meeting her gaze, Bai Wenjing nodded in response. Hee, you eat too, master. Receiving this answer, little Akatsuki smiled even more happily. As if remembering something again, she looked at Junlu again. Daddy, who is this Uncle AC? Miss, this is the guardian hired by the master. Aren't you constantly worried about his lordship's well-being? So the lord hired this chivalrous man as a guardian. Zhao Chuan sniffed and quickly stepped forward to explain. Greetings, my lady. Junlu was also very on board and immediately bowed towards little Manhwa. You're a sword cultivator? At that moment, Lin Yu's gaze fell on Junlu with him, and he opened his mouth with a slight frown. It was because a sword aura, if any, was felt from Junlu. This kind of aura was only found in sword cultivators. Seeing his own daughter actually speak to the sword immortal in such a tone, Bai Wenjing's entire heart couldn't help but rise to her throat. After all, Junlu was in existence that even his Lin clan's ancient clan didn't quite dare to mess with. Yes. Junlu nodded, then exploded his chi refining 9th level cultivation. It couldn't be helped, his sword Dao had reached the point of realization. After all, it's impossible to conceal all of it when you intend to conceal it. Especially for cultivators whose perception was already stronger than ordinary people. Feeling Junlu's cultivation level, Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. How could a cultivator, and a very powerful sword cultivator at that, come to little Manhwa's house as a guard? I think you have another plan. The light in Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth with a cold snort and chided. Chapter 47. Let Su Yun be careful? They should be the ones to be careful. As a cultivator, she knew too well the character of cultivators. In the eyes of a cultivator, a mortal is an ant. A sword cultivator came to little Manhwa's house as a guard. In her opinion, she must have known little Manhwa's position in the Ling Tian sect, so she wanted to use it to gain benefits. Bai Wenjing, who was on the side, saw that her daughter was actually talking to Junlu in such a manner, and her heart jumped in fear. Sword cultivators can be different from ordinary cultivators. It's about a thought that gets through. What does that mean? When he encounters disobedience, he will draw his sword on the spot, and either the other person will die or he himself will die. Because that's what it takes to cast the heart of the sword. So, in the cultivation world, sword cultivators were often a bunch of crazy people. Right now, Bai Wenjing was really afraid that Junlu would pull a sword on her daughter. This fellow Daoist is mistaken. Back then, when I was a weakling, I was deeply injured. Luckily, I was saved by the Su family master before I was able to retrieve my life. I am here now to repay the favor of saving my life back then. Only then will I be able to have a clear sword heart. Jun Ryu explained with a bitter smile. If it were normal, he would have drawn his sword on Lin Yu long ago. But right now, he really doesn't have the guts. Like not to mention Su Yun was sitting right next to him. In terms of Lin Yu's identity as little Manhwa's master, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. Yes, immortal, this person happened to be comatose in my house when he was seriously injured. I saved his life back then, and I never thought that he would become an immortal as well. Now I've come back to return the favor, so I'm staying. It would also save Akatsuki from having to think about my safety every day. Seeing this, Su Yun stepped forward and rounded off the conversation. So it is. Lin Yu listened with a sudden realization. With her understanding of sword cultivators, this was indeed very much in line with the nature of sword cultivators. This is a group of people who have a vendetta and a favor to pay. If Su Yun had saved this sword cultivator's life, it would be justifiable for someone to come to repay the favor. Thank you uncle for coming to keep daddy safe. Little Manhwa spoke very politely to Junlu. Miss is too kind, it's what I should do. Junlu responded with a bitter smile in his heart. Keeping Su Yun safe? The overall heavenly martial realm, who could pose a threat to this one? He muttered in his mind. Well, I'll eat. Manhwa, you're at a time when you're growing your body, so you need to eat more. Bai Wenjing let out a long sigh of relief in her heart and stepped forward to digress. Speaking, she gave little Akatsuki a chicken leg directly. Yes, thank you Master-chan. Little Manhwa smiled good-naturedly. This joyous meal lasted half an hour before it was over. Brother Su, this item is for you. It might not be peaceful lately, this talisman can explode into my full strength. When you encounter danger, you only need to have this guardian inject spiritual energy. After eating, Lin Yu handed a talisman to Su Yun. Okay, thanks a lot fairy. Su Yun was not polite and took it. After putting up the talisman as a supreme treasure in front of Lin Yu, he was puzzled again. What does the fairy refer to by the so-called not so peaceful? Daddy, I know. Little Akatsuki immediately interjected. It's Nerd awakened a very powerful physique. The other forces are going to make a move against the clan. Father, you must be careful. She opened her mouth. Bai Wenjing, Zhao Chuan, Wudolf, as well as Luchan and Xiaobai, listened to this. The heart was full of bitter laughter. Tell Suyun to be careful? It's the guys who should be careful. There's going to be an immortal war. Suyun immediately put on a worried look. Brother Su needn't worry, none of the struggles between the great powers will spread to the mundane. The talisman I left for Brother Su will also be able to solve the vast majority of the dangers. Seeing this, Lin Yu opened his mouth to comfort. Okay, thanks a lot Fairy. Mingyue, you must be careful in the clan as well. Suyun nodded gratefully and barked at little Mingyue. Aha, Daddy don't worry. I've got to go get Mother back. Little Akatsuki nodded her head obediently and responded with a fighting spirit. Good. Suyun rubbed her head and nodded heavily. Brother Su, can you tell us about Mingyue's mother? I might be able to contribute. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately opened his mouth. This statement was made. Zhao Chuan, Wudolf and a few others all called out good guys in their hearts. Where did you get the courage to say such a thing at a mere god realization realm cultivation level? Bai Wenjing was also terrified. Today at the Green Spirit Peak, Lin Yu had naturally told her about little Mingyue. This includes the matter of his mother. A terrifying powerhouse like Suyun didn't even go to retrieve little mother Mingyue. Apparently the other party was also extremely terrifying. This kind of existence, how could her small Lin clan ancient clan mess with it? Yell, this is Mingyue's and their family matter, let's not get involved. She spoke hastily to persuade. Mother, it was all because of Mingyue's help that I was able to become an alchemist and my cultivation was able to break through to the transformation god realm. Plus, I'm Master Akatsuki again. How can I sit idly by in this matter? Lin Yu said with a great sense of justice. Looking at her, Bai Wenjing's heart was filled with bitter laughter. Since the fairy wants to know, there's no harm in me saying it. Suyun picked up with a gentle smile. Mingyue's mother is from a power called the Divine Dao Palace. When she was taken away, she had instructed me that in the future, if Mingyue was able to cultivate, she wanted to seek her out. One must break through to the transformation god realm to do so. Under Lin Yu's gaze, he continued. Shinto Palace? As the crowd listened, their brows furrowed. Especially Jun Ryu and the others. It was because they had never heard of the Divine Dao Palace as a power at all. Could it be some powerful force in the upper world? A few people fought in their minds and couldn't help but look at each other. Thinking about it, with Suyun's cultivation, he must be from the upper realm. That little Mingyue's mother came from some powerful force in the upper realm, and rightfully so. The Divine Dao Palace? Mother, have you heard of this power? Lin Yu also looked at Bai Wenjing with a frown on his face. Not heard. Bai Wenjing shook her head, her heart was in pain. She wanted to tell Lin Yu that they couldn't intervene in this matter. Not even the Lin clan's ancient clan's ancestor Lin Duan. After all, Suyun was the one who had to honor even Lin Chen with the title of Lord. Such existences had long exceeded the knowledge of the world of the heavenly martial realm. It was even a very terrifying existence in the upper realm. What's Lin Yu going to do to help? However, knowing that Suyun was honing little Mingyue, she did not dare to say anything. One can only improvise a response. Brother Su, did Mother Mingyue ever say where the Divine Dao Palace is? Lin Yu reluctantly asked towards Suyun. Not ever. Suyun shook his head with a bitter smile. Ha? Father, in that case, how am I supposed to find Mother when I break through to the transformation god realm? Little Akatsuki asked with wide eyes after hearing this. That's what your mother said. Suyun spoke immediately, and after a moment's thought he continued, perhaps, she has information left within you that only you can know when you break through the transformation god realm? Your mother is also a person of cultivation and comes from a great source, so she should have the means to do so, right? Chapter 48, use the demon race as Little Myung Moon's grinding stone. Ooh, Daddy's right. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly. The uninformed Lin Yu also spoke in agreement. What Brother Su said is indeed possible. After saying that, without waiting for Suyun to answer, she continued, Brother Su, don't worry, after I return to the sect, I'll definitely help you look into this power. I will also inform Brother Su if there is any news. Seeing this, Bai Wenjing, who was sitting beside Lin Yu, wanted to open her mouth several times, but in the end, she held her tongue. Good, I'm grateful to Fairy Lin. Suyun smiled carelessly. For a top human force like the Divine Dao Palace, the heavenly martial realm simply had no information on such a force. The only worlds that have them are advanced worlds similar to the spirit world. He wasn't afraid of Lin Yu to find out. There's no need to be polite, Brother Su, Mingyue has done me a great favor. I am obliged to you if you are in trouble. Lin Yu, with an air of a warrior woman, waved her hand back. After saying that, she looked at little Mingyue. Mingyue, why don't we go back to the sect? Meeting her gaze, little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. She turned her head to look at Suyun. Father, I'm going back to the sect to cultivate properly law. I must quickly cultivate to the transformation god realm and get information about Mother. In response, Suyun naturally smiled and nodded in response. A moment. Under his gaze, little Mingyue, Linyu, and Bai Wenjing disappeared right into the middle of the vast night. This person Linyu is a good person. Suyun stood in the small courtyard, looking at the direction the three had left, and spoke to himself. Linyu surely doesn't know about her. Even so, she still offered to help. It was obvious that Linyu really wanted to help his family, not all the scheming. Shall we give her a hand, my lord? Zhao Chuan immediately inquired. You can help later. Suyun nodded. After hearing this, envy arose in the hearts of Zhao Chuan, Wu Dolph, and Zhu Lu. Because they know, with Suyun secretly helping him, the future Linyu would become the second Lin Qin. My lord, there is one more thing. Yiling Yun's awakening of the Tao body has caused the other three major forces in the western region to feel a thick crisis. The leaders of the three powers had met secretly. Only, the Clear Moon Pavilion chose to surrender, willingly becoming a subordinate force of the Ling Tian sect and henceforth taking the Ling Tian sect as their leader. The Greenwood Pavilion and the Taiyin sect, on the other hand, chose to fight to the death. Especially the Taiyin sect Master in Grey. This person has secretly contacted the devil race. Zhao Chuan spoke again. What happened in the West, especially in relation to little Mingyue? All would be targets for his scrutiny. Therefore, Yin Gray, Qing Shi, and the pavilion master of the Greenwood Pavilion, Duan Mulong's secret talks were naturally not hidden from him. Demons. Suyun murmured softly. With regards to the demon race, he naturally knew. In the perception of the heavenly martial realm's cultivation community, the devil race was a strong foreign race, known for practicing in an evil way. However, what the heavenly martial world cultivation world didn't know was, the devil race is one of the 10 strongest races in the 10 realms of the heavens. In addition to controlling the outbreak of war in the major worlds of the human race, the existence of the Divine Tao Palace's greater role was to defend against these alien infestations. This naturally includes the demon race who practice in an evil way. Not only that, but the number of demons was also very large. It seems like there are demons in every world. Take the demon race of the heavenly martial realm. What Suyun knew was that the devil race of the heavenly martial realm was a small tribe of this race. This tribe lived amongst a small world that was dependent on the heavenly martial realm. Treat the Tianwu cultivation world like a sheepfold. At every time slot, a wave of leeks would be harvested from the Tianwu realm. My lord, could it be possible to purge the demon race? Wool de Wolf interjected. The Greenwood Pavilion and the Taiyin sect were ants in their eyes. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it, but not so with the demons. If they let the devil race hit the Ling Tian sect, with the Ling Tian sect's current power, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. No need to purge. Suyun shook his head after thinking about it. With his current cultivation, overthrowing the demonic tribes of the heavenly martial realm would naturally be a matter of lifting a finger. But he didn't want to do that, because little Akatsuki needs a whetstone to grow. The devils are the best whetstone. As they make their move, you only need to intercept the demon race above the harmonization realm. As for the rest, it can be left alone. It's just right to use this matter to let Mingyue feel the war in the cultivation world. Under the puzzled gazes of the three Zhao Chuan people, Suyun spoke again. So it is. Zhao Chuan and the three of them were dazed after hearing this. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years, so they naturally knew that Suyun was trying to use the demon race as a whetstone for little Mingyue. You guys go ahead and protect Akatsuki. She can handle things without you guys having to make a move. Suyun said again. Yes. The three Zhao Chuan people nodded heavily. After saying that, his body disappeared into the night. My lord, I want to go too. The white zephyr suddenly ran over and sputtered. Suyun threw it a blank stare on the spot. Just stay right here. Mingyue already has the nine-tailed fairy fox by her side, so she doesn't need you. And you don't have to worry about losing favor. He spoke slowly. His small mind was seen through, and White Zephyr grinned in embarrassment. The only reason it wants to go along is because it's afraid of losing favor. Keep a good eye on the house. Suyun went back to his room after dropping this and started to sleep. Meanwhile, in the middle of a secret room. You two really want to cooperate with my demon plan? The shadowy old man with a body as thin as a dry corpse looked at Ian Gray as well as Duan Mulong and opened his mouth with a face full of ridicule. Naturally, what does the Z-Demon envoy think? Ian Gray nodded with a flat expression. Duan Mulong, on the other hand, swept a glance at the Z-Demon envoy and remained silent. Heh, if the two of you want to cooperate, my demon clan is naturally willing. Tell me, how is it a partnership? The sub-demon envoy smiled coldly with an untamed look. Take down the Ling Tian sect, and all the cultivators of the Ling Tian sect can be yours. How about the two of us, on the other hand, ask for its property, Spirit Medicine Garden, Gong Fu, etc. Ian Gray said as he took a sip of tea with a bland expression. What about you? The sub-demon envoy's gaze fell on Duan Mulong. That's what I meant. Duan Mulong swept him a glance and opened his mouth in a salty manner. Good, I, the demon clan, shall answer for this matter. The sub-demon envoy bristled with laughter. What forces will you send? The Ling Tian sect has 5 transformation god cultivators today. That Xingxi has now surrendered and willingly become a subordinate force of the Ling Tian sect. So, they have 2 half-step harmonization realms. Duan Mulong picked up with some exasperation. Especially when Qingxi was mentioned, his eyes were close to spitting fire. How could he not expect that as the pavilion master of the Clear Moon Pavilion? Even if they didn't cooperate, they even directly surrendered and willingly became a subordinate force of the Ling Tian sect. He really couldn't figure out what Qingxi was thinking. It's not good to just opt out if you don't want to get involved. Have to be on opposite sides. An early stage of the harmonization realm, used against two half-step harmonization realms. I'll leave the others to you, how's that? The subdemon ambassador laughed. Chapter 49, this uncle looks like the sword cultivator Dad saved. Early harmony realm? Hearing this, a flash of gravity flashed in the eyes of both Duan Mulong and Yin Gray. They had also planned to use the hand of the demon race to carry out the plan of driving out the wolves and swallowing the tigers. Then, a broken-toothed tiger is utilized to restrain the wolves. Unexpectedly, the demon race had directly sent out the harmonization realm. Cultivators, the gap between realms was terrifying. When the spirit transformation realm faced the harmonization realm, they could only be abused. Only the late stage of the spirit transformation realm could faintly resist for a moment or two. Yin Gray and Duan Mulong both looked at each other and finally nodded their heads in response. No way. The Ling Tian sect was too powerful, and now it was joined by the Clear Moon Pavilion. It was simply a fool's errand for the two of their forces alone to overthrow it. When are you going to do it? The Z-Demon envoy inquired with a smile, while his eyes shone with an inscrutable depth. The sooner the better, how about doing it tomorrow? After a moment's thought, Yin Gray spoke bluntly. This is too soon, 3 days from now. It just so happens that a genius has also appeared in my clan, so let him come here to train and experience. The subdemon ambassador thought for a moment and said, a demonic genius? Yin Gray frowned slightly with Duan Mulong. Though a little disgruntled, he nodded. After all, the demons were the real main force. Jia, good cooperation. The subdemon envoy smiled sorrowfully at this. After saying that, his body turned into a black mist and disappeared in the middle of the secret room. Harmonization realm, our plan still works. Looking at the other party's departing direction, Duan Mulong spoke with a somewhat grave tone. The arrow has to be fired, and things have come to this, so we can only take a step forward. Yin Gray let out a long, helpless sigh. Ling Tian sect, on the Green Spirit Peak. At this time, the three little Manhwa people had already returned. Master, I'm going to practice. Just after returning to the Green Spirit Peak, little Manhwa couldn't wait to open her mouth. Okay, go for it. Looking at her who was full of energy, Lin Yu smiled and nodded in response. Aha, master's milk, I'm going to go cultivate. Little Manhwa nodded her head, and after saying that, she hugged Little White and hopped towards her cultivation room. Mother, I'll go to the hidden scriptures to check the news of the Divine Way Palace. Let's see if there is. Seeing little Manhwa enter the cultivation room, Lin Yu looked at Bai Wenjing and opened his mouth. Y'all. Meeting her gaze, Bai Wenjing wanted to say that there was no need to look into this, because it was destined to be impossible to find out. But the words came out of her mouth and she swallowed them back hard, because she could clearly feel 3 gazes falling on her. If she dared to reveal anything, she would definitely be killed on the spot. Mother, what's wrong? Seeing Bai Wenjing's delay, Ling Yu inquired curiously. It's fine, go ahead and check. If you don't find anything, you can go back to the Lin clan's ancient clan to take a look. There's definitely more information there than here. Bai Wenjing smiled gently and picked up the conversation. After listening, Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Ever since she was forced into marriage, she no longer had any good feelings towards the Lin clan's ancient clan. I know. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu nodded. After saying that, his body disappeared into the Green Spirit Peak. Greetings to the 3 seniors. After Lin Yu's figure completely disappeared into the night, Bai Wenjing paid her respects towards where Zhao Chuan and the 3 of them were. Buzz. As gusts of space appeared, Zhao Chuan's trio walked out of the void. There are some things that can be said, and some things that can't, and I want you to understand that. Zhao Chuan looked at her with a calm gaze. Understood. Bai Wenjing heard the meaning of the warning and hastily nodded her head. Hey, actually, it's best if I don't have to say anything. That girl of yours has a good heart, and the Lord has decided to help her. It's a big chance for her. With a dangling look, Marshal Wolf opened his mouth. Hear that? Bai Wenjing's body trembled violently. Is what you say true, Lord Wu? She looked incredulously at Wu Wolf and pursued the question. How scary is Su Yun? She didn't actually know, but what she could tell was this. Even Lin clan elder ancestor Lin Duan, an existence that had already become a giant in the upper realm, had to honor Su Yun as an adult. Su Yun's terror was evident. Bai Wenjing was certain that Su Yun was definitely one of those taboo existences that only existed in legends. It would be nice for such a character to help his daughter. Just as the great Wolf of Wu had said, this was a chance against the heavens. Why would I lie to you? Wu the Wolf threw her a blank stare. Good, don't worry, 3 seniors, my concubine will definitely keep her mouth shut. Bai Wenjing returned with great emotion. One more thing. Zhao Chuan interjected. The other 2 forces will unite with the demon race to attack the Ling Tian sect. You can't make a move. Under Bai Wenjing's puzzled gaze, he continued to speak. No shot? Bai Wenjing frowned slightly, her face full of doubt. The terror of the demon race was clear to her. If he didn't make a move, it would be hard for the Ling Tian sect to resist. But soon she realized again. With these three top powerhouses of the heavenly martial realm around, how could anything happen to the Ling Tian sect? His Excellency is going to use this as a way to train the young lady. As if he could tell that Bai Wenjing was thinking about it more than he wanted to, Big Wolf Wu explained. So it is. Bai Wenjing listened with a sudden realization as she nodded. Concubine understands. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Unexpectedly, right at this moment, little Mingyue's voice suddenly came. Words. Zhao Chuan, Wu Dolph, as well as Jun Lu's body couldn't help but tremble. That's if little Akatsuki finds out about them. Su Yun shall not be furious? Huh, so it's you girl. Zhao Chuan suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke with a smile. Luckily, they were cautious and revealed their true form every time they came out. Yak, why are you here, old grandpa? And this uncle. Little Mingyue nodded her head, and her gaze went back towards Wudawolf. Moment. A bead of sweat appeared on Wudawolf's forehead. Oh, have you seen this guy? Zhao Chuan patted Wu Dolph's shoulder and spoke in a clinical manner. He taught a bad old man a lesson earlier, he. Little Akatsuki nodded and smiled in response. I see, you're from this clan? Zhao Chuan put on a dazed look, then asked rhetorically. As for Wu Dolph, Lu Chun and Bai Wenjing, they were standing on the sidelines, not daring to speak. Because they're afraid they'll be exposed if they speak. Yeah, why are you here too, Grandpa? And this uncle? Little Akatsuki nodded and asked curiously in return. Do you remember the spirit taking formation? Actually, all three of us are here to destroy that evil formation. That's why I came here to inquire about it, to see if there's any other news about the spirit capturing formation. Zhao Chuan smiled and spoke. Wu Dolph and Jun Lu sniffed, and in their hearts, they gave this guy a dum-dum. Not bad for the gun fairy with the best mind. Oh, Daddy said it was Gramps who saved me before. Thanks, Gramps. Experiencing the matter of the spirit seizing array, little Mingyue did not have the slightest doubt in her heart and nodded her head indistinctly. It's all fate. Zhao Chuan smiled brightly. This uncle. Why do I feel so familiar? As if. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyue's gaze landed on Jun Lu. She scratched her head and thought for a moment before saying, it's like the sword cultivator that father saved. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Power God. Words. Chun Lu's body trembled and hurriedly threw a pleading look at Zhao Chuan. Oh, there's a swordsman in your family? Zhao Chuan first opened his mouth in surprise. The next moment it dawned on him. Oh, I remember, your family does have a little guy who is practicing the 9th level of Qi. Girl, this is a sword immortal, the most powerful sword cultivator in the heavenly martial realm. The aura on all sword cultivators is very similar to him. Jun Ryu nodded in agreement. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly, not raising any suspicions. Mingyue, don't you want to cultivate? How did it come out? Bai Wenjing was afraid that little Mingyue would pursue the matter further and hurriedly picked up the conversation. I'm looking for Master, wanting to ask her when she'll be able to refine the elixir that Little White eats. Little White has to cultivate too, we can't let it play. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. So it is. Bai Wenjing drifted off as she nodded. Yuer has gone to the hidden scripture cabinet to help you check for news from the Divine Path Palace. Go ahead and cultivate, and when she comes back, I'll ask for you. Little Akatsuki nodded her head oh. In the next moment, she looked at Zhao Chuan as if she remembered something. Old grandpa, do you know about the Divine Dao Palace? Mount. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuan froze as he pondered for a moment before saying, I haven't heard of this power, apparently it should be some kind of small hidden power. Wuda Wolf and Jun Ryu nodded in agreement. Hidden little power? Little Mingyue's eyes, however, lit up after hearing this. Because small power means not powerful. It seemed to her that the power her mother was in was not strong, and that when she became strong, she would be able to pick up her family with more certainty. Yes, the powerful forces of the heavenly martial realm, even the reclusive ones we would have heard about. But we've never heard of the power you're talking about. I think it should be a small, hidden power. Zhao Chuan saw her behavior and immediately knew what was in her mind, following which she smiled and spoke. That's right, thanks Grandpa. Master Milk, I'm going to go cultivate. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily, in a good mood. After receiving Bai Wenjing's response, she bid farewell to the crowd and bounced and ran into the cultivation room. Seeing her walk into the cultivation room, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Jun Ryu in particular reached out and wiped a cold sweat. Remember, you don't have to make a move when the demons attack. Zhao Chuan withdrew his gaze and uneasily barked at Bai Wenjing. Understood. Bai Wenjing nodded. Since that lord wanted to use the demon race as a whetstone for little Mingyue, that would definitely control the demonic forces that would come to attack the Ling Tian sect in a very balanced state. So much for that. The Ling Tian sect would not be in a very dangerous situation. Lin Yu's safety can also be guaranteed. Naturally, she had no reason to strike. Zhao Chuan and the three of them said no more, and with a gust of wind, the silhouettes of the three of them had disappeared in front of Bai Wenjing. Lin Yu was naturally unaware of what happened at Qingling Peak. At this moment, she was holding an ancient scroll and checking it out. This ancient scroll was called the Tian Wu Ji. The heavenly martial record was written by the old ancestor of the Ling Tian sect himself. It contained many of the things he had heard and seen. In Lin Yu's opinion, the power that little Mingyue's mother was in should be some kind of hidden power. There were quite a few forces like this in the heavenly martial realm. For example, her Lin's ancient clan was one of them. Only the Lin clan ancient clan was semi-hidden. The so-called semi-hidden world is not completely out of the world, but will still maintain a certain interest with the outside world. But, there are only one or two that have interests linked to them. It's not like a truly hidden power. A truly hidden power is the equivalent of a full closure. No contact with any outside forces, completely self-sufficient. Lin Yu suspected that the Divine Tao Palace should be this kind of completely hidden power. It's hard to find information about such forces. After all, based on Su Yun's words, it wasn't hard to guess that the Divine Tao Palace was a big power. Great powers can be self-sufficient without contact with the outside world, most likely living in the middle of some small world. And this kind of power is often inherited very old, and even lived in the small world for generations. To find them out, a wide variety of secret stories are undoubtedly the best option. Only Lin Yu's eyes were seen constantly scanning through the ancient scrolls. After a tea break, her brow furrowed slightly. I have heard that there is a very powerful force ruling the heavenly martial realm. No one knows where this power originated. And no one knows where this power is situated. And this powerful, mysterious force is called God. I don't know if this is true or not. She looked at the contents of the ancient scroll and read aloud. God? Could it be that little Mingyue's mother came from this power? Lin Yu put down the ancient scroll and spoke with a frown on his face. Ha! How could Elder Lin have the pleasure of coming here to read a book? Just then, an old man's voice rang out. Elder Lu. Lin Yu looked up, looked at the visitor and opened his mouth. The old man was no other than the grand elder of the Ling Tian sect's supreme elders, Lu Yao. The cultivation is also very strong. Late stage of transformation. Well, you're interested in the rumors? Lu Yao nodded calmly and swept a glance at the ancient scroll in Lin Yu's hand and asked curiously. Lin Yu didn't hide anything and immediately told the matter of little Mingyue's mother as well as the Divine Tao Palace. Elder Lu, you're very knowledgeable, have you heard of this power? When she finished, she asked. Lu Yao was a living fossil of the Ling Tian sect. It is said to have lived for over 3,000 years. It was the Ling Tian sect's most senior and deepest. Shinto Palace? Elder Lu's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. After a good few moments of thought he shook his head. Doesn't really ring a bell. I think it should not be a power from the western region. Otherwise, I should have more or less heard about it. Lim Yu nodded in agreement. Elder Lu knows about this power, right? She pointed to the contents of the ancient scroll and continued to speak. Lu Yao followed the contents of her finger. God? His brow furrowed slightly before he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This could be fiction. I also read this ancient volume left behind by my old ancestor when I was young. This mysterious force was also seen in the beginning. When I went to the central state to make a break for it, everyone would mention this power. But no one has even heard of this power, so I guess the old ancestor has heard of it as well. I guess I recorded it if I thought it was interesting. Look at the last sentence, whether it's true or not, his old man doesn't know. That's true. Lin Yu muttered in his mind. Because from the contents of the ancient scrolls, it was highly likely that the power of God had been fabricated. After all, she, who had lived in the Lin clan's ancient clan since she was a child, had never heard of any power that was ruling the heavenly martial realm. The Tianwu realm was just a place where only the great powers ruled each other. Why don't you go to the ancient clan of the Lin clan to look and see? After all, the records of the Lin clan's ancient clan will surely be richer than this small power of ours. Lu Yao spoke again. Chapter 51, Sister Qingxi is so pretty, she'll definitely give me a gift, right? The ancient clan of Lin. Lin Yu muttered in his heart. Even though the marriage contract was now broken, she was still too willing to go back to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Experienced a finger marriage. She had already seen that a great power like the Lin clan's ancient clan only had interests in their eyes. Truly, the world is all about profit, and the world is all about profit. Compared to the Lin clan's ancient clan, she was more willing to stay in the Ling Tian sect. Hey, girl, that's the way it is in the great world environment. Lu Yao knew what was in her mind when he saw her appearance and let out a long sigh to comfort her. Let's see, if it's not possible I'll go back to the ancient clan of the Lin clan. Lin Yu thought for a moment and picked up the conversation. It's just a matter of looking. Lu Yao said no more and nodded before turning to leave. Time passed, and in a flash it was the next day. Lin Yu, who had spent the night consulting ancient texts within the hidden scripture cabinet, was ultimately unable to find any news about the Divine Tao Palace, not to mention the Shinto Palace, not even the mysterious power god recorded in the heavenly martial records. It's just a matter of waiting to become a 6th grade alchemist to go back to the Lin clan's ancient clan to help Mingyu find it. Putting the ancient scroll down, Lin Yu spoke helplessly. Now that the marriage contract had been broken, it couldn't change the fact that she had poor cultivation qualifications. Returning to the Lin clan's ancient clan would only become a joke. It would be different if one became a 6th grade alchemist. This was because the status of a 6th grade alchemist was higher than even a sacred realm elder in the Lin clan's ancient clan. She would return to the Lin clan's ancient clan if she became a 6th grade alchemist. That will be the coattails. No one dared to gossip more than half a dozen times. In a moment's effort, she returned to the Green Spirit Peak. Qingxi. With just one glance, she saw Qingxi, the Clear Moon Pavilion master, who was talking to Bai Wenjing. Good day, Elder Lin. Hearing her voice, Qingxi smiled faintly. Good day, Elder Chang. Lin Yu came to sit beside Bai Wenjing and responded with a smile. With the surrender of the Clear Moon Pavilion to the Ling Tian sect, Qingxi, a half-step harmonization realm cultivator, naturally became the 6th supreme elder of the Ling Tian sect. In the future, we'll all be fellow disciples, so I'll ask Elder Lin to be more accommodating. Qingxi smiled faintly and opened her mouth without any concern. This look of hers caused Lin Yu's brows to furrow slightly. Is this guy really sincere about surrendering? Mother, is Mingyue still practicing? Lin Yu stopped returning to her and looked at Bai Wenjing. Yeah, the kid's a hard worker. Bai Wenjing nodded and spoke with a smile. I didn't expect that Elder Lin was actually from the Lin clan's ancient clan. Dang surprising. Qingxi suddenly interjected. Could it be that the little girl Qing Yunzi spoke of was Lin Yu's illegitimate daughter? Is that why the Lin clan's ancient clan requested that Great Wolf Wu come to be the Dao protector? She pondered in her mind. Oh. Facing Qingxi's words, Lin Yu just smiled dryly in response. Right now, she really didn't have any good feelings towards the Lin clan's ancient clan. If only. She would rather stay in the Ling Tian sect for the rest of her life. There are still matters in the clan, so I might have to go back. Bai Wenjing pulled over Lin Yu's hand and said very gently. She was afraid that if she stayed here, she might inadvertently slip up. Mother, you're going back? Lin Yu looked at her with great surprise. Yes, I'm at least the ancient clan Lin's main mother. It's impossible to stay here forever. Bai Wenjing spoke with a face full of tenderness. But the demons, Lin Yu said with some hesitation. Knowing her mother's identity, it was definitely impossible for her to stay in the Ling Tian sect all the time. All she wanted was for Bai Wenjing to go back when the Great War was over. Don't worry, I'll talk to your father when I get back to the clan. On the demon clan side, I'll convince him to send someone to stop it. Bai Wenjing patted her hand to reassure her. At the mention of Lin Yao, Lin Yu immediately fell silent. She really didn't have a lot of good feelings about this father. And it's not right for mother to stay here all the time. What if the Wang family gets annoyed and finds their way here? It's not good for either you or the Ling Tian sect. Seeing this, the white file continued to persuade. The king's house. Hearing those two words, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel anger in his eyes. For a moment, she calmed down and nodded. Good. Bai Wenjing was right. Now that the Ling Tian sect was already in a troubled situation, if the Wang clan were to find it again, it was not a good thing for the Ling Tian sect as well as her. By the way, mother, can you go back to your clan and help Mingyu find out about the Divine Path Palace? Lin Yu spoke again with a prayerful gaze. Shinto Palace? When Qingxi, who was listening silently without interjecting, heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the little girl wasn't Lin Yu's illegitimate child, but originated from the Divine Path Palace? She thought to herself, silently memorizing the 3 words. Okay, I'll go back and check for Akatsuki. Bai Wenjing nodded with a bitter smile in her heart. Thanks, mother. Lin Yu immediately smiled with joy when he saw her promise. You. Bai Wenjing smiled helplessly as she gathered her smile and said with a straight face, I know you don't have much good feelings towards the Lin clan's ancient clan, even to your father. However, the Lin clan ancient clan is your home after all. Go back and look at it if you can. Lin Yu nodded in silence for a moment. Mother, when I become a 6th grade alchemist, I'll go back. This time, I want those who once looked down on me to shut up in droves. Words. Bai Wenjing nodded heavily. Good, mother is waiting for the day you return home in fine clothes. Alright, mother should go, and take care of yourself. And be nice to the kid Akatsuki. In response, Lin Yu naturally nodded in response. Without too many pretentious words, Bai Wenjing took 3 steps and finally her body disappeared into the sky. Elder Qing, if you want to live at the Green Spirit Peak then you can. Make yourself at home. Sending Bai Wenjing away, Lin Yu spoke to Qingxi. Good. Qingxi nodded and spoke with a smile. Master. Just then, Xiaoming bounced out of the cultivation room. Master, haven't seen you all night, miss me? She burrowed into Lin Yu's arms and opened her mouth with a smile. Wanted to die. Lin Yu rubbed her head in amusement. He. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily, her gaze turned to suddenly see Qingxi, a puzzled look surfaced on her face. Master, this big sister is? Hello little Mingyue, I'm the new supreme elder of the Ling Tian sect. You can call me Sister Qingxi. Seeing the rightful owner, Qingxi immediately greeted him with a smile. Oh. Little Mingyue nodded indistinctly, then said with a smile, good for Sister Qingxi is so pretty. As soon as these words came out, a smile instantly appeared on Qingxi's face. Who among women likes to hear compliments? Shameless. Lin Yu, on the other hand, swept a breathless glance at Qingxi and spoke nonchalantly. On the surface, Qingxi looked like she was only in her 20s. The real age is at least nearly 1,000 years old. Sister Qingxi is so good-looking, surely she will give me a gift, right? Little Akatsuki followed and spoke. Ha! Qingxi was confused on the spot after hearing this. Chapter 52, The People of the Upper World. After freezing for a moment, Qingxi bared her teeth and laughed. No wonder little Mingyue gave herself a compliment. So it was all laying the groundwork for that statement. Yes, naturally. Do you like this one? She smiled faintly and took out a golden bottle of pills from her storage ring and handed it to little Mingyue. Alchemy gold pill, hee, thank you sister. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she took it. The gold refining pill was a third-grade pill, and was likewise a special pill for Jindan cultivators. This was an elixir that assisted in cultivation, and after refining it, it could aid in cultivation. Many Jindan realm cultivators would take this elixir to aid in their cultivation. Seeing this, Lin Yu did not say anything. Regardless of Qingxi's purpose, this gold refining pill was indeed helpful to little Mingyue. You're welcome. Qingxi rubbed her head and laughed softly. Ha! Master, why haven't we seen Master's milk? Has she gone off to practice? Little Mingyue couldn't find Bai Wenjing's figure after scanning around and couldn't help but ask curiously. Something came up in the clan and she went back to the clan. Lin Yu smiled and explained. Ha! Going back? Little Akatsuki picked up the conversation very unexpectedly. I haven't even said goodbye to Master and Mistress. She continued. It's fine, how about after I become a 6th grade alchemist, I'll take you to the Lin clan's ancient clan to take a look. Lin Yu spoke comfortingly. Yeah. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up and she nodded her head like garlic. That round face was full of anticipation. Good, I have to continue going to alchemy, honing and sharpening my alchemy skills to become a 6th grade alchemist as soon as possible. You have to practice. Lin Yu smiled gently and continued to speak. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head very obediently. Master, I'll rest for a while and then go cultivate. In this regard, Lin Yu naturally had no opinion. After some more instructions, she returned to the cultivation room to start refining pills. Only Qingxi and little Mingyue were left in the small courtyard. Mingyue, do you have any confusion about cultivation? If you have, you might as well say so, and I might be able to give you guidance and direction. After Qingxi's eyes gurgled a bit, he opened his mouth. She willingly surrendered and became one of the supreme elders of the Ling Tian sect. Wasn't the purpose to get close to little Mingyue? Now, it's a great opportunity. At least it would increase the rapport between her and little Akatsuki. No. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. Amount. After hearing this, Qingxi was a bit dumbfounded for a while, not knowing what to say anymore. Ouch. As the silence of the atmosphere appeared a bit awkward, Xiaobai's cry suddenly rang out. Immediately after, it was seen autonomously running out from within little Mingyue's spirit beast pouch. White, did you just wake up? You should practice too. Seeing how sleepy it looked, little Bright Moon was like an adult, barking old-fashioned advice. After hearing this, Xiaobai's heart was full of bitter smiles. This is really unjust. Yesterday, the three-legged golden crow's internal organs, Su Yun gave it all. Even if the spiritual energy contained within the internal organs had been removed, the golden crow was after all a divine beast. Even if there was only 10% of its spiritual energy left in its innards, it would still be terrifying to a second-stage demonic beast like it. Last night, it was only refining a piece of liver, and that terrifying spiritual energy also caused it to fall into a deep sleep. Ow! It called out, and its demonic power filled the air, exuding a huge aura. Wow, Bai, you broke through? Feeling Xiaobai's cultivation level of the late second stage, little Mingyue opened her mouth in surprise. Xiaobai nodded instantly. Kidding aside, being fed by Su Yun so much, if it didn't make a breakthrough, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? Nine-tailed fairy fox. Qingxi, who had been curiously surveying Little White as it released its cultivation, spoke with a face full of shock. She had thought that this white fox was an ordinary spirit pet raised by little Mingyue. I didn't expect to be a nine-tailed fairy fox. A bloodline of this level was equivalent to a human immortal spirit root. Words. Xiaobai glanced at Qingxi and directly chose not to care. Yeah, ACA, sis, I'm telling you. It was picked up by me in the green cloud mystic realm. Xiao Mingyue smiled and nodded her head, as if this topic opened her box of words, chattering out the process of how she caught Xiaobai. And it's a word-for-word kind of thing. The secret realm of the green clouds? Qingxi, who had listened silently, muttered in his heart. Soon, it dawned on her. This nine-tailed immortal fox must have been arranged in by Zhao Chuan. Otherwise, how could a second-ranked demonic beast hit a tree and faint? After all, it was an existence equivalent to the human foundation establishment realm. Not to mention trees, even a side of a mountain is impossible to knock out. So, it was definitely arranged by someone in secret. As the saying goes, think carefully. What truly appalled Qingxi was the horrifying depth of the person behind the scenes arranging all of this. It was important to know that the nine-tailed immortal fox was equivalent to a human immortal spirit root. If he didn't die young, he would definitely be able to become a heaven's realm existence in the future. This kind of bloodline would be coveted even by those great powers in the central state when they looked at it. After all, if it was cultivated properly, the power would have an additional Jinzong spirit beast with incomparably great potential, and the longevity of the demon race is generally more than that of the human race. Under the same realm, the longevity of the demon race is fully twice that of the human race. In other words, if the nine-tailed immortal fox were to be cultivated, it would be enough to ensure that one's power would not decline for several generations. Such a terrifying spirit beast was actually arranged by the person behind the scenes to be used as a spirit beast for little Manhwa. There are only two possibilities. Either that, or the person behind the curtain simply didn't lack a spirit beast with a terrifying bloodline like the nine-tailed immortal fox. Either that or they extremely favored little Manhwa. She felt it was the former. After all, Xing Yunzi had said that a powerful person of the hijack realm like Wu Dolph would be the protector of the Tao. Not only that, but also Zhou Chuan of the same name as well. These two guys were already the most powerful in the heavenly martial realm. It was even more terrifying than the ungrown nine-tailed fairy fox. Therefore, Xingshi deduced that it must be that the person behind Little Bright Moon was not short of a spirit beast with horrifying potential like the nine-tailed immortal fox. What kind of horrible existence is it? Surprisingly, there was no shortage of spirit beasts like the nine-tailed immortal fox. Clear thought in his mind, and gradually a very alarming idea arose in his mind. The people of the upper world. The person behind Little Bright Moon was most likely from the upper realm. Only those from the upper realm would be willing to let a top powerhouse from the heavenly martial realm like Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan serve as a protector for little Manhwa. After all, if it were a different heavenly martial realm, surely they would offer these two up as ancestors. How would they be willing to send to a little girl as a Taoist protector? Moreover, only people from the upper realm had that strength to make top powerhouses like Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan recognize their masters, come willingly as a protector. The more he thought about it, the more shocked she felt in his heart. She knew that Little Bright Moon's origin was big, just how she never thought it would be related to the upper realm. At the same time, she was incredibly grateful. I'm glad I listened and chose to surrender. Otherwise, when the time comes, you may die without even knowing what death is. You can say anything if you want to die. Just as she opened her mouth to ask something, Zhao Chuan's voice suddenly sounded in her head. Moment. Xingshi's heart trembled fiercely. It was because she felt three very terrifying auras locking onto her in the dark. She was sure that if she dared to say half a word more, she would definitely die on the spot. Chapter 53, I wouldn't dare take it if you gave it to me. She knew that two of the chakras were Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph. Just who was the other aura? Is it possible that Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan aren't the only ones secretly protecting little Manhwa? There's another one that exists on par with these two guys, or even stronger. Xingshi thought with horror in her heart. Sister, what's wrong with you? Noticing Xingshi's difference, little Manhwa inquired curiously. It's okay. Xingshi shook her head in a hurry. Now, she sort of understood. It's the same as what Qin Yunzi said. The big guy behind little Akatsuki should be calendaring her, hiding in the background and practicing, to be precise. You're so lucky to have picked up a nine-tailed immortal fox. I'm envious. Xingshi slowed down and spoke again. You can't give this to your sister. I like White a lot. Little Manhwa took Little White into her arms and smiled cheekily, revealing two small tiger teeth. Xingshi laughed straight away at that. Even if you gave it, I wouldn't dare take it. She laughed bitterly in her heart and explained, don't worry, I'm just a little envious and don't want your Little White. Listen to the end. As if breathing a long sigh of relief, little Akatsuki muttered, that's good, that's good. Ha ha. Her cute appearance made Xingshi laugh. Sister, can you cook? Little Akatsuki rubbed her stomach and inquired again. Hungry? Xingshi looked at her in amusement. Meeting the other party's gaze, little Akatsuki nodded her head in embarrassment. Then why don't you eat the Pepto-Bismol? Xingshi inquired with some confusion. People who cultivate tend to consume pills to dispel the grain. This is because the rescue pill is made using spiritual rice. Not only can the cultivator not feel hungry, the spiritual energy contained can also be absorbed and refined. It's safe to say. One more thing, the Pathfinder saves time. Taking the pill of resistance could save more time for cultivation. I want to eat meat and flesh, and the Pescaria doesn't have that feeling of eating. Father also told me that the people are what they eat. What about eating to be able to sense the Tao of heaven and earth? Little Akatsuki hemmed and hawed and explained. Like this. Xingshi muttered in her mind, then laughed. Okay, I'll cook for you. After hearing this, little Manhwa immediately smiled. Thank you, sister. When he finished speaking, he hugged and rubbed against Xingshi. Subsequently, Xingshi then began to cook a spiritual meal for little Manhwa. She's not very good at it either. After all, cooking was all before you stepped into cultivation. After she stepped into cultivation, she was all about consuming the grain-preventing pills. Xingshi's approach was also simple and rough. Get a large pot, add water, and throw in large pieces of demon beast meat to simmer. Soon, the rich aroma of meat then filled the green spirit peak. Smell that meat. Qingxi, who hadn't eaten food in an unknown number of years, realized that he was actually hungry as well. Sister, put this in. This is from my father, and the stew is delicious. Little Mingyue greedily sniffed at the aroma of meat that filled the air, her little stomach grumbling. As she spoke, she held out a diamond-shaped leaf. It is! Looking at that leaf, Qingxi's heart couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't tell what it was. However, it could be felt that the leaf gave off a very unique aura. It seems to be a spiritual object that enhances spiritual power. Father gave it to me, it's especially good for stew. Little Akatsuki smiled and explained a sentence, and after that, she threw the leaves into the pot. Dad? Qingxi pondered in his heart, could this be the terrifying power behind little Mingyue? The thought crossed her mind, but she didn't ask any more questions, just silently waiting for the large chunks of demon beast meat to stew in the pot. A few more moments. The flavor of the meat has been intensified to an extreme level. Even the three of them, who were hidden in the shadows, Wudolf, smelled a hunger in their bellies. Sister, is it ready to eat? Little Akatsuki rubbed her grumbling stomach and looked blearily at the meat in the cauldron. It's ready to eat, here, taste it. Qingxi rubbed her head and fished out a large piece of meat and handed it to her. The hungry little Akatsuki immediately took and nibbled on it. Wow, it's so delicious. She opened her mouth with great contentment, looking at her with her mouth full of oil, as well as smelling the rich aroma of meat. Even Qingxi's stomach couldn't help but growl. She fished out a piece as well and ate it with light elegant movements. Moment. A long-lost feeling came over me. Ow. Seeing that the two didn't get it for themselves, White purred in great protest. White, you eat too. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily and fished it a piece. Meanwhile, Yilingyun's cultivation room finally finished refining that strange power. He woke up from his meditation and spoke in an emotional tone. Why do I have the feeling that if this strange power is enough the Tao body can even transform again? Is this really the same as my speculation? He frowned and muttered to himself. Before, what he was thinking was that he was originally a Tao body. It was only due to some reason that the Tao body was not fully awakened. It was only now, when the conditions were ripe, that the Tao body was able to fully awaken. But, now he was questioning his previous thoughts. Because he felt that the strange power had not disappeared after the Tao body was completely awakened, he continued to refine it in seclusion. The refining process. That strange power was actually still nourishing the Tao body. If that peculiar power was sufficient, Yilingyun was certain that his Tao body would definitely be able to metamorphose into the legendary saint body. This situation was not at all in line with his previous guess. That's just it, go ask Elder Lu Yao. After pondering for a moment and not figuring out the key, Yilingyun went straight to the hidden scripture pavilion. Because it's very important. If that peculiar power was not something he was born with, but was an external force, and figuring out its source, wouldn't the Ling Tian sect be equivalent to controlling a means of allowing a spirit body to metamorphose? At that time, not to mention the district Tao body, the saint body and even the legendary immortal body were not a dream. Thinking about it, Yilingyun had already arrived at the hidden scripture pavilion. It's the young patriarch. Greetings, young patriarch. Greetings, young patriarch. His arrival was like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly sending shock waves. The disciples in the hidden scripture pavilion were all very emotional and greeted him. After all, Yilingyun's awakening of the Tao body had already spread. All of the disciples of the Ling Tian sect already knew that the young patriarch possessed a Tao body. Your fellow disciples are courteous. Facing these guys, Yilingyun did not put on airs and just nodded in response with a smile on his face. Lingyun, why have you come to the old man's place? As his words fell, Lu Yao appeared smilingly in front of him. Elder Lu, I've discovered something. A very important thing. Yilingyun swept a glance at the disciples of the Ling Tian sect before speaking. Lu Yao instantly understood what he meant. With a big wave of his hand, the two of them came inside a secret room. It was none other than Lu Yao's own cultivation room. There won't be any ears here, so go ahead. Lu Yao opened his mouth. Regarding this supreme elder, Yilingyun naturally trusted him. He nodded, then slowly spoke, Elder Lu, does an external force exist in the world that can metamorphose the physique? External forces that make the physique metamorphose? What do you mean? Lu Yao looked at him with a frown on his face. It's hard not to. Chapter 54, Mysterious Power from Three-Legged Chicken? With this thought in his mind, Lu Yao looked towards Yilingyun with some incredulity. Elder Lu, the reason why I awakened my Tao body was because of a strange extra power that inexplicably appeared in my body. It was only after this power was refined by me that I awakened the Tao body. There are still remnants of that power after the awakening of the Tao body, but not much. If there are enough of them, I feel that the Tao body can even metamorphose into a saint body. Meeting his gaze, Yilingyun nodded and explained. Hiss. After hearing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Are you sure that power is not something you were born with? After a moment's reprieve, he frowned and asked. At first, I thought I was born with it. But, the situation doesn't fit now. If I was originally a Tao body and for some reason failed to fully awaken, after that Tao body awakens, this power shouldn't be redundant. If I'm a sacred body, I shouldn't be underpowered either. Yi Lingyun nodded and narrated his guesses. Indeed, that is the reasoning. Lu Yao nodded approvingly. So, there really exists something in the world that makes the Tao body metamorphose? When Yi Lingyun saw this, his emotions immediately became agitated. Looking at him, Lu Yao smiled helplessly. Child, the world is a big place. There are indeed things in the world that can metamorphose special physiques. But this kind of thing is even rarer and more precious than the one that enhances the spirit root. Is it not for us to pry? This. Yi Lingyun frowned slightly as he thought about it. In a sense, a special physique was a special cultivation qualification that overrode the spiritual root. This is illustrated by the birth probability. The probability of a spiritual root being born is 1 in 10,000. Out of 10,000 people, at least 1 or 2 with spiritual roots would appear. It was just that most of the spiritual roots were just yellow level. And what about special body types? It's not too much to say it's a 1 in a million chance. Therefore, something that could cause a special physique to metamorphose, that would naturally be much more precious than a spirit item that boosted the spirit root. When did you notice that particular power? Lu Yao thought about it and once again asked curiously afterward. After coming out of the Green Cloud secret realm, without the slightest hesitation, Yi Lingyun spoke bluntly. Before he had entered the Green Cloud mysterious realm, he was in closed-door cultivation. It wasn't like there was any special power found in the body at that time. The secret realm of the Green Clouds? Lu Yao's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. Could it be that there are such divine objects in the Green Cloud mystic realm? With this thought in his mind, he continued to pursue. Can you ever find anything in the Green Cloud mysterious realm? Ran. When he met his gaze, Yi Lingyun was shaking his head straight. Elder Lu, I gave father all the spirit medicines I obtained within the secret territory. There was no refining of the spirit. This. Lu Yao frowned deeply. Could it be that the spiritual energy in the Green Cloud mystic realm contained a mysterious power that could cause special physiques to metamorphose? Elder Lu, I remember. If I've ever really eaten anything, I have. Suddenly, Yi Lingyun exclaimed as if he remembered something. Only just after he finished, he murmured to himself, no way, it shouldn't be. What do you mean? Looking at the somewhat incoherent man, Lu Yao inquired suspiciously. Elder Lu is like this. After coming out of the Green Cloud mystic realm and returning to the sect to turn in the spirit medicine, I once went to Elder Sister Sue's house to eat a chicken. Strange to say, the chicken has 3 feet, even I have never heard or seen that. That's also the only strange thing I've ever eaten. Yi Lingyun slowly spoke. Oh, a 3-legged chicken? Lu Yao's face was also full of astonishment after hearing this. As an old antique of the Ling Tian sect, he knew a lot of things. Again, the insights are extremely wide-ranging. But this 3-legged chicken was the first time even he had heard of it. Yes, it's a 3-legged chicken. Senior Sister Sue's father said that it was hatched by a chicken he raised by mistake. He cultivates some if he thinks it's new. It tastes better than any spirit chicken I've ever had. Yi Lingyun nodded and returned. Do you think that those mysterious powers that can make your Tao body metamorphose come from that kind of chicken? Lu Yao instantly saw through the thoughts in his mind. There are thoughts on that. Yi Lingyun nodded. Son, do you think that's possible? If that 3-legged chicken really produces the power to metamorphose a special physique, how could the little bright moon father who eats it all the time be mortal? Lu Yao smiled. Eating it once can make the special physique metamorphose, so if you eat it all year round, even a pig will have a special physique, right? Elder Lu, I also find it unlikely. But, that's really the only strange thing I've eaten since I came out of the Green Cloud mystic realm. Yi Lingyun scratched his head awkwardly. He also understands this, but he has a kind of intuition that the special power in his body is related to that 3-foot chicken again. It's not impossible, let's put it this way. When Akatsuki comes home to visit her family next time, I'll choose to accompany her for a visit. Lu Yao nodded and said after thinking for a moment. As the saying goes, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. It's not like you have anything to lose by going to see it. If it was true, it would definitely be a very terrifying treasure trove for the Ling Tian sect. If it is false, no damage will occur. On the contrary, it could also bring little Mingyue's favor towards the Ling Tian sect closer. Good. Yi Lingyun nodded. He knew that Lu Yao was a living fossil of the Ling Tian sect. Not only is his cultivation deep, but he also has a wide range of insights. If he were to check out little Myung Moon's house, he would definitely be able to see that something was really wrong. Alright, go cultivate. I have a premonition that the Great War is about to begin. A little more cultivation will also provide more security. Lu Yao waved his hand and barked with a grave expression. Elder Lu, I. Mentioning this matter, Yi Lingyun's complexion immediately became melancholic. Because he knows. The Great War was all because of himself. A lot of people will die in this big battle. In other words, a lot of people will give their lives because of him. Even, the entire Ling Tian sect could be destroyed. Child, every strong man who grows up is like that. No one's growth is smooth sailing. Even if you don't show up, the major forces in the western region will have a battle sooner or later. It's just that due to your presence, the big battle was brought forward. War breaks out on a landmass wherever there are coexisting forces. It's the same as it's always been, there's no need to be psychologically burdened. Looking at him with a melancholic expression, Lu Yao smilingly pacified him. As a veteran of the Ling Tian sect, he's seen and heard too much about this kind of thing and even been personally involved in a lot of it. For thousands of years, the major powers seemed to be in harmony, but in reality, they were all secretly calculating with each other. Both want to devour each other. It was only Yi Lingyun's appearance that brought this matter to the table. Chapter 55, Lingyu is shocked and confused. Could it be that he was also born with a spiritual body? Elder Lu, I understand. Yi Lingyun took a deep breath and calmed his somewhat heavy heart. It's good that you understand, go ahead and practice. Only by being strong can you protect everything and stop everything. Lu Yao patted him on the shoulder, smiling and encouraging. In this cannibalistic environment of the great world, the only way to avoid all things is through strength. Yes. Yi Lingyun responded with a tone full of fighting spirit. After saying that, he bid farewell to Lu Yao and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Lu Yao's face was all smiles of relief. This was because he could clearly feel that without realizing it, Yi Lingyun had changed. To be precise, it is the mind that begins to metamorphose. It was as if a bright new star was slowly rising. As long as Yi Lingyun could survive this great battle, that would definitely have a strong heart. Without dying prematurely in the future, he would definitely lead the Ling Tian sect to an unprecedented height. The time that belongs to them has come. Lu Yao looked at his wrinkled hands and lamented. When was the time when he was meant to be? Only the splendor has been stripped away under the carving knife of time. Sure, that didn't stop him from being a pioneer in blazing the trail for a new generation. What Lingyun said is worth paying attention to. Could it be that the Lin clan's ancient clan is secretly helping again? Retracting his gaze, Lu Yao muttered to himself. He knows about Lin Yu's life. To say who in the Ling Tian sect would be most likely to take out a divine item such as allowing a special physique to metamorphose. That's definitely not Lin Yu. After all, the Lin clan ancient clan was a true behemoth of the heavenly martial realm. With hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, it only made sense to be able to take out such divine objects. What Lu Yao didn't know was that at this time in the cultivation room, Lin Yu's face also surfaced with a strong sense of astonishment. This power. She sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, feeling the power that was transforming her body, with an unbelievable look on her face. Before that, she had been refining pills. And alchemy not only consumed divine sense, but also mana. Even if she was at the transformation god realm, and her mana was already strong to a terrifying degree, she had consumed quite a bit. It was because she was already refining 5th grade pills. 5th grade pills were pills reserved for cultivators of the spirit transformation realm. The amount of mana that needed to be consumed for each refining was naturally several times that of a 1st or 2nd grade elixir. After failing to refine the elixir just now, she had very little mana left in her body. In order to have enough mana to refine the next potion, so she ran her gongfu and refined the spirit elixir to recover. Didn't realize. Once the gong method was running, she realized the oddity. It was surprising that a special power existed within himself. Today, she is absorbing this power. Likewise, she felt very clearly that as this power was absorbed, her body was actually undergoing a huge change. To be precise, it is metamorphosing towards a spiritual body. Even as a daughter of the Lin clan's ancient clan, she couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. She was appointed to be married because her spirit root talent was not working. If she possessed a spirit body, it would be impossible for her to be appointed to a marriage even if she was an earth-level spirit root. Because of the earth-grade spiritual root paired with a spiritual body, when the two were added together, their talent was not in any way below that of the holy spirit root. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Yu began to continuously refine the mysterious power in his body. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Buzz! With the last strand of mysterious power being absorbed, a metaphysical aura erupted from her body. Just for a moment, Lin Yu then realized that he seemed to have become more intimate with heaven and earth. The auras that leaned towards her again as if they had autonomous consciousness were the best proof. Is this the terror of a spirit body? There's no need to utilize the spiritual root to channel heaven and earth's aura at all, you only need to run your gong methods to absorb the aura that comes close by and refine it. Looking at the heaven and earth aura that surrounded him, Lin Yu muttered with a face full of shock. The so-called cultivation technique was actually a method to catalyze the spirit root. Because the spiritual root is the bridge between the cultivator and heaven and earth. The only way to sense the aura of heaven and earth was to activate the spirit root and use the power of the spirit root. From there, he would then run his gong method to catalyze his spirit root to incorporate the heaven and earth aura he sensed into his body, refining and absorbing it, and turning it into his own mana. The higher the level of the gong method, the easier it would be to catalyze the spirit root. To be precise, the higher the level of the gong method, the stronger the power of the spirit root could be utilized. The stronger the power of the spiritual roots that could be utilized, the easier it would naturally be to sense the aura of heaven and earth. It was only that feats were related to spiritual roots. If it was a yellow rank technique and the spirit root was yellow ranked, it could catalyze 50% of the spirit root's power. A Xian rank gong method that catalyzed a yellow rank spirit root could catalyze 60% of the spirit root's power. For the earth rank, it was 70%, 80% for the heaven rank, and 90% for the saint rank. The only way to reach 100% was to have immortal ranked feats. If one were to use a low-level technique to catalyze a high-level spirit root, the amount of spirit root power that could be catalyzed would be very little. In a nutshell, spiritual root level is closely related to feat level. Always stay in a state of equilibrium. But now, Lin Yu found that the special physique is used to break this balance. Take her now. After possessing a spirit body, she used her heaven step gongfu to catalyze her earth grade spirit root, and her sense of heaven and earth's aura was actually as high as 80%. If she were to replace it with a sacred rank technique, she felt that it could go up to 90%. For a spirit body to reach this level, how terrifying should the Tao body, saint body, and the legendary immortal body be? She muttered to herself, followed by a look of intense confusion on her face. Where the hell did that power come from? Could it be that I already possessed a spiritual body, only to awaken it now? She mused. Master, what just awakened now? Just then, little Mingyue's voice suddenly rang out. What brings you to my place? Hearing her voice, a smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as if the doubts in his head were instantly emptied. I just finished my meat. I want to come to Master's place to practice and stay with him. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and bounced over to Lin Yu. Her nose twitched slightly for a few moments, and a puzzled look appeared on her small face. Master, why does it smell like paste? Words. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. It was caused by my failure to refine a 5th grade elixir. Wow, Master, you've started refining 5th grade pills? Little Akatsuki's eyes glazed over as she opened her mouth in awe. Yes, now I'm already considered a quasi-5th grade alchemist. As long as I can be 80% sure that I can refine a 5th grade elixir, I will be able to completely become a 5th grade alchemist. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. This is the great differentiation of alchemists, no matter how many grades of alchemists. As long as the rate of pills reaches 80%, one can become a corresponding grade of pills master. Master, awesome. Little Akatsuki gave a somewhat babyish thumbs up on the spot. Silly girl. Looking at her grinning appearance, the smile on Lin Yu's face grew a few points wider. Master, you've become an alchemist, so will I be able to eat pills as sugar beans in the future? Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and inquired with great anticipation. Chapter 56, The Coming of the Great War. Instantly, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, pills can certainly aid in immortal cultivation, but eating pills as sugar beans is not a good thing. It's because the elixir contains Dan poison, which accumulates too much, and when it explodes, it will bring you very horrible harm. Your cultivation talent is a few points better than Ling Yun. I suggest that you should still absorb the heaven and earth aura to cultivate in a step-by-step manner. She rubbed little Akatsuki's head and explained. Cultivation elixirs are actually a double-edged sword. It could greatly shorten the cultivation time and increase the speed of cultivation while at the same time leaving Dan poison in the cultivator's body. Dan toxicity is horrible, as if it were a hawk. When it builds up to a certain level, it explodes instantly. It was like a bomb planted in a cultivator's body. The outburst was horrific. Lightly contaminated mana. When mana is tainted, it is used in a state of powerlessness. Its strength would be sharply reduced by at least 4 layers. If you are heavy, you will pollute the root of your practice. Lin Yu had heard that 100 years ago, there was a cultivation genius in the central state who had his foundation damaged due to Dan poison. Not only was the spiritual root and spiritual body also destroyed by the Dan poison, turning it from a genius to a waste. For the potion, her opinion is that it can be used, but preferably when necessary. It's best not to take pills to refine your practice if you don't have to. But, I want to quickly break through to the transformation god realm and know the news of my mother. Master can see his mother, but I can't. Little Akatsuki jabbed her fingers at each other and opened her mouth in a somewhat aggravated manner. So it is. Lin Yu's mind drifted off. In her opinion, with little Mingyue's cultivation qualifications, it would be best to absorb the heaven and earth's aura and cultivate step by step, because when cultivated in this way, the mana would be very pure, very beneficial to the monks themselves. Good boy, I've already asked my mother to go back and check the news of the Shinto palace for you. The Lin clan ancient clan has been passed down for nearly 100,000 years. The information recorded in the clan is very comprehensive. Maybe, find out something about your mother's power. Lin Yu was a little heartbroken and soothed. Really? Little Akatsuki opened his mouth with shiny eyes after hearing this. Yes, don't worry, I'm sure your master's wife will let me know if there's any news. Will you just practice now and wait quietly? Lin Yu smiled and nodded soothingly. Aha, master, I'll just practice here with you. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. In response, Lin Yu naturally nodded in agreement. A few moments of work. Little Mingyue then completely entered the state of cultivation, sitting on the side, and began to cultivate. Little White, on the other hand, quietly lay beside her, seemingly accompanying the cultivation and seemingly guarding it. Seeing this, Lin Yu nodded in relief and continued to start refining pills. Time passes in this quiet, peaceful way. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. 2 days. Lin Yu had completely become a 5th-grade alchemist. The rate of pills being formed is even higher than 90%. The one who benefited the most from her becoming a 5th-grade alchemist was naturally Xiao Bai. Under the elixir feeding, Little White had already broken through into a 3rd-order demonic beast. In Lin Yu's cultivation room, Little Mingyue stared at the Dan furnace with a nervous expression as she held Little White. As for Lin Yu, he was very focused on controlling the flames underneath the Dan furnace, and at the same time, he struck out a single legal seal to inject it into the Dan furnace. She was refining the infant transformation pill. Counting, the infant transformation pill belonged to the 4th grade of pills. It was a supplementary elixir for breaking through the Yuaning realm at the Jindan realm. The effect of this elixir was the same as the extreme enlightenment tea. Buzz. In the next moment, as Lin Yu punched the last condensed Dan seal into the Dan furnace, instantly, the Dan furnace shook slightly, followed by the fragrance of the Dan. The rich fragrance of the Dan emanated from within the Dan furnace and soon spread throughout the entire cultivation room, causing the entire cultivation room to be shrouded in the fragrance of the Dan. Master, it's done? Little Mingyue, who didn't dare to take a breath, dared to open her mouth at this time. The tone of his voice contained a hint of excitement. It was because this infant transformation pill was refined for her by Lin Yu. Naturally. Lin Yu smiled gently. As she spoke, she lifted the Dan furnace, only to see 5 pure white pills lying inside. The size of a finger, like a pearl. Wow, 5, Master is great. Little Mingyue probed at the 5 infant transformation pills and stuck out her thumbs in praise. Silly girl, put it away. 5 infant transformation pills will definitely allow you to break through to the Yuaning realm. Lin Yu rubbed her head and spoke with a smile. Now, Little Mingyue's cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the late Jindan stage. It wasn't far from breaking the Dan to become an infant. With these 5 infant transformation pills as a guarantee, plus Little Mingyue's own cultivation talent, breaking through the Yuaning realm was already a nail in the coffin. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and immediately took out a jade bottle to put the elixir away. Dang! 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 Right at this moment, 3 strong bells suddenly rang out. Master, what's wrong? Hearing the 3 bells, Little Mingyue inquired suspiciously. Sect alert bell, it seems that the other 2 forces are coming to attack. Lin Yu's expression was slightly condensed as he opened his mouth. Mingyue, let's go to the sect drill ground. She continued to speak. Aha! Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Little Mingyue's expression also slightly condensed. Following Lin Yu, he walked out of the cultivation room, and Xingxi was already waiting outside. Big sister. Little Akatsuki greeted her. In 2 days, she had thoroughly gotten acquainted with Xingxi. Because for the past 2 days, 3 meals a day were cooked by Xingxi herself. Hey, good boy. The phrase sister made Xingxi's heart flutter. She opened her mouth with a smile, then looked at Lin Yu. Those guys hit the door? Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu gently nodded his head. Let's go and see how the clan arranges it. Whether to hold on to the clan or distribute the town. She spoke slowly. In this regard, Xingxi naturally had no opinion. In a few moments' time, the 2 big ones and the small ones arrived at the drill ground. Only the huge drill ground was full of people by now. At a glance, there was a crowd of at least 100,000 people. Little Akatsuki is here. Arriving at the drill ground, Lin Yu directly brought Little Mingyue to stand beside Yiling Tian. After all, she was now a Taishan elder, plus an alchemist. His status in the sect was not in any way below Yiling Tian. Aha, meet Sovereign Master Uncle. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and responded politely. Having said that, with a sweep of her gaze, she immediately saw Yiling Yun standing beside Lu Yao. Hee, nerd. She smiled and said this greeting. He even directly bounced towards Yiling Yun. Good day, senior sister Su. Yiling Yun let out a bitter smile, clearly having accepted the title of nerd. Seeing that there is no gap between the 2 clans in the future, Yiling Tian and the others couldn't help but have a pleased smile appear on their faces. Well, all of you have arrived, so now I'll talk about the situation. Yiling Tian opened his mouth with a slightly condensed expression. I believe you all already know that the Greenwood Pavilion and the Taiyin sect are going to attack the Ling Tian sect. This matter is true. Scouts have come to report that people from the 2 major sects have already set off from the overwhelming Sky sect. I don't force you all to live and die with the Ling Tian sect. Those who wish to leave can leave on their own, and will have no further involvement with my Ling Tian sect in the future. Those who want to stay, if the Ling Tian sect survives, their treatment will be doubled. His voice traveled thickly into the ears of every human disciple. Chapter 57 Demon Genius. Today Little Mingyue must die? Little cutie. After saying that, Yiling Tian stopped talking. It was only his gaze that calmly looked at the 100,000 disciples below. Lu Yao and a few other elders did the same, under the watchful eyes of several top brass. Soon there were disciples who left with flying swords, obviously not wanting to participate in the sect war. In this regard, Yiling Tian was also true to his word. There was no blocking, just a calm gaze. Seeing the situation, those who had the intention of retreating in their hearts left the Ling Tian sect in droves. Nerd, why did you let them leave? Little Mingyue opened her mouth to Yi Lingyun with some confusion. Because it's useless for these people to stay. They have a retreat in their hearts, and when the war begins, they will all flee in droves as soon as they realize something is wrong. In doing so, it creates a great crisis for the combatants. There are even others who may appear to be on the verge of turning the other cheek. Instead of that, it would be better to let them leave, leaving behind those who are single-minded towards the clan. Yi Lingyun spoke with a deep gaze. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly. The two men were talking. Hundreds of thousands of people have left a third of the way through. The remaining people looked at me, I looked at you, but in the end, they didn't leave, and they all chose to live and die with the Ling Tian sect. Well, thank you all for your confidence. In this battle, my Ling Tian sect will win. Yi Ling Tian looked at the two-thirds of people left behind and spoke with great confidence. As he spoke, a terrifying aura spread out from him. Hiss! There were sounds of cold air being sucked backward. Harmonization realm. Sovereign has broken through to the harmonization realm. Yeah. I didn't expect that Patriarch would break through to the harmonization realm. Feeling the terrifying aura on Yi Ling Tian's body, the emotions of the disciples who stayed behind became very agitated. Wow, Sovereign Master Uncle has broken through to the harmonization realm. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she marveled. At this, Yi Lingyun smiled faintly, clearly having already known. Not only him, but several of Lu Yao's elders as well. The only ones who were surprised were Lingyu and Qingxi, whose faces surfaced. Obviously, both of them had no idea about Yi Ling Tian's breakthrough to the harmonization realm. Especially Qingxi. It seems that Qing Yunzi's words were indeed correct. She muttered in her mind. Gentlemen, answer the battle with me. Right at this moment, Yi Ling Tian gazed towards the distance and spoke with a gloomy expression. Words. The crowd had put on a state of response. Lingyu, on the other hand, instantly dashed to little Mingyue's front. Yi Ling Tian, long time no see. Just then, a strong voice pressed down from the sky. Immediately after, two huge airships broke through the clouds. The sun shines. The shadow of the airship directly enveloped the entire Ling Tian sect. Shady Gray, Tuan Mulong. Yi Ling Tian gazed at Yin Gray and Duan Mulong, who were standing on the airship. Following, his gaze flickered and landed on a black-robed man standing beside Yin Gray. Demons. He spat out two words slowly. Ha, I didn't expect it. You actually broke through to the harmonization realm. Interesting. The sub-demon envoy let out a grim smile and said with some surprise. Harmony realm? At those words, Yin Gray and Duan Mulong's complexions couldn't help but sink. They didn't expect it. Yi Ling Tian had unexpectedly broken through to the harmonization realm. Nerd, this guy has a nasty scent on him. Little Mingyue's gaze was fixed on the sub-demon envoy, and a very obvious disgust surfaced on her face. Senior Sister Su, beware, this is the devil race, a foreign race. You must be careful later, the devil race's methods are very bizarre. Yi Lingyun, who was standing beside her, spoke with a grave expression. Because he knows. The demons were coming for themselves. How about giving us your son and we'll retreat? The sub-demon envoy looked at Yi Ling Tian and continued to speak. If you want my son, let's see if you have the strength. Yi Ling Tian let out a cold snort and charged directly towards the Z-demon envoy. In the blink of an eye, the two were fighting. Make your move and overthrow the Ling Tian sect. Kill. Seeing Yi Ling Tian being entangled by the sub-demon envoy, Yin Gray and Duan Mulong gave orders. Moment. A figure rushed towards the Ling Tian sect from the airship. Do it. Lu Yao wasn't ambiguous either, and took on Yin Gray on the spot. Qingxi then approached Duan Mulong. Moment. The major god transformation realm cultivators then battled into a mess. GGG, Dao Body, let me taste you. After Lin Yu left, a person about Yi Lingyun's age suddenly appeared in front of the little Mingyue duo. He was none other than the demon race genius that the Z-demon envoy had spoken of. Demons. Yi Lingyun's face was slightly stagnant as he gazed at the demonic genius. Introduce yourself, demon genius, which horse Yang? You two together. The demon genius opened his mouth. As he spoke, he was extremely arrogant as he sized up Yi Ling Tian and little Mingyue. Only, when his gaze fell on little Mingyue, the latter words were choked in his throat on the spot. The emotions on his face were even more varied. First there was amazement, then shock, incredulity, and finally resting in ecstasy. Surprisingly, it was an immortal spirit root plus an immortal body. Haha, I didn't expect that. This little Ling Tian sect can still really surprise me. Truly the heavens have helped me. Woma Yao Yang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that this small place would come across the legendary immortal spiritual roots with immortal bodies. If you devour it, he was sure that he could definitely become the first genius of the tribe. After all, this was an immortal spirit root plus an immortal body. Not to mention the district heavenly martial realm. Even the spirit world is 10,000 years is not seen once. Perhaps, only the most terrifying geniuses like the god realm were easy to see. The moment. There was only one thought in Wuma Yaoyang's mind, his great opportunity had come. Nerd, what is this guy laughing at? Little Mingyue looked at Wuma Yaoyang, who was acting like a madman, and asked in confusion. I don't know. Yi Lingyun was also confused. Today, you must die. As I said, neither one can save you. Suddenly, Witch Horse Yaoyang stopped laughing and looked at little Mingyue with a fiery gaze. Immortal body plus immortal spirit root. He's got to have it. After hearing his words, Little White, who was curled up in little Mingyue's arms, instantly rolled his eyes in his mind. Must die? Not to mention the terrifying Su Yun, just the three great robber realm powerhouses hidden in the dark could ensure that little Mingyue would lose a single hair. And must die, stupid 13. Xiao Bai cursed disdainfully in his mind. Die. In the next moment, Witch Horse Yaoyang directly struck out at little Mingyue, only to see his body turn into a black mist, charging towards little Mingyue at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. This guy's cultivation was also very strong. The Jindan realm was complete, only one step away from breaking through to the Yuaning realm. In only half a breath of time, Witch Horse Yaoyang had already arrived in front of little Mingyue. A black and sharp claw poked out from the black mist and went straight for little Mingyue's head. Ow! Before little Mingyue could react, Little White suddenly howled. Moment! The fire lotus on its forehead carried a terrifying temperature that could even scorch the air as it smashed into Witch Horse Yaoyang's claws. Feeling the temperature that was so terrifying that it made one's heart palpitate, Wuma Yaoyang didn't touch hard, just flashed to once again. Immortal beast bloodline, there's even an immortal beast bloodline. He reimagined his body, his gaze fixed on Little White, his body trembling with excitement. Treasureland, this Ling Tian sect is simply a treasure land. In addition to the immortal body and immortal spirit root, there was actually an immortal beast bloodline. Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, he once again laughed wildly in excitement. Chapter 58 I said you must die today. Looking at Witch Horse Yaoyang who was laughing somewhat maniacally, little Mingyue and Yi Lingyun's faces were all confused. Nerd, what the hell is he laughing at? With a cutie. Same. Little Mingyue scratched his head and inquired to Yi Lingyun. I don't know, maybe not so good in the head? Yi Lingyun shook his head, pointing at his brain, not quite sure of the answer. Must have water inside his head. Little Akatsuki nodded approvingly. This little Lingyun sect can really surprise me. Suddenly, Witch Horse Yaoyang stopped laughing and stared at little Mingyue with a burning gaze. Immortal spiritual roots and immortal bodies are just that. There was also an immortal beast bloodline spirit beast on his body. If he were to devour it, Witch Horse Yaoyang was certain that his cultivation talent would definitely leap to become the number one in the clan. Cut the crap and come up for a fight. Yi Lingyun snorted coldly and directly took out a magic weapon. It's a silver gun. With his cold temperament, it was quite a hegemony. Rubbish, get out. My target is now her. Witch Horse Yaoyang held back a glance at Yi Lingyun, his face full of disdain. He had come for the Taoist body. Now that he had crossed over to the immortal body, which was even more terrifying than the Tao body, Yi Lingyun was trash in his eyes. Oomph, if you want to touch senior sister Su, unless you step over my corpse. Shin gun, shocking phoenix. Yi Lingyun snorted coldly and immediately took a step forward. Terrifying mana was infused into the silver spear, and he held it forward with a shock. Buzz. In an instant, a strong wind rose up, blowing Yi Lingyun's robe hunting. Dazzling light erupted from the silver spear, and in the end, it even directly detached from the silver spear and transformed into a green-colored phoenix killing towards Witch Horse Yaoyang. Chirp! The phoenix cries were deafening, carrying a destructive aura to kill Witch Horse Yaoyang. Heh, carving. Witch Horse Yaoyang let out a disdainful laugh. The phoenix transformed by the busyness of the district gun is in vain. He continued his accusations with a disdainful face. As he spoke, his hands had turned into two pitch-black sharp claws. It was also covered with a layer of shiny black scales. Witch Horse 7 killings, tiger destruction. Eerie black mana emanated from him. Eventually coalescing behind it, a giant tiger covered in black fire coalesced. Swish! Witch Horse Yaoyang probed out with a grab, a lingering spectral aura enveloping his claws as he grabbed at the phoenix transformed by Yi Lingyun's gun main. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions. The lapis lazuli slabs paved on the ground flew, and several disciples who were fighting were sent flying backwards by the wave of air. Break me! Witch Horse Yaoyang coldly grunted with one hand, and his hand fiercely exerted force. Bang! With a dull sound, the phoenix transformed by Yi Lingyun's gun main dissolved under his claws on the spot. Swish! The next moment, the sound of breaking wind rang out as Yi Lingyun's silver spear went straight for Witch Horse Yaoyang's neck at a very tricky angle. Face the shot. Wuma Yaoyang just smiled disdainfully. He didn't duck, and surprisingly caught it directly with his bare hands. Miso! As if the sound of steel colliding rang out, Yi Lingyun's shot pounded into Witch Horse Yaoyang's hand, but it didn't even break the defense. Just a shower of sparks. Die! Holding Yi Lingyun's silver spear in a death grip, preventing him from withdrawing, Witch Horse Yaoyang's other claw blasted at Yi Lingyun's head. You're not qualified enough to want me dead. Yi Lingyun let out a light hump as his hair power flowed all over his body, and a layer of astral energy surged around his body with it. Bang! The raised claw that emitted an ethereal light slapped on Yi Lingyun's astral aura. Although the astral aura had not been broken, the terrifying intensity caused Yi Lingyun's body to tremble. He held his silver spear and stabbed with force, knocking witch horse Yang back. Senior sister Su, be careful, this guy is very powerful. Yilingyun retreated to little Mingyue's side and spoke with a very grave expression. The exchange of hands just now was just testing the bottom of the other side. Now that the trial exchange was over, Yilingyun had a rough idea of witch horse Yaoyang's strength. It wasn't the least bit weak to those veteran Jindan realm perfection cultivators. Especially the practical ability and reaction time are very sophisticated. Definitely a guy who kills with people all the time. Aha! Xiao Mingyue nodded and took out a dark silver-colored magic sword to stand by. Ow. Not only that, Little White also barked and stood by little Mingyue's feet, staring straight at witch horse Yaoyang. Only what it revealed in its eyes was doubt. It was because the three Wu Dolphs didn't put up a fight. If those three guys had made a move, this fight would have ended on the spot. I told you, you will die today. Witch horse Yaoyang's eyes burned as he stared at little Mingyue. The voice was still floating in the air and the person had disappeared. When he reappeared, he had actually appeared behind little Mingyue. The sharp claws that were glowing with ghostly light went straight for the back of little Mingyue's heart, seemingly wanting to crush her heart from behind. Faced with such a crisis, little Mingyue was not the least bit flustered as strong mana surged forth, surfacing a layer of astral aura around her. Bang! Witch horse Yaoyang's sharp claws were immediately intercepted by the astral aura. The terrifying power also shook little Mingyue to the point that she lunged forward. Damn it! Little Mingyue stabilized her body and stared furiously at witch horse Yaoyang. Split shadow kill. Without waiting for witch horse Yaoyang to answer, little Mingyue's body transformed into a trail of shadows towards witch horse Yaoyang to kill. The same was true for Yilingyun and Xiaobai. The two men and one beast surrounded witch horse Yaoyang. Come on! Witch horse Yaoyang grinned, not fearing in the slightest. However, the next moment his face changed violently. This was because he realized that it was as if the mana in his body was imprisoned by something. What's going on? Witch horse Yaoyang was shocked in his heart. Unfortunately, little Mingyue and Yilingyun did not give him time to think. In half a breath of time, the two men and one beast had already killed around witch horse Yaoyang. The silver spear in Yilingyun's hand directly islanded witch horse Yaoyang's heart. Little Akatsuki's dark silver longsword then slashes the neck. There was nothing more insidious than Xiaobai, and the beast fire killed directly towards the lower body. Damn it, move it! Witch horse Yaoyang's face changed drastically as he frantically urged his imprisoned mana. Unfortunately, it didn't help. The confining force deadened his mana, making it impossible for him to mobilize a single bit of it. Done. Looking at the gunshots, sword lights, and flames, witch horse Yaoyang's face turned incomparably white. Ungrateful! He roared in his heart, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face. This was because he realized that he was able to use the mana in his body again. Looking at the killing lances and silver swords, witch horse Yaoyang could only hastily support a layer of astral energy in a hasty response. Bang! Dull sounds rang out as little Mingyue's sword and Yilingyun's gun both attacked his astral aura. There was also little White's beast fire as well. Pust! A mouthful of ebony black blood spurted out from witch horse Yaoyang's mouth, and his body was sent flying backwards by the huge force. Ran! Before he could stabilize his body, little Bright Moon once again came to him with terrifying speed. Without the slightest hesitation, he clipped at his neck. Humph, Carver! Witch horse Yaoyang snorted coldly and spoke disdainfully. Only, before the words were finished, his face changed. Mana was actually imprisoned again. What's going on? What the is going on? Chapter 59. When did senior sister Su become so powerful? He roared in his mind. But little Bright Moon's approaching longsword didn't give him time to think. With his mana imprisoned, witch horse Yaoyang could only put his claws up in front of his heels to fend them off. Scandium! Some sharp, piercing sounds rang out. Xiao Mingyue's dark silver longsword slashed at witch horse Yaoyang's claws, surprisingly directly cutting off both of his claws. Ah! Miserable screams instantly emanated from witch horse Yaoyang's mouth. He also seemed to be battle-hardened, and when his claws were clipped off, he pulled away from Xiao Mingyue at an extremely fast speed. You! Witch horse Yaoyang's face twitched in pain, staring at little Mingyue with some confusion and some horror. His witch horse clan practiced the witch god body forging decision. This was a technique that specialized in polishing the physical body. This Gong method has a total of 9 levels. When one cultivated to the 9th realm, their fleshly body could be comparable to a pseudo-immortal weapon. And he was one of the geniuses of the witch horse clan. The sorcerer god's body forging decision had now been cultivated to the 3rd realm, and his fleshly body was comparable to a 3rd stage magic weapon. Together with his own cultivation, even a 4th order magic weapon could be resisted with his physical body. This was the reason why Yilingyun had a shot that he could follow with his bare hands. But what Wuma Yaoyang never expected was, the excesses that he was so proud of were surprisingly fragile, like a thin layer of paper in front of little Mingyue. Not to mention witch horse Yaoyang. Yilingyun on the other side also looked dumbfounded. Having fought with witch horse Yaoyang, he knew very well how terrifying this guy's defense was. Trying to break it through this guy's defenses, Yilingyun felt that he needed to use at least a 5th order magic weapon to do so. Now, to have both claws directly cut off by little Mingyue with ease? Could it be that the magic sword in senior sister Su's hand was a fifth-order magic weapon? Yi Lingyun pondered in his heart. The only one who could see the difference was White. It knew that it was Zhao Chuan and the others who had struck in secret. Otherwise, with little Mingyue's strength, it would have been impossible to injure Witch Horse Yaoyang. You're not very good either. Xiao Mingyue snorted coldly and once again killed towards Witch Horse Yaoyang. Damn! Being belittled by a fellow with a mid-Jindan realm cultivation caused endless anger to rise in Witch Horse Yaoyang's heart. After all, in his eyes, a mid-Jindan cultivator was an ant that could be abused. In a flash, Little Bright Moon had then killed in front of Witch Horse Yaoyang. The silver sword in his hand went straight for Witch Horse Yaoyang's neck. You seek death. Witch Horse Yaoyang was furious and was about to counterattack when he realized that his mana was unexpectedly imprisoned by a mysterious force again. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? He was shocked, angry and confused. Quickly, he responded. It's this little girl. It must be this little girl's doing. The sword was narrowly dodged. It was only then that Witch Horse Yaoyang roared angrily and spoke. What kind of crooked ways have you practiced? He's never been in this situation before. Therefore, mana being imprisoned was definitely not a problem of its own. When he fought with Yi Lingyun, he didn't appear either. It can be excluded. He was certain that the imprisonment of his mana was definitely due to little Mingyue using some terrifying secret technique. After all, the first time the mana was imprisoned was when Little Bright Moon struck. You're the one practicing crookedness. Xiao Mingyue snorted coldly and once again carried her sword towards Witch Horse Yaoyang to kill. Stay back, don't you dare. Witch Horse Yaoyang directly clashed with her heel hard, instead using the shield method to frantically flee. This? Looking at Witch Horse Yaoyang who was being chased by little Mingyue with her sword, Yi Lingyun was confused. When did Sister Su become so powerful? With a mid-Jindan cultivation, chasing after a genius of the demon clan with a perfect Jindan cultivation to chop? Hey, aren't you great? Don't run. Xiao Mingyue chased after Wuma Yaoyang with her sword. Wuma Yaoyang directly ignored him. Fighting little Mingyue, he will definitely die here today. Seeing this, White yawned and then joined the rest of the battlefield. It shows. Zhao Chuan's trio was completely using Witch Horse Yaoyang to hone little Mingyue. At least, by chasing after him like this, little Mingyue's recluse technique could be improved quite a bit. Senior Sister Su, I'll help you. Yi Lingyun snorted coldly and charged towards Witch Horse Yaoyang. His cultivation level was higher than little Mingyue's, and the spells he had learned were not far from little Mingyue's. Therefore, it quickly intercepted Witch Horse Yaoyang. Without the slightest hesitation, the lance in his hand struck directly at Witch Horse Yaoyang's heart. You seek death. The already incomparably stifled Witch Horse Yaoyang saw this and became furious. With a furious roar, he grabbed towards Yi Lingyun with the sharp claws that had already regrown under the superb self-healing ability. Facing Yi Lingyun, he realized that mana was not forbidden. Bang! A dull sound rang out as Yi Lingyun was directly forced back by Witch Horse Yaoyang's move. Yi Lingyun began to doubt life a bit. Is he not as good as Sister Su? When did Sister Su become so powerful? Two questions ran back and forth in his head. Nerd, I'll take care of him, you go help the others. Little Mingyue warned as she chased after Witch Horse Yaoyang. A mount. Yi Lingyun was confused in his heart and finally nodded helplessly, giving up on Witch Horse Yaoyang as an opponent and turning around to help the others. Soon, the entire battlefield saw a very strange scene. A little girl child in the middle Jindan stage carried a sword and chased after a devil cultivator in the Jindan perfection realm. The scene filled many people with confusion. When did a demonic cultivator with a perfect Jindan cultivation become so crotch-pulling? To be chased and hacked by a little girl with a mid-Jindan cultivation? Likewise, the spirit transformation realm cultivators who were fighting in the air also noticed the situation. Demon Envoy Z, this is the demon race genius UTM talking about. Ian Gray roared in anger as he looked at Witch Horse Yaoyang who was being chased and cut by Little Bright Moon. The moment Yi Ling Tian's cultivation was revealed, he knew that overthrowing the Ling Tian sect was impossible. However, if the demon race's heavenly clan could only bask in Yi Lingyun's presence, then they would count it as a win. After all, compared to Yi Ling Tian, Yi Lingyun was the great terror. Once this guy grew up, they were simply defenseless. But now what? The so-called genius of the demon race, with a Jindan perfection cultivation was actually being chased and hacked by a little girl with a mid-Jindan cultivation? This is really genius. Ian Gray's words instantly drew the sub-demon ambassador's gaze. He forced Yi Ling Tian back with a move and looked downwards. When he saw Witch Horse Yaoyang being chased by Little Bright Moon, his mind also fell into blankness on the spot. He was a sub-demon envoy, and likewise a protector of Witch Horse Yaoyang. It's safe to say, Wuma Yaoyang was the one he watched grow up. The sub-demon envoy was also very clear about this little guy's strength, not to mention the district's mid-Jindan cultivation. Even when facing an early Yuaning cultivator, Witch Horse Yaoyang was able to withstand one or two of them. Jindan perfection cultivator, this little guy had never met an opponent either. Nowadays, how can you be chased and killed by a little girl child in the middle Jindan stage? What's wrong with you, Yaoyang? The sub-demon envoy inquired in a very puzzled manner. Chapter 60, Master, I wanna go home. Get me out of here, get me out of here. Hearing the Z-demon envoy's voice, the bruised witch horse Yaoyang opened his mouth. He's scared, really scared. If he continued to fight any longer, he felt that he was bound to die today. What? When these words came out, Inash and Duanmulong were confused on the spot. Leave? Are you kidding me? If the Z-demon envoy left, what would they fight the Ling Tian sect with? Now Yi Ling Tian had broken through to the harmonization realm. That strength alone was not something either of them could resist. Not to mention that due to the addition of the Clear Moon Pavilion, the Ling Tian sect side still had one more transformation god realm than both of their sects combined. Z-demon envoy, you may not. Shady Gray spoke eagerly. If the Z-demon envoy left with witch horse Yaoyang, this battle would be considered lost. After listening to the Z-demon envoy's slight contemplation for a moment, he shocked away Yilingyun to vanish to witch horse Yaoyang. Go! He grabbed witch horse Yaoyang's shoulder and opened his mouth. In only half a breath of time, the two had disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Mud. Seeing this scene, Yin Gray and Duanmulong's hearts were full of angry curses. Go! Reacting, Duanmulong hurriedly opened his mouth. After saying that, he directly steered the airship away. Not even the disciples who were too late to get on the airship. With the departure of the sub-devil envoy, there was no one who could stop Yi Ling Tian. Keep fighting and he'll be the only one to die in the end. Withdraw. Seeing that Duanmulongdu left, Inash also no longer insisted and began to withdraw. In a flash, the airships of the two powers then disappeared into the sky. However, due to the sudden and rushed retreat, the two powers still had many disciples and even elders left behind in the Ling Tian sect. Kill, leave no one behind. Yi Ling Tian did not have the slightest bit of softness towards these people and directly ordered to kill them. The sounds of killing kept ringing out. Soon, the abandoned disciples and elders of the two major powers died one after another, and the big battle came to a close. The Ling Tian sect, which was originally very much an immortal sect, had also become dilapidated. Many buildings collapsed because of the Great War. Of course, it was the line about the corpse that drew the most attention. Lying horizontally in all corners of the Ling Tian sect, there were those from the two major sects as well as the Ling Tian sect. The entire drill ground of the Ling Tian sect was even directly dyed in blood. Nerd. Looking at those corpses along with the Ling Tian sect that was drenched in blood, Xiao Mingyue's face turned pale. Senior Sister Su, this is cultivation. White bones build the way. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, looked on expressionlessly. Akatsuki, are you okay? At this time, Lingyu dashed to little Mingyue's side and asked with concern. Master, so many people died. Little Akatsuki froze and spoke. The shock of that body was too much for the young one. Good girl, it's okay. Lin Yu heartily took her into his arms. It was good that little Mingyue was a Jindan cultivator, but in the end, she was still just a child. It's not surprising that the first time you experience war, you behave this way. Mingyue, this is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Of course, our weakness is part of the reason. If we can be strong, we cannot die so many people. At this time, Xingxi also came to Lin Yu's side and spoke comfortingly. Other people didn't know why Xiao Mingyue was able to press Wu Yaoyang to fight, she knew it clearly. Must be a couple of helpers in the shadows. However, if the person in the dark had made a move, Ling Tian sect would definitely not be in such a tragic situation. Offhand, the dark ones didn't. Xingxi knew that this was a refining of little Mingyue, using a war between great powers to show little Mingyue the cruelty of the cultivation world. As the saying goes, people teach 100 words to no avail, but things are taught once to the heart. After experiencing a brutal great battle, little Mingyue would definitely grow up a lot. Little Mingyue didn't answer to Xingxi's words, she just shrunk her whole body in Lin Yu's arms as if she was afraid. For her part, Lin Yu gently stroked her offspring soothingly. This is the sense of shock that comes with war, and no amount of kind words or comforting talk will help. The only thing left to do was to give Xiao Mingyue time to slowly accept this cruel fact. Alas, Elder Lin, take this little fellow back first. She is still just a child after all. Yiling Tian glanced at little Mingyue, who was so silent that it made his heart ache, and opened his mouth. Good. Lin Yu nodded his head heavily, and after saying that, he carried little Mingyue straight to Qingyan Peak. Seeing this, Xingxi also followed. Thank you all for your trust, and I'll leave you to clean up the battlefield next. The disciples of the Lingyun sect who died in battle are buried generously. All the relics are handed over to the caller, and the clan will then send 10 times the amount of spirit stones to sympathize with the family. The bodies of the disciples of the Taiyin Pavilion and the Greenwood sect are taken to be burned, and the relics are considered the spoils of war for all of you. Only 10% needs to be handed over to the clan, the rest belongs to whoever collects it. Qi Refining Realm disciples clean up the Qi Refining Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm disciples clean up the Foundation Establishment Realm, and so on. Feats, Dharma virtual topography a copy to the clan, do not allow coaxing, civil unrest. Ling Yun, you will supervise the whole matter, and kill anyone found looting. Yiling Tian turned his head and spoke to the surviving Ling Tian sect disciples. Yes. Yiling Yun responded with bravado. Patriarch's great righteousness. Thank you, Patriarch. Those Ling Tian sect disciples who survived all spoke with emotional excitement. A full 90% of the loot was enough for them to expand their storage bags. If you're lucky and get any good pills or magic weapons, cultivation or strength can be greatly improved. On the Green Spirit Peak, Lin Yu had already brought little Mingyue to the courtyard. Mingyue, are you hungry? Sister will make you meat to eat, okay? Looking at little Mingyue, whose vigor seemed to have been drained forever, Qingxi smiled and spoke. However, little Mingyue was shaking her head straight without a word. Lin Yu and Qingxi looked at each other, heartbroken and helpless. Little Mingyue uniquely loves demonic beast meat and had to eat it almost every meal. Demon beast meat was better than spirit medicine in little Mingyue's world. Now, surprisingly, even this sole favorite couldn't enliven little Akatsuki. One could imagine how much of a sense of shock this great battle brought to little Mingyue. Master, I want to go home. Little Mingyue looked at Lin Yu with tears in her eyes. Look at her. Lin Yu's heart stung. The current Xiao Mingyue was a completely different person compared to before. It used to be perky, cute, and smiling every day. Now what? Like an abandoned kitten, it has lost its liveliness and joy, and only melancholy remains in its eyes. Okay, I'll take you back. Lin Yu rubbed her head and then carried her straight to Su's house. Going home? Qingxi muttered in her heart and hurriedly followed. She wanted to see what the great power behind little Mingyue really looked like. A tea break. Lin Yu then landed at the Su mansion with little Mingyue. Woof woof woof. The two had only just landed when the dogs barked. Immediately afterward, he saw Great White darting in from the distance, both dog ears drooping back from the wind because he was running too fast. It is! Looking at the Great White that came flying, Qingxi's heart was violently shocked. Chapter 61 Raising a rumored divine beast as a dog? Looking at Big White who ran over, Qingxi's face was all shocked. In fact, she has an unknown identity. Half-demon. The so-called half-demon is one parent is a demonic beast. Her mother was a demonic beast. Therefore, she also had a demon bloodline in her body, only it wasn't strong. However, at this moment, the Great White that was running at a gallop caused her meager demonic beast bloodline to tremble in fear. Beyond the immortal rank bloodline, could this be a divine beast that only exists in rumors? Qingxi thought with a shocked mind. This didn't even happen with her demonic beast bloodline when she faced Little White. Now, the appearance of Great White was surprisingly demonic beast bloodline trembling and fearful. Obviously, in terms of bloodlines. Big White over Little White. Little White was an immortal rank bloodline, and from this, it wasn't hard to deduce that Big White was most likely a divine beast that only existed in rumors. Thinking, the more shocked Qingxi's heart became. What a rumored beast. Now that he was being kept as a dog, just how terrifying in existence was the person behind little Mingyue? Great White. Perhaps it was because of seeing Great White, or perhaps it was because of going home, seeing the Great White that ran to her. It was as if little Akatsuki had regained some of her vigor as if she had recovered. She crouched down and greeted the running Great White with her hands spread wide. Great White rushed into little Akatsuki's arms, humming softly. The head kept misbehaving on the little Akatsuki. Big White good boy, I'll come to see you more often in the future. Little Akatsuki said as she jerked the head of the big white dog. Akatsuki's back? Suyun's voice rang out as he slowly walked out of the house. Moment. Qingxi's gaze then fell on Suyun. A frown followed. Mediocre. This was her first impression of Suyun. It's as if it's the same as someone who can't practice. Not only that, but it also carries a worldly aura about it. The only good thing about it is that it's cleaner with the body and more handsome looking. Is this the terrifying power behind little Mingyue? Qingxi thought to himself. Daddy. Seeing Suyun, little Mingyue completely couldn't hold herself together and took 3 steps into Suyun's arms, crying. Father, so many people, so many dead. She was located in Suyun's arms, her body constantly trembling. Good girl, it's okay, Dad's here. Suyun sighed helplessly in his heart. This result he had already predicted. But, this kind of thing is something that little Akatsuki has to go through. The only way. It was only then that little Mingyue would know the benefits of having great strength. Suyun believed. When her own daughter had slowed down, her heart to become stronger would definitely be stronger. On the contrary, little Mingyue's cultivation would be more bone deep. After he received 1,000,000 times return, he would also be able to reach the God Emperor realm faster and go to the Divine Dao Palace to find Yin Tianyu. Brother Su, the clan had a big battle today, and the casualties are rather serious. So, Lin Yu, who thought Suyun didn't know anything, walked up and explained. So, alas, war. Suyun put on a dazed look and let out a long sigh. Mingyue be good, I'll tell you a story, okay? He led Lin Yu and Qingxi towards the house while calming little Mingyue. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded as she curled up in his arms. 2 fairies, let me calm down Mingyue first. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Suyun looked at the Lin Yu duo and said politely. Brother Su, why do you need to be like this? It's important to pacify Mingyue, we can just sit by ourselves. Lin Yu waved his hand without any frame. Brother Su doesn't need to care about us. Qingxi opened her mouth with some trepidation and some favor. After all, This was an existence that raised divine beasts as if they were dogs. Seeing the situation, Suyun nodded, then began to tell little Mingyue a story. Pangu opens the sky, the female child mending the sky, Hoi shoots the sun, China runs to the moon. One by one, the story kept changing in Suyun's voice. Not to mention the little bright moon. Even Qingxi and Lin Yu were listening to it and were immersed in it. It wasn't until the story of Jingwei reclaiming the sea was told that little Mingyue fell into a deep sleep in Suyun's arms. Ugh! Looking at the little cotton-padded girl whose face was still streaked with tears, Suyun was helpless and heartbroken. I didn't expect Brother Su to be so talented as to be able to make up such a wonderful story. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. Qingxi thought otherwise. What she was thinking was whether these stories were made up, or Suyun's personal experience. After all, Suyun was able to raise a divine beast as a dog, and the things he had been exposed to were definitely not something that a mole like them could understand. Maybe these are true stories and not made up stories. It can't be helped, Mingyue used to always pester me to tell her stories. I had to listen to a story every night to fall asleep, and the more I told it, the better I got at making it up. Suyun smiled warmly and said, Brother Su was really a good father. An envious look surfaced on Lin Yu's face. She didn't get much in the way of storytelling as a child. In addition to being exhorted to practice, it's still practice. In response, Suyun only smiled gently. He already loved his daughter, plus he had to rely on little Mingyue to suffer if he wanted to have a family reunion. So, for little Mingyue, he was naturally overjoyed. Fairy, there's nothing wrong with the Ling Tian sect, right? He put on a worried look and inquired. Brother Su, feel free to rest assured that the Ling Tian sect is fine. And with me here, little Mingyue is absolutely safe. Even if I have to fight for my life, I will protect her. Lin Yu spoke with a solemn expression. It is truly fortunate for Mingyue to have met such a master. Mr. Su thanks the fairy once again. Suyun spoke with emotion. He was sure that Lin Yu didn't know about his situation. So, she had a heartfelt and genuine fondness for little Akatsuki. To little Akatsuki is just pure goodness, not scheming. There is no need for Brother Su to be polite. I also like this girl very much. That said, she's kind of my salvation. Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue with a face full of tenderness and opened his mouth. Because of the forced marriage, she came to the western region to join the Ling Tian sect every day was also depressed. That disappointment in her father, that disappointment in her family had once broken and soured her heart. It wasn't until she met little Akatsuki that she slowly eased her way through the daily heckling and laughter. So, for her, the little bright moon was a warm light in a dim period, pulling her out of the darkness. Becoming an alchemist today was also due to the alchemy inheritance that little Mingyue had brought back. For little Mingyue, she was treating her directly as her own daughter. Does his lordship wish to serve tea? Zhao Chuan suddenly came over and asked weakly. Seeing him, Qingxi's eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was because she felt the same aura from Zhao Chuan that she had been stared at when she was at Green Spirit Peak. Look at my memory, serve tea. Uncle Fu, go and bring me my good tea. Suyun slapped his head and said, good tea. Zhao Chuan's heart was filled with envy after hearing this, because he knew too well what the good tea was in Suyun's mouth. Chapter 62 Brother Su, what kind of tea is this? The good tea in Suyun's mouth was naturally not any ordinary goods. Instead, it was the soul refining tree he had planted in his backyard. Zhao Chuan had heard Suyun talk about it. This soul refining tree was brought back from the upper realm, and its leaves brewed in water can enhance the divine soul of a cultivator. For those who practice, the divine soul is very important. Alchemy, artifacts, formations and even cultivation were all related to the divine soul. This was because the Gong method was functioning by relying on the divine soul to guide it. The stronger the divine soul was, the longer the circumference that Gong method could operate. If under the same talent, in terms of cultivation enhancement, those with strong divine souls were definitely much faster than those with weak divine souls. Of course, for people who cultivated, the divine soul was also the most fragile part of the body. It's well known. There was a huge gap between the realms of cultivators, and there were few existences that could cross the realm to challenge others. And a divine soul can break that. Possessing a magic weapon that could directly attack the divine soul, even a chi-refining realm cultivator could potentially assault and kill a foundation establishment realm. To people who cultivated, injuries to the divine soul were also extremely troublesome. This was because spirit medicines that could heal the divine soul were very rare. Zhao Chuan had all but seen it before, a genius who hadn't gotten recovered from a divine soul injury. Cultivation had been stuck in a realm, unable to break through. Eventually his lifespan ran out and he died. It could be said that the benefits of a strong divine soul to a cultivator were enormous. Because of this, spiritual items that could enhance the divine soul were basically sky-high. Not to mention, the soul-refining tree that Su Yun had brought back from the upper realm. Because Zhou Chuan had drank once because of little Myung Moon, the divine soul was enhanced by a full 10%. Even Su Yun protected it as a treasure. At least, he, who had been a servant in Su Yun for 2 years, had never seen Su Yun use the soul-refining tree to treat a guest. Even little Mingyue was not able to drink many times. After all, the soul refining tree only grows one young leaf every year. It was also only the newly grown tender leaves that had the effect of enhancing the divine soul. Taking this to a guest is definitely a first. Fubuki, what are you waiting for? Go on. Seeing that Zhao Chuan didn't move, Su Yun urged. Brother Su, there's no need to be so polite. I have spirit tea right here. Would you like to drink my spirit tea? There are also great advantages for Brother Su. Lin Yu interjected. Hearing her ignorant words, Zhao Chuan's heart was full of cold laughter. Spiritual tea? How can a mere spirit tea be compared to the soul refining tree? There's no such thing as letting a guest out of tea. Fubar, get on with it. Su Yun smiled and continued to urge. Good, master. And the two fairies wait a moment. Zhao Chuan nodded his head in a hurry and finished walking out with a hurried pace. Okay. Seeing Su Yun's insistence, Lin Yu also stopped insisting and put away the spirit tea. As if she thought of something, she spoke again. By the way, Brother Su, has Mother Mingyue ever told you about the Divine Tao Palace? Like, what's the alias for this power? She had a hunch. The power that little Mingyue's mother was a part of should be related to the mysterious power god that was recorded in the Tianwu Ji. Though, she wasn't sure where that intuition came from. Perhaps it was because the Shinto palace also carried the word god. After Su Yun heard this, his face was filled with a bitter smile. It wasn't until Yin Tianyue was a member of the Divine Path Palace, or when people came to his door, that he realized it. Ugh, that's something she hasn't really told me. At first, I thought she was just an ordinary person. It wasn't until Mingyue was born a few days ago, when the Divine Path Palace came to my door, that I realized she was from a cultivation force. Su Yun said with a helpless sigh. Like this. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter in his heart after hearing this. Brother Su, there's a question I don't know if I should ask or not. Her eyes rolled for a moment as she spoke hesitantly. The fairy is asking how she could marry a mere mortal like me since she is a cultivator of immortality, right? Su Yun smiled carelessly. Brother Su understands. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. That was something she was very curious about indeed. Because worldly mortals, in the eyes of those who cultivate, are actually seeds. What does that mean? Although secular mortals could not cultivate, it was possible for them to give birth to children with spiritual roots or even a special constitution. That's why cultivation sects choose their sites far away from the world, situated in places where worldly people can't reach. In addition to the richness of the aura, it is also a protection for secular mortals. After all, the cultivator terrorizes. If there was a big war, it would really be a fight between immortals and a disaster for mortals. And because of that, there was an unwritten rule in the heavenly martial world. None of the major powers would implicate mortals if a war broke out. Because mortals were also resources, very good resources, in the eyes of the immortal cultivation powers. Of course, the most important thing is the question of longevity. Mortals are prone to sickness and old age. Their lifespan is not even comparable to those who cultivate. Therefore, very few immortal cultivators are married to mortals. At least, Lin Yu himself had never seen such a thing happen. It's nothing. Back when I first met her, she was badly injured. I had thought she was a woman of the jungle, so I stepped in to help. During that time, she was recuperating at my place. Over time, a camaraderie develops over time. This thing called love is the most indefinable and inexplicable in the world. Of course, it could also be karmic reasons, right? Don't you immortal cultivators all talk about karma? Su Yun explained with a light smile. So it is. Lin Yu thought about it as he listened indistinctly. Anyone in love can't help themselves. Aren't many untouched women ruined by this? I thought I had met someone who was good enough to commit to for life, but what happened? But it is to meet a beast in human skin. Master, two fairies, tea is ready. At that moment, Zhao Chuan walked in quickly carrying a teapot. Good, quickly pour it for the two fairies. Su Yun nodded. As the teapot in Zhao Chuan's hand was tilted, a rich and refreshing fragrance instantly spread throughout the room. This is? Smelling the fragrance, Lin Yu's heart shook. This was because she could clearly feel that the fragrance had strengthened her divine soul a little. Brother Su, what kind of tea is this? She opened her mouth a little incredulously and inquired. If the light scent could enhance the divine soul, how terrifying should the real tea be? I'm not sure about that. Su Yun shook his head as he continued. In fact, this tea was planted by Mingyu, her mother. She loved it very much, and I took good care of that plant after she left. And, I also felt soothed after drinking it that I took it as a good tea. Fairy, what's wrong with this tea? He asked rhetorically. Mother Akatsuki left it behind? After Lin Yu heard this, a flash of surprise appeared on her face, and she said with a straight face, Brother Su, this is a really good thing. Which is good for people who cultivate immortality. Because even this scent can make me feel an enhancement in my divine soul, its tea effect must be terrifying. For this tea, Brother Su must never let your retainer know about it. Chapter 63, Broken Mirror, left by Mother Mingyue. After she finished speaking, Cheng Shi, who had not dared to speak, followed and nodded her head. Zhao Chuan, who stayed at the side, was somewhat amused in his heart. Would Junlu dare to act recklessly in front of Su Yun with that kind of strength? After all, that guy had been ed over by Su Yun with a single move. And, that was all still the result of Suyun's mercy. So it's an immortal substance, I said. Why I feel refreshed every time I drink it. Thanks for the reminder, fairy, I'll be careful. Suyun had a shocked face and said in a thankful tone. It's good that brother Su has a sense of proportion. Lin Yu gently nodded her head. After she finished, she picked up her teacup and took a shallow sip. After running his mana to refine the tea, her heart shook again. What a horrible effect. Because she could feel that her divine soul had increased by at least 0.5% with this bite? This would be great if it was taking year-round. Xingxi saw that she had drunk it all and hurriedly picked it up and drank it as well. One bite down. She had the same idea as Lin Yu. A shocked look also appeared on his face. Brother Su, this tea is very uncomplicated. You mustn't take it out to entertain other immortal cultivators. Otherwise, it will surely lead to great trouble. Putting down the teacup, Lin Yu couldn't help but urge again. Spiritual objects that enhanced the divine soul were already rare. Don't let alone something like this that strengthens the soul with a sip. If someone with bad intentions knew about it, they would definitely commit murder. Okay, thanks for the reminder, fairy. There's no need for the fairy to worry too much. When Mother Mingyue was taken away, she left something for me as well. It says to crush it when I'm in danger. This will obliterate the other side. Suyun nodded in response. Something left by little Myung Moon's mother? But the talisman? Lin Yu inquired tentatively. As far as she remembered, only talismans had this ability. But that's not right either. This was because talismans needed to be activated with mana. Suyun, a mere mortal, could not inspire a talisman. That's it. Suyun saw this and brought out a jade pendant. This thing is very divine, it's obviously jade, but I can easily crush it. When crushed, a dazzling white light emanates from inside. I used to come across a big bug when I was up in the mountains picking herbs. It was by crushing this that I survived at the time, and the big bug was killed by this. The most bizarre thing is that after this jade pendant helped me resolve my crisis, it was able to coalesce again. He kept opening his mouth to relate. Oh, after listening quietly, Lin Yu couldn't help but be interested. It was also the first time she had seen a jade pendant that was able to coalesce back together. Can Brother Su give me a poem? Lin Yu opened his mouth. Naturally, fairy please. Suyun smiled gently and very generously handed her the jade pendant. Take the jade pendant. Lin Yu probed into it with his divine sense. However, when her divine sense had only just touched the jade pendant, a very terrifying sense of crisis arose in her heart. It felt like being stared at by a Mahayana realm cultivator. Her face changed slightly and she hastily withdrew her divine sense. Fairy, are you okay? Seeing her like this, Suyun inquired curiously. It's okay. Lin Yu shook his head and stared at the jade pendant with a grave expression. Brother Su, there seems to be the aura of a Mahayana realm cultivator in here. Mother Mingyue is afraid that her origins are very extraordinary. Listen to the end. Suyun just laughed lightly a few times in his heart. In fact, he was the one who made it. As for the purpose, Suyun thought in his heart and swept Xingxi a glance without any trace. Elder Lin, I think I should know what this is. In the next moment, Xingxi, who had been frowning and pondering something, spoke up to answer. Oh, Elder Qing knows what this is? Lin Yu looked at her curiously. Meeting her gaze, Xingxi nodded. I once heard my mother talk about it. There is a kind of jade in the world named broken mirror. The most bizarre thing about this kind of jade is the word heavy circle. It can be regrouped when crushed. She spoke slowly. It's true. Again, it was what Suyun wanted to hear. Didn't Lin Yu want to check? Then direct her to find out. After all, Lin Yu was backed by the Lin clan's ancient clan with a long history of inheritance. Suyun was worried that she might actually find out something. Of course, it wasn't the exposure of his identity that he feared. Rather, he was afraid of attracting the attention of the orderer of the Divine Dao Palace. After all, the Shinto Palace wasn't a piece of twine. Like all forces, there are factions. If people who did not support Yin Tianyu's faction knew about the existence of their father and daughter, that would be a really big trouble. As far as he knows, those who were in charge of monitoring the order of the heavenly martial realm nowadays were those from the faction that did not support Yin Tianyu. So, he had to steer Lin Yu in other directions. Avoid getting that guy's attention. As for his business in the heavenly martial realm, the order knew about it though, but only as a reclusive powerhouse. So with regards to his matters in the heavenly martial realm, that fellow had turned a blind eye, holding the attitude that it was better to do more than less. But if he let that guy know about his father and daughter's relationship with Yin Tianyu, that's just not the same. Before he reached the Divine Emperor realm, he absolutely could not let the order know about their father-daughter duo. Broken mirror? Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. It was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. However, that could be a clue. She thought in her mind and silently wrote it down. Of course, this was the effect Suyun wanted. Fairy, why don't we let Mingyue stay at home for a few days first? Her current situation is afraid that she is not suitable for cultivation now. Suyun put away the jade pendant and spoke. Good. In response, Lin Yu naturally agreed without hesitation. Brother Su, then the two of us will take our leave first. I'll come back for Mingyue when she's better. She glanced at the sky and continued to speak. Now that the Ling Tian sect had just experienced a great battle, there were many people who needed healing pills. She also needed to go back to alchemy. Thank you, fairy, for your understanding. Su Yun smiled and spoke. Uncle Fu, go get some tea for the fairy and bring it back. He turned his head and spoke to Zhao Chuan. Brother Su, this is too expensive. Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Something that could enhance the divine soul was too precious. There were even fewer that could enhance the divine soul like the one Su Yun took out and drank in water. She really can't afford to take it. There's no need for the fairy to be like this. Mingyue will need to look up to the fairy in the future. The more powerful the fairy is, the better it is for Akatsuki, isn't it? Consider it now an investment in my future umbrella for Akatsuki. Su Yun waved his hand and explained. Soon. Zhao Chuan then brought the young leaves of the soul refining tree. Air-dried and preserved, of course. To be precise, it was Su Yun who had air-dried and preserved it by special means, so that energy contained within it that enhanced the power of the divine soul had not dissipated. Thanks a lot. Lin Yu was ultimately unable to argue with Su Yun to take it over. After some polite words and leaving some pills behind, she left with Xingxi. Master, that half-demon. After the duo's bodies completely disappeared into the sky, Zhao Chuan said with a flash of coldness in his eyes. For them. What happened to Xingxi was no secret. Chapter 64, I must take that little girl. Of course, they weren't interested in the rest of Xingxi's crap. The only place that made them worthy of attention was in Xingxi's entry into Qingling Peak, and they knew about the person that Qing Yunzi had taken over. So, Zhao Chuan was very clear. Qingxi was running towards little Mingyue. To be precise, it was trying to gain benefits from little Mingyue. Look again. She can be of some help to me. Su Yun thought about it and opened his mouth. Changhe can be used as a lead to steer the direction of Lim Yu's investigation. Take the broken mirror jade. Isn't it precisely relying on Qingxi to guide Lin Yu? Yes. Zhao Chuan nodded respectfully. My lord, what about the demon race's side? That genius of the demon race should have discovered the young lady's qualifications. He continued to ask for instructions. There's no harm in it, they'll know if they know, just keep the power within the range acceptable to the Ling Tian sect. The cultivation world is cruel, it's good for Mingyue to experience more experiences for her. Su Yun thought about it and said, the pros outweigh the cons of letting little Mingyue go through more experiences. Understood. Zhao Chuan nodded. On the other hand, inside the Taiyin sect's deliberation hall, the Z-Demon envoy, Yin Gray, and Duan Mulong were currently sitting on large tiger-skin chairs within the great hall. Only, Yin Gray and Duan Mulong's faces were very ugly. The sudden retreat of the sub-demon envoy caused them to have to withdraw as well. However, the hasty retreat yet many disciples as well as some of the elders did not have time to evacuate. This battle was an extremely serious loss for them. Strength is compromised by at least a third. And all that caused this was the sudden retreat of the sub-magic envoy. Z-Demon envoy, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Duan Mulong slapped his hand on the table and roared angrily. He, Greenwood Pavilion, had suffered the most tremendous loss. A full 2/3 of them folded. It could be said that the current Greenwood Pavilion was already considered to exist in name only. How could he not be angry? Rest in peace, both of you. The Z-Demon envoy sighed helplessly as he looked at Witch Horse Yao Yang and asked suspiciously, Yao Yang, why do you suddenly want me to take you away? And what's with that little girl in the middle Jindan stage? With your strength, how did you get chased by her? This was what he was most confused about. As Witch Horse Yao Yang's protector, he knew this little guy's strength too well. Of the younger generation in the entire Witch Horse clan, this little guy's strength could rank in the top 3 in the Jindan realm. Plus it's only 15 today. It could be said that Witch Horse Yao Yang was the number 1 within the Jindan territory of the Witch Horse clan. Today, he was actually chased and beaten by a little girl in the middle Jindan stage. The genus is mind-boggling. The two of you go out first. I, the Demon Clan, will bear the loss of your forces. I have something to tell Zimmer. Instead of answering directly, Witch Horse Yao Yang spoke to Yin Gray and Duan Mulong. Oh, after Yin Gray and Duan Mulong heard this, a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on their faces. The sub-demon envoy, however, frowned slightly. To bear the losses of the two major powers, they had that ability. But, that doesn't fit the demon style. However, he did not say anything. This was because he knew that apart from being a genius in terms of cultivation talent, Witch Horse Yao Yang was also very flexible in his brain. Since this little guy said such things, it must be with some kind of purpose that is very favorable to itself or even to the entire Witch Horse tribe. Yin Gray and the Duan Mulong duo exchanged glances. Then there were nods. Both of them, as lords of power, were old men. They knew that this demonic genius was definitely plotting something. However, it didn't matter if the demon race could take their losses. Who cares what the conspiracy is as long as it makes up for this loss? Even if there was, it was against the Ling Tian sect and had nothing to do with them. Good. The two nodded in unison. After saying that, they all exited inside the Great Hall. Yao Yang, what are your plans? Only after the two left did the sub-demon envoy open his mouth to inquire. Immortal body, immortal spirit root, and a spirit beast with an immortal beast bloodline. Wuma Yaoyang stared. What? After hearing that, even the weathered sub-demon ambassador couldn't sit still. He stood up with an extremely serious expression and stared at Witch Horse yawning eyes. You didn't sense it wrong. The Witch Horse clan has a very special ability. It can sense the spiritual roots, special physique, and demonic beast bloodline of others, especially the second oldest ancestor. He even modified the kung fu handed down by the Devil clan, turning that horrible gong method that refined others' essence blood to enhance it into a gong method that could devour others' spiritual roots and special physique for its own use. This technique paired with the unique abilities of the Witch Horse clan was what allowed the Witch Horse clan to reach its current position of sharing a realm amongst the Demon clan. Can't be wrong, that little girl is definitely an immortal body with an immortal spirit root. That spirit pet of hers is also of immortal beast bloodline. It should be of the nine-tailed immortal fox clan. Witch Horse Yao Yang nodded solemnly and spoke with great certainty. Yes, yes. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, the sub-demon envoy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why could the Witch Horse clan only partake of the lowest level worlds like the heavenly martial world? It was because no immortal realm powerhouse had ever been born in the clan. However, the immortal spirit root, immortal body, and immortal beast bloodline were now opportunities. Devouring the two was enough for the Witch Horse clan to mold an existence that possessed an immortal seeker. Z-Demon, don't be too happy, that little girl is weird. Witch Horse Yaoyang sighed and spoke again. Creepy? The sub-demon ambassador calmed down and looked at him suspiciously. Exactly. Meeting his gaze, Witch Horse Yaoyang nodded. Afterwards, he told the story of how his mana was imprisoned when he fought with Little Bright Moon. Is that why you were chased by her? After listening quietly, the Z-Demon envoy's brows also tightened. Because the well-informed man didn't even know what this ability was. Yes, if we continue to fight, I'm bound to die at the hands of that girl. That's why I asked you to take me away. To deal with that girl, we need to think long and hard. Witch Horse Yaoyang nodded his head, and he couldn't help but feel suffocated in his heart. Grow up. He had never experienced such a suffocating battle. Being chased by a 6-year-old little girl who was still in the middle gene dance stage. Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? What are you going to do? The sub-demon envoy pondered for a moment before inquiring. First we have to figure out that girl's special ability before we can do that. The second is to ask my father for help. Immortal body, immortal spirit root plus an immortal beast. I absolutely can't miss it. Wuma Yaoyang stared. Devour that girl with that white fox. Not only would he become the first genius of the Witch Horse clan, there was a great possibility that he would take the Witch Horse clan even further in the future, reaching unprecedented heights. For the little bright moon with the little white, he was going to get it for devouring no matter what. Okay, here's the deal, you go ask your father for help. I'm going to meet that little girl for a while. The sub-demon envoy nodded his head and stared after hearing this. Chapter 65, Heaven help me. To this, naturally, Wuma Yaoyang did not refuse. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. If he wanted to take down Little Bright Moon, he had to find out why he was able to imprison his mana. Otherwise, if he made a move against Little Akatsuki, he would only receive a beating. One more thing. The Z-Demon envoy made a move and might be able to bring that little girl straight back. It also saves them a lot of trouble. Uncle Z-Demon is in trouble. Witch Horse Yaoyang said in a condensed voice, even his title changed. He wasn't afraid of the sub-demon making himself devour Little Bright Moon. Because the sub-demon ambassador's Witch Horse bloodline was very patchy, he simply couldn't use the feats of his Witch Horse clan. Sure. Another point was that the Z-Demon envoy was a slave given to him by his father. Life and death are in his hands. Add the two together, and the sub-demon ambassador is a real cutie as long as he's not a real cutie. It would be impossible to do something like that. No need for that. The Z-Demon envoy smiled as he patted Witch Horse Yaoyang's shoulder and said, I'll go and come. If I could get that girl, I'd bring her straight in. Be careful of those two old foxes while you're here, they're no slouches. Respond with care. He droned on like a father. Good. Woma Yaoyang nodded in response. After uneasily barking some more instructions, the sub-demon envoy traveled to the Ling Tian sect. He concealed his figure and quickly captured a male disciple of the Ling Tian sect with a chi-refining realm cultivation alive. The devil. Devil. There is. Seeing the Z-Demon envoy's face, the male disciple's face was filled with horror, following which he wanted to shout loudly to alert his fellow disciples. He had only just opened his mouth when the sub-demon ambassador grabbed him by the throat. All the words he wanted to say were caught in his throat. I was going to ask you about it, but you had to force me to search my soul. The Z-Demon envoy snorted coldly and put his hand on the head of the male disciple in his horrified eyes. Terrifying soul power seeped inside the male disciple's divine soul. Very open, he found the news he wanted. Green Spirit Peak's only personal heirloom, Su Mingyue. The sub-demon envoy murmured with a slight frown, doubly so. This was because from the male disciple's memories, he knew that the Green Spirit Peak Master was at the Transformation God Realm cultivation. If it's a forced break-in, it would definitely be sensed by Yi Ling Tian. Trying to take little Mingyue away was also impossible. So, no breaking and entering. However, if he couldn't force his way in, how could he take little Mingyue away? Or perhaps how to find that weird force to act out that witch horse Yang had mentioned? That's just it. Let's go to Green Spirit Peak first to find out what's going on. After pondering for a moment, the sub-demon envoy let out a long sigh. Trespassing is definitely not an option. The safest thing to do at this point is to take one step at a time and see what happens. Soon, he then came to Green Spirit Peak in a hidden form. Surprisingly not? After searching for a while and not finding little Mingyue, the sub-demon envoy's brows furrowed. Could it be that the Ling Tian sect had discovered the importance of protecting this girl? If that's the case, that's even more of a problem. Afterwards, he searched elsewhere in the Ling Tian sect by hiding his body. Then after one lap, he was even more confused. It was because the entire Ling Tian sect hadn't found little Mingyue's figure. He even risked exposure to look at where Yi Ling Tian was. Still nothing. It's that Dao body. Suddenly, the Z-demon envoy's gaze condensed as he looked towards Yi Lingyun, who was heading towards Qingling Peak. His eyes gurgled as he thought for a moment before silently following. A moment. He then followed Yi Lingyun as he once again descended on Qingling Peak. Lingyun seeks an audience with Elder Lin. Yi Lingyun was not the slightest bit aware that there was a harmonization realm demon following in the shadows. Arriving in front of the Green Spirit Peak, he spoke aloud. Come in. As the words fell, Lin Yu's voice came out. Only then did Yi Lingyun enter Lin Yu's small courtyard. What are you doing here, you little guy? Lin Yu, who was attending to the alchemy inheritance, smilingly looked at Yi Lingyun and opened his mouth to ask. Elder Lin, I'm visiting senior sister Su. Is she okay? Yi Lingyun scratched his head and laughed somewhat nervously. Oh, why do you little guy care about the bright moon? After hearing this, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised and stared at Yi Lingyun with a smile. Senior sister Su brought back the alchemy inheritance for the clan, and she even stopped the demonic genius alone in this battle. She's in a bad state, so it's only right that I, as the young patriarch, come to visit. Yi Lingyun explained. Like this. Lin Yu muttered in his heart that this was also in line with Yi Lingyun's nature. Don't look at the fact that Yi Lingyun is only 10 years old now, but it's already adult-like. Behind his back, many people could be addressing him as little patriarch. Of course, Yi Lingyun did have quite the potential to be the next patriarch. Alas, too many people have died, and Mingyue is young and has never experienced war. She was shocked by the sight of blood and bodies everywhere, so I took her home. To appease, Akizuki's father proposed that Akizuki stay home for 2 days first. Now Akatsuki's home. Lin Yu said with a long sigh. Oh, hearing her words, Zimo made his eyes light up. I can't believe you sent me home, when it really is God's help. It was not good to take down little Mingyue and the Ling Tian sect, but in other places, it was not a handful of things. The sub-demon ambassador thought with an uplifted mind. So it was, too, back when I first killed someone. It also took days to slow down. Yi Lingyun nodded indistinctly and smiled bitterly. He could understand little Akatsuki's situation. The corpse-strewn scene from before, not to mention little Mingyue whose age was only 6 years old. A lot of the 14 and 15-year-old guys were scared to death. Then I'll come back to visit when Akatsuki returns. Yi Lingyun thought about it and said, it's best not to interrupt now. I do think you can go now. Lin Yu smiled gently. In Yi Lingyun's puzzled gaze, she continued, you and Mingyue are both children. Doesn't that girl like talking to you too? You go play with her, just to help ease her mind. This. Yi Lingyun listened and pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay, I'll go to Akatsuki's house now. Lin Yu had a point. After all, the best way to get rid of depression is to be happy. It would be good to go to little Akatsuki and talk to her more. Go on, I'll pass it on from the patriarch's side. Lin Yu said as he waved his hand. Words. The emotions of the hidden sub-demon ambassador became more agitated. He was still thinking about where to get the location of Kota Maniki's house. Unexpectedly, this Dao body would actually show himself the way. Yes. Not only can we catch that little girl, we can catch this kid. God help me. He thought with exhilaration in his mind. Yi Lingyun, who didn't know that Z-Demon Envoy was in the dark, said goodbye to Lin Yu and then went straight to the Su mansion. Seeing the situation, the sub-demon ambassador followed closely behind in an emotional state. A few moments later, Yi Lingyun arrived at the Su mansion. A mortal village, huh? The great Tao of Qi luck has finally irradiated our clan. The sub-demon envoy swept a glance at the entire village and laughed in his heart, and the corners of his mouth lifted high. What are you so happy about? Just then, a dog's head suddenly appeared in the sub-demon ambassador's line of sight. Chapter 66, You've got a lot of guts, how dare you come here? Looking at the suddenly appearing and human-speaking Dabai, the Z-demon envoy was confused for a moment, but soon he reacted, and his expression froze. Because now he was in a state of invisibility. Only existences whose cultivation exceeded their own could see themselves. It was difficult even for those who were at the same early stage of the harmonization realm. Just like when he was searching for little Mingyue in the Ling Tian sect and ventured into Yi Ling Tian's cultivation place. However, Yi Ling Tian did not discover his presence. Now I can't believe I was found by a dog. Thinking about it, a thick shock surfaced in the heart of the sub-demon envoy. Demons? Oh, come for the lady, I guess. How dare you come to a lady with your little caramels? The great white continued to speak, and as it spoke, it reached out its paw and gently pressed it forward. Moment. The sub-demon envoy was horrified to realize that the space around him was actually continuously squeezing towards him. The scariest thing is, he realized that he couldn't even move. Not only could he not move, even his mana was imprisoned. Suddenly, he remembered Woma Yaoyang's words. When one made a move against an immortal body or immortal spirit root, the mana in one's body would be inexplicably given a confinement. Now he finally understood why. Because the little girl is backed by a terrifyingly strong man. You've got a lot of nerve, daring to find your way here, so stay here. Great White chuckled softly. Under Suyun's feeding, its cultivation had long surpassed the Zhao Chuan trio and reached the immortal realm. Against a little Karami like the sub-demon envoy, it was natural to take it in hand. Woof! After confining the sub-demon envoy, Great White scurried to the front of the courtyard again and called out to Yi Lingyun. Dabai, I've come to see Akatsuki. Regarding it, Yi Lingyun naturally recognized it and smiled. Great White listened and nodded. So it's the little fairy who's come to visit. At this moment, Suyun walked out from the house and spoke with a smile. Lingyun has met Uncle Su. Yi Lingyun did not have the slightest bit of the stance of the young sect leader of the Lingyun sect and hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be polite, little immortal, inside please. Suyun gently smiled. This little fellow knew how to be polite. At least it was different from the second generation he'd been in contact with. To be gifted with talent and status, but to treat a mortal like himself with such respect. It seems that the Ling Tian sect has a very good family education, he muttered in his mind. Yes. Yi Lingyun spoke respectfully and followed Suyun into the house. Uncle Fu, go get some good tea. After sitting down, Suyun spoke to Zhao Chuan. This little guy is still worth nurturing. At least the character was over the top. And little Manhwa liked to get in touch with this little guy, so it wouldn't hurt to help out. Yes, master. Uncle Fu nodded gently and immediately went down to prepare the tea. Uncle Su, there's no need to go to such trouble. I came here to see how senior sister Su is doing. Yi Lingyun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I came to see Akatsuki, she's asleep now. Suyun put on a dazed look and picked up. Asleep? Yi Lingyun couldn't help but stare. Didn't he say that he was shocked by the scene of corpses everywhere? Why are you still asleep? Well, that girl likes to hear me tell stories. Fell asleep during the story. Suyun nodded and explained. So it is. Yi Lingyun nodded indistinctly, then followed up by asking, it seems that senior sister Su is also doing well? Suyun nodded. It's okay, it just takes a little while to slow down. He picked up the conversation. Yi Lingyun naturally understood this. When he first killed someone, it took him several days to slow down even under the enlightenment of Yi Ling Tian, Lu Yao and the others. Not to mention little Akatsuki, who had experienced a brutal battle. Master, the tea is here. Zhao Chuan came up with a teapot and interjected. Little immortal, drink this tea, it was once left behind by Mother Manhwa. Manhwa's master said that this is an immortal's item, and that it will be beneficial to those of you who cultivate immortals. Suyun opened his mouth smilingly. Now, he realized that Yin Tian Yu could be a very good backstabber. Anything that would cause suspicion could be used to say that it was left behind by Yin Tian Yu. Little Brightmoon's mother left it behind? Yi Lingyun was slightly surprised to hear this, then picked up the tea and slowly savored it. One bite down. Waves of shock immediately rose in his heart. It could actually increase the power of the divine soul? Uncle Su, this tea is really something. He lamented with a grown-up look. Spiritual objects that enhanced the power of the divine soul were already rare. It was the first time even he had stumbled upon a tea-type spirit like this one. Yeah, well, I don't know anything about this either. It's just that Master Manhwa says it's good. Just the thing to entertain you with. Suyun opened his mouth smilingly. Lingyun thanks Uncle Su for his hospitality. Yi Lingyun immediately gave Suyun another salute. That's quite a polite boy. Suyun muttered in his heart, then laughed. There is no need to be polite, little immortal. Manhwa will still have to take care of little immortal in the Ling Tian sect. Yi Lingyun heard it but righteously answered. Uncle Su is serious. Fellow disciples should have taken care of each other. Senior sister Su has again shown great dedication to the Ling Tian sect. It is only right to take care of her. TSK. Suyun sked in his heart after hearing this. It was different. This little guy was really different from the second generation he'd come in contact with. Young enough to be as good as some 20-year-olds when it comes to dealing with people. Uncle Su, in fact, I have one more thing to ask for this time. Yi Lingyun said with some hesitation after drinking the tea in his cup. The little fairy has nothing to say. Suyun waved his hand. It's that three-legged chicken. I wonder if Uncle Su could favor me and sell me one? I want to bring it back to the clan to tame it. Yi Lingyun scratched his head and spoke with some embarrassment. Nice guy. Zhao Chuan, who stood silently by the side, heard it and called out in his heart that he was a good guy. Something like the Golden Crow is something that can be bought for money. You still want to bring it back to the Ling Tian sect? That little clan, can it stand up to the Golden Crow? It was also Su Yun which was able to suppress the Golden Crow. If it was placed outside, if the Golden Crow stormed out, the entire heavenly martial realm would have to suffer with it. This, little fairy, truth be told, is not something I can't bear to part with. Rather, these three-footed chickens seem to live only in our village. If we leave this village, we will not survive. At first, Manhwa also wanted to bring it to the Ling Tian sect to raise it, but when she brought it out of the village, she died halfway through. Su Yun thought about it and opened his mouth. It's better to be under his control with this Golden Crow thing. If he were to bring it to the Ling Tian sect and let it break through the prohibition, he would be in trouble then. Not only would the heavenly martial realm suffer, but it would also attract the order to it. And this? Yiling Yun's brows wrinkled slightly. He was still thinking of bringing a Golden Crow back to give Lu Yao a palm. Indeed, and as you know, Akatsuki loves to eat this as well. Su Yun nodded, and it was not appropriate for the Golden Crow to be taken out. Okay. Yiling Yun did not insist after hearing this. Chapter 67, The Devil Race has kicked the iron plate this time. Thank you, Fairy, for your understanding. Su Yun also let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. If this little guy had to take the Golden Crow back, then he would have to do something about it. Uncle Su, since Manhwa is sleeping, I'll return to the clan first. The clan just went through a great war, and there are still a lot of things I need to be busy with. I'll come back to see senior sister Su tomorrow. Yiling Yun looked at the sky and opened his mouth. He couldn't stay with Su Yun after all. There is, after all, an age and identity divide. And, staying with Su Yun, he felt a little awkward. Good, just go about your business, little fairy. Su Yun nodded. Afterwards, Yiling Yun resigned and left the Su family. He rode his flying sword and quickly disappeared into the sky. Rather a nice little fellow. If he gets into any trouble, you three can secretly help. Looking at the place where he disappeared, Su Yun spoke to the three Zhaochuan behind him. After listening, a wave of envy couldn't help but rise in the hearts of all three. It's nice to be recognized by this one. It was simply Yiling Yun's heaven-defying chance. Because a terrifying powerhouse like Su Yun, even if he deducted a little something down from his fingernails, it would be enough to make Yiling Yun change his fate against the heavens. Future accomplishments are unlimited. Not to mention the other things, just the body of the word. Wasn't it because of Su Yun's Golden Crow meat that Yiling Yun was able to awaken his Tao body? Master, what about this guy? At that moment, Big White suddenly spoke. As it spoke, it reached out a claw toward its heel and flicked it. Afterwards, only space cracked open and the imprisoned Z-Demon envoy surfaced in the eyes of several people. Master, this guy should be following that little guy. Definitely hitting on the little master. Great White looked at the sub-demon envoy with a disdainful face and opened his mouth. District Harmonization Realm. I don't know where the courage came from to find this place. At this point, the sub-demon envoy was also sizing up Su Yun's four. However, the more he looked at him, the more alarmed he became. It was because he realized that none of these four people were even a simple being. Each one of them gave him a feeling of being as deep as the heavens. Strong men, all four of them are very terrifyingly strong. Especially Su Yun. If Zhao Chuan's three were the heavens, then Su Yun was the terrifying existence that ruled the heavens. How could the sub-demon ambassador not expect that? That little girl with an immortal body and immortal roots had so many strong people behind her. There's a way to heaven and you don't go. There's no door to hell and you break in. Su Yun sized up the sub-demon ambassador. Woodadog, take this guy and fertilize the soil. He withdrew his gaze and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Yes. Woodawolf responded respectfully. After saying that, he probed his hand and made a grab at the sub-demon envoy. Moment. The sub-demon ambassador then flew towards him uncontrollably. Sure. As Woodawolf did so, he realized that the mana was actually working. Without the slightest hesitation, the sub-demon ambassador was running lifelessly, fleeing frantically. Still want to run? Can you run? Marshal Great Wolf snorted coldly and probed his hand towards the void. At that moment, the fleeing sub-demon envoys couldn't help but catch their breath. The Robber Realm is also a 9-robber realm powerhouse that is infinitely close to the existence of the immortal realm. He knew that several of the Woodawolves were strong. Never would I have expected that it would be a 9th tribulation realm powerhouse. Of course, it was Su Yun who made him feel the most fear. It wasn't hard to tell from the attitudes of Woodawolf and the others. They were extremely respectful to Su Yun, equivalent to subordinates. What kind of existence could make a hallowed 9th tribulation realm powerhouse a subordinate? Wonderland. It must be an immortal realm powerhouse only found in the spirit realm. The demons have kicked the bucket. The sub-demon envoy sighed in his heart. That girl even has such a strong person behind her, it's useless for the demon race to come with more people. Even the entire demon race could be buried with them as a result. Now, he could only pray that Witch Horse Yao Yang would put on his smarts after realizing that he was dead. Stay away from this place of wrongdoing. With such a terrifying existence, it would only be the demon race that would be defeated. Still want to run? If I let you run, where will I lose face as Big Wolf Wu? Grabbing the Z-Demon envoy, Wudolf huffed a big mouth on his face and grunted. Wudolf. After hearing his words, the sub-demon envoy was shocked and confused. Surprisingly, it was one of the 10 strongest men of the heavenly martial realm, Martial Great Wolf? Okay, deal with it early. Zhao Chuan threw him a blank stare and said. A mere fellow at the early stage of the harmonization realm was an ant in their eyes. Wudolf also stopped talking nonsense and directly slapped the Z-Demon envoy on the head. Even the god's soul was sapped to nothing. Subsequently, he carried the body of the sub-demon ambassador to the vegetable garden, and remained it in the air with a firm squeeze. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the corpse of the sub-demon envoy instantly turned into powder and disappeared into the soil in the vegetable garden. Hey, what kind of elixir do you think the Lord planted all these? Wudolf stared at the things planted in the vegetable garden and asked Zhao Chuan. These things are very strange. On the surface it looks like normal fruits and vegetables. In truth, each of them contained very terrifying spiritual power. How should I know? The grade has definitely reached the immortal rank. As for how many grades of the immortal order, it's not clear. Zhao Chuan shook his head, he hadn't seen these things either. Time passes. Turning to the next day, little Akatsuki also awoke from her slumber. Daddy, thirst. She looked at Su-yun, who was sitting on the edge of the bed reading a book, and called out. Okay, I'll go get you some water. Su-yun opened his mouth and hurriedly went to get some spiritual liquid that tasted sweet but would not boost his cultivation. After slamming down half a scoop, the little Akatsuki let out a long sigh of awe and relief. Daddy, it's still the water at home that's nice and sweet. Little Akatsuki clutched the scoop that was bigger than her face and opened her mouth with a smile. Seeing the situation, Su-yun laughed along with him. From what I've seen so far, my own little cottontail is slowing down a lot. Like to drink it when the time comes to pack some on you. Don't you guys have that bag that holds a lot of stuff? Su-yun smiled and spoke. Daddy, that's called a storage bag. The storage bag is awesome, it can fit our house. Little Akatsuki explained. So awesome. Su-yun matched the exclamation. Aha, it's a shame that the storage bag can only be used with mana. Or I could give one to Daddy. This will make it much easier for Father to go up the mountain to collect medicine. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and said. Su-yun's job in the village was as a doctor. To be precise, before the system was awakened, he was relying on the craft of Daiukai to live. After all, in that he was originally an herbalist. It's alright, it's easy for Dad to carry a basket. Besides, there's still the Great White, and the Great White can carry my stuff too. Su-yun's heart warmed, and his face curved up into a high arc. It's better to have a daughter, a proper sweetheart. Daddy, where's Master? Little Mingyue looked around and did not see Linyu figure and inquired curiously. She's already returned to the clan. Mingyue, why don't you stay at home for 2 days and keep Pops company? Su-yun explained, asking rhetorically. Chapter 68 Wolowolf, who was almost in tears. I need to spend more time with Daddy while Mother is away. Otherwise Daddy would be lonely. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and opened her mouth with a smile. Listen to the end. Su-yun froze for a moment, then smiled. What a sweetie pie. He thought warmly in his mind. Daddy, I'm hungry. This meat comes out to make braised pork with back to the pot blah. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and took out a piece of fat and thin demonic beast meat from her storage ring. Okay, I'll do it for you. Su-yun nodded and took it. This was his specialty, and he used to make it for Im Tianyu to eat. To be able to take down Im Tianyu, the red meat, back to the pot and all that didn't contribute much. Aha, Daddy, I'll wash up first. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, as if she had regained her previous appearance, always smiling. Okay, I'll go make you some meat now. Su-yun rubbed her head and spoke with a light smile. Having said that, he then went straight to the butchery. This scene saw Zhao Chuan, Wudolf, as well as Lu Chun all have a heartbeat of emotion in their hearts. It is possible to make this lord tread with gladness into the buttery. I'm afraid it's only little Mingyue. Soon, several portions of meat were placed on the table by Su-yun. Braised pork, back pork, stew. The rich aroma filled the room, and even the 3 Zhao Chuan guys felt their stomachs rumbling. Wow, Daddy, that smells good. Little Akatsuki ran into the room, marveling. Big White and Little White followed behind her along with 2 large and small followers. Eat up. Su-yun looked at her smilingly. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently as she looked towards Zhao Chuan's trio. Uncle Fu, Uncle, you guys sit down and eat as well. Ha! The 3 Zhao Chuan people were slightly stunned. This was what Su-yun had carefully cooked for little Mingyue, the treasure in the palm of his hand. They really don't dare to let them go up to the table to share their food. Sit down and eat. Su-yun opened his mouth and gave the 3 guys a look without a trace. Moment. The 3 then realized. It's okay to eat, you have to eat less. Thank you, Master and Miss. Zhao Chuan thanked him in a hurry. Since this was carefully cooked by Su-yun for little Mingyue, he definitely did not just use that one piece of demonic beast meat. There were bound to be many elixirs with horrible effects added to it. After they ate it, even though they couldn't increase their cultivation, they would definitely improve in other areas. Wudelang and Junlu followed suit and spoke. Daddy worked hard, Daddy eat first. After the three of them sat down, little Mingyue first gave Suyun a chopstick. Moment. The corners of Suyun's mouth then lifted high, and he even wanted to go into the kitchen again, give the pot a whirl to smoke, and fry a few more dishes. Good. He nodded, his heart warming as if he'd put a hot water bag in it. Uncle Fu, you're getting older, you should eat more meat too. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and gave Fubo another chopstick. Fubo's heart was shocked, confused, and warm. Even almost old tears. Because it was care he had never felt before. When the people of the clan met him, they either wanted to get favors out of him or they had something to ask for. Even the little grandchildren. It was the first time he had felt such pure care as little Mingyue's. Thanks a lot, miss. He let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Fubuki doesn't have to be polite. Two older men, you eat too. Little Mingyue took good care of him. Even Wudolf and Chun-Lu both had chopsticks for him. Even the great white is the same as the little white. Whoever it is. A warmth couldn't help but rise in their hearts. Especially the lone Wookiee wolf. He's either been in a fight or on his way to one all his life. Didn't take a wife or have children or build up any power. All year round, I'm alone. Now, little Mingyue's care had caused old tears to begin to well up in his heart. This simple act of pinching food. It was like a warm winter sun shining within his blood-filled, hostile world. Eat them all. Suyun glanced at a few guys and said. He opened his mouth. Only then did Zhao Chuan's few people dare to move their chopsticks. Placing the meat in their mouths, the three of them savored it with an inexplicable look on their faces. Yummy, not only does it taste good, but it warms your heart. After eating a few pieces, Zhao Chuan's trio stopped moving. Uncle Fu, why aren't you guys eating? Little Akatsuki inquired with some confusion. Zhao Chuan and Jun-Lu were instantly dumbfounded and didn't know how to answer. We can't say it's Suyun's idea, can we? It was Zhao Chuan who gently smiled. Miss, this is demonic beast meat, not ordinary meat. It contains spiritual energy. Eating so many pieces is already the limit of what we can bear. After listening to this, Martial Great Wolf and Jun-Lu gave this guy a thumbs up in their hearts. Yeah, they can be ordinary people now. Yes, miss, if we eat any more, our bodies won't be able to handle it. Woda Wolf followed and spoke. Miss, this is second-ranked demonic beast meat, right? I can't eat much of it. Jun Ryu laughed bitterly. After saying that, all three of them measured Suyun's performance without any trace. Seeing Suyun nodding in satisfaction, they were relieved in their hearts. Oh, yes, it's demon beast meat, I forgot. Little Akatsuki had a dazed look on her face and smiled shyly. She also knew that demonic beast meat contained spiritual energy within it. It is a very good cultivation resource for those who can cultivate. However, for mortals who cannot cultivate, it is not. Because if you eat too much, you can't refine the spiritual energy and will be burst by it. Akatsuki, you can eat the rest. Pops can't eat either. Suyun opened his mouth smilingly. Good. Little Akatsuki nodded, and in no time at all the meat on the table was rolled up by her. It's still daddy's meat that tastes good. She rubbed her somewhat rounded little tummy and lamented. Silly girl. The corners of Suyun's mouth lifted high. What man can stand up to the compliments of his own little cotton girl? Daddy, are you going to pick herbs? I'll go with you blah blah blah, I'm pretty good now. Can protect you oh. Little Akatsuki said with a raised fist. When these words came out, smiles appeared on the faces of Zhao Chuan and the others. Miss, adults don't need your protection at all. They muttered in their minds. Okay, go. Suyun thought about it and said. Good act. Little Mingyue immediately opened her mouth happily. Afterwards, Suyun took his equipment and led little Mingyue straight to the mountain range in front of the village. Zhao Chuan three people did not go along, all stayed at home to watch the family. The only people traveling with them are White and Big White. Both guys knew that little Akatsuki needed to be happy right now, so they kept running around him. This also made little Akatsuki giggle. Soon, Suyun led her into the mountain range. The mountains here are very pristine, with tall, large trees, few people and lots of animals. Daddy, it's a bunny. Suddenly, little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she looked ahead. Only there was a white rabbit grazing right there. Aha! Suyun smiled mysteriously and opened his mouth. Swish! Just as little Mingyue was about to run and catch it, a venomous snake lurking in the shadows suddenly sprang out and took a bite out of the white rabbit. In just the blink of an eye, the white rabbit was poisoned. This scene immediately caused little Mingyue to freeze in place. Chapter 69 Father, I understand. The corpse-strewn scene from the Ling Tian sect floated in her mind. She just stared blankly, looking at the white rabbit, which was still alive and kicking, slowly being devoured by the poisonous snake. Akatsuki. Suyun, who was carrying a backpack, came to squat beside her. Daddy. Little Akatsuki looked at her, her eyes slightly red. Akatsuki, see? That is the law of this world for all time. Suyun took her hand and looked at the viper that devoured the white rabbit and opened his mouth. You tell Pops why the white rabbit died? He asked in a hushed voice. Little Akatsuki's mind was instantly led by his words. She thought for a moment before returning, because the white rabbit didn't see the danger. Didn't run. After Suyun heard this, he shook his head. Mingyu, it's because the little white rabbit is weak. It's weaker than a viper, so it gets eaten by the viper and can't even struggle. What if the little white rabbit is a demonic beast like Little White, Big White in them? Will it still be eaten? Little Akatsuki immediately shook her head. If the white rabbit was a demonic beast, it would only be the viper that died. Akatsuki, that's the way the world is. Everybody's a little white rabbit with a viper. That includes Pops as well as your mom. If Pops had been strong enough back then, your mother wouldn't have been taken away and you wouldn't have seen her. The Ling Tian sect too, if whoever is in the Ling Tian sect is strong enough, then not so many people would have died. Suyun spoke again with a gentle voice. Little Akatsuki couldn't help but fall silent after hearing this. Akatsuki, only by being strong enough can you guard everything you care about. If you're not strong enough, then you'll just have to watch the people you care about get eaten by the viper. Take now, you can kill the viper to avenge the cute little white rabbit. But what if the viper is an existence that exceeds your cultivation level? Did you just have to watch the white rabbit get eaten too? Suyun patted her shoulder and continued. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded. Akatsuki, remember that when you're not strong enough, in the face of war, you're all going to see a lot of people die, that's the norm. What you need to do should be to pick yourself up and make yourself strong. Suyun spoke again. Listen to the end. Little Mingyue took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. Father, I understand. Looking at my daughter who seems to have grown so much at once, Suyun smiled in relief. He knew that utilizing the great war between the demon clan and the Ling Tian sect would cause little Mingyue to suffer a great shock. However, things are often two-sided. Since there are cons there will also be pros. The advantage of this great battle for little Akatsuki was growth. The results are now obvious. Swish! In the next moment, little Bright Moon suddenly struck out, striking a spell that directly cut off the poisonous snake. Come on Akatsuki, let's go pick some medicine. In response, Suyun did not say much. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded. The father-daughter duo then picked some herbs in the mountain range before returning home. All the way, little Mingyue had been frolicking with the two guys, Little White and Big White, though. And the giggling never stops. But Suyun knew that the current little Mingyue was much more mature than before. Only after arriving at the entrance of the village, Suyun should have seen Linyu and Yilingyun in the courtyard. He smiled and pretended not to know anything as he brought little Mingyue back inside the courtyard. Master, nerd? Seeing Linyu and Yilingyun, little Mingyue could not help but exclaim. Good boy, let me see you. Linyu came to her and rubbed her head out of habit. Senior sister Su, I've also come to visit you. Yilingyun followed suit and spoke. Master, I've gotten better. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily, completely looking as if she had never experienced anything. When Linyu saw this, he couldn't help but exchange glances with Yilingyun. Father, I'm going to go back to the clan to cultivate hard. As soon as I become more powerful and strong, I will be able to guard everything. Little Mingyue opened her mouth to Suyun in a combative manner. Good. Suyun smiled and nodded. Linyu and Yilingyun both looked dumbfounded. What is little Akatsuki going through at home? Why do you feel like a different person? Master, let's go back to the clan. I want to go back to the clan and work hard on my cultivation. Little Mingyue's gaze fell on Linyu again and said, Good. Linyu nodded back. She was still worried that because of the great battle, it would make little Mingyue fearful of the Ling Tian sect and not want to go back. I didn't realize that I was now completely overthinking it. Fairy, please. Suyun arched his hand at Linyu. Brother Su is overstating it, I should do it. Linyu opened his mouth. I wanted to ask Suyun how he persuaded little Mingyue, but after thinking about it, it was not the right time. At least it had to be best if it wasn't in front of little Akatsuki. Come on, Mingyue, let's go back to the clan. She summoned her spell and spoke. Without hesitation, Xiao Mingyue hugged on Xiao Bai and stepped onto Linyu's flying sword spell. Dad, Dabai, I'll visit you often. She waved at Suyun and Dabai. Good. Woof. Suyun and Dabai responded one after another. In a flash, the trio of Little Bright Moon then disappeared into the sky. My lord, there's a new move on the demon race's side. Only after the three had completely left did Zhao Chuan come forward and respectfully opened his mouth. Say it. Suyun organized the collected herbs and opened his mouth in a salty manner. The person who made a move against the young lady in the Ling Tian sect is actually the bastard son of the demon emperor. This guy asked his father for help. The demon emperor has sent over someone at the peak of the harmonization realm. There are also 3 mid-harmonization realm and 5 early harmonization realm, 10 at the spirit transformation realm, and some Jindan. Zhao Chuan nodded and continued to speak. Let the Wookiee dogs go and control their numbers. Don't kill them all, Akatsuki still needs a war baptism. Suyun waved his hand. Understood. Zhao Chuan nodded heavily. In the future, when the demons come for reinforcements, do this. Until the Akatsuki has worn down almost as much as it should, it will be overthrown. Suyun spoke again. If he didn't want to hone Little Bright Moon, he would have run to the Witch Horse clan and annihilated it with a slap. Yes. Zhao Chuan spoke respectfully. The other side. Demon reinforcements are in the ranks. It seems like the demon emperor can't let go of this imperial son after all. Who told this prince to be the only male child? It's impossible for the demon emperor to pass on the throne to the princess. Hush, silence, is this something we can talk about? A few guys with harmonization realm cultivation were chatting and laughing as they hurried along. To overthrow a mere Ling Tian sect and have us come out is considered giving face to the Ling Tian sect. Yeah, a clan that only has the early stage of the harmonization realm sitting around. I have a feeling that the demon emperor is going to some great lengths. Don't complain, we can get a lot of benefits from destroying a clan. Hey, talk first, I'll handle the women. The male is mine. You guys, what changed this preference of yours? What do you know? I call this true love. Ha ha ha. The group laughed and did not notice, in the slightest, the three Zhao Chuan people standing on a mountain below. Go on, don't kill them all, save some for the lady to use as a whetstone. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth to marshal Great Wolf. Hey, don't worry about it. The corner of Wu Dolph's mouth curled up in an arc, his favorite thing was killing. Chapter 70, all the devils are confused. What the hell is this person? After saying that, Marshal Great Wolf took a step forward. Only a flash of his figure was seen, and when he reappeared he was already before the demon race team. Seeing the sudden appearance of him, all the people of the demon race were stunned. This is? They sized up Wudawolf. Little devil brats, who let you enter the heavenly martial realm? Carrying his nine-ringed greatsword, Wudolf looked at the crowd of demons and opened his mouth. What the hell? After hearing his words, the demon race crowd was once again confused. Since when is the demon race not allowed to enter the heavenly martial realm? Although the human race was more hateful towards their clan. But, it didn't say that the demon race was not allowed to appear in the heavenly martial realm. Die for me. Marshal Great Wolf stopped talking nonsense and immediately slashed out with a sword. The wind is rising in a flash. Terrifying mana coalesced on his nine-ringed greatsword as it slashed out. The blade chi was wrapped in a heaven-opening aura and killed the crowd of the demon race. Before it passed, even space was slashed open, revealing a glimpse of a heart-eating abyss, which was repaired in the blink of an eye. Not good, a robbery realm powerhouse. Run, run, go! Feeling the cultivation level of Wudolf, all the people of the demon race had their scalps tingling. They didn't expect that they would actually encounter a robbery realm powerhouse here. Such a strong man. Even amongst the Witch Horse clan, a robbery realm powerhouse was a patriarchal level existence. However, since Wudolf had struck out, he wouldn't let them get away? Soon the blade chi killed into the demonic group. Under his control, the middle to late stage and middle stage of the harmonization realm were all dead. There was also only one left at the early stage of the harmonization realm. As for the spirit transformation realm and Jindan realm, several of them died. Crazy. The surviving demon race, with terrified faces, looked at Wudolf and cursed angrily in his heart. A knife at the drop of a hat, and it was still a robbery realm powerhouse. Where's the demeanor of being a strong man? Remember, from now on, all keep a low profile. Wudolf glanced at the only remaining demon clan and closed his sword with a cold snort. The surviving demons cursed in their hearts after hearing this. Lay low? Who the hell doesn't keep a low profile? Come up here and put your sword in the air, like the Tianwu realm belongs to me. Now, keep yourself down? Where's the hullabaloo? The surviving demons thought in their hearts, but they didn't have the courage to retort in the face of Wudolf. All answered yes coyly like a bunch of good grandchildren. Humph, a bunch of assholes. Wudawolf snorted coldly, then turned around and left. Soon, his figure disappeared from the sight of the demon race crowd. Mud, what the are all these people? Sick, very sick. What will the star demon envoy do now? The crowd of devils looked at me, I looked at you, and in the end, they all focused their eyes on the only remaining devil at the early stage of the harmonization realm. Meeting the gaze of the man under his hand. The star demon envoy's face was also filled with a depressed look. I thought it was a beautiful trip. Now what? They almost died before they even reached their destination. Let's go and meet up with Emperor Yao Yang first. If we hit the road now, the demon emperor's side won't be able to explain. Prince Yao Yang's side will also be blamed, alas. After pondering for a moment, the star demon envoy let out a long sigh. Now he just felt dead. The other demons nodded helplessly after hearing this. Also, now, if we return home, the demon emperor's side will not be able to give a good explanation, not to mention that the emperor will also be blamed. When the time comes, it will be just as bad for them. Come on, lay low, let's walk over. The star demon envoy thought for a moment before speaking again. Watching him come. Just now, when Wudawolf struck out at them, he might have really just been a little too loud. Ha! The other demons couldn't help but stare. Walking? How many days will it take? After all, it was still far away from the Tai insect now. If you guys still want to experience the kind of thing that just happened, then fly through the air. The heavenly martial realm ultimately belongs to the human race's territory, not my demon race's say-so. The star demon envoy let out a cold snort and didn't wait for them to chime in, leading the way to the ground. When the other demons saw this, you looked at me and I looked at you, but in the end, they chose to follow the star demon envoy's footsteps. On the other hand, on the Ling Tian sect in Shangling Peak, After returning to Green Spirit Peak, little Mingyue immediately dove into the cultivation room and began to cultivate the boy. Seeing this, Linyu spoke with some helplessness and heartache. Qingxi on the side didn't answer and just watched silently. By the way, what else do you know about the broken mirror? Lin Yu's gaze fell on her as if he remembered something. That's a clue to go grab onto. Just those, the kind of jade my mother told me about when I was very young. Qingxi shrugged back. All right. Seeing that she didn't look like she was lying, Lin Yu stopped asking questions and went into the cultivation room to start refining pills. The Ling Tian sect had just gone through a great war and needed a lot of pills. Qingxi, who had nothing to do, then returned to her own place and began to cultivate. Time passes. 3 days had passed in a flash. Under the repairs made by the crowd, the traces of the Ling Tian sect's great battle had been completely erased. The damaged buildings were re-established. The smell of blood was also dispersed by the Ling Tian sect's people using a formation. Disciples who died in battle were given a generous burial, while those from other forces were turned into ashes and became fertilizer to nourish the spiritual soil. A full 3 days of cultivation. The little bright moon who would only come out to cultivate during mealtimes, also came out of the cultivation room today. Mingyue, you've broken through. Feeling the aura of the late Jindan stage in little Mingyue's body, Linyu spoke with a face full of shock. This was because only a month had passed since little Mingyue had broken through to the middle Jindan stage. Now what? A breakthrough from mid Jindan to late Jindan in a month's time? This kind of cultivation speed was very rare even in the Lin clan's ancient clan. At least, she hadn't seen it. Master, I'm getting good again, hee. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and opened her mouth with a smile. Now she seemed to have completely stepped out of the shadow of the Great War and had become cheerful and spirited once again. Akatsuki is awesome. Lin Yu nodded with a light smile and complimented. Hee, Master, I'm hungry. Little Akatsuki smiled and opened her mouth, touching her stomach as she spoke. Okay, I'll make you dinner. Lim Yu rubbed her head. As long as little Mingyue could come out of the shadow of the Great War, that would be a good thing. Soon, the Green Spirit Peak was then enveloped by the rich aroma of meat. Little Mingyue, Lin Yu, as well as Qingxi and Xiaobai were all sitting around in front of a cauldron, talking and laughing as they ate meat. However, compared to the cheerful atmosphere on the Green Spirit Peak, the atmosphere within the courtyard where Witch Horse Yao Yang of the Taiyin sect lived was somber. He sat on a stone bench, his face a mixture of gloom and doubt. Because the sub-demon ambassador has been out for 4 whole days. Not a single word has come in so far. Even when you reached out, he didn't get the slightest response. On top of that, there's the matter of reinforcements. By all rights, in 4 days' time, the reinforcements should have arrived long ago. Why hasn't anyone come so far? Prince Yao Yang, have the reinforcements from your clan not come yet? If we keep waiting like this, I'm afraid the Greenwood Pavilion will not be able to sit still. Ian Gray, who was sitting across from him, spoke with an equally ugly face. Chapter 71, Witch Horse Yao Yang who almost spit out blood. 4 days ago, Witch Horse Yao Yang swore to him that this time, the demon race sent a very powerful team to reinforce them. As long as we wait for reinforcements to arrive we will kill the Ling Tian sect and destroy it. And the result? Waiting here for 4 days dry, not to mention people, have not seen a single hair. He was kind of wondering if he was being teased by this little guy. Hear his words. The gloom on Witch Horse Yao Yang's face increased. If you ask me, who the hell am I gonna ask? He roared angrily in his heart, but he still took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Patriarch Ian is in no hurry. Father's side has been clearly told to send reinforcements. The reason it didn't arrive is probably because something happened on the way. He spoke somewhat helplessly. Right now, he stayed in the Taiyin sect, and the Z-Demon envoy was also absent, plus his cultivation was not as good as Ian Gray, so he definitely could not get angry. Once it causes displeasure or anger in the shadowy Gray, then it is highly likely that he will suffer. Alas, I'm not in a hurry, it's mainly the Greenwood Pavilion side. Lord Yao Yang promised before that he would make up for the losses of this great battle. But now, if it drags on like this, I'm afraid that Guy Guanmulong can't sit still. Ian Gray let out a long sigh and spoke slowly. Witch Horse Yao Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. Don't you just want to get favors from yourself? What's all this talk about Greenwood Court? The old fox. He cursed in his mind, but on the surface he was smiling. I don't have much on me. Here are 2 5th-ranked magic artifacts, let's use them as a supplement for you first. How about we make it up to you when my demon clan's reinforcements arrive? With that, he put a black halberd with a broadsword. Instead, a flash of flesh flashed across his face. This was because these 2 5th-ranked magic weapons were the very best of the 5th-ranked. Not only could the Spirit Transformation Realm use it, even the Harmonization Realm could use it. This was something he had spent hundreds of millions of spirit stones to have a master from his clan forge. Lord Yao Yang's atmosphere. Ian Gray's eyes lit up and he hastily took it. In the Heavenly Martial Realm, magic weapons were divided into 9 grades just like the Heavenly Martial Realm. The first stage corresponds to the Qi Refining Realm, the second stage corresponds to the Foundation Establishment Realm, the third stage corresponds to the Jindan Realm and so on. The spells are also very useful. This was because there were formations burned into each of the magic weapons. These formations can have the effect of suppressing, binding, and gold sharpening. Take suppression. A magic weapon inscribed with a suppression formation, when activated again, could provide a certain level of suppression to the enemy. Restrictions on the operation of their mana, etc. Such spells tend to be pagodas, bells, and tripods of sorts. There's also binding, which as the name suggests can bind the enemy's movements. They are usually long whips and other types of magic weapons. However, the most popular of the magic weapons were the ones in the category of swords, guns, swords, and halberds. This was because these types of magic artifacts were inscribed with golden sharp spell formations within them. When activated, it was very easy to break the enemy's mana astral energy, and very scary penetration. After all, the physical body of a cultivator was already far beyond that of a mortal, and the higher the cultivation level, the more resilient the physical body became. An ordinary weapon, even if it could break through a cultivator's mana astral energy, would not be able to pierce his skin, not to mention mashing bones and destroying organs. And the magic weapon that inscribed the golden sharp formation could just make up for that. The higher the grade of the magic weapon, the more terrifying the effect it could have. Like the 2 5th-ranked magic weapons that which Horse Yao Yang had taken out, they could easily destroy the mana astral energy as well as the body of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If they were to deal with the Yuaning realm and Jindan realm, it would be even more like killing a chicken. Therefore, for these 2 magic weapons, Enash was naturally very fond of them. After all, the West is too barren. Although he was able to gather enough materials to refine a 5th-ranked magic weapon, 5th-ranked refiners were difficult to meet. At least there hadn't been a 5th-grade refiner in the Western region. The 5th-order magic weapons in the hands of the major powers were all purchased from the central state, or they paid high prices to have them refined by central state refiners. The ones that can be purchased are not of good quality and are basically inferior. Spending a high price to refine it would be able to refine a medium, top grade or even an extreme grade. Price the powers of the West can't afford it. It could be said that to Ian Gray, both of these extreme 5th-ranked magic artifacts were enough to make up for the losses of the war. What I have promised, I will naturally honor. An imperceptible cold light flashed deep within the eyes of Witch Horse Yu eyes as he opened his mouth. He was promising to make up for the losses incurred by the 2 major powers due to the Great War. But, he'll just come up with something meaningful. Pressure had never taken a 5th-order extreme magic weapon. Now that he was here alone, he had to do that. Wuma Yao Yang had it all figured out in his mind. When the reinforcements from the demon race arrive, then we will get these 2 magic weapons back. Prince Yao Yang, I'll go talk to that Duan Mulong fellow. I won't disturb your lordship's rest. If you need anything, sir, just tell your servant. Shady Gray spoke up in a good mood. Witch Horse Yao Yang nodded gently and waved his hand. Walk out of his yard. The fawning smile on Ian Gray's face immediately turned into a sneer. You guys play this big battle, I won't accompany you. As for the Taiyin sect, it's good to give it to you. He muttered to himself before his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Proper old Six behavior. In the blink of an eye, another half-day passed. The crowds of demon race who had been traveling day and night to catch up finally arrived at the Taiyin gate. What's the matter with you guys? Why are you here now? And how come there's only this many people? Looking at the Star Demon Envoys group, Witch Horse Yao Yang roared in anger. Prince Yao Yang, we all traveled all the way here, so we're just now arriving. The Star Demon Envoy opened his mouth with a bitter smile. What? Wuma Yao Yang was dumbfounded on the spot after hearing this. Walk over. What's gotten into you guys? Can't you fly through the air? He didn't have the heart to speak. No wonder it took 4 days to arrive, and I can't believe I hiked all the way here. Isn't that just plain sick? It's only half a day's work to fly straight through the air. One more thing. If these guys had come earlier, he wouldn't have had to take out 2 5th-order extreme magical artifacts to stabilize Enash. Prince Yao Yang doesn't know, but we encountered a human race's robbery realm powerhouse halfway through. He said we were too high profile, so he went out and decimated 70% of our numbers. Several demon ambassadors in the middle as well as the later stages of the harmonization realm died under that fellow's blade. That's why we hiked in order to avoid encountering something like this again. The Star Demon Envoy spoke with a bitter face. With his early harmonization realm cultivation, he still had some status in the Demon Witch Horse clan. When have I ever been so aggrieved? Quietly listen to the end. Woma Yao Yang barely managed to catch his breath. You've encountered a strong robber of the realm? People in the middle and late stages of the harmonization realm are dead. You guys? He gritted his teeth, his body shivering with anger. This was because relying on just one early stage of the harmonization realm wouldn't be able to take down the Ling Tian sect. In other words, these guys coming is the same as not ing coming. Nope, there's the sub-magic messenger. If they went to join up with the Z-Demon Envoy, the 2 early stage harmonization realm members would be able to take down the Ling Tian sect. He thought in his mind. There's one more thing for Lord Yao Yang. The soul plaque that the sub-demon envoy placed within the clan has shattered. Suddenly, the Star Demon Envoy spoke again. Chapter 72, Witch Horse Yao Yang who almost exploded in anger. The Star Demon Envoy's words were like a thunderbolt that ruthlessly struck Witch Horse Yaoyang's heart. He had just been thinking about using the Star Demon Envoy to deal with Yi Ling Tian. The Star Demon Envoy then cooperated with him to catch that immortal body and immortal root possessor. Now what? The sub-magician is gone. Where's the hullabaloo? Witch Horse Yaoyang thought in his heart, again speechless and puzzled. Is that true? He inquired with a sullen face. 1,000 times over. The Star Demon Envoy nodded. The so-called soul plate is made by taking a strand of the soul of a cultivator. If you die, the soul plate will shatter. A lot of big powers have them. When did it break? Witch Horse Yaoyang once again pursued the question. It was the day you contacted the Demon Emperor, Prince. Meeting his gaze, the Star Demon Envoy spoke thoughtfully. What? Witch Horse Yaoyang's heart was shocked after hearing this. In that case, wouldn't it prove that the Z Demon Envoy died when he went to the Ling Tian sect to help him investigate the source of that strange power? But how is that possible? Who else in the Ling Tian sect was able to kill the Z Demon Envoy? Yi Ling Tian definitely couldn't do it. Being at the same early harmonization realm cultivation level, it was difficult to kill each other. To be precise, with the same realm, it was basically difficult to overpower each other, because each of them has their own cards and means, unless one side is set up so far in advance that there are traps. However, he had never heard of a great war in the Ling Tian sect in the Taiyin sect. In other words, the subdemon ambassador was killed silently. With his knowledge of the subdemon ambassador, in order to kill them silently, one's cultivation level would have to be at least in the middle of the harmonization realm, or even in the Mahayana realm. The Ling Tian sect has this kind of existence? If they had, they would have shown up during the big battle earlier. Wuma Yaoyang pondered in his mind. Suddenly, he realized that the water in this Ling Tian sect seemed a bit deep. What should we do now, Prince? To attack that clan you mentioned? When the Star Demon Envoy saw that he didn't speak, he inquired curiously. Let's see. Woma Yaoyang let out a long sigh. Attacking the Ling Tian sect, with their current power, it was impossible to take it down. Plus the news that the subdemon ambassador was dead. It made him elusive to the Ling Tian sect for a while. Go ahead and take care of something for me. The sect master of this power took 2 5th-order extreme magical artifacts from me. Go ahead and get it back for me. If he asks you for compensation, just casually dispatch some spirit stones. Witch Horse Yaoyang spoke again. Even a 5th-order extreme magic weapon, he was definitely going to get it back. Yes. The subdemon envoy nodded and immediately went to work. Only, soon he was back. The face was also extremely complicated. Because he hadn't found Inash, asking the entire Taiyin sect, he hadn't seen Inash in the past few days. Having lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he naturally knew exactly what this represented. Running away. Ian Gray ran away carrying 2 5th-order extreme magic weapons. After all, there was very little left of the entire Taiyin sect's treasure trove left behind. What else could it be if not a runaway? Give it to me. Seeing him return, Woma Yaoyang reached out his hand. Emperor, that guy is not in the Taiyin sect anymore. To be precise, he has abandoned the entire Taiyin sect. The Star Demon Envoy spoke somewhat weakly. What did you say? Witch Horse Yaoyang stood up from his chair with a sudden suddenness, his eyes staring at him in death. Greeting the others look. The Z Demon Envoy let out a long sigh. According to the situation, this fellow has already left the western region. Click. At once, a crisp sound came out from Witch Horse Yaoyang's fist. He could only see his fists clenched in death, his chest rising and falling, and his eyes nearly spitting fire. Good. What is shade of gray? Good. He spoke through gritted teeth. It never occurred to me that I would be put on the spot by one of my own. Those 2 5th-order extreme magical artifacts, he had spent a total of hundreds of millions of spirit stones to build them. Not only were the materials used top of the line, even the formations burned inside were several. Normally, even he couldn't bring himself to use it. Now, surprisingly, it was swept away by the cloudy gray. And how could he not be angry? No exaggeration. Those 2 5th-order extremely high-grade magic artifacts were already not inferior to 6th-order lower-grade magic artifacts in the slightest. You go and blood sacrifice the entire Taiyin sect for me. He roared in anger. Your Majesty, you may not. The Star Demon Envoy hastily shook his head. There are many forces in the central state that maintain a very large amount of hostility towards our clan. Making a lot of noise here is likely to draw those guys in. If they knew you were a royal prince. He persuaded. For tens of thousands of years, the demon race had specialized in staring at the geniuses born in the heavenly martial realm. Especially on the central state side. Many geniuses were captured and devoured by their clan. Therefore, the central state was very hostile to the devil race. Especially those forces that had lost geniuses to the demons. Once the identity of Witch Horse Yaoyang's royal son is known, surely they will raise their clans and kill them. Zhengzhou is not a barren place like the western region. As the region with the richest cultivation resources and the most immortal cultivation forces in the Tianwu realm, the forces there had no shortage of Mahayana realm, sacred realm, and even hijacking realm powerhouses. It's safe to say, Forces that could gain a foothold in the central state basically had Mahayana realm cultivators. If they killed them, couldn't stop it at all. The final result that could be caused was naturally the death of Witch Horse Yaoyang's body, a blood sacrifice to the entire Tai-in sect. The cons outweigh the pros. This won't work, that won't work, tell this emperor what will work. Witch Horse Yaoyang roared in a near maniacal manner. I thought that the demon race had sent reinforcements to be able to take down the Ling Tian sect with 9 out of 10 guarantees. And now it's come to this. This was coupled with the inexplicable death of the Z-Demon envoy, as well as the Ian Grey rolling away 2 fifth-order extreme magical artifacts. It's good enough that he's not crazy. Your Majesty, how about leaving this place of wrongdoing? The Star Demon envoy spoke after some thought. Ever since he met Woodawolf, he always felt that something wasn't quite right in this western region. After all, a hallowed 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse was still the existence of the 10 strongest one in the Heavenly Martial Realm. How could it be in a place like the western region, where cultivation resources are barren? In the eyes of a 9th Havoc Realm powerhouse, it was only right for the western region to be a bird's nest. And of course, the most important thing was the fall of the sub-demon ambassador. He could tell from the way Witch Horse Yaoyang had acted. The Z-Demon envoy died in a bizarre way, at least not known to Witch Horse Yaoyang. A sub-demon envoy of the same cultivation level as him could die, and he could die as well. Leaving is the best option. No, can't leave. Wuma Yaoyang balked. Immortal body, immortal spirit root plus immortal beast bloodline was the chance to become an immortal for him. He will never give up. Then we'll just have to ask for reinforcements to be sent again. To prevent something like this from happening, the prince can have them come on foot. The Star Demon ambassador sighed and came up with another idea. Taking a deep breath and calming down a bit, Witch Horse Yaoyang, after thinking about it, still agreed with this approach. I'll contact father and see if I can mobilize a hijack realm. He opened his mouth with a glint in his eyes. What? Chapter 73, The Devil Emperor, I'll send over the realm of robbery. When these words came out, the Star Demon envoy was dumbfounded on the spot. The devil race did have, and there were even quite a few of them, at the hijacking realm cultivation level. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Witch Horse clan to survive after offending the major powers in the central state. What shocked him was this. A mere Ling Tian sect. What was the point of sending the hijacking realm here? Isn't that a big deal? As he thought in his mind, he opened his mouth as if he thought of something. Your Majesty, could it be that there is something in this Ling Tian sect? Just a Dao body then. There was absolutely no way that Witch Horse Yaoyang could be so persistent. To tell you the truth, the Ling Tian sect has a little girl with an immortal body as well as an immortal spirit root. Not only that, this little girl also has a spirit pet with an immortal beast bloodline. Wuma Yaoyang took a deep breath and said, hiss. After hearing this, the Star Demon envoy couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Immortal body plus immortal spirit root and a spirit pet with an immortal beast bloodline. This was a chance for the Witch Horse clan to be able to become immortal. No wonder this prince is so persistent. It even went so far as to want to send in a hijacking realm genin. Your Majesty, I support you in this matter, he said in a gruff voice. Once you take the immortal body, the immortal spirit root, and the immortal beast bloodline, then the Witch Horse clan would have the capital to go to the next level. Such opportunities are indeed not to be missed. You'd better not let those sisters of mine know about this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Woma Yaoyang stared at him and warned. The demon clan is not his father's call. The one who is really in power is the old queen. However, the old queen disliked him and liked his other sisters. If he let those sisters of his know that immortal bodies and immortal spirit roots existed, where's the rest of him? Understood, don't worry, Your Majesty, I'm on your side. The Star Demon envoy nodded. Nowadays, the entire Witch Horse clan seems to be united, but it is actually divided into 2 factions. One faction is in favor of the old queen, and the other is in favor of the new demon king. He happens to be the latter. Witch Horse Flare nodded and without further ado immediately began to contact the demon emperor. He only saw him take out a pitch-black colored compass, then forced out his essence blood and dripped it on it. Kindred blood as a guide, heavenly chance as a passage. Witch Horse Yaoyang chanted under his breath and formed a single magic seal to strike into the compass. Buzz! As the last legal seal was punched into the compass, it was only as if the drop of essence blood on the compass had been injected with a soul that it began to stir. Gradually, it coalesced into a human form. Yaoyang, what do you seek from my father? In the next moment, a low and heavily dignified voice came out from the mouth of a small person. I implore my father to send another person to help me. It better be the hijacking realm. Witch Horse Yaoyang took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Oh, a surprised voice came from the mouth of a small person. The person sent over by father was met with a change of heart on the way, and there was only one early stage of the harmonization realm. It's not enough, Woma Yaoyang explained. Then why rob the realm? Do you know that my father is scheming for the unicorn son of the Wang family? It's the right time to use them. A mere Dao body, why do we need to go to such lengths? The demon emperor's voice came slowly. After hearing this, Witch Horse Yaoyang took a deep breath before gently saying, Father, to be honest with you, The Ling Tian sect not only has a Dao body, but also a girl with an immortal body and immortal spirit root. There's even a 9-tailed immortal fox cub that's only a 3rd-stage demonic beast. Buzz. As soon as these words came out, a very terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the little man. Under the shroud of this aura, the star demon envoy was crushed to his knees on the spot. Is what you say true? A very grave voice came out from the mouth of a small person. Seriously? Which Horse Yao Yang nodded heavily. He really didn't want to divulge this information if he didn't have to, because the demon emperor had many eyes planted around him by the old queen. If he accidentally spread the word, the immortal body, immortal spirit roots, and immortal beasts, would have nothing to do with him. The words fell. The demon emperor's side was silent for a good half a second before his voice continued to ring out. I know. I will send a trustworthy realm of the heavens. Boy, make sure you take that girl. This will be our chance to overthrow that old woman. Listen to the end. Which Horse Yao Yang immediately smiled. Don't worry, father, I will live up to my promise. A flathead came out of the mouth of a small person. Immediately afterward, the villain shattered, and the compass fell back into the hands of Wu Ma Yao Yang. This, which Horse Yao Yang put away the compass, and his eyes looked in the direction where the Ling Tian sect was. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, just enough to cover the entire Ling Tian sect's territory. It's done. The last two came out of his mouth, and his palms gently closed in, as if he was grasping the entire Ling Tian sect in his hands. For everything that happened at the Tai-In Gate, the 3 Xiao Mingyue people naturally didn't know. At this point, they had just finished eating. Master, I'm going to practice. Little Mingyue touched her stomach and spoke. Silly girl, this can't be rushed. You just broke through, you need to settle down a bit before you can do so. Otherwise, as your cultivation level rises, your foundation will be unstable. Lin Yu spoke with some helplessness and some heartache. It seemed that since her return, there were only 2 things left in little Mingyue's eyes. One thing is eating. One thing is to practice. Oh, okay. Little Akatsuki nodded obediently. It just so happens that Master is also free today. How about we go to the marketplace to play? Lin Yu rubbed her little head and spoke with a face full of tenderness. Yeah. Little Akatsuki nodded happily. I'll go too. Qingxi followed suit and spoke. Then let's go. In response, Lin Yu did not refuse. After all, it was still in a special time. Qingxi was a half-step harmonization realm cultivator. Going with them will be an extra layer of safety. After packing up, the 2 big ones and the 2 small ones went straight to Lingyun City. It was only a few moments of feats before they arrived in the city. Compared to the Ling Tian sect where the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Lingyun City was very bustling. People come and go. The sounds of hawking, talking and laughing were intertwined, seemingly unaffected by the Great War in the slightest. Master, I want to eat a candy cane. Little Mingyue swept her gaze and immediately landed on a vendor buying sugar gourds. Good. Lin Yu nodded and immediately took her over to buy it. Buy all the candy canes from the vendor's clueless gaze. Thank you, Master. Master is so nice. Hugging the straw handle filled with candy canes, little Mingyue smiled and showed 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Silly girl, I'm your master. If I'm not good to you, who am I good to? Lin Yu lightly laughed. Hey. Little Akatsuki giggled straight after hearing that. Telling fortunes, not allowed to not want spirit stones. Anything can be counted, the future, the whereabouts of loved ones, chance. Just then, a leisurely voice suddenly drifted into the ears of the 3. Little Mingyue, who was eating a candy cane, was immediately attracted by the voice. She looked for the sound and immediately saw a Taoist man in green robes. Can you really count everything? Little Mingyue ate her sugar gourd and came to the Taoist, curiously asking after her. That's natural. The Taoist smiled confidently. Then can you help me figure out where my mother is? Little Akatsuki nodded and continued to inquire. Chapter 74, Mysterious Green Clothes Sect. Oh, to count the whereabouts of the next of kin? Okay, I can do the math for you. But you have to charge spirit stones. Oh. The green-robed Taoist priest smiled amiably and spoke. What if you can't count? Little Akatsuki asked rhetorically as she licked her candy cane. Oh, can't you count? Little girl, do you know the green cloth sect? The green-clothed Taoist gently smiled and opened his mouth to inquire. You're from the green cloth sect. Without waiting for little Mingyue to answer, Qingxi spoke with a face full of disbelief. It seems to encounter very incredible things. Iron mouth, 1 trigram forward. Rumor has it that the green cloth sect only has 1 heir in each generation. The past can be viewed and the future can be seen. Lin Yu, who was on the side, followed suit. Obviously, they all knew about the green clothes sect as a sect. Exactly. After listening to the 2 of her, the green-clothed Taoist master smiled lightly and nodded heavily. Are you really the heir to the green cloth sect of this generation? Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly, somewhat disbelieving. The green clothes sect was extremely famous even in the central state. Again, extremely mysterious. Rumor has it that the founder of this sect was tied to a divine turtle. The divine tortoise then gave a secret divination art, Sheng Tian Ez. This secret art is very good, possessing the terrifying ability to look into the past and peer into the future. And so it proved. Because the green cloth sect has never been wrong in their fortune-telling. Many people have changed their lives against the odds because of a fortune from the green cloth sect. Unfortunately, there's a rule in the green cloth sect. There would only be one heir in each generation, and this heir did not look at cultivation qualifications or family background. Just look at the karma. As for what exactly the edge is, no one knows. Other than that, it's the gossip of the green cloth sect. If you wanted the green cloth sect's heir to start a hexagram, it wasn't like you needed any heavenly materials or spirit stones. It's also about the word karma. In Lin Yu's impression, there were quite a few people in the poor countryside or in the nooks and crannies who changed their lives with a single fortune because of their association with the green cloth sect's heir. If there is no connection with the heir of the green cloth sect, he will not start a fortune even if he is given more spirit stones and better heavenly treasures. That's why the cultivation world has been rumored to be iron mouth, thousands of gold in one gua. The green cloth sect was mysterious and terrifying in the cultivation world. But this Taoist priest in front of me, who claimed to be from the green cloth sect, was hawking in the street. This made it hard for Lin Yu not to suspect that this guy was waving the name of the green clothes sect around. Especially with this guy's cultivation. Only the refining realm. Whether it was style or cultivation, it didn't correspond to the rumored green clothes sect. Your cultivation as well as this hawking style is not like the rumored style of the green clothes sect. Shinshi also couldn't help but speak. Little Akatsuki, on the other hand, licked her icing and listened quietly. In the face of Lin Yu's and Shinshi's questioning, the green-clothed Taoist priest did not get angry, but only smiled gently as his gaze fell on little Manhwa. Little girl, your two elders don't believe it. Do you believe that? He spoke slowly. Meeting this guy's gaze, little Akatsuki scratched his head. She looked at Shinshi and Lin Yu, and then at the Taoist master. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Taoist master, I trust you. Will you help me figure out where mother is? Get an answer. The green-robed Taoist gently smiled. No problem, 1 spirit stone per trigram. That's the rule. Little Manhwa's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she even opened her mouth a bit incredulously. Just 1 spirit stone? A spirit stone was nothing but a piece of rain to her. It's not even gross. Naturally. The green-clothed Taoist priest smiled gently. This. Shinshi and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, and their brows couldn't help but wrinkle gently. Could it be that this guy is really the heir to this generation of the green cloth sect? After all, who solicits as little as 1 spirit stone? Another point was that the charges of this green-clothed Taoist priest were also very much in line with the style of the green-clothed sect, because there's never a quota for what the green door charges. Some days it's a sip of water, some days it's a meal, and then there are times when it's something silver and white. Good AC, here's a spirit stone. Little Manhwa didn't care about the thoughts in Lin Yu and Shinshi's mind and happily handed out a spirit stone. And of course the ones she gave weren't lower-grade spirit stones, but middle-grade spirit stones. When converted, it was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Give me a strand of your hair. The green-robed Taoist priest nonchalantly accepted the spirit stone and opened his mouth. Akatsuki, no. Hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. You can't just hand over things like hair. Because the heavenly martial realm had many bizarre secret techniques. One of the secret techniques is mantra. The secret method of curse belonged to the crooked and evil ways, and could kill a person silently. Lin Yu had heard of many people who had been killed by spells. Of course, spells don't just come down. Often it takes a person's personal belongings or hair and skin to do so. If this green-robed Taoist priest is someone who practices spells, it's highly likely that little Akira Moon will be hit when he gives his hair. In this cannibalistic environment of the great world, Lin Yu had to take precautions. Shinshi, who was standing next to her, nodded along. This is something that she doesn't really agree with either, because it would be risky for little Akatsuki. If the green-clothed Taoist priest really wants to help with the trigrams, that's fine. If this guy's heart was not right, it would be a certain danger to little Manhwa. Ha! The green-clothed Taoist priest glanced at the two men and smiled softly. He spoke, my green cloth sect's fortune-telling emphasizes the word fate. What is the edge? With my cultivation, my behavior, no one believes that I am a green cloth sect heir. But the little girl believed, and this is fate. He who believes in me puts his heart in the right place, and you two fairies, you are in the right place. This. After hearing this, Lin Yu and Shinshi couldn't help but look at each other in the same way. Also, the green-clothed Taoist priest's cultivation was only the first level of chi refining, plus his hawking behavior. What's the first impression? Isn't that a recruiter? Because neither the cultivation nor the behavior was in line with the style of the green cloth sect. Any other cultivator would definitely not believe that this guy was a green cloth sect heir. The biased little bright moonletter. Isn't this the word karma that the green cloth sect preaches? Master, I have a feeling that the Taoist master is not a bad person. Why don't you have him help me figure out where mother is? Little Manhwa looked towards Lin Yu and spoke in an almost pleading tone again. Let him count. Shinshi glanced at little Manhwa and spoke after some thought. After all, she now knew that Suyun was a terrifying powerhouse that raised divine beasts as dogs. If this Taoist master cast a spell on little Manhwa, he definitely wouldn't be able to get half of the benefits. It may even be counterproductive. Okay. Lin Yu thought about it, but still nodded her head as she looked at the Taoist master and said in a condensed voice, to be honest, I don't really trust you. If you harbor evil intentions and do something to harm Manhwa, even if you chase me to the ends of the earth, I will wipe you out. In the face of her threat, the green-clothed Taoist nodded with a clear conscience, naturally. Thank you master. Little Manhwa immediately smiled before handing a strand of hair to the green-clothed Taoist. Chapter 75 Your mother is terrifying, beyond all knowledge. Only to see the green-clothed Taoist master clasp his hands together and hold the strands of little Manhwa's hair in his hands. His eyes were lightly closed, and he kept chanting under his breath. As he kept chanting under his breath, a golden rune unexpectedly emerged from his body. Each of the runes looked very ancient and emitted a very arcane aura. See this scene. Both Qing Shi and Lin Yu's eyes contracted fiercely. Surprisingly, he really was an heir to the Green Cloth sect. It's because Taoist master Qing Yi's way of starting the trigrams is exactly the same as that of the Qing Yi sect. Likewise, this is also the unique secret technique of the Green Cloth sect. If it wasn't someone from the Green Cloth sect, there was no way it could be done. I didn't expect that it was really someone from the Green Clothes sect. Qing Shi lamented. The Green Cloth sect has always been known for its iron tongue and a fortune. In other words, for people who cultivate, if you meet the heir of the Green Cloth sect and they are still willing to tell your fortune, that's a chance against all odds. Such a chance was now actually bumped into by little Manhwa. Lin Yu didn't answer and just looked on quietly. She also wanted to see where little mother Manhwa was now. Buzz. Right at this moment, the golden runes that surfaced on the green-clothed Taoist master began to converge towards his head. Finally, it slowly condensed into the word God. However, the next moment, bang! The word God seemed to be slapped by an invisible and mysterious force, and dissipated on the spot between heaven and earth. On the other hand, the green-clothed Taoist master sprayed out a mouthful of old blood with a pft. The whole person became depressed with it. How can this be? How can this be? It can't be. He was filled with disbelief and spoke incoherently. It's as if the whole thing has gone crazy. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Qing Shi couldn't help but look at each other. What's the situation? Taoist, are you okay? Little Manhwa inquired as she somewhat worriedly stroked the green-clothed Tao Lord who was even a bit unsteady in standing. It's okay. The green-clothed Taoist priest stabilized his body and waved his hand. Only, the gaze he looked at little Manhwa with was filled with horror. Taoist master, then my mother. Little Akatsuki continued to pursue the question. Meeting her expectant gaze, the green-clothed Taoist master's face was all bitter smiles. Miscalculation. He didn't count on the location of little Manhwa's mother, because just after the trigrams, there was a very terrifying force in the underworld that was getting in the way. That feeling was something that even he had never encountered before. Little girl, I'm sorry I didn't figure out where your mother was. But, what I can tell you is that your mother was horrible. Its horror surpasses all of your perceptions. Girl, can you tell me where your mother came from? The green-clothed Taoist master spoke with a shameful face. Scary? Terror beyond all recognition? Lin Yu and Qing Shi looked at each other in the same way. There was also a look of disbelief all over his eyes. The Green Cloth sect had a long heritage and was not in the least below some of the top forces. Plus the cultivation of the Heavenly Chance Avenue. It's very deep, both in terms of insight and understanding of the world. At least deeper than 90% of the population. However, now this guy even said something like this. How uncomplicated would that have to be for the little bright moon mother to come? Father said mother came from the Shinto palace. Do you know where the Shinto palace is, Taoist? Little Manhwa did not hesitate and immediately told the power that Tianyue was in. Lin Yu and Qing Shi's gazes were also firmly fixed on the green-clothed Taoist master. The Green Cloth sect has a long heritage. Perhaps this green-clothed sect heir knew about the Divine Tao Palace. Shinto Palace? After hearing this, the green-clothed Taoist master frowned, and after pondering for a moment, he shook his head. I'm sorry, girl, in the heavenly martial realm, I have not heard of this power. However, the power with the word God in it does have one as far as I can remember. When little Manhwa, who was still full of disappointment, heard this, her eyes lit up. What kind of power is it? She rushed after him. 100,000 years ago, I think, there was a very terrifying force in the heavenly martial realm called God. Rumor has it that this force was formed by people from the upper realm. They are responsible for managing the order of the major worlds and are also known as the Orderers. The green-clothed Taoist master spoke slowly as if he was caught in some sort of memory. God! Lin Yu's heart was creeped out after hearing his words. Wasn't this exactly the same legend that he had read in the Tianwu Ji? Taoist master, did the power of God really ever exist? She trailed off. It did exist, it should be recorded in some of the top forces in the central state. Only, then, for some unknown reason, this power disappeared into obscurity. Some say this power was overthrown, others say it's the power hiding. There's a lot of different opinions, and no one knows exactly what's going on. It's also the only power with the word God in it that I can remember. The green-clothed Taoist nodded with great certainty. Surprisingly, it really exists. Lin Yu's heart shook. Suddenly she seemed to think of something as she opened her mouth. Taoist, do you think it's possible? This power hides and changes its name to the Divine Tao Palace? After hearing this, the green-clothed Taoist nodded thoughtfully. This is very likely. Following that, he laughed bitterly. However, with the terror of that power, it won't be easy to locate it. You have to know that back then, that power had the strength to absolutely dominate the heavenly martial realm. Also, Lin Yu nodded approvingly as he listened. Ha! Still can't know where mother is then. Little Mingyue spoke with some helplessness and disappointment. She thought she could really count on her mother's location. Good boy, didn't your father say so? You'll know when you break through the God Transformation Realm. Now since there's no rush, let's wait to break through the God Transformation Realm. Lin Yu walked up and soothed. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. I didn't realize that the first trigram I started on my first trip to the mountains would fold. There's still a lot of practicing to do. 3 fellow Taoists, we'll see you again sometime. The green-clothed Taoist interjected. After saying that, he turned around and left. His figure, which was neither too tall nor too short, soon disappeared in the middle of the bustling crowd. Truly a strange man. Lin Yu looked at the other party's direction of departure and lamented. At least it gives Akatsuki a clear direction now, doesn't it? Qingxi smiled and picked up the conversation. At the same time, the 3 words Divine Tao Palace were memorized in his mind. She was prepared to go back and ask Qing Yunzi when the time came. Well, Akatsuki, let's keep shopping, shall we? Elder Qingxi is right, at least you know a clear direction. Lin Yu pulled little Mingyue's hand up and laughed. Aha, when I break through the spirit transformation realm I'll be able to tell where mother is. When the time comes, I'll go to mother. And I'm going to get mother back. Little Akatsuki nodded and smiled. After Lin Yu and Qingxi heard this, they both just smiled and didn't say anything. They knew that it was simply impossible for little Mingyue to bring her mother back. But, as the saying goes, look beyond the obvious. Because this could be one of the motivations for little Akatsuki to cultivate. Chapter 76, Depressed Qing Yunzi. It was only after half a day of shopping in the Lingyun marketplace that the 2 big men and 1 small man returned to Qingyun Peak. Master, I'm going to cultivate. After returning to Qingyun Peak, little Mingyue immediately opened her mouth. Okay, go ahead and get some rest. Lin Yu nodded. It was good to practice diligently. But, she was also afraid that little Mingyue would go and fight to the death for the sake of cultivation. Cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. After all, the functioning of the Gong method was catalyzed by the power of the divine soul. After the divine consciousness is depleted, one has to need to sleep to replenish it. Otherwise, one will have a splitting headache or even a damaged soul. She didn't want little Mingyue to disregard everything for the sake of cultivation. Aha, master, I know. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Afterward, she took some of the pills that Little White ate and walked into the cultivation room. It's not good to work too hard. Qingxi looked at little Mingyue's figure that appeared a bit thin and slowly spoke. Generally speaking, it's best to spend 4 hours a day practicing. This way, there would be no overdraft of the power of the divine soul. Once that time period is exceeded, a lot of people will have their souls damaged. And if it was precisely when running the gongfu that the divine soul was damaged, it was highly likely that it would cause the person to go off the deep end. In light cases, the foundation is damaged and the cultivation level falls. It's so severe that it could even turn you into an invalid. She's a sensible child and will have her measure. Lin Yu picked up the conversation. It wasn't like she hadn't told little Mingyue about the taboos of cultivation. Little Mingyue had been by her side for 2 years. So, she still knew little Akatsuki better. Cute and a bit mischievous, but again, very knowledgeable. I have to go and refine pills, so Elder Cheng, please go ahead. Lin Yu spoke once more, and after that she also walked into her cultivation room. Just in time, go ask Cheng Yunzi. She muttered to himself. Afterwards, she also came to the cultivation room that had been opened up on Qingyun Peak. Taking out a compass, he injected his mana into it. Sovereign, what is it? The next moment, Cheng Yunzi's voice rang out from the compass. There was also depression in his voice. What? Still not used to the female body? Qingxi snickered and opened his mouth. It's not like I haven't adapted, it just always feels weird. Qing Yunzi looked very helpless as he spoke. Then why did you choose a disciple of my Clear Moon Pavilion at that time? Qingxi opened his mouth in some confusion. It was well known that the Clear Moon Pavilion only accepted female disciples. Qing Yunzi had seized her disciple, and even she felt very surprised. Wookiee Wolf. Qing Yunzi's tone was filled with depression. He took over the female disciples because of the Wuda Wolf's messing around. Facing a temperamental being like Martial Wolf. What else could he do? One can only admit it. So it is. Qingxi nodded indistinctly. By the way, do you know about the power that is the Divine Tao Palace? She turned her words around and ran to the point. The Divine Tao Palace? Never heard of it. What, that little girl is from the Divine Tao Palace? Qing Yunzi's doubtful words came. No, Mother Mingyue is from the Divine Path Palace. Qingxi shook his head and picked up the conversation. Oh, tell me what's going on. After hearing this, Cheng Yunzi immediately became interested. Qingxi then told all that he knew. Is that so? You're trying to help find the Shinto palace as a way to draw closer? After listening quietly, Shin Yunzi spoke again. Indeed. Xingxi nodded, that's what she thought. Foolish, haven't you already seen the person behind that little girl? Even he didn't take the little girl to find its mother. What does that mean? Shin Yunzi couldn't help but curse on the spot. Yeah. After hearing his words, Xingxi instantly reacted. Suyun was a terrifying existence that raised divine beasts like dogs. Even so, he didn't even take little Akatsuki to find his mother. This can only mean, even the powerful, terrifying Suyun didn't dare to go to the Divine Tao Palace. That is to say, Mingyue, her mother, is an even more terrifying existence than her father? Xingxi spoke with some shock. Just a Suyun who could raise divine beasts as dogs was already a very terrifying existence to them. Didn't realize. Little Akatsuki had an even more terrifying mother behind her. Perhaps the Divine Tao Palace is so terrifying that even the one you mentioned wouldn't dare to go there. This kind of power, do you think it's something you can find? Shin Yunzi corrected. Listen to the end. She was silent. Because Shin Yunzi was absolutely right. Even a terrifying powerhouse like Suyun didn't dare to go, which was enough to prove the power of the Divine Tao Palace. Such a force. It was not something that a small half-step harmonization realm, could find? In your opinion, what can I do to bring her closer? She asked rhetorically after some thought. It doesn't need to be intentional. You should know that even people like Zhao Chuan and Wu Dolph can be taken in by him. Then your business is by no means a secret to him. It's even possible for that one to know the purpose of your entering Green Spirit Peak. Yet the one said nothing, proving that he was not averse to your purpose. In other words, he allowed you to stay at Qingyun Peak. That will be enough for you. If she acts too deliberately, she will instead cause the one to resent her. Shin Yunzi slowly analyzed. Not waiting for Qingxi to answer. He continued, as long as you can stay at Qingyun Peak, you will have the chance. Remember, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Qingxi nodded after listening. It is also true that as long as one is able to stay at Qingyun Peak, one has a chance. Because little Mingyue was at Green Spirit Peak. That Green Spirit Peak was the safest place in the entire heavenly martial realm. There is no need to worry about being killed at the door by a powerful person, or being overthrown in death. Good. She nodded heavily. After a few more moments of conversation, Clear Sea then cuts the connection. With nothing else to do, she also began to cultivate. There were no years of cultivation, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Little Mingyue walked out of the cultivation room on time and on point. Hungry? Xingxi, who had already stewed the meat long ago, looked at her and opened his mouth with a smile. Aha, thank you Elder Chang. Little Mingyue nodded obediently and came to sit by the cauldron. The pot was simmering with large pieces of demonic beast meat. This is one of little Akatsuki's favorite ways to eat. You're welcome, just eat. Xingxi laughed and finished getting her a piece of meat in the bowl. Ouch. White yelped in protest at the sight. Naturally, I haven't forgotten yours. Xingxi laughed a little and got a piece for Xiaobai as well. Elder Cheng, why can't little White speak yet? Aren't demonic beasts able to say ha after breaking through the third stage? Little Mingyue asked curiously as she took a big bite of the meat. Because Xiaobai's bloodline is relatively high, generally speaking only ordinary demonic beasts will speak at the third stage. Like Xiaobai's bloodline, the third rank is still in its juvenile stage. Xingxi immediately explained. As a half-demon, she naturally knew a great deal about demonic beasts. Demonic beasts spoke, not by cultivation, but by stage of growth. Only adult demonic beasts can speak. For demonic beasts with a relatively low bloodline, the third stage was the adult stage. The more advanced bloodlines are not. Some may be fourth order, some may be fifth order. Ooh-hoo. Little Akatsuki nodded her head as she listened indistinctly. Akatsuki, at dinner. Right at this moment, Patriarch Yiling Tian suddenly appeared within the courtyard. Chapter 77. Taking little Mingyue with you is safer than taking anyone else with you. Aha, meet Sovereign Master Uncle. Little Mingyue nodded and hurriedly saluted. Ha, you kids are polite with me. Yiling Tian smiled brightly. He swept his gaze around and didn't see Lin Yu's figure, so his face couldn't help but become puzzled. Mingyue, where's your master? I've come to see her for business. Master is making pills. Little Mingyue opened her mouth, her voice soft and sticky. What does the patriarch want with me? Just after her voice had fallen, Lin Yu walked out of the cultivation room. A look of exhaustion was clearly visible on its face. After all, alchemy consumed more divine soul power than cultivation. Let's sit down and talk? It just so happens that Elder Qing is also there. Yiling Tian looked at her tired face and pondered. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Both then sat down next to the cauldron. Master, sovereign uncle, eat meat. Xiao Mingyue immediately fished out a piece for both of them. Good. Lin Yu smiled gently and picked it up. Ha, well, it just so happens that I haven't eaten in years either. Yiling Tian, on the other hand, smiled brightly. Sovereign Master Uncle, one should eat often. Father said that the people live on food. Eating can sense heaven and earth. Oh. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Yiling Tian laughed after hearing this. Good. Subsequently, His gaze fell on Lin Yu and Xingxi. Let's get down to business. Though the other two major forces at this station have been hit hard, but Ing Gray escaped with Duan Mulong and the two guys from the demon race after all. We have to be defensive. Lin Yu and Xingxi both nodded in agreement. Duan Mulong and Ing Gray are okay. Most of all, it's the demon race who are secretive and venomous. Yi Ling Tian spoke again. Indeed. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. What does the patriarch think? Xingxi, on the other hand, asked rhetorically. As for little Mingyue, she sat quietly on the side, gnawing on the meat with little white. My idea is that all of the Ling Tian sect's transformation god realm elders start making their rounds. How about a day each? Yi Ling Tian gnawed a mouthful of meat before speaking. No problem. Good. Xingxi and Lin Yu both nodded in agreement. Then I would like to thank the two elders. You are the 6th and 7th day, starting tomorrow. Special times, please ask the two elders for more. Especially Elder Lin. Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth somewhat helplessly. Lin Yu was now the clan's only alchemist, and is still a 5th grade alchemist today. It's a bit of a shame to have her doing the rounds, really. Sovereign is overstating it. As a part of the Ling Tian sect, I deserve this. Lin Yu opened his mouth indifferently. It's just a patrol, it's not like it's anything very dangerous. Master, can I join you then? Little Mingyue suddenly interjected. Bright moon, this is not play. Prone to danger. Lin Yu rubbed her head and persuaded her. If one encounters a demon race of the harmonization realm while patrolling, it was a very dangerous thing for little Akatsuki. Elder Lin can take Mingyue, it's good for her to relax. Xingxi persuaded. Lin Yu didn't know little Myung Moon's bottom line, but she did. Take little Akatsuki with you. It's safer than taking anyone with you. Since little Akatsuki wants to come along as well, let's do so. Elder Lin also doesn't need to worry about matters of safety and security. When the time comes, the secret keys for opening the sect's great formations will all be given to the people who patrol the area. When I see that harmonization realm of the demon race and open the clan's great formation, I will make sure that he has no return. Yi Ling Tian also opened his mouth smilingly. Only, what he doesn't know is this. The subdemon ambassador had become the sustenance for the vegetable garden in little Akatsuki's house. Good. Thinking about little Mingyue who had been desperately cultivating recently, Lin Yu still nodded his head and agreed. It's good to take her with you. Save this girl from desperately cultivating and making any mistakes. Besides, she was originally at the harmonized god realm cultivation now, and she hadn't learned a lot of secret techniques since she was a child in the Lin clan's ancient clan. There's definitely no problem keeping little Akatsuki. At least, when she encountered the demon race, she had another time to inform Yi Ling Tian and the others. Thank you master, master is so nice. After hearing this, little Mingyue immediately smiled and stuck towards Lin Yu. Silly girl. Lin Yu drowned her head and rubbed it. Patriarch, this is the recently refined healing pill as well as the chi recovery pill and the like. Her gaze fell on Yi Ling Tian and she handed a storage bag up. I thank Elder Lin on behalf of the entire Ling Tian sect. Receiving the elixir, Yi Ling Tian spoke in a solemn tone. If it had been Wang Shengcheng, it's a long ing time to ask for this and that. But what about Lin Yu? Never make requests, as long as the elixir is manageable. This was a boon to the Ling Tian sect. Sovereign is overstating things. Still, I am also a part of the Ling Tian sect. It should. Lin Yu smiled carelessly. Although alchemy was extremely draining of divine soul power, the improvement in alchemy was very obvious. She helped the Ling Tian sect refine pills. The Ling Tian sect, on the other hand, provided spiritual pills to help her improve her alchemy skills. It's just a win-win situation. I'll spare you the touching words. If Elder Lin has any difficulties in the future, inform me. Even if I have to spell out this cheap life of mine, I will definitely help. Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth in an almost swearing tone. Good. Lin Yu, who knew his nature, nodded heavily. She knew about Yi Ling Tian. A man of irony, who does what he says he's going to do. The same. This was also the reason why Su Yun allowed little Mingyue to join the Ling Tian sect. Compared to a few other forces, the Ling Tian sect was much stronger than several other forces, both in terms of unity and in terms of the elders and patriarchs as human beings. Then I won't disturb you. Akatsuki, I'm going back. Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth, and as he spoke, his gaze fell kindly on little Mingyue. Little Mingyue is a credit to the Ling Tian sect. It wasn't below Lin Yu in the slightest. Aha, sovereign master uncle bye-bye. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and opened her mouth with a smile. Good. The smile on Yi Ling Tian's face grew even bigger as he fished out a piece of demon beast meat before his body disappeared into the night. Akatsuki, you should get some rest after eating. Then get a good night's sleep and replenish the power of your soul. Never practice again. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and barked at little Mingyue. Although cultivation requires diligence, it has to be done in a gradual manner. Aha, master I know. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and snuggled up to rub against her. You. Looking at her with her round face all smiles, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile as well. Master, are you going to become a 6th grade alchemist? Little Akatsuki gave a cheeky smile and pursued the question. Not yet, still have to hone it for a while, but it should be soon. What are you asking for? Got a potion you want me to make for you? Lin Yu returned without the slightest hesitation. Because Master can go home when he becomes a 6th grade alchemist ACA. I'll be able to go to Master's house then, and see. And then look for news of Mother, hee hee. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth. Chapter 78, Qingxi's Life. Lin Yu was silent after hearing that. Perhaps searching for her mother was the only obsession little Manhwa had left. It's a sentiment she knows all too well. Just like when she first escaped from the Lin clan's ancient clan, all she could think about was how to get rid of the clan and the appointed marriage contract. Be good. I'll take you back to the Lin clan's ancient clan when I become a 6th grade alchemist. With the Lin clan's ancient clan's heritage, there should be traces of the divine Dao Palace. Heartbreakingly rubbing little Manhwa's head, Lin Yu gently smiled. Aha, I'm sure Master will succeed. Little Manhwa nodded obediently and hugged her arm, her little head constantly rubbing against her. Silly girl. Lin Yu looked at her, a gentle smile all over his face. Elder Lin is from the Lin clan's ancient clan? She opened his mouth in some surprise. She was not clear about Lin Yu's life. However, she was aware of the Lin clan's ancient clan. A powerful semi-hidden family. It was considered a very strong force in the heavenly martial realm. Sure. That's what her demonic beast mother said. Right. Lin Yu nodded, directly and boldly admitting it. Anyway, now that the marriage contract had been broken, she didn't have to worry about being approached by the Lin clan's ancient clan. I didn't expect Elder Lin to come from such a big place as well. She lamented. Now, it seemed that on the Green Spirit Peak, she was the one with the weakest background. Behind Xiao Manhwa was a terrifying existence capable of raising divine beasts as dogs. Where's Lin Yu? From the ancient clan of Lin. Her meager background was no match for this pair of masters and disciples. 2. Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. Amount. She sniffed and immediately reacted. Lin Yu didn't know about Little Myung Moon right now. Yeah, I actually have a background. It's just that it can't be compared to Elder Lin. She reacted and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. She didn't dare to tell Lin Yu about Xiao Minghua's situation. Because she could tell. Lin Yu dotes on Little Myung Moon very much. If you explain the situation to it. When the time came, Lin definitely couldn't help but tell Little Manhwa. This would be tantamount to disrupting Su Yun's arrangements if people blamed them. She couldn't afford that. Oh, could it be that Elder Chang is also from a great clan? Lin Yu listened and inquired curiously. As far as she could remember, she hadn't heard of a large clan with the Qing surname. It's not a great clan, but a demon clan. My mother, of the Green Hill clan. I grew up with her last name, but to prevent the Qingqiu clan from erasing my existence. That's why the surname Kiyoshi was taken. She smiled bitterly and spoke. As she spoke, her gaze was somber, as if recalling some unpleasant past event. Qingqiu Fox clan, in that case, wouldn't you, Elder Chang? Lin Yu spoke with some surprise. The Qingqiu Fox clan, she naturally knew. One of the royal clans of the demon race. The status was equivalent to some of the superpowers in the human race. Xiaobai's nine-tailed immortal fox bloodline originally originated from the Qingqiu Fox clan. In other words, the Qingqiu Fox clan was the first fox clan to give birth to a nine-tailed immortal fox. And for that very reason, it was the nine-tailed immortal fox that became the royal family among the demon race, passed down to this day. The depths in the nine-tailed immortal fox were not in any way below the Lin clan's ancient clan. Lin Yu didn't expect it. Qingxi still has this identity. That's right, I'm half demon. Qingxi slowly opened her mouth, and as she spoke, she only saw that her ears had unexpectedly turned into fox ears. Not only that, but there was a fluffy tail sprouting out behind him. The bare skin was even more covered with a fine layer of fuzz. Wow, Elder Clear, I want a post. Little Minghua's eyes lit up when she looked at them, and she went straight into Qingxi's arms. Not only that, and reached out to hold the tail, which was only a little smaller than even she was, in her arms. To this, Qingxi didn't resent it and just looked at her with a smile. Ouch. That is, after Qingxi showed her half-demon form. Little White suddenly burrowed out of Little Minghua's spirit beast pouch and stared curiously at Qingxi. I didn't expect that Elder Qing was actually a rare half-demon. Lin Yu spoke with some emotion and some incredulity. Half-demons were not common, very rare to be exact, because the chances of a half-demon being born are small. It's not that any time a human race combines with a demon race a half-demon can be born. After all, the human race was weak and could hardly withstand the demon bloodline. It's safe to say, the rarity of a half-demon is not in any way below that of a special physique. Ran. For the demon race, half-demons were a disgrace. Because in the eyes of the demon race, the demon bloodline in the half-demon's body was impure, dishonoring the demon bloodline. Especially races with advanced bloodlines. Once a half-demon is found, it's basically shoot to kill. I still hope that Elder Lin and also Little Manhwa will keep this secret for me. Qingxi spoke very helplessly. Once her half-demon identity was leaked out and known by the Qingqiu Fox clan, it's bound to be hunted down. Not only that, Half-demons were also alien in the eyes of the human race. Incestuous. It can be said that half-demons are neither tolerated by the demon race nor accepted by the human race. Don't worry, Elder Cheng, I will keep my mouth shut on this matter. Lin Yu nodded her head. As the Lin clan's ancient clan's 1,000 gold, she naturally knew what kind of situation a half-demon was in. I won't tell either. Little Mingyue hugged Qingxi's fluffy tail and kept rubbing it and laughing. You're just a one-tailed bloodline? Lin Yu followed up with renewed curiosity. She knew something about the Qingxiu Fox clan. The Qingxiu Fox clan was the Holy Land in the eyes of all fox clans. They also differ with regard to bloodline division. When every little fox of the Qingxiu Fox clan was born, they would go to test their bloodline. The one-tailed bloodline is the most trashy, and the nine-tailed bloodline is the strongest. If it reaches 10 tails, it is an immortal fox. That is, the immortal beast bloodline. As long as it does not die prematurely, it can grow immortal beasts. And what about Qingxi? It was now at the half-step harmonization realm cultivation level. If one were to use the cultivation level of a demonic beast to determine it, it would be a 5th-order Great Circle demonic beast. It can also be called a half-step 6th step. At this cultivation level, it was absolutely impossible for Qingxi to have only one tail. Unless, of course, she was a one-tailed bloodline herself. Take Xiaobai for example. According to the Qingxiu Fox clan bloodline division, it was the 10-tailed bloodline. Nowadays, Little White was already a 3rd-stage demonic beast and already had 3 tails. If Qingxi wasn't of the one-tailed bloodline, how could she not have only one tail? No, in fact, I was originally of the 8-tailed bloodline. Qingxi sighed helplessly and spoke. What? Lin Yu couldn't help but have a shocked look appear on his face after hearing this. The 8-tailed bloodline? What kind of concept is that? Equivalent to the existence of a human sacred body. As long as they didn't die young, they could grow into Saint Realm powerhouses in the future. So how are you now? Quickly, she responded with a frown. Qingxi was of the 8-tailed bloodline, and with her current cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, the tail she could display should be 5 tails. How come you're only showing one tail now? Due to the Fox clan of Green Hills. Qingxi opened his mouth with some gnashing of teeth. The eyes were also full of anger. Lin Yu's face became even more puzzled after hearing this. The Green Hill Fox clan moved? She opened her mouth a little incredulously. 8-tailed bloodline, even placed in the Qingxiu Fox clan, is a genius. How could you do that to Qingxi? Chapter 79, Qingxi's story. Cultivated well. That was also a sacred realm powerhouse, which was an 8th-ranked demonic beast. The Qingxiu Fox clan was certainly powerful, but it shouldn't be so bad as to personally destroy an existence that possessed the potential to become an 8th-ranked demonic beast, right? At least. In her opinion, those who possessed the potential of an 8th-order demonic beast, even if they were half-demons, should be given proper cultivation. Ugh. Qingxi let out a long sigh, his face filled with sorrow. After I was born, the bloodline phenomenon, the Qingxiu Fox clan would have decided to accept my family. I didn't expect that Qingxiu Foxy would get an evil law from somewhere. This evil method can devour the bloodline of the same clan to enhance its own bloodline. Being a half-demon and possessing an 8th-order bloodline, I became the brunt. Both my mother and father died protecting me. The 8th-order bloodline was also devoured by Qingxiu Foxy as much as possible. Fortunately, in addition to the demon race talent, I also have the human race talent, and I ended up switching to the human race technique to achieve what I have today. She spoke slowly. So it is. Lin Yu's mind drifted off after hearing this. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the cultivation world, especially those so-called superpowers. There's no shortage of this kind of thing going on in secret. How can they be so hateful? Little Mingyue spoke with some indignation. Akatsuki, this is the cultivation world. Qingxi laughed bitterly. Such is the environment of the great world of cultivation. For all time. Elder Qin, when I become powerful, I will definitely go and help you take revenge. I'm going to beat the hell out of that fox. Little Akatsuki spoke in a huff. Words. A warm current could not help but flow through Qingxi's heart. She'd heard that kind of talk a lot, but everyone who says such things carries a very clear purpose. There was for her body, and for her family. What about Akazuki? Pure, unadulterated, and without any purpose. Nothing like those who used to say such things. Okay, we'll go together then. Qingxi controlled his tail and stroked her head. To talk about identity and background. In the entire heavenly martial world, absolutely no one could compare to Little Bright Moon. The father is horrible and the mother comes from a very horrible place. As the heir of two great terrors, Little Mingyue was definitely not a mediocre person. This could be seen from the fact that she had a Jindan realm cultivation at the age of 6. She definitely has the credentials, the potential, and the ability to fulfill what she said. Add me to the list when the time comes, too. I'm not used to seeing this kind of thing, even though it's commonplace. Lin Yu followed suit and spoke. Ow. She had only just finished speaking when White purred. Yes, and White. Humph. When the time comes, we'll go find that fox and give it all its teeth. And then shave it, haha. Little Mingyue opened her mouth and spoke as if she couldn't help but laugh as if she thought of some funny scene. Look at the happy her. Lin Yu and Xingxi couldn't help but have smiles appear on their faces. Elder Qing, your demon bloodline has not been stripped clean, right? Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to think of something and opened his mouth, meeting her gaze. Xingxi nodded. At that time, when my parents found out, they forced their way into the Qingqiu Fox clan. In the end, I was desperately saved, and I still have some of my demon bloodline left. Be that as it may, it's not the slightest problem with being wasted. Lin Yu listened and nodded. Can there be a way to recover, such as refining the essence blood of a demonic beast with a high-level bloodline? She opened her mouth, her gaze falling on White. I'm not sure. Qingxi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Master, I think it's okay. Didn't you tell me that the way the demon race wants to break the boundaries of their bloodline is by devouring the essence blood of higher-level demonic beasts? Little Mingyue's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but pick up the conversation. That's what I thought. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. But I'm half demon. Daryl took over. She naturally knew the conditions for the demon race to want to break their bloodline boundaries. However, she was not a pure demon race. It was still a toss-up whether or not it would work with the demon race's approach. Did you try? Lin Yu looked at her curiously and asked after her. I'm not capable of that. Meeting her gaze, Xingxi's face was filled with a bitter smile. She was originally of the eight-tailed bloodline, which was the eighth order bloodline, trying to use the demon race's method of breaking bloodline boundaries to restore the deprived bloodline. You can only find bloodlines of the eighth order and above. Below the eighth order, it can't play the slightest role. After all, she was originally an eighth order bloodline. But, with her cultivation level, not to mention the demonic beasts of the eighth rank bloodline, it was difficult to get even a seventh or sixth order demonic beast bloodline. Because in the demon race, the stronger the bloodline, the higher the intelligence. After the bloodline reaches the sixth rank, they will all choose to form a race to report to the group. Xingxi wanted to get the essence blood of a demonic beast with an 8th stage bloodline. Unless one single-handedly kills into a race that has an 8th ranked demonic beast sitting in its midst. What's the difference between this and looking for death? 8th ranked demonic beasts were equivalent to human Saint Realm powerhouses, and races that had such demonic beasts sitting in their midst were so-called holy places among the human forces. She went to break into the Holy Land with a mere half-step harmonization realm cultivation. It was estimated that he would be forcefully obliterated before he even entered the mountain gate. So yeah, you should try it. Little White's bloodline is immortal rank, Lin Yu said with a soft smile. Sure. What she didn't know was that after refining the Golden Crow essence blood, Little White's bloodline was already beginning to metamorphose towards a divine rank bloodline. Right now, Little White was already equivalent to half a divine beast cub. Right, Little White, quickly get some essence blood out for Elder Qing to refine. Xiao Mingyue nodded approvingly and hurriedly gave orders to Xiao Bai. Ow! White purred in great protest. Oops, just a little bit. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile as she grabbed it. Little White, I have a copy of the sacred demon fruit here. This item is in my collection. How about I trade a little essence blood with you? Xingxi opened her mouth, and as she spoke, she took out a fruit, an 8th order spirit medicine. Seeing the sacred demon fruit, Lin Yu, who possessed the 9th grade alchemy inheritance, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The 8th order elixir, also known as the holy demon. This was because elixirs of this level could be refined to help Saint Realm powerhouses. She didn't expect that Qingxi had such a treasure in her hands. It was left to me by my mother. Qingxi spoke bitterly. This was originally prepared by her mother for her to enhance her cultivation. Now it's a relic. Ow. Seeing the sacred demon fruit, Little White immediately nodded in response. Its current bloodline was advanced, but its cultivation was very crotch-pulling. Something that boosted its cultivation was what it needed most. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaobai forced out a ball of essence blood, the size of a fist, in front of the three men. After forcing out its essence blood, it also began to shrivel up. This essence blood. Catching the essence blood floating towards him, Qingxi's heart shook violently. Chapter 80, Nothing Meaningful, I Just Want to Kill You. What happened to Elder Qing? Little Mingyue looked at Qingxi, who was looking a bit dumbfounded, and asked curiously. Words. Qingxi came back to his senses, and his heart was filled with bitter laughter. As a half-demon, she could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of Xiaobai's essence blood. To be precise, it was feeling the faint divinity in Little White's essence blood. The special divinity that only a divine beast bloodline can have. Demigod beasts. How could she not expect Little White to be a demigod beast? But for a moment she had a release. Even the dog raised by the Su mansion was a divine beast, so what was so strange about Little Mingyue having a semi-divine beast spirit pet? Only, neither Lin Yu nor Little Mingyue knew about it. It's okay, it's too touching. Qingxi slowed down and laughed. The demigod beast bloodline was above the immortal beast bloodline. If the demon race's way of breaking the boundaries of the bloodline could really work on her, this massive semi-divine beast essence blood of Little White was enough to help her change her destiny against the heavens. And it was still only exchanged for a mere saint demon fruit. Akatsuki, thank you. With that in mind, she took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Whether it's a done deal or not, At least little Akatsuki's desire to help her was pure and unadulterated. Hee, there's no need to be polite, Elder Qing, just try it. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and kept rubbing Qingxi's furry tail. Seems to be enjoying it immensely. Good. Qingxi nodded and immediately swallowed the essence blood in one gulp. Then settle in and start refining. As the gong method operated, the mass of essence blood that she had swallowed into her stomach was under Qingxi's control. It was stripped and transformed into a strand of blood qi that was integrated into her body. Mingyue, let her refine it properly. Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue who was hugging Qingxi's fluffy tail and spoke. Qingxi's state was like being shut down. It's best not to have any interruptions. This was because if one's mind was affected, it could lead to uncontrolled feats, which could lead to a rampage. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and went to sit beside Lin Yu, quietly looking at Qingxi. Master, will Elder Qing be able to do it? She attached herself to Lin Yu's ear and inquired in a whispering voice. When Lin Yu saw this, he felt a little amused. I'm not sure, if it works on the demon race, it definitely works. But Elder Qing is a half-demon, so let's see what she makes of it. She thought about it for a moment and returned uncertainly. Oh. Little Mingyue nodded indistinctly, then curled up against Lin Yu and stopped talking. It was as if he was afraid that he would affect Qingxi by talking. Western region, somewhere in an ancient forest. This mountain range was called the Immortal Fall Mountain Range. It is the largest mountain range in the West. It was located between the western region's human and demon lands, equivalent to the dividing line between the two races. Rumor has it that there was once an immortal realm powerhouse that fell in this mountain range. Therefore, it is called the Immortal Fall Mountain, as the dividing line between the two great races of humans and demons. Immortal Meteor Mountain was huge and rich in cultivation resources. Every day, many cultivators this Immortal Meteor Mountain hunted demonic beasts or searched for spiritual medicines. However, what the world in the West does not know is this. The devil's link to the West is in the Immortal Fall Mountain. Buzz. As the trunk of an ancient tree that looked 10,000 years old gradually twisted. Immediately afterward, a vortex slowly appeared on the ancient wooden trunk. What a barren area. A deep and raspy voice rang out as an old man stepped out from the vortex. Judging by the face and beard, etc., the old man was at least a year old. Instead, however, he gave the impression of being old and late. Instead, he was as pugnacious and oppressive as a middle-aged man. Especially the pectoral muscles that were exposed and clearly defined in the openings of the basalt-colored robes. Rather, I didn't expect this spiritual energy to be so weak. A person will be born who possesses both an immortal body and an immortal root. The old man's gaze was deep, looking into the distance as he spoke to himself. He was none other than the demon emperor's hijack realm elder who had been sent to help witch horse Yaoyang. Confirm the direction. The old man took a step forward. The weird thing is, after taking this step, his body directly disappeared into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Traveled halfway to the Taiyin gate. The old man suddenly stopped with a slight frown, because he realized that the void around him was being blocked. It can't go any further in any case. Having this ability could only be done by a strong person of the hijacking realm. I wonder where it is. Standing in the void, the old man spoke in a deep voice. Yo, isn't this one of the demon race's minor patriarchs, old demon Winter? Marshal Wolf's flirtatious voice rang out. Immediately afterward, he stepped out from the void and stood in the air opposite the old man. Would a wolf? Old Devil Winter's expression immediately became incomparably grave. He was indeed one of the demon minor patriarchs. Why the little meta? Cultivation is pre-jacking realm on being a minor elder. Take himself for example, with a 3 jackpot realm cultivation. In the heavenly martial world, the hijacking realm cultivation was already the strongest. But, the hijacking realm, like the chi refining realm, possessed 9 levels. A thunderbolt would descend with every breakthrough. This was called the Flying Immortal Tribulation by the people of the heavenly martial realm. After surviving the 10 flying immortal tribulations, the mana in the body would be completely transformed into immortal power, and the body would become an immortal body, so that one could ascend to the upper realms and become an immortal realm being. Of course, none of this mattered to old Devil Winter. Importantly, Wudolf was a 9 tribulation realm powerhouse, a terrifying existence infinitely close to the immortal realm. In front of Marshal Great Wolf, his district's 2nd triumph realm cultivation was a child. And the demons sent you? Spring, summer, fall, winter, don't you guys all work together? Woldewolf raised an eyebrow and snickered. What do you mean? The winter demon envoy's gaze froze. Could it be that Woolawolf is here specifically waiting for him? It doesn't mean anything. Woodawolf shrugged. Following the words, he said with a smirk, it's just to get you killed. The winter demon envoy sniffed and snapped. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly turned around and fled. Facing Wudolf, whose cultivation was a full 6 minor realms higher than his, he could only be obliterated. There may be a silver lining to running away. Come here, what are you running for? A faint voice sounded again, only to see Zhao Chuan walk out of the void again, intercepting Old Devil Winter's path. See him. Old Devil Winter's eyes contracted fiercely. He naturally knew Zhao Chuan, the old ancestor of the Zhao family in central China. on the same level as Wolf. You are targeting our demon race? Old Devil Winter opened his mouth with a somewhat deathly pale face. And then what? Martial Wolf pulled out his ears and opened his mouth with a disinterested expression. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from my demon clan? Old Devil Winter spoke in a deep voice. The devil race was able to fight against the entire heavenly martial realm. Their strength was not something to be reckoned with. Oh, yeah? How about you shake people? Jun Ryu's voice rang out. He also slowly walked out of the void. Nima. Seeing Jun Lu, Old Devil Winter's mind instantly fell into a blank. There are still strong people. Not only is there one, but it's also Jun Lu whose strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire heavenly martial world. How is that possible? The western region was a recognized barren area that even the Witch Horse clan could not look at. How is it that there are now a full 3 of the top 10 powerhouses in the heavenly martial world here? Chapter 81, We Can Be Mother Mingyue's Parents. Old Devil Winter was puzzled. Alright, make it quick. Zhao Chuan spoke with a bland expression. Wolf and Jun Lu nodded their heads. That's why all 3 of them came. A quick fight and a quick decision. Why? Old Devil Winter inquired with a deep expression on his face. He could see that these 3 guys are here to deal with themselves. It's just that he couldn't figure it out. Why did the 3 Wolves come against themselves? Because of his cultivation, he was a minion in the eyes of the 3 Wudolfs. Hey, if you come against Our Lady, who will I kill if not you? Carrying a brightly shining 9-ringed greatsword, Wudolf opened his mouth. Your lady, that immortal spirit root and immortal body possessor. Old Devil Winter's heart was creeped out. A face full of incredulity picks up the conversation. No wonder all 3 of these guys are here. It turned out that the little girl that Witch Horse Yaoyan was going to deal with was actually the young lady of these 3. However, what made him feel the most trepidation was the masters behind these 3. Just what kind of existence could make these 3 recognize their masters? Mouthy, you talk a little too much. Zhao Chuan glared at Wolf and grunted. Amount. Meeting his gaze, Wudolf scratched his head and smiled sardonically in the manner of a child doing something wrong. Do it. Zhao Chuan let out a cold snort and directly killed towards Old Devil Winter. Wolf and Jun Ryu also made their move. All 3 of them were 9th Tribulation Realm powerhouses. It was naturally a handful to deal with a guy at the 2nd level of the hijacking realm. Less than half a breath. The Winter Old Devil saved the dead body from death, and his divine soul was directly obliterated by the 3 of them in a strong manner. Instead, the flesh was left behind. Keep it and take it for fertilizer. Zhao Chuan skimmed at Big Wolf Wu and opened his mouth. Hey, it's a good fertilizer. Martial Great Wolf smiled and immediately put away Old Devil Winter's corpse. The body of a hijacking realm cultivator could already be called a half-immortal body. Use it as fertilizer and it works absolutely great. Should we seal this demonic entrance? Jun Lu gazed into the distance, looking at the looming immortal meteor mountain ahead, and spoke in a deep voice. With the strength of the 3 of them, if they join forces to seal off the entrance to the demon clan, unless the demon emperor himself made a move. Otherwise, no one else can break it. Sealed for what? What about fertilizer when you seal it off? Let the demons come if they want to. Zhao Chuan followed his gaze and smiled mysteriously. There is no unity within the demon race, with the demon emperor and the old demon queen going their own way. So, the demon emperor won't be sending anyone rightly. With the 3 of us here, as long as he doesn't come out himself, isn't that a case of whoever comes and destroys whoever comes? So that it can still weaken the demons? He continued. Listen to the end. Both Martial Wolf and Jun Lu nodded in agreement. That said, hey, it's like a mouse hole, and we're the cats hibernating outside the hole. Wolf let out a light laugh, his face full of teasing. The demon race has been brutalizing the geniuses of the human race. If we let them break their bones once, at least it will bring a few thousand years of peace to the heavenly martial realm. If the Lord strikes, Jun Ryu interjected. His Excellency won't take this lightly, probably for some reason. Go back. Zhao Chuan waved his hand. Time passes, and the day passes in a flash. Ling Tian sect, on the Green Spirit Peak. Buzz. Qing Shi, who had been refining Little White's essence blood, suddenly opened his eyes. Essence shimmers. Only a second tail slowly appeared behind her. Until after 3 tails appear. Before it didn't grow again. It's done? Seeing this, Lin Yu opened his mouth with some delight. Well, it's back to the 3-tailed bloodline. The essence blood has not yet been refined. If it is completely refined, it should be able to return to the 6-tailed bloodline. Qing Shi nodded heavily, and said with emotion and exhilaration. As soon as the essence blood is refined and the bloodline is restored to 6 tails, in time, she had 100% certainty of breaking through to the harmonization realm. Too good. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a cheer. It seemed to feel very happy about being able to help Qing Shi. Akatsuki, thank you. Qing Shi stood up and deeply bowed to little Mingyue, because it already gives hope for revenge. It's safe to say, this is a salvation for Qing Shi. Then can I sleep with Elder Qing's fluffy tail in my arms from now on? Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and ran to Qingxi's side, holding her by her three tails. Yeah, no problem. Qingxi smiled gently and controlled the three tails to wrap little Mingyue. Wow, it's so warm. Little Akatsuki spoke with shiny eyes. With that, she directly closed her eyes and completely immersed herself in the wrapping of Qingxi's fluffy tail. Lin Yu and Qingxi smiled at each other when they saw this. Neither of them disturbed little Akatsuki. Just be quiet and watch. Unexpectedly, a few moments later, little Mingyue unexpectedly passed out even breathing sounds. Asleep? Qingxi was slightly stunned. She was afraid that someone would disturb you from refining your essence blood, and she kept watch all night last night. Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue and smiled gently. Don't look at little Akatsuki, who is usually cheeky. In reality, it is a small, kind-hearted guy. Silly boy. Qingxi's heart was touched as she listened. She took control of her tail and gently swept the little Akatsuki into her arms. The gaze that looked at little Mingyue was extremely kind. It's as if it's like watching your own child. She seems to be cheeky every day, but she's a loner at heart. Whenever I go to Lingyun City, I can actually see it. She looks at the envious eyes of children her age who have their parents with them. Ran, she never brought that negativity to any of us. She brought us nothing but joy. Lin Yu looked at little Mingyue with eyes full of heartache. She knows. In fact, little Mingyue wasn't happy because she hadn't seen her mother since she was a little girl. Even so, little Akatsuki, however, continued to smile and laugh at everyone every day. Never made any noise or fuss about going to mama. It's almost heartbreaking to know what's going on. Qingxi fell into silence after listening. She wanted to tell Lin Yu the truth, but the words reached her mouth and she swallowed them back. For telling Lin Yu the truth, probably not a good thing. We could be her mommy. She smiled radiantly and opened her mouth. Lin Yu looked at her in confusion. What did that mean? She thought, already starting to ramble. Thinking about what? Seeming to see through the thoughts in Lin Yu's mind, Qingxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. A terrifying powerhouse like Su Yun was not something they could climb high up to. I mean godmother, in the mundane world there is recognition of godfather and godmother. Why don't we recognize little Mingyue as our goddaughter? Even though it's not biological, it can at least give Akatsuki spiritual comfort, can't it? Qingxi hugged little Mingyue and spoke with a face full of tenderness. The three Zhaochuan who rushed back happened to hear this. The three of them guys looked at each other, and in their hearts they all called out to the good guys. This half-demon. Really, dare to think. Chapter 82 The devil race is clueless, this Wuda Wolf is idle? The three of them, Wuda Wolf, thought in their minds. Because once the two of them, Qingxi and Lin Yu, became little Mingyue's godmother, they have to change their name to mother in charge? The three of them looked at me and me at you, a little speechless, a little melancholy and even a little annoyed. Sure. Lin Yu naturally didn't know what the three of them were thinking. After listening to Qingxi's advice, her eyes first lit up, then she spoke with some hesitation. This is not good, right? Qingxi smiled slightly. That's all I'm suggesting. She spoke slowly. Then ask Akatsuki when she wakes up from her nap? No, we still need to ask Brother Su about this matter. Lin Yu looked at the sleeping little Mingyue and said thoughtfully. To this, Qingxi naturally agreed. Subsequently, the two just had a conversation and started making small talk. Tai-in Gate, which horse Yao Yang sat quietly in the courtyard. Although he was drinking tea, but his face was full of anxiety. The Devil Emperor had already clearly told him to send a person of the second level of the hijacking realm over. How come it's been almost 2 days now and it's still not here? Even on foot, we should be there by now. Your Majesty, why don't you ask the Demon Emperor? I'm worried. The Star Demon Envoy standing at the side hesitantly opened his mouth, a worried look on his face. It's not right. This is so wrong. A cultivator of the hijacking realm could manage to travel 10,000 miles in a day even on foot. 2 days of work. It should be able to arrive. It was because Immortal Meteor Mountain was not that far from Tai-in sect. With the footwork of a hijacking realm cultivator, he would definitely be able to reach it. Nowadays, it's surprising that it hasn't arrived yet. Is it also? The Star Demon Envoy thought in his mind. Good. Wuma Yao Yang nodded. He was also anxious, because little Mingyue was a piece of fatty meat to him. Now, the meat can only be watched, but not eaten. He was in more of a hurry than anyone else. Buzz. Unexpectedly, just as he had pulled out his compass, the compass actually trembled of its own accord. Seeing this, Witch Horse Yao Yang immediately frowned, because it meant that the Demon Emperor was contacting him. He couldn't figure out why the Demon Emperor would take the initiative to contact him. Has something changed? Witch Horse Yao Yang thought in his mind, injecting mana into the compass. Buzz. As the mana was continuously injected, a moment later, it was as if it had reached some sort of tipping point. A buzzing sound came out and a small person emerged on the compass. My son, what have you been through? Why did Elder Huang die? Are you alive? The Demon Emperor's somewhat worried voice came out from the little man. Woma Yao Yang is his only male heir. If he dies, he's the equivalent of extinct. What? However, the Demon Emperor's words caused Witch Horse Yao Yang and the Star Demon Envoy's eyes to stare furiously. Being from the Witch Horse clan, he too naturally knew who Yuan Huang was. Now, is even dead? But, they didn't see anyone. The two of them thought in their hearts and looked at each other, their faces becoming very heavy. Evil, so evil. My son? The demon emperor's voice sounded again. Father, I am alive. Witch Horse Yang came back to his senses and hurriedly answered. It's good that you're alive. The devil emperor opened his mouth, and even though they were in the middle of different worlds, Witch Horse Yang and the Star Devil Envoy could feel the image of a long sigh of relief. What's wrong with you guys? Why did Elder Huang die? That barren region in the western region doesn't even have a Mahayana realm, and Elder Huang Yuan has reached the second level of the hijacking realm in his cultivation. How did he die? The demon emperor's voice came again. The tone was thick with doubt. It's safe to say, if it wasn't for the fact that the Ling Tian sex Dao body this time was exactly what Witch Horse Yaoyan needed, none of his Witch Horse clan cared to set foot in a barren realm like the western regions. Father, my son, does not know. Witch Horse Yaoyan opened his mouth. I don't know. The devil emperor's voice rang out. How could he not know? Back to father, we have not seen Elder Huang. Woma Yaoyang picked up the conversation. Didn't see him? How is that possible? I'll personally step in and send him to the teleportation tunnel. How could you not have seen him? The demon emperor inquired in surprise and confusion. After all, the Witch Horse clan was now divided into two factions. The people on the old queen's side had also been keeping an eye on him as well as the hijack realm subordinates, to get out of the way of the old queen. It was only then that he personally made a move to send out old devil Huang. Nowadays, Wu Ma Yaoyan surprisingly did not see him? Father, it's true that I haven't seen Elder Huang. Witch Horse Yaoyang spoke with a certainty in his tone. Demon Emperor, I can testify that we really haven't seen Elder Huang. The Star Demon Envoy followed suit. In that case, Yuan Lao Huang died on the road? But how could that barren realm in the western region have a body that would make Elder Huang's death exist? The Devil Emperor's tone was filled with incredulity. Demon Emperor, I think it might have something to do with the martial Great Wolf. The Star Demon Envoy's eyes gurgled a bit as he said, Big Wolf Wu? How did he take on elder rival Huang Yuan? The Demon Emperor opened his mouth to inquire in a very puzzled manner. It's even if you take a shot at the Star Demon Envoy and his party. How is it that even the Yellow Elder has been obliterated now? Unclear. Witch Horse Yaoyang shook his head, his expression also very puzzled. Because Wolf was alone. There is no dowager or heir. The Witch Horse clan never targeted that guy. Now what? The people who were sent were obliterated one after another. Wolverine has nothing better to do? You're looking for them to go numb? He thought in his mind. Demon Emperor, I have a mark. Suddenly, the Star Demon Envoy interjected. Oh, what's your plan? The Demon Emperor's interested voice came out. Wuma Yaoyang also looked at the Star Demon Envoy without picking up. First, we should go ahead and make sure of one thing. Let's see if Martial Wolf is deliberately targeting us or if it's just a coincidence. As he watched, the Star Demon Envoy slowly spoke. And then what? The Demon Emperor pondered for a moment and continued to pursue the question. If Martial Wolf is deliberately targeting, then why don't we wreak havoc? The Star Demon Envoy coyly spoke again. Hear this. Both Witch Horse Yaoyang and the Demon Emperor understood. If the test reveals that Martial Wolf is really targeting the demon race on purpose, it's perfectly possible to lure the old queen's men to the west. Do a borrowed trick. In that case, won't the matter of the immortal body and immortal spirit root be exposed? With that old hag's nature, she will definitely come to fight for it. Witch Horse Yaoyang spoke with a frown on his face. Why do they choose to keep a low profile? The purpose was to conceal the matter of the immortal body and immortal spiritual root. Your Majesty is wrong. We don't need to take the initiative to tell the old Empress about the immortal body and immortal spirit root. Instead, let her find out for herself. With the Demon Emperor's hold, after knowing about the immortal body and immortal spirit root, what does the Imperial Prince think the old Empress will do? The Star Demon Envoy explained with a faint smile. After listening quietly, Witch Horse Yaoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. With the Demon Emperor holding them back, that old demoness would naturally think the same way they did. Do not move to take the immortal body and immortal spirit root. If Wolf was really targeting the demon race on purpose, anyone sent by that old demoness would be obliterated by the Great Wolf of Wu. In this way, will it not be possible to keep on wearing down its minions and weakening its power? Good, that's a good idea, let's do it. The matter will be closely arranged. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out, and one could clearly hear the happiness in his tone. Chapter 83, Ba, Licking Dog. For what happened to a few people in Wuma Yaoyang? The three Xiao Mingnuet people naturally didn't know. She slept until the afternoon. Master, I accidentally fell asleep. Elder Qing's tail is too warm. She opened her eyes, looked at Lin Yu and then at Qing Shi, scratched her head and spoke with some embarrassment. Silly girl, sleep well if you're tired. Lin Yu smiled gently and picked up the conversation. Grunt grunt. No sooner had her words left her mouth than a sound came from little Ningyue's stomach. Ah, Akatsuki, you're waking up hungry. Xingxi couldn't help but let out a laugh when she saw this. Even Lin Yu laughed straight away. Hee hee. Little Akatsuki scratched her head with some embarrassment. Akatsuki, let's eat at your house. Lin Yu's eyes gurgled as he thought about it and said, it was the right time to talk to Su Yun about recognizing little Mingyue as his godmother. Good act, I want to eat the fish Daddy made. Little Akatsuki nodded her head in delight. Okay, go. Lin Yu laughed, just for a moment. The three of them then arrived at the Su mansion. Woof woof woof. A large white shadow ran from the distance just as little Bright Moon landed in the courtyard. In just the blink of an eye, Great White rushed into little Ningyue's arms, constantly sticking his tongue out and licking at her. There were also grunts and grunts coming out of his mouth, as if greatly aggrieved. The three of them, Wudolf, who were silently watching everything, all cursed licking dog in their hearts. The titular White Zephyr divine beast, pretending to be a dog. That's quite an act. Alright, Great White, I'm not home to see you. Little Mingyue hugged Great White's doggy head and opened her mouth with a smile. Akatsuki is back. Suyun's voice rang out as he slowly walked out of the house. Aha, Daddy, I missed you, so I came back to see you. Little Akatsuki pushed away Debai's doggy head and opened her mouth with a smile. Yes? The corners of Suyun's mouth lifted high, warm, all over his body. Yes, Daddy, look at me coming back to see you. Shouldn't you be making me good food? Like, spicy poached fish? Little Mingyue nodded heavily, and when she finished, she looked at Su-yun, her somewhat round face full of radiant smiles. Lin Yu and Xing couldn't help but laugh at his words. You want spicy boiled fish for real, don't you? Su-yun shook his head in amusement. Hey, Daddy found out. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily. Lin Yu and Xing both couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh lightly. 2 fairies inside please. Uncle Fu, serve the 2 fairies good tea, I'll go handle a fish. Su-yun smiled gently. Daddy, 1 isn't enough to eat, it takes 2. Okay, 2. Su-yun laughed lightly and walked to the pool in the backyard, fishing out 2 koan pangs to start processing them. Boing boing. White ran to him, purring, staring straight at the 2 masses of koan pang essence blood that had been taken out by Su-yun. Bah, boing boing. The great White stood aside and crumbled a mouthful of disdain. Ouch. White purred in protest. Licking a dog? Little one, you're getting fat with guts. Great White exploded at the sound of it. Because what White just meant was that he was calling it a licking dog. Okay. Su-yun waved his hand and distributed the 2 clusters of essence blood to these 2 fellows. All of them have a share, Little White, this mass of essence blood contains a terrifying divine nature. I'll seal it inside you, and you'll slowly refine it. He spoke again. Little White's cultivation level was too low, and without his help, it would be impossible to refine a complete copy of the Koan Pang essence blood. Ouch. Little White nodded heavily and stuck out his tongue to flick it over Su-yun's hand. Ah shucks, lick the fox. Seeing this, Great White shattered a mouthful of curses on the spot. Refining this complete Koan Pang essence blood, you should become a divine beast completely. I also wonder, what kind of divine beast you will mutate into. Su-yun laughed lightly and controlled a ball of essence blood to strike into Little White. As for the Great White, it's a straight-up mouthful. Because its bloodline was originally a divine beast, refining its essence blood could no longer break the boundaries of its bloodline, and its greatest help was the growth of its cultivation. You can have these entrails evenly divided. Su-yun handed the Koan Pang innards to Zhao Chuan again. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Chuan spoke excitedly. This was a good thing, as the internal organs did not need to be less than fish to contain divinity and aura. Su-yun waved his hand indifferently. He walked into the butchery carrying 2 cleanly processed kunai. Soon, a large pot of spicy boiled fish was served. No, exactly. It's a big pot of spicy caliber kunai. Wow, that smells good. Little Akatsuki's stomach growled as she smelled the scent that filled the air. Not talking about her. Even Lin Yu and Xing had their appetites whetted from watching, especially with that distinctive scent that permeates the house. It made her both gag. Eat up. Su-yun gave her a piece and rubbed his head and said, 2 fairies, you 2, please. He looked at the Lin Yu Xingxi duo again. No more words. The group soon fell silent in the spicy boiled kunai. Numb and spicy flavor. For Xingxi and Lin Yu, it was like opening the door to a new world. It was something they had never eaten before. Brother Su, this craft of yours, excellent. Lin Yu praised it as he ate it. Xingxi nodded in agreement. Yes, Daddy's cooking is the best in the world. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Getting compliments from his own daughter, Su-yun turned into a warped mouth on the spot. By the way, Brother Su, there's something else I want to talk to you about this time I came. Lin Yu spoke again. Oh, I wonder what the fairy wants. Su-yun put on a surprised look and inquired. Elder Cheng and I want to recognize Mingyue as our goddaughter. Meeting his gaze, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and spoke with some embarrassment. Ha? Su-yun put on a confused look. The mind had already made plans. It'll work. Because it's a good thing for little Akatsuki. Ah, Master and Elder Cheng want to be my mother? Little Akatsuki also froze for a moment. Akatsuki, it's godmother. Lin Yu's cheeks reddened slightly as she corrected herself. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Yun and tentatively asked, "What does Brother Su think?" After looking at little Mingyue, he looked at the Qingxi duo. He smiled brightly. "Naturally, I agree that Mingyue can recognize the two fairies as godmothers. That's a big chance for her. And why should I not? Listen to the end." Lin Yu instantly smiled as she looked at little Mingyue with a face full of tenderness and said softly, "Mingyue, from now on, you don't need to call me master. You can call me mother." Mother. Two words echoed in little Akatsuki's head. She froze for a good few moments before speaking weakly to Lin Yu. "Mother? Hey, good boy." Lin Yu immediately responded. "Ha ha ha." Little Akatsuki laughed somewhat incoherently, only her eyes were red. Chapter 84 In Tian Yu, Miss. He doesn't deserve you. Look at her. Su Yun and the three of them all looked silent. "Mother, hey." Little Mingyue hugged Lin Yu's arm with a radiant and sweet smile on her face. "Good boy." Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu tenderly touched her little head. "Akatsuki, there's still me." She couldn't help but speak. He, mother." Little Mingyue instantly gave a sweet and greasy cry. "Hey." Qingxi immediately responded with a blossoming heart. Hey, I've got a mom and dad too, and two of them. He. Little Akatsuki giggled dementedly. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but have a smile appear on their faces as if they were infected. Two mothers, eat meat. Little Mingyue sunk down into her joy and gave Lin Yu and Qingxi dishes. Even the movements were careful, afraid of causing the two to resent and dislike it. So good. Lin Yu and Qingxi both smiled in response. Hug mommy. Little Mingyue climbed onto Lin Yu's lap and hugged Lin Yu tightly like a little octopus. It was as if he wanted to integrate that half-sized body into Lin Yu. "Alright, good boy, eat properly first, aren't you hungry?" Lin Yu said as he gently wrapped his arms around her. Listen to mommy, he. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and directly did not come down, so she sat on Lin Yu's lap to eat. To this, Lin Yu did not resent it, just gently hugged her. A meal that ended quickly with little Akatsuki giggling. After dinner and a few cups of tea. It was only then that Lin Yu spoke. "Brother Su, currently the Ling Tian sect is still in a critical situation. We need to go back." Su Yun nodded. "Just feel free to do as you please, Fairy Lin." He laughed. "Don't worry dad, I'll visit you often." Little Mingyue jumped up and ran to Su Yun and hugged and kissed him. "Good. Listen well to your two mothers in the clan, know that?" Su Yun pinched her somewhat round face and admonished. "Aha, I will." Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. "Brother Su, we'll visit you again sometime." Lin Yu spoke again. Su Yun nodded and responded with a good. Soon, the two big and two small figures then completely disappeared at the end of the night. "My lord, Miss Lin is pure, but that half-demon." Zhao Chuan stood beside Su Yun and spoke hesitantly. In his opinion, Lin Yu was genuinely kind to little Myung Moon without any greed mixed in. But Daryl is different. As a half-demon, she could definitely feel the divine beast bloodline within Baizhe. Therefore, Qingxi definitely knew about Su Yun's situation. Recognizing Xiao Mingyue as her goddaughter was most likely for some purpose. No harm done. Su Yun waved his hand indifferently, as long as Mingyue is happy. Speaking of which, he spoke with a beat, then lamented, "It's been a long time since I've seen Mingyue this happy." Listen to the end. Zhao Chuan then stopped talking. Think about it. What he could see, how could Su Yun not see? Since there is no rebuttal. That meant Su Yun had already acquiesced a long time ago. When will the moon come out? Let's drink and ask the sky. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. Su Yun raised his head and gazed at the full moon hanging in the night sky and softly chanted. Thoughts could not help but rise in his eyes. Xiaoyu, are you alright in the divine Dao palace? He muttered in a voice that could only be heard by himself. Shinto palace. As a superpower that ruled over the heavens and the worlds, the grandeur of its palace was beyond words. Like a flooded ancient beast prostrate in the starry sky, it was more like a guardian who suppressed all existence. Inside the palace, inside an ancient room. Uncle Tian, still haven't found what I want? In Tianyue, who wore a white dress and looked very quiet throughout, slowly opened her mouth. What you seek, my lady, goes against the grain. The one who opened his mouth was an old man with a kind face standing behind In Tianyu. Speaking. His face was filled with helplessness and a bitter smile. Uncle Tin, I just want to know if it was found. In Tianyu spoke with a cold expression. LOL. Uncle Tian let out a long sigh. He naturally knew what In Tianyue was looking for, Hotian spiritual roots. Miss, the gap between you is too wide. It's really just a heaven and a hell. Listen to me and forget about him. Uncle Tian opened his mouth again in a depressed and helpless manner. He really couldn't figure it out. That mortal named Su Yun, in the end, used to do it. Not only did the young lady, who resented the man, marry him, a daughter was even born to him. More outrageous. After In Tianyu was forcibly brought back, she was still oblivious to him. One even has to look for that spirit root shaping counterintuitive method. Uncle Tian really wondered how in the world that guy made his lady like this. No luck? Tian Yu didn't reply to his words and just spoke to herself. No. If there was, the strength of the human race would have increased at least threefold. Uncle Tian sighed and helplessly answered. If there really was a way to give birth to a mortal spiritual root, then the entire human race can practice. The strength of the human race will also increase several times. Uncle Tian, do you think there is such a secret method or heavenly material in the world? Tian Yu opened her mouth with a somewhat gloomy expression. Look at her. Uncle Tin opened his mouth, much like saying no, because it's against God's will and cannot exist in the world. But Tian Yu was the one he watched grow up. From just babbling and laughing, then crawling, then running, then starting to talk and talk. A little bit of growth, all gradually forming under his watch. Miss, all things are possible in this world. After a moment of silence, Uncle Tian spoke. It's good to have a memory. When that mortal named Suyun's lifespan runs out, time will wash everything away. I think so. After hearing this, Tian Yu instantly smiled, as if a blooming lotus flower, pure and flawless. Not sultry, just a clean beauty that cleanses everything in time. But even if the lady has, what then? The God Lord would not approve of what is between you and him. He doesn't deserve you. Uncle Tian let out a long sigh, but he still couldn't help but advise. The Divine Lord is such an only child. Wanted a son-in-law, a being who could hold up the sky in the future, because it's the only way. It was only then that he could lead the human race to defend themselves against the invasion of the major foreign races and go on to create a peaceful and prosperous world. If Suyun was gifted, the Divine Lord would definitely not reject it, much less tear it apart. On the contrary, Suyun was just a mere mortal. If the future of the human race is pressed on such a person, then the human race will have no future. I know what my father thinks, Uncle Sky. It doesn't have to be a man to hold up the human race, does it? Tian Yu spoke slowly. As she spoke, a very terrifying aura spread out from within her. It made even Uncle Tian look dumbfounded. Surprisingly, it is a half-step God Emperor realm. Chapter 85. Tian Yu, what I want is for him to stay with me and tell me stories. Miss, you. Uncle Tian was completely stunned. Half-step God Emperor realm, one step further and you would reach the supreme realm of the human race, the God Emperor realm. He didn't expect it. Since being forcibly brought back, Tian Yu's cultivation had unexpectedly increased to such a terrifying degree. Uncle Tian, I want to find the method of spirit root molding. The future of the human race doesn't need him to support it either. All I want is for him to stay with me and tell me stories. Tian Yu spoke again. As she spoke, her quiet demeanor was gone, replaced by coldness and determination as well as dominance. Uncle Tian was silent as he listened. It was because Tian Yu's idea was something that had never occurred since the establishment of the Divine Tao Palace. Once it becomes, it will turn the world's view of women upside down for everyone in the world. Uncle Tin, you know, he once told me a story about an emperor, and that emperor was a woman. A wonder woman for the ages, breaking the world's view of women. Tell all the women in the world that even a woman can call herself an emperor and become an emperor. I'm going to follow her example and be the first female emperor of the human race. Tian Yu spoke again. The domineering aura emanating from her body made Uncle Tian somewhat want to bow down and submit. A moment of silence. He spoke slowly. I believe you, my lady. Nowadays, Tian Yu was already at the half-step God Emperor realm cultivation level. One step further and one would become a God Emperor realm powerhouse. There was also a really great possibility of becoming the first ever female emperor of the human race. Uncle Tian, the heavenly martial realm orderer is from Tangshan, right? Could they have targeted him? Tian Yu asked once again. Uncle Tian's head immediately shook like a rattle. No. Tangshan certainly wants to be the next Divine Lord and even covets you, miss. But, he also knew that if he really provoked you, you would do something stupid. Therefore, he doesn't dare to lay his hands on Suyun, and the Divine Lord won't allow it either. Soon is safe. He spoke slowly. Only after hearing this did Tian Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Uncle Tian, do you know how his father and daughter are doing now? Is it well? And Akatsuki, who should be 6 years old this year? And I don't know, she'll miss me. Tian Yu said, her eyes gradually reddening. Miss, I couldn't get a hold of them either. The Divine Lord has already given orders that no one from the Divine Tao Palace, no matter who they are allowed to take half a step into the heavenly martial realm. Or else, shoot to kill. Uncle Tian shook his head and spoke very helplessly. Listen to the end. Tian Yu's fists were all tightened, but very open. She slowly loosened them as if she thought of something again. Seeing this, a pleased smile appeared on Uncle Tian's face. Miss, it's good that you can think straight. This order from the God Lord certainly restricts you from getting news of their father and daughter. Again, it's disguised to protect the two of them. There are too many capable people in the Divine Tao Palace. There are many that can silently kill Suyun's father and daughter. Tian Yu nodded calmly. One more thing. About the heavenly martial realm. Speaking of this, Uncle Tian spoke again as if he had remembered something. Tian Yu looked at him in disbelief. There's a Godfather realm powerhouse in the heavenly martial realm. Uncle Tian spoke with a somewhat grave tone. Godfather. In Tianyue's face suddenly changed, she coldly spoke, didn't he the God Lord give an order? Before she could finish, Uncle Tian then picked up, Miss, listen to me first. That person isn't from the Divine Tao Palace, or even the Divine Realm. He doesn't belong to any of the forces, nor does he belong to an alien race. Listen in silence. In Tianyue's brows tightened. The Divine Lord guesses that this person should be a reclusive person. He was in seclusion in the heavenly martial realm, so he didn't bother. As you know, such people do not like strife or restraint. With the Divine Tao Palace around, they won't mess around. As long as they are peaceful, the Divine Tao Palace turns a blind eye to their existence. Especially since that person is still in the Divine Sovereign Realm. Uncle Tian slowly explained. That's true. In Tianyu nodded, there were indeed quite a few of these types of people in the realms of the heavens and the earth. Uncle Tian, do me a favor. After the next order of rotation, you arrange for our people to be stationed at the heavenly martial realm. I want to know about the father and daughter. In Tianyu was silent for a moment before speaking. After hearing this, Uncle Tian nodded his head and answered yes. Little Akatsuki naturally didn't know about all this. At this moment, she had already followed Linyu and Qingxi back to the small courtyard of Qingling Peak. The somewhat round face was still beaming with happiness. Mother, I want to hold you in my arms tonight. She looked at Qingxi and said, good. Qingxi nodded her head, the sweet motherly phrase of little Mingyuez simply called to her heart. You guys go to sleep, I'm going to go to the scripture pavilion to ask Elder Lu something. Linyu thought for a moment and opened his mouth. What did mother want to go and ask AC? Little Akatsuki curiously followed up. Elder Lu is very knowledgeable and has been to many places. When I was young, I traveled through various regions of the heavenly martial realm. There has even been contact with some of the Fae. I want to ask him if he has heard of a way to give birth to a mortal spiritual root. Lin Yu didn't hide it and said bluntly, ha! When these words came out, Qingxi as well as Xiaobai and Zhao Chuan, who had secretly followed them here, were all confused. Ask a mortal the way to give birth to a spirit root? Could it be that Lin Yu is trying to? Ha! Does mother want father to be able to cultivate as well? Little Mingyue's brain also turned quickly and immediately said, yeah, don't you want your dad to practice too? Lin Yu said bluntly, amount. Upon hearing this, the three Zhao Chuan who were hidden in the shadows as well as Qingxi froze. That one really doesn't need it. Think, yes, in the future when I wait for me to become powerful, I must find one I can make dad cultivate, so that he can stay with me all the time. Keep making me meat for dinner, hee hee. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily, immediately adding to her life goals. It's us together. Lin Yu corrected. And two mamas along with it, haha. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. Silly girl. Lin Yu smiled gently as she looked at Qingxi and said, Elder Qing take Mingyu to sleep. I'll go find Elder Lu and ask first. Qingxi nodded. Soon, Lin Yu's figure disappeared into the small courtyard. This shows that she is a person who acts in a stormy manner. Mother, I want to sleep inside your tail. Warm. Little Mingyue pulled Qingxi's hand and spoke with great anticipation. Good. Qingxi naturally wouldn't refuse, and immediately displayed her tail, wrapping little Mingyue's entire body. Only a small, somewhat round face showed. A few moments of work. Lin Yu then meets Lu Yao. A way to give birth to spiritual roots in mortals? After hearing her reason for coming, Lu Yao frowned. Yes, I know that Elder Lu is very knowledgeable and has traveled the heavenly martial realm. I wonder if there is such a method in the world. Lin Yu nodded and pursued the question. Chapter 86, Father is good to me, I love father. Lu Yao listened to it and smiled as bitterly as he could. Elder Lin, I don't know how much thought has been given to the method of allowing mortals to give birth to spiritual roots. But, it's impractical and contrary to heaven. At least, not that I've heard. He spoke slowly. Spiritual roots are a bridge for people to communicate with heaven and earth, a gift from heaven to the human race. Again, it amounts to something that constrains the balance of the races. Once a way to allow mortals to give birth to spiritual roots emerges, then the human race will enter the era where everyone is capable of cultivation. Slowly, the power of the human race will reach a very terrifying point, and that would upset the balance of the races against each other. Therefore, this method is absolutely impossible. Okay. Lin Yu nodded helplessly. Elder Lin, the ancestors of the human race have definitely had the same thoughts as you, but none of the methods have ever appeared. It can only mean that the rules of heaven and earth don't allow this approach to appear between heaven and earth. It's better for Elder Lin not to think about it. Lu Yao uneasily persuaded. Elder Lu, I know. Lin Yu nodded flatly. However, what he got in return for these words was a long, helpless sigh from Lu Yao. He knew Lin Yu's nature, and persuasion was useless. There you go. Lu Yao sighed and waved his hand. Lin Yu can go ahead and toss it if he wants to. After all, when you're young, who isn't not touching the south wall? Lin Yu nodded and said no more. After bidding farewell to Lu Yao, she returned to Qingling Peak. The world passes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was also Lin Yu's turn to start making his rounds on this day. Mother, let's go, let's go. Little Mingyue took Lin Yu's hand and couldn't wait to speak. At her feet, on the other hand, was White, who looked like the size of a pup. Okay, let's go. Lin Yu rubbed her head, summoned his flying sword, took little Mingyue with him and started his rounds. Mother, let me sing to you. Daddy taught me that before. Little Mingyue stood on her flying sword, looking down at the Ling Tian sect and opened her mouth with a smile. Okay, you sing. Lin Yu smiled with a gentle smile on his face. Hey! Little Akatsuki let out a playful laugh, then brooded for a moment before speaking slowly. The king has called me to patrol the mountain, so I'll turn the clan around. Beat my drum, beat my gong, practice full of rhythm. Hey hey hey. A milky voice came out of little Mingyue's mouth. Listen to that cheerful tone. Lin Yu couldn't help but fall silent in it. A smile slowly appeared on his face as well. It was as if little Mingyue's milky, cheerful lyrics swept away all the gloom in his heart. How was it, master? Does it sound good? After singing, little Akatsuki asked with a smile. That's nice, who taught you that? Lin Yu nods. The song is full of a sense of joy, especially now that it's still in the context of today's tour. It directly dispels all the negative emotions such as nervousness, fear of the unknown, and so on. Hey, Daddy taught me that. When I was a child, my father took me to pick herbs, and I was more afraid. So sing me this song. Little Mingyue laughed, mentioning Su Yun. Her face was filled with happiness. Your father is so good to you. Lin Yu couldn't help but lament. As far as she knew, both the cultivation world and the mundane world all have a preference for men over women. Because in the eyes of the parents, a woman will marry sooner or later. Only men can stay in their old age and be the backbone of the family. It was the first time she had heard of someone like Su Yun treating little Mingyue like that. It wasn't because of little Mingyue's immortal cultivation. Rather, it's been that way since childhood. Daddy is very good to me, and I love Daddy very much, hee hee hee. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and the three Zhaochuan, who were hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but look at each other the same way after hearing this. They know. If Su Yun were here, he would have turned into a warped mouth after hearing this. I love Mother too. Seeming to feel that there was something wrong with her words again, little Mingyue took Lin Yu's hand again and said, Silly girl. A smile couldn't help but appear on Lin Yu's face as he listened. Compared to the joyful atmosphere of this small and large group, the old queen's chambers in the Witch Horse clan were dull and depressing, especially since the entire palace is decorated with basalt colors. It was like the black heavens that pressed down on the kneeling demon inside the bedchamber. Are you saying that Witch Horse Lai is secretly sending people to the west? The old empress, dressed in a metaphysical phoenix-colored robe and holding a golden phoenix-headed walking stick, slowly opened her mouth, though her face was already full of wrinkles. But you can still tell that you must have been a very beautiful woman when you were young. That dignity of being a superior was not weakened by aging either, but rather became more overpowering. It made the kneeling demon clan's bodies unable to resist trembling a few times after hearing the old empress's words. Back to Lord Empress, Lord Lai is indeed sending people into the western region of the heavenly martial realm. After my investigation, I found out that this is the third time he sent someone. He spoke respectfully. Third time? The old queen's brow furrowed slightly as she listened. The western region of the Tianwu realm, the region in the Tianwu realm with the poorest cultivation resources. Similarly, there is the claim of the worst land boundary in terms of qi. What is the demon emperor, aka Witch Horse Lai, sending people over there for? Yes. I also found out that one of the lesser patriarchs, Patriarch Huan, was dispatched there as well. The kneeling demon nodded and spoke again. Oh, the old queen's face grew even more astonished as she listened. In the Witch Horse clan, the only person who could be a patriarch was a strong person of the hijack realm. What's the point of sending someone with this kind of cultivation to the west? Has it been found out what caused it? The old demon emperor asked after a moment of contemplation. It's not right. It's very wrong. That barren land in the western region, since Witch Horse Lai sent the patriarch to, there must be something. It was not checked, but my subordinate privately took the person sent by Lord Lai and secretly gave him back. The demon who was kneeling on the ground opened his mouth and spoke. With a wave of his probing hand, a confined person emerged from the void. The old queen didn't talk nonsense, only to see the walking stick in her hand on the ground. Moment. The phoenix statue on the golden cane then opened its eyes as if it had come to life, staring straight at the captured man. Next moment. Only to see Witch Horse Lai's man slowly speak, go to the western region, help the imperial prince, and take down the immortal spirit root and immortal body possessor. There are still ungrown immortal beast cubs. Help the imperial son to obtain the qualification to become an immortal, and make the patriarchs of the clan who remain neutral to fall in love. Hiss. After listening quietly, even the old empress, who had experienced many great storms and whose mind had long since rippled, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. There were actually immortal bodies and immortal spirit roots in the western region. Not only that, but there was also an ungrown immortal beast. Well, what a Witch Horse Lai. If this matter really comes to pass for him, the Witch Horse clan will really become his world. The ambition of a mere incomer is really beating. Go, arrange for manpower to enter the western region stealthily and bring back that immortal spirit root, immortal body possessor, and immortal beast cub in secret. The old queen grunted coldly and spoke. Chapter 87, Where's Your Face? Ling Tian Sect. Regarding the movements of the demon race, Lin Yu and little Mingyue naturally didn't know. To the joyful singing of little Akatsuki, the tour was soon over. A large and small group of people soon arrived at the Green Spirit Peak. Only, at this moment, besides Qing Shi, there was also a middle-aged man on the Green Spirit Peak. Mother, who is this? Little Mingyue, who was bouncing towards the courtyard, immediately stopped when she saw the middle-aged man. The Wang family. Lin Yu's face sank slightly as he spoke. Having said that, she led little Akatsuki inside the small courtyard. Elder Lin, he. When Qingxi saw her, she immediately spoke. Before the words were finished, the middle-aged man interrupted them with a smile. Yul, many no see. He looked at Lin Yu with flat light and blandness and opened his mouth. Apparently, the two knew each other. Not only do they know each other, they seem to have a closer relationship. I don't know what Uncle Wang-san has come to say? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still made a bow. The visitor was no one else. It's the third uncle of that unicorn from the Wang family. Her marriage was this guy's idea, too. It's nothing much, just thought I'd ask you. Had enough out there? Uncle Wang-san smiled gently, looking very warm on the surface. But Lin Yu knew. This guy is a smiler. If you've had enough fun, how about going back and marrying Linner? Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, he continued to speak. Mother isn't going to get married. Little Akatsuki huffed and picked up the conversation. When Uncle Wang-san heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. His eyes fell on little Brightmoon and he spat out, what did you call her? Its face also became gloomy. Mother, grandmother has already said that there is no need for mother to remarry. Little Akatsuki said bluntly. Buzz. Her words had only just fallen. A very terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Uncle Wang-san's body. That terrifying aura pressed towards little Mingyue, as if trying to bring her to her knees. As the third uncle of the Wang family's Qilin Zi, this guy's cultivation level was naturally not low. It has reached the holy realm. What do you want? Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly protected little Mingyue behind him. Not only that, but Qing Shi as well. The two men faced Uncle Wang-san's aura head-on, and a layer of sweat beaded on their foreheads. Who dares to bully my Ling Tian sex people? Just then, Yi Ling Tian and several other elders had appeared in the small courtyard. Together, they kept little Akatsuki behind them. Mana surged out from each and every one of them, resisting the terrifying aura of Uncle Wang-san. A bunch of ants, you want to die? Uncle Wang-san looked at Yi Ling Tian and the others with a face full of disdain. Other people aside. Take Yi Ling Tian. Although Yi Ling Tian had broken through to the harmonization realm now, he was in the Saint realm. It was enough to surpass Yi Ling Tian by a large realm. If he did it, he could wipe everyone out just by moving his fingers. Feeling the killing intent revealed by Uncle Wang-san, Yi Ling Tian and the others' faces all changed darkly. However, they still gritted their teeth and blocked in front of little Mingyue. My marriage to him is annulled. Why are you being aggressive? Lin Yu was angry again and spoke somewhat helplessly. The only thing I'm asking you is to come back with me to marry Lin. Or do you want all of them to die for you? Uncle Wang-san snorted coldly, his eyes staring at everyone like knives. Especially little Akatsuki. Listen to the end. Lin Yu's face became very gloomy. She knows this guy. What you say, you will surely do. Yoo-hoo, there's a buzz going on. Just then, light laughter suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, Woodawolf landed in the small courtyard from the air. Everyone froze at the sight of him, including Uncle Wang-san. As a high-ranking member of the Wang family, he naturally knew about Big Wolf Wu. Uncle, it's you. Seeing Woodawolf, little Mingyue opened her mouth to greet him. So it's you, little doll. Martial Great Wolf raised an eyebrow as his gaze fell on little Mingyue. Hearing the conversation between the two, Uncle Wang-san's brows tightened. This little girl even knows Woodawolf? As for the others, none of them dared to speak, because Woodawolf an existence that can't be messed with even more than Uncle Wang-san. That temperamental character. It's highly unlikely that a certain phrase will make him do it. Even Uncle Wang-san was the same. Just because he, the Wang family, didn't fear the Great Wolf of Wu, didn't mean he didn't fear it. Uncle, can you help me? Little Akatsuki nodded and spoke with courage. Lin Yu's face violently changed after hearing this. She wanted to open her mouth to say something, but after glancing at Woolawolf, she suppressed the words that arrived in her throat. As for Qingxi, she was relaxed. It was because she knew that Woodawolf was one of the little bright moon protectors. No matter what little Myung Moon asks for, the Wookiee wolves will all agree. Oh, what do you want me to do for you? Martial Wolf raised an eyebrow and put on an interested look. This bad uncle, he wants to take mother back to marry someone. Uncle, can you help fight him off? Little Mingyue immediately pointed at third Uncle Wang and said. In addition to Qingxi, who knew the inside story, something that doubly surprised everyone happened. only to see a thick anger emerge on Wu Dolph's face after hearing this. Oh, good dog, the world is in a bad way and a long way off. How dare you do such a bad thing, where's your ing face? Dolph Wu stared at Uncle Wang San and just cursed. Nima. Uncle Wang San was confused and shocked after hearing this, because that's the kind of thing Woolawolf doesn't do too often. Only, all that was done was to kill or exterminate. Now utter such words. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation wasn't as good as that of Big Wolf Wu, he would have wanted to ask a rhetorical question, where is your face? Are you sure you want to be in charge of this? I'm a member of the Wang family. Uncle Wang San didn't dare to put a hard word in after all, but just moved out of the Wang family. Oh, the Wang family, the great clan of the central state, is the Wang family? After listening and thinking for a few moments, Marshal Wolf opened his mouth. That's right, I know you're powerful, but it's not cost-effective to get into a disagreement with the Wang family for someone you have nothing to do with. How about if you don't care about this matter? My Wang family gives heavy thanks. It's more than a good deal for you. Uncle Wang San nodded and immediately began to lure. Ha! Woodawolf sneered in his heart. Irrelevant? What kind of screwball joke is that? This is his own little master. No good, I'm going to be in charge of this matter. What can your Wang family do to me? If you can't, why don't you shake people up and have them fight me? Woodawolf smiled disdainfully. In the entire heavenly martial realm, other than Su Yun, he didn't bring fear to anyone. You! After hearing this, Wang Sanso was angry and puzzled. He really couldn't figure out what kind of phoenix Woodawolf was smoking. Isn't choosing to make a deal with the Wang family better than choosing to help these mole crickets? I'm glad you came up with the terms for this, but the tone of your voice, I dislike it. What kind of status is that, talking to me like that? Who gave you the nerve? Asterisk 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 asterisk, the more I think about it, the more I get up. Let's go, fight. Woodawolf spoke to himself as if he had two personalities. Said the last word. In the eyes of the confused crowd, he directly dodged to the side of Wang Sanjun and grabbed him. Carrying him, he flew off into the distance. Only the dumbfounded Lin Yu and his group were left behind. Chapter 88 Elder Lu guesses that Big Wolf Wu is most likely Little Mingyue's Taoist protector. So the crisis is over? Yiling Tian's crowd looked at me and me at you. It all feels like a dream. Mingyue, you know Senior Wu? After slowing down, Yiling Tian inquired doubtfully. Sovereign Master Uncle, I've met with that uncle. Little Mingyue immediately slowed down the story of Wang Cheng's beating as well as his previous inquiry about the spirit seizing formation. So it is. Yiling Tian heard it indistinctly, only that there were some doubts in his heart. Granted, Woolawolf is a temperamental nature. The kind of thing that just happened is also very much in line with that guy's style of doing things. Again, it was as if they were helping little Akatsuki, Patriarch and a few elders. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Yu picked up with an apologetic face. After all, Uncle Wang San was coming for her. There was also absolutely no need for Yiling Tian and the others to draw fire on themselves. But, they still came forward. This was something that Lin Yu was very grateful for. After all, in the cultivation world, everyone is very selfish. Facing a tough opponent is, not to mention fellow disciples, even a husband and wife may simply abandon. There were very few like Yiling Tian and the others. Elder Lin is out of place, you being a part of the Ling Tian sect. And how can we stand by and watch you being bullied? Yiling Tian waved his hand and somewhat chided. Yes, Elder Lin, we are all from the same sect. We can count on you to refine pills in the future. So what if it's the Wang clan? The big deal is to spell self-destruction. The old man, I'm alone anyway. Right. Lu Yao and several other elders spoke one after another. Alright, Elder Lin, don't say anything more. If something happens in the future, the Ling Tian sect will be on the same front as you. My Ling Tian sect has been passed down for at least a few thousand years, so there's still a bit of heritage. Seeing that Lin Yu wanted to say something else, Yiling Tian interrupted him. Yes. Lin Yu responded heavily. Subsequently, Yiling Tian and the few elders then said their goodbyes. The blink of an eye. They then left the Green Spirit Peak. Patriarch, this matter is not quite right. Lu Yao suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Yiling Tian looked at him curiously. Elder Wu's behavior seems to be in line with his style of acting. But, thinking about it and feeling it, he seems to be helping that girl Akatsuki. Lu Yao frowned and thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Several other elders nodded in agreement. They feel that way too. It's just that he doesn't dare to talk presumptuously about Woodawolf for fear of retaliation. Yeah, Senior Marshal is the one who knows Mingyue. There's also Elder Zhao. What's wrong with that? Yiling Tian nodded and asked rhetorically. Patriarch, I actually have an even bolder guess. Meeting his gaze, Lu Yao slowly spoke. Do you think? Yiling Tian's eyes narrowed as if he already knew what Lu Yao was thinking. That's right, I feel as if Elder Wu is like a protector of the bright moon. Lu Yao nodded heavily and stared. Hiss. When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The protector? What is a Dao protector is an existence that is sent out to secretly protect a person's growth. This kind of thing is the norm in the cultivation world. Take Yiling Yun for example. In fact, every time Yun wanted to go out, Lu Yao would silently be following, acting as a protector, in case something bad happens to him. But, who is Wolf? One of the 10 great heist powers of the heavenly martial realm. What kind of existence could subdue this guy to serve as a Taoist protector for little Manhwa? Elder Lu, tell us your basis. Yi Tian thought for a moment before picking up. He knew Lu Yao's character. Never one to speculate wildly, and since he said such a thing, he must have carried some basis for it. Manhwa has a mother who seems to come from a big power. Nay, her father, however, is just an ordinary man. So, Mother Akatsuki took that power back. Lu Yao nodded and spoke slowly. You think Elder Wu is the Taoist protector that Mother Manhwa arranged for her? Elder Lu, that's not realistic. Yi Tian immediately couldn't help but pick up the conversation. The other elders nodded in agreement. There were indeed quite a few powerful hidden forces in the heavenly martial realm. However, the cultivation level of Wolf was such that even that kind of powerful hidden great power could not possibly drive it. It was because Wolf was the topmost group of people in the heavenly martial realm. Patriarch, hear me out first. Elder Lin once asked me about a power called the Divine Tao Palace. This is the power that little Manhwa's mother is from, but this power is one I've never heard of. But in old ancestors Tian Wuji, there was a record of a power called God. Lu Yao said slowly. You mean, that mysterious force that is rumored to rule over the heavenly martial realm? Isn't that a legend? Yi Tian frowned slightly. Obviously, he also knew about the power of God. Sovereign, what if this power is not a legend and is real? They merely went completely into hiding and changed their name to Shindao Palace. This kind of terrifying power is enough to drive the martial great wolf, isn't it? Lu Yao opened his mouth. Hiss. The moment these words came out, another chorus of voices sucking in cool air rang out. Indeed. If one were to truly say that there was any power in the heavenly martial realm that could drive a powerhouse of the level of martial great wolf, the rumored power god could definitely do it. After all, in the rumors, this was a terrifying existence that ruled over the heavenly martial realm. What is unity? Wasn't it that everyone in the heavenly martial realm had to listen to him? Think about it, and then look at it in the context of Wolf helping little Manhwa. What Lu Yao said seemed really possible. And that 9-tailed fairy fox cub from Manhwa. When captured by her, it was a second-ranked demonic beast. I heard from Manhwa that the 9-tailed fox cub was running away when it hit a big tree and fainted. But, would a second-ranked demonic beast make such a low-level mistake? Unless, Lu Yao spoke again. Unless someone deliberately arranged it. Yi Tian's eyes stared as he said in a deep voice. That's right, Patriarch. I even suspect that 9th grade alchemy inheritance might have been arranged by Mother Manhwa as well. Especially the abolition of Wang Chang. He was just scrapped on the front foot, leaving the Ling Tian sect without its only alchemist. But on the back foot Manhwa she brought back the 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Patriarch, don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? Lu Yao nodded and continued. So, that time, Wudolf wasn't just passing by, seeing that Wang Chang was wearing a Dharma robe that was the same color as his own, and only then stepped in to teach him a lesson. Rather, it's that fellow Wang Chang, who has been forcing Elder Lin to marry him, causing Manhwa's dissatisfaction. It's even possible that that guy has abused or bullied Akatsuki. The Great Wolf of Wu will just make a direct move to abolish him. Yi Tian's complexion stared as he analyzed. If that's the case, then it's a perfect match. And that extreme enlightenment tea, it should also be arranged by Manhwa her mother behind the scenes. Lu Yao nodded and stared. You mean, not only is Wudolf a Tao protector, but there's also Zhao Chuan as well. Yi Tian was violently shocked and opened his mouth in disbelief. Chapter 89, Wudolf, you guys are pretty smart. This statement was made. The other elders were stunned. One Wudolf was scary enough. If there is another Zhao Chuan in the dark, then little Manhwa could definitely walk horizontally in the entire heavenly martial realm. 2 top 10 powerhouses backed it up. Ask the heavenly martial world, who else dares to disrespect little Manhwa? Even a hidden great clan with a terrifying heritage like the Lin clan's ancient clan didn't necessarily have that bottom line, because the 10 strongest men of the heavenly martial realm were not blown out of proportion. Likewise, the 10 strongest people did not refer to the 10 ninth tribulation cultivators. Worthwhile is wariness. The person who made the list. Basically, they were all invincible existences in the same realm. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Chuan or Wudolf, when they encountered the same ninth tribulation realm cultivator. As long as they weren't a top 10 powerhouse, they could take them down one-on-one. That's the gold of the top 10. Just one is very scary, not to mention that there are 2 standing behind Xiao Manhwa. 2 top 10 powerhouses joining forces, who would dare to compete with them? That's just my guess, it's hard to say exactly. Lu Yao shook his head and returned. That's just it. It's not for us to get involved or even discuss such things. Just pretend you don't know anything. Yi Tian thought about it and waved his hand. Ling Tian Zone is a diamond segment that goes to the high end of the game. Press doesn't have that kind of credentials. The others nodded. That said, they can't get involved in this kind of thing. It can only be discussed and debated in private. Of course, the thoughts in the minds of all the elders had now been unanimous, however. Can't offend little Akatsuki. Otherwise, it would definitely become the next Wang Chang. Su Mansion. Oh, they guessed? Suyun's posture was lazy as he sat on the chair, sweeping Zhao Chuan without looking askance. Wolf strikes too often. Plus there are some coincidences with things like the alchemy inheritance. A few elders of the Ling Tian sect surmised that we are the protectors of the young lady. Zhao Chuan stood behind Su Yun with a bowed body and opened his mouth. What they guessed, though, was that we were the ones arranged by the Lord's mother. He continued. Where's Mingyue? Can they tell Mingyue? Su Yun gently nodded his head and asked rhetorically. The lady doesn't know, and they're just guessing. Should I step in and give a warning? Zhao Chuan respectfully returned. Then let Martial Wolf reason with them. After Su Yun pondered for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Now was not the time to let little Akatsuki know everything. It's best to hide it if you can. This was because he was worried that little Mingyue would go to the Divine Path Palace despite everything when she found out. At that time, it wasn't good for him or Xiao Mingyue aka In Tianyue. He also had an understanding of the situation in the Divine Dao Palace. It's in the middle of a power grab. His exposure with little Mingyue would only lead to endless trouble. If you can. Naturally it is best not to be exposed at this particular time. The best time to do so was when he broke through to the God Emperor realm. Because at that time, only then would he be qualified to have the strength to face In Tianyu's family, and only then would he have the strength to completely preserve little Mingyu. Yes, Zhao Chuan respectfully responded. Tell them that the fewer people who know, the better. Especially that little guy Yi Lingyun. Su Yun once again admonished. He wasn't worried about those old men from the Ling Tian sect. The main thing is to worry about Yi Ling Tian giving himself. Yi Lingyun said. Yi Lingyun was still just a child after all. It's too easy to talk out of turn. Understood. Zhao Chuan nodded heavily. And the Wang clan, have Jun Lu, that corpse of the Sate realm, make a trip and tell them not to send any more people into the western region. Or else, perish. Su Yun opened his mouth with a gaze. Zhao Chuan nodded and immediately ran off to make arrangements. As a robbery realm powerhouse, he was naturally very efficient. At the time when Yi Ling Tian had just returned to his cultivation room, the Wookiee wolf was then already sitting in his chair. Meet Senior Wu. Seeing him, Yi Ling Tian hurriedly saluted. Tisk, TSK, you guys are pretty smart. Surprisingly, I guessed. Wolf said with a raised eyebrow as he toyed with a small knife. Words. Yi Ling Tian's body trembled. Surprisingly, it's really the protector of the road. Senior Wu, we. He shivered and opened his mouth, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Because Wolf showed up here and said such things. Obviously here to raise hell. If they don't get it right, a couple of them guys will have to be silenced. Come on, I'm not here to kill you guys. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. Just came to tell you that the fewer people who know, the better, including that son of yours. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Martial Wolf waved his hand and opened his mouth with a bashful expression. A harmonization realm and several transformation realms. He was just an ant that could be crushed at will. Don't worry, Senior Wu, I will definitely keep my mouth shut on this matter. Yi Ling Tian let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly opened his mouth. He even swore an oath of the great Tao on the spot in order for Wolf to believe. Once violated. Death of the body, death of the family. Not bad, in fact, it would be a good thing for you if Miss stayed in your clan. The alchemy inheritance, including your breakthrough to the harmonization realm. And the demons. Martial Wolf nodded in satisfaction and spoke again. What? Yi Ling Tian was immediately shocked after hearing this. Elder, what do you mean? He looked at Wudolf in dismay, not realizing that the divine Dao fruit had been arranged by them as well. What else? You think Qing Yunzi can possess this kind of elixir? If he did, would there still be a green cloud mystic realm? Wolf shrugged him off and looked at him the same way he looked at a little cutie. Looking at him as if he were a cutie. Meeting his gaze. Yi Ling Tian smiled sarcastically. This point had naturally occurred to him. Only at that time, it was thought that it was the ancient clan of the Lin clan that helped. I didn't realize that it was because of little Mingyue. Please, Elder, stay with me as I thank you for your lordship's reward. Yi Ling Tian arched his hand and bowed. You just have to manage your forces well. And don't go to great lengths to please the lady, it will cause your lordship to resent you. Do you know why your son awakened the Dao body? Martial Wolf opened his mouth in a salty manner. Could it be, this too? Yi Ling Tian was violently shocked and looked at Big Wolf Wu with a face full of dismay. If it wasn't for your lordship, how could he have awakened the Dao body? Come on, it's just something you know. There are still demons, don't worry. They will come to attack, only it won't be more than your Ling Tian sect can afford. The reason for this is that you should know why. Wolf played with the small knife in his hand and spoke again. Understood. Yi Ling Tian said in a hurry. This was actually good for the Ling Tian sect. There was Martial Wolf controlling the power of the demon clan behind the scenes. Not only could it be practiced on little Mingyue, it could be practiced on the entire Ling Tian sect. Alright, remember what I told you, if there are leaks, There's no need for your Ling Tian sect to exist anymore. Wuda Wolf waved his hand, his voice still floating in the air, and his person had already disappeared into his chair. I didn't expect that it was really a Dao protector. Yi Ling Tian sighed with emotion and hurriedly summoned a few elders to deliberate. Chapter 90, The Elders Are Shocked, Truly a Daoist Protector. A moment's work. Aside from Ling Yu and Xing Shi, all the elders of the Ling Tian sect arrived at the council hall in a panic. Patriarch, what is the reason you called us for an urgent deliberation? Lu Yao asked with a frown. Patriarch, but the Taiyin sect and the Greenwood sect fight to attack again? We must deploy properly this time. It's best to let them have no return. It's mainly the demons are the biggest crisis. The other elders opened their mouths with a word from you and a word from me. Elders, be at ease, be at ease. I have called you all here this time, and I do have something great to say. This matter is even more important than the demon race as well as the Taiyin sect and the Greenwood sect coming to attack. Yi Ling Tian swept a glance at the crowd and raised his hand to suppress his voice. The Devil Race, Taiyin sect, and the Greenwood sect, the Ling Tian sect can still withstand one or two of them by raising the entire sect's reserves. But, you can't do that against Wuda Wolf. Even if they were to raise the entire clan's reserves, it would be impossible to block a single move from Martial Great Wolf. After Lu Yao and the other elders heard this, their brows were all slightly furrowed. What is it? Surprisingly, it was more important than the demon race, the Taiyin sect, and the Duanmu Pavilion's incoming attack? Just now Senior Marshal came to find me alone. Yi Ling Tian swept a glance at the crowd and said in a condensed voice, Wuda Wolf? Lu Yao and the others pondered in their hearts. Patriarch, could it be that the old man's speculation? Suddenly, Lu Yao opened his mouth incredulously as if he had remembered something. To put it bluntly, everything before was nothing more than speculation on his part. Now what? Since Wuda Wolf came to the door alone, wouldn't it mean that the presumption was correct? Hiss. When the other elders heard this, their faces were shocked, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Wuda Wolf is really the little bright moon protector. That's right, we need to keep this matter a secret and not let Mingyue know. Nor may Elder Lin know. I also ask that you rot this matter in your stomachs, or else. Yi Ling Tian's gaze skimmed over the crowd one by one and spoke slowly in a serious tone. Understood. Lu Yao and several other elders nodded heavily. Although Yi Ling Tian's words were silent, they all knew what they meant. Once leaked, it's definitely a death sentence. It's the kind of thing they can understand. Because in the cultivation world, this kind of thing is very common. So many people of great power, in order for their children not to become dilettantes, all of them will hide their identities and train their children so that they can become the pillars of the future. There is no need for you all to have any psychological burden. This matter is also good for the Ling Tian sect. Whether it's the alchemy inheritance, my breakthrough into the harmonization realm or Ling Yun's Dao body, it's all the handiwork of Mother Bright Moon. Her being in the Ling Tian sect is truly a blessing for my Ling Tian sect. Yi Ling Tian nodded with his eyes full and spoke again. What? As soon as these words came out, shock once again surfaced on the faces of the group of elders. Not only was the alchemy inheritance the handiwork of the person behind Little Bright Moon, even the patriarch's breakthrough into the harmonization realm and Ling Yun's Dao body. No wonder Ling Yun said the Dao body awakening was very strange. So it is. Elder Lu Yao lamented. Patriarch, that pair of bright moons, do we want them? Suddenly, one of the elders gurgled his eyes and opened his mouth. The other elders were all old men and knew what he wanted to say, their eyes all lit up. Yeah, if one pleases little Mingyue, then wouldn't one be able to do the same? No, Elder Wu specifically said something about this. We need to pretend we don't know anything, understand? Yi Ling Tian's tone was condensed as he warned. Yes. The several elders responded with heavy voices, snuffing out the thoughts in their minds. For all of this, little Myung Moon and Lin Yu naturally didn't know. Mother, Uncle really helped us. She hugged Lin Yu's arm and opened her mouth with a smile. Aha! It's also fortunate that Elder Wu helped. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make peace today. Lin Yu nodded, while his tone was all helplessness. This time there was Marshal Wolf who had righteously come to his aid. What about next time? And what to do? I have to hurry up and become a 6th grade alchemist before I can do that. It was the only way the family could send forces to protect me. Lin Yu once again spoke with emotion. Mother will be able to. Little Akatsuki immediately cheered him on. As for Qingxi, she just laughed softly. She knew what Lin Yu was thinking. It's also tempting to say don't worry about it, because she knew that wherever little Mingyue was, the duo of Wudolf and Xiao Chuan would be there. In other words, as long as one followed little Mingyue, one could go anywhere in the heavenly martial realm. In the end, though, she didn't speak. It just said, with Elder Lin's skill, he will definitely be able to reach his goal very quickly. Yes, Mother is the best. Little Akatsuki nodded in agreement. You have to practice too. There's still your real mommy to find. Lin Yu rubbed her head and smiled gently. Aha, Mother, I'm going to practice now. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, and after saying that, she hopped up and headed for her cultivation room. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu and Qing Shi exchanged a glance, and both surfaced with a smirk. The boy. Qing Shi opened her mouth and grew more and more fond of little Minghua. If Akatsuki is working so hard, I have to work hard too. Elder Qing, feel free. Lin Yu picked up the conversation, and after she finished, she also headed towards her own cultivation room. All work hard, and naturally I have to work hard too. Continue refining Little White's essence blood. Qingqiu Foxy, sooner or later, one day, I will kill back. There was a glint in Qing Shi's eyes. In the meantime, Zhengzhou, Wang clan magnificent clan. As a superpower in the central state, the Wang clan's magnificent clan was truly magnificent. The buildings within the clan were all built with spirit stones. After all, the Wang clan's magnificent clan controlled the Chamber of Commerce in the Heavenly Martial Realm. The Chamber of Commerce under its name was one of the strongest in the Heavenly Martial Realm. Not only their own money-making horror, more other superpower relations are very good. But, today's Wang clan magnates, however, were all respectfully facing one person, Jun Lu. The Wangs are certainly horrible. But, Chun Lu was one of the top 10 strongest people in the Heavenly Martial Realm and was still able to rank in the top 3 in terms of strength. No exaggeration. Jun Ryu is the heaven of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Facing this kind of existence, even the Wang clan's powerful family with horrifying wealth had to deal with it respectfully. No, what is the sword immortal here for? The contemporary patriarch of the Wang clan's magnificent clan, Wang Yi sat across from Jun Lu and opened his mouth with some curiosity. For Jun Ryu he knew. All year round, he was in closed-door cultivation on an uninhabited isolated island. In the central state, no one has seen Chun Liu for 2,000 years. He didn't expect that this sword immortal would pay a visit to his door today. Jun Ryu swept him away without any nonsense. Directly throw Uncle Wang San's body on the ground. Sandy. Seeing Uncle Wang San's body, Wang Yi was shocked. This is his true brother in arms. All along, Uncle Wang San had been helping the family with things that couldn't see the light of day. Now, it's even dead. Sword Fairy, you. Wang Yi looked at Jun Lu and spoke with anger and doubt. Chapter 91, The Strange Wan Lin. For Jun Ryu. Just because he says he wants to be treated respectfully doesn't mean he's afraid. The Wang clan ancient clan was one of the super great clans in the Heavenly Martial Realm. Nature has its own underpinnings. Likewise, it is not a weakling to be pinched. Word, I'm only going to say this once. The West is his lordship's territory, and he doesn't like to be disturbed. If the Wang family sends another person to the western region, he's the next step. Jun Lu faintly swept Wang Yi as he opened his mouth in a very domineering manner. He knew the Wang family was powerful, but he wasn't a vegetarian. After all, as an existence whose strength could be ranked in the top 3 in the Heavenly Martial Realm, he naturally had his own forces. Heavenly Sword Sect. This was his power, again, one of the superpowers of the Heavenly Martial Realm. One more thing. Everyone in the Heavenly Sword Sect is a sword cultivator. When it really comes down to it, there's no fear of the Wang family in the slightest. Not to mention, is this still a matter of Su Yun's order? Leaving aside Su Yun, just Zhao Chuan's Zhao family, and Wolf, coupled with him as well as the Heavenly Sword Sect. Even if the Wang family called all the forces they could pick them apart. My lord? After listening, Wang Yi quickly calmed down, his brows slightly furrowed. As a businessman. And what is the horror of businessmen? It's in keeping your brain in a state of extreme clarity no matter what. Even when it comes to heavenly things, it's all the same. Because only in this way can we be able to be calm in the face of danger, and then methodically lay out a response to the situation. No exaggeration. Wang Yi is the most powerful businessman in the Tianwu realm. Therefore, even now, when he saw Wang Yi's corpse, he was able to calm down quickly. Looking at his performance, even Jun Lu had to feel in his heart that this guy was indeed a number. That's right, my lord, this time it's just a warning to you Wang. If there is a next time, the Wang family will be destroyed. Jun Lu spoke with a bland expression. Wang Yi did not refute after hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded his head gently. Alright, thank you, Sword Immortal, for informing me. My Wang family understands. Jun Lu nodded gently. No more nonsense. His body directly disappeared in Wang Yi's line of sight. Big brother, this guy is bullying people too much, isn't it Sandy? Just as Jun Lu had just left, a middle-aged man who looked 7 times like Wang Yi walked out of the shadows. From the way he addressed Wang Yi, and his looks, it wasn't hard to guess. This middle-aged man was Wang Yi's second brother. The name is Wang Ren. Second brother, I've told you many times that you need to be calm no matter what comes your way. Don't forget the words the old ancestors left behind. To bring about their demise, we must first make them mad. When you can't be emotionally stable, it's easy to lose your ability to think. Wang Yi looked at him and taught in a serious manner, as if he was educating his own child. But it was third brother who died. Wang Ren retorted angrily. The 3 of them, brothers, grew up together and were very close. There was never a fight over who was in power. Much less did the heirs reckon with each other like other great powers that way. Some, just help each other out. Now, looking at the corpse of Uncle Wang San, how could he be calm? Second brother, how much do you believe in Jun Lu's words? Wang Yi waved his hand and spoke with a deep gaze. 5 points. As if his words carried some kind of magic, it made Wang Ren quickly calm down and answer. Chun Lu is a sword cultivator, and is concerned with a clear mind. Generally don't lie and don't care to. Just, Wang Ren spoke again. Just, who in the heavenly martial realm can be called an adult by him? Wang Yi answered with a deep gaze. Aha! Wang Ren nodded immediately. As a sword immortal, Chun Lu was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the heavenly martial world. Even the one who was recognized as the number 1 in terms of strength could not be called an adult by him. There is actually a very terrifying power hidden in the heavenly martial realm. This power is called God. Wang Yi spoke again. God? Wang Ren frowned slightly, he naturally knew about this power. Big brother, isn't this a legend? He opened his mouth. God, a power, was known to all the superpowers in the heavenly martial realm. Only the records are rumors. In the heavenly martial realm, no matter which superpower it was, the records of this power were all the same. Anecdotally, there's no such thing as an empty cave. Wang Yi lamented. Big brother, do you think? Wang Ren's eyes shrunk as he spoke incredulously. That power has the ability to make Jun Ryu call him an adult. Second brother, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. You said about investigating this matter, and do not enter the West in haste. Find a way to pry from the people in the West. Wang Yi slowly spoke. Yes. Wang Ren nodded heavily. This was difficult for him, but not too difficult. The demon clan side is still keeping an eye on Liner? Wang Yi digressed and inquired again. Still staring, just never made a move. Wang Ren immediately responded. On the demon side, I'll deal with it. Let's give third brother a thick burial and publicize to the public that he died while exploring the ancient ruins. Wang Yi nodded, and only then did his gaze fall on Uncle Wang San's corpse. Yes. Wang Ren respectfully responded and immediately set about making arrangements. Soon, his figure then disappeared into the Great Hall. Your Holiness, have you heard of the Power God? After Wang Yi disappeared, Wang Ren suddenly spoke into the air, acted very respectfully as well. It was as if a subordinate. Haven't heard. A faint voice rang out, and a youth slowly walked out of the void. If the Wang family were here, they would have recognized it. This youth was no one else but the unicorn son of the Wang family, Wang Lin. However, a superpower does exist in the world of the heavens. This power is called the Divine Tao Palace, the true heaven of the human race. The god in your mouth ruling the heavenly martial realm is very much in line with the Divine Tao Palace. It's just that the Divine Tao Palace won't meddle in the affairs of other worlds, nor will it occupy a corner as king. Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth with an old-fashioned look, especially those clear eyes. Give people the feeling is not dynamic, bright, but the kind of weathered, have seen the sea changes in the waves of unperturbed. But the West. Wang Yi frowned slightly. More is better than less. I want the girl from the Lin family. Only she can help me complete the Great Way. And only she can make that old thing die. Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth, and as he spoke, he raised his head to look at the sky, his gaze extremely penetrating, as if he was looking at an unknown existence in the sky. Hatred also surfaced in those unperturbed eyes. Your Holiness, that girl is precisely in the western region today. Wang Yi opened his mouth very helplessly. Then do whatever you can to get her out of the West. She's the key. Without him I can't finish what I need to do, and I can't deal with that old thing. There's no hope for the Wang family to go any further. Understand? Wang Lin opened his mouth and his gaze fell on Wang Yi. Obviously very plain, Wang Yi's body trembled. Even his head bowed a few points respectfully. Yes, he bowed in response. Chapter 92, What's Wrong with Me? Come on, me. With regards to what happened in the Wang family, little Mingyuan naturally didn't know. At this time, she was practicing hard. At her feet, little White, who was lying on his back, was also refining the Kuanpeng essence blood. As the Kuanpeng essence blood continued to be refined, a water drop symbol loomed next to the fire lotus on its forehead. As the saying goes, there are no years of cultivation, there are no ice in the mountains, and the summer cicadas don't know autumn. 3 days passed quietly. During these 3 days, little Mingyue was working hard to improve along with little White and even Lin Yu and Xingxi. Only, the effect is not significant. At least, there was no sign of any breakthrough in either cultivation level. Well, it's so hard for little White to cultivate. After another soul power depletion, little Mingyue opened her eyes and spoke in a slightly tired manner. Ouch! White purred, sticking out his pink tongue and licking at her cheek in a comforting gesture. Aha, White, I'm just emotional yet. It's not like I'm not practicing. Little Mingyue stroked its fluffy head and spoke with a smile. Go to mother and sleep, and then continue to cultivate once your soul power is restored. She spoke to herself. After saying that, he carried little White out of the cultivation room. Running out of soul power? Outside the cultivation room, looking at little Mingyue who walked out with a tired face, Xingxi laughed. It seems, she has been waiting here for a long time. Mommy, I want to sleep. Little Akatsuki nodded obediently and unfolded her arms. Good. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Xingxi summoned his tail to wrap her up. After 3 days of refining, she had already refined a lot of little White's essence blood. The bloodline has also recovered and has reached 5 tails. Mother, you've grown another tail. Little Mingyue looked at the 5 tails that wrapped themselves around her and opened her mouth in amazement. That's right, as long as I grow another tail, my cultivation will reach the harmonization realm. Xingxi smiled and nodded in response. Now, the reason she was able to show 5 tails, it was because the cultivation had reached the realm of the transfigured god. If we continue to refine Xiaobai's essence blood, the recovery of the demon bloodline could lead to a breakthrough in cultivation, stepping into the harmonization realm in one fell swoop. After all, she was only half a step away from the harmonization realm. The restoration of the demon bloodline was just enough for her to cross this half step. After breaking through the harmony realm, she will not grow a tail once her bloodline is restored. After all, the tail represented the cultivation of the Fox clan. If she wanted to grow her tail again, she would not be able to do so unless her cultivation reached the Mahayana realm. Mother, will you tell me a story? Little Mingyue fluttered her watery eyes and opened her mouth somewhat expectantly. Amount. Meeting her gaze, Xingxi froze slightly. She's not Su Yun. There really isn't that much of a story to tell. However, looking at little Mingyue's expectant eyes, still nodding softly, she then related some of the stories she had heard as a child. Gradual. Little Akatsuki then slowly fell asleep in the gently swaying tail of the clear sun. Immortal Meteor Mountain, the devil race's entrance to the western region. Buzz. With a gust of ripples coming from the ancient tree in the sky, a vortex slowly emerged. Immediately after, a group of people came out of the vortex. They were sent here by none other than the old queen. After 3 days of investigation, the old queen has made sure the news is true. So, immediately, this team was sent over in secret. The number of people is small, only 10, but the cultivation was all very strong. 3 Mahayana realms and 7 harmonization realms. This power was enough to sweep away any power in the western region. Purpose, Ling Tian sect. Target, a little girl named Su Mingyu. The leader gazed away and stared. His deep gaze seemed to pass through the layers of obstruction and landed directly on the Ling Tian sect. Yes. The others responded respectfully. He then recklessly charged straight towards the Ling Tian sect. But, soon the line came to a stop. To be precise, it was intercepted by Woolawolf. Woodawolf. Looking at Wu Dolph who was suddenly in front of him, the leader frowned. Being from the Witch Horse clan, every single one of them knew the top existences of the heavenly martial realm. After all of these top-tier existences were the most powerful enemies to them. Yo, this time that whatever demon emperor of yours sent you guys over? Is your brain not working? Carrying his own 9-ringed greatsword, Wu Dolph contemptuously swept his eyes at the 10 demon clans. 3 Mahayana realms and 7 harmonization realms. This power was indeed very terrifying for the western region. But in his eyes, they were just a few ants. Martial Great Wolf's words, however, caused all 10 demon clans to frown slightly. What makes you say that, Your Excellency? The leader inquired suspiciously. You don't know? Tisk, interesting. Wu Dolph first swept them in surprise, but quickly reacted and laughed with interest. You're that old hag's people, aren't you? He opened his mouth. As one of the top 10 strongest people in the heavenly martial realm, he was naturally aware of the situation of the demon race. Bold. When Wu Dolph said this, the 10 demon clansmen roared in anger and in unison. The old queen was the supreme being in their eyes. Now you're being called an old hag? Alright, you bunch of minions, what's a dog barking at? How many years has she lived? What's an old hag if not an old hag? It's only you sand sculptures that worship her as a god. Martial Great Wolf swept them a glance and spoke with a face full of mockery. Other people feared the demon race, but he wasn't afraid. You. Martial Great Wolf's words caused the 10 demon clans to become angry again. Me? What? Look at me and get upset? Come on, me. Wolda Wolf cut in disdain, and as he spoke, he stretched his neck forward. Nima. Zhao Chuan and Jun Lu in the dark saw this scene. Neither face could help but darken. This guy, as usual, is a real. Then look at the 10 demons. They stared angrily at Big Wolf Wu, but in the end, none of them dared to make a move. Facing this kind of horrible existence, their little cultivation wasn't enough. Hey, shut the up if you don't dare, bunch of little trash. What else can you do besides bleep? Woodawolf continued to speak. It caused the 10 demons to gnash their teeth and spit fire in their eyes. If eyes could kill, Martial Wolf would probably be in pieces by now. What's the point of wasting words? Who cares who he belongs to? Settle it quickly. Don't waste your time here. Zhao Chuan really couldn't look at it and stepped out from the darkness, saying with a dark face. Seeing Zhao Chuan, the 10 demons froze again. What's with this? The top 10 strongest people in the Tianwu realm, if they don't stay properly in the central state, why are they afraid of coming to a place like the western region, a place that's not a whole? Idle? The 10 demon clansmen looked at me and me at you, with confused looks on their faces. Swish! Before Wu Dolph could answer, a flash of swordlight suddenly flew out of the void. In just half a breath, the swordlight drifted past 10 demons. At their incredulous stares, The sound of plopping and plopping continued. The 10 demons were instantly separated from their heads, and on their fallen heads, all of their eyes were wide and dead. On the verge of death, a question existed in their minds. Why did these terrifying powerhouses appear in the western region? Chapter 93, What kind of pants are you? You're so good at pretending. Chun Lu struck out, so fast that even Big Wolf Wu hadn't reacted yet. By the time he responded, 10 demons have already died. No, Jun Ryu, can't you just give me some practice? What are you killing so fast for? What can you do now? He spoke with some irritation. And then what? Holding the unsheathed sword, Lu Chun stepped out from the void, his gaze flatly looking at Wudolf. Mud, are you a pantywaist? So capable of pretending, do you want to fight? Looking at that look on his face, Wolf instantly came under fire. You can try. Jun Ryu responded with a bland expression. Other people were afraid of Wolf, but he wasn't. Recognized as a top 3 powerhouse by the people of the heavenly martial world. He wasn't raised a vegetarian. Enough, now that we are all working for His Excellency, why should we fight each other? If the two of you were to move, it would attract all eyes in the central state. When the time comes, you know the consequences. Zhao Chuan glanced at the two with a bit of a headache and opened his mouth. Listen to the end. Both were instantly mute. Lao Zhao, I'm just kidding, just kidding. Martial Great Wolf immediately opened his mouth with a smile. If he really fought with Jun Lu, it would naturally be impossible to distinguish between the two in a short period of time. However, the same Ninth Tribulation Realm cultivator, the commotion they could produce with their hands was tremendous. At that time, it would definitely attract the attention of everyone in the central state. One might even think that there are treasures here in the West. After all, people at their level were living within the cavernous paradise of the central state. A sudden appearance in the West would definitely make people think more. Once it was believed that there were treasures in the western region, people from the central state would flock to the western region like a river of carp. When that happens, it will bring nothing but endless trouble. Jun Lu didn't say anything, however, it could be seen from his sword drawing action to put it away. He listened to Zhao Chuan's words. Now that everyone is working for his lordship, it amounts to the same thing all the way around. We should be united, not looking at each other. Go on, get back to the lady. Zhao Chuan swept a glance at the two men, sighed, and said, the blink of an eye. The three of them then returned to Green Spirit Peak. Sleeping until the afternoon, little Akatsuki woke up. She started by stretching and yawning. Mother, I slept well. She opened her mouth with a grin. Woke up from your nap, hungry? She opened his mouth with a smile, only to see a large pot of demonic beast meat stewed in front of her. Right Ak, or mother understands me. Little Mingyue touched her stomach and spoke with some embarrassment. Silly girl, eat. She controlled his tail and rubbed her head, laughing. Aha. Little Akatsuki nodded and immediately took a leg bone that was bigger than her and started gnawing on it. That big mouthful of meat. Even Shi's appetite grew as he watched. Senior Sister Su. Right at this moment, Yi Lingyun's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, he landed in the small courtyard from the air with his flying sword. Nerd. Come and eat the meat. Seeing him, little Akatsuki greeted him warmly. Mount. Looking at little Mingyue holding a leg bone that was bigger than myself, he gave Yi Lingyun the whole won't on the spot. Because in his opinion, shouldn't a woman be elegant? Where's little Myung Moon? Totally like a little man. Thanks to Senior Sister Su's kindness, I won't eat. He waved his hand in direct refusal. Oh. Little Mingyue didn't insist, as she nibbled on the meat while inquiring, Nerd, why did you come here? Come to play with me? Yi Lingyun immediately shook his head. I came to find Senior Sister Su to inform that the Heaven's Gate secret realm is about to open. Does Senior Sister Su want to participate? The secret realm of the Heavenly Gates? She frowned slightly. This secret realm she naturally knew. It was a secret realm unique to the Ling Tian sect, rumored to have been left by the founding ancestor of the Ling Tian sect, Tian Yunzi. The Heaven's Gate secret realm was also one of the Ling Tian sect's underpinnings, especially a spiritual liquid produced in the secret realm. Extremely popular with monks. Yeah, I'm going. Little Akatsuki immediately nodded her head. Good, tomorrow the Sicho secret realm opens. Senior Sister Su remembered. Yi Lingyun nodded and barked. The beginning of the 6th hour is 9 o'clock in the morning. Aha. Little Akatsuki nibbled on the meat and nodded. After a few more moments of conversation, only then did Yi Lingyun arch his hand and leave. Surprisingly, he's about to break through the Yuanying realm. The Ling Tian sect has indeed produced a character. Looking at his departing back, Qingxi sighed in her heart. Yi Lingyun's situation could not be hidden from her. Already half a foot into the Yuanying realm. If one were to take the infant transformation pill, one would be able to immediately break through the Yuanying realm. This cultivation talent is terrifying, because Yi Lingyun was only 10 years old, a 10-year-old Genesis. Looking at the entire western region, it was absolutely unprecedented. Even the young Wuda Wolf couldn't compare to it. Sure, except for the special case of little Akatsuki. In terms of talent, little Mingyue was enough to throw off Yi Lingyun by several blocks. After all, little Mingyue was only 6 years old now. Instead, the cultivation level was already at the late Jindan stage. Akatsuki, I've made it. Just then, Lin Yu's uplifting voice rang out, only to see her happily rushing out of the cultivation room, her face all revitalized. Mother, you've become a 6th grade alchemist. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she inquired with great surprise. Even Xingxi's face showed a flash of shock. This was because the grade of an alchemist was often linked to cultivation. If the cultivation level could not be reached, then the mana in the body would not be able to support it until the time of Dan formation. Lin Yu's cultivation at the early stage of transformation spirit was actually able to become a 6th grade alchemist. It's definitely a very scary thing. Yes, and thanks to your father for that tea. My soul power has enhanced a lot, and that's what allowed me to become a 6th grade alchemist. How about I take you back to the ancient clan of the Lin clan tomorrow? Lin Yu smiled with a gentle smile on his face. For alchemy, apart from mana, soul power was also extraordinarily important. Mana was to catalyze the Dan fire, refine the herbs as well as perform the Jidan seal to condense the Dan. And the psionic power controls the fusion of the medicinal liquid. No exaggeration. Even if one's mana was at a level where they could refine a 6th grade elixir, they wouldn't be able to refine a 6th grade elixir if their soul power wasn't up to it. Ha! Mother, the nerd said he's going to the Heaven's Gate secret realm tomorrow. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and opened his mouth. Heaven's Gate secret realm? Yes, counting the time, it is indeed time for the Heaven's Gate secret realm to open. How about this, you go to the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm first, and when it's over, we'll go to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Lin Yu thought about opening his mouth. To this, little Akatsuki naturally nodded her head. Mother, will the ancient clan of the Lin clan have news of the Great Mother? She spoke with some anticipation. Big Mother Nature? Lin Yu looked at her a little confused. Right, Ak, the one I haven't seen is the first mother's mother, and you are the second mother's mother. Elder Chang is the third mother's mother, he. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Chapter 94, I think I can feel daddy coming. This. Xingxi and Lin Yu couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this. How does that sound? Weird? Wrong? Seeing that the two didn't strike up a conversation, little Mingyue couldn't help but scratch his head and ask. Amount. Both Xingxi and Lin Yu were dumbfounded. Saying it's right seems to seem like it's right. It doesn't seem right to say it's not right. The two of them looked at me and me at you, neither of them knowing how to answer. Right. After a moment's hesitation, Xingxi nodded and spoke. He. Upon hearing this answer, little Mingyue immediately laughed. Time passed, and the next day rolled around. At the beginning of the 6th hour, Lin Yu and Xingxi arrived before the Heaven's Gate mystic realm on time with little Mingyue. Yi Lingyun seemed to have arrived long ago. Not only that, there were also quite a few disciples from the Lingyun sect. Yi Ling Tian as well as Lu Yao and several other elders were present. Greetings to Patriarch Master Uncle, all the elders. Little Akatsuki greeted the group politely. See her. Several elders looked a bit fearful. After all, Xiaomingyue's Dao protectors were Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan. These two top-tier powerhouses were probably watching silently from the shadows. Good boy. Yi Ling Tian coughed and responded with a smile. Afterward, he swept a glance at everyone and spoke aloud. Everyone has arrived, so prepare to depart. Remember, there are no other forces within the Heaven's Gate mysteries though. But it doesn't mean there aren't demonic beasts inside. You guys go in. Besides collecting spirit medicine, it's spirit liquid. If you can be assured of your own safety, be sure to bring out as much spiritual liquid as possible. Get it? To this, all the disciples nodded their heads in response. Good, please trouble a few elders to follow me to open the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm. Yi Ling Tian nodded in relief and looked towards the several God Transformation Realm elders. Subsequently, the crowd then began to frantically inject mana into the entrance of the Heaven's Gate mystic realm. Buzz. A few moments later, with a buzzing sound, a vortex slowly emerged in the air. Moment. Everyone felt a very pure aura coming from the vortex. What a pure aura. Xingxi lamented with some shock. She feels. The aura that overflowed from the vortex was not at all on the same level as the aura absorbed from usual cultivation. Compared to the usual cultivation, the aura absorbed. The aura that overflowed from the vortex was even purer, not mixed with a bit of worldly turbidity. Not only her. Even Zhao Chuan, Wu Dolph, and Lu Chun, who were hidden in the shadows, frowned the moment an aura spilled out of the Heavenly Gate mystic realm. Old Zhao, this aura is not simple it seems to be very advanced. Wuda Wolf spoke with a voice transmission. It's better than the aura of my retreat place, even better. Jun Ryu spoke with some confusion. Can it be that it's an immortal aura that's above aura? Zhao Chuan pondered and returned in an uncertain tone. Immortal aura? After hearing this, Martial Great Wolf and Jun Lu were both shocked. What is immortal aura? It is the special aura that exists only in the upper world. Like the flying immortal tribulation that they had taken at the tribulation realm. It was the ability to absorb immortal aura after each crossing, thus allowing one's mana to be transformed into immortal power as well as allowing one's body to become an immortal body. If what was contained within this Ling Tian sect's Heavenly Gate mystery was originally immortal aura, does it mean you don't have to go through the flying immortal tribulation again? Directly absorbing the immortal aura from the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm to mold the immortal body and transform mana, thus breaking through to the immortal realm? It's not immortal aura, it's pseudo-immortal aura. Just then, Suyun's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, he appeared in the middle of the three Wudolf people. "Greetings, my lord." Seeing him arrive, all three of them were startled, and then they hurriedly saluted. Ha! It was also the moment Suyun appeared. Little Akatsuki seemed to look towards where he was as if she sensed something. "What's wrong, Akatsuki?" Her difference was immediately noticed by Lion Yu. "Mother, I think I just felt father coming." Little Akatsuki scratched his head and opened his mouth thoughtfully. "Suyun is here?" Lin Yu was confused on the spot after hearing this. How is that possible? Suyun was just immortal, and the Heaven's Gate mystic realm was a forbidden land of the Ling Tian sect. Even if he was coming to visit little Mingyue, he couldn't possibly show up here, could he? However, Qing Shi, who stood silently by the side, was shocked. Suyun is here? Could it be that this Heaven's Gate is dense with some horrible crisis? Even the three Wudolfs couldn't solve that kind of thing, so that's why Suyun came here? Akatsuki, are you sure? Lin Yu didn't notice Qing Shi's difference and just looked at little Mingyue and continued to ask questions. "Mother, I'm not sure, I just felt it for a moment. Is it a hallucination because you miss Daddy?" Little Akatsuki scratched her ears and opened her mouth. "It should be." Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Suyun was only a first-order mortal and did not have any cultivator's aura on him. Definitely not here. "Silly girl, let's go see your father when the Heaven's Gate mysteries are over." She rubbed little Akatsuki's head and laughed. "Aha!" Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. Qing Shi, who was at the side, looked at her and then at Lin Yu, and ultimately said nothing. Choose to be silent. The other side. Suyun had already brought the three of them, Wudolf, to the outside of the Ling Tian sect. "Bloodline sensing, it's really powerful," he lamented. Just now, after Little Bright Moon looked towards his location, he left instantly. Otherwise, even if it wasn't exposed, it would still cause suspicion in little Mingyue's mind. This was also the reason why he had arranged for the three Wudolf to serve as protectors for little Mingyue. "My lord, what you just said." Zhao Chuan opened his mouth curiously. "Pseudo-immortal aura. A little higher than Reiki and a little lower than immortal aura. It's somewhere between immortal aura and spiritual aura, and it's better than the top than the bottom. By refining and absorbing it, you are not able to do the conversion of mana into immortal power, nor is it possible to condense an immortal body. Not even if it's really immortal aura. And this pseudo-immortal aura is usually only found in places where immortal realm powerhouses have fallen. TSK, this Ling Tian sect isn't simple nah, I thought an immortal realm cultivator had descended." Suyun slowly explained. The reason he's here. It was because he felt the immortal aura and thought that an immortal realm cultivator had descended, so he rushed here. "So it is." Zhao Chuan's trio listened in a daze. They were all still curious as to why Suyun had come. "What your excellency means is that the Ling Tian sect's Heavenly Gate mystic realm is also a land of immortal fall." Zhao Chuan reacted and opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. "No." Suyun's gaze calmly scanned Ling Tian zone. It should be the fellow who fell in the immortal fall mountain range. That guy's corpse was obtained by the Ling Tian sect, thus creating such a secret realm out of it. It's also genius number 1, taking the corpses of immortal realm cultivators to create secret realms and cultivate spirit medicines. That's a very good idea. Like this. The three Woodawolves had drifted off. Chapter 95, what's this all about? Then the lady Shi. Zhao Chuan spoke with some concern. For those who cultivate, their cultivation level reaches the Jindan realm and then they are able to perform the deed of taking away the body. Not to mention the immortal realm cultivators who were above the hijacking realm. There's no harm in it, the immortal corpse's immortal soul has been completely damned. I think this guy should have been killed by divine soul attack means. Its corpse fell into the immortal fall mountain and was acquired by the ancestors of the Ling Tian sect. Suyun shook his head. With his cultivation, there was no place in the heavenly martial realm that could escape his divine sense. The situation in the Heaven's Gate secret realm was naturally the same. Okay, you guys keep watch. I'll go back first. Suyun waved his hand and turned to leave after dropping these words. Yes. The three Wudolfs nodded respectfully. By the time they returned to the front of the Heaven's Gate secret realm, Little Bright Moon had already disappeared, apparently entering the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm. Within the secret territory of the Heaven's Gate, Little White, the aura here seems very different. Little Mingyue held Little White in her arms and opened her mouth while surveying the surroundings. Ouch! White howled and nodded. Little White, quickly take me to find the spirit medicine. Now that Mother has become an alchemist, we need to look for more elixirs. Little Akatsuki rubbed its head and spoke with a smile. Ouch! White nodded heavily as he twitched his nose in the air and sniffed. In a few moments, he found a direction and charged that way. Little Akatsuki hurriedly followed behind at the sight. Follow it. One person and one beast soon came to a pile of rocks. After 7 turns, Xiaobai suddenly burrowed into the middle of a hole in the ground. Little White, the elixir is inside? Looking at the dark hole in the ground, little Akatsuki seemed a little scared. Ouch! White poked out half his head and nodded. Okay. After a moment's hesitation, little Akatsuki nodded and followed suit. After a few moments of walking within the narrow, dimly lit tunnel, the view opens up. One person and one beast entered the middle of an underground cave. In the center of the cave then grows a red flower. Desperate flowers? Looking at the reddish words, little Mingyue pondered for a moment before speaking. Ouch! White cocked his head at her as if asking what a Jedi flower was. Little White, the jaded flower is a 5th grade spirit medicine. Mother said it's mainly used to refine the desperate love pill. After refining it, it can erase one's memory. Little Akatsuki immediately explained. It wasn't much use to her, but she walked over and took it off. Ouch! That's when White howled again. Before little Akatsuki could say anything, it then ran to the stone wall of the cave and crouched down. A flash of doubt flashed in little Mingyue's eyes as she too came to the stone wall. Yikes, I can't believe there's a mural. There must be a story. She spoke with some surprise, immediately began to look at the mural. A moment's work, she then looked at all the murals. Only the frown was a frown. Ouch! When she didn't respond, White scratched her with his paw, urging her to tell her what was on the mural. It seems like two, a man and a woman. They were especially close, but then because they were going to fight monsters, separated. And then, instead of being with a man, that woman was with another man. They wouldn't be good friends. It was a long time before the woman came to the man. So, she didn't get along with him because a strong person forced her to. To protect that man, that's why women don't play with him law. Little Akatsuki explained as she combed through the mural. Aha! White's eyes glazed over as he listened. What's all this? However, it soon reacted. What Little Bright Moon was talking about should be a Taoist couple. Only, today's little Akatsuki doesn't know love or anything. So interpret a dog couple as good friends. Could it be that the Jedi flower will appear here? Little White, there seems to be news of the mysterious force god that Mother said was in here. The two of them were just called by God to fight monsters. And then that woman was played by the God forces. Little Akatsuki stared at the mural and spoke again. God? A humanized doubt surfaced in Little White's eyes as he listened. Is the power of the Mother of the Lord? It thought to itself. White, look again to see if there are any more murals. Maybe it's possible to know where the power god is. It's possible that the Great Mother's family is in this power. Little Akatsuki urged. Ow. Little White nodded and continued to search within the underground cave. Pity. There were no other murals to be seen, but it did allow it to plow through a jade slip in a corner somewhere. What is it? Little Akatsuki reached out and took it. There were only 3 big words on the jade sketch, desperate sword. Little White, this seems to be a sword technique. Little Mingyue looked at it and directly put away the jade sketch. It didn't choose to learn it, and seemed to be somewhat averse to this sword technique. Ow. White nodded, not caring. The human race's sword technique, it couldn't learn it at all. Soon, one person and one beast then went out of the underground cave and continued to search for the spirit medicine. Nerd. After pocketing another elixir, little Mingyue encountered Yilingyun. Immediately, he greeted them warmly. Senior Sister Su. Seeing her, Yilingyun was also surprised. Nerd, where are you going? Little Akatsuki curiously followed up. After all, just now Yilingyun was hurrying along. Go to the spirit pool and collect the spirit liquid. This is our main purpose for entering the Heaven's Gate mystic realm. Does Senior Sister Su want to join me? Yilingyun didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. The spiritual liquid was uniquely produced by the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm, and it was also very useful. Not only can it be used for cultivation, it can also be used for formations, alchemy, and weaponry. It is a very important resource for cultivation. The bottom line is this. Spiritual pills, no matter what cultivation level the cultivator was at, could increase their cultivation level after refining them. His cultivation level today was half-step Yuaning realm. The reason why he didn't take the infant transformation pill to impact the Yuaning realm was because he wanted to refine the spirit liquid to break through. As the saying goes, it's the medicine that counts. Dan pills, no matter what quality, contain Dan poison within them. The same goes for the infant transformation pill. However, the spiritual liquid is not, because the spiritual medicine is the liquid form of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Yeah. Little Mingyue nodded and immediately responded. Follow Yilingyun. Almost half a day's work. They then came to a very ancient palace. Senior Sister Su, this is the place where old ancestor Tian Yunzi closed his doors for cultivation back then. And if you can, please don't damage a single flower or tree here. Yilingyun explained as he looked at the ancient palace. Aha, good. Xiao Mingyue hugged Xiao Bai and nodded her head. Thanks a lot. Yilingyun arched his hand and walked inside the palace with little Mingyue after he finished speaking. The interior is very large and equally empty. Nothing. The most striking thing is the footwell-sized pool in the center. Above the pool, on the other hand, is a stone as round as an egg. Tick! A clear voice rang out. As Xiao Mingyue surveyed the round stone, a drop of milky white liquid pooled right at the ground part of the stone and fell into the pool below. Chapter 96, Spiritual Source, Mysterious Eyes. Senior Sister Su, these are the spiritual liquids. Yi Lingyun pointed at the small pool of milky white liquid and explained. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the round stone above. Nerd, did the spirit liquid come out from the round stone above? Yi Lingyun nodded. Eyes went to the round stone with it. There are 5 such places within the Heaven's Gate mysteries. Every place has such a round stone. The clan calls it Spirit Source. He spoke slowly to explain. So why don't we move this back to the clan? Wouldn't that make it easier to fetch the spiritual liquid? Little Akatsuki tilted her head and spoke. I can't, Spirit Sources only produce spirit liquids in the Heaven's Gate secret realm. When you leave the Heaven's Gate secret realm, you will become an ordinary stone. Yi Lingyun shook his head and answered. Little Mingyue's thoughts had naturally occurred to Ling Tian's own. But no one has done it for thousands of years. It was because the creator of the Heaven's Gate mystic realm, Tian Yunzi, had left admonitions. Can't move the spirit source. Once you move the spirit source you will lose the spirit liquid completely. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly. Senior Sister Su, collect the spirit liquid. These spirit liquids need to be turned over 70% to the sect. We can keep 30%. Yi Lingyun urged. Yeah. Little Mingyue nodded happily and immediately took out a jade bottle. This jade bottle is made of special materials, possesses the effect of sealing the spirit. It is specifically used to store things with aura, which can stop the loss of aura. Seeing this, Yi Lingyun also took out a spirit sealing bottle. A moment. A pool of spiritual liquid was then divided between the two. Each person filled 3 bottles. Senior Sister Su, let's go, leave the rest of the place to the rest of the clan. Let's go collect elixirs. And growing elixirs. Collecting the spirit liquid, Yi Lingyun spoke. Growing elixirs? Little Akatsuki looked at him in disbelief. Yes, in fact, the Heaven's Gate mystic realm is a medicinal garden of the Ling Tian sect. After each opening, in addition to the last planted elixir will be collected. Likewise plant a batch of spirit medicines, so that the Ling Tian sect will have a constant supply of spirit medicines. This is also one of the Ling Tian sect's sources of spirit medicines. Yi Lingyun nodded and explained with extreme patience. That way. Little Mingyue nodded, then let's go plant it, and we'll come back to pick it when it opens next time. Hey. In response, Yi Lingyun naturally nodded his head. Soon, the two walked out of the bronze hall. Ran. After the bronze hall closed, a pair of eyes suddenly surfaced on that spirit source, staring straight at the departing little Mingyue duo. Walking out of the large hall, the two of them began to harvest the spiritual herbs while planting them. As for the demonic beasts, after years of cleaning, there isn't much left. Nearly extinct, so to speak. Even if it did, it wasn't a 1-2 punch. Senior Sister Su, what did you plant? After another batch of spirit medicine was planted down, Yi Lingyun curiously inquired. Because of every planting, little Akatsuki has been known to sow seeds he hasn't seen before. Hana-aca, I took it at home. This kind of flower blooms out especially beautifully, and Daddy has planted a lot of them. I'd like to grow some nice flowers too. Little Akatsuki explained with a cheeky smile. So it is. Yi Lingyun drifted off and did not stop. It would be good to plant some flowers and embellish the Heaven's Gate secret area. The two of them stayed in the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm for a full 3 days before they left. Mother. After leaving the Heaven's Gate secret realm, little Mingyue went straight to Lin Yu and Qing Shi. Good boy. Lin Yu crouched down and spread his arms to greet her. There's no danger, is there? Catching little Akatsuki, she asked with concern. No AC, there are so many elixirs in there, I picked so many elixirs. And planted lots and lots of flowers. I'm sure we'll see a lot of nice flowers when we go in next time. Little Akatsuki replied with a cheeky smile. Listen to the end. Lin Yu smiled. Next time? Little Mingyue shouldn't have the chance to enter the Heaven's Gate mystic realm again. This was because the Heaven's Gate secret realm cultivation level was restricted to below the Yuaning realm. This was designed by Tian Yunzi to prevent the Ling Tian sect from experiencing a great calamity. Once the Ling Tian sect suffers a great calamity, the secret realm of Heaven's Gate would be the place where the seeds were left behind, trying to break it out of the ban with a strong force. Unless the cultivation level was similar to that of Tian Yunzi back then, or even stronger. Little Mingyue was now at the late Jindan stage of cultivation. At her rate of cultivation, Lin Yu believed that the next time the Heaven's Gate opened intensively, little Mingyue had long since broken through to the Yuaning realm. Good, all return intact. Turn in 70% of the harvested elixir and leave 30% for yourself as your reward. No private storage allowed. For the remaining 30%, you can take your pick. Seeing that all the people who had entered the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm had already come out, Yi Ling Tian spoke aloud. Words. Those who had entered the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm couldn't help but rejoice. After all, you can pick your own rewards. In other words, there was no need to worry about the spirit medicine you needed being taken away by the sect. Moment. Everyone took out their harvests, even little Manhwa. In terms of spirit medicine selection, she was quite casual, taking whichever she saw. After all, these spirit medicines would end up in Lin Yu's hands. Soon. Everyone is done picking. Good, I hope you guys can do something with these elixirs in the future. All disperse. Yiling Tian nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Yes. The disciples who had entered the Heaven's Gate mysterious realm responded and left the field in joy. In a flash. Only a few elders as well as little Manhwa and Yiling were left in front of the Heaven's Gate secret realm. Elder Lin, I'll leave these spirit medicines to you. Please trouble Elder Lin to help refine it into a pill. Yiling Tian looked at Lin Yu smilingly and said extremely politely, Sovereign Uncle, we're going home. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and picked up the conversation. Going home? Yiling Tian immediately froze. Patriarch, I want to take Manhwa back to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Let's see if we can help her find information about the Heavenly Dao Palace. Lin Yu nodded and explained. Amount. After hearing this, Yiling Tian and the several elders couldn't help but look at each other. A puzzled look came over all the faces. However, no one dared to say anything more. There's no harm in it, then we'll wait for Elder Lin to return before refining it. You don't have to worry about the demon race's side either. So far it seems that they aren't making any moves. I want to come back and forth to be at peace for a while, but Elder Lin must be safe. Yiling Tian waved his hand and spoke. Thank you, Patriarch, for your understanding. Lin Yu paid his respects. Why does Elder Lin need to be so outgoing? Manhwa, these spirit stones are for you to take. There are quite a few good things in the central state. Get whatever you like when the time comes. Yiling Tian waved his hand and smilingly handed over a storage bag to little Manhwa. Hee, thank you Sovereign Uncle. Little Manhwa was not polite and happily took it. Sovereign, then we'll leave first, but we'll be back soon. Lin Yu picked up the conversation. Okay, go ahead and make sure you're safe. Yiling Tian nodded. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yu and little Manhwa's large and small figures quickly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 97 Tian Yunzi, Manhwa is related to the upper realm. All disperse, Elder Cheng, I'll be counting on you to take care of Green Spirit Peak in the future. Yiling Tian retracted his gaze and looked at Xingxi and said, Good, please don't worry, Patriarch. Xingxi nodded obligingly. The crowd dispersed with it. Yiling Yun followed Yiling Tian and also came to the place of the retreat. Ling Yun, you can take all of these spirit liquids first. It's enough for you to impact the Yuaning realm. Handing over all the spirit liquid collected to Yiling Yun, Yiling Tian exhorted. Thanks, Father. Yiling Yun didn't make any pretense and took it solemnly. Silly boy, go on. Yiling Tian swung his shoulder and watched him enter the cultivation room. The Ling Tian sect has a promising future. Looking at his son's back, he lamented. Enter the practice room. Yiling Yun immediately took out the spirit liquid and prepared to start refining it. That girl is not simple. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Who? The sudden sound caused Yiling Tian to jolt and look around vigilantly. Me. The voice sounded again, and immediately after, a small person suddenly appeared in front of Yiling Yun. It was a middle-aged man who looked extremely refined. It's like a scholar, full of quiet. And it seems like an exiled immortal who doesn't eat earthly food. Seeing the sudden appearance of the villain, Yiling Yun looked startled. Greetings to old ancestor Skycloud. He fell to his knees and spoke respectfully. This person was no other than the founding ancestor of the Ling Tian sect, Tian Yunzi. A character from tens of thousands of years ago. Not bad, get up. The Ling Tian sect has also produced a Qilin son. Tian Yunzi swept a glance at Yiling Yun and nodded with great satisfaction. Old ancestor Tian Yun, how do you? Yiling Yun looked at him, his face was shocked and incredulous, because in the records of his Ling family, Tian Yunzi had already died a long time ago. Back then, I was recruited by the Divine Dao Palace to go on a crusade against the foreign races. After being seriously injured, he returned to the western region to start the Ling Tian sect. By chance, I found the immortal corpse in the immortal Fall Mountain. I used that immortal corpse as the eye of the formation, set up the Heaven's Gate mystery realm, and finally placed a strand of my divine soul into it to be stored. I didn't realize that it had actually come true, and I didn't wake up until after you guys went in. Tian Yunzi did not hide it and slowly explained. Old ancestor, you know about the Divine Dao Palace. After hearing this, Yiling Yun was shocked and asked after him. Isn't this the power that Mother Manhwa is in? Oh, listening to you, you also know about the Divine Dao Palace? It shouldn't be, when come the end of that great battle. The Divine Dao Palace erases the traces of its own existence, leaving behind only a few rumors. Tian Yunzi said with a slight frown on his brow. Senior sister Su's mother is from the Divine Dao Palace. Old ancestor, could you tell me about the Divine Dao Palace? Yiling Yun picked up the conversation. Senior sister Su? Are you talking about the girl who entered Hall 1 with you? Tian Yunzi didn't answer, but only asked a rhetorical question with a deep gaze. Right. Yiling Yun nodded. Oh, Tian Yunzi immediately laughed coldly after hearing this. So that's how it is, it's actually someone from the Divine Dao Palace. I didn't expect that they would still be in the heavenly martial realm. Are they going to abandon the oath they made back then? The oath of the year? Yi Lingyun listened with a frown on his face. The Divine Dao Palace was the #1 power in the heavenly martial realm back then. They came from the upper world, and then the foreign races invaded human territory. The Divine Dao Palace will then gather all the strongest people in the heavenly martial realm to go and crusade against the foreign races. That battle was won, but 70% of the heavenly martial realm's powerhouses died or were injured. The Divine Dao Palace will then announce that it is withdrawing from the Tianwu realm, so that those who cultivate immortals in the Tianwu realm can recuperate. There will be another great war, and the people of the heavenly martial realm will not be summoned again. I didn't expect that they would still be in the heavenly martial realm today. Tian Yunzi glanced at him and explained. The Divine Dao Palace is from the upper realm. Yi Lingyun's expression was shocked and he spoke with a face full of disbelief. That's right, this power is very strong, even in the upper realm it seems to be a very powerful existence. Tian Yunzi nodded in response. I didn't expect that senior sister Su would come from such a great source. Yi Lingyun couldn't help but lament. He was not expecting anything. Little Bright Moon would actually have a relationship with the forces of the upper realms. Don't tell anyone about my existence, there's a superb terror in the heavenly martial realm. This heaven-refining decree you take and cultivate. It was obtained by me from the body of that immortal corpse back then, and it is an immortal rank technique. Later on, when you are strong, help me look for spirit medicine to restore my divine soul. Tian Yunzi waved his hand and said, Immortal ranked feats. After Yi Lingyun heard this, a look of shock once again appeared on his face. Thank you, elder ancestor. He saluted hastily. No harm done, little one, cultivate well. Tian Yunzi waved his hand, and after he finished speaking, his body turned into a white smoke and drilled into Yi Lingyun's chest. If there is anything you don't understand, ask me, just meditate on it in your mind. The yodeling voice came. Yes. Yi Lingyun responded respectfully. The other side. Lin Yu and little Mingyue had arrived at the Su mansion. Woof woof woof. Just as he reached the entrance to the courtyard, the barking of the great white rang out. A moment's work. He then wagged his tail and rushed into little Akatsuki's arms, constantly rubbing his body against the small Akatsuki. Okay, big white, I'm not here to see you. Little Akatsuki rubbed its doggy head and spoke with a smile. When this guy ran out, I knew it was my little Mingyue coming back. Su Yun's soft laughter rang out. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yu again and saluted. Greetings, fairy. Brother Su is polite. Lin Yu waved his hand in response. Hey, I miss daddy, so I came to see daddy. Little Mingyue's face was filled with a radiant smile as she picked up the conversation. You. After hearing this, Su Yun could not stop his face from raising an arc even if he knew the reason why little Mingyue came back this time. Daddy, you'd be okay with me hanging out, right? Little Akatsuki gave a fluky smile and continued to speak. Brother Su, I want to take Mingyue to my house. Lin Yu followed suit and spoke. Good. Su Yun did not refuse and directly nodded his head. He came to little Mingyue and rubbed her head admonishingly. Mingyue, if you want to go out, father won't stop you. But in the end, the outside is not as good as the Ling Tian sect, so you have to listen to your godmother well. Although this is unnecessary, but acting, naturally has to be a full set. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Also, when you go to someone as a guest, you can't go empty-handed. I happen to have another 3-legged egg here, take it as a gift. It's not a good thing, but at least the thought should be there. Su Yun thought for a moment and fished out a golden crow egg from his bosom. Brother Su doesn't have to be polite, my mother she also loves little Mingyue. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but interject. Fairy, it's a courtesy, it's just that this gift may not be so good for you. Su Yun smiled and replied. Brother Su is overstating it, the gift is light. Lin Yu waved his hand back. Daddy, I know, I'll give this to Grandma when the time comes. Little Bright Moon seemed to be unable to wait and couldn't wait to open her mouth and put away the golden crow egg. You, go ahead and be safe. Su Yun smiled and shook his head. Aha, mother, let's go, to your house. Little Mingyue nodded her head and spoke to Lin Yu with a face full of anticipation. Good. Lin Yu nodded, and after some more rambling, a large and small group of people then left. Central State is the territory of you 3 guys. I don't want Akatsuki to suffer any indignities there. Retracting his gaze, Su Yun glanced at the 3 Wudolphs and opened his mouth. Chapter 98, Protecting a Little Girl with the Entire Clan? Central State, Heavenly Sword Sect. Because of having Jun Lu, a top 3 powerhouse in the Heavenly Martial Realm, the Heavenly Sword Sect's status in the Central State had naturally risen. Overall strength today. To be able to rank among the top 5 in the Heavenly Martial Realm. To those in the Heavenly Martial Realm, it was definitely a true behemoth. And at this point, the current patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect, as well as the elders of the hijacking realm, were all deliberating in a council hall. Do you all know who this little girl is? The patriarch opened his mouth, and as he spoke, he waved at the void. Mana surged forth, and little Mingyue's portrait slowly emerged. looked at little Akatsuki. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, you looked at me and I looked at you, and in the end, they all shook their heads. Sovereign, this is? The Grand Elder opened his mouth to inquire with a slight frown. Generally speaking, only for very important matters would the sect leaders summon all the Robbery Realm elders to come and deliberate. Like last time. The reason for summoning all of the Robbery Realm elders to come and deliberate was because the Witch Horse clan had their eyes set on one of the Heavenly Sword sect's geniuses. Could it be that today is because of this little girl? The old ancestor sent word to raise the entire clan to protect this little girl. No one can touch her half a hair or let her suffer a bit. The range of her activities is the area where the Lin clan's ancient clan is located. The patriarch swept a glance at the crowd and spoke slowly. Ha! After hearing that, everyone was confused. The whole clan is protecting a little girl? Who is this little girl? How could they make the old ancestor issue such an oracle? Patriarch, could this little girl be the young ancestor? The Grand Elder reacted, a little confused and a little shocked as he pursued the question. Obviously. He thought of little Myung Moon as Jun Ryu's daughter. Grand Elder, don't talk nonsense. The patriarch spoke hastily. Old ancestor called this little girl Miss. Do you know what that means? He hastened to explain. What? When these words came out, the whole hall was shocked. To have old ancestor Yu Chun addressed as Miss. Did this little girl? The crowd thought, and all looked up at the sky in perfect silence. You all know what that means. The patriarch swept them a glance and said slowly. Patriarch, if it's really someone from the upper realm, do you still need us to guard it? The Grand Elder was a bit puzzled and spoke in a somewhat depressed manner. The people of the upper realm were the true heavens in their eyes. Would a little girl from the upper realm let them guard it? It should be some lord who wants to experience this little girl. Make your move, all hide your identities. Remember, according to what the old ancestor said, you can't let her suffer half a bit. The patriarch waved his hand and spoke. Yes, all of the Robbery Realm elders respectfully responded and began to move. In the meantime, the Cho family. What is it, House Master? Yeah, but the little brats of the demon race killed the door? Humph, do you really think that my Zhao family is a soft persimmon? A group of hijacking realm elders opened their mouths with a word from you and a word from me. If only the demons had attacked. Big deal. The Zhao family lord glanced at the elders and spoke with a long sigh, somewhat helplessly. The elders were stunned after hearing this. It's not a demon attack? Family master, could it be that some power is trying to make a move against us? Even though my Zhao family doesn't cause trouble, they aren't afraid of it either. Yes, say it, family master, which power is it? I'll kill the door right now, and everyone below the hijack realm will have to die. No, old five, you damn well know how to kill those below the hijacking realm? The group of elders reacted and once again picked up the conversation. All be quiet. The Zhao family lord waved his hand and opened his mouth. Although the tone was very gentle, the originally noisy scene instantly became silent. His majesty in the Zhao family was evident. Do you all still remember the young man in white who entered the Zhao family alone and beat up everyone in my Zhao family? Including the old man. After sweeping the circle, the Zhao family lord slowly opened his mouth. Young man in white. The crowd of elders all looked shocked after hearing this. They naturally remembered Su Yun. Enter the Zhao family alone. Fighting from the bottom to the top, including their old ancestor Zhao Chuan. The scariest thing is, whoever it was, they didn't catch a move from someone else. Even their Zhao family's linchpin, Zhao Chuan, was the same. Family master, he won tea come again. Yeah, it couldn't be another one of those things that don't open their eyes and piss him off? Didn't I tell you all to restrain your lineage? A group of elders opened their mouths with horrified faces. They could face the demons without fear. They can be equally combative in the face of other forces coming their way. But facing Su Yun, they really can't raise a bit of temper. Because that guy was horrible. Scary enough to send chills down your spine. It was because they had never seen anyone in the heavenly martial realm who could subdue Zhao Chuan with a single finger. No, the old ancestors sent an oral message that it's that lord's daughter who was going to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Let us raise the whole clan to protect her. Not letting her suffer half the time, like being verbally abused by Yanger. Never let that happen. The Zhao family lord immediately explained. That lord's daughter is coming to Central State. The crowd of elders were alarmed. Why is Zhao Chuan not in the Zhao family nowadays, but in the western region? Isn't it because of that lord's daughter? Go, all the strongest of the hijack realm. The Zhao family lord waved his hand and spoke. Yes, all the robber realms responded. Although the Central State was very large, each power was far away from each other. But that's all it is for the realm of the robbers. It's just a matter of moments. The Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan's heist realm both hid their identities and entered the Lin clan's ancient clan's territory. So many powerful people suddenly entered their domain. The Lin clan's ancient clan naturally noticed something. You're saying that there's a large number of powerful people of the hijack realm pouring into the Lin clan's realm? Lin Yao's brows furrowed as he listened to the news from his eyes. Yes, at least 30. Eyeliner nodded, respectfully. 30 people. Lin Yao's face climbed with a horrified expression as he listened. 30 strong people of the hijacking realm, this was no joke. If they were all running towards the Lin Clan Ancient Clan, then the Lin Clan Ancient Clan would really be in danger. Could it be that the Wang family is trying to make a move against us? Lin Yao's brows were furrowed in concentration. Which powers are they? Bai Wenjing, who was sitting on the sidelines, interjected and inquired. One group is from the Heavenly Sword sect, and there's another group whose origins are unclear. Kind of like the Cho family. Eyeliner mused back. I know, go down and ignore it. After hearing this, Bai Wenjing gently smiled and waved her hand. Ma'am, this? Lin Yao was confused on the spot after hearing this. 30 hijacking realm cultivators. How can you not give heed to it? If you don't take precautions in advance, those guys suddenly strike. It was an absolutely devastating blow to the Lin Clan's ancient clan. Do as I say. Bai Wenjing gave him a reassuring look and continued to speak to Eyeliner. Lin Yao's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced deeply at Bai Wenjing but still nodded and said, just do as the lady says. Yes. Eyeliner responded respectfully and his body disappeared. They should be here to protect Akatsuki. Without waiting for Lin Yao to inquire, Bai Wenjing explained with a smile. Chapter 99 Your Excellency's daughter came to Central State? That lord's daughter. Lin Yao's eyes suddenly glazed over. He naturally remembered Little Bright Moon. After all, Su Yun was the pride of even his Lin Clan's ancient clan, old ancestor Lin Duan, who had to address him as an adult. That's right, Yuer had transmitted her voice to me earlier. It says that he will make a trip back to the clan when he becomes a 6th grade alchemist. To think, she should have become a 6th grade alchemist by now. This time I came back, not only by myself, but also with Akatsuki. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan should have both gotten this news, so they came here to protect Mingyue. Bai Wenjing nodded and explained. So it is. Lin Yao listened in disbelief. However, Sun Yi frowned slightly. I can understand the Zhao family, but the Heavenly Sword sect. He remembered that the person who was hiding in the shadows at that time was Sword Immortal Zhao Chuan. It's understandable that the Zhao family is here. How could someone from the Heavenly Sword sect come? You don't know. Before, the perennial Shut-in Chun Lu had returned to the Heavenly Sword sect, took one of his sons, and that son of his has been secretly using the spirit-taking array. According to my guess, it should be the spirit-seizing formation of Jun Lu's son that counts on Mingyue. That lord found his way to Jun Ryu. Bai Wenjing slowly analyzed. So? Lin Yao nodded indistinctly, then said smilingly, it's still the lady who is intelligent. Poor mouth. Bai Wenjing blankly glanced at him and continued to speak. The important thing now is to restrain the people in the clan. But they must not be allowed to offend Akatsuki. Lin Yao nodded heavily, and immediately held a general meeting at the Lin Clan's ancient clan. Order all the elders to manage their people. For all of this, little Mingyue naturally did not know. At this point, she was following Lin Yu to the central state. As a spirit transformation realm cultivator, Lin Yu's cultivation was really good. But, the central state is very far from the western region. It would take a very long time for even a hijacking realm cultivator, let alone her. So, all she could do was walk around and sort of take little Mingyue on a tour. Mother, this smells so good. In a forest, little Mingyue looked at the roasted pig on the campfire and salivated. Good girl, just a little more baking and then we'll be ready to eat. This is the fragrant spirit pig, although it's only a low-grade demonic beast, the meat is very good. Sort of a species unique to this mountain range. Lin Yu smiled gently. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently as she gazed far into the depths of the forest. Mother, will we be able to get to the central state after crossing this mountain range? Follow her gaze. Lin Yu nodded. This mountain range is called the 10,000 Demon Mountain, and it is the dividing line between the western region and the central state. Through the 10,000 Demon Mountain we'll enter the central state. Let's hope we won't encounter a powerful demonic beast, she said, not without worry on her face. After all, the 10,000 Demon Mountain bordered the western region and the central state. The demonic beasts living in here were naturally not simple. The closer to the central state, the more terrifying the demonic beasts became. Trying to cross the 10,000 Demon Mountain wasn't easy, there was a certain level of danger. Definitely not. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth very optimistically. Akatsuki, make sure to hide Xiaobai well. Its bloodline is too terrifying. If other demonic beasts discover it, it will be troublesome. Lin Yu nodded and barked. If it was in normal times, she was 90% sure that she would be able to cross the 10,000 Demon Mountain. But not today. Xiaobai was an immortal beast bloodline. If the powerful demonic beasts of the 10,000 Demons Mountain found out, definitely going to do a number on them. After all, for demonic beasts, a powerful bloodline pup was a chance against the heavens. Little White was an immortal beast bloodline, and would definitely be treated as an opportunity by other demonic beasts. Don't worry, mother, I won't let White out. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and patted the spirit beast pouch on her waist. Good. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Her favorite thing was little Mingyue's nature. Sometimes they can be naughty, but when it counts, they are exceptionally understanding. Ha! It's you guys? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu froze on the spot. The next moment, Zhao Chuan stepped out of the void. Greetings, elder. Seeing Zhao Chuan, Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Gramps. Little Mingyue also spoke hastily. Oh, no need to be polite. We're really destined to meet here. Zhao Chuan stroked his beard and laughed. Yeah, why are you here, old grandpa? Little Mingyue smiled and nodded, inquiring curiously. The spirit seizing formations in the western region have all been cleared by us, and it's time for me to return to the clan. What about you guys? Are here to practice? Zhao Chuan opened his mouth smilingly and sat down in front of the campfire. Back to the family? Lin Yu and Little Mingyue's eyes lit up after hearing this. The 10,000 Demon Mountain range was dangerous, at least for them, but not for Zhao Chuan. Old grandpa, is your family in the central state? Little Mingyue opened her mouth somewhat expectantly and asked. To this, Lin Yu didn't stop it because Zhao Chuan was known to be a good person among the top 10 strongest people. Very gentle personality. Will not look down on anyone because of their cultivation. In the central state, Zhao Chuan, besides being known as the Gun Immortal, also had the title of grandfather of all. Yeah, are you guys going to central state too? Zhao Chuan nodded and asked rhetorically. Can you take us, old grandpa? Little Akatsuki nodded her head and spoke with some embarrassment and anticipation. Good, I'm bored as an old man traveling alone anyway. It's good for us to be paired up. Zhao Chuan immediately agreed. Wasn't that why he chose to show up? Hee, that's so nice, thanks grandpa. Little Akatsuki immediately laughed happily. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face again. With a top powerhouse like Zhao Chuan, crossing the 10,000 Demon Mountain would definitely not be a problem. I can't take you guys for nothing. I'll take one of the food. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth smilingly, his eyes staring straight at the roasted pig. Elder is overstating the case, as it should be. Lin Yu hurriedly opened his mouth. Yes, feel free to eat as much as you like, grandpa, open wide. Hee. Little Mingyue followed suit and spoke. Ha. After hearing this, Zhao Chuan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Little Mingyue with a face full of love. You little doll, you're really delightful. Then I'm welcome. Saying that, between his hands, he directly removed a leg. Fragrance. Nibbling hard, Zhao Chuan praised. You can eat it. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up and she immediately got the 2 pig's ears off and stuffed them into her mouth without caring if they were hot or not. But soon she spit it out and kept fanning her breath into her mouth, mouthing, hot. Ha. Seeing her in this state, Zhao Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Lin Yu couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. What a cute little guy, Zhao Chuan said, pulling out a wine gourd and pouring a mouthful into his mouth. Grandpa, what is this? Seeing this, Little Mingyue inquired curiously. Good stuff, want some? Zhao Chuan laughed lightly. Chapter 100, The Old Empress Wonders Why They're All Dead. Akatsuki, it's wine, don't drink it. Lin Yu hurriedly reminded. Mother, what is wine? Little Mingyue grasped the pig's ears with both hands and curiously pursued the question. Wine. Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Zhao Chuan took over. He gazed away, some inexplicable emotion all in his eyes. Wine is joy and sorrow. It's a man's helplessness, it's a woman's sadness. It can also be thoughts, memories. Zhao Chuan slowly opened his mouth to explain. Ha! Little Akatsuki listened in confusion. She scratched her head and laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Old grandpa, I don't seem to understand. This statement was made. Zhao Chuan and Lin Yu both smiled. Something with such deep meaning was naturally not something that little Mingyue could understand at her age. After all, little Akatsuki wasn't that much of a worrywart for her age. What there is just a bright future, happiness, joy and sadness that can quickly turn away. When you grow up, you'll understand. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth with a smile, and after finishing, he poured another mouthful into his mouth. Mother, I want to drink some too. Little Mingyue looked at Zhao Chuan's look of enjoyment after drinking the wine and opened her mouth. Have some if you want, it's good to taste. Before Lin Yu could reply, Zhao Chuan smilingly handed the wine gourd to little Mingyue. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu also had to choose to remain silent. Thanks, Gramps. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she took the wine gourd and took a sharp gulp. Next moment. Pust. Hiss, mother, hot throat, this is hot throat. Little Akatsuki kept on huffing and puffing as she opened her mouth with a red face. Ha. Zhao Chuan couldn't help but let out a loud laugh when he saw this. Will you drink later? Lin Yu shook his head in amusement and said. Little Mingyue's head immediately shook like a rattle. But, Wudolf, who was hidden in the shadows accompanying him, looked at Zhao Chuan's behavior but frowned slightly. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to play a trick on little Mingyue? Is he idle? Aren't you afraid that His Excellency will be blamed? He spoke with a shoulder bump to Jun Ryu who was holding his sword with an indifferent face. Those guys weren't wrong when they called you stupid. If he didn't, the appearance would seem too coincidental. Miss may not think much of anything, but what about this little girl from the Lin family? He's pulling thoughts. Jun Ryu glanced at him and opened his mouth in a nonchalant manner. So it is. Marshal Dolph opened his mouth with a dazed expression, then actually took out a small notebook and started to write it down. What are you doing? Jun Ryu inquired curiously. Remember, it's all about details, just in time to study and learn. Wolf hemmed and hawed. Instantly, a speechless look appeared on Jun Lu's face. On the other hand, inside the old queen of the demon race's chambers, the men who were dispatched, all dead? The old queen spoke with a face full of surprise and even some shock. What part of the West? The place with the poorest cultivation resources in the Tianwu realm. It's also a place that the world sees as a bird's nest. It would already be heaven-defying to produce a harmonization realm. And the people she sent there were not only in the harmonization realm, but also in the Mahayana realm. Such a team, sweeping through the entire western region was not the slightest problem. Now, they're all dead? Back to the empress, indeed, the whole army was destroyed. The subordinate responded respectfully. Who did this? The old queen pursued with a frown. I don't know, but my subordinate has a guess. The middle-aged man subordinate shook his head and said with a hesitant face. Humph, what can't you say in front of me? Say. The old empress gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction, and as she spoke, the phoenix cane in her hand all but slammed down on the ground. It's probably Elder Huang. The demon emperor sent him to the western regions and he never came back. The middle-aged man lowered his head and explained in a deep voice. Listen to the end. The old queen did not speak, but only frowned slightly and thought. Go on, let the heavenly demon pass. It was a few moments before she stared. The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. He knew the heavenly demon, a heavenly elder of the witch horse clan. A terrifying existence at the 7th level of the hijacking realm. One of the old queen's very capable cadres. In the whole witch horse tribe, the strength of the heavenly devil could also be ranked in the top 20. Isn't it a little petty to let him go to the west? The west may be a bureau for witch horse lie. Trying to use Huang Yulian to weaken me. The old empress swept him a glance, with an air of having known everything for a long time. In that case, the immortal spirit root is related to the immortal body and the immortal beast cubs. The middle-aged subordinate answered with a furrowed brow. Better to believe it than not. What's the harm even if it's a false rumor? It's also a good thing to be able to decapitate Huang Yuliang. Go on. The old queen sneered. Yes. The middle-aged subordinate nodded and immediately retreated. Humph, little fellow, you're still a bit young to seize power from me. The old queen gazed into the distance and muttered to herself. For the demonic thing. Little Akatsuki naturally didn't know. At this moment, she was bouncing and jumping through the forest of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Pick some wildflowers, catch a butterfly, chase a bee or something from time to time. It was as if everything in the 10,000 Demon mountain range was something very new to her. Elder Zhao, Mingyue, she's a bit playful. Lin Yu spoke to Zhao Chuan with an apologetic face. No harm done. Zhao Chuan waved his hand as he looked at the bouncing little Mingyue, a smile all over his face. Don't you think that this is a kind of practice? Be happy and do what you want. Unlike us, who are shut up and locked up by the mortal world, and locked up by all things. Listen to the end. Lin Yu nodded with deep feeling. Indeed. They had too many burdens and baggage compared to little Mingyue. It's safe to say. From a young age, it was all tied up because of things like cultivation, identity, and so on. The look was also always tight. She wants to play, let her play. These times are nice and quiet. It's been many years since the old man has felt a peace of mind like the one he has today. Lin girl, cultivation is not only about cultivation that needs to be improved, but the state of mind is also very important. Zhao Chuan looked at little Mingyue with a peaceful brow and spoke with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Lin Yu immediately responded with an arch. In response, Zhao Chuan simply waved his hand. Time also passes unnoticed. In the twinkling of an eye, night had fallen. As the night shrouded the 10,000 Demon mountain range, the atmosphere of the entire 10,000 Demon mountain range became deep. The insects and birds all disappeared. There was only the roar of the beast that came out of the distant darkness. Mother, I'm sleepy. After eating, little Akatsuki yawned and opened her mouth. Sleep, I'll hold you. Lin Yu rubbed her head and spoke in a gentle tone. Mother is so nice. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and burrowed into Lin Yu's arms. It was only a matter of moments before he fell into a deep sleep. Elder, let's hurry with all our might. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Chuan and said. Good. Zhao Chuan glanced at the sleeping little Mingyue and gently nodded his head. Next moment. The two of them directly flew through the air towards the central state. Chapter 101, Bold, what are you barking at? With Zhao Chuan around, those demonic beasts in the 10,000 Demon mountain range naturally didn't dare to come looking for trouble. What's more, there were also two top powerhouses, Big Wolf Wu and Jun Lu, escorting them in the dark. It's safe to say, but whenever there is the slightest movement of any powerful demonic beast, all of them will be erased outright. Stay back, two fellow Taoists. Just as Zhao Chuan and Lin Yu traveled to the back section of the 10,000 Demon mountain range, near the central state zone, a deep voice suddenly sounded. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't small either. Just in time to wake up the sleeping little Akatsuki. Mother? She opened her eyes and spoke sleepily. Looking for death. Seeing little Mingyue being woken up, whether it was Zhao Chuan or Wu Dolph or Jun Lu, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Good girl, it's okay. Lin Yu gently patted little Myung Moon's back, soothingly. The eyes then looked at the person who had spoken out. Handsome. That was her first impression of the person who spoke out. It's clearly a man, but the looks were exceptionally handsome, no exaggeration. On face value. Even she sighed a little to herself. The Green Hill Fox clan? Zhao Chuan sized up the other party and spoke with less certainty. Precisely, Xingbai Jun, meet the two fellow Taoists. The man smiled gently and spoke elegantly. Mother, he's even better looking than you. Xiao Mingyue looked at Xingbai Jun and muttered in a low voice. Lin Yu nodded in response. If I really had to describe Xingbai Kuan in one sentence, it would be ridiculously handsome. She had never seen such a handsome man, at least not that she could remember. However, thinking that the other party was from the Qingqiu Fox clan, Lin Yu was relieved. The Qingqiu Fox clan has always been known for their handsome and beautiful appearance in the heavenly martial world, where the form is transformed. The men are all very handsome and the women are very beautiful. What is it? Zhao Chuan swept a glance at Xingbai Jun and spoke with a bland expression. Your Excellency should be gun immortal Zhao Chuan, Senior Zhao, right? Xingbai Jun did not answer the question, but only asked back with a somewhat grave expression. It's me, Aobiki Kuan, I've heard something about it. The first genius of the new generation, if it wasn't for that fox son of yours who came out of nowhere. Perhaps you are the next lord of Qingqiu. Zhao Chuan calmly nodded and picked up the conversation. Xingbai Jun, Senior, he's the first genius who was contemporary with my big brother and the others? Lin Yu reacted and spoke with some shock. The so-called new generation referred to the super geniuses that sprang up after the old-timers like Zhao Chuan. More accurately, it refers to the super geniuses of her generation. Exactly. Zhao Chuan nodded. He looked at Xingbai Jun and continued, say, what's the matter with calling us? For her. Xingbai Jun's gaze pointed straight at Little Bright Moon. Words. Lin Yu first frowned and was abruptly startled. She knows. It was highly likely that this Xingbai Jun had come for Xiaobai. Oh, although Zhao Chuan knew it all too well, he still put on a look of uncertainty. Elder Gun Immortal, my clan has detected the birth of a new fox child in my fox clan. Little one, come out, returning to Qingqiu with me is your best option. Xingbai Jun opened his mouth, and as he spoke, he stared straight at little Mingyue's spirit beast pouch. Next moment. Little White unexpectedly came out of the spirit beast pouch involuntarily. To be precise, it was as if a mysterious force was controlling Little White. White is mine. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue's sleepiness was completely gone, and she took Xiaobai into her arms. Humph, little girl, it is the honored fox son of my fox clan. I advise you to return it to my fox clan properly. Xingbai Jun snorted coldly and stared straight at little Mingyue. Such a fox clan with a terrifying bloodline was unexpectedly concluded into a master-servant contract by little Mingyue. No exaggeration. If he hadn't been concerned about Zhao Chuan, he would have killed him long ago. Mother. Little Mingyue hugged Little White and looked at Lin Yu somewhat helplessly. Oh, Aohaku-kun, this little fox is not one of your kitsune. Rather, it's this little girl's spirit animal. Without giving Lin Yu a chance to open his mouth, Zhao Chuan said with a light laugh. In the depths of his eyes, a cold light flashed imperceptibly. Is Senior Gun Immortal going to intervene in this matter? Xingbai Jun's brows furrowed slightly. Xingbai Kuan, the world calls you a gentleman. But a gentleman never takes what he wants. Zhao Chuan spoke to himself. I understand, the Qingqiu Fox clan, will take note of this matter. Senior Gun Immortal, I'll see you again. Xingbai Jun glanced deeply at Zhao Chuan and left with an arch as he finished speaking. Ha! Looking at his departing back, Zhao Chuan sneered straight in his heart. Afterlife? You don't have an after. With this thought in his mind, he implicitly swept a glance at the place where Big Wolf Wu and Jun Lu were hiding. After Qingbai Jun left, it was already empty there. Many thanks to Elder Zhao. Lin Yu saw Qingbai Jun leave and let out a long sigh of relief as he paid his respects. She knows. If it wasn't for Zhao Chuan's help in relieving the situation, today, White will definitely be taken away. She and little Akatsuki would also be in particular danger. Thanks, Gramps. Little Mingyue also spoke up. What's the point of being polite? The demon race and the human race are not at odds with each other in the first place. If this little fellow is brought back to Qingqiu, it's highly likely that he'll be a sword that kills our human race in the future. Zhao Chuan waved his hand. Humph, the bad guys who bully San Yang's mother, when I become powerful, I'll definitely go and beat them up. Little Akatsuki snorted coldly and raised her small fists. Zhao Chuan smiled bitterly in his heart after hearing this. What need is there for you to get stronger? But if you request with Su Yun, the Qingqiu Fox clan, the graves of the 8 generations of ancestors will have to go up in smoke. Any ant living in the realm of Qingqiu could be caught out and split in half. Mingyue, I'll lead you on the road with all my might next. Lin Yu rubbed her head and said, Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Soon, the trio's bodies then completely disappeared into the night. The other side. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chuan again, Qing Baijun went straight to the Qingqiu Fox clan without stopping. Singles. He was naturally no match for Zhao Chuan. But, that didn't mean that the Qingqiu Fox clan couldn't. This was because the lifespan of the demon race was originally several times more than that of the human race. Plus, the Qingqiu Fox clan's ancestors had also seen powerful immortal beasts. Its heritage was simply not comparable to the Zhao family. Gun immortal? The human race really loves to engage in these hypocritical and ridiculous names. With mockery on his face, Qing Baijun spoke to himself. How dare you? What are you barking at? His words had only just fallen when Martial Great Wolf's grumpy voice rang out. The sudden sound immediately made Aokun's head spin. But soon, his face was grave again, and his eyes glanced around as he spoke. I wonder which Taoist friend it is. Buzz. With a ripple in space, Martial Great Wolf stepped out of the void carrying the 9-ringed great sword. Wookiee Wolf. Looking at him, Qing Baijun's face became even more grave. He had naturally heard something about this guy's temperamental nature. Even in the demon clan, Martial Great Wolf had a great deterrent effect. Among the demon race, among the top 10 strongest people in the Tianwu realm who could not be messed with, Wudolf was at the top of the list. Qing Baijun didn't expect to meet this guy here. What were you just barking at? Martial Great Wolf stared at Green and White Jun and coldly laughed. Chapter 102, Qing Baijun, have I broken the rules of heaven? No, don't dare. Meeting his icy gaze, Qing Baijun opened his mouth coyly. To say who was the most unafraid of him, the Qingqiu Fox clan, among the 10 great powers of the heavenly martial realm. The Wookiee Wolf is definitely in first place. Because this guy was alone, with no Taoist, heir, or kin. Press is not afraid of retaliation. Coupled with its own superior strength, it could be said that it had almost no weaknesses. In the face of Big Wolf Wu, he really didn't dare to be the least bit dissatisfied. You're calling my blade god name hypocritical and ridiculous? Isn't it? Martial Great Wolf grunted coldly and questioned. After hearing this, Qing Baijun was instantly confused. Said that? Aren't I talking about Zhao Chuan, the gun fairy? With this thought in his mind, he hurriedly explained, no, I'm talking about gun immortal Zhao Chuan. Ha! Cold laughter emanated from the mouth of Martial Great Wolf. That's what you're saying about me, take that. Having said that, he only saw his large sword cross and slash out towards Qing Baijun. Swish! Blade chi surged forth, wrapped in powerful killing intent as well as severity directly towards Qing Baijun. Wherever it passed, space was slashed on the spot, funneling out deep black abysses, followed by recovery. Facing the incoming killing blade, Qing Baijun's expression changed drastically. Crazy. He cursed angrily in his heart, and his strong demonic power surged out, directly choosing to flee for his life. The Great Wolf of Wu was no match for him. However, the next moment. Swish! At the time when Qing Baijun had only just moved his body, a white sword in space interspersed with terrifying sword intent killed towards him. To be precise, it was just a scabbard. Only, because it was wrapped in sharp sword chi, it looked like a terrifyingly sharp sword. Looking at the sword sheath that seemed to be attacking like a meteorite from the sky, Qing Baijun's face changed drastically once again. Heavenly Gothic sword, sword immortal Lu Chun. He opened his mouth with a face full of incredulity, which could be described as shocked and confused. Did you break the law today? Not only did he meet Zhao Chuan, the gun fairy, and Wu Wang, the god of knives, and now there's sword immortal Ryu Chun. Roar! Not being able to think much, the green and white monarch immediately manifested his main body. It was an ice blue 8-tailed fox. Look, noble and elegant. It also carries a sense of dominance. Terrifying demonic power surged through his body, and Qing Baijun's 8 tails moved in unison, bucking towards the incoming sword sheath that killed him. Bang! The sky and the earth changed color, a wave of air swept in all directions, and wherever the wave passed, the trees were turned into debris. The moment the tail collided with the scabbard, Qing Baijun immediately realized the gap between himself and such top powerhouses. Even if it was just a random strike, it was not something he could take. A horrible impact came. Qing Baijun's body flew directly backwards and ended up smashing hard on the ground. Bang! Dust rose in all directions, and crack after crack appeared on the ground. A large crater emerged as if it could only be formed by being hit by a boulder falling from the sky. Inside the big pit, it was the green and white June whose breath was shriveled and blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he looked very wretched. Ice blue fur was drenched in blood and covered in tiny scars. It was as if they were being lynched. You guys? He braced himself strongly and looked at Wudawolf and Chun Lu. There was a look of disbelief all over his face. He really couldn't figure it out. Why would these two top powerhouses do this to themselves? Especially Sword Immortal Jun Ryu. As far as he knows, Sword Immortal Jun Lu had been in seclusion on a lonely island, striking the final realm. It's been thousands of years since it came out. How did get here today? Not just anyone that your Qingqiu Fox clan can mess with. Jun Lu looked down on Qing Baijun from above, his gaze flat as he spoke. What do you mean? Qing Baikuan pursued the question in disbelief. Because the fox you seek is Our Lady's spirit pet. Wudawolf said with a soft smile. What? After hearing this, Qingbai-jun was shocked. That little girl is your. He looked at Wu Dolph and Jun Lu who were standing in the air, and his demeanor was as if he had seen a ghost. Just how is this possible? In the heavenly martial realm, how could anyone be the miss of these two guys? No way, you guys just want to deal with me, right? He opened his mouth. As a genius of Qingqiu's generation, he knew many secrets. To be precise, knowing many secrets of the human race. After all, the demon race had a long lifespan, especially the 10 great king clans. Because of the emergence of immortal beasts, each clan's inheritance was a minimum of 100,000 years old. 100,000 years is enough to witness the vicissitudes of the sea. Again, there are many secrets to be learned. This included the Divine Way Palace Orderer. Qingbai-jun remembered clearly. It was recorded within the clan's canonical secrets. In the unknown corners of the Tianwu realm, there are orderers. While guarding the Tianwu realm, they also did not allow people from the upper realms to set foot in the Tianwu realm. Not even the demon race. Violators will be killed. Strong people of the level of Jun Lu and Big Wolf Wu could call others miss. Only an existence from the upper realms could have that possibility. But, the orderlies are in. How could someone from the upper realm come to the heavenly martial realm? So you say, a man who looks like a woman. Mother I've seen you before. Martial Great Wolf bristled, and when he finished speaking, his body flickered, and when he reappeared he had already arrived beside Qingbai-jun. The 9-ringed greatsword in his hand went straight for Qingbai-jun's head. No! The threat of death caused Qingbai-jun's face to change drastically. He wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Jun Lu's move had originally left him very horribly traumatized. Plus, Martial Great Wolf was again a powerhouse on the same level as Jun Lu. He couldn't escape at all. Before he could even make a move, the 9-ringed greatsword had already slashed across his neck. It's fine, it doesn't hurt, watch out in your next life. Don't think that just because you're from the Qingqiu Fox clan, you can put no one in your eyes. Wu de Wolf opened his mouth with a smile. The words fell. Qingbai-jun's head also fell to the ground. Its eyes were glazed over, obviously dead. Hey, this fur, it's just the thing to bring back to make a coat for the lady. Wu Dolph opened his mouth to himself, and between his hands, he peeled off the complete fur of Qingbai-jun again. Go! Jun Ryu spoke with an expressionless face. Qingbai-kun is certainly a genius. But that's all it was in his eyes. Hey, do you think the Qingqiu Fox clan will riot after slaughtering this guy? Martial Great Wolf put away the fur and the corpse of Qingbai-jun, snickering. It will, but so what? You killed him anyway, not me. Jun Ryu opened his mouth with a disinterested expression. You're the one who beat him to death. Wu de Wolf threw him a blank stare. But after all, you killed him, didn't you? Jun Ryu shrugged. You did it too. Then whatever, if they dare to come, then just let them have no return. It just so happens that Miss is also ready to kill the Qingqiu. Hey, yeah. The two had a conversation. I don't know. Behind them, a pair of eyes was silently watching. What? You want to do it? A bland voice rang out, only to see Suyun suddenly appear in the darkness. Chapter 103, Suyun, a nobody is just a nobody. Your Holiness is overstating the case. A deep voice rang out, and a guy whose entire body was shrouded in black robes also appeared in the darkness. He is the orderer of the heavenly martial realm. He was also doubly helpless in the face of Suyun. Actually, with Suyun's behavior, it was equivalent to breaking the rules of the Divine Dao Palace. Even though he hadn't personally made a move, wasn't it equivalent to him making a move if Jun Lu and the others did so? Bias. He really didn't dare to do anything to Suyun. After all, a divine sovereign realm cultivation was a general level figure even in the Divine Dao Palace. How can he mess with a mere pawn? The rules of the Shinto Palace, I know. Don't worry, I won't break your rules, I just want to raise my own daughter. Suyun gently smiled with a harmless look. The orderly rolled his eyes in his mind as he listened. That's not breaking the rules? Bringing the top powerhouses of the heavenly martial world under your command for your own use. In the world monitored by the Shinto Palace, only Suyun did that. But if your Holiness does so, it might be a great war between the demon race and the human race. At least, that's how it will be in the heavenly martial realm. The orderly had the helplessness to speak. The demon race, in fact, was also a part of the Divine Dao Palace. There were quite a few strong people in the Divine Dao Palace who were of the demon race. Suyun did so. It was tantamount to provoking a fight between the human race and the demon race in the heavenly martial realm. Don't treat me like a cutie. The demon race has some guys working in the Divine Dao Palace though, but not to submit to the Shinto Palace. They are wallflowers and have been working with the Fae as well. After all, the demon race still has a so-called demon god palace, doesn't it? Suyun smiled and returned. Listen to the end. The orderly was silent, because Suyun was telling the truth. Let's also ask your Holiness to pay attention. I'm just a pawn. If that's not possible, your Holiness, how about this when I take over for the next term? I'm just finishing this mission. The orderly laughed bitterly. His point was simple. Hopefully, Suyun will get into less trouble during his tenure. Good point. Suyun gently nodded his head, and when he finished, his body disappeared into the night. Alas, I don't know where the hell this Godfather realm came from, and the mission I was given by my superiors. The father and daughter were not found at all. Have they already died? The orderly looked at where Su-yun had left and muttered to himself. After leaving the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, Su-yun's figure then appeared at the immortal Meteor Mountain. To be precise, it was appearing at the entrance of the Witch Horse clan to the west. He sat on the ancient tree, his gaze calmly looking at it as he opened his mouth. The voice had only just fallen. Swirls then emerged from the ancient tree. Immediately after, a stout, white-haired old man wearing a black robe appeared to walk out from the vortex. His costume was distinctive. Black, as if it could blend in with the night. What a dump. There was an eagle-nosed heavenly demon who scanned the circle before opening his mouth in extreme disgust. Oh, is this place trashy? I think it's fine. The words had only just fallen when Su-yun's bland voice sounded. Who? The heavenly demon was instantly shocked, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. It was because he was now at the 7th level of the hijacking realm cultivation. How horrible is perception? Now there are people in the neighborhood and they're not being noticed. If the person who voices it carries out an assassination, the heavenly demon envoy's mind was filled with thoughts. Me. Su-yun spoke softly and jumped down from the ancient tree. Looking at him, the sky demon envoy frowned. Young. This was his first impression of Su-yun. Sure. What made him feel most incredible was not being able to see through Su-yun's depths. Your Excellency? Heavenly demon inquired in a condensed voice. Just a nobody. Tisk, TSK, rare. Half demon, half devil, interesting. Su-yun sized up the heavenly demon as if he was looking at a new and rare object. Who the hell is your honor? The heavenly devil looked startled. He was indeed half demon. The so-called half demon, as the name suggests. It's the child born from the union of the demon race and the demon race. It was no secret in the Witch Horse tribe. But the point is, it's in human territory now. Su-yun, however, was able to see what was going on inside him at a glance. It's not simple. This guy is definitely not simple. The heavenly devil thought in his mind. It's all said and done, nameless man. Su-yun lightly smiled back. Well, since your excellency is unwilling to disclose it, I will not pursue it any further. Farewell. The heavenly devil gave Su-yun a deep look and turned to leave. Faced with this imperceptible presence, he wouldn't dare make a move. Go? Who am I going to kill if you leave? Su-yun spoke softly. What do you mean? The heavenly devil's complexion changed violently. It doesn't mean anything, it just means getting you killed. Su-yun opened his mouth, and as he spoke, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of morose white teeth. Before the heavenly devil could react. And he found out. One was surprised to appear within a small courtyard that was not considered luxurious. This is? You. The heavenly demon first looked around the small courtyard in confusion, and abruptly looked at Su-yun with a terrified expression. Big scary, super scary. It's amazing how easily you can take yourself to another place. This person is definitely super strong. Because with his cultivation, even when facing the old queen of the master, it was impossible to be made to go to another strange place without realizing it. Sure. What made the heavenly demon feel the most fear in his heart was still this courtyard full of divine beast bloodlines. He was half demon and half demon, with a demon bloodline in his body, plus the 7th level of the hijacking realm. Therefore, one could clearly sense the various divine beasts in the courtyard, and that's exactly why. It was only then that a strong fear rose in his heart. Divine beasts, that was a terrifying existence above immortal beasts. Today, the tiny yard is full of. Who the hell are you? The heavenly demon inquired in shock and fear. Even his voice was shaking. A father in charge of his children. Great White, play with him. Su-yun returned with a bland expression. Woof. As soon as the words fell, Big White rushed out of the shadows. Divine beast. White Zephyr. Looking at the Great White that rushed out, the heavenly demon actually saw its identity at a glance. You who? Master, this guy he can even tell my essence at a glance. The White Zephyr's doggy eyes raised, and his tone was surprised as he mouthed the words. Hiss. Hearing its voice, the heavenly demon immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. For the demon race, the higher the bloodline level, the harder it is to transform into a human form and speak human language. Not to mention a divine beast like White Zephyr. Now, this White Zephyr could actually spit out human words. That cultivation reaches what kind of point? The demonic beast bloodline in his body is no ordinary bloodline. Instead, it's from the Tengu clan. It's normal to see what you are. Su-yun spoke with a bland expression. What? Of the dog-licking clan? Bai Zhe was confused on the spot and asked rhetorically. Su-yun threw it a blank stare on the spot. What kind of being are you? The heavenly demon shockingly opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 104, What Tengu Bloodline? I think you're just a stupid dog. A yard full of divine beasts, and being able to tell what kind of demonic beasts the demonic beast bloodline in one's body belong to. All the lines add up to one thing, this guy is not simple. Very uncomplicated. The heavenly devil was certain that Su Yun was definitely not from the heavenly martial realm. That you need not know. Just know that it's an existence you can't afford to mess with. Su Yun spoke with a bland expression. I haven't offended Senior. I don't know why Senior is making things difficult for me. The heavenly demon spoke with a deep expression. He couldn't figure it out the most. Why did such a powerful person come to trouble himself? Although he did not know exactly what terrifying level Su Yun's cultivation had reached. But, the one thing he was sure of was that it could definitely crush the entire Witch Horse clan. After all, it was possible to train a divine beast to the point where it could spit out human words. By no means is this something that can be done by the average person. As far as he remembered, he had never offended such a strong person. The Witch Horse clan wouldn't allow him to offend such a strong person either. Heh, what Tengu bloodline? I think you're just a stupid dog bloodline. You're trying to capture my sweet, nerdy, good-hearted little master. And say you're not offended? Are you funny? Bai Zhe sneered and couldn't help but pick up the conversation. Little master? The heavenly demon listened with a frown on his face. Soon he remembered the dictum the old queen had given him. Resolve the old devil Wang sent out by the devil emperor. By the way, he probed the accuracy of the news about the immortal spirit root and immortal body possessors. You are that immortal body, immortal spirit root possessor father. Reacting, the heavenly demon looked at Su Yun in shock, an incredulous expression all over his face. Which horse lie is crazy? How dare you try to kill the daughter of such a powerful man? This is simply pushing the entire Witch Horse tribe into the fire pit. Or what? Su Yun smiled gently. When he finished speaking, without waiting for the heavenly demon to speak, he continued, Alright, White Zephyr do it. Hey, hey, hey. White Zephyr smiled softly and nodded, Roger that, my esteemed master. Having said that, it then charged towards the sky demon. Under Su Yun's feeding, its cultivation had long since reached the immortal realm. The heavenly demon envoy's mere 8th level cultivation of the hijacking realm was naturally no match for it. It's safe to say, the heavenly devil was a mouse in its eyes. A few moments later, under its teasing, the heavenly demon completely went limp. On the verge of death, there was only one thought in his head, the Witch Horse clan was finished. Leaving aside Su Yun. As far as White Zephyr's cultivation was concerned, it wasn't even something that the Witch Horse clan could mess with. It's no fun, it's not resistant at all. Master, why don't I go to the demon clan and have some fun? White Zephyr took control of the body of the sky demon and moved it over the vegetable garden. Immediately after, the claw gently made a point into the void. The heavenly devils then become the sustenance of the vegetable garden. Let's just forget about it. Su Yun thought about it and waved his hand. This is not good. The Witch Horse clan was only a small clan amongst the entire demon clan. However, White Zephyr was no ordinary divine beast. If the news were to reach the ears of the demon race in the spirit realm, or even the demon race in the divine realm, those guys will definitely be attracted to the heavenly martial realm. He wasn't afraid. Mainly, doing so would easily draw the gaze of the divine Dao Palace over. Nowadays, with the situation in the Shinto Palace, once it became known, the father and daughter duo's relationship with Yin Tianyu, it would definitely cause some trouble for Yin Tianyu. It was not a wise choice. You go to the immortal Fall Mountain range and keep watch. There are Witch Horse tribesmen coming, and you kill one that comes. Remember, do not go to the Witch Horse clan, or I'll make fondue out of you. Su Yun thought for a moment and continued to speak. He knew that Bai Zhe was a restless master. Idle is idle. Nowadays, all three of the martial great wolves were secretly guarding little Manhwa. It was just the right time for White Zephyr to guard the immortal Fall Mountain range. To be more precise, it should be for White Zephyr to go there and have some fun. Hey, good. Bai Zhe grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The voice was still floating in the air, and the body had already disappeared into the small courtyard. Little Manhwa was naturally unaware of everything that was happening in her house, with Zhao Chuan leading the way. Soon, they completely walked out of the 10,000 Demon Mountain range and managed to reach the central state. Well, little girl, I have to get back to the family. I'll see you again sometime. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth smilingly. Entering the central state was equivalent to entering the territory of the 3 of them. Moreover, the people from the Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect had already deployed down. Little Manhwa will definitely not be in any more trouble. He couldn't stay with the obvious all the time. Otherwise, it would be easy to draw the eyes of other powerful people over. Aha, thanks Gramps. Little Manhwa nodded her head obediently. Thank you, senpai. Lin Yu followed suit and spoke. Meeting his fate, old man goes too. Zhao Chuan waved his hand smilingly. After saying that, he disappeared into the distance. In just a moment's effort, it disappeared from little Manhwa and Lin Yu's line of sight. Come on, Akatsuki, take you to my house. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and spoke with a smile. Yeah. Little Manhwa nodded happily, seemingly filled with boundless anticipation of going to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Go. Lin Yu smiled, his gaze looking towards where the Lin clan's ancient clan was. Deep in his eyes, an inexplicable deep meaning flickered. Take little Akatsuki. Soon, she stepped inside the area of the Lin clan's ancient clan, through one magnificent city after another. Eventually, a large and small group came to a small town. Mother, is this where your house is? Little Mingyue took Lin Yu's hand and inquired as she curiously surveyed everything on both sides of the street. That's right, this is the place where my Lin clan's ancient clan originated, and it's also the ancestral land. So then there was no going to spiritually rich forests and mountain ranges like the other forces. Rather, they have always lived here. Come on, I'll take you to a good one first. I used to eat it all the time when I was a kid. Lin Yu rubbed her head and spoke with a smile. Yeah. Hearing delicious food, little Mingyue's eyes instantly lit up. Only what she doesn't know is this. The moment she entered the town, the powerful people of the hijacking realm who were hidden away in the town all cast their gazes at her. Likewise, what little Akatsuki didn't know was this. The moment she stepped into the town, the elders of the Lin clan's ancient clan as well as the family head, Lin Yao, had their hearts startled. Because the moment little Akatsuki entered the town, they could all feel three very terrifying auras entering the town. Ma'am, I didn't realize that what you guessed was correct. Lin Yao spoke with emotion. Although he wasn't one of the top 10 strongest people in the heavenly martial realm, as the current head of the Lin clan's ancient clan, his cultivation was naturally not low. It was also a ninth tribulation realm powerhouse. Zhao Chuan's three people's aura naturally couldn't be hidden from him. Buzz. Just then, another very terrifying aura filled the Lin clan's ancient clan. Feeling this aura that did not belong to the heavenly martial realm, the three of them, Wudolf, all had their gazes condensed. This is? Chapter 105 Arriving at Lin's ancient town, splashing heavenly riches. It's not just the three of them. Lin Yao and the others also sensed it. Greetings, old ancestor. In the next moment, Lin Yao spoke respectfully with a few elders of the Lin clan's ancient clan. Aha! A faint voice rang out, only to see Lin Chen's spirit body walk into the great hall. Seeing the situation, Lin Yao hurriedly gave up the family head's throne. Lin Duan didn't have the courtesy to sit down directly. Come in and sit down, you three little ones, nothing will happen to her with me. He looked towards where the three Wudolfs were and opened his mouth with a smile. The words fell. All three of the Wudawolves showed up and came to the main hall. Greetings, Elder Lin. The three of them saluted at Lin Chen. Not bad, it's very good for the heavenly martial realm to have descendants like you. Lin Chen swept a glance at the three of them and nodded with a bland expression. Elder Lin is second to none. Compared to Senior Lin, we are nothing more than a spark. Zhao Chuan laughed. The Zhao family has produced a talent. Sit down, all of you, I just wanted to see the Lord's daughter too. No offense, and with me around, you don't have to worry about her well-being. Serve tea to all three of them. Lin Duan smiled and opened his mouth. Yes. Lin Yao respectfully answered and personally went to get the tea. Zhao Chuan and the three of them were not polite and sat down one by one beside Lin Chen, to really talk about seniority. They were bigger than anyone else except for Lin Duan. Is the Lord well? Lin Chen continued to inquire. My lord is well. Zhao Chuan immediately responded. As if remembering something, he followed up with, Senior Lin, I wonder if you know about the power that is the Divine Tao Palace? Shinto Palace? Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. As a top powerhouse in the spirit world, he naturally knew about the Divine Tao Palace. To be precise, anyone whose cultivation had reached the immortal realm knew of the existence of the Divine Tao Palace. After all, this is the day of the human race. What are you asking for? Lin Duan asked curiously in return. The lady has been looking for news of this power. The Lord's mother is in this power. Zhao Chuan didn't hide it and said immediately. Like this. Lin Duan muttered in his heart. Looks like this family is not easy. The Lord did not tell you? Instead of answering positively, he pressed on. No. Zhao Chuan immediately shook his head. Since His Excellency didn't say anything, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Lin Chen spoke with a bitter smile. Su Yun, he really couldn't afford to mess with him. That kind of strong person, getting him killed wasn't the slightest bit different from getting an ant killed. He didn't want to upset Su Yun by saying something he shouldn't have received. Seeing the situation, Zhao Chuan also had the sense not to ask more questions. Old ancestor, I'll go get them. Bai Wenjing saw the scene quiet down and interjected. As for those elders, they were all sitting motionless without daring to breathe a single breath. Well, go ahead. Lin Chen nodded with a bland expression. The situation of the Lin family was naturally unknown to the little Mingyue duo. At this moment, she had followed Lin Yu inside a restaurant. Miss, you're Miss. The moment Lin Yu walked into the restaurant, the counting crone who was behind the counter suddenly looked up and opened her mouth with a face full of incredulity. Sister Flora, it's me. Lin Yu looked at the old woman and spoke with a smile on his face. Miss, it's really you. At the sound of her voice, the crone ran to her with an agitated look, her eyes constantly scanning. Mother, who is this? Little Mingyue grabbed Lin Yu's hand and stared curiously at the old crone. What? As soon as her words came out, the crone instantly froze in place. This child is called Miss. Mother. Miss, you. Sister Hua opened her mouth in shock, a complex look all over her face. Sister Flower. You've misunderstood, let's sit down and talk. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and hurriedly opened his mouth. Subsequently, the three entered a second-floor elegant room and took their seats. Sister Hua, this is Mingyu, my goddaughter. Mingyue, this is the sister who took me when I was a child. Lin Yu immediately explained. So it is. Sister Flower spoke in a daze. She thought Lin Yu had already married someone outside. Hello Granny. Little Akatsuki greeted politely. Good boy. Miss, she's even cuter than you were as a child. Sister Hua looked at little Mingyue with peaceful eyes and opened her mouth. Hey. After hearing this, little Mingyue immediately smiled with a small red face. Sister Flower, it's been a long time since I've had a spiritual meal made by you. Can you make one for me? I'm going to eat what you made with your own hands. Lin Yu smiled gently. In the course of years, many people are changed. She's the same. However, no matter how much it changed, Sister Flower was still the same Sister Flower. And she, in Sister Hua's eyes, was still the same somewhat mischievous Lin Yu. Granny, I want some too. Little Mingyue followed suit and spoke. Okay, I'm on it. Make all the ones you love. Sister Flower smiled gently like a grandmother. When she finished, she headed for the butcher's room. It's been 10 years, and I don't know what's going on with the Lin clan's ancient clan today. Lin Yu looked through the window at the large mansion that loomed in the distance, and thought a lot. Mother, it's okay, I'm here with you. Little Akatsuki looked like a small adult and took her hand, saying, words. Lin Yu immediately smiled as she nodded, good. A few more moments. Bai Wenjing, who had come out from the Lin clan's ancient clan, also came to the elegant room. Mother. Seeing her, Lin Yu immediately opened his mouth and called out. She didn't have much feelings for Lin Yao. However, she was extremely close to Bai Wenjing, because growing up, Bai Wenjing spoiled her very much. Grandma. Little Mingyue also called out sweetly. Good, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Bai Wenjing smiled and came to sit beside the two. Grandma, this is the gift father asked me to bring you. This is all I have at home. Little Mingyue opened her mouth, and as she spoke, she brought out the golden crow egg. This is the egg laid by the three-legged chicken that Daddy raised, and it's delicious. As if afraid that Bai Wenjing wouldn't know what this was, she explained again. Ran. What little Akatsuki didn't know was this. The moment she took out the golden crow egg, all of the strong people of the hijack realm that were hidden away in the town were shocked. Cultivation world. The stronger the cultivation, the more powerful the perception. Especially for something special. So, the moment little Mingyue took out the golden crow egg, all of the robbery realm powerhouses felt a terrifying divinity spreading within the town. Not to mention these robber realm powerhouses. Even Lin Chan was startled. Golden crow divine beast egg. He spoke with some shock and emotion. Not bad for an adult. This kind of stuff can be taken out at will. Elder Lin, this is what His Excellency asked the young lady to give to your Lin clan's ancient clan. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth to explain. Good, when you guys get back, thank the Great One for me. Lin Duan nodded, looking excited. Because if it was cultivated well, then his Lin clan's ancient clan would have a divine beast to sit on in the future, waiting to grow up completely. That could be equivalent to a god realm powerhouse. It can protect the Lin clan's ancient clan for an unknown number of years. For us. Lin Yao's eyes glazed over as he opened his mouth with a face full of shock and incredulity. At this point, there was only one thought in his head. Has this heavenly riches come to the Lin clan's ancient clan? Chapter 106. This is not a surprise, it's clearly a shock. Well, the Lord told the lady to give it to you. Zhao Chuan nodded with a bland expression. Well, thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. Receiving the exact answer, Lin Yao spoke with an agitated expression. Divine beast eggs were not something that could be compared to things like cultivation resources and magic weapons. No exaggeration. That golden crow egg was equivalent to Su Yun giving him a god realm powerhouse from the Lin clan's ancient clan. Only, it's just something they need to cultivate in themselves. To the Lin clan's ancient clan, this was definitely a chance against the heavens. How could he not be excited? Inside the restaurant, looking at the golden crow egg that little Mingyue took out, Bai Wenjing didn't know what it was though, but also knew that it was definitely not simple. After all, it was that lord who told Kodomine to bring it. Grandma, don't you like the egg? Daddy, can't get anything good out of it. Seeing Bai Wenjing's delay in picking it up, Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth a little embarrassed. Although she was young, she knew that a power like the Lin clan's ancient clan was a superpower. Giving away an egg does seem a bit unorthodox. However, she had always listened to Su Yun. In her opinion, to be able to bring out the best of your family is valuable enough. Why, silly boy, how could I not like it? I was trying to figure out how I could hatch this egg and raise it. I've also been craving for that three-legged chicken. Bai Wenjing came back to her senses and hurriedly picked it up. Hee, it's good that Grandma doesn't mind. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and laughed. No, I'd love it if you gave me even a handful of dirt. Bai Wenjing smiled with a gentle smile on her face. Mother, there's one more thing, I've recognized Mingyue as my goddaughter. At this time, Lin Yu interjected. Ha! After hearing this, Bai Wenjing was dumbfounded on the spot, frozen in place. Recognize that Lord's daughter as your goddaughter. This, not talking about her. Lin Duan, who was secretly watching them, was also confused. Lin Yu recognizes Su Yun's daughter as his goddaughter, and he's Lin Yu's oldest ancestor. Then the seniority between him and Su Yun. Nonsense, just nonsense. Lin Dust opened his mouth, speechless and scared. This is if Su Yun knows. What a way to go. Yu really doesn't know what she's doing. I'll make sure to educate her properly when old ancestor brings her back. Lin Yao was also frightened. Little Mingyue's father, even old ancestor Lin Duan had to respectfully address him as an adult. Now Lin Yu recognizes Xiao Mingyue as his goddaughter. Then the seniority between him and Su Yun. Elder Lin doesn't need to be like this. This matter was promised by His Excellency. However, the relationship is limited to the Lin family's maid and young lady. Zhao Chuan saw this and laughed softly. As an old man, he naturally heard the fear in Lin Chen's tone. Your honor is worthy of being an adult. A simple piece of news could cause the super legend of the heavenly martial realm back then to fear. That's natural, that's natural. After hearing this, Lin Chen hurriedly opened his mouth and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. As long as it's what Su Yun promised. He was afraid that this was something Lin Yu had done on his own. Lin Yao similarly let out a long sigh of relief. Inside the restaurant. Mother, is there a problem? When Lin Yu saw that Bai Wenjing didn't answer, his brows furrowed gently. As for the little bright moon. Instead, he stayed somewhat fidgety in his chair. She was terrified that Bai Wenjing wouldn't allow this. Yell, this is no small matter. Mingyue's father, did he ever know and did he ever promise? Bai Wenjing spoke with worry. Her worries were the same as those of Lin Chen and Lin Yao. I'm afraid that this matter is an unauthorized decision by Lin Yu. A terrifyingly strong person like Su Yun. It wasn't something that her Lin clan's ancient clan could go and climb up the ladder. After all, Lin Chen had personally said before that even he who stood at the top of the upper realm had to respectfully address Su Yun as a lord when he faced him. If it angers Su Yun, her Lin's ancient clan would never survive. Mother, don't worry, I've asked Brother Su. And he nodded his head in agreement. Well, surprise. From now on, you're the one who's going to be the grandma, even though it's only a dry grandma. Lin Yu explained with a smile. Surprise? My silly boy, it's not a surprise, it's a shock. Bai Wenjing thought in her mind and let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Su Yun agreed, it was fine. Yes? Mingyue, call out to grandmother. After slowing down, Bai Wenjing looked at the fidgety little Mingyue with a peaceful look. For the little bright moon. She also hit the nail on the head. Cute and knowledgeable. Who wouldn't love a little kid like that? Not to mention, she, who was supposed to be a mother. May I? Little Akatsuki asked somewhat weakly. I'm afraid it's a dream. The dream woke up and everything disappeared. Silly boy, yes, how could it not be? Bai Wenjing rubbed her head and laughed. Grandma. Little Mingyue immediately barked sweetly. That soft and sticky voice struck right into the depths of Bai Wenjing's heart. Hey. She answered at length, a smile spilling over her face. Grandma. Little Mingyue's heart was also sweet, and she called out again. Good girl, Grandma's here. The smile on Bai Wenjing's face also grew even bigger. Hee, from now on I'll not only have my mother, but also my grandma. Little Mingyue smiled sweetly and gently leaned her head on Bai Wenjing's shoulder. After listening to her, Bai Wenjing's heart could be described as mixed. There's joy and heartache and helplessness. Because she knows. The little bright moon is here, just for a short while. When Su Yun's experience with her is over, little Akatsuki would be gone, away from all of them. To a world where she belongs, where she should be. Miss, Master Mother, the spirit meal is ready. Just then, Sister Flower walked in. Speaking. With a wave of her probing hand, a beautifully plated, colorful and fragrant spirit meal appeared on the table. Each plate was smoking hot. Obviously all just recently out of the pan. Sister Flora's handiwork is as good as ever. Looking at a table of his once favorite spirit meals, Lin Yu was not only a little emotional. Mother, grandmother, can we eat now? I'm so hungry. Little Mingyue looked at the table of spirit meals and drooled. As he spoke, he rubbed his little tummy in embarrassment. Good, eat up. How can I starve my little granddaughter? Here, eat. Bai Wenjing smiled and immediately gave little Mingyue some food. All sorts of spiritual meals have been chucked to piece. The blink of an eye. The bowls had been piled high right in front of little Akatsuki's eyes. Hee, thanks grandma. Little Akatsuki smiled sweetly as if she was very happy. When she finished, she took a big bite. Along with the stuff entrances. Her big, watery eyes rounded with it. Wow, that's delicious. She marveled. Eat more if it's good. It's all yours, no one is taking it from you. Lin Yu opened his mouth smilingly. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and kept stuffing her mouth for fear that someone else would snatch it from her. The other side. Looking at little Mingyue, who had such a fondness for food, Lin Chen immediately had an idea in his head. Go, dispatch all the hijack realm cultivators. Search for the delicacies of the heavenly martial realm. The little lord is here once in a while, so be sure to treat him well. He ordered. Chapter 107, Sending Out All the Hijacking Realm Cultivators Just to Go Collect Ingredients? Words. Jun Lu and Zhao Chuan exchanged glances, then nodded with a very tacit understanding. There's Elder Lin sitting here, and it's the territory of the Lin clan's ancient clan. There's no need for our people to guard this place. The central state is considered our territory, and since the young lady has come here as a guest, it is natural that she should be properly entertained. Elder Lin, let's have our people move with the people of the Lin clan's ancient clan. Zhao Chuan picked up the conversation. Jun Ryu, sitting next to him, nodded. This, Lin Yao, as well as the great elders of the Lin clan's ancient clan, were dumbfounded after hearing this. The Heavenly Sword sect, the Zhao clan plus his Lin clan's ancient clan. The three forces had at least a third of the central state's hijack realm cultivators combined. An operation of this magnitude, just scouring for good ingredients for a little girl. The people looked at each other, and all of them laughed bitterly in their hearts. Throughout the heavenly martial world, only little Mingyue had this treatment. Good, then. Lin Duan nodded approvingly. The central state is their territory. Little Mingyue came here as a guest and had to be treated well, even if you can't get anything out of it. It was also good to leave a good impression on Su Yun. Not to mention, what about the fact that little Mingyue had already taken out a golden crow egg for the Lin clan's ancient clan? All of the Zhao clan's hijack realm cultivators are under orders to cooperate with the Lin clan's ancient clan's actions. All the Heavenly Sword sect's hijack realm cultivators are under orders to cooperate with the Lin clan's ancient clan's actions. Zhao Chuan and Jun Lu immediately took out their summoning talismans to give orders. Grand Elder, you will lead the team this time. Demon beasts with good flavor, spirit fruits, etc. are targets. Let go and do it. Seeing this, Lin Yao immediately turned his gaze to a dry, thin old man with white hair and a white beard. Yes. The Grand Elder immediately responded respectfully. After saying that, he immediately walked out of the Great Hall and gathered all of the Lin clan's ancient clan's strongest members of the Heaven's Realm. There are quite a few people. 15. The lowest cultivation level was a first Havoc Realm powerhouse. Ancestor Lin Duan's word of mouth, all of you move with me to find good-tasting demonic beasts and spirit fruits and other things. The Heavenly Sword sect and all of the hijack realm cultivators from the Zhao family will also cooperate with our actions. The Grand Elder swept a glance at the somewhat puzzled clansman and opened his mouth. Ha! The crowd of the Lin clan's ancient clan were dumbfounded after hearing this. They thought that the Grand Elder's urgent summoning was in some kind of distress. What the hell, you're collecting good-tasting demonic beasts and spirits? What? You guys don't listen to the words of old man Lin Chen? The Grand Elder swept them a glance and continued. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Chen was a god in the hearts of the Lin clan's ancient clan's people. There was no one who dared to question the words of old man Lin Duan. Again, no one dared to go against it. After all, the ancient clan of the Lin clan was able to have the position they had today. It's all because of Linden. It just makes them a little incomprehensible. Why did old man Lin Duan give such an oracle? Is it for your own oral pleasure? It shouldn't be. The person is in the upper realm, and the one that descended on the Lin clan's ancient clan is just a spirit body. What is a spiritual body? It's the equivalent of a soul body-like being, and such a being can't eat at all. Grand Elder, are you entertaining any important guests? Soon, one of them responded and opened his mouth to inquire. That's right, let's go, all move. As long as it tastes good, even if it's a demon beast of the hijacking realm, you have to bring it to the table today, understand? The Grand Elder nodded and said. Yes. The people of the Lin clan's ancient clan responded. Subsequently, Grand Elder Lin led them to join up with the Heavenly Sword sect as well as all of the Zhao clan's hijack realm cultivators. The large group then set off in great numbers to find ingredients for little Mingyue. Central State, Sea Area, Starfish Clan, the Lin clan ancient clan, the Zhao clan, and the Heavenly Sword sect. Have we broken the laws of heaven? The patriarch of the Celestial Starfish Clan looked at the group of hijack realm cultivators who had killed the door. The patriarch of the Starfish Clan was confused on the spot. My clan hasn't done anything wrong, has it? Why are so many hijacking realm powerhouses killing at the door? Not so much, don't panic. Grand Elder Lin opened his mouth smilingly. 2 words for him at this point, swell. This was because this was the first time he had acted with such a large number of robbery realm powerhouses. Especially, and let go of doing it. This means that as long as the ingredients are collected, he can whichever tribe he wants. Don't worry about anything at all. After hearing this, the patriarch of the Celestial Starfish Clan rolled his eyes on the spot in his heart. Mud. Bringing so many hijacking realm cultivators to the door. Who doesn't panic when that happens? Grand Elder Lin, we've always been well-watered. The Astral Fish Patriarch gulped down a breath of saliva and opened his mouth with a slightly shivering voice. If it was 1 or 2 hijack realm cultivators, it could be unafraid. But it's a ING bunch. Even if it was given 10 guts, it wouldn't dare to have the slightest intention to resist. Of all the sea fish races, your clan has the most flavorful meat. I'm also making a big deal out of the fact that there must be offenders in your clan that are being held, right? How about you leave it to me and I'll take care of it for you. Grand Elder Lin spoke with a light smile. Listen to the end. The Starfish Patriarch understood instantly. It was coming to his own clan for ingredients. Just looking for an ingredient. Why make such a big deal out of it? Bringing so many powerful people from the hijacking realm over. Those who didn't know, thought that its Starfish clan had committed some very major crime. Deal. With barely the slightest hesitation, the Starfish Patriarch immediately agreed. Those incarcerated for offenses are traitors. There's not much use in keeping it, and the most it can be used for is to make deals with the human race. There's no harm in giving it to Grand Elder Lin. After all, people are now consulting with it. If we can't negotiate. It didn't believe that Grand Elder Lin didn't dare to make a move. Understood. Grand Elder Lin patted its shoulder and immediately led his men to the dungeon of the Heavenly Starfish clan and captured a few Heavenly Starfish. Facing such a team, the Astral Fish clan naturally didn't dare to intercept in the slightest. After leaving the Starfish clan, Grand Elder Lin led another team and descended on the Seven Spirit Shrimp clan in great numbers. Same rhetoric, same approach. The Seven Spirit Shrimp clan was also very understanding, letting them take a few prisoners. Soon, all the Great Sea clans, as long as they were flavorful, were all wandered around by Great Elder Lin's team. To this, the Sea Peoples are outraged. After all, the team that Grand Elder Lin was leading was too terrifying. No race dares to face it alone. Not even the Sea clan that had the Ninth Havoc realm sitting in their midst. This was because Grand Elder Lin, along with the leaders of the Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect's two major forces, were all at the Ninth Tribulation realm cultivation level. Get the ingredients you need. Grand Elder Lin did not make things difficult for the sea race, and directly led the group out of the waters. Is this Lin clan ancient clan crazy? Deception. So what, who called them great? Yes. Putting aside the strength of the Lin clan's ancient clan, there's also the Zhao clan and the Heavenly Sword sex people, all of whom are lords who can't be messed with. What I'm wondering is, when did Lin was the ancient clan, the Zhao clan, and the Heavenly Sword sect put on the same pants? The leaders of the various great sea clans looked at the huge departing group and murmured. Chapter 108, Dislike? How dare I dislike it? Little Manhwa didn't have the slightest idea that the Lin clan's ancient clan, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Zhao clan had already sent out all of their robbery realm powerhouses to go gather ingredients for her. By now, her little stomach was bulging with food. Mother, grandmother, I'm full. She rubbed her bulbous stomach, as if she was a little embarrassed at feeling like she had eaten a little too much. It's good to be full, let's go to grandma's house. Bai Wenjing took her hand, which still had baby fat on it, and laughed. Yeah. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. Yul, come on, let's go home. Bai Wenjing looked at Lin Yu again and opened her mouth. She knows. For the Lin clan's ancient clan, Lin Yu was filled with fear within his heart. Resistant, to be precise. After all, the Lin clan's ancient clan used to be a prison to Lin Yu. Good. Lin Yu nodded gently. Afterward, the three of them walked out of the restaurant and headed straight to the Lin clan's ancient clan. A few moments later, a very grand compound appeared in little Mingyue's sight. Look around. The entire compound took up almost half of the town. Even the double opening gates to the yard were a full 10. Mother, your house is so big. It's like a city. Looking up at the magnificent compound, little Mingyue opened her mouth in awe. Akatsuki, this is indeed a city. A city that traps a lot of people. Lin Yu glanced at the long-lost courtyard and opened his mouth somewhat mockingly. Well, the Lin clan's ancient clan has changed for the better ever since old ancestor Lin Chen's spirit body descended. Go. Bai Wenjing somewhat helplessly took her hand and comforted her. With her leading the way, the three of them thoroughly entered the Lin clan's ancient clan. Elder Lin, it's better for us to go into hiding first. I'm afraid if the lady sees us, she'll be suspicious in her mind. When the time comes, it will ruin your lordship's plans. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth to Lin Chen after seeing little Mingyue completely enter the Lin clan's ancient clan. Wuda Wolf and Jun Ryu nodded in agreement. Good. Naturally, Lin Chen nodded in response. He didn't dare to ruin Su Yun's plan. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Chuan and the three of them immediately stepped into the void and hid themselves. Not long after the three of them went into hiding, Bai Wenjing then brought Lin Yu and little Mingyue inside the main hall. Ancestor Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen sitting on the main seat, Lin Yu's face immediately climbed with an unbelievable expression. However, she soon reacted and hurriedly saluted. Lin Yu has met ancestor Lin Duan. She spoke respectfully. Little Mingyue, on the other hand, held Little White and stood by the side, staring curiously at Lin Chen. Mother, why do I get the feeling he's not human? She scratched her head and attached herself to Lin Yu's ear and said in a whispering tone. Lin Yu's heart tightened as he listened. She didn't know exactly what level of cultivation old man Lin Chen had reached, but surely you will hear the words of little Akatsuki. Akatsuki, no nonsense. Ancestor Lin Chen rest his anger. Mingyu is still young and doesn't know any better. She spoke in a rush. Oh, no harm, no foul. She's not wrong. I'm just a spirit body now, not really a person. Lin Duan smiled and opened his mouth. Chastise little Myung Moon? He wouldn't dare even if he was given 10 guts. If you don't, little Akatsuki says he's not human. Even if he was called a pig, he would have to respond with a smile. Amount. Lin Yu's brain was a bit confused after hearing this. Ancestor Linden is so nice to talk to? Sit down, all of you. Lin Chen smiled and opened his mouth, trying his best to act like a kind and polite old grandfather. The old ancestor has spoken, quickly take Mingyue and sit down. Lin Yao followed suit. The attitudes of the two made Lin Yu even more confused, because she sensed a hint of something unusual. It seemed as if they were being polite to themselves. Come, be next to mother, Mingyue, you two, sit next to grandmother, okay? Bai Wenjing walked straight over and pulled Lin Yu's hand to open her mouth. Aha! Little Mingyue hugged Little White and nodded her head obediently. Only his eyes kept sneaking glances at Lin Chen. It seemed to be very curious as to why Lin Chen was in such a state. Grandma? Seeing little Mingyue sit down, Lin Yao put on a puzzled expression and opened his mouth. Mingyue has already recognized you as her godmother, so now we're the ones who are grandmothers. Before Lin Yu could open his mouth, Bai Wenjing immediately explained. So, well, that's a good thing. Little Akatsuki, do you remember me? Lin Yao put on a dazed look and spoke with a peaceful brow. Remember, hello grandma. Little Mingyue nodded her head and sweetly called out to Grandmaster. Good boy. Lin Yao laughed after hearing this. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. She was afraid that Lin Yao wouldn't allow this. Now it seems that the concern was completely unwarranted. Grandpa, I've brought you a gift for Grandma La. Little Bright Moon spoke again. Oh, what kind of gifts did you bring? Lin Yao Yang feigned doubt and opened his mouth to ask. It's this egg, laid by a type of chicken that Akatsuki's father raised. Bai Wenjing immediately took out the three-legged golden crow egg. See the three-legged golden crow egg again. A flash of shock still could not be avoided in Lin Chen's eyes, because the three-legged golden crow was a top divine beast. Not even in the spirit world. Good, the so-called gift is light, since it was brought by people from thousands of miles away. Enough to illustrate this sentiment. Put it away and incubate it well, as a witness to the bond with this one. Lin Duan opened his mouth and said, yes. Lin Yao respectfully responded. After saying that, he received the golden crow egg with both hands and moved carefully. I was afraid that I might break the golden crow egg if I was not careful. Not talking about him. Lin Duan looked at it with a bit of tightness in his heart. It wasn't until he saw Lin Yao completely put the golden crow egg away that he let out a long sigh of relief. Akatsuki, you have a heart. Putting away the golden crow egg, Lin Yao looked at little Mingyue with a smile. Hey, it's good that Grandmaster doesn't mind. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. Little White, who was curled up in her arms, instantly rolled his eyes in his mind. Disgusted? It's a golden use egg, how can it be disliked? Silly boy, this can be a gift you've come a long way to bring. How could I hate it? Lin Yao smiled gently. The three-legged golden crow egg if you don't mind. He could have chosen to sit in place. Girl, you always sneak a look at me, is there something you want to say now? At this time, Lin Duan suddenly interjected. As he spoke, his face was all warm smiles looking at little Mingyue. Seeing his sneak peek caught, little Akatsuki nodded her head with some embarrassment and a little bit of weakness. It's fine, we're all family from now on, you don't need to be so formal. Whatever you want to say, just say it boldly. Lin Duan laughed. Yes, Mingyue, this is our old ancestor, you can call him Ancestral Grandmaster. Ancestral Grandmaster is very nice to talk to. Lin Yao followed and helped. Akatsuki, just say what you have to say. Bai Wenjing followed suit. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently as she looked at Lin Chen. Ancestral Grandmaster, aren't you extraordinarily powerful? Awesome? After hearing this, Lin Chen's heart was filled with bitter smiles. Chapter 109, Lin Yu is suspicious. Mother, you're not hiding anything from me, are you? It's no more powerful than your family. He thought in his mind, then nodded, not bad at all. So do you know a lot of secrets? Little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she pursued. This statement was made. Lin Chen knew what little Mingyue wanted to ask. Lin Yu, who was sitting beside little Mingyue, similarly had a light in his eyes after hearing this. Yeah. Lin Chen was a legend in the heavenly martial realm back then. Knowing the secrets, it must be special. It's safe to say, Linden is a walking history book. It's easier to ask him directly than to look it up yourself. Do know quite a few things, what do you want to ask? Lin Chen laughed and asked rhetorically. I want to ask Ancestral Grandmaster if he knows about the Divine Tao Palace. Father said that Mother is in the Shinto Palace, but I've never been able to find out where the Shinto Palace is. Grandmaster, can you help me? Little Akatsuki nodded and opened the door to ask. Sure enough, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. I haven't heard of this power. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. Okay. After hearing this, the anticipation on little Mingyue's face immediately dissipated. The little face couldn't help but droop. She came to the ancient clan of Lin. One of them is that they want to stay with Lin Yu. The second was to poke around the Shindao Palace. Old ancestor, what about the power of God? Lin Yu opened his mouth to follow up. I do know about this power. It did exist in the heavenly martial realm back then. At that time, this power was the ruler of the heavenly martial realm. All forces are at the mercy of this power. Later, because of that great battle with the foreign races, the heavenly martial realm was greatly injured. This power will just let the Tianwu realm develop, no longer take charge, and completely disappear from the Tianwu realm. Lin Duan thought about it and opened his mouth. Old ancestor, is it possible that the divine Dao palace is this power? Lin Yu said again. Listen to the end. Lin Chen's heart was full of bitter smiles. After ascending to the spirit world, he realized, this power, God, was merely founded by a petty soldier sent by the divine Dao palace to the heavenly martial realm. Compared to the divine Dao palace, it was the difference between a mole cricket and a dragon. Looking at little Akatsuki's expectant eyes, he thought for a moment and spoke, it's possible. Grandmaster, do you know where to find this power? Little Mingyue's eyes lit up once again, and she hurriedly pursued the question. Girl, you should improve your cultivation now. This power must be hidden in some small worlds. With your current cultivation level, it's impossible to find those small worlds. Lin Duan picked up the conversation. Okay. Little Akatsuki nodded with a somewhat depressed mood. Akatsuki, that's good news. At least it proves that the divine Dao palace is still in the heavenly martial realm, doesn't it? Lin Yu immediately opened his mouth to comfort. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Girl, there's still us. How about this? I'll have someone from the Lin clan's ancient clan help you find this power as well. I'll let you know as soon as I find it. Seeing this, Lin Duan followed suit and spoke. Yes, thank you Grandmaster. After hearing this, a smile immediately surfaced on little Mingyue's face. Seeing that she was in a better mood, a smile also appeared on Lin Chen's face. You're welcome, Lin Yao. Recognizing a god grandson is a happy event. A great feast will be held and the whole clan will celebrate. His gaze fell on Lin Yao, changing the subject. Yes. Lin Yao responded respectfully. He knew Lin Chen's idea of setting the collected delicacies in front of little Mingyue in the form of a banquet. After Lin Yu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Even though this is a happy event, it's not so bad that you is having a banquet, is it? Come on, Mingyue, Grandma will take you on a nice stroll around Grandma's house. Or maybe we go shopping? Bai Wenjing knew that Lin Chen didn't want to continue talking about the Divine Dao Palace and also opened her mouth to change the subject. Yeah. Little Akatsuki nodded happily. Ma'am, you can take these spirit stones. If Akatsuki looks at anything, buy it for her. This is my grandson. Seeing this, Lin Yao immediately handed over a storage ring. Thank you, Grandmaster, the patriarchal master has given me spirit stones law. Little Akatsuki picked up the conversation. Child, it's fine, it's a small token of Grandpa's appreciation. You've brought gifts, so I'll do my part as host. Don't you like Grandmaster's spirit stones? Lin Yao laughed. No, love it, thanks Grandma. Little Mingyue's head shook like a rattle as she hurriedly opened her mouth. That's right, ma'am, take Mingyue for a nice stroll and buy whatever you like. Lin Yao opened his mouth with great bravado. Good. Bai Wenjing nodded and bid farewell to Lin Chen and Lin Yao. The three of them began to wander around the Lin clan's ancient clan. For little Akatsuki, it's really just like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, an eye-opening experience. Everything from the Lin clan's ancient clan seemed like a brand new door that had opened for her. Mother, why do I feel weird? Taking a look at little Mingyue who was bouncing in front, looking and touching left, Lin Yu couldn't help but open his mouth. Weird? Bai Wenjing looked at her suspiciously. Yes, old grandfather and father, it feels as if they're all particularly polite. Lin Yu nodded and thoughtfully opened his mouth. Naturally, you're welcome. After all, this is that lord's daughter. Who wouldn't dare to be courteous? Bai Wenjing thought bitterly in her heart. She smiled gently and patted the back of Lin Yu's hand. Silly child, it's not politeness, it's guilt. Guilt? Lin Yu frowned slightly. I gave you the finger before and made you run away from home. Your father has actually been feeling guilty. It's only natural that he's ashamed of you for coming back this time. So act differently than usual. Bai Wenjing explained. Like this. Lin Yu muttered in his heart, thinking about it seemed right. But she still felt weird. What about the old man? After a moment's thought, she asked rhetorically. Lin Yao's performance was understandable. But what was the purpose of Linden's behavior? The same old ancestor he is blaming himself for not teaching the Lin clan ancient clan. Caused your father to do what he did. This is like selling a daughter for honor. How can the old ancestor know that and feel good in his heart? Bai Wenjing dripped and picked up the conversation. Is that so? Lin Yu's brows furrowed deeply as he listened. Running it down, it really doesn't seem to be a problem. But she just didn't feel right, particularly perverse to be precise. Mother, you're not hiding something from me, are you? Her head tilted lightly, staring suspiciously at Bai Wenjing. It seemed to be trying to make something out of its face. Ran. As the main mother of the Lin clan's ancient clan, how could Bai Wenjing be any simple character? What can we hide from you? This time it was also you who brought Akatsuki back and gave everyone a break. Otherwise, your father and the old ancestor will surely still be at an impasse. She spoke with a calm demeanor, not letting on the slightest hint of what was going on. Chapter 110, bringing so many robberies to the realm, are you being nice? Mother, is that really true? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Lin Yu still opened his mouth a little less convinced. Silly boy, how could mother lie to you? Since you were a child, has mother ever lied to you once? Besides, what else could have made old Joe and your father do that except because of this? Bai Wenjing laughed somewhat helplessly. But, mother, I always feel something strange. I was all expecting a lot of mockery, ridicule, and even accusations and scorn for this return. But none of it happened. Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he continued. This time the Hui. Her biggest feeling was the attitude of the entire Lin's ancient clan towards her, completely and utterly revolutionized as it were. Even the former sidekicks who couldn't help but mock her twice when they saw her. When I see it now, people smile and nod in greeting. Not only that, there was still awe in his eyes, as if he were facing a great man. Silly child, elder ancestor Lin Duan has spoken, who would dare to do anything to you? As a member of the Lin clan, don't you know the prestige of old ancestor Lin Chen and the Lin clan ancient clan? Bai Wenjing smiled gently. Her tone was calm and her demeanor was very natural. It looks and feels like a statement of fact. Looking at Lin Yu, he couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Could it really be that I'm overthinking it? Don't think so much, Mingyue came to our house as a guest, we should show her around properly. Bai Wenjing stopped Lin Yu, who was still trying to speak, and laughed. Good. Lin Yu nodded his head after thinking for a moment, not bothering to think about it anymore. No matter how things really are. At least, the Lin clan ancient clan was much friendlier to her now. This is a good thing for her. The other side. The team of the hijacking realm led by Grand Elder Lin had already arrived at the demon clan's territory. This time, he was looking for a type of cattle race called the Five Spirit Cattle. Not only is the meat of this tribe fragrant and pure, it also contains the 5 elements of spiritual energy. It was very beneficial to the Jindan realm, Yuaning realm, and the spirit transformation realm. Lin Hu, what do you mean? Looking at Grand Elder Lin, who had brought so many of the realm of the heavens with him, the patriarch of the 5 Spirit Cow clan, spoke with a frown on his face. Its face was also grave to the extreme. The 5 Spirit Bull clan, is also a big clan among the demon clans. Although it couldn't be compared to those royal clans, it was a top existence under the royal clans. It did not fear the Lin clan's ancient clan. However, one had to fear the robbing realm that Lin Hu was now bringing, because the amount is just too damn high. It was fully 3 times the size of its 5 Spirit Cow clan. Nothing, just wanted to ask you to borrow 2 beef legs to go back to your guests. Lin Hu looked at the 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch and spoke with a bland expression. At those words, the 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch froze on the spot. Not buddy. Are we close? You want to borrow 2 legs of beef for your guests? Lin Hu, this honored one doesn't have time to joke around with you. The 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch snorted coldly and disliked him back with great displeasure. I'm not kidding you either. Seriously. Lin Hu responded with a soft smile. He was specifically asked about it. The most delicious parts of the 5 Spirit Cow clan were the 2 thighs. Also, I'm not discussing this with you, but I'm giving you some advance notice. He continued to speak. You. After hearing this, the 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch burst into a rage, and even directly revealed his own body. An amazingly huge bull as big as a mountain. There was also a multicolored haze on his body. Lin Hu, if you want to provoke a great war between the human and demon races, then come and try. This honored one would like to see if you can borrow 2 of my honored one's legs. A majestic voice erupted from the mouth of the huge bull. Every time he opened his mouth he brought up a storm that blew the trees around. However, Lin Hu and his party were not affected. He stood in the air and looked down at the 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch. You don't represent the demon race. I can't represent the human race either. However, I can represent the 3 major forces of the Lin clan ancient clan, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Zhao clan. And which royal family do you represent? Lin Hu smiled bashfully. This statement was made. The 5 Spirit Cow Patriarch's face became grave with the naked eye. Because of the demon race. It's all up to the 10 royal families. He, the 5 Spirit Cow clan, really couldn't represent the demon clan. But what about Lin Hu's side? A single Lin clan ancient clan alone could be on par with its 5 Spirit Bull clan, or even a bit stronger. Not to mention the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao family. The old ancestors of these 2 forces were now among the top 10 strongest in the heavenly martial realm. Its status. It's just like the 10 demon kings of their demon race. Especially the Heavenly Sword sect. Everyone cultivated the Sword Dao, and their fighting strength was among the best in their realm. A real fight. The loser would only be its 5 Spirit Cow clan. Don't you bully me. The 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch was silent for a good few moments before he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Oh, you're not human, what's the hurry face? Lin Hu shrugged and returned. This statement was made. The strongest members of the hijack realm who followed him couldn't help but laugh a little. That's a pretty damn good way to put it. You. The 5 Spirit Bull Patriarch was so angry that his face was also green and white. On the contrary, it can't really refute it. Because it really doesn't belong to the human race. It's just a matter of getting used to the human language. Get a clue, I'm actually the best person to talk to. It's just 2 cow legs that will come back to you quickly. There's no need to make a scene, isn't there? Lin Hu smiled and opened his mouth with a harmless look. Nima. The 5-spirit bull patriarch cursed on the spot in his heart after hearing this. Good talk? Bringing so many powerful people of the hijacking realm to the door, what the hell do you call good talk? And cow legs, it's a cow leg thing. It's like holding your face to the ground and rubbing it with the sole of your shoe. If it really handed it over, how would a 5-spirit bull patriarch still be able to mix in the demon clan in the future? What? Do you have to do it? It wasn't 2 legs you lost then. Lin Hu looked at it smilingly and continued to speak. Although the 5-spirit bull patriarch was a bull, he was at least a fellow who had already cultivated for several thousand years. He didn't believe that the other guy was a cutie. Won't weigh the rights and wrongs. I'll take this account. The 5 spirits, your clan leader huffed and snorted coldly, still choosing to hand over both legs. Fighting, unrealistic. As long as there was a war, when the time came, it 5-spirit race would become a captive demonic beast. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Lin Hu received the 2 huge cow legs and looked at the 5-spirit cow patriarch and opened his mouth. It's a beautiful day. The 5-spirit cow patriarch immediately opened his mouth. Sample, how much better would it have been? Lin Hu laughed. Right now, his main fight was a pompous one. Having said that, he then led the way to another race on the list. Bullying the bull too much, simply bullying the bull too much. Go, find out for me, find out why the Lin clan, ancient clan, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Zhao clan are wearing the same pants. Only after seeing Lin Hu completely disappear did the 5-spirit cow clan dare to open their mouths in displeasure. Chapter 111, The Bright Moon is a Gift from Heaven. On the other hand, little Mingyue had already finished strolling through the Lin clan's ancient clan. The storage ring on his body was also filled to the brim. Because but anything she looked at more than twice, Lin's ancient clan was one word, delivery. Spells, spirit medicine, spirit fish and even spirit beasts are given. Mother, your family is so welcoming. I'm embarrassed. Little Mingyue looked at the 3 storage rings that were already stuffed in her hands. Her little face slightly reddened as she opened her mouth. Silly child, it's natural for you to be warm when you come to Grandma's house as a rare guest. How's it going? Do you still like all the ones you were given? Before Lin Yu could answer, Bai Wenjing spoke up. She didn't know exactly what kind of egg little Akatsuki had sent though. But, she had been a couple with Lin Yao for at least a couple thousand years. We know each other's roots. From the way Lin Yao had received the egg, she could tell that the egg little Mingyue had given to the Lin clan's ancient clan was definitely very uncomplicated. Even said, what the Lin clan's ancient clan had given to little Mingyue was not even a fraction of a hair's breadth compared to the value of that egg. One more thing. Returning the little bright moon gift was also showing Su Yun that her Lin clan's ancient clan knew how to repay favors. Hee, love it so much. Little Mingyue's smile was as bright as the sunshine that poured down after hearing that, especially those 2 tiny tiger teeth. With her somewhat round face, she looked like she could make anyone look cute. That's cute. Bai Wenjing couldn't help but reach out and pinch her little face as she watched. Let's go, Mingyue, I'll take you to buy vestments. My Lin clan's ancient clan breeds a spirit silkworm called the mixed immortal silkworm. The vestments made from its silk are not only comfortable to wear, but also provide a very good defense. I'll take you shopping for a couple. She picked up little Akatsuki and continued to speak. Yes, Grandma, can I get 2 for Daddy too? Little Akatsuki nodded her head with a hem and picked up the conversation. What a filial child, definitely buy it. Bai Wenjing laughed. Only, this kind of thing should not be able to enter Su Yun's eyes, she thought to herself. A few moments of work. The 3 then came to a chamber of commerce. Greetings, my lord and mother. Seeing Bai Wenjing's arrival, the clerk in charge of receiving guests immediately saluted respectfully. No need to be polite, take this little grandson of mine to pick out his vestments. As long as she likes, through and through. Bai Wenjing waved her hand very boldly. Ha! The receptionist clerk heard this and a look of surprise appeared on her face on the spot. His eyes couldn't help but fall on little Mingyue as well. A grandson? Did. With this thought in her mind, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu. Good, please come with me, little millenarian. She spoke hastily. Akatsuki, go ahead and try more. Keep what you like and Grandma will buy it for you. Bai Wenjing placed little Mingyue on the ground and spoke. Thanks Grandma, Grandma's so nice. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Her eyes were full of fondness as she looked at the wide array of vestments in the store. Following the clerk into the store, she began a variety of fittings. My lord mother, the little Qianjin is so cute, no matter what color she wears, she looks good. Looking at little Akatsuki, the shopkeeper opened his mouth to praise him. Well, it's still our Akatsuki who looks good. Bai Wenjing nodded, a motherly-like smile on her face. Mother, don't I look good? Lin Yu retorted in mock anger. Ha, yo looks good too, go try it too. Mother will buy it for you today. Bai Wenjing patted her hand and spoke daintily. Mother, that's what you said. Lin Yu immediately transformed into a mischievous little girl and laughed. Maybe that's so the woman's behavior in front of her parents. No matter how old, no matter what they've been through. Just in front of your parents. Always just a kid. Well, mother said so. Bai Wenjing nodded smilingly. Moment. A bad smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. She stepped forward and pulled on little Mingyue's hand and said, Mingyue, let's go, let's buy all the vestments in the store today. Let your grandma pay for it. After hearing this, little Mingyue smiled and nodded, yeah, let's buy all the nice clothes. Spend all of grandma's spirit stones. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu followed with a smile, okay, buy, spend all her spirit stones. A big smile. Let the whole store be enveloped in joy. Looking at the two little ones who get along so well, Bai Wenjing's face was also all smiles. For she could not remember how long it had been since she had seen her daughter so happy. Mingyue, grandma really needs to thank you. It was you who redeemed Zhou. She looked at little Mingyue's lively, mobile little body and sighed in her heart. A few moments later, a big one and a small one bought the vestments. Not that I bought them all, just a few that I particularly liked. Little Mingyue also specially picked out a few men's models for Su Yun. Finished buying the vestments, the three grandchildren continued to wander around the town. Even though it was just a town, it was due to the existence of the Lin clan's ancient clan, so the town is very lively. There were those who sold all kinds of spiritual food, and those who sold all kinds of weird and wonderful things. There were even those who juggled to earn spirit stones. Mother, grandmother, look at that, it's nice. And this, wow. Little Mingyue never seemed to have seen such a lively scene. Feeling amazed at whatever they see, they let out a gasp. The look of innocence. It was like a warm sun shining on Lin Yu and Bai Wenjing. It made the two of them feel relaxed like never before. What an optimistic kid to spend time with. It seems like anything that's on your mind can be put down. Always a pleasure to the heart. Bai Wenjing looked at little Mingyue, who was not happy looking at anything, and opened her mouth. Yes, mother, you know what? I sometimes feel like the bright moon is a gift from heaven, and a salvation ordained for me by God. She is the one who makes me feel better, step by step, easier and more pleasant. Mother, I am especially grateful for the decision to go to the west. Let me meet the bright moon. Lin Yu opened his mouth to pick up the conversation, seemingly wanting to relate every bit of his time in the western regions with little Mingyue. Looking at his daughter, Bai Wenjing couldn't help but let out a long sigh in her heart. She's worried. Worried about what will become of Lin Yu when he learns of little Myung Moon's true origins and how she will have to leave one day. Perhaps it will turn out to be the same as it was when they were first appointed to be married. Loss of spiritual support and living in depression every day. In that case, cherish every day you spend with Akatsuki. Bai Wenjing couldn't help but speak. Her words immediately caused Lin Yu's brows to furrow. Mother, why do you say such things? She opened her mouth in great confusion. After hearing this, Bai Wenjing immediately returned to her senses. She laughed bitterly. Child, people are seen for less. It's like we're seeing you for less. For Mingyue to possess such a cultivation level at such a young age, her talent must be terrifying. In the future, she definitely won't be confined to the heavenly martial realm. Do you understand? Chapter 112, The Ninth Tribulation Realm Demon Race Attacks. It had to be said that as the main mother of the Lin clan's ancient clan, Bai Wenjing is indeed a number when it comes to talking. As it is today. Even if she accidentally blurted it out, she was able to come back with an impeccable excuse. Make it sensible. Mother, I know. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. How was she not aware of the terror of little Mingyue's talent? At the age of 6, he had already reached the late Jindan stage. Even if one looked at the entire heavenly martial realm, there were no predecessors or successors. Tianwu realm for little Mingyue. Indeed, it's just a landing spot. It's good that you understand. Mother just wanted you to be prepared. Bai Wenjing nodded, while her tone revealed a strong sense of helplessness. Now, she only hoped that Su Yun would be a little late in bringing little Mingyue away. In this way, Lin Yu was also better able to come to terms with little Myung Moon's departure. Mother, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. I kind of climbed up from the lows. Long gone are the old me. Lin Yu smiled gently and spoke with great relief. Look at the smile on her face. Bai Wenjing laughed along. Yul, you've grown up. She spoke slowly, her tone full of emotion and relief. Grandmother, mother, what are you talking about? Come on, let's go play. Little Akatsuki suddenly scurried between the two and grabbed them by the hands. Having said that, and without waiting for a response, he took the two of them by the hand and squeezed them into the circle of lantern riddles. Seeing this, Bai Wenjing and Lin Yu looked at each other, then smiles surfaced. The two let go of all their baggage, started to play nicely with little Akatsuki around the town. As the saying goes, one family is happy and one family is sad. It was naturally the old queen who was now worried. What did you say? The heavenly devil is dead? The old empress looked at her subordinates and spoke with a face full of disbelief. Just now, this middle-aged man's subordinates hurriedly came to report that the heavenly demon's soul plate was broken. The heavenly devil is dead. But how is that possible? As the master of the heavenly devil, the old empress couldn't be clearer about the heavenly devil's strength. Even when facing an ordinary ninth tribulation realm cultivator, the heavenly devil can also retreat in one piece. It's possible to retreat against a stronger one, only at some cost. How can you die in the West now? The soul is completely dissipated, Lord Sky Demon he. The subordinate shivered and opened his mouth, equally frightened. It was because the heavenly devil was a very capable general under the old queen's hand. Now, this for the dry general suddenly died. He was afraid the old queen would be furious. Impossible, didn't Witch Horsefly only send Huang Yuan into the western region? Don't you tell me. The heavenly demon died by his hand. The old queen grunted coldly and spoke. The devil race patriarchs are arranged in terms of heaven, earth, Xin Huang, and the universe. Nowadays, she doesn't get along with Witch Horsefly. This also led to the patriarchs of the Witch Horse clan splitting into two large groups as well. In heaven and earth, she has two patriarchs, Heaven and Xian. Earth and Yellow are in the camp of Witch Horsefly. The same is true for the rest of the cosmic flood. The reason why she sent the heavenly devil to the west. It is to kill the chicken with a bull knife method, not letting Huang Yuan have any chance to escape. Now that's good. The bull's knife is broken. The subordinate doesn't know. The subordinate's head shook like a rattledrum, not daring to speak out. Oomph, punk. Could you Witch Horsefly? In the entire Witch Horse clan, only those two old things, Hong and Desolate, have the ability to exterminate heavenly demons. To be able to exterminate a heavenly demon in such a short period of time. Looks like you've dispatched the two old things, Hong and Desolate, to the western region. Good, good, since you want to play, then this empress will play with you. You and Zeus come to me quickly. The old queen snorted coldly, countless cold lights emerging from her eyes. The words fell for a moment. Two clouds of black mist then rushed into the great hall from outside. Finally, it slowly transformed into a human-like figure. An elegant young man and a beautiful woman with a diminutive figure. Greetings, Imperial Lord. The two of you and Zeus faced the old empress, only bending their bodies slightly and saluting. There wasn't a great deal of reverence in the tone either. Can the two of you go to the west and keep Hong and Desolation from returning? The old queen stared at the duo and spoke. Listen to the end. Both you and Zeus devils frowned. Imperial Lord, how could Hong and Desolate be in a place like the western region where cultivation resources are barren? Aren't they dealing with Witch Horsefly against the Central State One plan? The young man like Zeus spoke with a puzzled expression. The noblewoman like you then nodded in agreement. That's just a ploy of suspicion. The real Hong and Desolate duo were dispatched by him to the west, and deliberately delivering the news that there are immortal spiritual roots and immortal body possessors in the western region to me. Let the heavenly devil die. The old empress snorted coldly and spoke with great exasperation. The moment. There was just a feeling inside her. A lifetime of playing with eagles and now I'm being pecked by them. The breath. She simply couldn't swallow it. This. You and Zeus glanced at each other, their brows lightly furrowed. Heavenly Devil and the two of them naturally knew that. A very powerful 8th Tribulation realm powerhouse from the Witch Horse clan. It was likewise the existence that had the most hope of becoming a 9th Tribulation realm powerhouse in the future. And now you've been killed? Good. After a moment of contemplation, the two demons, you and Zeus, nodded their heads. My Phoenix battle you take. Be sure to take down the Hong and Desolate duo for me, and completely cut off Witch Horsefly's right and left arms. Without these two eaters, I'll see what he'll take to seize power from me. The old queen spoke again, speaking. She tossed the golden cane in her hand to Zeus. Don't worry, Imperial Lord, with Phoenix Ancestor wanting to help, plus the strength of the two of us, the western region shall be made a place of bloodshed for those two old fellows from Hong and Desolation. Taking the Phoenix battle, Zeus instantly smiled. This Phoenix battle is not a thing for show. Instead, it's an immortal weapon. A genuine immortal weapon. Especially the artifact spirit within the Phoenix battle. It was refined from a divine phoenix that was obliterated by the old ancestor of the Witch Horse clan when he fought with the Demon clan. Even though she was still only at the 9th Havoc realm cultivation level. However, the body had already coalesced into an immortal body, and most of the mana had also transformed into immortal power. It was not a difficult task to activate this immortal weapon. An immortal weapon that was fully activated, that was equivalent to an immortal realm powerhouse descending. With this immortal weapon in place, it's not hard to take down two guys, Hong and Desolate. Go on. The old queen nodded gently and waved her hand. You and Zeus two devils said no more. His body turned into a black mist and left the great hall. Arriving at the Witch Horse clan's teleportation array to the western region, the two did not hesitate for a second. Drilled right in. Old Demoness, ruthless enough to even send out you and Zeus. Interesting. It looks like the heavenly demon has died at the hands of Woodawolf, making her angry. Since that's the case, then this emperor will help you again. After the two demons, you and Zeus, disappeared into the teleportation, Witch Horsefly slowly stepped out of the void. Its face was covered in a sinister smile. Chapter 113 Poisonous Big White, you want to sell abalone? Putting away his smile, Witch Horsefly returned to his great hall. Elder Hong and Elder Desolate still please come see me quickly, there are important matters to discuss. he took out a compass and spoke. A few moments later, a fat and a thin old man then came inside his chambers. Demon Emperor, what do you call us two brothers back for? Yes, now that the Wang clan site has been deployed, as long as we find out the location of that Qilin Z, we'll be able to take him down in one fell swoop. The two of them frowned slightly as you and I opened our mouths. Rest in peace, two patriarchs, you have been called back for a very good thing. If it goes well, not only can we make that old demoness lose her left arm, but we can also kill Woodawolf. Of course, one can also obtain an immortal body, an immortal spirit root possessor, and a cub of immortal beast bloodline. Witch Marie laughed softly. What? His words came out. Both the Hong and Desolate demons had their eyes glazed over. It's even a bit of a wonder if there's something wrong with my ears. Leaving the latter aside, just the news of the decapitation of the old queen's right-hand man was very explosive. After all, you and Zeus were at the same cultivation level as him too. All of them are in the 9 hacks realm. No one can do anything about it kind of thing. And one of the biggest backers of the old queen. Now, which Horselie actually said that he could cut it off? There was also the decapitation of Woodawolf, which was a blast. Martial Great Wolf is one of the 10 strongest men in the heavenly martial realm. Its strength is naturally not blown out of proportion. If one wanted to cut him down, unless the Demon Emperor himself made a move. Of course, it was the news of the immortal spirit roots, immortal bodies, and immortal beast cubs that made Hong and the Desolate two devils feel the most blown away. These 3 messages add up. Who the hell dares to believe that? I know the 2 patriarchs don't believe me, but that's just the way it is. You guys hear me out. The Devil Emperor knew that the 2 old men didn't believe him, and he smiled gently. Then the matter of Wuma Yaoyang's trip to the west, as well as the encounter with little Mingyue. There was also the targeting of Wudolf, as well as the death of Huang Yuan's body told word for word. Hiss. After hearing this, the 2 devils of Hong and Desolation looked at me, and in the end, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The expression on his face was also very complicated. Clueless, shocked, and exhilarated. He too didn't expect it. A place where birds don't can produce immortal spirit roots and immortal bodies as well as immortal beast cubs. More than that, I didn't expect it. It's amazing that Woodawolf would be in the west. Of course, what surprised the 2 men the most was this. It's amazing that Witch Horselie was able to set up the west as a trap against the old queen. And the results are remarkable. Straight up, that sky demon guy. Ha ha ha, well, Demon Emperor, this is beautifully done. Elder Hong didn't mince words as he praised it. That's right, when those 2 guys, you and Zeus, and Woodawolf are both defeated, we can reap the benefits. By then, not only will the immortal beasts, immortal bodies, and immortal roots be ours, you and Zeus as well as the Wookiee wolves will be ours as well. Ha ha ha. Elder Wasteland also laughed out loud. It's just a huge good thing to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. For both of them as well. Even if the immortal body, immortal spirit roots, and immortal beast cubs were handed over to the Demon Emperor, they can also devour Woodawolf with you and Zeus guys. Being on the same level as the 2 of them, how could the cultivation qualifications of the 3 Wudolf people be simple? After devouring it, they could definitely go to the next level. It is also expected to impact the immortal realm that is as ethereal and as if it were a heavenly philosopher. Suffice it to say, it's a deal that will yield huge benefits for anyone. Then I'll trouble the 2 genin. At that time, the 3 people, Woodawolf, you, and Zeus, all belong to the 2 patriarchs. I only need that immortal spirit root, the immortal body possessor, and that immortal beast cub. The Demon Emperor laughed lightly. Don't worry, Demon Emperor, we 2 brothers will definitely do our best in this matter. The 2 devils, Hong and Desolate, looked at each other and laughed with bravado. Okay, go ahead, I'll stabilize that old hag in the Witch Horse clan. Once this is accomplished, she will also be completely out of power. At that time, the entire Witch Horse clan will be at our disposal. The Demon Emperor nodded, and his face was also full of exhilaration. A bright future is already starting to come to mind. Even if Woma Yaoyang were here, he would definitely praise him severely. A trip to the west. Surprisingly, he was able to complete his domination. Yes, the 2 devils of Hong and Desolation nodded heavily. After saying that, the 2 of them also hoofed it to the western region. Ha ha ha, old hag, that seat, it's time for you to give it up. Looking in the direction the 2 patriarchs had left, Witch Horselie smiled grimly. On the other hand, the immortal Fall Mountain Range. The white zephyr that was originally lying on the ancient tree, belly up to the sky lazily basking in the sun. His head suddenly turned to look at the place of the teleportation array. Tisk, TSK, 2/9 Tribulation Realm Cultivators? That's kind of 2 big fish. It spoke slowly. The words had only just fallen. The ancient trees in the sky immediately floated into a vortex. Immediately after, you and Zeus 2 devils walked out from it. What a hole! The youth-like-you demon envoy scanned the circle before opening his mouth with a face full of disgust. So what if it's a hole? I'm sure there are quite a few good-looking men, huh? The Zeus demon envoy laughed softly and stuck out her tongue to lick her red lips as she spoke. This action, paired with her chiseled figure, Ben is extremely seductive. However, the eyes of the U-Devil envoy were full of dislike, even disgust. It's a lot of good-looking men. What? You're selling abalone, huh? Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Great White's voice pressed down from above. Su-Yun, who had been observing the situation at Immortal Meteor Mountain, couldn't help but twitch his face when he heard Bai Zai's words. He couldn't figure it out. Who the hell did this stupid dog learn all this stuff from? Cursing is so refreshing. Who? Hearing Great White's words, the Yu and Zeus demons were instantly startled. There was a lot of looking up. In an instant, a white dog's head came into the duo's eyes. This is. Looking down at the big white dog's head as it looked down at them, confusion bubbled up in the eyes of the two men. Hey, talking to you? Are you selling abalone? Great White swept a glance at the two and continued to speak to the Zeus demon envoy. Haha, yeah, you want to buy it? The Zeus demon envoy did not get angry, but instead smiled charmingly and teased. I wouldn't dare have it. The abalone you bought must have been very salty and smelly. The meat must also be very flabby. This kind of abalone is not tasty. Not to say I'll buy it, I don't even want it as a gift. Great White shook his head and spoke in a very sincere tone. You! Instantly, the Zeus demon envoy was so angry that his entire face turned green. Who is your honor? The U-demon envoy asked with a frown on his face as he stared at Dabai, because he realized that he couldn't even see the depths of this dog. Who do you care who I am? Just don't buy abalone anyway. Dabai shrugged him off and skimmed his mouth to open his mouth. Chapter 114, Do you make keys? After hearing this, the Zeus demon envoy immediately gritted his teeth in anger. She stared at the Great White, eyes nearly spitting fire. If his eyes could kill, Big White would be dead 800 times over. What are you glaring at me for? You're glaring at me for not buying abalone. The Great White was not the least bit afraid and spoke with a smile. You seek death. The Zeus demon envoy could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and directly made a move towards Great White, only to see her probing her hand into the void. Buzz! Terrifying mana surged forth, and a giant palm that climbed the heavens emerged, covering the clouds and the sun as it slapped down fiercely towards Great White. It looks from afar. It was as if it was like an unknown forbidden being had struck. Sculpture. The Great White sliced disdainfully, and didn't see it make any big moves. It just raised its claw and gently pointed it towards the void. Demonic power coalesced at the tips of its claws. As Great White's claws gently shook, white light shot out and reversed the attack. It directly penetrated the giant palm pressing down from the sky. Moment. The large palm went straight up in smoke. Ah! In the next moment, miserable screams emanated from the mouth of the Zeus demon envoy. Blood also spilled instantly. Compared to the pain, though, there was more shock as well as incredulity in the heart of the Zeus demon envoy. Because just now the moment Great White struck, she clearly felt the immortal power. Very pure immortal power. This guy is actually an immortal realm existence. Go! The U-demon envoy similarly changed in color. Without the slightest hesitation, his mana surged forth to directly cast the shield technique. The mind had already cursed the old queen indiscriminately. Mud, there's a wonderland here, and it's still letting him to come. This is not to give away the head. Escape? Where would I put my face if I let you escape? The Great White gave a disdainful cut. After saying that, it probed its claws and gently grabbed forward. Shasta. The Yu and Zeus two demon envoys immediately felt that the surrounding void was actually pressing towards them. And, it's still the kind that compresses over in all directions. Not even a scene was missed. It was as if this side of heaven and earth was under the control of Great White. Is this Wonderland? The Yu and Zeus two demon ambassadors glanced at each other, endless despair rising in their eyes. The two had no intention of resisting at all at this moment, because the duo could clearly feel it. His own mana was imprisoned by a very terrifying and mysterious force. From a nine-tribulation realm cultivator, he was completely reduced to a mortal-like person. It's not like you can run away. Great White detained the two to his side and rolled his eyes as he spoke. Look at it. The two great demon ambassadors, Yu and Zeus, had fear in their eyes and on their faces. Who would have thought? This plain-looking big white dog was actually an immortal realm powerhouse? Yo, there's two more fish. You witch horse clans have quite a lot of fish. Suddenly, Big White's gaze turned and landed at the exit of the teleportation array, speaking with a playful face. Another one? The two great demon envoys of Yu and Zeus frowned slightly. Is it hard to believe that the old queen herself has come out? Next moment, the vortex emerges. The two great demon envoys of Hong and Desolation walked out of the teleportation array. Seeing these two guys, the two great demon ambassadors Yu and Zeus tightened their brows even more. Didn't the Empress say that these two guys are in the west? How come you're out of the witch horse tribe now? The two of them couldn't help but look at each other as they thought in their minds. But, due to being confined by Great White, he was unable to speak and could only communicate with his eyes. Strange? How come there's no big battle going on? Below, the Hong demon envoy scanned the circle before opening his mouth in disbelief. Take what the demon emperor said. Woodawolf is targeting the witch horse clan. Right now, this guy should be fighting the two great demonic ambassadors of Yu and Zeus. How come the whole western region is quiet now? perhaps they did not meet. First, let's go to the Imperial Prince to rendezvous and catch that immortal body, immortal spirit root possessor, and immortal beast cub. The desolate demon envoy thought for a moment and spoke. That's possible. The Hong demon envoy secretly said in his heart and nodded approvingly. Hey, do you guys match the keys? Just then, Great White's light voice rang out. At the sound of the voice, the two demon ambassadors of Hong and Desolation raised their heads. After seeing the Great White, a slight frown followed. 2 questions for you? Do you have the key? Great White stared at the two guys and continued to speak. Make a key? The two demonic ambassadors, Hong and Desolate, looked at each other, both confused by these words. Not worthy. The desolate demon envoy subconsciously returned. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you know you don't deserve it, and you want to come after my lovely lady? What is it? And don't take a piss about what a bear you are. In the next moment, Big White broke into a fit of rage. The sudden insults directly gave the two great demonic ambassadors of Hong and Desolation a whole lot of trouble. Dog, I'll pull out your dog's teeth. The Hong demon envoy reacted, and without bothering to think about it, he directly rushed towards Great White. The blink of an eye. He then had come to the Great White and went straight for a chokehold on him. But the next moment, a horrified look then appeared on his face. Fear, to be precise. Because he realized that his probing hand couldn't even get close to Great White. Sure. What made him feel most panicked was that there was an invisible force acting on him in the underworld, making him unable to move. Can't even talk. You said yourself that you don't deserve it. How dare you make a move on me, huh? Who gave you the courage? Great White smiled and opened his mouth with a harmless look. Listen to the end. The Hong demon envoy's face immediately changed in succession. The dismay, shock, and fear finally settled on incredulity. Because he could hear it in Great White's words. The reason he was inexplicably imprisoned was due to the Great White. But, when was this? He didn't even see Great White strike or even move a bit. Without any movement, he imprisoned himself. What kind of existence is this big white dog? The thought crossed his mind and he tried to speak, but could only open his mouth in vain. Couldn't spit out a sound. Old Hong, what are you doing? Below, the unmoving panicked demon envoy quickly sensed the difference and opened his mouth to inquire. Heh, you come up too. Great White's gaze fell on him and he sneered. Having said that, it reached out its claws and scratched forward gently. Next moment, the desolate demon envoy then realized with horror that he had lost control of his body. You! His face suddenly changed, and he looked at Big White with a gaze as if he had seen a ghost. One must know that now he was a 9th Tribulation Realm cultivator. Even against the top 10 strongest people in the Heavenly Martial Realm, they all had the power to fight. Now, in the hands of this big white dog, there was not even the slightest ability to resist. You 4 guys, stay whole. Great White detained him to his side, talking to himself. Speaking. It stretched out its claws and pulled at the void in front of its heel. The two people, Hong and Desolate, were dumbfounded, shocked, as well as puzzled. Yu and Zeus, the two great demonic ambassadors, were reflected in their eyes. 4 eyes. The faces of the Yu and Zeus two great demon envoys were helpless. On the other hand, the faces of the two great demon ambassadors of Hong and Desolation were shocked. How come these two guys got caught by this big white dog too? Hey, first I'll take you guys back to turn in. Big White let out a light laugh, and when he finished, he led the 4 of them towards the Su mansion. It was also only a few breaths before it returned to the small courtyard. Master, I caught 4 fish. Landing in the small courtyard, Big White brought with him the 4 great demonic envoys of Yu, Zeus, Hong, and Desolation, and smiled with a fawning face. Master, this. Chapter 115. Daughter, the adult pressure does not need this method. Hearing Great White's words, as well as seeing that fawning demeanor, the hearts of the 4 great demon envoys could not help but turn over in shocking waves. Such a terrifying demonic beast. I can't believe there's an owner? What kind of terrifying existence is that, master? If you catch it, what are you bringing it back for? Su Yun's voice rang out, the words were still floating in the air, and the person had already taken 3 steps into 2 and walked out from within the house. This is? The gazes of the 4 great demon envoys fell on Su Yun. Common. This was the first impression the 4 had of Su Yun. It doesn't look any different from a mortal. The only difference, perhaps, was the absence of that smoldering odor. Rather, it's more out of the ordinary, like a practitioner. But, what was clear in their hearts was that this person was definitely not a mortal, it was a superb terror. After all, even this big white dog has to be called master. How can it be a mere mortal? They'd love to know. What kind of existence was this person, that he could make this immortal realm's great white dog recognize its master? Hey, master, they all want to capture the lady. This is a felony, so how dare I take it personally? Big White smiled with a fawning face. After hearing this, the 4 great demonic messengers instantly reacted. Miss? Who is this lady that this big white dog is talking about? Did they say anything about capturing the daughter of such a horrible being? The 4 of them looked at me and me at you, all confused. The immortal spirit root, immortal body possessor you all speak of is my lady. For stinking fish and shrimp, and they dare to hit on a lady, what kind of trashy stuff? If I didn't want to keep you Witch Horse Clan to use as a whetstone for miss, I would have been killed by you all. The Great White's gaze fell on the four and kindly explained for them. What? After hearing this, the four of them were shocked. The two great demon ambassadors, Yu and Zeus, were shocked by the fact that there were really immortal spirit roots and immortal body possessors. On the other hand, Hong and Desolate were shocked that that little girl was the daughter of such a terrifying powerhouse. The two of them looked at each other. A bitter smile was all over his face. The prince, the prince. Do you know what kind of existence you have invited for the Witch Horse Clan? The two muttered heartily. Come on, don't bother me with this kind of chicken scratch. Get rid of it yourself and use it to fertilize the fields. Anything they have on them, it's yours. Suyun swept a glance at the four great demonic envoys and opened his mouth in a salty manner. This kind of existence, in his eyes, was truly no different from an ant. Hey, yes. After hearing this, Dabai immediately laughed. This was at least a 9th Tribulation Realm cultivator, and his value would naturally not be low. Although it couldn't be compared to any of the things within Suyun's yard. But, a mosquito is still a piece of meat, isn't it? Sure. The most crucial thing was that what these four guys had on them, it could be used to please little Manhwa. The claws made a light scratch and pull. The divine souls of the four great demon envoys were instantly damned. The Great White has also begun to touch the body. The storage rings, magic weapons, and even the magic robes on the four of them were stripped clean. As far as you're concerned? Suyun threw it a blank stare and said breathlessly. Just Big White's fur was already considered a top-tier immortal robe. He couldn't really figure it out. What's this guy doing picking off this crap vestments? Master, I don't want to waste resources. Great White hammed and hawed. After saying that, in Suyun's speechless gaze, it carefully searched again to make sure that nothing was left behind before taking the corpses of the four great demonic envoys to the fertilizer soil. With regards to what was happening in the western region, little Minghua's trio naturally didn't know about it. After playing around, a tired look had appeared on little Akatsuki's face. Akatsuki, tired? Looking at her, Bai Wenjing smilingly inquired. Aha! Little Akatsuki nodded with some embarrassment. Then why don't you use your mana to dispel the exhaustion? Bai Wenjing curiously followed up. Because while playing, little Akatsuki sealed off her mana. So much for that. Little Akatsuki would become no different from a mortal. The only difference is only that the body functions better than a mortal. Because that's why it's good. You have to be completely in it to experience true joy. Little Minghua replied with a cheeky smile and an innocent reply. Completely melted in? Truly experience joy? After hearing this, both Bai Wenjing and Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at each other. Grandma, Daddy says that if people want to be truly happy, then they need to be tired. When there's exhaustion and go to play, you can really experience joy. If there's no exhaustion, going to have fun will only make people happy for a little while, and then it's no fun law. Little Akatsuki explained again. So it is. Bai Wenjing and Lin Yu were dazed after hearing this. Think about it. Isn't the pleasure of the world in the presence of pain? It's like picking up a spirit stone. If one had a lot of spirit stones themselves, they wouldn't go and be happy about picking up a spirit stone. But, what if there is an urgent need for spirit stones? Not to mention picking up a piece, even picking up half a piece would make you dance with joy. What your lordship comprehends is so different from us. Bai Wenjing couldn't help but lament. I didn't expect Brother Su to be able to see through the essence of things. Alas, if Brother Su can cultivate, his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Saying this, her gaze fell on Bai Wenjing and continued, Mother, do you know, or have you heard of, a method of having an acquired spiritual root in the world? Ha! Bai Wenjing immediately froze after hearing this. A spiritual root born after birth? She asked back, not quite sure. That's right, Ming Knight's father is a character. If he can cultivate, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. I want to find the method for him to give birth to a Hotian spiritual root. Lin Yu nodded and spoke bluntly. Amount. Bai Wenjing was instantly dumbfounded. The heart, on the other hand, was all bitter smiles. Good girl, that lord has no need of such things. Yes, Grandma, do you know this way? I also want Daddy to cultivate so that he can live a long time and stay with me all the time law. Little Minghua was also full of anticipation as she pressed on Bai Wenjing, meeting her innocent gaze. Bai Wenjing can be described as dumb and bitter. She didn't know what level of cultivation Su Yun had reached, but in terms of longevity, she was certain that in terms of longevity, every single person in the heavenly martial realm could compare to Su Yun. Not even the demon race whose lifespan was several times greater than that of the human race. I don't know about that one, and I've never heard of it. Bai Wenjing spoke slowly after pretending to be contemplative for a moment. Okay. Little Minghua's face visibly drooped after hearing this. Mother, do you think old man Lin Duan has a solution? He has now ascended to the upper realms. Lin Yu thought about it and spoke hesitantly. Hear that? Little Minghua's face, which had originally drooped, once again surfaced with anticipation. Chapter 116, when you come next time, bring more eggs for Grandma's grandmother. I'm not sure about this. I can ask ancestor Lin Duan. Meeting the gazes of the two, Bai Wenjing thoughtfully returned. Mother. Grandmother, then let's quickly go back and ask grandmother. Little Akatsuki spoke with shiny eyes. Okay, come on, grandma's holding you. Bai Wenjing gently nodded her head and stretched out her arms towards little Mingyue. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and jumped into her arms. Hold her. An ant smile instantly appeared on Bai Wenjing's face. The way she looked at little Mingyue was so soft that it was like she was looking at her own grandson. Not a moment too soon. The three of them then returned to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Hello grandma. Arriving at the place where Lin Chen's spirit body was, little Brightmoon first called out sweetly. That's good, did you have fun out there? Lin Duan looked at her smilingly. Leaving aside Su Yun, little Akatsuki was indeed endearing, at least to him. Especially that optimistic nature. No childish tantrums at all, just a happy-go-lucky look. Facing such a small child. Who can resist? Had a great time, never had so much fun, hee. Little Akatsuki nodded and opened her mouth with a smile. Look at her and laugh. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as well. It was as if little Mingyue's innocent, pure smile seemed to be infectious, as if it carried some sort of magic. Just have fun and rest when you're tired. A banquet is already being prepared, so we'll have a good meal then. He opened his mouth with a grin. There's a lot of good food? When little Mingyue heard about the food, the eyeballs that looked like two black jewels obviously rounded a few more points. Yeah, I've got all the strongest members of the clan out to collect the goodies. When the time comes, it's definitely going to be a beautiful meal for you. Try the best of the best in the Middle Kingdom. Lin Duan nodded and laughed. Wow. Well, thank you grandma and grandpa. Little Mingyue's eyes once again rounded a few points after hearing this. Ha, silly child, what's the point of being polite with Grandma Zhu? Are you looking for me? Is there someone na? Lin Chen asked back with a peaceful brow. Hee, grandmother ancestor is awesome. Nothing can be hidden from grandmother ancestor. Little Mingyue immediately opened her mouth with a smile. That adorable appearance filled Lin Chen's heart with fondness when he looked at him. Tell me, what is it? Grandma can do it and will definitely help you. He feigned a look of ignorance and opened his mouth. Aha, I wanted to ask if grandmother ancestor would know the secret method of molding spirit roots. I want to use this secret method to let father cultivate as well. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently before she spoke the purpose of her visit. The secret method of molding spiritual roots. Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he began to think. A moment later, he shook his head and eased out the countermeasure that had long been in his mind. This kind of secret method, I don't know it either. Not before little Akatsuki lost it. He followed up with, however, in 1,000 worlds, there are no wonders, and there are definitely secret techniques like this. How about this? I'll help you look for it in the upper realm, and notify you the first time I find it, okay? Listen to the end. Little Mingyue, who was still a bit lost in her heart, immediately nodded her head heavily. Yes, thank you grandma. When I come back to grandma and grandpa's house next time, I'll bring grandma and grandpa an extra egg. Hey! She opened her mouth. Bringing an extra golden crow egg? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh a little bitterly in his heart after hearing this. The more gold crows you have, the better indeed. He could think of one okay with his Lin's ancient clan's underpinnings. If you get 2 or 3, can't afford to keep it at all. He muttered in his mind, but still nodded in response, good. On the other side, the Witch Horse Clan. Within all the buildings of the Witch Horse Clan, there is a black tower. This tower is called the Soul Tower. The Soul Tower is the place where the soul tags of all the people of the Witch Horse Clan are kept. The entire Soul Tower was divided into 9 levels, exactly corresponding to the 9 realms of the cultivation world. The first level was set up with the soul tags of the Qi Refining Realm clansmen. The second level was the Foundation Establishment Realm. The third level of the Jindan Realm. And so on. Not only that, each floor was guarded by cultivators of the corresponding realm, and is the most powerful in the corresponding realm. Because the soul card not only observes the life state of the Witch Horse tribesmen, there are also lives at stake. Once the soul plate was seized by someone else, the consequences that could be caused would be extremely serious. After all, today's cultivation world was full of flowers and 100 schools of thought, possessing all sorts of bizarre secret arts, especially compulsion and sorcery. The experts of these 2 avenues were capable of killing people from 1,000 miles away. And, the opportunity is the soul. The experts of the compassion and sorcery paths could kill people thousands of miles away through a wisp of the cultivator's soul. Therefore, the soul tag, which had a soul in it, was particularly important. In order to prevent the soul tags from being lost, the Witch Horse Clan then sent a large number of experts to guard the Soul Tower. The Soul Tower also became a forbidden place for the Witch Horse Clan. At this point, the 9th floor of the Soul Tower. An old man dressed in a white robe and a Taoist outfit was leisurely lying on a rattan chair. Stealing half a day of leisure, the taste of the world is pure joy now. He took the flask in his hand and poured a mouthful into it, then let out a long ah of emotion. Click, click, click. However, just then, the crisp voice suddenly rang out. What's that noise? The old man immediately froze, and his gaze turned toward the soul plate suspended in the ninth floor. It is! Instantly, his eyes glazed over and he popped straight up into a sitting position. Bang! Before he had time to continue observing, 4 of the soul tiles suddenly exploded and turned into pieces, scattering on the ground. You, Zeus, flood, wilderness. Dying at the same time, this. The old man spoke with a face full of disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. As the guardian of the ninth floor of the soul tower, his strength is the first in the witch horse department, deservedly. Even so, it was impossible for him to kill 2 ninth tribulation realm cultivators in an instant. Something big must have happened. Wu Malai and Wu Yan, come see me quickly. The old man opened his mouth, and his voice spread throughout the entire witch horse clan. Upon hearing the old man's voice, both Witch Horse Lai and Witch Shan's brows tightened at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 of them transformed into 2 beams of streaming light and arrived at the 9th floor of the mixed tower. Greetings, Taizu. The 2 men saluted. This old man, his strength was the number 1 in the Witch Horse clan, and his generation was likewise. Looking at the 2, the old man snorted coldly. If I remember correctly, you, Zeus, Hong, and Wilderness are all working under the hands of the 2 of you, right? He looked at the 2 and questioned. You, Zeus, Flood, Wilderness? Both Witch Marley and Witch Shan's brows furrowed slightly when they heard this. Isn't it? The old man chided in a cold voice. Yes. The 2 responded hastily. Now, tell me, both of you, why were they dead? And, it was at the same time of death. The old man continued to question. What? Chapter 117. Could it be in existence in the spirit world? When Wu Yan and Witch Horse Lai heard this, their eyes both glared. An incredulous look also instantly covered his face. Especially Wu Yan. The 2 demon ambassadors Yu and Zeus were originally 9th tribulation realm cultivators. When the 2 joined forces, there were very few people who could kill them in the entire heavenly martial realm. Combined with the phoenix staff she gave her, it was basically impossible to die. How can you die now? Witch Horse Lai's heart was similarly filled with doubt. How long has it been since he sent the 2 demonic ambassadors from Hong and Desolation? In all, it added up to a quarter of an hour. When Hong and Desolate joined forces, even if they faced the number 1 ranked guy among the 10 strongest in the heavenly martial realm, they would have the power to fight. So, it was simply impossible for someone in the heavenly martial realm to be able to cause the 2 to die in such a short period of time. Unless the 10 strongest men of the heavenly martial realm join forces. But, what is the West? A place where dogs don't stay in the eyes of the cultivation community. It was simply impossible for the 10 strongest to go to the western region. Even if you go to the west, it's impossible to join forces. After all, there were several of the top 10 powerhouses that carried hatred. Speak, what have you sent them to do? Seeing that the 2 didn't open their mouths, the old man roared angrily. Wu Yan, you first. The old man took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, looking at the old queen as he continued to speak. Back to old ancestor, I sent them to the western region to deal with the Hong and Desolate duo. Wu Yan took a deep breath and spoke bluntly. Against the Hong and Desolate duo? Why are the 2 of them in the west? The old man inquired with a slight frown. Witch Horse Lai used the immortal body, immortal spirit roots, and immortal beast cubs to make a play in the western region. Destroy the great general of my men, the heavenly devil. The heavenly demon is an 8th tribulation realm cultivator, and only the 2 of them, Hong and Desolate, have the strength to be able to kill him. So, I dispatched the 2 demonic ambassadors, you and Zeus. Wu Yan grunted coldly and continued to explain. Back to the old ancestor, there isn't. I do want to remove the 2 demon ambassadors you and Zeus. But, I didn't send Hong and Desolate before, I only sent Huang Yuan. There's also the immortal spirit root with the immortal body and the immortal beast cubs, all of which are real. Huang Yuan, I was the one dispatched to catch them. Only, in the middle of the journey, I encountered the great wolf of Wu, so my body died. Witch Marie listened and followed with his explanation. Oh, immortal spiritual roots, immortal bodies and immortal beast cubs? The old man opened his mouth with a frown on his face and inquired. Yes, some time ago a Dao body appeared in the western region Ling Tian sect. My son, Liang, will go ahead and practice, devouring that Dao body in the process. I didn't expect the Ling Tian sect to have an immortal body, immortal spiritual roots, and an immortal beast cub. I had sent men, but Wood Wolf was targeting my clan. The men who were dispatched were intercepted by him. So, I had a brainwave, and it was just the right time to use this to set Wu Yan up. The heavenly demon died at the hands of the great wolf of Wu, and when Wu Yan learned of it, he sent the 2 demon ambassadors of Yu and Zeus over. I seek that the 2 demon ambassadors of Yu and Zeus will fight with the great wolf of Wu. So, the 2 of them, Hong and Desolate, were dispatched to go and reap the benefits of the fishermen. The 2 of them set out after I saw Yu and Zeus teleport over with my own eyes. Witch Marie nodded and continued. Things have come to this. There was no point in him keeping it a secret. Is that so? After hearing this, the old man nodded with a deep gaze and looked at Wu Yan. The news I got is that there are immortal bodies, immortal spirit roots along with immortal beast cubs in the western region. Wu Yan met the old man's gaze and nodded. Stupid. After hearing this, the old man let out a cold snort and his gaze fell on Witch Horse Lie. I'm asking you, is that immortal beast cub the spirit beast of that immortal body and immortal spirit root possessor? Words. Witch Marie frowned in thought and nodded, yes. Foolishness, Witch Mare, the reason I never bothered with the two of you. It's because I think that even if you're the one who joined the family, you're still suitable to be the future leader of the Witch Horse clan. But this is something that you are just too stupid for. It's possible for a person to be lucky since they have an immortal spiritual root with an immortal body. But, to also have an immortal beast cub, that's never luck. That person you're talking about is definitely from a big power. And it's highly likely that Marshall Great Wolf is the protector of that immortal body. The old man continued. What old ancestor said is very true, I have also thought of this layer. It's just that I really don't want to give up my immortal body, immortal spirit root, and that immortal beast cub. Because it can be the future of the Witch Horse clan. That's why I'm so calculating. It's just that what I didn't expect was. Witch Horse Lie nodded and spoke very helplessly. He hadn't imagined that things would have turned out the way they had. The Yu and Zeus are dead, and so are the flood and the wasteland. This is a very great loss for the Witch Horse clan. Call it what it is, the kind that hurts. So you don't know who did it either? The old man's brows tightened as he spoke with a somewhat grave face. I don't know. Witch Marie nodded very seriously. Are you telling the truth? Witch Yen looked at Witch Horse Lie with a very grave tone. It's come to this. She had to put the infighting down for now. Because if what Witch Horse Lie says is all true, that means you, Zeus, Flood, and Wasteland were killed by others. And it was an easy kill. And that means the Witch Horse clan has incurred a very powerful enemy this time. Get it wrong. The entire Witch Horse clan will have to be buried with them. What's the point of infighting when the Witch Horse clan is gone? It's true. This is a matter I can guarantee with an oath of the Great Tao. Meaning Wu Yan's gaze, Witch Horse Lie nodded heavily. Trouble, old ancestor, when you and Zeus go. I gave them the Phoenix Staff as well. After listening, Wu Yan's expression became even more grave. The Phoenix Staff is an immortal weapon. You and Zeus could be fully catalyzed. The power of an immortal weapon was not comparable to a magic weapon. With immortal weapons in hand, the Yu and Zeus duo teamed up. Even the recognized number 1 among the top 10 strongest in the heavenly martial realm was no match. Unless the opponent also used an immortal weapon. What? Witch Horse Lie and the old man both had their eyes glazed over after hearing this. You even brought out the Phoenix Staff? Could it be a being in the spirit world? The old man opened his mouth with a somewhat ugly face. An existence in the spirit world. After hearing this, Wu Malai and Wu Yan couldn't help but look at each other. For the spirit world, they knew. The world in which the fairyland cultivation community lives. Those who lived in the spirit world basically had immortal realm cultivation. It was because this world was the ascension realm of all worlds like the heavenly martial realm. To put it bluntly, the spirit world lives with people who have ascended. But the Shinto palace, Witch Yen spoke with a frown on her face. The people of the heavenly martial realm didn't know that the divine Tao palace was still maintaining order in the heavenly martial realm, but she knew. And the first rule of the order was that no one from the spirit realm was allowed to set foot in the heavenly martial realm. Lest all the people of the spirit realm come to the heavenly martial realm to wield power or clash, causing the heavenly martial realm to collapse. Chapter 118, Sacred Mountain, Witch and Demon Clan. Therefore, it was impossible for the heavenly martial realm to have people in the spirit world. Even if they do, they are only spirit bodies. And the strength that a spirit body could exert was at most a half-step in the immortal realm. What is a half-step in the realm of immortals? Just like the old man in front of her. When he crossed the ninth flying immortal tribulation, he didn't fail completely, but he didn't ascend either. Such a being is a half-immortal. Between the realm of robbery and the realm of immortality, the Shinto palace only binds the human race to the human race, but it won't bind the human race to us demons. The old man snorted coldly and spoke. After hearing this, Wu Malai and Wu Yan nodded helplessly. Also, the Shinto palace couldn't wait for the demon race to die out. If someone from the spirit world makes a move against the Witch Horse tribe, the divine Tao palace's orderlies stationed in the heavenly martial realm naturally didn't bother. Witch Horse Lie, look at what you've done, to invite such a powerful opponent to the Witch Horse clan. Wu Yan's eyes went cold as she looked towards Witch Horse Lie. This time, Witch Horse Lie did not retort, just stood there with his head bowed. Okay. The old man waved his hand as he sighed helplessly. He's also looking out for the future of the Witch Horse clan. If we can really devour that immortal body, immortal spirit root, and immortal beast cub, my Witch Horse clan can indeed go to the next level. It's happened, and now the most important thing is to figure out what kind of existence our enemy really is. He continued. Wu Yan and Wu Malai nodded their heads in agreement after hearing this. But the question at hand is, what does it take to figure out what the enemy really is? It was able to kill all four of you, Zeus, Hong, and Desolate at the same time. And it was still in a situation where both you and Zeus had immortal weapons in their hands. Trying to do that, not even for themselves. In a situation like this, trying to figure out who the enemy is, Unless one gets someone going who has the strength to get out from under an opponent. Being able to make it this far. The entire Witch Horse clan is afraid that only Wu Malai and Wu Yan thought about it, and they both seem to have thought of the same thing, so they couldn't help but look at each other. Ugh, I'll go. The Witch Horse clan has raised me all my life, so let these old bones fight for the Witch Horse clan one last time. Here's something for you to take. The old man seemed to see through the thoughts in the duo's minds and sighed very helplessly. Having said that, he handed a palm-sized bronze mirror to Witch Horse Lai. This object is called the light returning mirror, and when it was refined, it had the integration of time sand. There's a chance I won't come back from this trip. This object is connected to my heart and soul. If you guys see my soul plate broken, just use the essence blood of the two of you to activate the light returning mirror, so that I can see what I saw within 10 breaths of my death. If I can't come back, the two of you will go to the sacred mountain to ask for help. An immortal body and immortal spirit root possessor would be of interest to the people of the sacred mountain. Understand? Like an elder, the old man looked serious as he barked at Wu Yan and Wu Malie. The people of the sacred mountain, but if they are allowed to come to the Witch Horse clan. Witch Yan frowned and spoke with some hesitation. The sacred mountain was an organization established jointly by the major alien races, similar to the existence of the human divine Tao Palace. All Fae need to follow the orders of the holy mountain. But, the reason why the Fae are called Fae is because each race has special fetishes. To be precise, each race is very cruel and bloodthirsty. Every year, the weaker Fae are devoured by the stronger ones. If you go to the holy mountain and ask for help, get the other races. That would undoubtedly be tantamount to inviting the wolf into the house. My Witch Horse clan is actually a branch of my Witch Demon clan. It's just that back then, old ancestor made a mistake, causing our clan to be removed from the sorcerer and demon clan. When you go to the sacred mountain to ask for help, you can go to the people of the Witch and Demon clan. The old man glanced at her and said softly, the Witch and Demon clan. Wu Malai and Wu Yan were both shocked after hearing this, because the Witch and Demon clan is a strong clan among the foreign races. At least, to them rather it was gigantic. Because the Witch and Demon clan I was an intermediate level clan, the world it dealt with was a world similar to that of the spirit world. They didn't expect it. The Witch Horse clan was surprisingly related to the Witch Demon clan. Got it? The old man grunted and spoke in a serious tone. Yes. Wu Yan and Wu Malai nodded heavily. One more thing, I would like the two of you to co-head the Witch Horse clan. Infighting only causes a power to fade. The only way to hope to take the tribe to the next level is to be united. That's all I have to say, you two take care of yourselves. The old man spoke in a serious tone. After saying that, he threw out his sleeves and walked out of the Soul Tower in a dashing manner. I'm going. The words were still drifting, and his person disappeared from the sight of Wu Yan and Witch Horse Lai. It's just a flash of effort. The old man had then arrived in front of the teleportation array. I'd like to see who your excellency is, he muttered as he stared deep into the teleportation array. After saying that, he took a step into it. It was also right after the old man stepped into the teleportation. Big White, who was guarding the exit of the teleportation array, suddenly had a touch of playfulness appear on his face. Tisk, TSK, here comes an old fish. Half immortal, this should be the strongest battle force of the Witch Horse clan. It sked and opened its mouth, but its expression was one of relief and even some disdain. Obviously, a mere half-immortal was just an ant to it. Buzz! Right after the Great White's words fell, the vortex emerges. The old man also stepped out of the vortex. Without the slightest hesitation, he gazed straight toward the Great White lying in the canopy. White Zephyr. Seeing Great White, the old man frowned. Yo, it's not simple nah, both can find my presence. Still able to tell my bloodline, old man, not bad oh. The corners of Great White's mouth lined up, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. No, you are not a true White Zephyr god beast. Rather, it's a bloodline that's molded later in life, right? The old man stared at Great White for a moment before saying in a deep voice. Tisk, TSK. Old man, you're really good, at least you're quite a bit better than those four mongrels from before. Great White scad his mouth. My name is Witch Horse Skydust, I wonder what your name is. The old man opened his mouth with a grave expression in his eyes. It was because he realized that he couldn't even see through Great White's cultivation. This could only mean that not only was Great White an immortal realm existence, it wasn't an ordinary immortal realm. At least, not the kind of guy who just stepped into the realm of immortality, because he too had once touched that realm. If it was true, he could sense it. Great White grinned back. Great White? Wu Ma Tian Duan frowned after hearing it. How does this name sound like a dog? Could it be that this latter-day White Zephyr is a human captive? He thought with horror in his mind. Your Excellency, is it possible to make peace in this matter? Witch Horse Heavenly Dust spoke slowly. Oh. After hearing this, Dabai directly threw him a big blank stare. Would you spare my lady if she didn't have the slightest background? It spoke with some amusement. However, Great White's words affirmed Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's suspicions. May I see the man behind you? He opened his mouth in a deep voice, curious to see just what kind of existence could actually keep an immortal realm Hotian White Zephyr as a dog. Chapter 119 Shura Phantasm, Terror of the Heaven Refining Decree. Beyond that, there's one more thing. From the moment he saw Great White, it was already clear in his mind that there was no return from this visit. So, he wanted the Witch Horse clan to know. In addition to the Great White, there is an even more terrifying enemy. What rank are you, and you still want to see the master? Match? Great White shook him off and opened his mouth with great disdain. Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's face instantly sank after hearing this. Then let's come and get a taste of your honor's strength. He spoke in a hushed voice. After saying that, a very terrifying aura erupted from him. The entire heaven and earth became dim with it, enveloping the entire western region. This came out of nowhere. It made everyone in the western region frown and look up into the sky with an uncertain expression. Next moment, a gigantic Dharma image emerged between heaven and earth. 3 heads and 6 arms, with greenish skin, and the eyes were full of scarlet. It looked as if it was a messenger from the 9 hells. Interesting, there is actually a bloodline of the Shura clan. It seems like this guy once devoured the Shura race when he was young. Su Yun, who was lying in the courtyard, under the big tree and on the rattan chair, looked at the huge phallic figure between heaven and earth and muttered softly. Sure, he wasn't the only one in the entire western region looking at that Shura Dharma phase either. Everyone's watching, including those from the Ling Tian sect. Sovereign, that seems to be the direction of the immortal Fall Mountain. Lu Yao stood beside Yiling Tian and spoke with a grave expression on his face. Even from a distance, he could also feel a very terrifying oppression. It was definitely a very scary existence. I don't know who is fighting this terrifying devil. This western region, it's getting more and more unsettled. Yiling Tian gazed at Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's cultivator Dharma phase and spoke very helplessly. Several other elders nodded in agreement. Yiling Yun, who was in closed-door cultivation, was also watching Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's cultivation Dharma phase outside the cave at this time. Heavenly Ancestor, this is? He frowned tightly as he transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Cloud Child within his body. Shura Dharma phase, it should be the old ancestor of the Witch Horse clan, Witch Horse Sky Dust. What kind of person would dare to make a move on this guy? That's an actual loose immortal. 10,000 years ago, this person once led the Witch Horse clan to press the Heavenly Martial Realm. If it wasn't for the help of the Divine Tao Palace's experts, the Heavenly Martial Realm would have long since become the territory of the Witch Horse clan. Is there an existence in the western region that feels like fighting him? Tian Yunzi's grave voice rang in his ears. Scattered immortals? Yiling Yun pursued with doubt. Well, scattered immortals belong to those who didn't completely fail in crossing the 9th flying immortal tribulation. Its cultivation level is between below the immortal realm and above the robbery realm. It is the existence of the highest cultivation level in the Heavenly Martial Realm. Throughout the entire Heavenly Martial Realm, there are only a handful of forces that have such an existence sitting in their midst. The western region, there isn't any. Could it be that the strongest of the Divine Tao Palace is making a move? Yi Tianyun's puzzled voice continued to ring out. The power where senior sister Su's mother is from? Yiling Yun could not help but be shocked. Previously, he had known about the terror of the Divine Tao Palace from Yi Tianyun. But, that's what I've heard. There is no materialization. Now, the Witch Horse Sky Dust had struck, sort of making it materialize in his mind. To be able to force out Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's cultivator Dharma phase, in today's world, only someone from the Divine Tao Palace has that ability. Yi Tianyun's calm voice rang out. Hiss. After hearing this, Yiling Yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I didn't expect that senior sister Su's mother's strength would be so terrifying. He emoted with some inexplicable emotion. The Divine Tao Palace is certainly terrifying, but you're not bad either. You were originally a Holy Spirit root, and now you've awakened the Tao body. Paired with the mysterious immortal rank Kung Fu, the Heaven Refining Decree, future accomplishments won't be low. Now that you've completely switched over to the Heaven Refining Decree, you should already know the terror of this technique. Yi Tianyun spoke with a light smile. To this, Yiling Yun immediately nodded heavily. Now, he had indeed switched his cultivation technique to the Heaven Refining Decree. Likewise, he had also seen the terror of this gong method. The main thing about the Heaven Refining Decree was the word refine. You can refine all things to enhance your cultivation. To be precise. But anything with a bit of aura, he could refine it into cultivation. Corpses of human cultivators, corpses of demonic beasts, corpses of foreign races, and so on. On top of that, there is a very scary ability. While the gong method was running, a portion of the refined aura could also be used to replenish the soul power. He had done some careful math. It was discovered that the amount of soul power that had to be used up to run this technique for one weekday could be replenished with only 1/3 of the aura that was used in cultivation. In other words, he can practice as long as he wants without interruption. Of course, this is still according to the regular way of practicing. The truly terrifying part was still that one could refine all things in heaven and earth to cultivate. Coupled with his current Tao body, it's no exaggeration to say that with enough stuff to refine, He was able to break straight through the Saint realm in a very short period of time. Even the hijacking realm was possible, as long as there are enough resources for cultivation. Witch Horse Heavenly Dust is a loose immortal cultivator. If you can refine its corpse, the cultivation level can at least go straight to the Mahayana realm. Pity. Yi Tianyun spoke somewhat helplessly. Yeah. Yi Lingyun nodded, and a touch of helplessness appeared on his face. If he could get Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's corpse and cultivate to the Mahayana realm, so, the Ling Tian sect's current crisis could then be lifted. Don't even think about this kind of thing. A loose immortal corpse is worth a lot. Take them and refine them into puppets. They're all very good. Yi Tianyun picked up the conversation. In the cultivation world, the corpses of strong people were likewise a cultivation resource. To be precise, it was an unavailable cultivation resource. The stronger the corpse, the more valuable it is. After all, the corpses of powerful people were of great use. To say that the most shocking thing in the West is still Woma Yaoyang. At this moment, he was shocked and confused. One is just asking for help. What's with all the old gods of the Witch Horse tribe? Imperial Prince, this matter may be extremely uncomplicated. The Star Demon Envoy spoke with a frown on his face. Do you think that there is anyone else in the heavenly martial realm who can defeat Old Man Tianyun? Witch Horse Yaoyang snorted coldly and opened his mouth. In the Witch Horse clan, Witch Horse Sky Dust is the sky. That loose immortal cultivation is not blown out of proportion. He wouldn't believe it. There were still people in the heavenly martial realm who could deal with Old Man Tianyun. After the Star Demon Envoy heard this, his mouth opened, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. Your Excellency, take this, Avatar Silence. Immortal Fall Mountain. After transforming into the Shura Dharma phase, Witch Horse Heavenly Dust opened his mouth. The voice was extremely strong, as if it was like a god. The words fell. Only his hands were seen slapping towards Great White. Wherever that huge palm passed, space turned grayish-white. A very dense deathly aura filled the gray-white space. Those plants that were shrouded within the grayish-white space lost their vitality in an instant, becoming dim and broken. Under the dense death gas impregnation, it even turned directly into ashes. The terror of this divine ability was evident. Chapter 120 Old Ancestor Heavenly Dust is gone so gently? Sculpture. Faced with the large sheets of the clip shot and the constant influx of dead air from, Great White smiled disdainfully. The words fell, only to see it stand up without haste, followed by gently lifting its front foot towards the canopy of the tree. Buzz. The terrifying waves of strength went in all directions, as if it was a raging tide, layer after layer. Wherever the chi passes, those terrifying dead auras were directly dispersed. Even the palm that was clipped and slapped over was shaken back and forth. Layers of powerful waves continued to swing in all directions with Big White at the center. Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's hand, which was covered in hard scales, was shaken away uncontrollably. Bang! When the last layer of strong waves swung away, a dull voice rang out, only to see that Witch Horse Heavenly Dust's great sky-covering palm was actually directly shattered. Witch Horse Heavenly Dust completely froze. What horrible strength! Surprisingly, he was able to break his divine ability and even the Shura Dharma phase with just a small action. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a terrifying enemy. Sure, what shocked him even more was this. Such a terrifying Hotian White Zephyr was even bred by others. Then what kind of existence was the one who bred this Hotian White Zephyr? Witch Horse Lie, what kind of character have you messed with? Witch Horse Heavenly Dust thought bitterly in his heart. The moment. He was a little unsure if the people from the sacred mountain coming would be able to hold back that master behind this Hotian White Zephyr. You take one from me too. Great White spoke softly, and as it spoke, it reached out its claws to slap at the void in front of it. Buzz. In an instant, the storm clouds surged. Only a furry paw slowly poked out of the dimly lit clouds. This guy, does he have to act a wave like that? Seeing this, Su Yun, who was lying on a rattan chair within the small courtyard, couldn't help but darken his face. It's just a paw though. But, there's also the possibility of exposure. This is? Seeing the Great White's paw, the rest of the western region was even more confused. What's this again? Great Elder, do you know what kind of creature this is? Yiling Tian looked at Big White's huge claw that poked out from the depths of the clouds and spoke with a frown. The old man felt a little like a dog's paw. Lu Yao thought about it and spoke with a frown on his face. Dog paws? Yiling Tian's crowd was stunned at his words. What kind of dog can be that awesome? To deal with such a horrible existence, the crowd was thinking. But looking at it closely, it seems like Lu Yao wasn't wrong at all. Except for the color. It kinda looks like a dog's paw. I feel a little bit like a fox paw, and you see that the paw is downy. One of the elders took a closer look and spoke. No, I think it looks like a cat's paw. Another elder picked up the conversation. Well, no matter what the claws are, this kind of terrifying existence is not something we can mess with. All of them are silenced. When Yiling Tian saw that several people had their own opinions, he hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt them. Words. Everyone nodded and stopped talking. And, what everyone fails to realize is this. The alienation on Qing Shi's face. No one else knew what kind of claws they were, she did. That's the Great White's paw. At first, the first time I went to Su Yun's house, feeling the Great White's bloodline, she had taken a closer look at it. A couple of contacts later, same thing. So, she was sure it was definitely the Great White's paw, there was no mistaking it. Are all Great Whites this scary? She muttered in her mind. Ancestor Skycloud, what is this? Yiling Yun frowned and stared at Big White's paw as he spoke in confusion. Horror, super horror. This is definitely a solid immortal realm existence. And it's not just any fairyland. Tian Yunzi answered, his voice trembling and full of shock. The moment. He was a bit skeptical as to whether or not this was someone from the Divine Dao Palace making a move. Sure, that wasn't to say that he didn't believe that the Divine Dao Palace had this kind of powerhouse. Rather, it felt like, with the style of the Divine Dao Palace, it was not at all capable of doing such a thing. Because back then, he was involved in that big battle. The powerful people sent by the Divine Dao Palace were all just staying at the same stage as the foreigners. Ancestor Skycloud, I feel that this claw is a bit familiar. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Yiling Yun spoke with a frown on his face. You've seen it? Yun, you can't say such things. Immortal realm powerhouses can't appear in the heavenly martial realm. This is a rule set by the Divine Dao Palace. That is to say, immortal realm powerhouses do not exist in the heavenly martial realm. And how will you ever see it? Perhaps, you are thinking that the claws resemble that girl child's spirit pet. Tian Yunzi opened his mouth somewhat derisively. Such a strong person, even in his lifetime, was extremely rare to see. Not to mention Yiling Yun who only had a Jindan realm cultivation. Words. Yiling Yun thought about it and nodded. Also, this kind of terrifying existence that could deal with the cultivation of a loose immortal, how could he or she come into contact with it? Demons? Taiyan sect, which Horse Yaoyang also stared at Great White's claws with a frown on his face. Imperial Prince, this is not a simple demon race. It even dared to strike at old ancestor Skydust, that means it is strong. The Star Demon Envoy warned from the sidelines. Humph, so what? I don't believe it can deal with old man Tian Dust. Which Horse Yaoyang snorted coldly and opened his mouth in disbelief. No exaggeration. If not for the fact that the Witch Horse clan was worried that they would be besieged by all the forces if they entered the heavenly martial realm. The top of the list of the 10 strongest men in the heavenly martial realm would definitely be Witch Horse Heavenly Dust. In other words, Witch Horse Heavenly Dust was the number 1 person in the heavenly martial realm. He didn't believe that that mysterious existence could beat Witch Horse Heavenly Dust. Ran. Just as his words fell. Bang! The dull voice suddenly exploded, spreading to every corner of the western region. In Witch Horse Yaoyan's dumbfounded, shocked, and incredulous look. He only saw the old Witch Horse Sky Dust that he quoted. Surprisingly, he was directly ate up by the Great White with a single claw, the kind that doesn't even leave a body behind. Witch Horse Liang stared stagnantly at the sky where there was nothing left, as if his entire body had been extracted from his soul. No, the Witch Horse clan's pinnacle of stability is gone so lightly. This, his blank mind thought, and his eyes rolled back on the spot as he fainted. Something big is going on. The Star Demon Ambassador was also dumbfounded. He didn't think the same way as Witch Horse Yaoyang, because he knows. That mysterious existence had dared to make a move against Witch Horse Heavenly Dust, so it must have a certain backbone. He did not expect the terrifying as hell old ancestor of the sky and dust to be wiped out so lightly. No, the Witch Horse clan can't stay. Even the Heavenly Dust ancestor was obliterated so easily. If you don't run now, when will you? Reacting, the Star Demon Envoy opened his mouth. Having said that, his gaze fell on Witch Horse Yaoyang. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but I can't repay the Witch Horse clan for their upbringing. But you have to repay me for protecting you. He spoke to himself. After saying that, he directly ransacked the things on Witch Horse Yaoyang's body. Even the vestments were stripped. Bye-bye, I won't play with you guys. Putting everything away, the Star Demon Envoy ran away on the spot. Chapter 121. When did the Lin Clan Ancient Clan connect with the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Zhao Clan? The Ancient Clan of the Lin Clan of the Central State. Compared to the Western region side, the Lin Clan's Ancient Clan appeared to be very peaceful within. It was still dusk, and the entire Lin Clan's Ancient Clan had been enveloped by the light emanating from the yellow night pearl. Not only that, red diamonds were also hung at the beams and eaves. The overall look is festive and cozy. If an uninformed person saw it, they would definitely think that the Lin Clan's Ancient Clan was organizing some kind of big celebration. At this moment, the Lin Clan's Ancient Clan's very large transmission field was already filled with tables. Each table was filled with good food. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, and in the water. It's a dizzying variety to see. Not only that, there are also all sorts of spiritual fruits that look like they want to take a bite out of them. Mother, so much food. Being Lin Yu came to the transmission field, little Mingyue saw the food on the table and drooled. Ha, you'll just let go of your food later, whatever you have will be enough. Lin Chen, who was walking at the very front, smiled broadly and opened his mouth. Aha, thank you Grandmaster. Little Mingyue nodded heavily, the smile on her face room beams hanging like those red diamond flowers, full of joy. In a few moments, the group arrived at the top table. Sit down, all of you, and come Bright Moon, sit beside me. Lin Duan smiled and opened his mouth. Mother, is this okay? Little Myung Moon didn't move and just looked towards Lin Yu. Why not? Lin Yu rubbed her head and laughed lightly. Because Daddy said there are rules about sitting in a seat, you can't just sit there. Little Akatsuki immediately replied. Ha, good boy, it's fine, my Lin clan's ancient clan doesn't have that many preoccupations. Come on, sit down. Lin Chen laughed and explained. Aha, thank you Grandmaster. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and sat down next to Lin Chen. Then there were Lin Yu, Bai Wenjing, Lin Yao, as well as Lin Hu and other Lin clan ancient clan executives. Well, sit down, all of you. Lin Duan raised his hand and pressed it towards his heel, speaking aloud. The words fell. The rest of the Lin clan's ancient clan, as well as the talents of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan, took their seats. Mother, why are there people from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao family? Lin Yu swept a glance at the other two major powers and asked in disbelief. The Lin clan ancient clan was a semi-hidden clan. There's no connection to outside forces. Not to mention the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao family. For these two forces, one in the south and one in the north, it was extremely far away from the Lin clan's ancient clan. So, none of the three major powers are even remotely connected to each other. At least that's what Lin Yu knows. Now, how can there be people from the Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect? When these words came out, Lin Chen exchanged glances with Lin Yao, Lin Hu and the others, and for a moment, they didn't know how to reply. Because of your marriage. Your marriage to Wang Lin is cancelled, and the Wang family started out as a chamber of commerce, so there are many forces that befriend them. As for my Lin clan's ancient clan, there aren't many forces that I've befriended because of my semi-hidden situation. In order to guard against the Wang clan, so they chose to cooperate with the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan. These two forces are reputable and more reliable. Bai Wenjing smiled gently and spoke without haste. And it's well said and justified. One can't pick out a single thing about it. It's as if, that's how things really are. Yes, the Zhao family has a strong person in Senior Zhao Chuan, and the Heavenly Sword sect has Senior Lu Chun. Working with them isn't a bad thing for the Lin clan ancient clan. Lin Yao reacted and hastily agreed. Like this. Lin Yu nodded in a dazed manner as he listened. It's all Dad's fault. Dad shouldn't have appointed this marriage for you in the first place. It's Dad who's sorry. Lin Yao continued to speak, digressing from the topic. It's okay. Lin Yu opened his mouth in a salty manner. But onlookers could hear that sense of detachment towards Lin Yao in her tone. Well, that's the end of that, and there will be no next time, much less the next one. The marriage of the people of my Lin clan's ancient clan is free. Neither a man nor a woman who wishes to marry, nor a man who wishes to marry, can be prevented from doing so, as long as they truly love each other. Even, to fully support it, this is the Lin clan's ancient clan's marriage rules in the future, understand? Lin Chen hummed and spoke aloud. Yes. The people of the Lin clan's ancient clan responded. Even a snickering look appeared on many faces. Apparently, they are both people who had to get no support from their elders for their marriage. Grandmaster is right. Little Mingyue smiled and gave Lin Duan a thumbs up. Ha ha. Lin Chen laughed out loud, not being able to get Su Yan's compliments. It was excellent to get Little Mingyue's compliments as well. Girl, what do you want to eat? Grandmaster Zhu will clip it for you. He opened his mouth smilingly, his face filled with doting on Little Mingyue. I want that prawn. After Little Mingyue heard this, her eyes looked straight at the lobster on the table that was as thick as an adult's thigh. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen immediately took it to her. Hee, thank you Grandma. Holding the prawns, Little Mingyue seemed as if she had gotten a beloved toy, her face all happy. What's the point of being polite with Grandmaster Zhu? Come on, eat them all. Mingyue, eat more, you're at a time when you're growing your body. Lin Chen grinned and greeted the crowd as he ate while giving Little Mingyue some food. The scene. Looking at the people of the Lin clan's ancient clan, they were envious and puzzled. What he envied was that Little Mingyue was able to obtain such favor from old man Lin Duan. Doubtful. Who the hell is this little girl? Surprisingly, he would be so favored by old man Lin Chen. Who is this little girl, you guys? I don't know, all I know is that both Miss Lin Yu and the master mother are very spoiled of her. Yeah, I also saw today that some of the forbidden places that were normally not allowed to enter, this little girl was able to casually enter and exit. This is not Ms. Lin Yu's. Hush, no nonsense. The people of the Lin clan's ancient clan who didn't know about Little Mingyue's identity were eating and talking at the same time. On the other hand, the people from the Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect silently sized up Little Mingyue, especially the Zhao family. They could all be very clear about Little Mingyue's identity. That lord's daughter. An existence where even the old ancestor of his Zhao family had to call out to him as a young lady when he came. Okay, all quiet. Lin Duan's voice rang out. He only stood up and swept his gaze flatly over everyone from the Lin clan's ancient clan. From now on, Mingyue is my Lin Duan's god grandson. Her words are my words, and all of the Lin clan's ancient clan must obey. Including you. He spoke aloud, and as he said the last sentence, his gaze fell to land directly on Lin Yao. Ha! This statement was made. The people of the Lin clan's ancient clan were shocked and confused. Must be obeyed unconditionally. Even the patriarch had to need it. This. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and for a moment they were surprisingly dumbfounded. Is old ancestor spoiling this little girl too much? Chapter 122, Yul, the person you love is not Mingyue's father, right? What's the problem? Seeing that everyone didn't say anything, Lin Chen spoke again. No. The crowd of the Lin clan's ancient clan reacted and hurriedly shook their heads. After all, in the Lin clan's ancient clan, Lin Chen was the sky. Who dares to disobey his words? Mingyue, from now on, if you want anything, just tell your mother. Got it? Hearing the reply in unison, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and smiled gently at little Mingyue. Aha, I will, thank you Grandmaster. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Well, is the food at Grandma Zhu's house still good? After eating for a while, Lin Chen inquired again. Hear that? Lin Hu and the others immediately became tense. They're sure. If little Mingyue says a word of no, all of them in the line have to get it again. Yummy, so yummy. Little Akatsuki said vaguely as she wrapped a mouthful of meat. After swallowing all the meat in his mouth, she continued to speak, Grandmaster Zhu, can I bring some back for father to eat? It's such good meat, daddy must like it too. This. After hearing this, Lin Chen was confused on the spot. For the Lord? Can that Lord look at this garbage? He thought in his mind. What a filial child, let go of your food, the Lin family still has it. When the time comes, I'll prepare one for all of you and you take it back, okay? He opened his mouth with a grin. Yes, thank you Grandmaster. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and finished nibbling left and right. Watch her eat. Even people who have no appetite can't help but look hungry. Because little Mingyue was eating so deliciously. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of rice. After little Mingyue had eaten and drunk enough, she curled up in Lin Yu's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Her round face was flushed. One look and you know you've had some drinks. Yul, take Akatsuki, and just rest. The boy must be exhausted after playing all day. Lin Chen spoke with a face full of doting as he looked at the sleeping little Mingyue. Yes. Lin Yu nodded respectfully, and in no time at all she returned to her room with little Mingyue in her arms. Looking around the room, as it was, she couldn't help but have thoughts running through her head. Well, your things, mother never let them move. Because I'm afraid you'll come back and look uncomfortable. Bai Wenjing appeared behind her and explained with a face full of tenderness. Mother. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes, who was already thinking a lot in his heart, immediately reddened. Silly child, how grown up to cry. Now, you're a mommy too. It's only a godmother, but it's still a mother, so you can't cry anymore. Bai Wenjing spoke with a gentle smile. As she spoke, her gaze fell on little Mingyue. This child Mingyue, the more I look at him, the more I like him. Little you, have you met anyone you like in the western region? Bring it back for a look if you have it. Mother wants to hold her own grandchildren too. Hearing this, Lin Yu's cheeks immediately reddened. Mother, what are you talking about? However, she did so in such a way that made Bai Wenjing laugh straight in her heart. As someone who has been there, she knows it well. My own daughter is in love. Looks like there's someone in mind. Here, tell mother, who is it? Now that you're back, let's have a nice talk, mother and son. Bai Wenjing laughed softly, pulling her to sit down on the edge of the bed where Xiao Mingyue was sleeping. Mother, I don't know. Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed and stammered a bit as he opened his mouth. Don't know what? I don't know, is he turning on her? Bai Wenjing took her hand and softly inquired. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu nodded gently with some embarrassment. Then tell mother how you feel every time you see him. Seeing this, Bai Wenjing pondered for a moment before continuing. Peace of mind, especially peace of mind. Without seeing him, I felt that whatever levity there was within me would be stilled by the sight of him. It felt like he had a special ability to sweep away all my negative emotions. Mother, do you think this is? Lin Yu slowly opened his mouth, and by the end of his words, it was already as thin as a mosquito's voice. Silly boy, that's what happens when you meet your heart's desire. The reason you feel peace of mind is because it makes you happy inside to see him. Is he still in your head sometimes? More interested in meeting him? Bai Wenjing smiled gently and continued to set up the conversation. Listen to the end. Lin Yu bowed his head and contemplated for a moment before nodding. Sometimes, when I rest at the end of my alchemy, I think of him. She picked up. Silly boy, that's right. Quickly, tell mother, which male is it? Bai Wenjing immediately pursued. Is. Lin Yu spoke slowly, her cheeks getting redder the more she spoke. As she spoke, her gaze gradually fell on little Mingyue. Ha! Seeing this, Bai Wenjing's mind fell into a blank on the spot. What your own daughter says won't be. Gollum. Her mouth went dry and she swallowed. The person you're talking about, it can't be little Mingyue her father, right? Bai Wenjing spoke incredulously. Under her nervous, even stony gaze, Lin Ju nodded shyly. Oh my god. Seeing this, Bai Wenjing only felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Yu, you really moved on Xiao Mingyue, father? She spoke incredulously. Yes, mother, what's wrong with that? Lin Yu nodded and asked rhetorically. Question. Big problem. What a character Suyun is. To them it's a god in the sky. A figure that even old ancestor Lin Duan had to treat with respect. Yul, can you listen to mom on this one? Bai Wenjing was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Suyun simply wasn't something that their Lin clan's ancient clan dared to climb up to. No exaggeration. If it weren't for little Mingyue's existence, it would have been impossible for the Lin clan's ancient clan to come into contact with such a figure. It was even impossible for Lin Duan to come into contact with it. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and opened his mouth. Break off that thought. Bai Wenjing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why? Lin Yu stood up in excitement after hearing this. I can't tell you why, and in any case you'll have to break it off. Bai Wenjing glanced at little Mingyue inside. Is it because of Akatsuki? Mother, I don't mind. And, I love little Akatsuki, too. Lin Yu opened his mouth. However, Bai Wenjing's heart was full of bitter smiles after hearing this. How could it be because of little Akatsuki? Anyway, just listen to mother. Her mouth opened, but in the end, she did not say Suyun's identity. Mother, I can listen to you about anything. But, it's something, mother, I'm sorry. I can't do it. Lin Yu spoke in a decisive tone. You child. Bai Wenjing looked at her and the determination in her eyes. Finally, a long sigh, you'll find out later. Chapter 123, Clueless Wu Yen Duo, Old Ancestor was seconded by a dog? After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yu to ask, Bai Wenjing turned around and left. Mother. Lin Yu opened his mouth, wanting to call out to her to ask for clarification. Pity. Bai Wenjing did not pay any attention to it, and just by turning her feet, she disappeared in Lin Yu's line of sight. Looking in the direction she had left, Lin Yu's eyes were full of incomprehension. She really couldn't figure out that Bai Wenjing, who had always been inclined towards herself in everything, would be so against this matter. Could it be because Brother Su is mortal? I must find the spirit root shaping method, she muttered to herself, determination all over her face. Witch Horse Clan, 9th floor of the Soul Tower. Witch Yen and Witch Horselai were both staring at Witch Horse Tenjuan's soul plate with dead eyes. Click. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. At once, Witch Yen and Witch Ma Lai's faces changed violently. The two of them exchanged glances and slowly twisted their heads, their gazes looking towards Witch Horse Skydust's soul plate, only to see that the soul plate, which had just been intact, had actually cracked at this moment. The two men's hearts were shaken, their eyes were wide, and their faces were filled with unbelievable expressions. Bang! The next moment, a dull sound rang out. The entire soul plate directly burst apart from the inside, turning into a pile of broken pieces flying in the air. Even Elder Sky Dust. Witch Horselai opened his mouth in disbelief. Cut the crap and activate the return disc to see who the enemy really is. Wu Yen hastily mentioned the thought. Meeting her gaze, Witch Horselai nodded his head to take out the flashback disc. Is there a shadow retaining stone to record it to show the people from the Holy Mountain when the time comes? Witch Yen forced out a drop of essence blood and spoke. Have to say, compared to Witch Horselai, she was indeed much more calm and collected. Yes. Witch Marie nodded. The so-called shadow retaining stone was a kind of talismanic stone. The method of making it was also very simple. A formation called shadow retention formation could be made after it was burned into the ink stone. This thing is also monotonous in what it does. It's the ability to record something that happens, usually used by cultivators to find traces of demonic beasts or used to catch adultery and so on. Striking his essence blood onto the echoing disc, Witch Horselai immediately injected a strand of mana into the shadow retaining stone to energize it. Buzz! As Wu Yan's essence blood was injected back into the disc, a reddish-white light emerged from the compass. Under the watchful eye of Witch Marie with her, images began to emerge from the stark white light. The first thing that surfaced was the image of Witch Horse Heavenly Dust transforming into a Shuradharma phase. But look at this image. Both Witch Horselai and Witch Yan's hearts turned over in shocking waves. As the leader of the Witch Horse clan, both of them knew very well how strong the Witch Horse Heavenly Dust using the Shuradharma phase was again. No exaggeration. The Witch Horse Heavenly Dust that used the Shuradharma phase could stand a fight even against that kind of existence that was at the beginning of the immortal realm. But now what? The flashback disc could only show the image of Witch Horse Heavenly Dust 10 breaths before his death. And that means, even though Witch Horse Heavenly Dust had used the Shuradharma phase, he was still killed. And, possibly, by seconds. The two men exchanged a knowing glance and continued to watch. The scene shifted once again, and it was when Witch Horse Heavenly Dust used the divine ability Silence. The Great White then appears in the middle of the screen. This is? Seeing Dabai, both Witch Marley and Witch Yen were confused. A dog? Could it be that old man Skydust was killed by a dog? The two men looked at each other incredulously and continued to watch. What followed was the matter of Big White gently stomping his foot and easily destroying the Witch Horse Heavenly Dust divine ability, as well as the matter of the cultivator Dharma phase's palm bursting into flames. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Wu Yan and Witch Horse Lai sucked in a breath of cool air. They all knew how terrifying that divine ability of Witch Horse Heavenly Dust was. It was because this divine ability contained the law of death. It can corrode something. That big battle back in the day. Relying on this divine ability, Witch Horse Heavenly Dust had once beaten 3 existences of the same cultivation level by 1. The end result was even more horrifying to the point of 1 dead, 1 injured, and 1 crippled. Even the experts of the Divine Tao Palace shied away from this terrifying divine ability. Now what? It was broken by the gentle stomp of a dog. Not only was it broken, but it shattered its palm? What level of powerhouse is this? Witch Yen opened her mouth with her brows furrowed, her face all gloomy. I've never seen it before, but Ancestor Sky Dust should know about it. Unfortunately, it's impossible to hear the sound, only the picture. Witch Horse Lai stared at Witch Horse Tenjuan on the flashback disc and opened his mouth. At the very least, this guy is an immortal realm existence. You, Zeus, Flood, and Wasteland should have all died at its hands. Wu Yan picked up with a grave look on her face. At those words, Witch Horse Lai nodded non-committally. You and Zeus were the ones who went with the Phoenix Staff. With a Phoenix Staff, it can still be killed easily. Only a true immortal realm powerhouse could do that. The two stopped talking and continued to watch. What followed was the image of Great White striking out and smashing Witch Horse Tenjuan with a single claw. Hiss. See this scene. Wu Yan and Wu Ma Lai directly sucked in a breath of cold air. One move. Such a glib move had destroyed the Heavenly Dust Ancestor. And the crummy kind? Are you going to the Holy Mountain or am I? This kind of terrifying existence, if it kills the Witch Horse clan, no one survives. After a moment of silence, Wu Lai spoke in a very grave tone. Even Witch Horse Heavenly Dust was given a second by his opponent. Not to mention them. I'll go. Witch Yen took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before opening her mouth. Be quick, or the Witch Horse clan may cease to exist. Wu Lai nodded and handed her the retention stone. Receiving the shadow retaining stone, Wu Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and directly turned around to leave. It was also clear in her mind. If we don't bring in support soon, the Witch Horse clan will disappear completely from the world. Gotta get Yo-Yo back. Retracting his gaze, Witch Marie muttered to himself. After saying that, he took out his summoning disc and began to contact Witch Horse Yaoyang. Ran. A few seconds passed, but the teleportation compass was slow to respond. What's going on? Could it be that Yaoyang? Witch Horse Lai's face suddenly changed, and a very bad premonition bubbled up in his heart. But, what he doesn't know is this. Witch Horse Yaoyang, who was still in the Taiyin sect, was doubting his life at this moment. Inside the courtyard, Woma Yaoyang looked at what was left of his pants with a dull expression. The mind was in a blank. Where are the vestments? You took the vestments you spent millions of dollars building? And the storage ring. Star Demon Envoy. A moment later, a furious voice came out from Witch Horse Yaoyang's mouth. He knows. All of his own stuff was just being shunned by the Star Demon Envoy. Because of the Star Magic Envoy. There's no way anyone else could have gotten anywhere near this place, much less into this courtyard. At least, no one from the Taiyin sect could do it. Therefore, he was sure that everything he had on him had been taken by the Star Demon Envoy. Damn it, damn it. Ian Gray, Star Demon, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'm going to cut your flesh off piece by piece. Witch Horse Yaoyang roared in violent anger, his 5 features becoming hideous and twisted. Chapter 124 Buddha Demon Vidra, threatening Su Yun? Regarding these things, little Mingyuan naturally didn't know. By the time she woke up from her sleep, it was already the 6th hour of the next day. Ha mother. She stretched and yawned, slurring her words somewhat. Good boy, sleep well? Seeing this, Linyu, who hadn't slept all night, gently picked her up and asked softly. Sleeping soundly, with the scent of mother's body under the covers, hee. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and finished, burying her head into Lin Yu's chest and inhaling deeply. Mother is soft and fragrant here. She continued to speak. Words. Lin Yu's cheeks were all slightly flushed. Silly girl, get up and wash up. I'll take you to eat what I used to eat when I was a kid. That one was delicious. She smiled. Hearing about food, little Mingyue immediately came into the spirit. Yeah. After saying that, he directly cast a dust removal spell on himself. You're a little glutton for punishment. Lin Yu shook his head with some amusement. Having said that, in the midst of little Mingyue's giggles he then carried her out of the room, and in the end, he even walked straight out of the Lin clan's ancient clan. Mother, where are we going to eat? Little Mingyue asked as she leaned on her, looking left and right curiously. That's my secret base. I wonder if it's still there after all these years. Lin Yu picked up the conversation. As he spoke, a flash of remembrance surfaced on that white face. Mother's secret base? Little Akatsuki cocked her head and curiously followed up. Yeah, when I was a kid, my family kept a tight rein on me. Even, sometimes, I'm not allowed to go out. There were a couple times I snuck out, and one time, I ran out and ate that. I've been sneaking out to eat it every time since then. Lin Yu nodded and explained. As she spoke, she had already walked out of the town with little Mingyue in her arms. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was, The moment she walked out of the town with little Manhwa, Lin Chen, who had been silently focusing on the duo's movements, frowned lightly. Call out all the robbery realms to go out to protect Manhwa's safety, he ordered. In the town where the ancient clan of Lin was located, he could guarantee everything. But out of that range, it's hard. Because he was only a spirit body now, his abilities were very limited. After all, the spirit body was the last means of preservation left to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Every action. All of them needed to extract the aura from that spiritual vein under the town in order to do so. Out of town. It wouldn't take long for this spirit body of his to dissipate. Yes. Lin Hu nodded respectfully and immediately called on the Lin clan's ancient clan's heaven's realm to set off. Not only that, the Zhao families and the heavenly sword sects people also followed. Yola child, alas. Lin Ya let out a long sigh and spoke somewhat helplessly. There's no harm in it. Zhao Chuan is secretly following along with Jun Lu and Big Wolf Wu. There's no way to hurt Akatsuki in the Middle States. Lin Dust waved his hand. Regarding Lin Chen's arrangement, the little bright moon duo did not know. At this point, the two had arrived in a mountain stream. Mother, there's nothing here. Little Akatsuki looked around and opened her mouth with eyes full of doubt. Silly girl, you'll see later. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. As she spoke, she took out a token from within her storage ring that was pitch black and revealed an antiquity. With mana injected, the originally pitch black token unexpectedly turned red. Crystal clear as if carved from amber. Take the discolored token. Lin Yu flicked towards the heel. Buzz. In a flash, the aura surged. A vortex unexpectedly appeared in front of the duo out of nowhere. Mother, is that a secret realm in there? Little Mingyue's eyes lit up as she looked at him and opened her mouth to ask. Sort of, it's a secret place in there, only it's been scavenged. Eventually, it was just transformed into a trading workshop by a group of people. Go. Lin Yu nodded and explained. After saying that, she stepped into it with little Mingyue in her arms. After the duo had completely disappeared, Wuda Wolf, Jun Lu, and Zhao Chuan showed up. Only, as they looked at the place where the duo had disappeared, their faces were unprecedentedly grave. The dojo of the Devil Buddha. Zhao Chuan stared at the mountain stream and spoke in a condensed voice. This guy is ranked second, I'm not even sure I can beat him. Jun Ryu picked up the conversation. Others were not sure what this place was, as the pyramid of the heavenly martial realm, they knew. This was precisely the dojo of one of the 10 great powers of the heavenly martial realm, the Devil Buddha Vajra. Its ranking was one place higher than Jun Lu, ranking second in the heavenly martial realm. What are you afraid of? Can't the three of us handle him? Wuda Wolf grunted. With the three of us joining forces, he is naturally no match, but it's hard to tell going in. Inside is his demon Buddha dojo. Even if that fellow, the wine immortal, were to come, he would have to use discretion and discretion. Zhao Chuan lamented. This Buddha Devil dojo was like a domain that belongs exclusively to the Devil Buddha Vajra. More accurately, it was a world completely ruled by the Devil Buddha Vajra. What's the setup inside? They were not at all clear that it was very dangerous to rush in. Amatba Buddha, are the three monks here to see the poor monk for transcendence? Just then, a laughing voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a man wearing a black and white robe appeared in front of the three of them, Chun Lu. It's a youth, but it is very distinctive. The skin color of the face is white on the left and black on the right. The white half is filled with Buddhist scriptures, while the black right side is filled with magic patterns. Not only that, even his long black and white robe. It looks extremely weird, but when matched with the youth's standard figure and long flowing hair, there was not even a hint of incongruity. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is it a fight? After hearing the words of the demon Buddha Vajra, the violent-tempered martial great wolf immediately took out his 9-ringed great sword. With the three of you joining forces, I am naturally undefeatable. But, that little doll the three of you are protecting is in my dojo. Are you sure you want to do it? The corner of Devil Buddha Vajra's mouth raised in an arc as he laughed. You want to make a move on her? Zhao Chuan pursued with a furrowed brow. No, I just want to meet the one behind you. I want to see what kind of character is it that can make the three of you submit. Of course, you can also force your way into my dojo. If, that is, you have that certainty. Buddha Demon Vajra laughed softly and opened his mouth. This statement was made. The three Wu Dolphs were confused on the spot. To see Su Yun? The three of them looked at each other, and in their hearts, they all called out to the good guys. I've seen guts, I've never seen guts this big. You want to see the Lord? Zhao Chuan asked after him unsurely. That's natural, if he still wants to see his daughter, tell him to come inside. Devil Buddha Vajra nodded his head gently, and as he spoke, he pointed at his mountain stream. After saying that, his body disappeared from the trio's sight. Threaten adults? There is a way to heaven not to go, there is no door to hell this guy hard to break in. Looking at the place where the Buddha Demon Vajra disappeared, Martial Wolf couldn't help but feel emotional. Chapter 125 Immortal Refining Formation? It only works on immortal realm cultivators. Inform His Excellency? Martial Great Wolf turned his head to look at Zhao Chuan and Jun Lu inquiringly. Since people have asked for it, naturally they have to fulfill it. Zhao Chuan smiled mysteriously and picked up the conversation. Words. Wuda Wolf and Jun Ryu both laughed. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Chuan immediately took out the transmission compass given by Su Yun. He only saw him running his mana and injecting it into the compass. Next moment. What is it? Su Yun's bland voice came out from within the compass. My lord, the young lady has been detained by the demon Buddha Golden Light in his dojo. We don't dare to force our way in, for fear that he might hurt Miss. Devil Buddha Vedra wants to see your lordship. Zhao Chuan made things clear in a few words. I know. Su Yun's bland voice rang out. The words fell. The light on the compass dissipated. I've never seen such a request in my life. Wulda Wolf opened his mouth with a smile. Something happened? Right at this moment, Lin Chen's spirit body suddenly appeared beside the three of them and inquired with a frown on his face. Sort of, met a guy who didn't know what he was doing. Zhao Chuan nodded and spoke about the situation of the Devil Buddha Vedra. Seek death. When Lin Chen heard this, a dense killing intent appeared on his face. The district's cultivation level of the hijacking realm. How dare you threaten Su Yun? There would be no need for you to do it. It would be better for you to keep this spirit body. A bemused voice rang out as Su Yun slowly stepped out of the void. Is this the Lord? As he appeared, the Zhao clan, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Lin clan's ancient clan's Heaven's Realm landed their gazes on him, sizing him up. Greetings, my lord. When the four Lin Duan people saw Su Yun, they hurriedly saluted. No need to be polite. Su Yun waved his hand, and when he finished, his gaze fell on the mountain stream. After looking at it for a while, the corners of his mouth lifted in an arc. Interesting, it's actually still an immortal refining formation. He spoke softly. The immortal refining formation? A puzzled look appeared on Zhao Chuan's three faces after hearing this. Immortal refining formation. Lin Chen, however, opened his mouth with a shocked expression on his face. As one of the top existences in the spirit world, he naturally knew about the immortal refining formation. A very evil formation. Its terror was that this formation could block the immortal power of immortal realm cultivators. From there, you can refine it into a human elixir to enhance your cultivation. In the spirit world, this kind of formation was a taboo existence. It had even been completely destroyed by the joint efforts of several major powers across the board. How could this heavenly martial realm have it? My lord, this. He looked towards Su Yun and spoke hesitantly. No harm done, the immortal refining formation is only for immortal realm cultivators, isn't it? Su Yun smiled mysteriously and opened his mouth. Yeah. Lin Duan instantly reacted. The immortal refining formation was only for immortal realm cultivators. But what about Su Yun? A solid god realm cultivation. However, these words fell on the ears of Zhao Chuan's trio and set off shockwaves. Could it be that Su Yun was in existence beyond the immortal realm? The three of them couldn't help but look at each other with the thought in their minds. Go! Su Yun waved his hand and took a step forward. Moment. The vortex just floated in the air. Ha ha ha, that guy, I'm afraid he didn't think of that in any way. My lord is not an immortal realm cultivator. Lin Duan heatedly smiled and followed closely behind. Words. The three Wuda wolves couldn't help but laugh as well. Following Su Yun, he stepped into the vortex. With a wobble of vision, the group then came to a small courtyard. Amitba Buddha, please sit down, gentlemen. The devil Buddha Vajra, who was quietly meditating under a Bodhi tree, saw Su Yun and the others and laughed lightly. Su Yun wasn't polite either. Sit down directly on the futon prepared by devil Buddha Vajra. Seeing this, Wuda Wolf and the others also sat down. You wanted to see me? Su Yun picked up the tea in front of him and gently took a sip, asking as if nothing had happened. Seeing the situation, Wuda Wolf and the others followed suit and brought up the teacups in front of the futon. The monk is quite bold, daring to drink even finely partitioned spirit tea. The devil Buddha Golden Light looked at Su Yun and opened his mouth with a slightly grave expression. What? This statement was made. The three Wu Dolph immediately spat out the tea in their mouths. Fragmented spirit tea is not a good thing. If you drink it, you will damage your meridians if it is light, and if it is heavy, you will become a direct invalid. And the scariest thing about this tea is, can constantly corrode the mana in the cultivator's body, knowing that the cultivator has completely become a wastrel for it. The scariest thing is, this tea is still unresolved, because as long as it's mana, it can be corrupted. So, finally Peace Spirit Tea had always ranked number 1 on the list of poisons in the cultivation world. It tastes pretty good, just a little bland. Su Yun spoke with a bland expression. He was now at the Divine Sovereign Realm cultivation level. The mana in his body had long since been transformed into divine power. It was impossible for the district's fragmented spirit tea to corrode his divine power. It seems that the monk's cultivation is very deep. I wonder if the monk is willing to help the poor monk? Devil Buddha Vajra smiled faintly. Oh, what do you want me to help you with? Become an immortal realm? Su Yun played with his teacup and pursued the question with interest. That's natural, poor monk Buddha and devil both. If you want to break through the immortal realm, you have to fuse magic and Buddha power into one. thus breaking the shackles of the immortal realm to pursue the great Tao of eternal life. However, throughout the entire heavenly martial realm, there is no power that can suppress both magic power and Buddha power. After years of research, I have found that the only thing that will work is immortal power. Schizo, help me become a Taoist? Ha 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 ha. Devil Buddha Vajra nodded and spoke. The smile on his face turned very weird. It felt as if its consciousness was completely controlled by the great demon that was suppressed within its body. Actually, you surprised me. Worldly cultivators are fearful in the face of heart demons. All cultivators try to find ways to find spiritual objects that suppress heart demons to aid in their breakthrough. And you, to your surprise, chose to directly merge your heart demon with yourself. And you also did it with the strong Buddha power in your body. Not bad, a genius. Suyun looked at the demon Buddha Vajra with a calm gaze and spoke without haste. Fusion of minds. The three of them, Wudolf, could not help but be shocked in their hearts after hearing this. Heart demons are something inherent to cultivators. To put it bluntly, it is the various evil thoughts that are suppressed by the cultivator. It can also be understood as an evil personality. Killing, color, greed, anger, power, etc. All of these suppressed evil thoughts would turn into heart demons when the cultivator broke through, becoming a stumbling block on the cultivation path. Once controlled by the mind, then the monk will completely become a beast of desire. They didn't expect that the devil Buddha Vajra would be able to fuse their hearts and demons into one. It's no wonder that the originally silent one reached the nine tribulation realm with only a mere few thousand years of effort. So it's a fusion of heart demons, drawing on the power of the heart demons, Zhao Chuan said with some emotion. Ha ha ha, it's an avenue, isn't it? Spiritual root quality is like a cage that binds the future of all cultivators. The mind, however, can break this cage. It is only when we fuse the heart demons that the great Tao is within reach and we are qualified to pursue immortality. If we don't break the cage, we can only get to the moment when our cultivation qualifications are exhausted, our cultivation will stagnate, and then turn into a pile of white bones. The heart is the way out for all of us cultivators. Devil Buddha Vajra spoke with a wry smile floating on his face. Chapter 126, Wudawolf, it's over. As he kept opening his mouth, layers and layers of mysterious and bizarre black talismans appeared in the air. The weirdest thing is, those black runes were surprisingly Buddhist scriptures. However, at the moment, these scriptures are not as peaceful and meditative. There's nothing but weirdness and mystery. Not good. As these runes surfaced, the three of them, Wudolf, changed their complexion violently. Because they can clearly feel it. Evil thoughts that were normally suppressed were pouring into the mind. Give it up and release your true self. One can only be liberated by being one's true self. And the only way to be happy is to be your true self. Being who you really are is salvation. The arc of the devil Buddha Vajra's face treacherously increased a few more points as he continued to speak. His words, each sentence seemed to turn into a blow of a hammer. It struck hard at the hearts of the three Zhao Chuan people. And the first to be affected was Wudawolf, who had entered the Tao by killing. One could only see that as the last words of the demon Buddha Vajra fell. Wudolf's eyes became scarlet, and a very terrifying hostile and murderous aura emanated from his body. Swish! The sound of breaking air rang out, and he was actually holding the nine-ringed greatsword and looking directly towards Su Yun. The mana wrapped around the blade was blood red, rushing with a pungent smell of blood. Wounded dog, do you want to cut me so badly? Su Yun spoke with some helplessness and some amusement. A light voice came out. Wudolf, whose eyes were still bloodshot, unexpectedly recovered in an instant. Seeing that he actually took a knife to Su Yun, his face was suddenly white with fear. Do you want to cut me that badly? You just beat you up. Do you have to hold a grudge like that? Su Yun gently opened his mouth, and Wudolf's sword was not allowed to advance half an inch further in front of his heel. It was as if they were frozen in the air by a terrifying force. Great Lord, you. Listen to my sophistry. Not right. Let me explain. Martial Great Wolf spoke with a shivering voice. I've loved challenging strong people in my life, and Your Excellency is the strongest person I've ever seen in my life. That is why I drew my sword on the Lord. Said. A smile worse than tears appeared on his face. It's over. Yeah, well, that's a nice spirit, and I'll fulfill you afterward. Su Yun gently nodded his head. As his words fell, all those bizarre runes floating around him disappeared. Zhao Chuan and Jun Lu, who were struggling to hold on, both instantly let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, my lord. The two spoke in unison. Only that, even as he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the melancholy-faced Wudawolf, his expression revealing a wave of amusement. They know. Martial Wolf can't avoid a severe beating today. It's really powerful. I wonder to what extent your cultivation has reached. Human immortal realm? Earth immortal realm? Or the heavenly immortal realm? Devil Buddha Vajra looked at Su Yun and opened his mouth full of excitement to inquire. Oh, this statement was made. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart right away. Heavenly immortal realm? The heavenly immortal realm was not even worthy of lifting Su Yun's shoes. I'm in the true immortal realm, how's that? Surprise, right? Su Yun smiled blandly and opened his mouth. Ah, well. Surprisingly, it's the true immortal realm. As far as I know, this kind of cultivation is a good existence even in the spirit realm. Refine you into an immortal Dan, and I will break the immortal realm. Scholar, help the poor monk, your daughter, the poor monk will help you raise her. Devil Buddha Vajra laughed out loud. As he spoke, his left hand suddenly pinched violently. Bang! Something seems to have been crushed. Immediately after, the entire small courtyard was enveloped by a blood-red halo. To be precise, it was something that had blood-red runes formed into a halo. Surprisingly, it really is an immortal refining formation. How did you set up the immortal refining formation? Lin Chen spoke with a frown on his face. The immortal refinement formation was extremely threatening to immortal realm existences like them. Because of this formation, it could break the huge gap in cultivation between practitioners. What does that mean? As long as one knew how to set up this kind of formation, one could cut down enemies across multiple realms. Once upon a time the spirit world had appeared. A case of a human immortal realm cultivator having killed a true immortal realm by utilizing this formation. At that time, the news had sent the spirit world into a frenzy. Because if this kind of formation fell into the hands of a foreign race, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the spirit world. So, several hegemonic level forces in the spirit realm directly teamed up to completely erase it from the spirit realm. He really couldn't figure out how in the world the Buddha demon Vajra of the district's hijacking realm had learned this immortal refining formation. And, it was laid out. One of your late friends passed it on to me. Devil Buddha Vajra laughed softly and picked up the conversation. My old man? After hearing this, Lin Chen was instantly confused. What do you mean? He pursued the question with a furrowed brow, confused. Oh, you'll find out later. When I refine him into a human immortal pill, you won't be far from death. Devil Buddha Vajra laughed lightly and returned. Listen to the end. Lin Chen directly threw him a blank stare. He admitted that the immortal refining formation was terrifying. However, the cultivation level of Devil Buddha Vajra was too low. The immortal refining formation that was set up couldn't even deal with the kind of cultivation he had in his main body. Not to mention refining Su Yun into a human immortal pill. My lord, please leave someone alive, I want to know who it is. Lin Chen did not pay attention to the demon Buddha Vajra, but instead spoke to Su Yun with a respectful demeanor. Aha! Su Yun gently nodded his head as he looked towards the demon Buddha Vajra with a playful expression. It seems that the person who imparted this formation to you didn't tell you about Lin Chen's true cultivation. The devil Buddha Vajra frowned slightly after hearing this. What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Yun smiled faintly as he spoke. I only saw him gently put his fingers together, then flick them into the air, meaning, this thing is child's play in my eyes. Bang! The words fell. The white light that Su Yun flicked out hit the immortal refining formation. The massive formation was directly pierced. This was followed by the sound of click and click. Finally, in the unbelieving eyes of the devil Buddha Vajra. Bang! The entire immortal refining formation directly exploded into bits and pieces that dissipated into the heavens and earth. You! Devil Buddha Vajra looked at Su Yun in horror. In this moment, he was afraid. This was because the immortal refining array was his base to deal with Su Yun. Nowadays, this bottom line was unexpectedly destroyed by Su Yun so lightly. How could he not be afraid? Without any nonsense, Su Yun once again struck out, pointing a finger at the demon Buddha Vajra. The white light passed through the body of devil Buddha Vajra, and his entire cultivation was directly destroyed to the fullest. What are you waiting for? Search your soul, I want to see who the person behind this is. Glancing at Wudolf, who was dumbly standing there motionless, Su Yun opened his mouth. Yes, my lord. After hearing this, Martial Great Wolf rushed into action and conducted a soul search on Devil Buddha Vajra. My lord, it's a black-robed man. A moment later, he spoke. Black-robed man? Su Yun's brows furrowed slightly, and after he finished speaking, he pointed a finger at the demon Buddha Vajra. A moment. In the unbelieving looks of Zhao Chuan's trio, the memories of the Devil Buddha Vajra were unexpectedly presented directly in the air in the form of images. The three of them glanced at each other and were shocked. What kind of horrible tactic is this? How can you just open a person's memories? Chapter 127, Ling used doubt. Could it be that Su Yun is not a simple character? Opening someone's memories directly is not comparable to soul searching. Soul searching is to utilize one's powerful soul force to directly probe into the other person's memory to find what one wants. This is extremely risky, because once the soul searcher finds an opening to strike back, the consequences are extremely serious. Like Su Yun, he directly opened up other people's memories and presented them as a picture, even if they have lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, all unheard of and unseen. However, thinking of Su Yun's words earlier, the three quickly relieved themselves. A terrifying existence that surpassed the immortal realm. It's not surprising that you can make it this far. As the memories of the Devil Buddha Vajra were opened, one image keeps shifting. You guys, you're really not dead enough. Looking at the memories of the Devil Buddha Vajra, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Because this guy has too many memories of abusing them. It's not just the monks. Not even the mortals were spared. Especially the means of treating women. It's outrageous. Soon, the crowd saw the black-robed man that Big Wolf was talking about. Indeed, he was fully shrouded in a black robe. Not to mention the facial features, even the body is camouflaged. It looked just like a wooden pier covered by a black sheet. Ha ha ha, so what if your means are heavenly? Devil Buddha Vajra paralyzed and taunted. Meh. Suyun let out a light laugh as he looked at the demon Buddha Vajra with some playfulness. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. When he finished speaking, he was only seen slowly taking a step forward. Finally, in the crowd's horror as well as unbelievable gazes, Suyun's figure unexpectedly slowly merged into the memories of the devil Buddha Vajra. The three of them, Wudolf, looked directly dumbfounded. The same is true of the devil Buddha Vajra. Even Lin Duan was frozen in shock. It is possible to walk into a person's memory. Even if it's the God realm, Lord Su isn't a simple God realm. He lamented in his mind. Elder Lin, what's this for your lordship? Zhao Chuan looked at Suyun who was in the demon Buddha Vajra's memory and slowly spoke. The avenue of time, you can understand that the Lord followed this guy's present timeline and stepped into the other guy's past. Lin Duan slowly explained. Hiss. After hearing this, the three of them, Wudolf, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Into the past of devil Buddha Vajra. Doesn't this mean that Suyun has the ability to change the past? Changing the past is impossible. No one can change the past. Because that's what has happened. His Excellency just went to this guy's past as a bystander. As if he could tell what was going on in the trio's minds, Lin Chen slowly opened his mouth. What is past cannot be changed. Because it goes against the grain. He knew that Suyun was strong beyond his imagination. No matter how strong a cultivator was, he had to act under the rules of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the entire cultivation world has long been in disarray. Ha ha ha, what a powerful existence. So what if I can access my past? He still sees the deceased person of yours, doesn't he? Ha 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 ha. Devil Buddha Vajra let loose a scoff. Now, for him, as long as he can't see that person on the other side, it's a win for him. You're rejoicing too soon. Lin Chen looked down on him from above. It is true that it is impossible for the Lord to change the past. But, that doesn't mean, Lord can't do it without changing the past to see who he is. Look. He continued to speak, pointing to the memory screen. The eyes of the few people in Wudawolf followed the direction of his finger. Moment. A few people just froze in place, only to see that the piece of the black-robed man's face was actually completely removed, revealing a youthful face. After the black-robed man's ear was revealed, Suyun also walked out of the memories of the demon Buddha Vajra. It can only go so far, if it continues. He opened his mouth, and as he spoke, he looked up at the sky. God is going to be angry. After a moment's reprieve, he continued to speak. After hearing this, the faces of the several people in Lin Duan's group changed a bit. What a Versailles. A few people looked at each other and muttered in their minds. What exactly is your cultivation? Devil Buddha Vajra looked at Suyun with a terrified face and inquired. A cultivation you can't understand. Give you a quick death. Suyun spoke with a bland expression. When he finished speaking, he only reached out and gently wiped his hand forward. The demon Buddha's body also faded away with the movement of his hand. The heavenly martial realm's generation of powerhouses, Meteor. Do you three know who that youth is? Suyun looked at the three Wudolfs and asked. It was because there was no name or power about the youth in the devil Buddha Vajra's memories. There was only the phrase Lynchen deceased that the youth said. The three looked at each other, then shook their heads. Go ahead and find out about this guy. Suyun waved his hand and said. Yes. The three Wudolfs responded respectfully. Keep an eye on Akatsuki. Suyun's gaze turned toward the bottom. Follow his gaze. Only to see that below, there was actually a workshop. In the center is the street with stores on either side. And at the very beginning of the street, there is a store that is the equivalent of a field tea store. At this point, little Mingyue was sitting inside the store with Linyu. Just as Suyun was looking at her, little Mingyue seemed to sense something and suddenly raised her head. What's wrong? Akatsuki? Seeing this, Linyu, who was sitting beside her, inquired curiously. Mother, how do I feel father is looking at me Little Akatsuki scratched his head and opened his mouth. Linyu froze on the spot after hearing this. She also looked up towards where Kota Maniki was looking. It was all white as far as the eye could see. This bloodline sensing. Suyun smiled bitterly, his voice was still floating in the air, and his person had already disappeared from the sight of the four Wudolfs. Inside the small store. Mingyue, are you sensing something wrong? There's nothing. Linyu released his divine sense and swept around before opening his mouth with a face full of doubt. I guess I'm sensing it wrong. Daddy couldn't have come here. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and opened his mouth. Is that so? Linyu muttered in his heart and suddenly remembered what Bai Wenjing had said. Could it be that Suyun wasn't a simple character either? She pondered in her mind. Mother, what is this we're eating? Tofu? Little Akatsuki withdrew her gaze and looked at the bowl sitting on the table. Inside the bowl, on the other hand, was a white blob. You taste it. Hearing her voice, Lin Yu retrieved his thoughts and laughed lightly. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. After saying that, she picked up a spoon and gently dug a spoonful into her mouth and slowly savored it. Next moment, she only saw her eyes light up and round a few times. Wow, mother, that smells good. It has a mellow flavor and a little bit of sweetness. Mother, is this milk? She spoke slowly. Chapter 128 Milkmaid, is this cultivating immortality? You taste it again. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously and opened his mouth. Little Mingyue nodded obediently and dug another spoonful to taste. After eating, she frowned surprisingly. There's still a milky flavor, but it smells like tofu. Mother, what the hell is this? Ha ha. Lin Yu immediately smiled after hearing this. This is called cream. Cream? Little Akatsuki looked at her curiously. Yes, it's made from beast milk, but not fresh beast milk. Rather, it's been left a lot, and it's somewhat tarnished. Then make use of the freshly polished spirit tofu. Delicious, isn't it? Lin Yu smiled gently and slowly explained. Yummy, so yummy. Little Akatsuki nodded, and when she finished, she directly picked up the bowl and shivered the cream in it cleanly. Boss, another bowl. She put down her bowl and called out in a milky voice toward the crone who was working on it. Okay, little doll, wait a minute. The crone responded with a grin. Soon, another bowl was brought to little Mingyue. Yull, is this your child? How time flies. I remember when you were a little girl, too. I didn't realize that it's all about being a mother now. The old woman followed Lin Yu's position and sat down, speaking with a face full of emotion. Her face was also as late as it could be. Granny Milkmaid, you remember me? Lin Yu looked at her with some surprise. She also didn't know what the crone's name was. Known only as a mortal living here. Dependent on selling cream for a living. Those who know her call her Granny Tits. Naturally, I remember, you used to come and eat at my place. A little more for the old body every time. You girl, all those years, thank you for supporting my old body. Granny Milk spoke with a smile. Milkmaid is welcome, your cream is unique, but I like it a lot. It's worth that price, too. Lin Yu responded with a light smile. As for little Mingyue, she was listening to the duo while silently shivering the cream. This is your child, isn't it? What a cute girl. Just as cute as my girl when she was little. Suddenly, Granny Milkmaid's gaze landed on little Mingyue, her expression filled with reminiscence. As if recalling something wonderful, a happy smile involuntarily spread across her face. That girl's favorite thing when she was little was the cream I made. You have to eat a couple bowls every day to get to sleep. Available. Speaking of which, Granny Milk's face slowly darkened. She never came back to see you again? Lin Yu seemed to be infected by the change of demeanor of the milkmaid, and her face also became silent. Naturally, she knew the story of the milkmaid. Rumor has it, although Granny Milkmaid was immortal, she had a daughter with an extremely terrifying cultivation talent. In Lin Yu's reflection, that was the only character that could compete with little Akatsuki. Since stepping into the path of immortal cultivation, at only 8 years old, he cultivated to the Jindan realm. At 9 years old, he broke the Dan to become an infant. At 10 years old, he became a harmonized god Taoist monarch, and at 11 years old, he reached the terrifying harmonization realm. It's safe to say, Milkmaid's daughter, she breaks through a realm every year. However, since embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, Grandmother Lactation's daughter, however, had not returned once more. It was as if the milkmaid had been completely forgotten. For fear that my daughter would come back and not be able to find a home, Breast Milk Granny has been selling creams here and there, waiting. Maybe Jeaner was too busy to visit me. A smile appeared on Granny Milkmaid's face as she opened her mouth. Words. Lin Yu opened his mouth and after a moment of hesitation, he still swallowed back what he wanted to say. Cultivation is indeed busy. It was because people who practiced cultivation were either in closed-door cultivation or on their way to find cultivation resources. But, with the cultivation qualifications of Milkmaid's daughter, as long as the other person wants to, then they can definitely make time for a visit. Yes, cultivation is indeed very busy, and one has to search for cultivation resources and go into seclusion. Sometimes it's also necessary to search for heavenly materials to build magic weapons, and so on. When she gets busy, maybe she'll come visit you. Lin Yu spoke slowly. Yeah, that's what I thought. Granny Mammoth nodded smilingly. The words finished. The atmosphere was again in the midst of sullenness, because both Lin Yu and Granny Milk were clear about it. That man is not coming back. If we really wanted to come back, we would have done so a long time ago. What the milkmaid said was nothing more than self-congratulation. What Lin Yu said, on the other hand, was to look beyond the obvious. Granny, can I have another bowl? Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth to break this silence. As she spoke, she handed the empty bowl to the milkmaid. Good. Granny Breastfeeder nodded with a peaceful brow and got up again to serve little Mingyue. Mother, I feel that my mother-in-law's daughter doesn't want my mother-in-law. Cultivation also has time to visit your mother-in-law. Just like me, even when I'm practicing, I go to see my dad. Little Mingyue sneaked a glance at Granny Milkmaid before opening her mouth to Linyu in a whispering tone. Shoo! After hearing this, Linyu also glanced at Granny Milkmaid before hastily giving Little Mingyue a silent gesture. Little Mingyue immediately nodded her head obediently. But, the two didn't know it was. After little Akatsuki finished speaking, the hand of the milkmaid holding the bowl trembled slightly. The eyes also became red. In fact, she knew her daughter wasn't coming back. But that's how people are. The elderly, in particular, will always have a thought for their children. Because this is the old man's spiritual support to live. Here, girl, it's a big bowl, eat it slowly. Granny here's a lot more. A moment later, the old woman placed a large bowl of cream in front of little Mingyue and spoke with a smile. Her smile was very peaceful. To be precise, very warm, like a winter warmer. It clears the day's fatigue just by looking at it. Thank you, Granny. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and likewise returned a big smile to Granny Milkmaid. Little you, this daughter of yours, she really resembles Jeaner. Small hands, and so is Jin, smiling every day. At that time I didn't care how tired I was. When I saw her smile, I felt that it was worth it no matter how tired I was. The milkmaid continued to speak. Then I'll give my mother-in-law another smile. Without waiting for Linyu to answer, little Mingyue interjected. Having said that, she put on another big smile. The scene. The smile on the face of Granny Milkman grew even wider as she watched. Good boy, good boy. She murmured the words, but her eyes grew moist. Yell, do you think that this cultivation of immortality is really the right path? Her gaze suddenly fell on Linyu and she spoke with a sad expression. Jeaner didn't used to be like this. Even if I was only gone for a moment, she would miss me especially. But why? Why she never came to see me again after she cultivated immortality? Little you, could this be cultivation? She continued. Chapter 129 Mingyu, is your father really unable to cultivate? Looking at the red-eyed milkmaid, Linyu didn't know what to say for a while. Ugh, yull, I'm old and talk a little too much. See. Soon, Granny Milk reacted, realizing that her emotions were a bit out of control, and hastily opened her mouth. Milkmaid, out of the way. Linyu gave a far-fetched smile and waved his hand. Yeah, it's nothing for Granny. It could be that no one wants to talk to you. We'd like to talk to you, he. Little Akatsuki also interjected. Well, thank you all for being willing to listen to an old woman like me rant. Granny Milkmaid released a smile, and her entire body seemed to have become a little more cheerful because of little Mingyue's words. Hey, Granny, you want a story? I know so many stories, I'll tell you stories. Oh. Little Akatsuki shivered a mouthful of cream and said again. Good, it's been a long time since I've heard a story, too. Girl, tell me about it? Granny Milkmaid smiled gently and picked up the conversation. Yeah. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Words. She slowly opened her mouth and slowly elaborated on the story Suyin had told her. Soon, Granny Milk then fell completely silent in the story, and likewise in little Mingyue's still somewhat milky voice. There was also a radiant smile on that wrinkled face. Linyu didn't stop him when he saw this. Just silently standing aside, listening to little Mingyue's colorful description. Time passed so quietly. Perhaps it was because the cream did not contain much spiritual energy, or perhaps the heavens could not bear to disturb this gentle scene. So there were no guests on the way. Little Akatsuki seemed very happy to tell stories for Granny Milkmaid. It never stopped. Until the hanging sun slopes westward and an orange halo envelopes the entire world. Only then did she blush slightly, scratch her head, and speak in embarrassment. Milkmaid, that's all the stories father told me. Listen to the end. Granny Milkmaid instantly smiled. Well, enough is enough for my bad old lady to listen to your stories for a day at this late hour. This may be God's mercy on me. She spoke with some emotion and some self-deprecation. Having said that, before Linyu could answer with little Mingyue, she stared at little Mingyue and added, Girl, is it that you especially like to eat the cream made by your mother-in-law? Little Mingyue immediately nodded her head like garlic. Here, this is for you. Granny Milkmaid laughed and tremblingly fished out a roll of yellowish animal skin from her bosom. Granny, what is this? Little Mingyue picked it up and inquired curiously. Here's how to make the cream. Granny gave it to you, so that the cream will not be lost. Granny Breastfeeder spoke with a kind smile on her face. Ha! Little Akatsuki froze on the spot. Mingyue, Granny gives it to you, so take it. Linyu glanced at the breast mother and persuaded. Because she could tell. The life of the breastfeeding mother-in-law is like the dying sun hanging over the mountain, which is nearing its end. Thanks Granny. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, still taking the beastskin scroll. Good boy. Grandmother Lactation reached out her calloused and wrinkled hand and stroked the top of her head. Do you have something to say to that daughter of yours, Milkmaid? If we are fortunate enough to meet in the future, I will convey it for you. Linyu said with a long sigh as he glanced at the sunset hanging over the mountains in the distance. That daughter of mine is named Chenjin. If you should meet it later, say that I do not blame her, never did. Granny Milk spoke with a soft smile. Good. Linyu nodded heavily. Yell, I like that position a lot because I can see my house from there and Jeaner left from there. The milkmaid spoke again. As she spoke, she pointed to a mound in front of her. The mound was planted with an unknown fruit tree. She spoke very politely, but Lin Yu could understand what she meant. The breast mother wished to have her help in burying her there after she had passed away. Okay, I understand. Lin Yu opened his mouth with some mixed feelings in his heart. Thanks a lot. The milkmaid smiled at her and arched her hand. Mingyue, it's getting late, we should head back. Lin Yu gently nodded his head and looked at little Mingyue and said, goodbye Granny, I'll come back and tell Granny a story to listen to sometime in the future. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and opened her mouth to Granny Milkmaid. Face that. The milkmaid just smiled softly and didn't reply. Soon, a large and small figure then disappeared from the sight of the milkmaid. Mother, Granny is so pitiful, will we visit her often from now on? Unaware that this goodbye is forever, Xiao Mingyue took Lin Yu's hand and opened her mouth. Look at her naive, innocent look. Lin Yu was silent for a moment before nodding. Okay, but we still have to return to the sect. I'll ask my family to visit my mother-in-law often on our behalf, okay? Aha. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily. 2 more days of fun and we'll go back? Lin Yu spoke again. Yeah, I miss Daddy too. When we get back, I'll make cream for Daddy. Little Akatsuki nodded and spoke with some anticipation. Su Yun. Lin Yu muttered in her heart, her eyes gurgled as she said, Mingyue, is your father really unable to cultivate? It was not the first time that little Bright Moon had told her that she sensed Su Yun's presence. If it were once, it could be construed as an illusion. But twice. That's kind of hard to say. And by Wen Jing, trying desperately to stop her from falling in love with Su Yun and seems to be having a hard time doing so. 2 things add up. It forced her to shake her reflection of Su Yun as immortal. Yeah, Dad just hasn't been able to practice. Mother, why do you ask? Little Akatsuki nodded and asked curiously in return. It's okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Yu smiled gently and returned. Su's house she had been to more than once. It was a place without the slightest bit of aura. There is, only the turbidity of the world. This kind of place, not to mention cultivation, can't even stay long. For staying long, the mana in the cultivator's body would then be corrupted by the turbid chi, resulting in a fall in cultivation. This was also the reason why the immortal cultivation forces all preferred to stay away from the world. If Su Yun was truly a cultivator, there was absolutely no way he could stay there forever. In no time, the two returned to the middle of the Lin clan's ancient clan. But the moment he entered the Great Hall, Lin Yu then felt a different atmosphere. To be precise, it was the entire hall that seemed a bit oppressive, as if something big had happened. Yu-chan, where did you take Myung-woo to play? Bai Wenjing looked at Lin Chen and Lin Yao and spoke. Today, they're pretty scared. After all, it was Lin Yu who had put little Mingyue in danger. Went to a workshop for cream, what happened? Lin Yu asked, a little confused, because she could feel as if she was being interrogated, especially by Wenjing's tone. Chapter 130, Sacred Mountain, Emperor Wuhu. It's nothing, it's not that I'm afraid you're in danger. I haven't seen anyone all day. You said, if you guys are in danger, how are we going to explain to Mingyue's father? She's the only daughter his father has. Bai Wenjing picked up the conversation very naturally. Lin Yao nodded along. Yes, little Yu, Central State is not like the Western region. There are a lot of strong people here, so be careful when you take Mingyue out to play. If anything happened to Akatsuki, her father would probably be very upset. Lin Chen also nodded his head in agreement with an expressionless face. Grandma, Grandpa, it's okay, I asked Mother to take me out. If you want to blame me, not Mother. Little Mingyue took a step forward and opened her mouth to protect Lin Yu. Words. The three of them, Lin Chen, were all bitter smiles in their hearts. I wouldn't dare to blame you. The trio thought to themselves. Silly boy, we're not blaming her, we just thought we'd go out and talk to the family about it. Lest we run into any danger and the family is not good enough to send reinforcements. Bai Wenjing hurriedly opened her mouth to comfort. Mother, I didn't think this through. Lin Yu followed and picked up the conversation, because she felt that Bai Wenjing was right. This is Central China, not the West. In the Western region, with her cultivation, it was difficult to encounter danger, but not in the middle of the state. There were 800, if not 1,000, deaths at the realm of the transfigured god in the Central State every year. If you meet a robber cultivator, with her current cultivation level it was indeed tantamount to harming little Mingyue. It's good that you understand, and we're not trying to blame you. It's just that we're parents too. Little Akatsuki is a guest in our home, and her safety must be guaranteed. In the future, if you want to take her out, at least tell us. Bai Wenjing nodded and continued to exhort. She didn't want something like today to happen again. Well, Mingyue has been out all day, are you hungry? Lin Chen opened his mouth to cut the topic off. A little bit. Little Mingyue rubbed her stomach and spoke. Go, call someone to cook, we can't starve our little Mingyue. Looking at her somewhat adorable and somewhat embarrassed appearance, Lin Chen laughed and ordered. Yes, Mingyue, I will now go and order the family's spirit caterer to make a spirit meal. I'll be able to eat soon, so you can eat some spirit cakes to pad out first. Lin Yao nodded his head heavily and spoke smilingly to little Mingyue. Come on, Mingyue, have some of this spirit cake, it's delicious. Bai Wenjing followed suit. After saying that, he reached out and pulled little Mingyue to his side, holding her in his arms and sitting her on his lap. This is the 100 spirit cake, made with 100 kinds of edible spirit flowers. You taste it. She continued to speak, and as she spoke, she handed a colorful pastry to little Mingyue. Okay, thanks Grandma. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and took the spirit cake and ate it. Mother, I'm hungry too. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Lin Yu opened his mouth with a somewhat bitter smile. You're such a grown-up, so bear with the hunger for a while. Let my little Mingyue eat first. Right or wrong, little Akatsuki. Bai Wenjing didn't even look at her and opened her mouth. Listen to the end. Lin Yu heart is actually a bitter smile, he is the pro-life well. At the same time, on the other side, after a day and a night on the road, Wu Yan has arrived at the Holy Mountain. As the name suggests, a holy mountain is a huge mountain. Only, unlike ordinary mountains, this mountain floated in the void. It's not just a major alien contact place. It was likewise a terrifying artifact that belonged uniquely to a foreign race. Which horse clan, which yen? Arriving at the mountain gate, Wu Yan spoke respectfully to the guards. After saying that, he even handed over a token. This is the order of the Holy Mountain. If a person from a foreign race wanted to get to the Holy Mountain, they would need the Holy Mountain order as a road guide to get there. Otherwise, neither one could find the Holy Mountain. Not even the strongest person in the Divine Tao Palace today could do it. And the Sacred Mountain Order could not yet be imitated, not even by a different master. Mr. Caretaker swept a glance at Wu Yan, then took the Sacred Mountain Order. A good few moments later, only then did he toss the token to Wu Yan, go in. Having said that, the knot on the mountain gate disappeared with it. With pleasure. Which Yan nodded and sensibly handed over a storage ring before striding into the Holy Mountain. Without the slightest hesitation, she went straight to the stronghold of the Witch and Demon clan in the Sacred Mountain. After paying some price, she also managed to meet the words of the Witch and Demon clan, an extremely demonic-looking youth. The Witch Horse clan. The youth reclined on the chair, his eyes roaming over Wu Yan's body with impunity. After all, the image of Wu Yan was now not that of an old crone, but a beautiful woman with a lot of charm. Wu Yan meets Emperor Wu Hu. Wu Yan nodded and bowed respectfully. Your Witch Horse clan has long since been removed from the Witch Demon clan. What is the reason for coming to the Witch and Demon clan now? Witch Tiger nodded his head with a playful face and opened his mouth in a salty manner. Encountered a formidable enemy, an immortal realm existence. So come and ask for help. Witch Yan opened the door and spoke bluntly. Oh, as far as I know, your Witch Horse clan is in the Heavenly Martial Realm. There will be immortal realm cultivators in the Heavenly Martial Realm? A flash of surprise appeared on Wu Hu's face after hearing this. Imperial Prince Wu Hu, please look. Wu Yan nodded and immediately crushed the shadow retaining stone. Immediately, the encounters with Witch Horse Tenjuan surfaced as much as they could. It is. However, at the moment of seeing Great White, the original sitting posture of the lazy Wu Hu suddenly sat up straight. Eyes dead on Great White. Does Emperor Wu Hu know what kind of demonic beast this is? Seeing this, Wu Yan immediately pursued the question. Not so sure. Wu Hu opened his mouth while staring at Great White. But some of the urgency in his tone did not escape Wu Yan's ears. It was a desire for something. Could it be that this dog-like white demonic beast was some kind of demonic beast with a terrifying bloodline? Wu Yan guessed in her mind. A few moments later, it was time for the picture to dissipate. Interesting, it is indeed an immortal realm existence. Wu Hu withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. I also ask Emperor Witch Tiger to help me. Wu Yan spoke while the iron was hot. Immortal realm existences can't be dealt with well, and once they strike, they'll also attract the attention of the Divine Tao Palace. That group of mad dogs can be even harder to deal with than this immortal realm existence. Wu Hu swept a glance at her and spoke. Listen to the end. Wu Yan immediately understood. It's asking for favors. Because Wu Hu didn't reject it outright, he just said it was a difficult thing to do. Doesn't another layer mean that it's not impossible to do this? Emperor Wu Hu, feel free to ask. I, the Witch Horse clan, will do my best. Wu Yan immediately said. Ha ha ha, okay, come on, let this emperor see your sincerity first. Wu Hu smiled evilly. Before Wu Yan could understand what it meant, the robes on his body had already been removed. If you want this emperor's help, then show your sincerity. Wu Hu stood up and stared straight at Wu Yan, and licked his lips as he spoke. Chapter 131, Your sincerity is satisfactory to this prince, I'll help with this matter. As someone who had been there before, Wu Yan instantly understood what this guy wanted. It just made her a little confused. Doesn't this guy realize how old he is? Emperor Witch Tiger, you should know about my situation, right? Witch Yan spoke slowly. In terms of age, she is 5,000 years old. If it was placed in the mundane it would be equivalent to a 70-year-old crone. The reason why it's now in the shape of a beautiful woman. It's only because I came to the Holy Mountain to ask for help to change my appearance. Naturally I know, reveal your true form to this emperor. The corners of Wu Hu's mouth gently lifted as he opened his mouth with interest. Wu Yan. Meeting Wu Hu's aggressive gaze. A look of intense speechlessness flashed across her face. Do all the royals of the witch demon clan have such heavy tastes? I'm 70 years old myself. Wu Yan thought in her mind. But to think that the future of the entire witch horse tribe was at stake. She still revealed her true form. Half human, half horse. The horse also has a pair of wings on its back. The reason why the witch and demon clan, the reason why they carry the demon sun. It is because the witch and demon race is a product of the combination of the ancient witch race and the beasts. In the case of Wu Yan, it was the product of the combination of the Wu clan and the Tianma clan. Only, their kind of hybrid bloodline was not recognized by the witch clan, and they could not be called demons. So it appointed itself a witch demon. Ha ha ha, interesting. Come, let this emperor take a good look at your sincerity. Looking at Wu Yan's half-human, half-horse body, Wu Hu Jia laughed and also revealed his original body. A half-tiger, half-human being. A few minutes later, the witch horse clan is really something else. Wu Hu was contentedly reclining on his chair, his face was filled with a look of reminiscence. That of my witch horse clan. Wu Yan stared after him. Your sincerity is satisfactory to this prince. This matter is in the hands of this prince. Wait here for this emperor, and I'll see who is dispatched. Wu Hu opened his mouth, and when he finished speaking, he turned around and left. A few moments later, he then came into a cultivation room. In the entire cultivation room, there was only one old man with a majestic face. It looks like a very dominant feeling. Especially the looming word king on his forehead. Just by calmly sitting there and cultivating, an extremely oppressive aura emanated from his body. You have good talent, you deserve to cultivate well. Instead of focusing on men and women, the old man looked up at Wu Hu and opened his mouth in a salty manner. However, just this bland tone of voice also gave off a strong overbearing aura. It's as if, in the slightest, no one else is allowed to refute it. As you know, since refining that mongrel dragon's bloodline, I'll be affected by it. Wu Hu gave a faint nod and picked up the conversation. You want me to let go and help with this? The old man swept a glance over him and digressed. Not bad, if I'm not mistaken, that big white dog should be a Hotian white zephyr. The divinity in its bloodline is just enough to cause the dragon and tiger bloodlines in my body to merge. Wu Hu nodded and spoke with a deep gaze. Oh, you're not mistaken? The old man also instantly became interested after hearing this. Although the Hotian white zephyr was not as good as the innate white zephyr, it was not comparable to ordinary immortal beasts. Because white zephyr is a divine beast, and it is a rui beast among divine beasts. Heaven carries with it the fortune of meeting misfortune. No exaggeration. Even a Hotian white zephyr's bloodline was much more precious than an ordinary divine beast, especially for its witch demon clan. I'm not sure about the specifics, so I'd like to trouble you for a walk. With your cultivation, you should be able to take down the other side. Wu Hu shook his head and opened his mouth. It was worth the trip, that's all. It's been some time since I've been out and active, so I'll go on a walk for you. Remember my words and practice well. Otherwise, it would be hard for either me or I to survive. The old man nodded, his tone solemn and admonishing. Good. Wu Hu nodded gently. His words were still echoing in the air when the old man with the word king on his forehead in front of him had already disappeared. When the old man reappeared, it had come to Witch Yan's heel. Lead the way. Before Wu Yan could say anything, he said without question. He will help you with your problems. Just as Wu Yan wanted to ask something, Wu Hu's voice came from behind. Glancing at the old man, he then looked at Wu Hu. Only then did Wu Yan nod. Thank you, senior. With that said, he began to lead the way in front of him. The ancient clan of Lin. After a large family had a happy meal, it was completely dark. Mother, do you have something on your mind? Little Mingyue sat on the bed, her hands clasped around her knees, curled up against Lin Yu and inquired. Lin Yu, who seemed to be thinking about something as if he was thinking about something, heard her voice and came back to his senses and spoke with a smile. No. What can I have on my mind? She wrapped her arms around little Akatsuki and smiled. Yes, because mother is always like that. Little Mingyue spoke with great certainty. She frowned as she spoke. That unfolds and closes at times. It seemed like he was trying to imitate Lin Yu's frown, but he couldn't. It looked, instead, a little funny. Silly girl. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. As she helped little Mingyue smooth her hair, she said, Don't worry, mother is fine, she's just thinking about something. Thinking about what? Little Akatsuki curiously followed up. Thinking about how to increase the rate of completion of 6th grade pills. Meeting her clear, watery gaze, Lin Yu thought for a moment and returned. Ooh-hoo. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly and didn't think much of it. Alright, go to sleep, I'll hold you. Seeing that she didn't pursue the question, Lin Yu continued as if he was relieved. Aha. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Under Lin Yu's soft and gentle coaxing, in a short while, even breathing sounds came out from Xiao Mingyue's nose. Was it really caused by taking Akatsuki out and being afraid of something happening? Holding the sleeping little Mingyue, Lin Yu looked into the deep night and muttered. She always had the feeling that something wasn't quite right with that atmosphere when she came back today. because that kind of scene she had experienced. That still happened when she was 10. Because of his youthful ignorance, he took out a very precious mother medicine and gave it away. Come back. He was then called directly to the Great Hall and then severely reprimanded. For the mother's medicine is for breeding. It was carefully selected by the family's spiritual plant experts to cultivate the next batch of spiritual medicines. And out of ignorance, she just took it and gave it away. Lin Yu clearly remembers that if it wasn't for his big brother protecting him, that one definitely got a beating. Now, late at night, she realized. Today's return is a mirror image of what happened when I was 10 years old. I'm really worried about Mingyue's safety. I'm afraid that I won't be able to explain to Brother Su if something happens. Or is it something else? Lin Yu looked deep into the night and muttered to himself. Chapter 132, Lin Yu, the Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect are both here to protect little Mingyue? Lin Yu thought as he looked at the night. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. The body pushed forward a bit. Something's not right, not quite right. Things are a little too coincidental. Elder Zhao delivers medicine, the nine-tailed fairy fox of the bright moon. There is also the matter of the oldest member of the alchemy, Wang family, and the Sky Demon mountain range. Is all this really a coincidence? She muttered to herself with a furrowed brow. No, there must be a secret here, a secret I don't know about. And, when she reached this point, her gaze fell on little Mingyue. This must have something to do with Mingyue. Could it be that Mother Mingyue is secretly helping, or perhaps? Lin Yu thought in his mind. Gradually, a look of determination was revealed in his eyes. It seemed as if some kind of resolution had been made or an idea finalized at the moment. After pondering for a few more moments, he placed the sleeping little Mingyue on the bed. Lin Yu then went out in the night. Out of the ancient clan of the Lin clan. She went straight to the restaurant owned by Granny Flower. Miss, you came to see the old body at this late hour. Is it because you want to eat the spirit cake made by my old self? Granny Flower, whose hair had turned white, sat across from her and spoke with a smile. Granny Flower, in the entire Lin clan ancient clan, you are the one I trust the most. You are also most worthy of my trust. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Lin Yu looked straight at her and spoke slowly. Naturally, you were brought up by my own hands, and many times I treat you like my own daughter. Confused? Granny Flower nodded her head and asked rhetorically with a peaceful brow. Yes, before I returned to the Lin clan ancient clan, did something happen in the clan? Is there some kind of order, precisely? This order about me, or little Akatsuki? Lin Yu nodded and opened his mouth to inquire with deliberation. Miss, you're making it a bit difficult for my old self. Granny Flower smiled bitterly as she listened. She continued, ever since I helped you sneak out of the Lin clan ancient clan, I was chastised by the family head and then expelled from the Lin clan ancient clan. It's impossible for me, an outsider, to know what happened to the Lin clan's ancient clan. After hearing that, Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Granny Flower, I'm the one who caused you harm. She spoke with an apologetic face, because she knows, if Granny Flower hadn't helped her, she wouldn't be in this situation now. At least, the cultivation will not be wasted. Silly boy, I never blamed you. Actually, right now I feel fine, in the ancient clan of Lin. Every day I live in fear, always afraid of being chastised and relieved of my wrath for saying or doing the wrong thing. Now, even though I don't have my cultivation, I live a much freer life than before. At least, I won't be afraid of being chastised or relieved for doing or saying the wrong thing anymore, will I? The Lin clan ancient clan is a big tree, but for people like us, it's a cage. Granny Flower released a smile and opened her mouth full of concern. Listen to the end. Lin Yu could only respond in silence. Though I don't know what's happening within the Lin clan's ancient clan. I do, however, know something else. It's something that I think has to do with you and that little girl. Granny Flower spoke again. What is it? Lin Yu hurriedly pursued the question. The day before you came back, there were a lot more strangers in Forestville. Strange and strong to be exact. It's the Heavenly Sword sect with the Zhao family. I had inquired about it, and all the ones who came were strong in the hijacking realm. Granny Flower immediately returned. Speaking of this, as if she had remembered something, she added, there is one more thing. I had heard that on the day the young lady returned to Forest Town, the Grand Elder has gone out with all of the Lin clan's ancient clan's strongest members of the Heaven's Realm. Not only is there one from the Lin ancient clan, there's also one from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan. The strangest thing is that I heard that those strong people of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan who are at the hijacking realm are doing things on the orders of the Grand Elder. Miss, do you know what they went on about? The Heavenly Sword sect, the Zhao family? Lin Yu listened with a frown on his face. For both forces, Bai Wenjing told her. It was to prevent the Wang clan from getting angry and making a move against the Lin clan's ancient clan that he contacted these two forces. But now after hearing Granny Flower's words, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. It's very wrong. Because the repentance was half a month ago. If it was really to prevent the Wang clan from making a move against the Lin clan's ancient clan, should have contacted both forces half a month ago. Why wait until now? Lin Yu thought in his mind. Granny Flower, you said that the Heavenly Sword sect is coming with the Zhao family's robbery realm powerhouses. Is it because I came back? They're here to protect me? No, to be precise, they're here to protect Akatsuki. She spoke slowly. As far as she knew, the Heavenly Sword sect didn't have any relationship with the Zhao family. Therefore, the people from these two forces who came were definitely not here for her. Aside from her, that would only be little Akatsuki. Of course, the most crucial point was the encounter with Zhao Chuan in the Sky Demon Mountain range. That's too much of a coincidence. The only thing the two things have in common when combined is the little bright moon. I didn't think much of it at first, knowing what the first elder had gone out to do. Granny Flower nodded and picked up the conversation. What is it? Lin Yu came back to his senses and asked after him. There are rumors in the outside world that the Grand Elder led the strongest members of the Lin clan's ancient clan, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Zhao clan at the Heavens realm to the Sea domain and the Demon domain. They've been to many races. Without exception, these races are fragrant and flavorful beings. And that night, the Lin clan ancient clan seemed to have organized another heavy family feast. Granny Flower gazed at her and spoke slowly. Quietly listen to the end. Lin Yu's body trembled on the spot. Because little Akatsuki loves it so much. It also seems to be the only hobby that little Akatsuki has. So this is to entertain Akatsuki? Lin Yu opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. What the old me says may not sound good, but it's the truth. There's no way the young lady would have that. Even when the Wang family came before, they didn't have this treatment. Especially the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao family's robbery realm powerhouses. They are all at the disposal of the Grand Elder. Does the Lin clan's ancient clan really have that strength to make the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan follow their orders? These two forces, their inheritance is not inferior to the Lin clan's ancient clan in the slightest. In particular, the overall strength of the Heavenly Sword sect is still above the Lin clan's ancient clan. Granny Flower nodded and spoke slowly. After a pause, she added, what if the Heavenly Sword sects and the Zhao family's hijack realm cultivators are all serving that little girl that Miss brought back? Listen to the end. Lin Yu was in the middle of a deep silence. Miss, where exactly did that little girl come from? To have the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan treat you like this? Granny Flower curiously followed up. Chapter 133, Miss, it's not good to open up some secrets. Meeting Granny Flower's eyes, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I know that her mother's origin seems to be very large. Granny Flower, have you heard of the power that is the Divine Tao Palace? Shinto Palace. Granny Flower opened her mouth in alarm. Granny Flower, you know about this power? Seeing this, Lin Yu pursued with some incredulity. Miss, I've really heard of this power. Granny Flower nodded heavily and spoke. Not waiting for Lin Yu to follow up, she continued to speak. This restaurant of mine, it's usually full of people coming and going. Because the town of Lin sells things at a fair price. People come and go, naturally, from all over the world. I've heard a group of people talk about this Divine Tao Palace. Lin Yu gently nodded his head and didn't say anything, just silently waiting for the following. That group were treasure hunters. Miss should know what it means, right? Granny Flower spoke again. Treasure hunters? Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly as a trace of displeasure surfaced on his face. She naturally knew the treasure hunters. A bunch of guys who specialize in digging graves. In the central state, these types of people were street rats and extremely unpopular. Because maybe if you treat him well today, your family's ancestral tomb will be patronized tomorrow. They talked about the Shinto Palace? Lin Yu pursued with a slight frown. Yes, they said they found a place. It says it's the old site of the Shinto Palace. Not only that, they also said that the Divine Tao Palace is a very terrifying power. Many worlds are being governed by the Shinto Palace. To be precise, it's many worlds that have to listen to the orders of the Divine Tao Palace. As if, the Divine Tao Palace is the ruler of the human race. Granny Flower nodded and spoke slowly. The ruler of the human race. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but stare after hearing this. If that's true, how powerful should that Divine Tao Palace be? Of course, that's what I heard them say. No one believes them, though. Because if the Divine Tao Palace is really a human commander, how terrifying must it be? After all, there are human races living in the upper realm as well. The old body also feels like it's made up. Granny Flower continued to speak. No, Granny Flower, there is indeed such a power. Mingyue, her mother, came from this power. Lin Yu shook his head and said in a condensed voice. Ha! Granny Flower was stunned on the spot after hearing this. But soon she reacted. No wonder the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao clan's heist realm cultivators are here to protect her. It seems to be because of the power behind her. She spoke slowly, only to say it with a frown on his face. It's not right, miss, if she's really from that horrible power. There must be a protector. Wouldn't they need the Heavenly Sword sect and the Zhao family to protect them? Granny Flower spoke slowly. Listen to the end. Lin Yu's brows were also furrowed. Granny Flower, I actually have another idea. It's just that the idea is a bit unrealistic. She thought for a moment before speaking. But say so, my lady. Granny Flower immediately spoke. My thought is that Akatsuki, her father, might not be a simple person either. The Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect were not ordered to protect Mother Mingyue because of the power she was in. Rather, he was ordered to be Akatsuki's father. Lin Yu opened his mouth with a glint in his eyes. Her father? Granny Flower's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at her in disbelief. That's right. Lin Yu nodded and immediately told Su Yun's situation. Quietly listened to the end. Granny Flower fell into the midst of silence. She was seen frowning and seemed to be pondering something. However, there's one thing I can't figure out about Granny Flower. If it's really what I think it is, why did Brother Su hide it and not tell Manhwa about it? Perhaps I'm overthinking it, and Brother Su is really just an ordinary person? Lin Yu spoke somewhat to himself. No, ma'am, you're not necessarily wrong. Hiding, either that or wanting to train little Bright Moon. Either that, or I'm worried that after I tell little Manhwa, she'll pester me to go to mother. Another thing is for the safety of both their father and daughter. Because the Divine Tao Palace truly does command the entire human race, as we suspected. That is undoubtedly huge and terrifying. The more massive and terrifying the power is, the more complicated it is, just like the Lin clan's ancient clan. Even side children have strife and calculations among themselves, don't they? Granny Flower gently analyzed. After hearing that, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, it's also possible that little Akatsuki's father is indeed just an ordinary man. And the Zhao family and the Heavenly Sword sect are secretly protecting it by the order of little Minghua's mother. Either way, it's possible. Granny Flower added. Okay, Granny Flower, I understand. Lin Yu listened and opened his mouth. Miss, are you trying to test the waters? Granny Flower, who had watched her grow up since she was a child, immediately saw through Lin Yu's mind. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu nodded directly. Miss, no. Seeing this, Granny Flower immediately spoke out to stop her. Why? Lin Yu pursued in disbelief. Miss, some things are better placed in the shadows than out in the open. Granny Flower smiled bitterly. She continued, Miss, I assume you're in love with little Akatsuki's father? Under Granny Flower's gaze, Lin Yu nodded with slightly reddened cheeks. In that case, miss, it's better not to go picking away at it. Granny Flower sighed long and persuasively. Why? Lin Yu followed up with a very puzzled question. If it's really like what you've guessed, then little Minghua's father's cultivation must be very powerful. It has even reached a point beyond anyone's imagination. If you pick this apart, what will result is possibly that he takes Akatsuki and leaves to hide in another world. Miss, do you like the way this turned out? Granny Flower smiled bitterly and analyzed. Is that what mother meant? Lin Yu's brows furrowed gently as he seemed to instantly understand what Bai Wenjing meant. Miss, I suggest that you can observe in secret and pay more attention to keep an eye out. Instead of trying and picking this thing apart. There are times when secrets are picked apart, and it's not a good thing. Granny Flower continued to persuade. Okay, I get it. Lin Yu gently nodded his head, a somewhat bitter look on his face. Look at her. Granny Flower opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, no words were spoken. The atmosphere also became silent at that moment. Granny Flower, I still have things to take care of. Just take my leave. After a few moments of silence, Lin Yu slowly opened his mouth. Well, ma'am, actually, we're not always right. Because it's just our guess. Granny Flower nodded and persuaded again. Chapter 134, Shin Jin appears. Under Granny Flower's gaze, Lin Yu did not continue to answer the question, but only gently nodded his head. She then turned to leave. Her figure, which appeared a bit thin, soon disappeared into the night. Ugh! Looking at where Lin Yu had left, Granny Flower let out a long sigh. The tone was full of helplessness as well as heartache. On the other hand, after leaving the restaurant, Lin Yu did not return to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Instead, he once again came to the front of the mountain stream. After taking out her token and entering the marketplace, she arrived at the home of Granny Milk. At this time, the milkmaid was a different person from what she was during the day. During the day, Granny Milk looked like she still had some spirit left in her. But now what? Flowering white hair fell over his shoulders, and his face was lined with wrinkles. She was lying on an old wicker chair, in a state of life like the oil lamp lit on the table next to her, flickering on and off, threatening to go out at any moment. I'm coming. Looking at Granny Milkmaid, Lin Yu gently nodded her head. She didn't show any hard feelings, she just seemed a bit stoic throughout. I didn't realize that this day would come so soon. I waited for Jeaner all my life, but I couldn't wait for her after all. Yell, I'm really going to trouble you later. Granny Milk spoke breathlessly. It's okay, Milkmaid. Lin Yu spoke with a calm face. Thanks to. Granny Milkman used the last ounce of strength in her body to squeeze out a smile. Thanks. When the last word was uttered, with a heart full of regret, the eyes closed peacefully. The evening breeze was crisp, the lights swayed, and the leaves rustled. This makes everything commonplace, but at this moment it seems to be a music full of compassion to send the old man on his last journey. Looking at the milkmaid whose body was gradually stiffening. After being silent for a while, Lin Yu took a piece of wood and silently carved it into a coffin. After placing the old man's body inside the coffin and setting up another formation, she slowly covered it. Then again, in silence, he took the coffin to the hill not far across from the old house. Milkmaid, have a good trip. Burying the coffin under the unknown fruit tree, Lin Yu spoke without sadness. I'm late after all. Just then, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a woman suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu. It's you! Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared, Lin Yu, who had little expression on his face, suddenly opened his mouth in a great shock. Because this woman was no other than the legend of the heavenly martial realm Empress Fengjin. The reason why it was called a legend in the heavenly martial world. It was because Empress Fengjin was the only being who had ascended to the upper realms in the past 1,000 years. It's safe to say, none of the women in the entire heavenly martial realm wanted to become the Phoenix Gene Empress. Soon, Lin Yu then came back to her senses, her eyes widened and she opened her mouth incredulously. Phoenix Gene Empress, Jeaner, you are the one who was in the heart of the breast granny. But how is that possible? Because projecting by age, the current Chen Jin was not much older than her. It's only 25 years old at the end of the day. How is it possible to ascend to the upper realm at the age of 25? Aha! Chen Jin gently nodded his head. Hiss! Instantly, Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. Really? Ascending from obscurity to the upper realms at the age of 25? How terrifying must that cultivation talent be? Does she have a message for you to pass on? Chen Jin stared at the grave of his breast granny and spoke with a very calm face. Yes, Granny Breast said she didn't blame you, never did. Lin Yu nodded gently and returned. Ha! Chen Jin smiled to himself after hearing this. Thanks for helping her with the aftermath. I can give you a gift. Cultivation and cultivation qualifications, take your pick. She looked at Lin Yu and spoke slowly. I know you have a lot of doubts, but those things are not for you to find out. For her, I have my own hardships. Seeing Lin Yu open her mouth, Chen Jin seemed to know what she wanted to say and was the first to interrupt her. Okay. Glancing deeply at Chen Jin, Lin Yu still chose not to pursue the matter. After all, it's a family matter. She was an outsider at best. Should I imbue you with cultivation, or consume the power of the spirit body to help you improve your cultivation qualifications? Take your pick. Chen Jin nodded gently and continued to speak. Can I ask a few questions first? Don't worry, it's not about your family. Lin Yu thought for a moment before opening his mouth. You ask. Chen Jin nodded. You are in the upper world today? Lin Yu immediately threw out the first question. That's right, the world I'm in is called the spirit world, and your Lin clan ancient clan's old ancestor, Lin Chen, is in this world. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Jin directly returned. Then do you know about the Shinto Palace? Lin Yu once again pursued the question. Shinto Palace. Chen Jin's face changed slightly after hearing this. She stared at Lin Yu in puzzlement. What are you inquiring about this power for? Others are not sure, but she knows it very well. To be precise, all those who had ascended to the upper realms knew it well. The Divine Tao Palace had become a taboo in the heavenly martial realm. It's my secret, I'm not at liberty to say. Lin Yu thought about it and didn't give a damn about little Mingyue. Because Granny Flower's words were right. The more powerful a force is, the more intricate it is internally. She didn't really want to cause trouble for little Akatsuki by inquiring herself. Good, this power I. Chen Jin opened her mouth, only when the words reached here, her face changed suddenly in a slightly imperceptible manner. This power I know. It's also famous in the spirit world, only, it's been completely hidden. It seems to have offended some terrifying existence. She continued to speak. Hidden? Lin Yu frowned slightly. That's right, this power was very powerful back in the day, but after experiencing a great war with the foreign races, it ended up disappearing. Even in the spirit world, this power has become a legend. To be precise, it became the flavor of the world's heart. Because back then, this power was huge and terrifying, and experiencing that great battle led to the fall of all the powerful people. It should have become a weaker power by now. But, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and when it was powerful, the Divine Path Palace had a lot of astounding treasures along with techniques and secret arts. After falling out of favor, other forces naturally want a piece of the pie. Chen Jin nodded and explained. Could it be that the Divine Tao Palace isn't the power that rules over the human race? Lin Yu frowned and curiously asked after him. 100,000 years ago it was, and now? It's all just a small force when placed in the spirit world. Of course, for the heavenly martial realm, it's rather called a behemoth. Chen Jin opened his mouth with a light laugh. So? Thanks a lot. Lin Yu listened and nodded indistinctly. I don't have much time left in this spirit body of mine, so make your choice. Want cultivation or cultivation qualifications? Chen Jin waved his hand indifferently and opened his mouth. Chapter 135, 9 Revolutions Decision, Heavenly Phoenix God King. Words. Lin Yu did not rush to answer, but fell into the middle of contemplation. A few moments later, she looked up and said, I want to cultivate my qualifications. Cultivation is powerful, just for a while, but the cultivation qualification to become stronger is forever. One more thing. She wasn't in a dangerous situation right now, and she was an alchemist. Cultivation qualification is there, cultivation enhancement is still a thing? Moreover, cultivation qualifications were inherently difficult to improve, and it could be said that 90% of the cultivators in the heavenly martial realm would have difficulty encountering opportunities to improve their cultivation qualifications in their entire lives. Wise choice. Chen Jin nodded her head, and when she finished, she stretched out her slender finger to point on Lin Yu's brow. At once, Lin Yu then felt a special power pouring into him. After traveling through the body for a moment, it was injected into the spirit root. When this power was injected into the spiritual root, she could clearly feel her spirit root growing as if it was a plant absorbing mana. Suddenly, Chen Jin's eyes stared slightly, some sort of flow of surprise. Elder, is there anything wrong? Seeing this, Lin Yu curiously asked after him. Nothing's wrong. Chen Jin gently smiled and continued to pour strange power into her body. As the strange power continued to pour in, her body also gradually became transparent. You've had a great build. Chen Jin opened his mouth. Creation? Lin Yu looked at her with some confusion. Only. Before she could inquire, Chen Jin's somewhat transparent body had already disappeared. All that was left was a flippant remark to pour into her ears. Meditate and refine it properly, your spirit root is enough to raise to an emperor spirit root. The voice dissipated, and Chen Jin also completely dissipated. It was as if she had never existed. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed to the void. The emperor's spiritual root. The strongest spirit root other than the immortal spirit root. There weren't many people with emperor spiritual roots in the entire heavenly martial realm. She didn't expect that her momentary act of kindness would be able to raise her spirit root to such a degree. Upper world, I have a chance too. Lin Yu raised his head, staring firmly into the deep night sky as he slowly spoke. Spirit world. Within a certain forbidden land of life. Greetings, Elder. Chen Jin looked at Su Yun, who suddenly appeared and saluted. The reason why she had just changed her mind with Lin Yu about the Divine Path Palace. It was because Su Yun suddenly came looking. Sure. What shocked her the most was that Su Yun could come and go as he pleased in this forbidden land of life. What is the forbidden land of life? It's a type of Jedi where living beings will die if they enter. She stumbled into this place and has been trapped here, unable to get out. That spirit body was all made possible by her expending tremendous effort and means to get it out. At least, in her reflection, there was no one in the entire spirit world who was able to travel freely within this forbidden land. But now Su Yun was able to do it. That explains it. Su Yun's cultivation had already surpassed the peak of the spirit realm and reached the legendary god realm. She didn't expect it. It was surprising that Lin Yu would have a relationship with such a terrifying powerhouse. Good point. Looking at Chen Jin, Su Yun nodded flatly. A reincarnated man? Without waiting for Chen Jin to speak, Su Yun added. Words. A flash of shock appeared on Chen Jin's face. It was the best kept secret of her life. The reason she was able to ascend to the upper realms in such a short period of time was because she was a reincarnated person. But what she never expected was this. It was surprising that Su Yun could even see this. I still have a little bit of knowledge about the God realm. In the divine realm, there is a divine king named Heavenly Phoenix Divine King. 30,000 years ago, this Heavenly Phoenix Divine King disappeared inexplicably. Some say it was assassinated by a foreign race, others say it was trapped in some powerful secret realm. However, what everyone doesn't know is that along with the Heavenly Phoenix Divine King, there was also a volume of the Gongfu, the Nine Turns Decree, that disappeared. This gong method is very terrifying, and after practicing it, one needs to self-militarize when they reach a certain realm. After the dissolution of the army, you will not die in your body, but you will live a new life. Every time you live a life, you can accumulate one life of chi, and when the 9 lives are brought to one, that's when you gather your body of chi and soar to the heavens. Su Yun looked at Chen Jin smilingly and kept opening his mouth. But he didn't say a word. Chen Jin's body just couldn't help but tremble a little. Who the hell are you? She stared at Su Yun with fear on her face, and her body couldn't help but retreat back and forth. It's her biggest secret. Me? Just an ordinary father. Su Yun smiled faintly. Listen to the end. Chen Jin took a deep breath. Tell me what you want me to do for you, she said in a gruff voice. It's just easier to deal with smart people. The corner of Su Yun's mouth gently lifted. This is your 9th life, isn't it? He opened his mouth to ask. As things stood, Chen Jin no longer hid it and directly nodded. I've heard that the body of Qi is comparable to the divine beast White Zephyr, possessing the ability to turn bad luck into good luck and avoid all killing opportunities. I guess it's true, this heavenly Jedi Forbidden Land, if that old brat Lin Chuan were to come here, he would have died in here a long time ago. And you, on the other hand, get to stay alive here. It's really not a simple divine body. Su Yun sized her up, his gaze as if he was looking at a cherished item. You should be returning to the God realm soon. Or even into the heavenly Dao Palace? He continued to speak. That's right, the heavenly Dao Palace is the supreme power of the human race. Joining the heavenly Dao Palace is better than joining any other power. Chen Jin nodded heavily. Good, and what I want you to do is simple. After you joined the heavenly Dao Palace, you chose the formation to enter the Moon Battalion. Su Yun spoke again. Monthly camp? Chen Jin frowned slightly after hearing this. The heavenly Dao Palace was not divided into peaks or veins like other forces. Instead, they are divided into various battalions. After all, the heavenly Dao Palace existed to fight against the entire alien race. Each battalion corresponds to a very powerful alien race. Moon camp, she had naturally heard about it. An all-women's camp is charged with fighting the angelic races of the Fae. Why did Su-yun, who she couldn't figure out, want to join this camp herself? And then what? Chen Jin curiously asked after him. Nope. Su-yun lightly laughed. No? Chen Jin was slightly stunned, all a bit skeptical that he had heard wrong. She had even thought that Su-yun had called herself to the moon camp to be a spy. That's right, just join the moon camp. Other than that, there are no other requirements. Su-yun nodded. The reason why Chen Jin was allowed to join the Moon Battalion was because the leader of the Moon Battalion was Yin Tianyu, and Chen Jin was a body of qi. Entering the moon camp would definitely be a great help to Yin Tianyu. After all, the body of qi was just like the demonic divine beast White Zephyr, which was born with the buff of blessing those around it. It's like a blessed baby. He didn't want such a blessed baby to enter Yin Tianyu's hostile camp. Yes, I'll do it. Chen Jin nodded heavily and responded. Her goal was only to join the Shinto Palace. As long as you can join the Shinto Palace and enter whichever camp you want. Come on, I'll take you out. It's not good to stay here for a long time. Su-yun nodded with satisfaction and spoke. Chapter 136. Chen Jin was confused. It was actually a divine exalted realm powerhouse. Take me out. After Chen Jin heard this, he opened his mouth with some shock. She knew very well what was inside this forbidden land. Does Su-yun really have that ability to take himself out? She thought to herself. Naturally, follow me. Su-yun gently nodded his head and opened his mouth with a disinterested expression. After saying that, he walked towards the front with empty, vain steps. Seeing the situation. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jin still half-heartedly followed. Because she's been stuck here for too long. If he didn't go out, sooner or later he would be refined by that mysterious existence. Follow Su-yun. Very open, the duo arrived in the middle of a void filled with dark clouds. Just get out of this dark cloudy place. It's the same as getting out of the heavenly Jedi Forbidden Land. However, coming into the void filled with dark clouds, Chen Jin's heart tightened. She knows. That mysterious being will definitely make a move. Sure enough. The next moment, a strong voice came from all directions. Is your excellency too confident in his own strength? A majestic voice rang out, and immediately afterward, a skull condensed by dark clouds slowly emerged. The Thunder Spirits. Looking at the skeleton, Chen Jin was instantly startled. The Thunder Spirit race was called the Born God race. What does that mean? As the name suggests, the newly born clansmen were directly starting at the God realm. Here's the scary part. The Thunder Spirits didn't need to cultivate, they just needed to grow silently. When you reach adulthood, you will have a Divine King realm cultivation. It is an alien race that is truly blessed. Among tens of thousands of foreigners, the Thunder Spirit clan could even be ranked in the top 50. Sure, the most terrifying thing about the Thunder Spirit clan was still the power of heavenly thunder under its control. The power of heavenly thunder that this clan released every time they made a move was a thunderbolt to the cultivators. She didn't expect that the one who trapped her here would be the Thunder Spirit race. This body of qi, I'll keep it. Su-yun looked at the skull and spoke with a calm gaze. Then we'll see underhandedly. The skeleton grunted coldly. As he spoke, he saw the dark clouds around him suddenly flicker with electricity. From a distance, it was as if the two were in the middle of a very terrifying sea of thunder. Drop! The majestic voice rang out. Roar! Hissing sounds came out, only to see everyone's thunder and lightning turn into a heaven-destroying thunder beast, killing towards Su-yun. Each one exuded an aura that made heaven and earth tremble. Chen Jin, who stood behind Su-yun, looked at those killing behemoths and his face directly turned white with fear. This was because each of these thunder giants exuded a divine realm cultivation level, not to mention a bunch. Even one she had trouble dealing with. Sure, the most crucial thing was still that heavenly might that the thunder beast carried with it. A group of them rushed in as if they were being punished by heaven and earth for having done something harmful to heaven and earth. Is that the extent of it? Facing the thunderous beasts rushing in all directions, Su-yun opened his mouth with a breezy expression. Having said that, only to see his gaze suddenly condense, his mouth gently chortled, disperse. Moment. A sound wave visible to the naked eye spat out from his mouth, turning from a small ring to a large one and swinging in all directions. Wherever the sound wave passes, the thunder giants were destroyed in droves. But it's the blink of an eye in the district. All the thunder beasts then all disappeared. You, honored one. A trembling voice came out of the skull's mouth. What? As soon as these words came out, the look of seeing a ghost in broad daylight immediately appeared on Chen Jin's face. Your Holiness. This person was actually an honored one. As a former Divine King realm cultivator, she understood the terror of an exalted one all too well. It's safe to say, His Holiness is basically the man of the word in the divine realm. Because of general matters, Divine Emperor realm cultivators wouldn't show their faces. It was all handled by Godfather realm powerhouses. His Holiness is the real power. This is true even in the divine realm. She was not expecting anything. It was surprising that Su-yun would be such a terrifying powerhouse. You can go to hell. Su-yun spoke softly, and after he finished speaking, he reached out his hand and gently pointed it at the skeleton. Phew! A breaking sound rang out, and a flash of white light cut through the sky. The skeleton was pierced right through before it could even react. It's gone up in smoke since then. Why bother if you have to force my hand? Your Excellency, have a good journey, I will transcend you. Suyun put away his hand and slowly continued to walk forward while speaking to himself. Chen Jin. Nice guy, really nice guy. Getting someone killed and then having to give them super? She glanced at Suyun, but in the end, she didn't dare to speak, and could only silently follow behind. After all, this was an actual divine exalt powerhouse. Not to mention the current her, even if she had encountered it at the Divine King realm, she would have to respectfully and courteously become a grandson. Now, she also sort of understood why Suyun was able to come and go freely in this forbidden land. Such a horrible cultivation. Where can't you go in all the worlds? As long as one didn't provoke the Divine Emperor realm existences, one could come and go anywhere. A moment's work. The two of them then walked out of the Heavenly Jedi Forbidden Land. Thank you, Your Holiness. Chen Jin breathed in the different scents around him and opened his mouth. It's a small thing, remember what you promised me. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Suyun waved his hand as he walked. The voice was still echoing in the air, and the person had already disappeared in the middle of the vast night. I didn't expect it to be a Zuni powerhouse. No wonder that woman from the Lin clan's ancient clan possesses divinity within her. What is his relationship to that woman? Dogs? Looking at where Suyun had left, Chen Jin spoke to himself. Time passes in all sorts of meticulous things in the night. In a flash, it was early the next morning. When the sky was white and the sun had not yet risen, Lin Yu opened his eyes from his meditation. It's really turned into an emperor spirit root. She exhaled a cloudy breath, her face all revitalized by the opening. Emperor spiritual root, the best spiritual root other than immortal spiritual root. She didn't think that she would actually be able to raise her spirit root to such a grade in one night. Akatsuki is going to wake up from her nap, it's time to go back. Milkmaid, thank you. Lin Yu stood up and bowed deeply to his breast mother's grave. A fresh breeze brushes by. The unknown fruit tree made a rustling sound as if in response to her. Not for a moment. Lin Yu then returned to the Lin clan's ancient clan. After waiting quietly by the bedside for a few moments, little Akatsuki woke up from her sleep right on time. Ha! She first stretched her back in her usual manner and let out a long yawn before speaking to Lin Yu. Good morning, mother. Look at her. A smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Yu's face. How was it? Did you sleep well? Little Akatsuki immediately nodded her head. It's warm under the covers, like the inside of a three-mother's tail. He, she said, revealing two sharp tiger teeth. However, just after the words were said, she stared at Lin Yu suspiciously. What's wrong? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Mother, why do I feel as if something has changed in you? Little Akatsuki scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 137 9 Orifices Divine Body, which demon bloodline? What changes? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously and inquired with some curiosity. It's gotten better. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. This mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Lin Yu let out a light laugh, but his heart felt doubly sweet. Without waiting for little Manhwa to speak, she continued, Manhwa, why don't we go back to the clan today? Listen to the end. Little Manhwa thought about it then nodded. Yeah, I miss Daddy too, and Big White. Okay, come on, let's talk to your grandma and grandpa. Lin Yu laughed. Once little Manhwa had washed up, the two of them found the Lin Yao couple and made it clear that they wanted to go back. Going back so soon? Not staying home for a few more days? Bai Wenjing spoke with some reluctance. Grandma, I miss Daddy, I want to go back to see Daddy. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and said, this. Bai Wenjing and Lin Yao couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this. If that's the case, then they really don't dare to retain it. Okay, you wait here for Grandma, and Grandma will go get you something to take back with you. Bai Wenjing nodded and stopped persuading. Aha, thanks Grandma. Little Manhwa nodded her head obediently. What's the point of being polite with Grandma? Wait, Grandma will go and clean up for you. Bai Wenjing touched her head. With that said and a smile, he headed outside. Manhwa, how about Grandpa goes and prepares something delicious for you too? When the time comes, you eat on the way. Lin Yao also spoke extremely gently to little Manhwa. Hear about the deliciousness. Little Akatsuki's eyes instantly lit up. Aha, thanks Grandma. She nodded sharply and opened her mouth to respond. Ha, you're welcome, I'll go prepare it for you now. Lin Yao laughed, and after finishing, he also walked out with small steps. Don't even look at mine? Lin Yu, who had been ignored all this time, spoke with a somewhat bitter smile. You're the real daughter yourself. Mother, you have me. Little Akatsuki heard her talking to herself and immediately opened her mouth with a smile. Silly girl. Lin Yu touched her head and smiled gently. A few moments later, Lin Yao and Bai Wenjing then came back one by one. Each person slipped 2 storage rings to little Manhwa. Not only that, Grand Elder Lin who was also dispatched to escort the two. Entrance to Forestville. Yul, Manhwa is still young, you have to take care of her. Bai Wenjing uneasily barked at Lin Yu. Mother, I know. Lin Yu nodded heavily. Mingyue, come play at Grandma's house again sometime, okay? Bai Wenjing's gaze fell on little Mingyue again as she opened her mouth. Aha, good. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently in response. Father, mother, we're leaving, take care of yourselves. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't say any more sensational words and summoned his magic sword before taking little Mingyue up in the air. A large and small figure quickly disappeared into the sky. As for Lin Hu, he silently followed in the shadows. Ma'am, come on, let's go back. After staring silently at the sky for a long time, Lin Yao spoke. I don't know if I'll have that chance to see Akatsuki again in the future. Bai Wenjing let out a long sigh and spoke very helplessly. After these 2 days of contact, she realized that she really liked little Akatsuki. Well-behaved, lively, optimistic and cute. Simply the grandson of her dreams. Alas, this child does not belong to the heavenly martial realm after all. She's eaten and talked to our family, and that's enough. The rest is not for us to wish for. Lin Yao also let out a long sigh and spoke. Westfield, Sof. Mingyue is coming back. Central State is not like the Western region. Those 3 guys are a little strong, but there's a chance something could go wrong. You go pick up Akatsuki. Su-yun looked up in the direction of the Central State and spoke to Big White. It won't arouse suspicion in the young master, will it? Great White looked up and picked up the conversation. Mingyue won't think deeply, but Lin Yu will be suspicious. It depends on your ability to make up stories. Su-yun looked into the distance and spoke with a deep gaze. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this. Great White grinned a grin. After all was said and done, another flash of doubt surfaced in its eyes. Why don't you follow in secret? With my cultivation, little master shouldn't be able to discover me. Listen to the end. Su-yun smiled bitterly. Do you know about the 9 orifices divine body? The 9 orifices divine body? A puzzled look appeared on Great White's face. Those with the 9 orifices divine body are born with 9 powerful senses. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger this sense will be. When cultivation reaches a certain level, one's hidden sense of mind, sense of time, sense of space, as well as meditation, all become very powerful. The mind sense can foretell the future. The 2 senses of time and space, on the other hand, make it easier to go about controlling the space-time avenue. Meditation, on the other hand, represents enlightenment. Su-yun looked into the distance and spoke with a calm face. Little master, is this 9 orifices divine body? After a moment's thought, Great White pursued the question. That's right, Akatsuki's perception is otherworldly, even beyond what is thought. She can sense whenever anyone familiar with her is around her. And, it's still not isolable. Even if I appear around her at my cultivation level, she can sense it. Do you think that, with your cultivation, she won't be able to sense it when you're hidden? Su-yun nodded, and as he spoke, his gaze fell on Great White from a distance. Amount. Meeting his gaze, Dabai instantly shook his head. Its cultivation level was only the immortal realm. There was no comparison to Su-yun. The little bright moon could even sense Su-yun, let alone it. I understand, I'll go get her now. The Great White opened his mouth, his voice still echoing in the air. The body had then turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky. I should get back to waiting for the bright moon too. Su-yun laughed lightly and muttered to himself. Just as he was about to leave the tree canopy to return to the Su mansion, his brows furrowed gently. I was going to leave you guys for Akatsuki to experience. But you guys are restless. That's just it. So let's get rid of the harm for the human race for once. He looked at the entrance to the teleportation array and muttered. After saying that, he directly stepped into the middle of the teleportation array. Witch Horse Clan. With an immortal realm powerhouse leading the way, it didn't take too long for Wu Yen to return to the clan. On the road, Wu Yen had also learned the old man's name. Surname Wu, name. Take me to the place where your old ancestor died. Wu sat in the position that belonged solely to the Witch Horse tribe's demon emperor and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, my lord, please. Wu Yen nodded. She couldn't wait for it to be over sooner. Lest you live in fear all day long. After saying that, she led the way ahead. In a moment's effort, she led Witchy to the entrance of the teleportation array. Witch Horselai, meet your honor. Seeing Wu, Witch Horselai, who had been guarding the entrance of the teleportation array in case something untoward happened, immediately opened his mouth. You're a witch demon bloodline. Witchy glanced at him, his brows furrowing slightly, while a flash of surprise flashed deep within his eyes. Chapter 138, Su-yun enters the Witch Horse tribe. Witch demon. Witch Horselai's brow furrowed slightly. My lord. I don't know what it means to have a witch demon bloodline. He spoke slowly. You're a combination of witch and demon. This kind of bloodline is rare, and the potential is very good. It's downright condescending to be in such an out-of-the-way place. When this matter is over, come with me to the upper realm. That's where a bloodline like yours should stay. Witchy didn't explain, just spoke with a flat gaze. What? This statement was made. Both Wu Yen and Wu Malai were creeped out. Especially Witch Horselai. How could he not expect that this old man would want to take him to the upper realm to develop? One more thing. Witch Horse Heavenly Dust had once said that the request for help was to go to the Witch Demon clan. In other words, this person in front of me must be from the Witch Demon clan. If he was brought to the upper realm by the old man, Wouldn't it mean joining the witch demon clan? What? Reluctant? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Witchy continued. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Witch Horsely with him. Its demeanor is full of a seriousness that one cannot deny. Willing. Witch Horsely slowed down and nodded heavily in response. The reason for his efforts. Isn't it all about moving up? Now that this heavenly fortune has landed, how could he refuse? Only a little cutie. Only a reject. Well, when this is over, then follow me back to the sacred mountain. Seemingly very satisfied with Witch Horsely's attitude, Witchy nodded his head in a pleasant manner. My lord, there is one more thing. I have a son, can I do the same? After a moment's hesitation, Witch Horsely couldn't help but open his mouth. Oh, but of the same bloodline as you? Wooey listened and spoke with interest. Is that so? Without any nonsense, Witch Horsely directly revealed his own body. It's covered in black. There are also bone spurs on the hands, feet and even the spine. Only, there were no scales on the body. Well, is that son of yours like you? Witchy swept him off his feet and nodded back. Pretty much the same. Witch Marie thought for a moment and returned. What do you mean? Wooey's brows furrowed slightly as he pursued the question in disbelief. Same is the same, different is different. What the hell is almost the same? My no-good son with scales on his body. Witch Horsely immediately returned. Scales, but like this. As Wooey listened, his expression changed slightly. As he spoke, he raised his hand and outlined it in the air. Immediately afterward, a monster silhouette emerged in the air. The likeness is similar to that of Witch Horsely, only covered in thick black scales. Yes, my lord, this is what my ungrateful son looks like. Witch Horsely glanced at the monster's silhouette and immediately nodded his head. Ah, good, good. I didn't expect that there would still be a sorcerer demon with such a pure bloodline in this bird's nest. Not bad, very good. When the time comes, you two, father and son, will return to the sacred mountain with me. After hearing this, Wu-Yi immediately laughed out loud. It looked as if he had come across some great treasure. Well, thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. Wu Marie was also very happy. Only Wu Yen stood silent. Why didn't she think of that? It's surprising that witchcraft Marley would be looked upon by witchcraft. But that's fine. The crisis of the Woma clan is lifted and Woma Lai leaves. By then, no one in the entire Witch Horse clan would be fighting for power. She can also be at ease as her own queen. No harm done, you father and son. Witchy waved his hand and opened his mouth. Only when the words came to him, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the teleportation array. His dissimilarity caused both Witch Marie and Witch to frown slightly. My lord? Witch Marie called out. There's a human race coming. And, not weak. Wu-Yi stared straight at the teleportation array and returned. What? Wu Yan and Wu Malai were instantly shocked. How is that possible? Because the teleportation array was built by their Witch Horse clan. Inside, there is a bloodline recognition array. To be precise, it was a recognition array for the human bloodline. As soon as a human steps in, the teleportation array will then self-destruct. It was also a means of self-preservation for the Witch Horse clan. After all, if the human race could also come to the Witch Horse clan through the teleportation array, at that time, when the strongest people from the heavenly martial realm poured out, it would be a disaster for the Witch Horse clan. Now, how can someone's race come by a teleportation array? Witch Horsely and Witch Yin thought in their minds and couldn't help but look at each other. Next moment, under the watchful eyes of the three, Suyun slowly walked out from the teleportation formation. It smells really bad in here. After sweeping his gaze around, he opened his mouth in extreme disgust. Who are you? Witch Horsely frowned and stared at him inquiringly. It was because he had an impression of the heavenly martial realm's most powerful man. However, Suyun did not match up with any of the people in his head. A half-step immortal exalt? The cultivation level is not bad. Suyun did not return him, but only dropped his gaze on Wu-Yi. This statement was made. Witchy's face changed drastically. A half-step immortal exalt was exactly his cultivation level today. An existence beyond the true immortal realm and immortal king realm. That was why Wu-Hu had sent him. With his cultivation, it was a direct dimensional blow to the heavenly martial realm. He never expected it. Suyun was actually able to see through his cultivation at a glance. There is only one possibility for being able to do that. Suyun's cultivation was above him. Escape. This was the only thought in Wu-Yi's mind at the moment. After all, he was now at the cultivation level of a half-step immortal exalt. While Suyun was able to see through his cultivation at a glance, this was enough to show that Suyun was at least in the immortal exaltation realm. The immortal dignity realm is the level of a supreme elder even in the witch and demon clan. It was also an existence that he couldn't deal with in any way right now. Without the slightest hesitation, Witchy directly disappeared into the middle of the void. Escape? Seeing this, Suyun gently smiled. As he opened his mouth, a horrified look then appeared on Wu-Yi's face, because he found out the space around them was unexpectedly imprisoned. In particular, the immortal energy in his body was directly blocked to death. Who the hell are you? Wu-Yi dropped out of the void and spoke to Suyun. Without even putting out his hand, just a single word could block the void and seal his cultivation. This was definitely a very powerful being. To be precise, it was a great power whose cultivation far exceeded the immortal exalt realm. After all, he was at least a half-step immortal exalt existence. Facing a true immortal exalt realm, even if it was a big deal, escaping was definitely not a problem. However, now in front of Su Yun, he was directly like a little weak chicken, without the slightest resistance. Great power, this is definitely some emperor realm great power in the spirit realm. Me? Just a father living alone with his daughter. Su Yun smiled faintly, and as he spoke, he reached out his hand toward the front and gently grabbed it. God! Wu Yi's eyes snapped open, his face full of shock and incredulity. He felt the divine power. This was a terrifying power that only the God realm possessed. God's realm! How could he not have expected that a place as whole as the heavenly martial realm would have a divine realm? On the contrary, one is still invited to overthrow people. Chapter 139 The little girl you are talking about is my daughter. Bitter. There was only a strong bitterness in Wu Yi's heart at the moment. He didn't expect it. The Witch Horse clan would actually provoke a God realm cultivator. Such a cultivator, even the entire sorcerer and demon clan would have to weigh in. God? When Wu Malai and Wu Yen heard this word, their brows furrowed slightly, because they didn't know what the word God stood for. Before they could inquire, as well as Witchy said the words that followed. Su Yun's outstretched hand gave a gentle squeeze. Bang! A dull voice rang out. In the horrified gazes of Witch Horse Lai and Witch Yen, as if it was being squeezed hard by something, Wu Yi directly burst open. To be precise, it's straight to pieces. Quiet. Dead quiet. Looking at the puddle of blood on the floor, the two of them, Wu Malai, were pale, their lips shivering, and their eyes were filled with fear. This is the man invited by the holy mountain, and now it's just been destroyed so gently. Hiss. Reacting, the two of them sucked in a mouthful of cool air and turned their heads toward Su Yun with horror on their faces. I don't know where my Witch Horse clan has offended your excellency. Witch Horselai took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart, shivering as he spoke. The little girl you are talking about is my daughter. Su Yun spoke with a calm gaze. Words. Wu Malai and Wu Yen were instantly silent. Lastly, may I ask what your lordship's cultivation level is? I want to be understanding. Witch Horselai took a deep breath and spoke again. Okay, meet you. Su Yun gently nodded his head and continued to speak. I am at the God Realm cultivation level. I don't think you guys have heard of this level. Well, put it this way. The witch and demon clans can all be destroyed with my hands and my eyes. What? The two of them, Wu Malai, heard this and their hearts turned over in shock. The entire witch and demon clan can be destroyed with a single hand? The two men looked at each other and both laughed to themselves. Thanks to them, they were still trying to find reinforcements to save the Witch Horse tribe. That's the case. Who can save his Wuma clan? Unless one invokes the Holy Mountain, those racial powerhouses that are known as the gods. But those kinds of people are the founders of the Holy Mountain. Not to mention his Witch Horse clan, even the Witch Demon clan would be hard to invite. The script of life that belongs to you is over. Su Yun blandly swept a glance at the duo and opened his mouth. Having said that, without waiting for the two to answer, he softly spat out one word, extinguish. Bang! 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 Dull voices continuously resounded through the Witch Horse clan. Anyone who was in the Witch Horse clan was directly reduced to pieces in a matter of moments. A few moments of work. The entire Witch Horse clan became empty. Only the empty buildings still testify to the fact that a race once lived here. We could make this a peach orchard later. Looking at the empty small world, Su Yun muttered to himself. Having said that, he took out a colorful crystal and punched it into the mountain range behind the Witch Horse clan complex. Subsequently, he took out some more seeds and sprinkled them out of the air in big handfuls. Not only that, there are also some saplings that have been looking for land to plant. It was not until a huge formation was set up, enveloping the entire small world, that Su Yun stopped. From now on, let's treat this place as a cave of blessings for Manhwa. He stood in the void, looking at the entire small world from afar, muttering to himself. The person you killed is named Wui, an elder of the Witch Demon clan. And it's not just any elder, the Witch and Demon clan will definitely find them. They're not like the Witch Horse clan. Just then, a deep voice rang out. The words fell. Only the orderly of the Divine Tao Palace appeared beside Su Yun. So what? They come as they come. Just right for nourishing this little world. If I do this, I'm also ridding the human race of harm, aren't I? Could it be that you think that with my cultivation, I can't take down a tiny witch demon clan? Su Yun smiled blandly and spoke without any concern. Listen to the end. The orderly was silent. Also, with Su Yun's cultivation level, not to mention the witch and demon clan, even if a foreign race that was even more powerful than the witch demon clan came, they would only be destroyed. I wonder which power your honor comes from. After a moment of silence, the orderly inquired. In his mind, there was no power that possessed such a young Godfather realm powerhouse. Except for the Shinto Palace, of course. But, even if placed in the Divine Tao Palace, this was a Dao Z level existence. As the Dao son of the Divine Tao Palace, and wouldn't come to a hole like the heavenly martial realm. He was curious as to what kind of power could produce a young powerhouse like Su Yun. Without a clan, I know what you're trying to do, but I have no interest in getting involved in the strife of your divine Dao palace. Su Yun glanced at him and opened his mouth in a salty manner. He knew that this guy was trying to pull himself into one of the camps. But, how does that work? Isn't that the same as going against Yin Tianyu? When the time comes, it's time to pull your ears. Well, interrupt. Seeing him say that, the orderly didn't insist, but only sighed helplessly and turned to leave. The Divine Way Palace? Sooner or later I'll personally go there one day. Looking at the other parties departing back, Su Yun muttered with a sneer in his heart. The other side. Little Mingyue stood on Lin Yu's Dharma sword, her hands clasped around her thighs, staring down at the scenery that kept flashing by in an excellent mood. Mother, look there, wow, what a big city. Mother, that lake is so beautiful, blue, like a mirror. Mother, look, there are mega mountain ranges there. There must be a lot of spirit medicines inside. Milky words continued to come out of little Mingyue's mouth. Basically, when she sees something amazing, she narrates it to Lin Yu. The smile on Lin Yu's face never disappeared either. She loved the feeling. To be precise, it was enjoyable to listen to little Mingyue's milky and somewhat soft voice. Mother, Dubai, look if that's Dubai. Suddenly, little Mingyue looked at a grassland in front of the mouth of the mountain range below with an extremely excited expression and opened her mouth. Great White? Lin Yu was slightly stunned after hearing this. She looked down and a shocked look immediately appeared on her face. Just see the huge grassland below. A white dog was being chased by a group of bison demonic beasts. Surprisingly, it really is Great White? How did it get here? Lin Yu opened his mouth with some disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes as he spoke to see if he was mistaken. Mother, let's go save Dubai. Little Akatsuki urged anxiously. Good. Lin Yu nodded his head, and a flash of imperceptible strangeness flashed through the depths of his eyes. The words fell. She controlled the spell and descended onto the grassland. You big bulls, you're not allowed to bully Great White. Little Akatsuki couldn't wait to attack towards the group of bison. Although it was just a group of bison, their cultivation was not low. The leader was even third-order perfection. Facing the charging little Mingyue, the bison leader spewed out a snort and directly bucked upwards, toppling towards little Mingyue. Chapter 140 Great White, why are you here? Unbridled. When Lin Yu saw this, he let out a low chortle and chopped out a sword. The powerful sword chi cut through the grassland, chopping down a piece of emerald green. Rachel Mingyue stepped to chop on the head of the bison. It didn't seem to move to kill. Therefore, the sword chi only shook the bison leader back and forth. Get out! Lin Yu carried his sword and chided the bison leader. Moo! A dull voice came out of the bison leader's mouth. All the bison then retreated. In just a moment's time, the entire bison herd ran into the middle of the distant mountains and completely disappeared. Great White, what are you doing here? Little Mingyue was a little heartbroken, hugging Great White, and opened her mouth. Ouch! Great White was instantly possessed by the Shadow Emperor, burying his head into little Mingyue's arms and screaming with a face full of aggression. Ha! You were out looking for a breakthrough and got lost? Little Akatsuki opened her mouth a little confused after hearing this. Ouch! Great White howled and nodded his head straight. Not only that, but it forced out 2 lines of clear tears. Okay, Big White, be good. It's okay, I'll protect you. Little Akatsuki heartbreakingly hugged Great White's head and comforted. Great White, can you tell us how you got over here? This is a very far distance from the western region. Lin Yu interjected. This place was still far away from even the heavenly demon mountain range, and it was surprising that a second-ranked demonic beast of Great White could run here. It's really weird. Ouch! The Great White kept calling out. Mother, Great White said that it ran into a very large mountain range to find a breakthrough opportunity. And then I wandered into some strange place by mistake, and then I was transported here. After listening quietly, little Akatsuki immediately explained. Strange place? Teleportation? Could it be that you entered some cave and then encountered a teleportation array? Lin Yu listened and spoke with a frown on his face. Ouch! Great White shook his head in an uncertain manner. Great White, will you take us to the place where you descended? If it's really a teleportation array, then we'll be faster too. Lin Yu pursued. Yeah, Big White, do you remember where? That way we can get back soon. Little Mingyue's eyes lit up and she followed suit. Great White immediately nodded. Too good to be true. Great White, take us there. Little Mingyue opened her mouth in great surprise. Ouch! Big White nodded and immediately led the way ahead. Little Mingyue immediately followed behind when she saw this. Am I overthinking this? Lin Yu frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Mother, come on. Seeing that she didn't move, Little Bright Moon urged. Okay, coming. Lin Yu came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. Following Big White, the duo soon entered the middle of the mountain range. Great White, don't run out again, it's dangerous out there. Little Akatsuki followed Dubai and barked. Ouch! Great White purred with a face full of aggression, as if complaining. I know, next time I'll leave Daddy the elixir you ate. That way you don't have to come out and find it yourself when you want to break through. little Akatsuki comforted. Upon hearing this, Linyu, who was silently following them, swept towards Great White with his divine sense. It was indeed just a little bit short of breaking through to a third-order demon beast. It makes sense to come out and look for a breakthrough opportunity. But, the only thing that was unbelievable to her was the fact that Great White had managed to find this place. Not to mention a district second-order demonic beast, even a third-order demonic beast or a fourth-order demonic beast would find it hard to do so. At the moment of seeing the Great White, what she wondered was if the Great White wasn't some simple being as well. But, combined with the situation of Great White, and things like the teleportation array, she felt that it was somewhat impossible. Because Great White wasn't the one that little Akatsuki went outside to catch. Rather, it was a kind of spirit beast bred by the Ling Tian sect. At the highest, all of them could only grow to be third-order demonic beasts. Could it be that I've been too suspicious lately? Lin Yu thought in his mind. You girl, since we're all going back to the central state, why are we in a hurry to go back? Right at this moment, a strong voice suddenly rang out. Hear that voice. Lin Yu's face changed drastically. Lin Hu, who had secretly followed them, also instantly appeared beside them. Its face was filled with a grave expression. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in fancy clothes and a smile stepped out of the void. King Wen. Lin Hu opened his mouth with a grave expression on his face. Master Wang. Lin Yu's face was also very ugly. Only little Mingyue stared curiously at Wang Wen. Yul, you should call me Uncle Wang. Wang Wen stood in the distance and smiled as he opened his mouth. Are you going to go to war with the Lin clan's ancient clan? Lin Hu stared at Wang Wen and spoke in an extremely unkind tone. Protecting the Lin Yu duo, but Lin Chen personally ordered it. If anyone wants to make a move, that would be to go to war with the Lin clan's ancient clan. Great Elder Lin is wrong. I just want to invite little Yu and this girl to my Wang family as guests. How can it be war? Wang Ying opened his mouth smilingly. In the dark, the three Woda wolves had also been intercepted. I didn't expect that the Wang family would invite you out of the mountain. Zhao Chuan looked at the three people in front of him, and the immortal white-robed Taoist priest in the center opened his mouth. It can't be helped. I owed the Wang family a favor in the early years. As you know, I'm all about payback. He came to my door. I had to return that favor back then. The old Taoist priest smiled helplessly and picked up the conversation. Immortal Master White, you are the #1 person in the heavenly martial realm, and likewise a great achiever of the heavenly chance Tao. Even the green cloth sect wouldn't dare to say that arithmetic is above you. Could it be that, before you came here, you didn't have your fortune told? Woda Wolf smiled and stared at the old Taoist and opened his mouth. This Tao chief was no one else but the first ranked of the 10 strongest men in the heavenly martial realm, Immortal Chief Bai, Li Bai, an existence in the scattered immortal realm. Fellow Taoist Wu is unaware that we count people not ourselves. Counting will be bad luck for the rest of your life. Li Bai shook off the floating dust and opened his mouth smilingly. 3 fellow Taoists, or do you want to give the poor Taoist a face? Stay out of this matter? Afterwards, how about I owe all 3 of you a favor? He continued to speak. Stay out of this? Okay. Zhao Chuan swept a glance at Dabai and opened his mouth smilingly. How scary is the Great White? To be honest, he didn't know. But he knew that even Jun Ryu wouldn't be able to get more than half a move in Great White's hands. There's the Great White in. Even if Wang Wen went out to use all of his connections and called out all the powerful people from all walks of life in the Tianwu realm, none of them could move a hair on little Myung Moon's head. His words caused Li Bai's brows to furrow slightly. Then the poor Taoist will wait and see. After a moment's thought, he said in a deep voice. Zhao Chuan and the 3 of them all laughed coldly and didn't talk, silently looking towards little Mingyue's side. Yul, you take Mingyue and escape, I'll hold him off. Meeting Wang Wen's gaze, Grand Elder Lin spoke with a grave expression. Although he was a 9th Tribulation Realm cultivator, he wasn't sure that he could win against Wang Wen. Not to mention, Wang Wen definitely didn't come alone either. Elder Zhao, Elder Lu, you guys show yourselves as well. I know, you guys are secretly protecting Akatsuki. Lin Yu didn't reply to Lin Hu's words and just shouted into the void. Chapter 141, Are you crazy? The words fell, but the surrounding area was slow to move. When Lin Yu saw this, he not only frowned. Could one's deductions be wrong? Is everything really just a coincidence? She thought to herself. Mother, who are you talking about protecting me? Little Akatsuki asked, cocking her head. It's okay, I yelled blindly. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but chose not to say anything. Little Yu, you'd better obediently bring her to my Wang family as a guest. Uncle Wang doesn't want to do anything to you. Wang Wen smiled and picked up the conversation. Let's see if you have that skill. His words had only just fallen when Lin Hu coldly snorted. After he finished speaking, his body's mana surged out, and he actually killed directly toward Wang Wen. Looking at the rushing Lin Hu, Wang Wen was a bit confused. For Lin Hu he had known. A rather explosive temper, but not some mindless character. In this case, definitely not all of a sudden. After all, Lin Hu and he both belonged to the hijacking realm cultivators. And what about Lin Yu and Xiao Mingyue? one early stage of transformation and one late stage of Jindan. The two of them, the two hijacking realm cultivators, made their move. If they weren't careful, the aftermath would shock Lin Yu and little Mingyue into bloody foamy slag. Lin Hu, you're ing crazy. Wang Wen was confused and shocked again as he chortled. Ran. Lin Hu was also confused at this point, because it was not his intention to move his hand, but rather there was an invisible force controlling him to do so. Crazy your grandma's leg, today I will surely you to death. Lin Hu stared at Wang Wen and said viciously, but his mind was all confused. No, I don't want that, he roared in his mind. But you can't control your body no matter what. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Since you don't care about the death of the two of them, then I won't be polite either. Anger couldn't help but emerge on Wang Wen's face after hearing this. After saying that, a terrifying aura spread out from him. Mana swirled around him as he also killed towards Lin Hu. Seeing the situation, Lin Hu's face changed drastically, and he was tempted to stop. Because in a real fight, he wasn't a match for Wang Wen. Moreover, it was also extremely easy for something to happen to little Mingyue and Lin Yu. But, what confused him was, surprisingly, he couldn't control the action himself. There's nothing to do but roar in impotent rage in your mind. Bang! Next, two fists collided in the air. Moment of collision. Terrifying mana force swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, whatever it was reduced to pieces. But, what made Lin Hu and Wang Ying feel most alarmed was, Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu were also within the range of this chi energy. Lin Hu, are you ing crazy? Wang Wen opened his mouth with an extremely ugly face. Not to mention that Lin Yu was at the early stage of the transformation god realm. Under this terrifying aura, even Saint Realm cultivators would have a hard time resisting it. Lin Hu's face was all bitter after hearing this. He was tempted to say that he didn't do it himself, but it was impossible to speak. Not good. Seeing the airwaves that swept in, Lin Yu's face suddenly changed. Too late to dodge, she could only frantically exert her mana to form a strong astral aura around her. Not only that, she also held little Akatsuki tightly into her arms. Bang! A dull voice rang out. The chi violently impacted on Lin Yu's astral energy. It was just a matter of moments. Her mana astral energy was directly destroyed and washed away. The terrifying chi energy went straight towards little Mingyue and Lin Yu. Not good. Seeing this, no matter who it was, their faces suddenly changed. But, the next moment, it was only after the chi energy swept past Lin Yu and little Mingyue. The two did not die on the spot, but fainted. Not only that, there was also a mysterious force holding the two of them up, preventing them from falling to the ground. This is. With the sudden situation, Wang Wen and the rest of the group's brows were all slightly furrowed. You guys have a lot of nerve. The yodeling voice rang out. The brows of Wang Wen's group furrowed slightly, and finally landed on Big White in unison. A second-order demonic beast? No, if it was really a second-ranked demonic beast, it would have been shattered to pieces by that chi energy just now. What more? Second-order demonic beasts can't do the mouth to spit out human words. Alright, all three of you guys come out. Big White didn't pay attention to the gazes of Wang Wen and the others. He just looked at the place where Zhao Chuan and the three of them were and opened his mouth. Words. Zhao Chuan and the three of them showed up, then respectfully came to Big White. Meet Brother White. Wolda Wolf opened his mouth with a smile. The phrase Brother White was soothing to Debai's ears. Not bad, you kids are on the up and up. It nodded with great satisfaction. However, the brows of the few people of Wang Wen who heard Wu Dolph address Great White were tightly frowned. Brother White? Could this big white dog be the person behind that little girl? A few people couldn't help but look at each other as they thought in their minds. I remember the last time the master asked you to reason with the Wang family, right? Big White swept a glance at Wang Wen, Li Bai and the others, and spoke to Jun Lu. Yes. Jun Ryu nodded respectfully. He could clearly remember what happened after entering the Su mansion. At that point, he really thought Big White was a dog. Thinking of jerking off. And the result? Straight away, the Great White was held down in place and beaten. To this day, that image is still fresh in his mind. Why won't you Wang family listen to advice? The master would have reasoned with you, Nan would not listen. Do you have to be reasoned with to make you comfortable? Big White gently nodded his head, his gaze falling on Wang Wen. Hear that? Wuda Wolf and Zhao Chuan both laughed, because they know all too well what it means to be so-called well-reasoned. From now on, the Wang family will completely disappear from the heavenly martial realm. Your Excellency's men killed my third brother. Am I to be made to sit back and do nothing? Wang Wen stared at Big White with a grave expression on his face and picked up the conversation. Hey, actually, I think you should just sit this one out. Wounded dog, do you think so? Great White let out a light laugh and spoke with a face full of mockery. White is right. Marshal Great Wolf immediately fawned and concurred. It seems that your excellency is confident in his strength. Wang Wen coldly grunted and picked up the conversation. I'm sure it's no problem to kill you little caramels. Great White responded with a bemused look on his face. Oh, yeah? Just as its words fell, a mocking voice rang out. Immediately after, a youth slowly stepped out of the void. It was the unicorn son of the Wang family, Wang Lin. It's you! Upon seeing Wang Lin, the three of them, Wudolf, had their eyes glazed over. Isn't this guy the one who taught the demon Buddha Vajra refining immortal formation? Oh, you guys know about me? Oh, also, that punk, devil Buddha Vajra, possessing the immortal refining array would still miss. Wang Lin was first stunned, then reacted, and sneered. A reincarnated person? Gee, something there. Big White swept a glance at Wang Lin and interjected. A reincarnated man? As the three Wudolfs listened, their brows furrowed slightly. That was a bit beyond their expectations. Chapter 142, Are You a Toad? What a big mouth. Listen to the end. Wang Lin's gaze then fell on Great White. Immortal King Cultivation, Hotian White Zephyr. It seems that the person behind you is not a simple person either. It's also right that its daughter could make Lin Chen's spirit body descend and personally entertain. Should be on his level. He stared at Great White and spoke slowly. Oh, after hearing that, the three of them, Dabai and Wudawolf, laughed. On the same level as Linden? What a joke. In front of Su Yun, Lin Chen would have to respectfully call out as an adult. I'm curious, which one are you again? It should be about the same as that old kid Lin Duan, right? Great White opened his mouth with a bashful face and inquired. I am the Lin Emperor. Wang Lin spoke with a very proud expression. Emperor Lin? When the crowd heard this, you looked at me and I looked at you. Who the hell is this? Lin Emperor? It seems to be in the Emperor realm as well. By that old kid Lin Chen? There was a bit of a surprise opening from Great White. The so-called Emperor realm was the Spirit Emperor realm. It is the supreme realm of the immortal realm. This realm was likewise called the Immortal Emperor realm. Dabai did not expect that Wang Lin would be the reincarnation of such a character. Awesome, indeed. But that's about it. Not to mention the District Spirit Emperor realm. Even if the God realm came, they would have to die if they dared to touch little Mingyue. I had no intention of getting involved in your affairs, but unfortunately, you guys had to protect Linyu. Then this emperor will have no choice but to erase all of you. Wang Lin opened his mouth with a vicious expression. Yo, no way, no way. To wipe us all out? What? Are you a toad? Such a big mouth. Big White immediately opened his mouth with a face full of mockery. Not to mention Wang Lin's current reincarnation. Even if he came at his peak, he would have to kneel down. Words. All three of the Wudawolves couldn't help but smile. The mouthpiece aspect. I'm afraid that no one in the entire heavenly martial world can really compare to Great White. Nothing else. You could piss off a lot of people with that dog's mouth. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I think you're looking for death. Anger immediately surfaced on Wang Lin's face. Especially the look of the Great White. I guess whoever reads it can't help but beat the crap out of them. Can you get ivory out of your dog's mouth? Come on, you spit one out for me. Great White rolled his eyes and sliced dismissively. The three Wudolfs immediately laughed. Not bad for the king of mouths, Great White. Derogatory words can be turned into curses. Eloquent, I'm going to have to rip your mouth off later. Wang Lin snorted coldly. After saying that, he directly pulled out a formation disc. Formation up. With a low huff, he directly threw the array disc into the air. Buzz. Shasta. Blinding red light exploded from the array disc. Immediately after, the 10-mile radius was all enveloped in a red formation. Immortal refining array. Marshal Great Wolf glanced at the red light that filled the sky and spoke softly. Hotian Baizhe, I happen to use your bloodline to enhance my chi. A mere immortal king realm, do you really think the world is invincible? Holding the array disc, Wang Lin condescendingly looked down at Great White and spoke with a face full of mockery. It can actually suppress the immortal power in my body? This formation is a bit interesting. Great White stroked his chin with his dog paw and stared at the immortal refining formation with interest as he opened his mouth. Those doggy eyes gurgled. It seemed like it was hitting the fan. The immortal refining formation, specifically for immortal realm cultivators. Today, I will slaughter you in the immortal realm with the mortal realm. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth lifted as he spoke with great confidence. Buzz. But just as his words had fallen, heaven and earth suddenly changed color. Immediately after, a finger suddenly poked out from the clouds and pointed at the immortal refining formation. In Wang Lin's confused eyes, bang! A dull sound rang out, and the entire immortal refining formation directly fragmented. It was completely broken in just the blink of an eye. Who? Seeing this, Wang Lin roared towards the sky. Kill, leave no one behind. Su Yun's bland voice pressed down from the clouds. Hey, get a life. Big White smiled coldly, his gaze bloodthirsty toward Wang Lin. Do you really think that a mere broken formation can deal with us? To tell you the truth, even if you came at your peak, you'd still have to die, understand? After saying that, it stretched out its furry claws to slap down towards Wang Lin. Stop, you can't kill me. I'm from the Divine Tao Palace. When Wang Lin saw this, his face changed drastically as he opened his mouth. Shinto Palace? At these words, Great White's movements couldn't help but stop. It really didn't dare to mess around with the people of the Divine Tao Palace. The immortal refining formation was given to me by someone from the Divine Tao Palace. Are you sure you want to move me? Wang Lin opened his mouth, only he did not speak to Great White, but only to the sky, in the clouds above. After Su Yun heard Wang Lin's words, he silently looked towards the orderly beside him. Your people? He asked, speaking softly. No, such formations are not something our Divine Tao Palace should have. He's slandering. The orderly spoke in a hurry. The Divine Tao Palace was certainly not afraid of Su Yun, but he was. His position in the Shinto Palace was that of a small Camilla. Even if Su Yun killed him, the Divine Tao Palace could not do anything about Su Yun. After all, this was an actual divine sovereign realm big shot. The Divine Tao Palace wouldn't make a move against Su Yun because of him, a small Karamika. At most, they would only chastise Su Yun a few times and let him go kill the foreigners to make up for his mistakes. It's good that it's not. I also think that this kind of formation couldn't have come from the Divine Tao Palace. Su Yun smiled gently, but an imperceptible coldness flashed through the depths of his eyes. This bold fanatic, how dare he pull the tiger skin of the Divine Tao Palace as a banner, he simply deserves to die. The orderer opened his mouth, and after speaking, he directly pointed a finger at Wang Lin. The white light cut through the sky and directly entered Wang Lin's brow, killing him on the spot. Great White, do it, and leave no one else behind. Su Yun looked at the orderer and did not say anything more, but only spoke with a bland expression. As you wish. After hearing Su Yun's voice from below, Great White smiled coldly. Afterwards, he directly slapped the three Li Bai people to death. You three go and put the storage rings away for me. No bootlegging. After resolving everything, Great White cheerfully opened his mouth. Brother Bai, don't worry, I definitely won't take it personally. Wuda Wolf patted his chest in assurance. Having said that, just farted over to pack up the storage ring. You have your men go and sack the Wang family. Call the Lin family together and divide the stuff among yourselves. Big White received the storage ring handed over by Big Wolf Wu with satisfaction and continued to order. Yes. The three of them, Wuda Wolf, burst out laughing. The Wang family was a Chamber of Commerce family, and their family background was unknown how rich it was. Even if a few of them split it up, they'd still get a lot of good stuff. Go on, go on. Great White waved his hand impatiently. After taking the three of the Wookiee wolves and disappearing, it placed little Mingyue and Lin Yu on a piece of lawn, then made some wounds on itself, and lay beside little Mingyue on all fours, foaming at the mouth. This guy, I don't know who he learned acting from. Su Yun on the clouds looked at Big White's silly dog-like appearance and shook his head with some amusement before turning around and disappearing into the clouds. Chapter 143, A Strange Village. When Lin Yu woke up again, it was already dusk. This is where? She shook her somewhat groggy head and spoke very weakly. Girl, you're awake. An old, peaceful voice rang out. Lin Yu frowned slightly and followed the sound. What came into his eyes was an old crone with a head full of white hair, and not a trace of cultivation on his body. And you are, old man? Lin Yu inquired with a frown. You fainted in the Tianqing plains and were encountered by our village who were out hunting. So bring yourselves back to the village. I'm the village chief, so you can call me the village chief. The old woman spoke with a smile. Like this. Lin Yu muttered in his heart, his eyes all puzzled, doubtful as to why he's not dead. Those were two major hijacking realm cultivators, and it's still a ninth tribulation realm powerhouse. The aftermath created when moving her hands was definitely not something she could withstand. How come nothing is happening now? Right, Akatsuki. Mayor, where's the little girl I was with? Suddenly, Lin Yu reacted to hastily pursue the question. That little girl, she's already awake. This will go and play with the village children. Don't worry, you're all fine. The village chief opened his mouth with a smile. Listen to this. Only then did Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that it's okay. She picked up. After saying that, she seemed to have remembered something, and she continued to pursue, Village chief, is it just me and Mingyue? Is there anyone else? The village chief shook his head. Besides you and the little girl, there was a big white dog. This. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Could it be that the Grand Elder had saved himself and Mingyue at the critical moment? She thought to herself. La 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 la. Just then, little Mingyue's joyful voice suddenly rang out. She was seen bounding into the room with a bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers. Yay, mother, you're awake from your nap? Seeing Lin Yu who was sitting up, little Mingyue said in surprise. Behind her were the big and little white ones, who were wagging their tails. Are you okay? Lin Yu smiled and nodded, asking with concern. It's okay, it's fine. Little Mingyue smiled back, and as he spoke, he even spun around in place as a way to show that his body was twice as good. Mother, it was Granny and the people from their village who saved us. She continued. Thanks a lot, village chief. Lin Yu nodded and bowed to the old woman. There's no harm in it, who doesn't run into something in their life? There happens to be a festival in the village tonight. It's not too late now, why don't you guys rest here for the night? The village chief waved his hand and said with a smile. Words. Lin Yu nodded after a moment of silence, then I'll trouble the village head. It's okay, I have to go clean up, so you guys get some rest. The village chief waved his hand with a peaceful frown. Granny, isn't there something good to eat at the festival? Little Mingyue pursued with eyes full of anticipation. Ha ha ha, that's natural. This festival, which is held only once every 3 years, is prepared by the village every year for this one. The village chief opened his mouth with a smile. Oh! Hearing that there was food, little Mingyue was instantly happy. Granny, here are the flowers I picked for you. She handed up the wildflowers in her hand. Good, what a know-it-all. Seeing this, the village chief smiled and took the flowers. Why don't you guys rest, and I'll go clean up and get ready. She continued to speak, and when she finished, she leaned on her cane and slowly left the room. Akatsuki, when did you wake up? After the village chief left, Lin Yu spoke to little Mingyue. It's been a while. I've been out playing with Taidan and the others. Little Akatsuki replied honestly. And have you seen the Grand Elder? Lin Yu continued to ask with a slight frown. She wondered what was going on in this. No, I woke up and slept next to my mother. Mother, was it the Great Elder who saved us? Little Akatsuki shook her head and asked rhetorically. I don't know, so why don't we just rest here for the night and figure out what this place is before we go back? Lin Yu frowned in thought and shook his head. Yummy food tonight, hee hee hee. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. Lin Yu picked up with some amusement. Mother, why don't we go for a stroll around the village? Little Mingyue smiled cheekily and continued to speak. I see a very mysterious place. Oh, a very mysterious place? Lin Yu's brows furrowed gently. What mysterious place? That is. Little Akatsuki scratched her head and organized her words before she continued. It's just a place that feels weird. Weird place? Lin Yu pondered in his heart, then nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look then. Walking out of the room, she got a full view of the room. It was a somewhat dilapidated adobe house. To be precise, the houses throughout the village were dilapidated adobe houses. And I don't know where the hell this is. Central State land? No one in the village has any cultivation. Could it be within some mundane empire in the Central State? Lin Yu pondered in his mind after scanning around the village with his divine sense. Mother, let's go. The village's uncles and maids are all very welcoming. Oh. Little Akatsuki took her hand and headed down the road. Good. Lin Yu looked back and smiled gently at her. It's just like what little Akatsuki said. The people in the village are very welcoming indeed. When they see both of them, they are greeted with smiles and enthusiastically asked to come into the house to sit down. And the whole village is like a paradise, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The Sunrise Mountain to the east was dug up to allow the dirt road that ran through the entire village to lead into the forest in the distance, being led by little Akatsuki. A few moments later, Lin Yu arrived at the back of the village. Mother, look, this is the strange place. Little Mingyue pointed ahead and spoke. It is? Looking along where her finger was pointing, Lin Yu's brows furrowed lightly. It was an altar. In total, there were 8 huge black stone pillars. Surrounded by black stone pillars, there was a stone platform engraved with the pattern of the Bagua formation. Not only that, in the 4 corners away from the altar there were also 4 statues of beasts of varying forms. Why does it look like a seal? Lin Yu carefully surveyed the altar and muttered softly. Seal? Mother, there aren't any monsters down here, are there? Little Akatsuki asked, cocking her head. Unclear. Lin Yu shook her head with a frown on her face because even she couldn't see through this altar. And, neither of the big 2 noticed. Great White was also staring at that altar with grave eyes. Who are you people? What are you doing in the Holy Land when it's not even time for the sacrifice? Just then, an old man's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 144, Mysterious Altar. At those words, Lin Yu and little Mingyue turned to look. What came into view was a dry, thin old man. There was also a smoking gun made of bamboo in his hand. There was also a cloth bag hanging from the bong's head. At this point, he was bearing and smacking his lips. Muddy eyes surveyed a large and small group through the rising smoke. Hello Grandpa Iron Egg. Looking at the dry and thin old man, little Mingyue immediately greeted him with a smile. It's you little girl. Seeing that it was little Mingyue, the old man immediately laughed. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently as she looked at Lin Yu and continued, Mother, this is Tai Dan's grandfather. Greetings old man. Lin Yu nodded and greeted politely. I don't dare. You guys should be immortal cultivators, right? Grandpa Iron Egg quickly waved his hand and said, It's the cultivator. Lin Yu nodded after a moment of contemplation. Sure enough, I told you, there are no such good-looking women in the countryside. They still don't believe me, huh? You 2 immortals, would you like to stay away from there? This is our sanctuary, so. Grandpa Iron Egg chattered and opened his mouth. Good. Lin Yu nodded and pulled little Mingyue away from the altar. Thank you, immortal, for your understanding. Seeing this, Grandpa Iron Egg opened his mouth gratefully. Grandpa Iron Egg, there's no need to be so polite. And you guys saved us. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Yes, old man, there's no need to be so polite. By the way, old man, I wonder where this place is. Lin Yu followed and opened his mouth, inquiring. This is not clear to me as a bad old man. Because I've been in this village all my life, I've never been outside yet. Grandpa Iron Egg smiled awkwardly and returned. Okay. Lim Yu nodded in understanding. She still had some knowledge of the mundane world, especially such people who live in villages. Many have lived in the village all their lives. Because when you go out, not only do you have to face mountain bandits but you also have to worry about the beast crisis. Old man, do you know who in the village knows what's going on out there? She continued to press the issue. Booker, he should know. Grandpa Iron Egg barfed twice before speaking. Scholar? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Could it be the village's teaching teacher? Mother, I know. It's a very good-looking big brother. Little Akatsuki immediately interjected. Nice-looking big brother? Lin Yu was once again confused. Indeed, that boy, with his white face, is not at all like a man. He seems to be from out of town and should know more about what's going on out there. Plus, he usually loves to read, so everyone calls him scholar. It's in the 7th house at the entrance to the village. You can go to him and ask. Grandpa Iron Egg picks up the conversation with a smile. Okay, labor. Lin Yu nodded her head, and after finishing, she searched in her storage ring and took out an elixir. Old man, I do not have the silver and white things you use. This item can strengthen your body after taking it. It's considered a small token of my appreciation. Seeing this, Grandpa Iron Egg waved his hand with a face full of trepidation. No way, this can't be done. Grandpa Iron Egg, just take it. Little Akatsuki interjected. After saying that, he directly shoved the elixir hard into Grandpa Iron Egg's hands. Hey, you child, that little old man will thank you. Grandpa Iron Egg pushed for a while, but couldn't argue with little Manhwa, so he could only accept it helplessly. You're welcome, Grandpa Iron Egg. Let's go find that good-looking big brother. Bye, Grandpa. Xiao Manhwa smiled cheekily and finished, pulling Lin Yu towards the scholar's house. Okay, come to my house for dinner sometime now. Grandpa Iron Egg greeted loudly. Aha! Little Akatsuki responded loudly. Not a moment later, and they came to the house of the scribe. What a handsome man! Seeing the scholar, Lin Yu could not help but marvel in his heart. Just the dilapidated yard. A young man dressed in green, with a fair face and delicate features, was shrouded in a yellow halo reading a book. Its body exudes an aura of serenity and tranquility. There's also a very distinctive bookish vibe. Hello, good-looking big brother. Little Akatsuki greeted aloud. Words. The scribe took a break from the book. He put down the book and looked towards the little bright moon duo and smiled gently. So it's the two fairies. But this smile of his directly made Lin Yu look dumbfounded. At this moment, there was only one sentence in her mind. This person should be found in the sky. I don't know why he landed on Earth. Wow, big brother, you're so pretty. Little Akatsuki directly let out a gasp on the spot. Hee, the young fairy is joking. I wonder what the two fairies came to see me about. The scribe spoke softly. The voice was full of tenderness, giving people a feeling of being in the spring breeze. Hee, big brother, we wanted to come and ask you what this place is. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily, revealing two sharp tiger teeth. I wonder if this brother can tell us what realm this is. Lin Yu slowed down and followed the opening of his mouth. Jade Dragon Kingdom, Blue Cloud County, Taiyan Village. The scribe didn't hesitate to speak. Jade Dragon Kingdom? Lin Yu listened and pondered. How did you come to the territory of the Swire Jade family? After a moment, she spoke with some incredulity. Mother, what Swire Jade family? Little Manhwa cocked her head and inquired curiously. The Swire Jade family is a very terrifying family in the central state. It can also be said to be the overlord of the central state. Rumor has it that this family has existed since the time of the ancient era, and has continued to this day. It has been 300,000 years since then. Lin Yu immediately explained for her. Ha! So powerful. Little Manhwa couldn't help but marvel as she listened. However, Little White, who was curled up in her arms, laughed bitterly in her heart after hearing this. Awesome? So what if it's great? It's not worth a finger of your father's head. It muttered in its mind. Okay, thanks for the information. Getting the desired answer, Lin Yu arched his hand and thanked him. No harm done. The scholar waved his hand and surprisingly began to read again after he finished. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu didn't bother anymore and pulled Little Manhwa to leave directly. Hey, where's Big White? Where did it run off to? After leaving the door, Little Manhwa looked around and said, Don't worry, Big White is a demonic beast. Nothing will happen here. Probably ran off to play somewhere else and will be back. Lin Yu explained as he looked around and didn't see Great White's figure. Still our little white boy is the best behaved. Xiao Manhwa nodded, stroking Xiao Bai's head and spoke. What she doesn't know is this. At this moment, Big White was secretly contacting Su Yun in a corner, where even you can't see through it. Su Yun's somewhat shocked voice came out from a piece of jade. Yes, I feel that altar is very uncomplicated. Great White nodded his doggy head and spoke in a grave voice. Chapter 145, Could there be a god realm sealed inside? A village in the midst of the mundane world has an altar that you can't even see through. Kind of. Su Yun's bland voice came out from the jade. Do you want to come over? Great White opened his mouth to inquire. Interesting place, I'll make the trip. Su Yun responded after a moment of contemplation. Hear that? Great White immediately let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Suyun comes, everything will be great. Unless, what was inside the altar exceeded Suyun's cultivation level. But this, it feels impossible. Because if that was the case, it was absolutely impossible for the Divine Tao Palace to sit back and do nothing. And, that kind of existence shouldn't stay in a trash world like the Heavenly Martial Realm. After cutting off the connection with Suyun, Great White once again put on a doggy face and wagged his head and tail as he chased towards little Mingyue. Great White, where have you been playing? Seeing it return, little Mingyue couldn't help but ask after it. Ouch! Great White immediately howled. Ran off to play in the fields? Dubai, that's where the uncles and aunts grow their food. You mustn't destroy those, or the uncles and aunts won't have anything to eat. Little Akatsuki listened and immediately taught. Great White nodded his head obediently. Time passed, and after a short while, the night enveloped the entire world. Granny, how did you become like this? Little Mingyue looked at the village chief who was walking over and opened her mouth with a face full of curiosity. I only saw that the village chief at this time had changed greatly. The face was tattooed with strange patterns, and the head was crowned with what must have been a pheasant tail. He was also wearing a robe painted with various patterns. The village headman is the village ritualist? After Lin Yu sized up the village chief, he opened his mouth to inquire with uncertainty. Yes, I preside over every sacrifice. The mayor nodded. You guys should come with me too, the big guys will be dining there then, there's an atmosphere. She continued to speak. Yeah, I'm hungry. Little Akatsuki nodded her head like garlic and opened her mouth. Village chief, could you tell me a little bit about what this sacrifice is for? On the way to the direction of the altar, Lin Yu inquired curiously. Sacrifice to the stone god that protects our village. The village chief opened his mouth without the slightest hesitation. Stone god? Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. She knew something about the mundane world. Many villages have sacrifices to gods. However, the reality is, these so-called gods are all mountain spirits and wild beasts who have mistakenly practiced. Hillbillies with good intentions, to be precise. Enjoying the offerings of the villagers, he is also responsible for protecting the village. It amounts to a symbiotic relationship. Could it be that this village enshrines an earth dragon? Lin Yu pondered in her mind, but she soon overrode that thought. The so-called geoducks are earthworms. This village didn't have the slightest aura present. Even if it is a misguided earth dragon that has entered the cultivation avenue. With her cultivation level, she could definitely detect it. Of course, the key thing was that altar. With the cultivation level of the transformation god realm, his divine sense was unable to see through it. This is definitely not an ordinary existence. May I say a few words about the origin of this sacrifice, village chief? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu continued to pursue the question. It's all old ancestors, 3 generations as far as I can remember. The origin, it's impossible to say anymore. The mayor shook his head and took over. Okay. Lin Yu muttered a cry in his heart as he listened. A few moments later, the 3 of them then arrived at the location of the altar. At this time, the area around the altar was already crowded with people. Not only that, there were also several beasts on the ground. Just wait here for a moment, and when the ritual is over, you can dine with us. This is our village's festival, outsiders are not allowed to attend. After scanning the circle, the village chief opened his mouth to the Lin Yu duo. Okay, Granny. Without waiting for Lin Yu to answer, little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and responded. Having said that, she then cuddled the little white, took the big white, and found a place to sit. Good. Lin Yu responded and also came to little Mingyue's side and sat down silently. Mother, I feel like there's a monster in there. Little Mingyue attached herself to Lin Yu's ear and pointed at the altar, whispering to her. Monster? Lin Yu frowned slightly. Big White, who was sitting quietly on the side, couldn't help but fall into contemplation as well. Little Mingyue is a 9 orifices divine body. The 9 senses are different. The first 5 senses don't matter, but the last 4 are not simple. Take now. It was highly likely that Xiao Mingyue's 6th sense, heart sense, was at work. Since she said there were monsters inside the altar, it was basically certain that there were. Still a very uncomplicated monster. Could it be that this village's sacrifice is to strengthen this seal? Dabai mused in his mind. Mingyue, don't worry, I'll protect you. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Boing boing. Seeing this, Xiaobai followed suit. Mother is so nice. And white, hee. Little Mingyue immediately smiled, and as she spoke, leaned towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately smiled and reached out to put his arm around her. The sacrifice begins. Ancient beasts. Just then, the village chief's strong voice suddenly rang out. The words fell. Only a few strong men rushed forward and carried the beasts that were trapped solidly onto the stone platform. Then they all drew their knives and wiped out their necks. Shasta. The blood went like a torrent. But after seeing the blood, whether it was little Mingyue or Lin Yu or Great White, a look of surprise surfaced on their faces. Because the blood coming out of all the beasts was surprisingly pure gold. Looks. It's as if it's the same as gold burned into liquid. Mother, why is it golden blood? Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but inquire. To this, Lin Yu could only shake her head as she had also never seen a beast that bled golden blood. As the golden blood went inside the altar, that bagua was slowly filled. Buzz. Next moment. A golden light rises to the sky. Damn you ancient gods, damn you. Then, a terrifying and strong voice with a thick rage came out from the bagua diagram. Mother, I'm afraid. Hearing that voice, little Myung Moon immediately leaned towards Lin Yu. There was a look of panic on his face. Lin Yu wasn't much better. The moment the voice rang out, she felt a palpitation. There is also a danger that stems from death. It's okay, I'm here. She settled down and patted little Akatsuki's back and spoke. Not to mention the two of them. Even Big White was staring at the altar with an extremely grave expression. What on earth is it that makes me feel threatened? It's hard to believe that this is sealed with God realm stuff? It brooded heavily in its mind. Buzz. Right after that horrible voice rang out, another ray of light sprang up. Devour, this is your life, resign yourself to it. A familiar voice rang out. Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu looked over, only to see that the one who spoke was actually a scholar. Chapter 146, Mother, who is His Holiness? I saw the scholar at this moment, holding a scroll with a pen. His body was covered in a light golden halo. In the midst of the halo, there was also a very old writing. In particular, a very terrifying aura also permeated the scholar's body. Mother, what is this? Little Akatsuki looked directly dumbfounded. Not talking about her. Lin Yu was all confused at this point. What the hell is going on here? Especially the aura that emanated from the scholar. Surprisingly, it was even more terrifying than Zhao Chuan and the others. God realm? It doesn't seem quite the same again. What the hell is this? Dabai also stared intently at the scribe. At this moment, the scholar gave it an extremely strange feeling. Cultivation surpassed the immortal realm and reached the God realm level. But, again, it was a bit different from the God realm. Return of the Divine Witch. A bemused voice came out of the scribe's mouth. He was seen turning over the book in his hand and moving his pen to write in it. Next moment, a flash of golden light sprang out of the book and injected itself into the village chief's brow. Immediately after, something extremely amazing happened, only to see that the village chief, who was still very old, had turned into a stunning beauty in the blink of an eye. Not only that, the body also exuded an aura that was no weaker than that of a scholar. Crap! Directly sealing the gods? When Great White saw this, both of his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Following Su Yun, it had seen many strange things, but it's the first time I've seen one this bizarre. This is outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous to the core. Mother, what about the village elder woman too? Little Mingyue also looked directly dumbfounded. I don't know. Lin Yu spoke with a frown on her face. She didn't know what the hell was going on. How it's still ordinary during the day. It's all gotten so scary now? Return of the Iron God. Just then, I heard the scribe read and write again. Immediately after, Grandpa Taidan's aura also changed drastically, exactly like the village chief. Finally, under the unbelievable gazes of Lin Yu, Little Mingyue, and Big White, the entire village turned out to be a horrible presence. Ancient God Village, please meet your holiness. Just then, the scholar suddenly looked up to the sky and spoke respectfully. Please, your holiness. The village chief as well as Grandpa Taidan and the others also said, Your holiness? Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu were slightly stunned and both followed the crowd's gaze. However, Big White's face changed drastically. It knew all too well who the honored one these guys were talking about was. Isn't this girl putting Su Yun on the fire? Mother, who are they talking about? Little Akatsuki inquired in a small voice. I don't know. Lin Yu shook his head, only a flash of dissimulation flashed deep in his eyes. Could it be him? She guessed in her mind. Your holiness, please also show yourself, we have something to ask. After a moment's effort, seeing that Su Yun did not show up, the scholar spoke again. Just the words finished. He blushed slightly again, then nodded. I see. He opened his mouth. The words fell. Just as little Myung Moon and Lin Yu were wondering what he understood, the duo's eyes went black and they directly fainted. Ancient gods? Only after little Mingyue and Lin Yucher fainted did Su Yun slowly fall from the air. Master. Seeing Su Yun, Big White immediately walked forward. Aha. Su Yun nodded flatly and looked at the scholar and his group. Back to your holiness, we are the ancient gods. The book immediately arched back. What is an ancient god? Su Yun inquired with a slight frown. In the ancient times, there was a clan called the Immortal Clan. This race cannot be killed, only sealed. In order to prevent this race from harming the world, it was found to be sealed in the lower worlds. Leave the God Realm cultivators to watch over it. These God Realm cultivators, their cultivation, life, and karma will all be fixed. The scribe immediately explained. That is to say, you are not from this era, but in existence from the ancient era? And, will it always last forever in the way it does now? Su Yun opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. In that case, isn't it the same as saying that these guys live forever? Your holiness can understand that we are extracting the power of that undead race inside to be alive. But, that guy has already gotten rid of the formation control. Without its life force to continue, we will dissipate before long. When the time comes, the seal will be left unreinforced and it will break through the seal. The book immediately explains. So it is. Su-yun nodded indistinctly as he listened. You have brought my daughter here for the sake of me? He continued to speak. That's right, we sensed it when His Holiness struck. But, we can't leave this place for long. Therefore, this is the only way to invite His Holiness to come. I hope Your Honor will forgive me. The scribe responded with a nod. What did you invite me here for? Su-yun curiously asked after him. That immortal inside has already broken away from the formation's control. We would like to trouble Your Holiness and enter the sealed land with us. Repress it and continue to be bound by the array. The scribe immediately returned. Su-yun nodded indistinctly. This is a good one to understand. The altar was like a cage, holding the undead inside. In addition to the cage, there were chains. Only, the undead one inside now broke free of the chains. These ancient gods wanted his help to recapture the undead and continue to bind them in chains. How can I trust you? Su-yun glanced at the altar and opened his mouth. Does Your Holiness recognize this object? The scholar immediately took out a token. It was a black and gold piece. 2 words were engraved on it: Divine Guard. Divine Dao Palace, Heavenly Divine Guard? Su-yun frowned slightly. Not bad, Your Holiness can believe it now. The scribe nodded. Okay, I'll help you guys, but again, you have to do me a favor. Su-yun stroked his chin and thought for a moment before opening his mouth. The Heavenly God Guards are not simple. In the Divine Dao Palace it was equivalent to an existence like a great inner master. I wonder what Your Holiness needs from us. The scribe did not hasten to agree, but asked rhetorically. The Heavenly God Guards are hereditary, and my wife, the daughter of the current Imperial Lord, Anhwa. Nowadays the Divine Dao Palace is divided into 2 factions. My wife is the leader of one of those factions. The Heavenly God Guard is a very good force. Su-yun slowly spoke. Okay, we promise. The scribe thought for a moment before nodding. After saying that, he threw the Divine Guard order to Su-yun. This order is the first book order, and possessing it will allow all the Haoran bookworms of the Divine Dao Palace to work for it. He explained. You don't have any? Su-yun nodded and looked towards the Divine Witch as well as the Iron God and the others. Meeting his gaze. Those people, however, were shaking their heads straight. Alright, let's go, I want to see what this immortal race is capable of. Su-yun nodded and his gaze fell on that Bagua diagram. Chapter 147 Prideful Bones, Greatness of Heaven and Earth. The scribe nodded instantly. Afterward, the crowd followed Su-yun's steps to the Bagua map. Open. Only to hear the scholar let out a low sigh, holding a brush and gently pointing it at the Bagua diagram. Buzz. In an instant, the entire Bagua diagram overflowed with golden light, and the yin and yang fish separated slowly. Your Holiness, please. He spoke to Su-yun. Glancing below, Su-yun calmly nodded his head, and with a flash of his body, he directly entered the Bagua diagram. The scholar and the others followed close behind. With a turn of the eye, Su-yun then arrived at an underground space. Empty. It's dark where the light doesn't shine. Ha ha ha. Just as Su-yun was surveying his surroundings, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Immediately after, red light surfaced in the darkness. They were very large eyes. Scarlet, as if 2 horrible seas of blood. Under these horrible eyes, Su-yun and the others were as small as an ant. Pride, you're as tenacious as ever. The scribe spoke softly into those scarlet eyes. Ha ha ha. The cold laughter continued to ring out, followed by the entire underground space being completely lit up. A behemoth appeared in Su-yun's line of sight. Similar to a human-like body. The face seemed to be wearing a white mask, revealing only 2 scarlet eyes. The arms are well muscled with sharp claws. The legs, on the other hand, resemble the legs of a dinosaur. There's a pair of wings on the back. The color is greenish-blue. The overall look as if an isolated king is very dominant. Even Su-yun had seen such a creature for the first time. Mighty and dominant, 2 words that are expressed in this creature. It's worthy of being an ancient creature, it's so dominant. Big White stood behind Su-yun, looking at Ao Bone and lamenting. Su-yun nodded in agreement. A bunch of despicable guys, die. Pride Bone opened his mouth as he looked down on the crowd from above. Speaking, only to see its feet gently stomping on the ground. Shasta. Blue light surged out, and the temperature around them dropped drastically. Su-yun and the others were enveloped by the blue color and were actually slowly frozen. And the weakest cultivator, Dabai. Frozen directly into a popsicle. That's not bad power. Su-yun lamented, and as he spoke, he gave a slight tremor. It directly shattered the cold ice on his body. Great White, who had been frozen into a popsicle, also returned to his original form. Only, it was shivering all over. All 4 legs in particular shook into waves. Grass. Grass, if you do it, freeze me screw chicken hair. Great White opened his mouth with a curse. As he spoke, his voice was shaking from the cold. Amir Hotian White Zephyr, what qualifications does it have to speak to this king? Back then, the old ancestor of your White Zephyr clan was nothing but food in front of this king. Ao Bone snorted coldly, looking down at Great White and speaking with disdain. Still a royal family, it seems. Su Yun muttered to himself. Please trouble your holiness to suppress it, so we can control the formation and bind it. The scholar spoke to Su Yun. Good. Su Yun nodded as terrifying divine power surged around him. Mid-divine exalt? Instantly, Pride's gaze fell on him. The eyes revealed a bit of gravity. You are qualified to be the king's opponent. Without waiting for Su Yun to answer, Ao Bone continued. Su Yun was speechless after hearing this. This was because Ao Bone's current cultivation level was only at the God King realm. Yeah, town. He let out a light laugh, and as he spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed into the void. A giant hand condensed by divine power into a sky-climbing hand emerged and directly grabbed towards Ao Bone. Avatar, Cold Ice Field. Ao Bone lightly snorted as terrifying cold-colored power surged out, seeing Su Yun and the others surrounded. Next moment, they came straight to a world of sea ice. On an Iceland, to be precise. This king devoured you just in time to break this damn seal. The divine Dao Palace, this king will make sure that none of them are left. Ao Bone hovered in the air, his gaze cold as he stared at Su Yun and opened his mouth. You don't have the strength. Meeting its gaze, Su Yun gently shook his head. Avatar, Song Tian binding. He gently spat out his voice, and immediately afterward, a golden chain kept probing out from the void, like a swimming snake rushing towards Ao Bone. Heaven and earth greatness. How is it possible for you to control the greatness of heaven and earth when you're only at the divine sovereign realm? Pride's shocked voice rang out. The face that was as if it was wearing a mask climbed with disbelief. Heaven and earth greatness. The scholar and the others were also completely dumbfounded. What is the greatness of heaven and earth, huh? Seeing their incredulous looks, Big White pursued with suspicion. The greatness of heaven and earth, a very terrifying power. You can understand it as the power of the heavens. This power can crush any power in the world. To put it bluntly, those who control the greatness of heaven and earth are all invincible existences in the same realm. The scholar looked at Su Yun and explained with some emotion. After speaking, he added, it's the same realm, not equal realms. Not in the same realm? Great White's brows furrowed slightly. You mean that the master is invincible in the divine sovereign realm? And not invincible in the middle godhead realm? The scribe immediately nodded. That's right, this is the terror of the greatness of heaven and earth, like the refining realm of this world. As long as one controls the greatness of heaven and earth, even the first level of chi refining can stand the ninth level of chi refining. However, it is also impossible for the greatness of heaven and earth to be controlled by the chi refining realm. If you want to control the greatness of heaven and earth, the minimum cultivation requirement has to be the god realm. He continued. Hiss. After hearing this, Big White immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Isn't this ing a little too sick? If it's the master who breaks through to the God Emperor realm, wouldn't that be? It opened its mouth with two round eyes. That's right, if your holiness can break through to the divine emperor realm, he will become the number one in the heavens. Unless there's a divine emperor realm cultivator who controls the greatness of heaven and earth just like him. I didn't expect, that there would be someone who controls the greatness of heaven and earth in this era. In our time, those who controlled this kind of power were legends. The scribe lamented. Damn it, how could you possibly control the greatness of heaven and earth? The sound of Pride's angry curses came out, only to see it continuously shattering those golden chains in the air. However, every time it was shattered, not only would the golden iron chain not disappear, but instead, it split into several and continued to kill towards it. When the scribe and the others looked up, Ao Bone had already been bound into a large dumpling by those golden chains. Do it! Seeing this, the scholar immediately greeted the divine witch and the others and rushed towards Ao Bone. Come around, Pride. They kept pinching out the magic fingers in their hands immediately afterward. A pitch-black colored iron chain poked out from the void and embedded itself deeply into Ao Bone. When Su Yun saw this, his brows furrowed gently. Master, is something wrong? Great White saw this and whispered after him. Chapter 148, The Ancient Jade Family. No, I think I saw my father. Su Yun glanced at the scholar and the others, and then glanced at those black iron chains embedded in Ao Bone's body, and finally shook his head and said nothing. Many thanks to your holiness for your help. Retrapping Ao Bone, the scholar and the others came to Su Yun and arched their hands. No harm done. Su Yun waved his hand, it's just a deal. The scribe nodded bashfully. He then reopened the Bagua diagram, and the group retraced their steps back to the ground. Silly girl. Coming to little Ningyue's side, Su Yun gently picked her up. The heart was helpless and heartbroken. Daddy, you're here. Just then, little Bright Moon suddenly spoke. Su Yun was immediately startled. However, little Akatsuki's eyes did not open. After saying this, and she barred her mouth twice. It seems that this girl's hidden four tricks are getting more and more powerful. Su Yun sighed helplessly. Take her and let's go back. After saying that, he glanced at Linyu to gesture at Dubai. Ha? Will that do it? Big White immediately froze and said with a hesitant face. No harm done, bring it along. Su Yun waved his hand. At that, the Great White said nothing more, and with a flick of his paw, he got it to lie on his back. Greetings, your holiness. Seeing this, the scholar and the others immediately arched their hands and said, Su-yun nodded flatly, and then disappeared into the night with Big White. Booker, why? After Su-yun and the others completely disappeared, the Divine Witch spoke with a slight frown. No, inform the Jade Dragon Emperor and have him begin to enlist the geniuses of the heavenly martial realm. Better yet, take that little girl into the Jade Dragon Empire. The scribe smiled blandly and spoke as if with some sort of certainty. The witch god listened and nodded. Su Mansion. When Su-yun returned home with little Manhwa, the three Zhao Chuan people had already returned. My lord, what is this? Seeing little Manhwa, who was being held in Su-yun's arms, Zhao Chuan pursued with a furrowed brow. It's okay. The Wang family is settled? Su-yun waved his hand and said as he walked towards the house. Yes, it's been completely wiped out. Zhao Chuan respectfully followed behind and returned. Speaking. Su-yun had already come to the room and he gently placed little Manhwa on the bed. Thoughtfully, he tucked her in. The ancient Jade family, how much do you know about it? Only after doing everything quietly did Su-yun open his mouth. The ancient Jade family? Zhao Chuan listened and frowned. Not much is known, this power has always been mysterious and doesn't cooperate with any power. However, this power has endured and has always been the number one power in the Tianwu realm. Mysterious and powerful. He continued to speak. Yes, my lord, this power produces a person who ascends to the upper realm every 5,000 years. The underpinnings are terrifying. Wuda Wolf followed suit. Good. Su-yun nodded flatly after listening. Master, are you suspecting those guys? Big White looked at Su-yun with some incredulity and opened his mouth. When Su-yun frowned earlier, it sensed that something was wrong. Now the ancient Jade family was suddenly brought up. Must have found out something about the end. It's hard to say, you guys secretly investigate the ancient Jade family. Su-yun shook and spoke in a slightly thoughtful manner. After hearing this, the three of them, Zhao Chuan, could not help but look at each other. All are wondering what happened in between. It would actually allow Su-yun to tell them to investigate the ancient Jade family. However, the three of them had the sense not to ask more questions and just nodded. You go and call the spirit body of that old brat Lin Chen here. Know how to do that, right? Su-yun spoke to Great White again. Understood. Great White nodded instantly. When Lin Yu woke up, it was already the next day. It is? She opened her eyes and looked at the beams above her, her eyes revealing doubt. Mother, I woke up before you again. She had only just opened her mouth when little Akatsuki jumped up and ran to the bedside and opened her mouth with a smile. Hear her voice. Lin Yu immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Are you okay? She asked with concern. It's okay. Besides, we're already home. Little Akatsuki returned with a cheeky smile. Going home? Lin Yu's brows immediately furrowed. Back to which home? She followed up curiously. My home, father, come and see, mother is awake. Little Akatsuki picked up the conversation. When she finished she shouted. The fairy is awake? A moment later, Su-yun walked into the room. This. Seeing Su-yun, Lin Yu was confused on the spot. This is. Back in the Su mansion? Brother Su, what is going on here? She asked frostily. The ancient Jade family is very far from the western region. How come you woke up in the Su mansion after passing out? I'm the one who sent you back. Lin Chen's voice rang out as he slowly walked into the house. Greetings, elder ancestor. Seeing him, Lin Yu immediately saluted. No need to be polite. How did you all end up in the ancient immortal village? Lin Chen waved his hand and opened his mouth to ask. Ancient fairy village? Lin Yu asked rhetorically. Ancient immortal village, a village in the scattered immortal realm. They seal their own cultivation and become mortals on weekdays, while at critical moments they unseal themselves. There are several such villages in the Tianwu realm. They live in the mundane world and use the power of humanity to fight against the heavenly Tao as a way to avoid the heavenly tribulation. After I had saved you all, you somehow disappeared. How did you get to the ancient immortal village? Lin Duan nodded and explained. You were the one who saved us before too, old ancestor? Lin Yu once again pursued the question. Yeah, the Wang family isn't simple either. They also have an old man in the spirit world. At that time, that old fellow's spirit body also descended, and I fought him. Only to turn around and realize that you're gone. It was only later that I found you in the ancient immortal village. Lin Duan nodded his head and said the statement that he had thought of long ago. So it is. Lin Yu's mind drifted off after hearing this. She sort of understood why the auras released by those guys were stronger than the 9 tribulation realm. It turned out to be a group of loose immortal realms. I don't know, at that time, I was in a coma with Akatsuki in Dubai. Woke up in that village. Later, that village held a festival, by the way. Old ancestor, the honored one they are talking about is you? Lin Yu shook his head and spoke slowly. Well, they know some things about the spirit world, and I'm doing pretty well in the spirit world, so I've got a title of Lin Zun. Lin Dust opened his mouth without his heart skipping a beat or his face turning red. Dare I ask old ancestor, what exactly happened last night? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. Those guys sealed a Fae and wanted to steal the Fae's power to break the shackles. I didn't realize that the sealed Fae broke free last night. If I hadn't arrived at the critical moment, you all might have died. Lin Chen spoke with an extremely serious expression. That's not right. I think I saw Dad yesterday. Little Mingyue suddenly interjected. Chapter 149 Fairy, my name is Wang, I live next door. This statement was made. Lin Chen, Zhao Chuan, and the others' faces all changed slightly. Seen Su-yun? Lin Yu's eyes, on the other hand, flickered with an undetectable strangeness. Ah, girl, you're dreaming then. Yesterday, you were talking in your sleep when I held you. Soon, Lin Chen reacted and laughed, picking up with a natural demeanor. Ha! Little Akatsuki couldn't help but scratch his head after hearing this. Girl, your father can't cultivate, so how could he possibly cross such a long distance to get to you? The central state is very far from the western region. Lin Duan smiled and continued to explain. Really? But I just feel like I'm meeting my dad. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and opened his mouth in a somewhat puzzled manner. Miss, the master is always at home. Maybe you've been away from home too long and miss your lordship. So dreaming about his lordship? Zhao Chuan stepped forward and spoke in agreement. Oh, that's right, Daddy can't cultivate, so he definitely can't go there. After pondering for a moment, little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly and picked up the conversation. It's good that you guys are fine, I still have things to do, so I'll go back to the Lin clan's ancient clan first. Yell, you must take good care of Mingyue. Act with care in the future. Lin Chen then spoke, and as he spoke, his gaze fell on Lin Yu. Yes, old ancestor. Lin Yu immediately nodded heavily in response. Elder brother Su, then I will take my leave first. Lin Duan nodded with satisfaction, then smilingly looked at Su Yun and opened his mouth. Well, good riddance to your old man. Su Yun responded with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Chen said no more and disappeared from the crowd's sight with a flash of his body. Mingyue, you have to be more careful if you're going to go out of town in the future. If it wasn't for the help of that senior just now, what if something happened to you? Your father and I will be alone then. Su Yun looked at little Mingyue, his tone tinged with reproach and hindsight. Daddy, I'm sorry for making you worry. Little Mingyue immediately lowered her head and obediently admitted her mistake. Brother Su, I'm to blame for this matter, I didn't expect to encounter so many things along the way. Lin Yu interjected as he slowed down. Alas, Fairy is overstating things, I just don't want anything to happen to Mingyue. As you know, she's the only daughter I have. Su Yun let out a long sigh, the helplessness of an old father appearing on his face. Daddy, I'm sorry, I apologize to you, don't be angry, okay? I was wrong, I'll kowtow to Daddy. Seeing this, little Mingyue immediately ran over to him and pulled his arm eyeballing his opening. This statement was made. The crowd couldn't help themselves. You. Su Yun shook his head in amusement, I'm not angry, I'm just too worried about your safety. In the future, if you want to go out, remember that safety comes first you know? He rubbed little Akatsuki's head and softly admonished. Aha! Little Mingyue immediately nodded her head in a good manner. Daddy, I bought you nice clothes. Oh, hear that? Su Yun's heart was so warm. Although I already knew it, hearing it in person was a completely different feeling. Yeah, what kind of clothes? He asked with a gentle smile and a mixture of relief and anticipation. Lots of nice clothes. Come on, Daddy, you wear them all. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily, and as she spoke, she pulled Su Yun towards the compartment. In a flash, only Lin Yu and Zhao Chuan were left in the room. Fairy Lin, take a rest first, if there's something wrong, you can call the old slave. Zhao Chuan spoke to Lin Yu. Senior Zhao, why do you need to hide it anymore? Lin Yu's eyes stared straight at Zhao Chuan and opened his mouth. Not waiting for Zhao Chuan to answer, she looked at Big Wolf Wu again. This should be Big Wolf Wu, Senior Wu, and Sword Immortal Jun Lu, Senior Lu. When she finished speaking, her gaze finally landed on Jun Lu. Hearing this, the inarticulate Wu Dolphin Jun Lu immediately became mute. Fairy, are you recognizing the wrong person? The old man's name is Wang, and he lives next door. The village knows. Zhao Chuan first froze, then returned. Yes, Fairy, my name is Li, and I live at the head of the village. Because he was better at doing farm work, he was hired by Master Su. He's giving me 10 taels of silver a month, so after a few years of work I'll be able to pick up a daughter-in-law and live the rest of my life in peace. Woda Wolf followed suit, giggling as he spoke. I'm a loose cannon. Jun Ryu spat out the words with a sparing grace. Yeah? Then maybe I've got the wrong person. Sorry. 3. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a flash of dissimilarity, and did not continue to pursue the question, but only spoke calmly. I dare not, you're a fairy, I can't afford to accept this salute as a bad old man. Zhao Chuan waved his hand with a face full of fear. Nima. When Big Wolf Wu and Jun Lu saw the scene, they exploded in their hearts. That's a hell of a performance. Just this demeanor. This action. If they didn't know the real situation, both of them would probably think they were thinking wrong. We'll take our leave for now, just call me if the fairy needs anything. His lordship calls me Uncle Fu, and fairies can call me that as well. Zhao Chuan spoke again. After listening, Lin Yu nodded his head gently. Seeing this, Zhao Chuan and the three of them turned around and walked out of the room. Is it hard to believe that I'm really overthinking this? Looking at the departing backs of the three, Lin Yu frowned and spoke to himself. Outside the house, This little ninny is getting suspicious. Lao Xiao, what should we do? Martial Great Wolf swept a glance at the room Ling Yu was in and spoke with a grave expression. It can't be avoided, take a step, see what happens. Zhao Chuan thought about it and said helplessly. As the saying goes, there are no impermeable walls. A lot of things, when you think about it a little more carefully, you can find some clues. It's not like Ling Yu is a cutie pie. It's normal to be suspicious. One more thing, news has come from the central state. The Jade Dragon Empire wants to take in cultivation geniuses. In the entire heavenly martial realm, as long as one's cultivation qualifications are up to par, they can all enter the Jade Dragon Empire to cultivate. Jun Lu suddenly interjected. Jade Dragon Empire? It seems to be the ancient Jade family behind it, right? Martial Wolf picked up with a slight frown. Well, what are they recruiting cultivation geniuses for? In the central state, the Jade Dragon Empire's territory is already the largest. With the largest number of cultivators, what's the worry that there won't be any geniuses? Zhao Chuan followed and opened his mouth, asking rhetorically. Unclear. Jun Lu shook his head as he continued. The news from my side is that the Jade Dragon Old Ancestor's spirit body has descended to inform the Jade Dragon Emperor Lord that something big is going to happen in the future in the heavenly martial realm. The safety and security of the entire heavenly martial realm is at stake, so there is a need to train people who can pick up the slack in the future. Oh, after hearing this, Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan exchanged glances. Old Zhao, could this have anything to do with His Excellency asking us to investigate the Jade family? Suddenly, Martial Wolf opened his mouth. Chapter 150, The fairies' looks are no worse than Ming Yue's mother's. It's still possible. Zhao Chuan immediately responded. It was only last night that Su Yun said that he wanted them to investigate the ancient Jade family. And today, the Jade family issued such a notification to the world. There must be some unknown secret. Let's talk about this when Miss and the girls leave. Wu De Wolf glanced toward the compartment and whispered. Zhao Chuan and Jun Lu immediately nodded in agreement. The three then went their separate ways, each doing their own work. Inside the compartment. Daddy, I bought these for you. Oh. Little Mingyue pointed at the clothes piled into a small mountain on the bed and smiled as she opened her mouth to Su Yun. You, how can I wear so many clothes? Su Yun spoke with some amusement and great relief. It's better to have a little jacket. You can remember yourself on a trip out. No, we have to have Zhao Chuan and the others go and purge all the yellow hairs in the western region. Su Yun thought in his heart. Raising a daughter is good for everything but being afraid of yellow hair. He didn't want his little cotton-padded jacket to be tricked away by yellow hair. Hee, Daddy can change one every day from now on. It's a vestment, it won't get dirty or torn. Oh, Daddy doesn't have to wash either. Little Akatsuki picked up the conversation. Good, our family Mingyue understands things. Su Yun came back to his senses and hugged her with a kiss full of joy. Hey, Daddy, I've been so nice to you. Are you going to be nice to me too? Xiao Mingyue wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled wickedly with a thief's head. Listen to the end. A look of amusement immediately surfaced on Su Yun's face. Say, what does our little glutton want to eat? He opened his mouth in amusement. It's Daddy who knows me best, I want to eat Daddy's braised fish. I didn't even eat last night, I'm starving. Little Mingyue rubbed her stomach and spoke in an aggravated manner. Okay, Dad will go and make it for you now. Su Yun looked at her aggravated look and spoke with heartache. The moment. He hated to have the pot swirled and smoked. After putting little Mingyue down, he immediately went and caught 2 kunai to slaughter. There's only one left, so it looks like we'll have to go grab some. Looking at the only Kuan Pang left in the pool, Su Yun muttered to himself. On the other side, little Mingyue had already bounced to Lin Yu's room. Mother, what are you thinking about? Looking at Lin Yu who was in a daze, little Mingyue gave a hey and inquired. Ha? Lin Yu came back to his senses and looked at the quirky girl, laughing lightly. It's fine, how is it? Do those clothes fit your father? Little Mingyue immediately nodded her head. Daddy likes it very much, he has gone to make me braised fish now. It fits just fine. Lin Yu answered, her eyes gurgling a bit before she added, Mingyue, why don't you take me around your village? I haven't been around your village yet. Good, I've never seen them either. Little Akatsuki immediately nodded her head. Doggy? Lin Yu curiously followed up. Aha, Doggy, they're good friends of mine and used to hang out a lot. But they don't have spiritual roots, just like Daddy. I haven't seen much of them since I joined the clan. Little Myung Moon said as she pulled Lin Yu's hand and walked outside. Soon, the two of them walked out of the Su mansion. Akatsuki, did you grow up here? Looking at his surroundings, Lin Yu spoke contemplatively. The whole village is still very nice. The floor is paved with stone slabs. Instead of earth-peeled houses, families also have wooden houses. Each family comes with a single yard. Yeah, Doggy and the others used to take me to poke the beehive. Several times I've gotten stung for running slow. And then Daddy will rub me very gently, hee. Little Akatsuki seemed to pick up with some emotion and amusement. You were so naughty as a kid. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Hey! Little Akatsuki giggled in response. Mother, this is the Doggy house. Doggy, are you home? As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of a solitary courtyard, and little Mingyue immediately ripped out her voice and shouted inside. Who? A moment after the words fell, a woman's voice rang out. Aunt Lu, it's me, Mingyue. Little Akatsuki responded at the top of her lungs. A few moments later, crunch! The wooden door opened and a woman with dull yellow skin and a somewhat chubby figure opened the door to the room. So it's little fatty, come on, come in and sit down. Auntie hasn't seen you in a long time. The woman looked at Linyu, then opened her mouth very enthusiastically to little Mingyue. Auntie Lu, I'm not fat either. Little Akatsuki said with great protest. Ha ha ha, okay, not fat, not fat. You used to have a face like an egg then. Aunt Lu laughed and invited the two of them inside the courtyard. The entire yard was cleaned. There is also a persimmon tree planted at the base of the wall on the south side of the yard. Under the persimmon tree is a set of stone tables and chairs. Aunt Lu, where's Dog Egg? Little Mingyue obediently sat down beside Linyu, looking left and right as she inquired. He's gone to the city with his father to learn the trade. He can't cultivate, he has to find a job so he can get a wife later. Aunt Lu let out a long sigh with some helplessness. Having said that, her gaze fell on Linyu again. It's an immortal master from the Ling Tian sect, isn't it? Meet Sister Lu. Linyu immediately responded. Ego, no way, that's no way. If it weren't for the immortal master's gate blessing, our village wouldn't be so peaceful. Aunt Lu hurriedly waved her hands in fear. Aunt Lu, this is my master, or my mother-o. Little Akatsuki hemmed and hawed and interjected. Ha! When Aunt Lu heard this, she froze on the spot. It's the godmother. Linyu's cheeks blushed slightly as she explained. So that's how it is, fairies are so beautiful to look at. It's not worse than Akatsuki her mother at all. I don't know where Mingyue her mother has gone, there hasn't been a letter. Auntie Lu nodded with a dawning sense of emotion. Auntie Lu has met Mother Mingyue? Linyu immediately pursued the question. I've met her, and she used to come over to my house to talk to me. That nymphette is not a simple person, coming out in a beautiful manner, she must be a woman from a big family. Neither is how Suboi tricked someone into it. Aunt Lu nodded and returned. Aunt Lu, it's not a lie, it's Dad who conquered by charm. Little Akatsuki immediately corrected. Well, it was your father who conquered by charm. Aunt Lu immediately returned with amusement. Sister Lu, can you tell me about Shiryu her mother? Linyu thought for a moment and continued to speak. Yeah, I've never even met my mother. Auntie Lu, can you tell me about it? Little Akatsuki chimed in and spoke. Ugh. Aunt Lu let out a long sigh as she nodded. Alright, since you guys want to know, I'll tell you. Chapter 151, Mother's name is In Tianyu. Words. Little Mingyue and Lin Yu both sat upright in a listening stance. It goes back 8 years. Aunt Lu took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. 8 young, Su Kid went up the mountain to pick herbs. Who knew that when he came back he would come back with a woman on his back? That's Mingyue's mother, In Tianyue. In Tianyue? Hearing this, Lin Yu silently memorized the name in his heart. So mother's name is In Tianyu. Little Akatsuki interjected. Su boy didn't tell you? Aunt Lu opened her mouth to inquire with some surprise. No, Daddy didn't even tell me about mother. Little Akatsuki immediately shook her head. Ugh. Aunt Lu let out a long sigh. It's not your father's fault, maybe he doesn't want to mention your mother either. Your mother is very good looking. At the time, she was injured, and your father, as it happens, was the only doctor in the village. So, just recuperate at your house. The village didn't visit your house much at the time, and several foolish boys wanted to go and ask for it as a mother-in-law. There are even people from inside the city. Hey, but still, your father was good enough to marry your mother hard. She kept narrating. Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu didn't interrupt again and just listened silently. Everyone thinks that Tian Yu is a big girl, so she definitely won't work. Your father must have suffered a lot for marrying her. I didn't realize that your mother could do everything, work in the fields, weave, and do laundry. At that time, those half-grown boys from the village were simply envious of your father. Not to mention marrying such a good-looking matron, but also so virtuous. Aunt Lu took a sip of tea and continued to speak. And then what happened? Little Akatsuki tilted her head and asked after him. Your father and your mother were also extremely affectionate, and didn't fight or contradict each other even once. It's always been a blessing, it's like the village gods and goddesses. Then your mother got pregnant with you. Unfortunately. At this point in the conversation, Aunt Lu let out a long sigh. Her gaze fell on little Akatsuki. It was on the day you were born. No one has seen your mother since you were born. Your father also became silent and very melancholy every day. Often sitting on the doorstep with you in my arms staring at the sky. Everyone thought mother had passed away in childbirth, and your father couldn't take the shock. It was only later that he told us. So the night you were born wasn't quiet. Hear this. Lim Yu knew what was going on. It must have been the birth of little Mian Moon, but it was the family on Yun Tianyu's side that detected Yun Tianyu's scent, so came and took Yun Tianyu away. After you were born, a group of people came to your house, took your mother straight away. Mingyue, your father is fine, he raised you all by himself. When you were still teething, your father worked on your back. Now that you're an immortal, you can't treat your father badly. Aunt Lu continued to speak, admonishing. Don't worry Aunt Lu, I'll protect father and be good to him. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily and said in a sworn tone. Good boy. Aunt Lu nodded with great relief. And I'm going to get it back for mother. Little Mingyue spoke again with a very firm tone. Not bad, now that you're an immortal, you do have the ability to get your mother back. Alas, when all is said and done, your father was both fortunate and wretched. Aunt Lu nodded approvingly, and as she spoke, she let out a long sigh with a complicated demeanor. Your father was an orphan, abandoned at the mouth of our village by who knows who back then. The old village chief saw his pity and took it for him. But, the old village chief didn't live long. He passed away when your father could only run. Your father was able to grow up because everyone fed him with one bite from you and one bite from me. Little Akatsuki let out a long awe after hearing that. Auntie Lu, I don't have a grandpa or grandma? She opened her mouth in confusion. Yes, there are old people in the village that you can call grandpa and grandma, Auntie Lu said with a snicker. Sister Lu, has Suyun always lived in this village? Lin Yu opened his mouth with a frown on his face and inquired. Yeah, back then, Su Kid also wanted to cultivate immortality, and said every day that he would repay us properly when he became an immortal in the future. But that spiritual root test, he has no spiritual root. At the time, he was depressed for a long time. The big guys can be well comforted. However, this brat is strange to say the least. After stepping out from the shadow of having no spirit root, it seems as if he has suddenly become enlightened. I can't believe he became a doctor. Hey, his handiwork, it's a masterpiece. Those diseases in the village that didn't get better when they went to the city, in his hands, they were all cured after a few doses of medicine. Simply a divine doctor. The magistrate of the city even wanted to recruit him to the palace. I didn't realize that he didn't go, but he just kept living in the village and didn't want money for everyone's medical care. Auntie Lu nodded her head, chattering away. Like this. Lin Yu's brows tightened as he listened. If that's the case, that would rule out Su Yun being a cultivator, living in this village all the time and having no spiritual roots. How about not being a practitioner? I guess I was overthinking it. Lin Yu muttered in his mind. Sister Lu, I want to ask one more thing. There's a guy named Fubo at Mingyue's house, do you know him? She pondered for a moment before asking again. I know, it's next door to Mingyue's house, an old widowed man. Everyone calls him Old Man Wang, and he's poor. There was supposed to be a cub that had to go out there and make a break for it. I didn't expect to go out vertically and come back horizontally. Su Boy saw that he was alone, so he invited over as a steward. It's not in vain that when he was a child, Old Man Wang treated him well. Aunt Lu nodded and kept opening her mouth to relate. What about the kind of ground? Lin Yu gently nodded his head and continued to pursue the question. A planting, oh Widow Li. That guy, killed someone when he was young, and then was caught by the government to go to jail. The good thing is that I sold all my family assets and saved my life. Back in the village, there was nothing left and no one wanted to marry him. Su Boy saw him pitiful and gave him a job. Auntie Lu kept opening her mouth as if she hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. Also Su Kid is making money now, and there are quite a few people from the city who come to see him. Plus, Mingyue is an immortal, and no one dares to offend Kid Su. That's why Kid Su has a strong family. Otherwise, how could he afford to keep these two guys? She continued. By the way, what are you asking for, immortal? Aunt Lu asked rhetorically. It's okay, just a casual question. Lin Yu smiled gently and returned. Auntie Lu, can I pick persimmons to eat? It's been a while. Suddenly, little Mingyue interjected. As she spoke, she stared straight at the persimmons on the persimmon tree. Chapter 152. Does Brother Su not intend to find another wife? You're still as greedy as when you were a kid. Okay, wait, Auntie Lu will pick a few for you. Aunt Lu laughed after hearing this. Having said that, she got up and went to get a bamboo pole, and on the tip of it, a basket. Alas, in the old days, when these persimmons were ripe, all the children in the village would come running to pick them. Now it's time for those who should go and learn a trade to do so. No one picks these persimmons, either. Aunt Lu opened her mouth to herself as she grabbed the persimmons. The tone was full of emotion. Soon, the basket hanging from the tip of the bamboo pole fills up. Here, eat, and the immortals taste it too. The persimmons are very sweet. Mingyue, when you go back later, bring some back for your father and the others to eat as well. Aunt Lu put the red persimmons on the table and said with a smile. Thanks Auntie Lu. Little Akatsuki took the persimmon, her little head nodding straight up. Lin Yu also picked up two in passing. You child, of the few naughty ones in the village, you are my favorite. Cute, well-behaved and understanding. It makes me want to tell the one in my house to put some effort into having a daughter. Auntie Lu laughed. Hearing this, Lin Yu's cheeks instantly reddened, saying, I'll recognize my aunt's family as my sister from now on, hee hee. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a big grin. Good. I'll ask your father to adjust a few pairs of medicine someday. Aunt Lu laughed. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, then peeled off the persimmon skin and sucked up the pulp with a giggle, giggle, giggle. It's better to have persimmons from your aunt's house, she said as she ate. The corners of his mouth were stained with persimmon flesh. It looks funny and cute. That little mouth is like honey. It's almost as if he's the same as your father, saying things that always sound good. Aunt Lu laughed softly and picked up the conversation. Hey, that's because of eating sweet persimmons from my aunt's house. Little Akatsuki grinned back. This statement was made. Lin Yu and Aunt Lu couldn't help but laugh. Thanks for being a little girl. If it were a young man, with a mouth like yours, there would be no worry about marrying a woman in the future. Aunt Lu opened her mouth smilingly. Auntie, I'll show mother the rest of the village first. I'll come back to your house to play again when Dog Egg comes back. Little Akatsuki continued to speak. Okay, go for it. Aunt Lu smiled and nodded. Her gaze at little Mingyue was also full of favor. Walked away from her house. Little Myung Moon led Lin Yu to continue strolling around the village. To be precise, it was a scurry to a former chum's house. The results are the same. Those little ones have gone to the city to learn a trade for their future livelihood. And Lin Yu took the opportunity to ask about Su Yun, Zhao Chuan, and the others. One lap down. All the doubts in her mind were directly dispelled. Because everyone's answer was exactly the same as Aunt Lu's. Alas, the little ones are gone. Little Akatsuki walked on the stone path in the village and opened her mouth somewhat sullenly. Good girl, you still have me in white. Lin Yu rubbed her head and smiled gently. Aha, and there's the third mother. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently, the melancholy on her face instantly swept away. Woof woof woof. Just then, Big White's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, it was seen running from a distance. When he came to little Mingyue, he was a pampered, cute and splashy. Alright, Big White be good, I was bringing mother to the village to have a look around. It wasn't an outing, so I didn't bring you. Little Akatsuki nuzzled Great White's head, comforting. Seeing this, Xiaobai, who was lying on her shoulder, rolled his eyes directly in his mind. What a good lickin' dog. Woof woof woof. Great White kept calling out. I know, mother, Dabai came to call us home for dinner. Little Mingyue nodded after hearing this and said to Lin Yu. Good, then go back. When we finish eating, we'll go back to the clan? I don't know, these past few days have passed, whether the clan has started another war. Lin Yu nodded his head and opened his mouth. Aha, I'm going to go back and cultivate well, so I can go and fetch my mother home early. Little Akatsuki nodded heavily and spoke in a firm tone. Back to the Su mansion. The table was already full of food. Not only fish, but some other meats as well. With Brother Su's craftsmanship, even if he doesn't practice medicine and opens a restaurant, the business will definitely be hot. Looking at the colorful food, Lin Yu opened his mouth. Look at all that stuff. Even she, who wasn't much of a fan of mortal food, watched with an appetite. The fairy is overrated. Su Yun smiled faintly. Father and mother, you can talk later. Hurry up and start eating, I'm going to starve to death. Little Akatsuki stared straight at the food on the table and opened her mouth with her mouth watering. Words. The crowd laughed. Good, come on, have some more. Su Yun opened his mouth gently, and pinched food for her. Thank you daddy. Little Akatsuki responded with a smile. The party then began to eat with great joy. Especially White. Eating fish like a starving man in a frenzy. When you say you're eating, you're just swallowing. Not even a chew. The meal was over and it was still early. Little Mingyue then played with Big White and Little White in the yard. Lin Yu and Su Yun, on the other hand, sat quietly watching. Brother Su, haven't you thought about finding another wife? After pondering for a long time, Lin Yu spoke with slightly reddened cheeks. Amount. Hearing this, Su Yun froze on the spot. What does this ninny mean? Alas, it's mainly Akatsuki, I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. Besides, Akatsuki has started practicing now. I'm sure I can get her mother back later, if I get another one. It's not easy to tell when her mother comes back and sees it. He spoke bitterly. His old husband was already very displeased with him. If we find another one at this time, when we go to the Divine Path Palace, won't the old man fight for his life? Also, Lin Yu listened and nodded. Alas, I don't know if I'll ever see Mingyue her mother again in this life. Su Yun looked at the sky and spoke with a long sigh. Will do, don't worry Brother Su, I will help in the future. Lin Yu immediately picked up the conversation. This is my family matter, and how dare I trouble the fairy? Su Yun let out a long sigh and spoke somewhat helplessly. I'm also Akatsuki her godmother. It's only natural that I should help her. Lin Yu laughed indifferently. Mingyue, it's also her good fortune to have met a master like you. Su Yun spoke with emotion. Because Lin Yu was genuinely helpful to little Mingyue, and not with a purpose. In the cultivation world, this was very rare. It was also a blessing for me to meet Akatsuki. Lin Yu looked towards little Mingyue who was chasing and playing with Big and Little White in the courtyard and spoke with a face full of tenderness. Brother Su. She continued. Su Yun looked at her in disbelief. You really can't cultivate? Don't worry, I won't tell Mingyue. I just want an answer. Lin Yu looked at him and said very sincerely. Chapter 153 Brother Su, actually Meeting her gaze. Su Yun smiled helplessly, I can't, and I wish I could cultivate. But I don't have a spirit root, alas. If only I could cultivate, so that there wouldn't be a burden on Mingyue's shoulders. She'll have a happier life, too. He slowly opened his mouth, and as he spoke, his gaze looked at little Mingyue who was playing in the courtyard, his face full of helplessness and heartache. It's my fault for not being a good father. He continued to speak. Linyu, who was silently watching from the side, saw this and immediately comforted. Brother Su doesn't have to be like this, spiritual roots are destined by heaven. There's no way, but Brother Su don't worry. I'll help you look for the Hotian spiritual root shaping method. Amount. Suyun was slightly stunned in his heart after hearing this. He glanced at Lin Yu's serious appearance and nodded his head gently. Good, then I'll be obliged to Fairy Lin. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Yu looked at him and smiled sweetly. The brilliant glow of the setting sun shone through the eaves of the house and onto her absolutely flawless face. With that sweet and natural smile, Suyun couldn't help but look dumbfounded for a moment. Brother Su, actually I. Under Suyun's gaze, Lin Yu bit her lips and opened her mouth with slightly reddened cheeks. Mother, the sun is setting, shouldn't we go back to the sect? Before the latter words could be said, little Mingyue suddenly beckoned and shouted. Was abruptly interrupted. Lin Yu's cheeks quickly heated up and reddened into apples. Good. She responded with a sentence and no longer dared to look at Suyun as her body flashed to little Mingyue's side. Brother Su, we'll see you again sometime. She summoned her magic sword and spoke. Bye, Daddy. Little Mingyue, on the other hand, waved her hand towards Suyun. Okay, be safe. Suyun touched the bridge of his nose in some embarrassment. The words fell. Lin Yu had then taken little Mingyue and vanished into the air. Ha! Mother, why is your face so red? On the Dharma sword, little Mingyue hugged Lin Yu's thigh tightly and inquired with great curiosity. It's fine, I just feel a little hot. Lin Yu spoke back in a very awkward manner. Oh. Little Akatsuki nodded indistinctly and didn't think much of it. Inside the Su mansion. My lord, something is happening in the central state, and it's about the ancient Jade family. Zhao Chuan stood respectfully behind Suyun and bent down to speak. Oh, what is it? Suyun withdrew his gaze from the sky. The ancient Jade family is going to take in geniuses from the heavenly martial realm. Zhao Chuan spoke at length. Words. Suyun was caught in the middle of his contemplation, and after he thought about it, he waved his hand and said, there is no harm in it. You guys keep an eye on Mingyue, there's only one more kunzite in the house. I'll have to go catch a few of them or Mingyue won't have anything to eat. He continued to speak. Amount. After Zhao Chuan and the three of them heard this, they all laughed bitterly in their hearts. Catching Kuanping just to make food for little Mingyue. In the entire heavenly martial realm, it was probably only Suyun who was so grandiose. Yes. The three responded respectfully. Suyun nodded bashfully and stopped talking nonsense. As the three watched, the body disappeared into the mouth of the courtyard. Great White, keep an eye on it as well, the witch and demon clan might come as well. Suyun's voice resounded in the air. Don't worry, master, I'm a good housekeeper. Great White grinned showing 2 rows of large white teeth. When it was completely dark, the two of them, little Mingyue, then returned to Green Spirit Peak. Third mother, we're back. When he came to the courtyard's entrance, little Mingyue shouted loudly and happily towards the courtyard. The words fell. Xingxi immediately hurried out from inside. Third mother's dear, I've missed you so much. Little Mingyue darted into her arms and said in a soft, sticky voice. Good girl, I miss you too. Xingxi's 5 fluffy tails emerged and wrapped around her, speaking with a face full of doting love. Hee, Sano-san, I've brought you a gift Little Akatsuki rubbed the fluff on her tail and continued to speak. Yeah? What kind of gift? Clear Sea asked in response to her curiosity. Lots of meat, or fruit, clothes. It's all in here that I've brought for my third mother's mother. Little Mingyue immediately took out a storage ring and handed it to her. Seeing the situation, Xingxi didn't politely accept the storage ring. But, when she took a good look at what was inside, she directly froze. Only inside, there were all sorts of demonic beast meat. Each piece of demonic beast meat contained this very terrifying aura within it. Not only that, there were also those spirit fruits, the lowest of which were 7th order spirit fruits. Not to mention the vestments. Mingyue, this is too expensive. Xingxi hurriedly returned the storage ring to her. Just what's in this ring? Even 10 clear moon pavilions wouldn't be enough to replace it. It's okay mother, I have plenty more. These were given to me by Grandma, Grandpa, and Grandpa. Look, it's all here. Little Mingyue smiled and opened her mouth, and as she spoke, she raised her hand full of storage rings. Ha? All of it? Looking at the at least 10 storage rings, Xingxi froze on the spot. Is this going to ransack the ancient clan of Lin? Yeah, all of them. Oh, take it, third mother. We're going to become powerful and then we're going to fight that hateful prince yet. Little Akatsuki nodded her head, and then opened her mouth viciously. Words. Xingxi's eyes immediately reddened. Akatsuki, thank you. She choked a little on her words. It was the first time since her parents' accident that she had been so cared for. Third mother's dear, is that all you have to thank me for? Little Akatsuki laughed devilishly. So how do you want me to thank you? She was instantly amused and spoke with some amusement. Tonight I'm going to sleep inside my third mother's tail. Little Manhwa smiled cheekily and opened her mouth. Yeah, no problem. She nodded heavily in response. Come on, let's go inside. Lin Yu walked forward and spoke. The three came to sit in the courtyard. Elder Qing, nothing has happened to the sect in the past few days since we left, right? After sitting down, Lin Yu asked. No, the demon race didn't come again, as well as the Taiyin sect and the Greenwood sect didn't move much either. She shook his head back. After hearing this, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. Manhwa, you stay with Elder Chang. I'll go and resume my orders to the Patriarch first. She spoke again. Aha, yeah. Little Manhwa nodded her head obediently, and after she finished speaking, she burrowed into Shi's arms. Sano-san, I'm going to bed. She was delighted to see this. Then five tails surfaced to wrap little Manhwa in a full and deathless circle. It's still warm in the third mother's tail, ha ha ha. Lying in her tail, little Akatsuki giggled. The other side. Lin Yu had arrived in front of Patriarch Yiling Tian's cultivation room. Lin Yu pays his respects to Patriarch. The words fell for a moment. The door to the cultivation room slowly opened. Just come back safely. Where's that girl Akatsuki? Looking at her, Yiling Tian said smilingly. She's accompanying Elder Qingxi. Lin Yu smiled back. It's good to be back, and by the way, we won't have to worry about the might of the demon clan anymore. Yiling Tian nodded his head and laughed as if he thought of something. Chapter 154, does this look like a great white's paw? Lin Yu frowned slightly after hearing this. Why? She inquired in disbelief. I just got the news from the central state. The demon race is not known to have been overthrown by anyone. I sent Grand Elder Lu to look at the Taiyin sect and the Greenwood sect again. These two forces are now empty. In the future, we, the Ling Tian sect, will be the only one in the western region. Yiling Tian was very happy to reply. Overwhelmed? Lin Yu opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. She was naturally aware of the power of the demon race. Its strength was an existence that could compete with the entire heavenly martial realm. Now, it has been silently overthrown? Not bad, it's probably that mysterious existence that overthrew it that day. Yiling Tian nodded his head, his tone carrying emotion as he looked in the direction of the immortal meteor mountain range. Mysterious being? Lin Yu was once again stunned. After you guys left, a terrifying battle erupted on Immortal Fall Mountain. It's not so much the terror war, is it? It's the appearance of a very powerful demon. Finally, by a white, furry paw. It might be that mysterious existence that exterminated the demon race as well. Yiling Tian nodded his head as he recalled and said, White, furry paws? Lin Yu frowned. Yes, it should be some incomparably powerful demonic beast from the upper realm. Hey, this also happens to help my Ling Tian sect solve a major hidden problem. It also makes the Ling Tian sect the only major power in the western region. Yiling Tian nodded his head and spoke with some complacency. After all, the Ling Tian sect had been rooted in the western region for many years and had never unified it. In his generation it did. He naturally felt very honored in his face. At least you can smile when you go to see your old man. Patriarch, can you show me the portrait of that claw? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before asking after him. What's not to like about it, that's all. Yiling Tian exclaimed, and after he finished speaking, his mana flowed through his fingertips before outlining it in the air. Immediately after, a portrait appeared in the air. It is? Looking at the furry claws, Lin Yu's brows immediately tightened. Why does this look so familiar? She muttered. Look familiar? Normal, this paw kind of looks like that fox paw of Akatsuki's. It should be a fox-type demonic beast. Yiling Tian picked up the conversation. Indeed, too. Lin Yu listened and nodded. From the appearance, there was indeed no difference from Xiaobai's claws. It's been hard on Elder Lin for the last while, Yiling Tian said with emotion. If it wasn't for Lin Yu's elixir support, it would be absolutely impossible for the Ling Tian sect to regain its vitality in a short period of time. At the very least, the number of people who died in that big battle would have been multiplied many times over. Patriarch is overstating the case, as it should be. Since there's nothing else, I won't disturb the Patriarch. Lin Yu waved his hand indifferently. Helping the Ling Tian sect to refine pills was actually just a win-win situation. She had tons of elixirs to practice and improve her skills. The Ling Tian sect, on the other hand, gets pills. Not a loss. Good, Elder Lin can just cultivate at ease in the future. Yiling Tian nodded and answered. Words. Lin Yu nodded his head as a sign and turned to leave. It's just a matter of moments. She then returned to Green Spirit Peak. Asleep? Looking at the little bright moon lying in Qingxi's tail, she asked softly. Qingxi nodded. Something? Looking at her with a slight frown on her face, Qingxi spoke in confusion. Look at this, doesn't it look very familiar? Lin Yu didn't have any nonsense and sketched out the claw image. Amount. Seeing that claw, Qingxi was stunned. The Patriarch has already told you? Reacting, she opened her mouth. Yeah, I feel like this claw looks particularly familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Yu nodded and spoke contemplatively. Can a big white dog's paws not look familiar? Qingxi muttered in her mind as she picked up. It's very similar to Xiao Bai's claws. It also looked very familiar to me at the time. White's paw. After listening, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then said, do you think it looks like a great white's paw? A mount. Once again, Qingxi was stunned. How can that be? Great white is a second-rank demonic beast. How can it be that kind of being? She laughed a little less naturally. It's hard to say, you don't know, but Big White actually found his way to Central State. No, I should say it ran off to the middle of the state. Lin Yu immediately spoke back. Running off to the middle of the state? Qingxi put on a look of great surprise and opened her mouth. Yes, the Great White means to go for the breakthrough opportunity, and then mistakenly entered a cave and gave teleported to the Central State. Do you find this believable? Lin Yu nodded and opened his mouth. What's not to believe? Many cultivators will find a piece of feng shui land before sitting down, or a closed-door breakthrough, but the breakthrough fails to die. There are many such caves with teleportation arrays, it's normal. Qingxi thought for a moment and explained. But the western region is so far away from the Central State, what kind of teleportation array can span such a great distance? Lin Yu spoke with a frown on his face. The Central State was at least 300,000 kilometers away from the western region. A teleportation array of this caliber. Not something the average person can afford to use. The amount of spirit stones consumed for each teleportation was terrifying. Is there a possibility that the cave that Great White mistakenly entered was left behind by a certain powerful person? Or maybe it's the former cultivation dojo of a certain powerful person? After listening, Qingxi directed Lin Yu's thinking in other directions. Lin Yu frowned, this didn't seem impossible. And the likelihood is very high. What is chance? Most of the so-called chances were the caves, or cultivation dojos, from which once powerful people had practiced. If Dabai is mistakenly entering a cave left behind by a powerful man, it makes sense to have that kind of teleportation array too. Did you ask Big White where that cave is? A cave that can have this kind of large-scale teleportation is definitely not simple. There might be some good stuff in there. Seeing that the guidance had worked, Qingxi continued to pursue the question. Didn't ask, something came up halfway through. Lin Yu shook his head. You can ask around sometime, this kind of cave is a good chance. Qingxi spoke again. Don't those paws look like Great Whites? Lin Yu slowed down and shifted the conversation to the claws once again. It's just similar. Don't you know about the Great White? I see that the Ling Tian sect has raised quite a few of them. It should be a snowplain wolf, right? Qingxi responded with a light smile. Right. Lin Yu nodded. Dabai was brought home from the clan by Akatsuki? Qingxi continued to pursue the question. Lin Yu still nodded. At that time, Big White was still purchased by her out of spirit stones. So yeah, you couldn't know better about Big White. How is it possible to connect with that kind of horrible existence? That's an existence in the upper world. Qingxi added. Chapter 155, Is Senior Sister Sue's physique powerful? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu nodded his head and did not continue the topic. After all, what Qingxi said was not unreasonable. Great White was just a snowplain wolf that she had personally bought for little Mingyue by spending spirit stones. And the snowplain's wolf bloodline is only third order. In other words, the snowplain's wolf would only grow to be a third-order demonic beast at the highest. One more thing. It's only been just over 2 years since Dabai arrived at Su Yun's house. It was difficult for demonic beasts to break the boundaries of their bloodline, let alone becoming an upper realm existence from a lower level existence in the heavenly martial realm. It seems I was thinking too much. Lin Yu muttered to himself in his mind. How is your bloodline recovering? She asked, looking over at Qingxi. It has completely recovered into the 8-tailed bloodline. I wonder if I can break the 8-tail boundary and break through to the 9-tail bloodline. Qingxi immediately laughed. In the past few days, she had already refined all of the massive essence blood given by Little White. Nowadays, Little White's bloodline had advanced to that of a divine beast. The effect it can have on her is naturally horrifying. 8-tailed bloodline, this is equivalent to a human emperor spirit root? Lin Yu listened and asked rhetorically. Nice. Qingxi nodded. As she spoke, her gaze fell on little Mingyue. Her face was filled with gratitude. I still have to thank Mingyue. She's the one who brought me back to life. She spoke with great emotion. For her, the appearance of little Akatsuki was truly a salvation. It was also a light that shone into the middle of her dark world. Yeah, we're all moving in a good direction now. Lin Yu nodded back with great delight. Did you also? Qingxi looked at her with some shock. She was clear about Lin Yu's qualifications. It's highly unlikely to say something like this now. That's right, I went home and came across a chance too. The spirit root has been raised to the emperor level. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yu smiled lightly and nodded in response. Congratulations. Qingxi smiled and spoke. Speaking of which, it also has something to do with Akatsuki. Lin Yu opened her mouth, and as she spoke, her gaze gently fell on little Mingyue. I was supposed to take her to eat a kind of thing. I didn't expect to meet such a great chance. She's like a good luck baby who always surprises me with the unexpected. Listen to the end. Qingxi smiled without saying anything. Good luck baby? little Akatsuki is indeed the good luck baby. But, the truth was that behind little Manhwa was the kind of terrifying existence that raised divine beasts like dogs like Su-yun. With such a horrible dad, it's hard for little Akatsuki not to be lucky. You take care of Manhwa, I'll go cultivate first. You should also hurry up and cultivate, Manhwa helped us a lot. Her greatest wish is to get her mother back, and we can't just sit back and do nothing about it. Lin Yu looked up at Qing Shi and said very seriously. Now, her spiritual root had turned into an emperor's spiritual root. The talent piece is already there. Now that you have the capital, you naturally have to practice hard. It was the only way to help little Manhwa. Naturally. Qing Shi nodded gently, but in her heart, she was helplessly smiling bitterly. Her and Lin Yu's current talents were considered top-notch in the heavenly martial world. But, that doesn't mean it's going to help little Akatsuki. Good, then I'll go and practice. Lin Yu opened his mouth, and after saying that, he got up and walked towards the cultivation room. Come to the practice room. She immediately ran her cultivation technique and began to cultivate. And the moment the gong method was in operation, around her, the aura that swam between heaven and earth seemed like a pack of hungry wolves that had seen the delicious food, madly surging towards her. Is this the Emperor's spirit root? Feeling the spiritual energy that kept coming from all around him, Lin Yu couldn't help but have surprise appear on his face. It was completely incomparable to her previous earth-level spirit root. It's safe to say, it wasn't even that she was sensing where the aura was, it was that the aura was actively overrunning and running. She only needed to run her gongfu, absorb the aura, and then refine it. This power is? Suddenly, Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly again. This power again? What kind of power is this? She mumbled something into her mouth, and a puzzled look filled her face. But she clearly remembered that she had felt this power last time as well. And, that time also allowed her to successfully condense her spirit body. I didn't realize that the force had now reappeared. Thinking for a moment, not thinking clearly about the source of this power, Lin Yu had a hard time thinking about it. Anyway, this power was only good and not bad for her. Give up refining the aura. Lin Yu concentrated on refining the divinity in his body. As divinity is refined, she could clearly feel her spiritual body gradually metamorphosing. It's as if there's a very visible progress bar. However, the more this happened, the more joyful her heart became. Now, the quality of her spirit root had reached the emperor level. If the spirit body then metamorphoses into a Tao body. Just thinking about it, Lin Yu's spirit became incredibly exhilarated. A few moments later, buzz! A beam of haze light suddenly rushed out from Lin Yu's body and went straight into the sky. The golden haze directly lit up the dark night sky. Similarly, it also drew the gazes of all the top echelons of the Ling Tian sect. It is! Patriarch Ling Tian saw this familiar scene and was instantly flaxen and dumbfounded. Without the slightest hesitation, he flashed his body and went straight to Green Spirit Peak. So did several other supreme elders. Even Ling Yun was startled. Someone awakened the Tao body. That place is Green Spirit Peak? Could it be Senior Sister Su? He stood at the entrance of his cultivation room, gazing out at the golden haze, and muttered something. It's not her. The Tao body can't be compared to her physique. The soul villain like Yi Tianyun stood on his shoulder and spoke. Old ancestor, is Senior Sister Su's physique powerful? Ling Yun pursued with a slight frown. At least it's countless times better than your Tao body. In the entire heavenly martial realm, there should be no one who can compare to her physique. Yi Tianyun looked at the light pillar in the distance and opened his mouth. Ha! At those words, Ling Yun was stunned on the spot. No one in the entire Tianwu realm can compare their physique with Senior Sister Su. Doesn't this mean that Senior Sister Su's physique is the number one in the Tianwu world? So it's that girl from the Lin clan's ancient clan who's awakening the Tao body. This power is. Suddenly, Yi Tianyun's expression froze as a look of incredulity and shock appeared on his face, as if seeing something very counterintuitive. What's the matter, old ancestor? Ling Yun curiously asked after him. After this period of contact, he already knew what kind of existence Yi Tianyun was. An existence that had already ascended to the spirit world back then. It was only because of that great battle that the injuries were too severe. So he returned to the heavenly martial realm and then started the Ling Tian sect in the western region. What was it that could make the old ancestor show such a look? Unsimple. This Lin clan ancient clan is very unsimple. Surprisingly, I was able to get divine beast meat for this girl to eat, thereby allowing her to have a Hotian spiritual body, and now she is even metamorphosing towards a Tao body. Yi Tianyun returned to his senses and spoke with emotion. Chapter 156 Old Ancestor. Me, I feel like I've eaten flesh of the beast? Divinity? The acquired spiritual body? Hearing these relatively unfamiliar words, Ling Yun frowned. Suddenly, he remembered again about his spirit body morphing into a Tao body. It's hard not to. Old ancestor, can you tell me a bit about this divinity? After a moment's contemplation, he pursued the question. That's just it. It's good to tell you so you can get a better understanding. Yi Tianyun thought about it and opened his mouth. The so-called divinity refers to a special ability contained within the flesh of demonic beasts with divine beast bloodlines. This special ability is very terrifying, and demonic beasts can break the boundaries of their own bloodline by refining it. If the human race refines it, it can enhance the special physique or give birth to a special physique. Just like this girl who is awakening her Tao body right now. Her spirit body is the acquired spirit body condensed after refining divinity. Now it's even refining divinity to let this acquired spirit body metamorphose into a Tao body. He explains slowly. Old ancestor, what if it's an innate spirit body? After refining divinity, is it possible to metamorphose into a Tao body? Yun was shocked in his heart after hearing this and hurriedly opened his mouth. Naturally, but the divine nature required for an innate spiritual body to metamorphose into a Tao body is terrifying. It has to be at least adult divine beast meat, but an adult divine beast that can slap the existence of the heavenly martial realm. Yun nodded and explained. Ha, old ancestor, I feel like I've eaten it. Yun opened his mouth in confusion and shock. When these words came out, Yun was directly shocked out of his emoticon. Eaten. This is a ing joke. He knew too well what kind of level of existence an adult divine beast was. Not to mention the district Jindan realm. Even the hijacking realm and immortal realm existences didn't dare to covet divine beast meat. Yun, you can't say such things. He spoke slowly, clearly not convinced. Of course, it's not his fault. This was because adult divine beasts were basically god realm existences. Not to mention the people of the heavenly martial realm. Even those bigwigs in the spirit world couldn't deal with it. A Jindan realm, no, a Yuaning realm to be exact, said that he had eaten adult divine beast meat. Whoever heard it would have laughed their asses off. Old ancestor, I'm not kidding, I feel like I really might have eaten it. Of course, the specifics, I can't say for sure. Yun scratched his head and opened his mouth. Looking at his appearance that did not look like he was lying, Yun's brows tightened. This little guy wouldn't really have eaten adult divine beast meat, right? Tell me, I'll hear what's going on. He spoke in a hushed voice. It's like this, originally I was a spirit before. But there was a trip to a secret realm as well as a trip to senior sister Sue's house after eating a strange kind of chicken. When I was practicing, I realized that there was suddenly a very strange power in my body. After I refined this power, my spirit body morphed into a Tao body. Yun nodded and opened his mouth. Yun froze on the spot after hearing this. Really, ate it? What strange chickens? Carefully. He hurriedly pursued the question. As for the secret realm, it was directly blocked out by him. As a strong man from tens of thousands of years ago, he knew too well what kind of the heavenly martial realm was. It was absolutely impossible to have a power that could change a special physique. A three-legged chicken. Yun opened his mouth, and as he spoke, mana flowed through his fingertips, slowly outlining the three chickens. I'm a good boy. Seeing the image of the three-legged chicken, both of Yun's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. What the hell do you call this a chicken? What a thought. Old ancestor, do you recognize this chicken? Seeing this, Yun immediately asked after him. Don't talk nonsense, little ancestor, it's not a ing chicken. This is the three-legged golden crow, a very terrifying divine beast. Yun spoke hurriedly. Ha! Yun froze on the spot as well. The divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. The chickens raised by senior sister Sue's family are actually divine beasts, the three-legged golden crow. Old ancestor, are you sure? He stammered a bit as he opened his mouth. For sure, there is only one fowl in the world that has 3 feet, and that is the golden crow. I'm 100% certain that this is definitely a three-legged golden crow. Yun spoke with great certainty. But senior sister Sue has raised many of them at home. Old ancestor, are you really sure? Yun still spoke with some disbelief. What? Yun's entire body trembled after hearing this. Raised many of them? You're not kidding me. He blew out his beard and opened his mouth. What kind of person can keep so many golden crows as chickens? Where's the hullabaloo? No, it's all this kind, and it's the same kind of chicken I ate and came back to discover the special power inside me. Yun shook his head and replied honestly. Hiss. Moment. Yun then sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of existence can raise a three-legged golden crow as a chicken? Oh yeah, there's another kind of fish. Take a look, old ancestor. Yun spoke again, and as he spoke, he sketched out the fish he had seen in the Su mansion. It is? Looking at the image of the fish, Yun carefully measured it. Next moment, his eyes glazed over, and he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Kuanpeng. It's amazing that it's a kuanpeng. You've eaten this stuff too. Yun stared deathly at Yun and asked after him. Right. Meeting his gaze, Yun nodded. I'll be damned. Yun was directly dumbfounded in place. Even if you've eaten a three-legged golden crow, you've eaten a kuanpeng? How much luck does it take to do that? One must know that both the three-legged golden crow and the kuanpeng were both very top-notch divine beasts. 90% of people don't even get to see it. This kid was at a mere Yuaning realm cultivation level, but he had even eaten these two types of divine beast meat at the same time. Moment. Yi Tianyun then had the feeling that he had lived in vain. It was because this kind of top divine beast, even he had only seen its portrait and had never seen the main body. Little Cloud, for this matter, you need to act as if you don't know, understand? Soon after, Yi Tianyun reacted with a very stern admonition. Take that as a no? Yi Lingyun could not help but stare. To be able to raise divine beasts as food and still be at the adult level. This kind of existence is a taboo existence when placed among the heavens and the worlds. That senior sister Sue in your mouth obviously doesn't know anything about it. So this is something you definitely need to keep secret. Otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble. Yi Tianyun nodded and spoke with a serious expression. Listen to the end. Yi Lingyun instantly reacted. Old ancestor, I understand. He took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Remember, do not reveal a thing. Such terrifying existences actually live in a small world like the heavenly martial realm. There must be a reason. It's highly likely that you're secretly cultivating that senior sister of yours. You mustn't jeopardize people's business, or even I won't be able to protect you. He continued his exhortations uneasily. Chapter 157, if you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then let them come to us. Yi Lingyun nodded heavily. At this moment, he sort of understood why little Mingyue had entered the secret realm and was so lucky that she was able to pick up the 9-tailed immortal fox bloodline cub as well as obtain the 9th grade alchemy inheritance. Turns out, it was all arranged by someone in the dark. And this one, still mortal in the eyes of the crowd. I didn't expect that not only is senior sister Sue's mother terrifying, but her father is also a deeply hidden powerhouse. He spoke with some emotion. A man's birth is predestined by heaven, but now you have the capital to rise against the odds. Cultivate well, your future achievements won't be too low. Yi Tianyun persuaded. Yes, old ancestor. Yi Lingyun respectfully answered. Now that your Yuaning realm cultivation has been completely consolidated, it's better to go out and train with a bitter cultivation. The foreign races, demonic beasts, and even those evil cultivators can all become your cultivation resources. Go out and make a break for it. Yi Tianyun nodded with great satisfaction and said, Good, tomorrow I will ask my father for permission to go out and practice. Yi Lingyun immediately returned. Now he had thoroughly seen the terror of the heaven refining decree, plus the buff of the Tao body in. Going out to experience is indeed better than closed-door hard training. The other side. Yi Ling Tian's group had arrived in the small courtyard of Qingling Peak. Greetings, sovereign. Seeing him arrive, Qingshi held little Mingyue and spoke. No need to be so polite. Yi Ling Tian waved his hand as he glanced at the sleeping little Mingyue and continued speaking with a face full of love. All of them communicated with divine sense. Don't disturb Akatsuki's sleep. Words. The crowd nodded their heads, not daring to go against the grain. After all, this is the real little granddaddy. If you upset this little ancestor, they are not far from death. Is Elder Lin awakening the Tao body? Yi Ling Tian transmitted his voice to Qingshi. Its eyes, on the other hand, were filled with envy. Because he knows. Lin Yu being able to awaken the Tao body definitely had something to do with little Mingyue. Qingshi did not answer, but only nodded her head. Elder Lin, truly a good fortune. Yi Ling Tian sighed with emotion, then he changed his tone and laughed. But this is good. The Ling Tian sect has produced another genius elder, and the Ling Tian sect will have a good future in the future. The other elders nodded in agreement. Only the envy in his eyes was overflowing. Under the quiet gaze of Yi Ling Tian and the several elders, the visions in the air quickly dispersed. Lin Yu's spirit body had also successfully metamorphosed into a Tao body. The Tao body plus my current emperor spirit root. With such talent, if you look at the entire heavenly martial realm, it's upper tier, right? Inside the secret room, feeling the changed physique, Lin Yu's face was all smiles. Happy about that. She couldn't help but frown again. But where exactly did that power originate from? Surprisingly, I was allowed to have a spirit body, and now I'm even allowed to have a Tao body? She frowned and thought. Congratulations, Elder Lin. In the midst of doubt, Yi Ling Tian's voice rang out. I don't know when. He had already brought a few elders into the cultivation room. Greetings, sovereign. Lin Yu returned to his senses and immediately saluted. No need to be polite, the awakening went well? Yi Ling Tian waved his hand and opened his mouth with great envy. If he had a Tao body, would he only have a harmonization realm cultivation now? It went well. Lin Yu nodded with a light smile. Good, my Ling Tian sect has added another genius, the whole sect will celebrate tomorrow. For one thing, it's a proclamation of the unification of the West. Secondly, it's a secret order from the central stateside. Yi Ling Tian also smiled and opened his mouth. A secret order from central China? Lin Yu and the other elders' brows furrowed slightly as they listened. Sovereign, what secret order? Yeah. A few elders, you and I passed out a sentence. There's no harm in telling you. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Yi Ling Tian didn't hide anything. You should all know about the Jade Dragon Empire, right? The crowd nodded. Jade Dragon Empire, the only empire formed by immortal cultivators in the heavenly martial realm. Similarly, the number one power in the Tianwu realm. The list of the so-called 10 strongest men of the Tianwu realm. It was the Jade Dragon Empire's state master who lined it up. Only, they were puzzled. Why are you suddenly talking about this power? Especially Lin Yu. One must know that she and little Mingyue had just returned from the Jade Dragon Empire's realm not long ago. The Jade Dragon Empire has sent an edict that the state master has calculated that there will be a great calamity in the future of the heavenly martial realm. That's why it's necessary to widely recruit geniuses from the heavenly martial realm to enter the Jade Dragon Empire to cultivate. In this way, we will raise up one who will cope with the great catastrophe. Yi Ling Tian slowly explained. Ha! The crowd of elders were all confused after hearing this. What kind of power is the Jade Dragon Empire? A casual thousand master could destroy the Ling Tian sect. How could such a notorious order be issued against the Ling Tian sect now? I know the doubts in your hearts, but the Jiaolin is not only subject to the west. The eastern, northern, and southern domains were all affected. We can't go against it either. Yi Ling Tian sighed helplessly and opened his mouth. The Jade Dragon Empire was heaven to them, an existence even more terrifying than the demons. In the face of this kind of power's notorious order, the Ling Tian sect could only obey. Unless, little bright moon rebels against this notorious order. What does the patriarch think? Lin Yu asked with a slight frown. She was also aware of the strength of the Jade Dragon Empire. Even the Lin clan's ancient clan wasn't enough to look at in front of the Jade Dragon Empire. To be precise, there was no power in the heavenly martial realm that could fight against the Jade Dragon Empire. After all, that was a huge empire of immortal cultivators. It's not something that can be compared to a family or a clan. The only ones we can take are Ling Yun and Mingyue at the moment. And you, Elder Lin. Of course, it's also up to your personal wishes. If you are willing to go, then go, if not then find another way. Yi Ling Tian said with a long helpless sigh. Words. Lin Yu nodded gently and didn't answer. Let's talk about the specifics tomorrow. Elder Lin should first properly acclimatize himself to the Tao body. Yi Ling Tian spoke again. Having said that, then he turned around and left with a few elders. A few moments of work. Yi Ling Tian then returned to his cultivation room. Please meet the three lords. He looked around, saw that no one was around, and spoke into the void. The words fell for a moment. A fluctuation came from the surrounding void. Immediately after that, the three Wudolphs walked out of the void. What is it? Zhao Chuan looked at him and opened his mouth. The matter of the Jade Dragon Empire, Mingyue Shi. Yi Ling Tian said hesitantly. Yi Ling Yun he could make the call, but not little Mingyue. His lordship did not say anything about it. The matter, as the young master wishes. If she wants to go, then so be it. If she doesn't want to go, then let the Jade Dragon Empire's emissary come to us. Of course, it depends on whether they have the guts. Zhao Chuan opened his mouth with a cold snort. While others were afraid of the Jade Dragon Empire, they were not. Chapter 158, Su Yun's oath has nothing to do with me, Su Yun. After hearing this, Yi Ling Tian let out a long sigh of relief. No way. Whether it was Su Yun's side or the Jade Dragon Empire's side, he could not afford to offend. Since Zhao Chuan has said so, he could do without the burden, too. Yes, he responded. The voice was still floating in the air, and Zhao Chuan's trio had already disappeared. In the meantime, somewhere in the middle of a vast sea of stars, only Su Yun was seen walking in the middle of the sea of stars with no false steps in his air and a calm demeanor. How dare you come here? The next moment, a terrifying and majestic voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a pair of incomparably large eyes emerged in the sea of stars. Compared to these huge pupils, Su Yun was as small as gravel on a beach. Why am I afraid to come? He stood on the surface of the sea of stars, his lapel flicked lightly, and his expression was bland. Humph, do you really think that my Kuanping divine race is easy to bully? A cold humming sound rang out, and then the sea surged as a large fish of terrifying size slowly emerged. The large fish was covered in purple and had a pair of huge wings on its back. On the other hand, there was a crystal that glowed blue. It looks mysterious and powerful. Its huge figure suspended in the air was even directly blocking the light of 10,000 miles in a radius, causing a great shadow to appear on the surface of the star sea. Su Yun was under this shadow. His tiny body was like an ant facing a giant elephant compared to this behemoth. I want 10, just say yes or no. Su Yun looked up at the Kuanping suspended in the air and opened his mouth. Nima. Hearing this, the Kuanping old ancestor almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. You've got a lot of nerve asking for it. 10 heads. It Kuanping divine race should be the reason for the bloodline. The birth of offspring is already very difficult. It's an old ancestor's blessing to have a new Kuanping born in 10,000 years. Where's Su Yun? You want 10 heads? Where's the hullabaloo? Why, don't be so stingy. Just think, if I hadn't helped you chase off that sand eagle last time, how many young Kunpangs must your Kuanping divine race sacrifice? Su Yun spoke with a bland expression. Words. The Kuanping old ancestor was immediately dumbfounded. This was because the last time Suyun came, its Koan-Pang clan was being preyed upon by a golden-winged roc at the peak of the divine exaltation realm, under species suppression. Even it, the Koan-Pang old ancestor, who was also at the peak of the divine sovereign realm, was no match. At the critical moment, if Suyun hadn't stepped in, Koan-Pang divine race would indeed suffer heavy losses. Didn't I already give you 10 adult Koan-Pangs as a token of appreciation last time? The Koan-Pang old ancestor's tone instantly weakened by a few points. Why, it's finished by that daughter of mine's woe. There's only one left. What if she wants to eat it later? Can't keep her from eating. Suyun spoke bitterly. I'm Nima. After the Koan-Pang old ancestor heard this, he directly started cursing in his heart. It's none of my business if your daughter wants to eat it. I, for one, am actually quite reasonable, aren't I? If that sand eagle comes, it won't be like me to reason properly. Suyun spoke blandly. The last 10 heads. After pondering for a moment, the Koan-Pang old ancestor spoke with exasperation and helplessness. No way. Suyun controlled the greatness of heaven and earth, and in a real fight, it was no match at all. Once it's injured. At that time, how could the other divine beast races sit idly by? At least, the golden-winged roc that had been trying to devour their clan would not miss this opportunity. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyun directly agreed. Are you serious? Seeing him agree so readily, the Koan-Pang old ancestor couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This guy, is he really that nice? Sure. Don't believe me? I'll give you an oath of heaven and earth. Suyun nodded with a very sincere attitude. Okay, you send. The Koan-Pang old ancestor didn't eat his words and said, isn't it just a heaven and earth oath? Hair. Suyun smiled faintly. Then he slowly spoke to heaven and earth. I, Suyun, hereby make an oath. Finally, demand 10 kunai from the kunai. If you come back later to claim it, the worlds will be removed and heaven and earth will be destroyed. This oath is witnessed by the heavens and the earth. The words fell. A beam of golden light rushed out from Suyun's body and disappeared into the depths of the sky. The Great Way oath is established. Is it okay now? After taking the oath, Suyun smilingly looked at the Koan-Pang old ancestor. You must remember this oath of yours. The Koan-Pang old ancestor opened his mouth. Suyun immediately nodded his head. What's not to remember about that? Anyway, the one who swore was Suyun. It has nothing to do with me, Suyun. He muttered in his mind. Here. Seeing this, the Koan-Pang old ancestor did not ink. As the words fell, 10 Koan-Pangs whose size had been reduced to the size of an ordinary fish were delivered to Suyun's hands. That's not right. Suyun gently smiled and nonchalantly pocketed these 10 Koan-Pangs. Alas, you don't know that it's hard for me to be a father. He let out a long sigh and sold his bitterness. I'm bitter. The Koan-Pang old ancestor cursed in his heart and opened his mouth. Go away, I really don't want to see you. It drove away impatiently. Okay, I'll see you later. Suyun smiled faintly and turned around to leave after saying that. Wait, what do you mean? What afterlife? The Koan-Pang old ancestor sniffed and pursued. Unfortunately, Suyun did not return it and disappeared in the middle of the sea of stars in just the blink of an eye. What the hell is this guy's deal? Controlling the greatness of heaven and earth at the divine exaltation realm, when did the human race come up with such a genius? No news at all. Looking in the direction that Suyun had left, the Koan-Pang old ancestor muttered to himself. Leave the Koan-Pang divine clan. Suyun did not return to the heavenly martial realm, but instead came to an ancient hall. Shadow, come out. He sat on the throne of the ancient hall and spoke into the void. Greetings, my lord. The next moment, a figure that seemed like a shadow appeared before him. It was hard to see the features, but you could tell from the figure that it was a woman. How's Tianyu doing? Suyun nodded flatly and inquired. Nothing has happened so far. Shadow returned instantly. What about cultivation? Suyun once again pursued the question. Half-step God Emperor, it shouldn't be far from breaking through the God Emperor realm. Shadow continued back. If anyone else had been here, they would have been very shocked. Because Tianyu, as the God Emperor's only daughter, her information must be very secretive. Now that the exact cultivation level is known? That was fast. How did it go with what I wanted you to do? Suyun lamented a sentence and continued to ask. Skynet has completely infiltrated every battalion of the Shinto Palace. But it will take some time to meet the master's expectations. Shadow spoke respectfully. Not bad, give this to Tianyu, it should be useful to her. Suyun nodded with great satisfaction and finished throwing the token given by the scholar to Shadow. Take the token. The shadow then disappeared without a trace. Tianyu, it's almost time. When the time comes, your father won't be able to stop our family reunion anymore. Suyun sat on his throne, gazing deeply in the direction of the Divine Dao Palace as he muttered something. Chapter 159, The Difference Between Men and Women? What difference? It was already the next day when little Akatsuki woke up from her nap. It's still warm in the middle of Sano's tail. She unfolded her arms and yawned, speaking with great contentment. Well, did you sleep well? She looked at her with a face full of tenderness and smiled. I feel like I haven't slept this well in a long time. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and smiled playfully as she opened her mouth. You. She shook her head in amusement. With little Mingyue's nature she could sleep soundly anywhere. She knows. The reason little Akatsuki said that was to please herself. What a well-behaved, understanding child. Qingxi lamented in her heart. Akatsuki, awake from your nap? At this time, Lin Yu walked into the house from outside and said with a smile on his face. At this time, she was in a good mood. Not to mention that the quality of the spiritual root was raised to Emperor's spiritual root. Last night, he also possessed a Dao body. It's safe to say. From now on, an avenue of generosity awaited her. Emperor's spiritual root plus Dao body. She had full confidence to impact the immortal realm, especially in terms of cultivation speed. Last night, she could clearly feel the increase in her cultivation level as she cultivated all night last night. She could be quite certain that her current cultivation speed was at least 10 times that of before. The second mother-in-law looks very happy AC. Did something good happen? Little Akatsuki nodded her head and asked suspiciously in return. It's fine, let's go to the cultivation field. The patriarch has something to say today. Lin Yu opened his mouth smilingly. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. A few moments later, the three people and one beast then arrived at the Ling Tian sect's cultivation grounds. The wide cultivation field was already crowded. Not only were the miscellaneous disciples present, the outer disciples, the inner disciples, as well as the elders' own disciples. Waited a few more moments. Yiling Genius descended with several elders as well as Yiling Yun. Akatsuki is here so early. He greeted little Akatsuki with a smile. Aha, meet the patriarch's senior uncle and several elders. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and spoke in a soft and sticky voice. Good boy. Yiling Tian responded with an amiable smile and nodded his head. Akatsuki, did you have fun going? Middle states must be fun. Good boy. The several elders were all speaking in a pleasant manner with one sentence from you and one sentence from me. Fun and lots of good food, hee hee hee. Little Akatsuki responded with a smile. Ha ha ha. When these words came out, her adorable appearance instantly made everyone laugh. Nerd, are you getting good again? Little Mingyue bounced over to Yiling Yun's side and opened her mouth. There was a breakthrough. Yiling Yun glanced at her before moving a little to the side before speaking. Now, he already knew what kind of existence little Bright Moon was. He wouldn't dare go too close. Nerd, what are you doing so far away? Little Akatsuki glared at him with dissatisfaction and opened her mouth. No. Nothing. Yiling Yun hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head. There it is, mother, do you think he moved to the side? Little Mingyue let out an exasperated cold snort and turned her head to open her mouth to Lin Yu. Alright, you're a girl and Ling Yun is a boy. It's only right that you keep your distance. Lin Yu spoke with some amusement. Why Little Akatsuki pursued in disbelief. Because men and women are different. Lin Yu spoke again. What's the difference? Little Mingyue tilted her head and opened her mouth in great confusion. Amount. When these words came out, Lin Yu was immediately embarrassed. What's the difference? This. She looked toward Clear Sea for help. Mingyue, let's talk about it later. The patriarch still has something to announce. She opened his mouth with great amusement. Listen to the end. Little Mingyue immediately nodded her head obediently and stood there holding Little White and stopped talking. Only, her watery eyes looked at Yiling Yun and herself from time to time. A frown still creases his brow every now and then. Seems to be wondering what the difference really is. Well, it's time to come. Today, all of you are called here for an announcement. Happiness, to be precise. Yiling Tian opened his mouth, and his strong voice came out causing the originally somewhat noisy scene to suddenly quiet down. The gazes of all the disciples converged on him. According to reliable information, the demon race has been overthrown by mysterious powerhouses. It's that mysterious claw from the immortal Fall Mountain range before, I believe you all saw it. The demon race has been destroyed by that one. Therefore, the Ling Tian sect's crisis is completely lifted. Yiling Tian spoke aloud. The devils were overthrown? When these words came out, all the disciples of the Ling Tian sect were shaken. Yeah, that's great news. Not bad, with the demonic crisis gone and the patriarch having broken through the harmonization realm, the Taiyin sect and the Greenwood sect will pose no threat. Yeah. Smiles appeared on the faces of all the disciples, and you opened your mouth with a sentence and a glance. The demon race was like a huge mountain on their heads. And it's the breathless kind. Every day, he would worry about the demons coming again and dying in the Great War. Now that the demon race had been removed, they didn't have to worry about that anymore. For them, it is naturally good. What's more, everyone gained a lot from the previous great battle to collect the corpses. The crisis of the demon race was lifted, so it was just the right time to cultivate in peace. The second thing, both the Taiyin sect and the Greenwood sect have been emptied. From now on, Ling Tian sect, will be the only one in the western region. After all the disciples had slowed down for a moment, Ling Tian spoke again. Wow! There was an uproar at these words. Well. It's a good thing I didn't leave then and stayed. Yeah, the Ling Tian sect is a dominant force, and all the cultivation resources belong to the Ling Tian sect. From now on, the Ling Tian sect is the Western region's cultivation mecca. Ha ha ha. Big and small voices kept coming out. The Ling Tian sect was a dominant force in the Western region, and their status as disciples of the Ling Tian sect had naturally risen. Not only that, without competitors, the Ling Tian sect's future development would also be extremely stable. The cultivation resources that could be obtained by staying in the Ling Tian sect would also be stable. Wasn't this something that all bottom-level cultivators dreamed of? I declare that from now on, all disciples' welfare benefits will be tripled. Yi Ling Tian raised his arms and shouted, "Good, Patriarch benevolence. Thank you, Patriarch." All of the disciples opened their mouths emotionally. One last thing, an edict has come from the Jade Dragon Empire, the cultivator empire of the central state. Now the person with high cultivation talent to enter the Jade Dragon Empire to cultivate. After I conferred with a few of the supreme elders, the Lingyun sect only has Yi Lingyun, Su Mingyue, and Elder Lingyu as suitable. Would you all like to travel to the Jade Dragon Empire to cultivate? Yi Ling Tian spoke again, and as he spoke, his gaze landed on the little Mingyue trio. Listen to the end. Yi Lingyun's brows instantly furrowed. He was still thinking of going out to practice and killing demonic beasts, foreigners, and evil cultivators to use as cultivation resources. Now it's actually heading to the Jade Dragon Empire. May go, the Jade Dragon Empire is very uncomplicated. Yi Tianyun's voice sounded in his head. Chapter 160 Sister Su, this isn't right. Not simple? Yi Lingyun frowned a few more times. The Divine Tao Palace is turning a blind eye to this power. In that great battle back then, all the forces of the heavenly martial realm were mobilized. This is the only power that hasn't moved. You know, even in the upper realm there aren't many forces that can do this. Yi Tianyun lamented. It's useless to tell you this, entering the Jade Dragon Empire will be a good thing for you. Because after the Divine Tao Palace withdrew from the heavenly martial realm, the Jade Dragon Empire took charge of the heavenly martial realm's defense against foreign invasions. This seems to be the result of a negotiation between the Divine Tao Palace and the Jade Dragon Empire. Joining the Jade Dragon Empire is just the right way to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield. He continued his transmission. After listening quietly, Yi Lingyun immediately nodded his head. I'll go. He spoke aloud. I'm going too. Seeing that he was going to go, little Mingyue followed suit and opened her mouth. Akatsuki even went, so naturally I had to follow. Linyu smiled helplessly. She didn't feel comfortable with little Mingyue going out alone. Good, since that's the case, I'll report it to the Jade Dragon Empire. Yi Ling Tian gently nodded his head. I'll go and seize the opportunity to cultivate, don't miss this great opportunity. Several elders come with me to discuss the matter of the Tai-In sect's land boundary management with the Greenwood sect. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yu's few people and opened his mouth. Good. The crowd nodded. The Tai-In sect and the Greenwood Pavilion had a large territory, and there were quite a few spirit stone mines, spirit medicine gardens, and secret realms within their boundaries. These cultivation resources can't be given up for nothing. In a flash, Yi Ling Tian and the other elders then disappeared into the cultivation field. Nerd, come on, I'll take you to a good meal. I've got a lot of goodies on me. Xiao Mingyue and Lin Yu two people followed the departure, body avalanche, close to also Yi Lingyun opening. Go with her. Before he could open his mouth to politely decline, Yi Tianyun immediately transmitted his voice. What she has on her is not simple, and it's good for you. Yi Tianyun explained. Okay. Yi Lingyun nodded after hearing this. He looked at little Mingyue and said, then, thank you senior sister Su. It's okay, it's okay. Little Mingyue waved her hand, and after saying that, she pulled him and went straight to Green Spirit Peak. Senior sister Su, this isn't right. Being held by little Mingyue's arm, Yi Lingyun's cheeks immediately turned incredibly red. What's wrong with AC, proper? Little Akatsuki clamped his arm in a death grip and opened her mouth. Seeing that she couldn't break free, she also thought that little Mingyue was only 6 years old now and didn't know the difference between men and women. Yi Lingyun sighed helplessly in his heart and stopped struggling. Ran. The three Zhao Chuan, who were hidden in the dark, were not going to be made whole. Lao Zhao, what about this? His Excellency told us to guard against yellow hair every day, allowing this kid to take advantage of the situation. If your honor knows. Marshal Wolf looked at the backs of the two little ones and froze as he opened his mouth. Don't ask me, I don't know what to do. Zhao Chuan threw him a blank stare. Shall we give the Lord a word? Jun Ryu spoke tentatively. Tell me about it. Zhao Chuan let out a long, helpless sigh. Little Mingyue was naturally unaware of the trio's exchange. At this moment, she had already brought Yi Lingyun to the small courtyard on Qingling Peak. Nerd, I'm telling you, I went to my grandma's house and they gave me a lot of good food. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth as she prepared the pots and pans. Oh. Yi Lingyun returned with some hand-wringing. Nerd, look at what's in here. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll make you kebabs for dinner. Little Mingyue handed a storage ring up and chattered. This is not good. Yi Lingyun stood there in a dull mortar and pestle, his small face reddened as he opened his mouth very badly. What's wrong with ACA? Let's see what you want to eat. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a big grin. This Well, Yi Lingyun was very embarrassed to open his mouth. But when he probed his divine sense into the storage ring, he immediately froze. Ever since he had cultivated the heaven refining decree, he was very clear about the aura contained within the meat of demonic beasts. So, in his eyes it was a very huge mass of aura. It's not simple, most of it is demonic beast meat from the robbery realm. What a great deal. It's just a pity that it's been specially treated and the aura has been severely lost. But it's also true, if we don't deal with it, this girl's cultivation won't be able to withstand it at all. Yi Tianyun's voice sounded in Yi Lingtian's head. Hijacking realm. After hearing this, Yi Tianyun's eyes glazed over, and his face was filled with an unbelievable expression. That's right, even though these have been specially treated, there are still quite a few benefits for you to consume. You pick that, and... Yi Tianyun's voice continued to ring in his head. Only talking about it. Yi Lingyun suddenly realized that he couldn't even hear the sound. Elder ancestor? He asked, tentatively. A few moments after the words fell, there was still no response. What's going on? Yi Lingyun was confused. Nerd, haven't you chosen yet? Little Akatsuki's voice rang out. Ha? Oh, choose, that's all. Yi Lingyun reacted and spoke about the several types of demonic beast meat that Yi Tianyun had just valued. Yeah, I'll make you kebabs for dinner. That's something I learned from daddy. Haven't made it for anyone yet. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Amount. Yi Lingyun's face became redder as he listened. Thanks. He spoke in a voice like a mosquito. It's nothing. Little Mingyue smiled and opened her mouth, and after she finished, she started pounding away. However, what she doesn't know is this. 10,000 miles up in the air, Suyun's face had darkened into a piece of charcoal. In front of him, it was the sole villain Yi Tianyun. Only, at this moment, he was trembling in front of Suyun. My lord, He shivered and spoke. Yi Tianyun? The founder of the Ling Tian sect, right? Suyun looked at him and said softly. Yes. Yi Tianyun spoke respectfully. The guy inside the heavenly cloud mystic realm before was you. Suyun spoke again. Meeting his indifferent gaze, Yi Tianyun gently nodded his head. The moment. For Suyun, there was only a strong fear in his heart. He couldn't see through Suyun's cultivation, but he could feel great whites. However, an existence like Great White was all dog-like in front of Suyun. This was enough to prove Suyun's terror. My daughter's belongings are not something that anyone can easily take away. Suyun stared at him and spoke slowly. The words fell. Great White's gaze also fell on him with a threatening intent. Excuse me, my lord, Yi Tianyun's body suddenly shivered. Go down there and keep your mouth shut. Suyun nodded gently and said calmly. Understood. Yi Tianyun respectfully returned. By the way, how much do you know about the Jade Dragon Empire? Just as he was about to leave, Suyun seemed to remember something and said again. Chapter 161, Little Auntie, stop talking. Jade Dragon Empire? Yi Tianyun could not help but be flooded with doubts in his heart after hearing this. He didn't understand why a strong person like Suyun would ask himself about the Jade Dragon Empire. After all, the stronger the cultivation level, the more secrets one knows. He didn't believe that Suyun would know less than himself. However, despite the doubts in his heart, he still did not dare to ask more questions and could only answer Suyun's questions honestly. Very mysterious, existed in ancient times and has been passed down. The most terrifying part is that even the orders of the Divine Tao Palace can be disobeyed. The rumor seems to be that a certain old ancestor of theirs has an extremely high status in the Divine Tao Palace. Yi Tianyun slowly spoke. What an interesting power. After listening quietly, Suyun opened his mouth somewhat meaningfully. My lord, that's all I know. Yi Tianyun opened his mouth trembling. Well, go ahead and keep your mouth shut. Suyun gently nodded his head. In response, Yi Tianyun naturally nodded his head repeatedly. He had survived with great difficulty and naturally did not want to die. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyun disappeared from Suyun's in Big White's sight. This little yellow hair, master, should we teach him a lesson? Big White looked down at little Mingyue, who was making kebabs for Yi Lingyun, and his fur exploded in anger. It hadn't even eaten a kebab made by little Mingyue's own hands yet. Who is this little yellow hair? What do you think I pulled Yi Tianyun up here for? To chat with him? Suyun also spoke with a dark face. He hadn't eaten any of the kebabs from little Mingyue, either. It's better now. I can't believe I'm going to roast it for a little yellow hair. Who can stand this? Let's go back. The bright moon 9 orifice's divine body is too perceptive. Sweeping a glance at her daughter who was busy below, Suyun sighed helplessly. After saying that, his figure disappeared into the clouds. Oomph, little yellow hairs, I shucks. Great White stared at Yi Lingyun and crushed his mouth, cursing and leaving. For all of this, little Akatsuki naturally didn't know. After a bit of tinkering, she got some kebabs out. Nerd, eat up, I baked this just for you, hee. Little Mingyue handed the skewer to Yi Lingyun and spoke with eyes full of anticipation. Amount. Looking at the kebabs that were handed over, Yi Lingyun turned red with some embarrassment on his face. Because all of Kotobuki's skewers are black. To be precise. In some places it was black, and in others it was still white or red. Su's senior sister, Idon. Yiling Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened his mouth. Yi Tianyun, who had just returned to his sea of consciousness, almost fell apart in fear when he heard this. Little Cloud, eat quickly, this is an unrivaled cultivation resource. He spoke in a rush. He could clearly feel Su Yun's emotions with Dabai. Neither is very happy. All a bit angry, to be precise. The reason for his anger was definitely not all that he was guiding Yiling Yun in picking out the good stuff. It must still have something to do with little Manhwa, especially those 3 powerful auras in the dark. But it had been locking onto Yiling Yun. If you say the wrong thing, there'll be consequences. You don't what? Lowering Manhwa stared at Yiling Yun with big round eyes, staring after him. Nothing. Yiling Yun shook his head, and after he finished, he picked up the skewer and brought it to his mouth. One bite down. Emojis appeared directly on his face. This flavor. Nerd, how's it going? Is it good? Little Akatsuki asked with an expectant look on her face when she saw him swallow. Good. Delicious. Yiling Yun held back and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Hey, how about I make it for you more often from now on? Little Manhwa immediately laughed and continued. Ha, hear that. Not only was Yiling Yun confused, even the 3 people in the dark, Wu Dolph and Zhao Chuan, were also confused. Little auntie, you can't say that. The 3 thought in their minds and looked at each other. Akatsuki, what are you doing? Just then, Lin Yu's voice rang out. The words fell. She then descended within the courtyard. Mother, you're back? Little Akatsuki opened her mouth with a smile. Yes, it's been negotiated. What are you doing here with Ling Yun? Making food? Lin Yu nodded and swept a glance at the things laid out in the courtyard as he spoke. Hey, I've already learned how to make kebabs from my dad, they're especially good. So, I thought I'd make it for the nerd to try. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth in delight. When she finished, she handed the black-seeded skewers with reddish color to the duo. Mother, do you want to taste it? Amount. Looking at the skewers handed to him, Lin Yu and she both froze for a moment. Akatsuki, this isn't even baked yet. Lin Yu spoke with some amusement. Ha? Little Akatsuki's face was confused. Let me help you bake. She also smiled and opened her mouth. After she finished, she took the skewer and continued to grill it. Akatsuki, keep an eye on the fire when roasting the meat. She bakes and teaches at the same time. Oh. Little Akatsuki stood intently, watching with rapt attention. As for Yiling Yun, he stood at a loss for words. It looked a little awkward. Ling Yun, the patriarch has called you over to talk to you about something. There you go. Seeming to see his embarrassment, Lin Yu opened his mouth. Alright, Elder Lin, Elder Qingxi, and Senior Sister Su, I'll take my leave then. Yiling Yun hurriedly nodded his head, and after he finished speaking, he created wind under his feet and left as if he was fleeing. Mingyu, Ling Yun seems to be afraid of you. Seeing this, Lin Yu opened his mouth with some uncertainty. Ha? No, it's not like I bullied him or hit him. What's he afraid I'll do? Little Akatsuki tilted her head and spoke. Yeah, well, what did you guys do? Lin Yu pursued. It's just kebabs for him to eat AC. Little Akatsuki scratched his head and returned. After listening, Lin Yu instantly understood. You. She spoke with some amusement. What's wrong? Little Akatsuki looked at her in disbelief. It's okay, let's eat and go practice, okay? In a few days, an emissary from the Jade Dragon Empire will descend on the Ling Tian sect. We'll have to go to the Jade Dragon Empire by then. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, admonishing. Aha! Little Manhwa immediately nodded her head obediently. After she had eaten and drank enough, she went into her cultivation room and began to cultivate. What are you going to do? Are you coming with us, or are you staying here? Inside the courtyard, Lin Yu looked at Qingxi and opened his mouth. With Qingxi's situation, there should be no problem going to the Jade Dragon Empire. After all, her talent was equivalent to that of a human emperor spirit root genius. Go on, I'll go back to the Clear Moon Pavilion first and arrange things in the Clear Moon Pavilion. Qingxi nodded after a moment of contemplation. Good, I also suggest you join us. The Central State is rich in cultivation resources. As the Jade Dragon Empire is the #1 power in the Heavenly Martial Realm, there must be an abundance of cultivation resources as well. It's easier for us to grow there. Lin Yu continued to speak. Qingxi didn't say anything and just nodded, then she bid farewell to Lin Yu and turned to leave. Chapter 162 Elder Tin, I want to meet the father and daughter. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Dao Palace, the Ru Dao Divine Guard Order, Uncle Tian, who do you think it could be from? Tianyua looked at the ancient token in her hand and said in a deep voice. As the Grand Miss of the Shinto Palace, she knew too well the role of the Rudra Divine Guard Order. Possession of this order, one can directly order all Confucian divine cultivators of the Divine Dao Palace. The power is terrifying. In particular, those who practiced Confucianism were all vast divine power, which had great restraining power over the foreigners. I'm sorry, miss, the old slave doesn't know who it is. However, to be able to come and go as you please in my Divine Dao Palace, even you and I can't detect it. The world fears only that race which the world has forgotten. Elder Tian opened his mouth with a deep gaze. The forgotten race of the world? Tian Yu's brows tightened as she listened. After thinking for a moment, she looked up and said with some incredulity, "You mean Shadow Clan?" Elder Tian nodded with a grave expression. "But isn't this race already?" Tian Yu spoke with a frown on her face. "Shadow Clan is also one of the Fae, and a very weird race. The greatest ability of this race is the ability to parasitize among the shadows of people. Not only that, but it can also shield one's divine sense. Back then, the Shadow race could be considered one of the most powerful races. Shadow Clan can be overthrown. Or is it that a huge conflict has arisen between the major Fae races, leaving the Shadow race as a casualty? If not, the Shadow Clan had long since become a major problem for the human race. The Shadow Clan was overthrown, but not all of the Shadow Clan died back then. As far as I can remember, there is still one person alive in the Shadow Clan. No one knows her name, only that she was born to the Shadow King and immortal. Codenamed Shadow, she wasn't around when the Shadow Clan was overthrown." Elder Tian explained with a grave expression. "Elder Tennessee thinks she sent it?" Tian Yu spoke with a frown on her face. Although the overthrow of the Shadow Clan was not caused by the human clan was the enemy of the Shadow. Not to mention the Divine Tao Palace, the chief human power that had been fending off the foreign races. How could Shadow help himself? In the entire world, except for Shadow who has that ability to send this item silently. I can't think of anyone else who can. Unless it's... Elder Sky continued to speak. He didn't finish his sentence, but Tian Yu knew who he wanted to talk about. "I'd rather believe it was from Shadow than from him." Tian Yu coldly grunted and angrily answered. "LOL. Heavenly Elder let out a long sigh. "Miss, the Divine Emperor is also helpless. What the Divine Tao Palace needs is someone who can carry the future of the human race. Otherwise, once the God Emperor falls, the foreign races will definitely make a full-scale advance. Without a new leader, the human race will only be reduced to foreign blood food." He spoke bitterly. "Uncle Tian, how should I use this token?" Tian Yu's complexion slightly eased a bit and pulled away from the topic. "Look at the lady herself." But the old slave suggests that the young lady hide first. Young Tang has more supporters than Miss after all. A lot of old guys are standing behind him. It's fine if the lady doesn't show her volunteers. If she does, they'll dog it. Uncle Tian thought about it and analyzed it. As an old man of the Divine Tao Palace, he knew the character of those guys too well. Tian Yu's idea was great and equally terrifying. Once it explodes, it upends everyone's perceptions, their ideas. It might even push those who are otherwise neutral over to Tongshen's side. This is not a good thing for Tian Yu. "Okay, I get it. Only why would Shadow help us?" Tian Yu nodded her head and opened her mouth in a very puzzled manner. "Invest." Elder Tian thought for a moment and spoke with a deep gaze. "You mean?" Tian Yu's eyes suddenly stared. "I suppose she knows what you're thinking. But that's normal, the Shadow ability to terrorize. It's very simple for her to pry into any secrets. And this could be her pitch." Elder Tian explained with a torch-like gaze, as if he could see through everything. "Oh, what a pitch. I'll take it." Tian Yu smiled in a domineering manner and pocketed the Divine Guard Order. "Elder Sky, is there any news about their father and daughter?" Putting away the Divine Guardian Order, she asked again. "There's no news. I think it should be fine, miss. Didn't you leave the soul jade on your body?" Elder Tian shook his head and said somewhat helplessly. In fact, he didn't approve of Tian Yu's affair with Su Yun either. After all, Su Yun was immortal after all. Its life is very limited. In the eyes of them who cultivate it, a mortal's life might be just one time they closed their doors. What about the way to mold the spiritual roots? Tian Yu inquired again. No. The Heavenly Elder shook his head, and when he finished, he seemed to want to open his mouth to say something else, but the words were swallowed back. "Elder Tian, I want to go to the Heavenly Martial Realm." Tian Yu was silent for a moment before speaking. "Thou shalt not, my lady." Hearing these words, the Heavenly Elder's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly spoke. The Divine Lord was already very displeased with the existence of their father and daughter. If you still want to go to the Heavenly Martial Realm, it will only intensify the Divine Lord's distaste for them, as well as an appreciation for young Don. "Miss, it would be very bad for you. For both father and daughter," he went on to explain. "But, I'm afraid it's too late. He's mortal after all, he won't be able to wait long for me." Tian Yu spoke with a gloomy expression. The fact that Su Yun was mortal was something she had to deal with. She has a horrible longevity. But Su Yun can't, she is very afraid that she has become, but Su Yun's longevity is exhausted and gone. Alas, the lady does. The rotation is coming up, and I've got my guys I've got set up. When the time comes, I'll prepare something suitable for mortals to take to increase their longevity. Send it to him, so what do you think? Elder Tian opened his mouth again with helplessness and heartache. Okay, Elder Sky, thanks. Tian Yu gently nodded her head and spoke with a grateful face. No need to be polite, miss. Elder Heaven smiled gently, his face all loving. Oh yeah, one more piece of news. As if remembering something, he spoke again. What news? Yu pursued in confusion. Word has spread that a Godfather realm powerhouse who controls the greatness of heaven and earth has appeared in the Kunpeng Star Sea. Now so many forces are looking for this person, wanting to bring him under their banner, including young Tang's side. Are we going to, as well? Elder Tian explained. A divine sovereign realm cultivator who controls the greatness of heaven and earth? After Tianyue heard this, a shocked look could not help but appear on her face. There was even a little envy. After all, the greatness of heaven and earth was the most powerful force in the world. If she was in control, her half-step God Emperor realm cultivation could face an early God Emperor straight on. Is the news reliable? She trailed off. Chapter 163, Divine Beasts? Your yard is full of divine beasts. That's the rumor, and it's unknown exactly how it happened. Perhaps only the Kunpeng Elder knows for sure. That guy's not to be messed with though. Elder Sky spoke with emotion. The Kunpeng was one of the top divine beasts, and there were few enemies in the same realm. This is something that wants to be really sure. Unless the Kunpeng old man is suppressed and then questioned. But, those who could achieve this could be counted on one hand in the entire divine realm. If it's really a heaven and earth greatness controller, this is not something to be careless about. Or else get pulled into his camp by that Dawnhill guy. It's very bad for us. Tianyue spoke with a grave expression. After hearing this, Elder Sky nodded approvingly. Miss, should we send out that team? Suppress the Kunpeng old ancestor and ask him directly. With the old slave personally leading the team, and with the addition of them, suppressing the Kunpeng old ancestor is no longer a problem. He spoke in a hushed voice. Why should we have to do anything? There are people who will be more eager than we are, aren't there? Don't we just have to keep an eye on their people? Tianyu smiled mysteriously. Yeah. After hearing this, Elder Tian's eyes instantly lit up. If Tang Shan wants to seize power, then he will definitely try to expand his camp as much as possible. A Godfather realm that controlled the greatness of heaven and earth. Undoubtedly a super boost. Tang Shan would surely be even more desperate than they were to know the truth of the news. His side would definitely send someone to question the Kunpeng old man, or even make a move against the Kunpeng old man. Miss, the old slave will now go arrange for manpower to keep an eye on him. Elder Sky opened his mouth smilingly. I'm sorry for your trouble, Elder Sky. Tianyu gently nodded her head and said in a grateful tone. Because this old man was really nice to her. This was the only person in the Divine Tao Palace that she could completely trust. No exaggeration. After she was forcibly brought back to the Shinto Palace, it was this old man who helped her stabilize her footing little by little. Why be polite, miss? The old slave's life was saved by the Lord's mother. Without her, the old slave would have died by the side of the road long ago. All my life, I've been childless and unattached. You're the one I've watched grow up, miss, and I'd like to see it. Miss, can you become that first female emperor who overturns everyone's perception? Elder Sky slowly spoke. I will, Elder Sky, I won't let you down. For myself, for their father and daughter, and for you. I must become the first female emperor in the history of the human race. Tianyu's eyes stared into the distance as she spoke in an almost sworn tone. For all of this, little Mingyue naturally didn't know. Time, in her state of diligent cultivation, passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. About to break through the Yuaning realm. Oh. In the cultivation room, little Mingyue opened her eyes and smiled to herself. White, meanwhile, curled up quietly at her feet. It seemed to be practicing, and it seemed to be acting as a guard. The current Xiaobai had also become extremely uncomplicated. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, his temperament had become a bit deeper and nobler. Especially the mark on its forehead. Now in addition to the fire lotus seal, there was also a faintly visible water droplet seal. White, why haven't you grown out of this water droplet yet? Little Mingyue's gaze landed on Little White's forehead and asked curiously. Listen to the end. Xiaobai's heart was full of bitter smiles. It's not that easy. That water droplet seal was condensed from the divinity in the Kunpeng bloodline. After it fully grew out, it would be able to use the divine abilities of the Kunpeng clan. But how easy is it to do so? Unless there is an adult Kunpeng essence blood refining every day. And cultivation, Little White, your cultivation is rising a bit slowly. There are pills and elixirs. Are you not practicing properly? Little Mingyue continued to speak. Words. A humanized, helpless smile appeared on the little white man. It wasn't that it didn't cultivate properly, but it really didn't have that much time to do so. This was because in addition to cultivating, it also had to go and refine the divine beast essence blood given by Su Yun. Ouch. It howled and explained. Oh, the bloodline is metamorphosing. Ah. Little White, you're already an immortal beast bloodline. What kind of existence will you become if you metamorphose again? AC? After hearing this, little Mingyue nodded indistinctly, then curiously followed up with a question. Ouch. White responded immediately. Divine beasts? Wow, mother told me that divine beasts are legendary existences. Much more powerful than the immortal beasts. Hey, it's so good. White, you have to go for it. From now on, I'll be the master of the divine beast, he he he. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth and actually giggled as she spoke. Look at her. Xiaobai was helpless in his mind and wanted to laugh a little. Beasts? Your family's sacred animals are all over the yard, it muttered in its mind. Let's go, Little White. Mother said that today is the time for the Jade Dragon Empire's emissaries to descend. We'll have to pick up the slack. Little Mingyue continued to speak, and after finishing her speech, she held Little White in her arms and headed outside. Soon, she then walked out of the cultivation room with Little White in her arms. Mother, I'm out. Seeing that no one was in the courtyard, she came to Lin Yu's cultivation room and called out. A few moments later, Lin Yu walked out of the cultivation room. Out of the gate? Not bad, about to break through the Yuan-ing realm. With just a glance, she had seen Little Mingyue's cultivation clearly and go fetch. Hee hee, how about that, I'm good, right? Little Mingyue revealed two sharp little tiger teeth and opened her mouth. Awesome, then look at Mother. Lin Yu praised and then mysteriously laughed. Little Akatsuki's brow furrowed slightly as her gaze fell to land on her curiously. A moment. Wow, Mother, you made a breakthrough? Her eyes widened, and she opened her mouth in surprise and amazement. Right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. In the past few days, the Ling Tian sect had completely taken all the territory in the western region. Cultivation resources also get skyrocketed. Having enough cultivation resources, she had been working hard to cultivate. The terror of the Emperor's spiritual root became apparent. It only took 4 days. She then managed to break through from the early stage of transformation spirit to the middle stage of transformation spirit. It's so good, Mother, and Little White is getting better too. It told me that it's going to become a divine beast. Little Mingyue said very happily. Divine beast. Lin Yu was creeped out by what he heard. Having been born in the Lin clan's ancient clan, she naturally knew what a terrifying existence a divine beast was. An existence that was above the immortal beast bloodline and only existed in legends. At least, in her impression, there hadn't been a demonic beast of divine beast bloodline in the heavenly martial realm. It was only by chance that a few demonic beasts of immortal beast bloodline appeared. Akatsuki, is this true? She opened her mouth full of incredulity. Yeah, White told me. Little Akatsuki nodded. Words. Lin Yu's gaze fell discreetly on Xiaobai, unbelievingly asked again, Xiaobai, really? No way. Divine beasts were too terrifying for her to really trust easily. Meeting Lin Yu's gaze, Xiaobai nodded with a bitter smile in his heart. Chapter 164, Rising Up in Flocks. Xiaobai nodded with a bitter smile in his heart. This divine beast of its counts for nothing. Any random one screwed up in the Kota Maniki household is better than it. Hiss. Seeing Xiaobai nodding, Lin Yu, who didn't know the situation of the Su mansion, ruthlessly sucked in a breath of cool air. Akatsuki, White, this must be kept a secret. Otherwise, something big is going to happen. Reacting, she droned on with a serious look. A demonic beast with a divine beast bloodline had never appeared in the heavenly martial realm. Once the word gets out, the heavenly martial realm would definitely stir up a bloody storm. By then, the entire power of the heavenly martial realm would be involved, including the first power, the Jade Dragon Empire. When the time comes, they will be standing in the eye of the storm. Definitely took the brunt of it. Aha, Mother, I'll only tell you oh. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. White, can you hide it? Lin Yu looked at Xiaobai again uneasily. Moment. Xiaobai just rolled his eyes in his mind. Scared less. Not to mention Su Yun, Big White alone could suppress any disobedience. Of course, it only muttered in its mind. Facing Lin Yu's gaze, it only nodded its head gently. What level of cultivator can it be hidden from? Lin Yu was uneasy and pursued again. After all, they were about to depart for the Jade Dragon Empire. The Jade Dragon Empire was the #1 power in the heavenly martial realm. There must be a lot of strong people. The hijacking realm cultivators might all be easy to encounter. And the divine sense of the hijack realm cultivators was also very terrifying. It's easy to see what's hidden. Ouch. White immediately howled and gave her a reassuring look. Mother, White says as long as it doesn't want to. Even immortal realm cultivators can't see through it when they come, unless a particularly strong immortal realm cultivator does. Little Akatsuki immediately acted as a translator. So be it. Lin Yu Changsong immediately let out a long sigh of relief. In that case, one could not worry about White's situation being seen through. What are you guys talking about? Xingxi's voice suddenly sounded. The words fell, only to see her walk out of the cultivation room. Wow, third mother, you've become powerful too. Little Mingyue glanced at Xingxi, then opened her mouth in great surprise. You broke through the harmonization realm? Lin Yu reacted and spoke incredulously. That's right, with my bloodline restored, my cultivation speed has increased quite a bit. Bottlenecks break naturally, too. Now, I'm already a harmonization realm cultivator. Not only that, but it's also a 6th-ranked demonic beast. Right now, even the patriarch is no match for me. Xingxi grinned and spoke in a good mood. Good, all improved. Lin Yu smiled and picked up the conversation. For a moment, though, she reacted again. He himself didn't even notice Xingxi's condition. And how did little Akatsuki see it? There was also the matter of her spiritual root being upgraded earlier. Little Akatsuki also gave it a glance. Mingyue, how did you see that your third mother's mother had become powerful? She followed up curiously. Because it's really a bit out of character. After all, in the heavenly martial realm, higher-ranked cultivators had a Jedi's oppressive power over lower-ranked cultivators. Between Xingxi and little Mingyue, there was a full 2 great realms apart. By the way, there was no way little Mingyue could tell what was going on with Xingxi. Not even by practicing pupil arts. Otherwise, wouldn't the gap between the 2 great realms become a sham? Generally, only the same realm can see through it. It's just with my eyes. Little Akatsuki replied honestly. Amount. When these words came out, Lin Yu was instantly embarrassed. Can't pick up on. That's a real mouthful. Let's go, we'll talk about this matter later, let's go and join the patriarch and the others first. A messenger from the Jade Dragon Empire is arriving. Xingxi, who knew that little Mingyue was extraordinary, opened her mouth to interrupt. It was clear in her mind. Since little Mingyue could see through his cultivation at a glance, that definitely has some special skill. But it's normal to think about it. After all, there was a terrifying Suyin behind little Mingyue. It makes sense to have any special skills. Good. Lin Yu nodded, not pursuing the question. A few moments of work. The 3 of them then came to the welcoming hall. Not only was the patriarch there, Yilingyun, Lu Yao, and several other elders were there. All here, take your seats, the messenger will be here soon. Seeing the 3 of them arrive, Yiling Tian greeted them with a smile. Nowadays, if you want to say who is the happiest in the West, it must be him. Because the entire western region had completely become the jurisdiction of the Ling Tian sect. No exaggeration. Even if he was dreaming, Yiling Tian could wake up laughing. It's a great honor for the family. Greetings to Patriarch Uncle and several elders. Little Akatsuki spoke politely. Ah, good boy, no need to be so polite. Yiling Tian laughed and spoke hurriedly. Ha? Mingyue, you're going to break through the Yuaning realm too? He continued to speak again. Ha? When these words came out, Lu Yao and several other elders froze. It's going to break through the Yuaning realm. 6 years old. Cultivated to the Yuaning realm. This. Several people exchanged glances and looked towards Little Bright Moon. Indeed, as Yiling Tian had said, little Mingyue was just a little bit short of breaking through the Yuaning realm. It was possible that after a few more days of cultivation, he would be able to successfully break through the Yuaning realm. But, it's a little too scary, isn't it? Thinking about the few of them, who didn't cultivate for 300 to 400 years before reaching the Yuaning realm. Where's little Myung Moon? Good guy. Has to cultivate to the Yuaning realm at the age of 6? Several elders looked at me and me at you. The hearts all had the feeling that they had cultivated false immortality. Not talking about them. Yilingyun was also extremely shocked in his heart. Even in my time, I've never heard of a 6-year-old Yuaning realm. This girl, she's not to be trifled with. Yi Tianyun's voice sounded in his head, his tone filled with emotion. Old ancestor, senior sister Su, this is too. Yilingyun didn't even know what words to use to describe little Mingyue for a moment. Demon? Pressure doesn't match. Everyone has everyone's destiny, you still have to practice hard in the future. There are people out there, and she's a living example of that. Yi Tianyun taught. After hearing this, Yilingyun immediately expressed his understanding. Yeah, it's about to break through the Yuaning realm. Oh. Little Akatsuki smiled cheekily and picked up the conversation. Good, good, worthy of being our Ling Tian sect's super genius. Mingyue, take this spirit liquid, it's just the thing to help you break through the Yuaning realm. Yiling Tian laughed and as he spoke, he brought out a jade bottle. Sovereign uncle, I haven't even finished mine yet, look. Little Mingyue shook her head and didn't ask for it, instead taking out a jade bottle herself. There was surprisingly more spirit liquid inside than what the sovereign had on hand. Mingyue, where did you get so much spiritual liquid? The patriarch opened his mouth in a very confused manner. Just the amount of spiritual liquid in little Mingyue's hands could be equivalent to the Ling Tian sect's total production for 2 years. It's from my grandma, and there's plenty more. Oh. Little Mingyue smiled sweetly and took out several more bottles as she spoke. And his one bottle is greater than one bottle. Yiling Tian crowd. Chapter 165 Ancient Gods Meeting. Looking at Yiling Tian and the others that little Mingyue took out, you looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, they all smiled helplessly. Come to think of it, little Mingyue had terrifying existences such as Martial Great Wolf and Zhao Chuan behind her as Dao protectors. How could she lack such cultivation resources? The messenger is here. Right at this moment, Yiling Tian's eyes stared towards the outside of the hall. Come on, all follow me out to meet them. He opened his mouth, and when he finished, he walked ahead of the others. Seeing the situation, the others immediately followed. When he came to the outside of the hall, he only saw that a flying boat was slowly approaching in the distant sky. The whole is a dragon shape. Looking at it was like a real dragon soaring through the air. Not only that, it was also golden all over, as if it had been infused with golden water. Golden dragon flying boat, worthy of the Jade Dragon Empire. Surprisingly, it's an 8th grade magic weapon. Yiling Tian looked up at the flying boat and spoke with some envy. Worthy of being the number 1 power in the heavenly martial realm. A great power is a great power after all, it's not something we can compare to. Hey, so what, with little Mingyue and little Yun, our Ling Tian sect will definitely become a great power in the future as well. Exactly. A few elders also spoke up with a word from you and a word from me. The 3 Zhaochuan people in the dark were also transmitting their voices to discuss the flying boat. What a strong dragon's might, could it be that this was built with the bones of a true dragon? Zhaochuan frowned slightly as he looked at the golden dragon flying boat and sent a message to the 2 of them, Wudolf. It should be built from the bones of a demonic beast with dragon bloodline. True dragons are divine beasts. The one who opened his mouth was Jun Ryu. True dragons were divine beasts, extremely powerful divine beasts. The Jade Dragon Empire was certainly the number 1 power in the heavenly martial realm. But, he didn't believe that the Jade Dragon Empire could have the ability to decapitate a true dragon. This power is greatly connected to the upper realm. Is it possible that the true dragon bone was given by the upper realm side? Wolf's eyes gurgled as he answered. Looking at him, he looked like he was getting some kind of bad idea. Su Yun, who was lying in the sun within the small courtyard, was likewise observing the golden dragon flying boat. Master, this power isn't simple. It even used a spirit dragon skeleton to build a flying boat. Great White, who was lying at his feet, looked in the direction of the Ling Tian sect and opened his mouth. Su Yun nodded flatly. Spirit dragons were a type of dragon race. Of the dragon bloodlines, the bloodline is the lowest. It can only be considered immortal rank. However, even if it was only an immortal rank bloodline, it was still a very powerful existence among immortal rank bloodlines. At least, this kind of demonic beast skeleton was definitely not something that could be coveted or obtained by the forces of the heavenly martial realm. Nowadays, the Jade Dragon Empire even took the skeleton of such a demonic beast as the main material to build a flying boat. It's really weird. This power is connected to the Divine Tao Palace, only even I haven't found out its information. Su Yun spoke with a deep gaze. Master, you can't even find out? After hearing this, a touch of shock and amazement appeared on Big White's face. It knew Su Yun's bottom line. Although people were in the heavenly martial realm, there was an extremely large and secretive power in the divine realm. One of them, specializing in all kinds of intelligence. Investigate all kinds of hidden information. It's safe to say, many forces were basically a clear white page in front of Su Yun. There's not the slightest secret to be had. However, this Jade Dragon Empire, which was located in the heavenly martial realm, was able to make even Su Yun unable to find out a single bit of information. That would be really kind of scary and unbelievable. The only thing we know for sure is that there is a connection to the ancient times. I suspect that the Jade Dragon Empire could be the mysterious Ancient God Society. Su Yun slowly opened his mouth, mentioning the Ancient Gods Association. Even his face was a bit grave. Ancient God Society. Great White's eyes glazed over, both of them nearly falling out. It had heard Su Yun mention this power. A human dark force. Extremely powerful and terrifying dark forces. This power is full of old men who live in the world. Each one was an existence that had lived for millions of years. The random appearance of one was enough to make the current human race call out to an old ancestor. Sure, it's the underpinnings that are the scariest. After all, the people inside were all existences that had lived for millions of years, so one could imagine what a terrifying power the Ancient God Society was. It was even possible that the Ancient God Society had existed for a period of time that ran directly through the entire history of the human race. Master, if that's the case, isn't it a bit improper for little Master to go to the Jade Dragon Empire? Great White spoke with a furrowed brow. There's no harm in it. The people of the Ancient Gods Association are relying on the deceiving heavenly stone to stay alive. They wouldn't dare to make a move easily. Once they do so and are detected by the rules of the Great Tao, they will directly obliterate them. Bright Moon enters the Jade Dragon Empire with safety guaranteed. And the Jade Dragon Empire is just the right place to help Mingyue's cultivation improve. Su Yun spoke with a flat gaze. The system's rule was that he couldn't help little Mingyue raise her cultivation directly or in disguise. In other words, he was unable to provide little Mingyue with any cultivation assistance. You can only help little Akane Knight to improve her talent or give powerful kung fu, etc. However, it is well known. The higher the cultivation level of a person who cultivates, the more cultivation resources they need. As one's cultivation level increased, each small realm breakthrough often required cultivation resources that were consumed by the previous large realm. Even more. Nowadays, the Ling Tian sect has certainly unified the western region. However, the resources for cultivation are still limited. Not to mention, Little Bright Moon wasn't able to use any cultivation resources, but needed cultivation resources that corresponded to the realm. If you stay in the Ling Tian sect all the time, little Mingyue's cultivation would get a boost, but it wouldn't be fast. It's different when you go to the Jade Dragon Empire. The Jade Dragon Empire was the number 1 power in the heavenly martial realm. Its cultivation resources were horrifying, and there were many cultivation resources that matched little Mingyue's cultivation level. So, The Jade Dragon Empire was definitely a very good place for little Mingyue to go. When Xiao Mingyue's cultivation broke through, he would be able to obtain systematic cultivation feedback. He was able to reach the Divine Emperor realm faster and go to the Divine Dao Palace to pick up Yin Tianyue to go home. What's not to like about that? Want me to come too? Great White contemplated for a moment and spoke with some uneasiness. No need, the Jade Dragon Empire's situation today is unknown. It's not good to rush in. Just wait and see. Suyun shook his head after thinking for a moment. He had the ability to keep little Mingyue safe. It was because little Mingyue had a means of preserving his life that he had left behind. Even if the Divine Sovereign Realm made a move, it would still be able to withstand it for a moment or two. So, he had plenty of time to get to little Akatsuki. After hearing this, Great White nodded and stopped talking. On the other hand, the Golden Dragon flying boat had arrived over the Ling Tian sect. The huge flying boat directly covered a small half of the Ling Tian sect, casting a huge shadow. Contemporary patriarch of the Ling Tian sect, Yi Ling Tian, along with several elders, welcomed the messenger. Yi Ling Tian stood respectfully in front of the large hall and bent down to salute the flying boat. Harmonization realm? Not bad at all. A bland voice rang out, and a figure appeared on the head of the flying boat. It was a man. Dressed in a basalt-colored robe, his gaze was also very calm. However, whoever it was could feel the murderous aura that suddenly permeated heaven and earth as he appeared. It was as if this person was standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood looking down on everyone. Chapter 166, Little Mingyue's Talent, Forbidden? The moment. All eyes were on the shin-robed man. Swish! The sound of breaking air rang out, only to see the blood-colored steps suddenly and hotly appear in the air. It stretches from the flying boat all the way down to the ground. Mud! Seeing this scene, the shadowy martial Great Wolf cursed in his heart on the spot. You want to play this one too? If Zhao Chuan hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to go up and reason. A Saint Realm cultivator in the district. Then his own hall a 9 Robber Realm cultivator can still pretend. Once all the blood-colored steps are secured. It was only then that the shin-robed man slowly moved his feet and began to walk down. And it's the expressionless, unhurried kind. It was as if he wanted the entire Ling Tian sect to see his true face a little bit. The scene. A speechless look appeared on the faces of the 3 Zhao Chuan people as they watched. There really aren't 13 hardcover The 3 of them looked at each other with breathless emotion in their hearts. Good moment. It was only then that the shin-robed man came to Yi Ling Tian and the others. My name, Jade Surprise. He looked at everyone with an expressionless face and spoke slowly. Good, Lord Jade, please take a seat. Yi Ling Tian opened his mouth with a face full of flattery. No need, those who are traveling to the Jade Dragon Empire, step forward. Jade Surprise reached out and opened her mouth. In particular, the 2 words out of the line were shouted extremely loudly. It sent shivers down everyone's spine. Mud, grass. Zhao, I can't stand it, I'm going to whack him. Martial Great Wolf immediately pulled out his own 9-ringed great sword. I'm tempted to take a shot. Jun Ryu, who had been emotionally stable, also pulled out his own matching sword. Take it easy. Zhao Chuan spoke with a deep gaze, at least, we can't move him yet. You have to keep the big picture in mind. Listen to the end. Wuda Wolf and Chun Lu exchanged glances and helplessly put their weapons away. In front of the main hall. A few moments after Jade Surprise's voice fell, it was only then that the 4 Xiao Mingyue reacted and stepped forward. Test the talent. Let's start with you. Jade Surprise swept a glance at the 4 and pulled out a bead. Just place your hand on this and inject a strand of mana. He spoke to Qingxi. Meeting his gaze, Clarity nodded, stepping forward, placing her hand on the bead and injecting a strand of mana. Buzz. Next, the beads gave off a golden glow, and a few words surfaced. 8th Order Bloodline. Half-demon? Jade Surprise opened her mouth, and a look of surprise finally appeared on her face. A half-demon? The others were shocked to hear it, because they didn't know about Qingxi. I didn't realize it was a half-demon. The bloodline had also reached the terrifying 8th rank. Yes. Qingxi nodded, a little apprehensive in her heart, because she wasn't sure if the Jade Dragon Empire would accept her as a half-demon. Interesting, 8th rank bloodline, very good. You are qualified to enter my Jade Dragon Empire. Jade Surprise spoke slowly. Hearing this, Qingxi immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, my lord. She opened her mouth. Someone from the Lin clan's ancient clan? Then it's you. Yu Jing waved his hand and his gaze fell on Lin Yu again. Lin Yu nodded and reached out to rest his hand on the beads. The light she erupted into was a purple-gold color. The words displayed then read Emperor Spiritual Root, Dao Body. Hiss. Seeing Lin Yu's talent, voices sucking in cold air immediately rang out. Especially Lu Yao and a few other elders. His mouth was wide open and his eyes stared hard as if he had seen a ghost. The Emperor's spiritual root was already terrifying, and there was even a ing Dao body. Is Elder Lin's talent so terrifying? Ah, not bad. Worthy of being a member of the Lin clan's ancient clan, you're very good. Jade's surprise even laughed outright. Did the Emperor's spirit at all, and again there was the Taoist body? Even in his Jade Dragon Empire, those with this kind of talent could be counted on one hand. Come on, little one. Yu Jing's gaze fell on Yi Lingyun and he spoke. Yes, my lord. Yi Lingyun responded respectfully and reached out to rest his hand on the bead. The light that erupted from him was the same as Qing Shi's, which was golden in color. The word shown is then the root of the Holy Spirit, the body of the word. Not bad, it does count as a genius. The Ling Tian sect is fortunate to have two Dao bodies. Jade's surprise nodded flatly. Obviously, Yi Lingyun's talent was just that in his eyes. Oh, that's all their own luck. Yi Ling Tian laughed and answered. Little doll, you. Jade's surprise nodded, and her gaze fell back on little Mingyue. Only, before the words were out of his mouth, he froze in place. A look of disbelief also instantly climbed over his face. Even he couldn't help but rub his eyes, as if he was suspecting that he was hallucinating. Seeing this, the crowd looked at me and me, all of them frowning. Yu Jing looked at little Mingyue and spoke in a shivering tone, Yuaning realm, how old are you? 6 years old. Little Akatsuki answered honestly. After hearing this, Jade's surprise was directly stunned in place. 6 years old? You're 6 years old and you're already at the Yuaning realm? Have you been practicing since you were born? When did you start practicing? He gulped and asked with a somewhat dry mouth. Back to my lord, Mingyue started cultivating at the age of 4. Lin Yu stepped forward and explained. At that time, she was 4 years old when she met little Akatsuki. Because he thought it was very immortal, he brought it back to the Ling Tian sect for cultivation. Then, she was dumbfounded, numbed by little Mingyue's terrifying cultivation speed. She refining realm, that was a small realm a day. Breaking through is like playing. 4 years old? Hiss. Yu Shak sucked in a hard breath of cold air after hearing this. Here, girl, put your hand on this bead. He opened his mouth carefully, afraid that his voice would be as loud as to frighten little Mingyue. Aha! Little Mingyue nodded obediently and bounced over to the bead, placing her hand on it before injecting a strand of mana. Buzz! Next moment, the beads directly trembled, and immediately after that, black light suddenly rose up to the sky, causing heaven and earth to change color. Instead, 2 words emerged from the curtain of light, forbidden. Looking at the 2 words, the crowd was confused. Taboo? Yi Ling Tian's crowd looked at me and me, all of them looked dumbfounded. Swish! Just then, the sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of little Mingyue. The old man was a little short and a little fat. However, the gaze he had when he looked at little Mingyue was hot and excited. Perhaps the fat on his body was shaking from the excitement. Ha! Forbidden talent. Ah, good, very good, ha ha ha. The white-haired old man laughed so loudly that his speech became incoherent. Greetings, Commander. Yu Jing reacted and hurriedly bowed to the old man. Hiss! Commander! Hearing his title, Yi Ling Tian and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Lin Yu's face had a flash of shock appearing on it. What is a commander? The rightful general who sits at the seat of the great general is the commander-in-chief. In the army, it is the position of one person under 10,000 people. Is he? Even when Zhao Chuan's trio saw this white-haired old man, their faces sank slightly. Chapter 167. As a top powerhouse in the heavenly martial world, the 3 of them naturally knew more than what Yi Ling Tian knew. Take for example the white-haired old man in front of little Mingyue's heel. Yi Ling Tian and the others didn't know who this old man was, but the 3 of them knew. This old man was no other than one of the Jade Dragon Empire's killing gods, Jade Lone. Just like Big Wolf Wu, this person also used killing to prove the Tao. On the surface, he looks peaceful, but in reality, he possesses a killing heart. Totally ruthless. What's your name, little girl? Yigua didn't pay attention to the others, but just looked at little Mingyue smilingly and opened his mouth. My name is Su Mingyue. Meeting his gaze, little Mingyue seemed a bit scared and leaned towards Lin Yu as she spoke. Su Mingyue? Good name. This is your apprentice? Yuku nodded as he stroked his beard, and as he spoke, his gaze then fell on Lin Yu. Back to Commander Yu, this is both my disciple and my goddaughter. Lin Yu responded with an arch. As one of the Lin clan's ancient clan's 1,000 golds, she had naturally heard of this person, Yi Orphan. Oh, interesting. A member of the Lin clan's ancient clan, who is Lin Wu to you? Jade Solitary nodded thoughtfully and asked rhetorically. Exactly, brother. Lin Yu immediately returned. The person in Jade Solitary's mouth was none other than her elder brother Lin Wu. Likewise, it was one of the Lin clan's ancient clan who treated her extremely well. Only, Lin Wu entered the Jade Dragon Empire to cultivate at a very young age. The 2 of them, brother and sister, also saw each other for an unusually small amount of time. No exaggeration. If Lin Wu was there, her marriage to Wang Lin would never have worked out either. Not bad, your Lin clan ancient clan has good luck. There was a Lin Wu, and now there's a Yu. Jade Solitary nodded and spoke appreciatively. With him no longer speaking, the atmosphere also became quiet. Even Jade Surprise didn't dare to open her mouth. As for Yi Ling Tian and the others, it was naturally the same. After all, they knew that this was the real deal, not something they can go climbing on. Jade Surprise. There was a long moment of silence before Jade Lone spoke. Commander, subordinate is present. Jade Fright hurriedly stepped forward and stood groveling behind, waiting for the next instruction. The Ling Tian sect has produced a genius, a great credit. Reward, 50 million of the finest spirit stones. Jade Lone spoke thoughtfully. Hiss. When these words came out, the sound of cold air being sucked backward rose and fell. Yiling Tian and the others' eyes were wide, and their faces were filled with unbelievable expressions. What's the concept of 50 million extreme spirit stones? Even if the Ling Tian sect had already unified the western region now, it would still take 100 years to earn so many extreme spirit stones. Now what? Surprisingly, they are directly rewarded. Many thanks to Commander Yu. Yiling Tian reacted and opened his mouth with an uplifted emotion. It's really rich and generous, worthy of being the number one power in the heavenly martial realm. In the dark, Martial Wolf was also lamenting. 50 million extreme spirit stones, they didn't even have that much when they copied the Wang family. The Jade Dragon Empire is in charge of the best zones in the central state, and it has been conquering the major foreign races all year round. Naturally, I have the financial resources to do so. Jun Ryu picks up the conversation in a nonchalant manner. Only Zhao Chuan didn't say anything and just watched silently. This is what you deserve. You guys come with me to the flying boat. Yuluo waved his hand indifferently and looked at Lin Yu's few people to open his mouth. I have to go and say goodbye to Dad. Little Akatsuki opened her mouth a little frightened after hearing this. Filial child, aloud. Jade Solitary nodded, and after he finished speaking, he returned to the top of the flying boat. Come here in 3 days, and I will wait for you here. A bemused voice came out from within the flying boat. Many thanks to Commander Yu. Lin Yu immediately waited for Xiao Mingyue to respond. Having said that, she then took little Mingyue straight to the Su mansion. It's just a matter of moments. The two of them then came to the Su residence. Woof woof woof. Just as he landed in the yard, the great white's bark rang out. Immediately after, it transformed into a white light and appeared in front of little Mingyue, in the guise of a licking dog constantly rubbing against little Mingyue. Okay, Big White, I'm here to see you. Little Akatsuki hugged his doggy head and giggled playfully. Akatsuki's back? Suyun's voice rang out, only to see him slowly walk out from the room. Aha, Daddy, I came to see you. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently and did not say outright that she had come to say goodbye. You, father is in good health, you have to practice. Suyun's heart warmed as he smiled and spoke. That's right, I just missed Daddy, so I came to see Daddy. Little Mingyue smiled cheekily, and as she spoke, she jumped into Suyun's arms. Hear that? The corners of Suyun's mouth lifted high on the spot. Ha! Daddy, you went to catch fish again? Suddenly, little Mingyue, who was sitting on Suyun's arm, opened her mouth as her gaze fell on the pool by the corner. Yeah, don't you like them? So I went and caught some more to keep. Suyun swept a glance at the fish pond and laughed lightly. Hey, Daddy's so nice, I want some fish. Little Mingyue opened her mouth with a face full of happiness. Ow! As her words fell, Little White immediately scurried out and howled, nodding his head in a hurry. Okay, why don't you play with Big White in the yard for a while now, and I'll go deal with the fish, okay? Suyun nodded and spoke with a face full of doting. Little Akatsuki immediately nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic and responded with an M. Put down the little bright moon. Suyun came to the pool and fished out a kunai to carry towards the backyard. Mother, I don't want to go law. Inside the courtyard, little Mingyue came to Lin Yu and weakly opened her mouth. What's wrong? Lin Yu rubbed her little head and asked after her curiously. If I go, Daddy will be alone. He'll be lonely with no one to keep Daddy company. Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth with an old-fashioned sigh. After hearing this, Lin Yu glanced in the direction of the backyard, and in his heart, he also let out a long sigh of helplessness. Mingyue, your father is fine, but you should cultivate properly. The Jade Dragon Empire is the #1 power in the heavenly martial realm, with many cultivation resources, especially pills, elixirs, etc. that match your cultivation level. Could it be that you don't want to quickly break through the spirit transformation realm and know the news of your mother? She was somewhat helplessly persuasive. I want to, but what about Daddy AC? Little Akatsuki scratched his head with a look of having a hard time choosing. What do I do? Right at this moment, Suyun walked out from the backyard carrying the kuenpang that had already been processed. Daddy, Looking at him, little Akatsuki opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't have the heart to say it. Brother Su, there is a very powerful force in the heavenly martial realm called the Jade Dragon Empire. This power is the #1 power in the heavenly martial realm. Mingyue's talent for cultivation is very good, and someone from the Jade Dragon Empire wants to pick her up to cultivate over there. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly picked it out for her. Aha, but I can't let go of Daddy, or if I go, no one will come to see Daddy. Little Akatsuki nodded and spoke sullenly. Listen to the end. Only one word remained in Suyun's heart warm. Chapter 168, even if you die, you must protect Mingyue. Good boy, it's okay, Daddy's fine. You should go after your own future. Father is still waiting for you to become powerful enough to fetch your mother back. Suyun smiled with a face full of tenderness. But, little Akatsuki still spoke with some hesitation. Good boy, father is still waiting for you to become stronger and then find me the spirit root shaping method. What about letting me practice too? Don't you want father to practice? Suyun tenderly rubbed her head and laughed lightly. No, I want daddy to practice. Little Mingyue hurriedly opened her mouth. That's right then, do as I say and go. Go and become more powerful, then go and fetch my mother home, and go and find me the method of spirit root molding. Suyun persuaded again. Although there was some reluctance in his heart, he also wanted little Mingyue to go to the Jade Dragon Empire, because it was indeed suitable for little Mingyue to cultivate there. To be precise, with little Mingyue's current cultivation level, if she went to the Jade Dragon Empire, she would shine and her cultivation level would rise even faster. At that time, he would also be able to break through the Divine Emperor realm much earlier and then go to the Divine Dao Palace. Aha, I know, Daddy. Little Mingyue nodded her head obediently. That's right. Suyun nodded with satisfaction and continued, since you're going to a faraway place, I'll cook you a good meal today. Father has no skills, so he can only send you off by making something good to eat. Little Mingyue shook her head hurriedly after hearing this. No, Daddy's great cooking is the greatest skill, and the best gift I could have received. She opened her mouth. Listen to the end. Suyun was as happy as a cutie on the spot. Wait for Dad. He opened his mouth, and when he had finished, he hurried into the butcher's room. Woof woof woof. At this time, Big White ran to little Mingyue with his head lowered and barked absent-mindedly. Be good, Great White, and I'll be back later. Little Akatsuki stroked her head comfortingly. Subsequently, one man and one dog just played in the yard, and Lin Yu braced himself for the opportunity to walk into the butcher's room. Brother Su, let me help you. She opened her mouth. After saying that, without waiting for Suyun to answer, he directly took the initiative to take over the washing of vegetables and other tasks. Amount. Looking at her, Suyun froze slightly, then sighed helplessly in his heart. Brother Su, Mingyue and I are going on this trip and may not be able to return for a short period of time. Lin Yu opened her mouth as she cleaned the vegetables. And she didn't use manna, she just washed it by hand. I know, the place you are going to this time, should be the central state. Is it another realm? Suyun nodded his head and pretended to be dumb enough to open his mouth. That's right, the central state is very far from the western region, and the Jade Dragon Empire is another immortal cultivator kingdom. Not as free as the clan, so, Lin Yu picked up the conversation. It doesn't matter, as long as Akatsuki can become awesome. Suyun waved his hand and spoke without any concern. After all was said and done, neither spoke again and the atmosphere became quiet. Brother Su, if you really can't, you'll go to the central state as well? Arrange for you to come to my house, so that the distance is closer. It'll be easier for Akatsuki to visit you if she wants to. After a good half a minute, Lin Yu bit her lip and spoke. This. Suyun smiled bitterly in his heart after hearing this. What about all this stuff at home when we go to central states? Especially that vegetable garden. It was built with much effort on his part. There are also quite a few spiritual objects planted in there that can enhance cultivation qualifications. Sure, the most crucial thing was still under the ground, the spirit vein that he had locked up with great means. That's dedicated to feeding that vegetable garden. Once you move out of here, everything will need to go back in and get it again. Planting down something that is already in its growth phase may still die as a result. Thank you for your kindness, Fairy, I am not fit to go as a mortal. After thinking for a moment, Suyun shook his head. I can't practice immortality, but I do know. There's strife in all the big powers, so. Without giving Lin Yu a chance to speak, he said again. Okay. At those words, Lin Yu gave a long sigh in his heart. Think about it. It was indeed possible for Suyun, a mere mortal, to be bullied when he went to the Lin clan's ancient clan. Brother Su, actually Lin Yu was silent for a moment before reddening her cheeks and opening her mouth. Alas, I don't know when Mingyue will be able to come back to see me again after this trip. Fairy Lin, please take care of her. Before she could finish speaking, Suyun hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt her. Right now, he really didn't want to have any entanglements with Lin Yu, because the dust hasn't even settled on Yun Tianyu yet. If there's any involvement or entanglement with Lin Yu, when the time came, he really didn't feel good and didn't know how to face Yun Tianyu. After all, Yun Tianyu had never resented the fact that he was mortal. So, he really didn't want to touch another woman before the dust settled on Yun Tianyu. Brother Su, feel free to rest assured. Well, at least I'm also Mingyue, her mother. Lin Yu smiled gently and opened his mouth. The sunlight poured through the window on her white cheeks. The blush that had not yet receded on his face added a few more points of choo-choo moving. That's good. Suyun hurriedly withdrew his gaze and continued to cook for little Mingyue, to prevent Lin Yu from saying that kind of thing again. Every now and then he would ask Lin Yu to help him carry things. So much so, that until the meal was all ready, Lin Yu didn't even say what he wanted to say. Akatsuki is eating. After serving the meal on the table, Suyun called out to little Mingyue, who was having fun with Big White in the courtyard. Come on, come on. Little Mingyue heard his voice, and just like when she was a child, she quickly ran into the house and sat down obediently. Wow, Daddy, so much delicious food. Looking at the wide variety of food on the table, her mouth watered as she opened her mouth. It's going to be a long time before you get to eat my cooking. I'm sure I'm going to do a good job of making it for you. Soo-yun rubbed her head and sat down beside her. Here, try this, your favorite sweet and sour fish. He picked up a piece of fish and put it into little Akatsuki's bowl. Aha, thanks Daddy. Little Akatsuki said with a joyful smile after a moment of silence. After a while, a table of food was then cleaned up. Brother Su, we have to go, the Jade Dragon Empire's emissary is still waiting for us. Lin Yu looked at the sky and spoke to Soo-yun. Good. Soo-yun let out a long sigh and nodded. Daddy, woohoo. At the moment of parting, little Mingyue finally failed to suppress the tears in her eyes and cried out. She curled up in Soo-yun's arms. In just a few breaths, the tears had soaked Soo-yun's clothes. Come on, be good, it's not like it's life and death. Just come back and visit me sometime later. You listen to your godmother from now on, okay? Soo-yun was a little helpless and a little heartbroken as he comforted. After a few more moments of comfort, only then did little Mingyue bid farewell to Soo-yun with teardrops in her eyes. I want the three of you to go to the Jade Dragon Empire to become envoys. Make sure to protect Mingyue, even if it means dying in your own body, understand? If you die because of little Mingyue, I will protect your power and your 1,000 generations. Soo-yun looked at the direction where little Mingyue had left and spoke to the three Wu Dolphs with a serious expression.